Chapter 1, Rebirth and the binding of the phrase plunder system were calling off the engagement. Don't see me again.
A girl in a white dress stood frost-faced, her icy gaze fixed on Mo Ingchen, devoid of any warmth. Mo Ingchen stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively reaching for the twin guns he always carried at his waist only to grasp at empty air. He took a closer look at the familiar figure before him.
Xia Yunxi? Am I, reborn? Is this the day Xia Yunxi broke off our engagement back then?
A surge of wild joy flooded his heart.
Mo Ingchen, what as with the days? I'm talking to you.
I've awakened an S-tier talent, Polar Frost Flame.
Our futures were never meant to align.
Xia Yunxi watched his silence with indifference, a pale flicker of icy flame dancing at her fingertips.
Fine, let us call it off then, Mo Ingchen replied hoarsely, turning away without another word. He left behind a stunned Xia Yunxi and a crowd of onlookers buzzing with schadenfreude. Has Mo Ingchen lost his mind? He actually agreed to break off the engagement with Xia Yunxi?
Everyone knows he has been fawning over her for 5 years.
What else could he do? Sure, he is the Mo family's young master, but that trash-tier talent he awakened?
No way he is fit for Xia Yunxi's future.
Mo Ingchen ignored the chatter behind him. The Mo family's young master? Ha!
A bitter laugh escaped him, but his steps didn't falter. With a second chance at life, he had no time to waste on these people.
There was too much to do. Ding! Congratulations, host. Rebirth successful. Phrase plunder system bound. Defeat elite tier or higher targets to plunder their phrases. System name, phrase plunder system, current phrase, firearm enhancement E, increases firearm power by 5%. Phrase plunder system? Mo Ingchen was momentarily stunned. What was this? Firearm enhancement? Wasn't this the talent he de-awakened? How had it turned into a phrase? Cowl. D it be.
A hypothesis formed in his mind, sending a thrill of excitement through him. If his guess was right, the rise he'd been planning might need some adjustments. But right now, the priority was job advancement. Without it, he'd remain an ordinary person unable to even defeat the weakest monsters, let alone plunder phrases.
Mo Ingchen headed toward the Mo family estate. The Mo family, there are still things I need to take. As for the title of young master, let whoever wants it have it. Even a dog wound take it. He stepped through the Mo family gates.
The security guards, the cleaning lady, even his second sister lounging on the sofa, polishing her nails, not a single one spared him a glance.
Ha!
Outsiders assumed that returning to the Mo family as a young master meant a life of luxury, backed by the family's full support. Endless cultivation resources, right? That was just their delusion. Mo Ingchen swept his gaze around before walking toward the place he'd lived for 5 years, a cramped space under the stairs.
That's right.
From the moment his Mo lineage was confirmed, and he was taken from the orphanage, these 5 years, he'd lived in this stairwell closet. No one had ever truly cared about his life. His existence was nothing more than the Mo family's proof to the world that they weren't heartless. The cramped space could barely fit a worn-out single bed and a simple clothes rack. Is this the wealth and glory you all imagined? I really don't know how my past self managed to endure living here for so many years after changing professions. And to think I still naively hoped to move my cold-hearted father and arrogant sisters? How laughable. Mo Ingchen took his only 2 pieces of clothing and the 1,000 yuan he had painstakingly saved over the years, hidden under. He remembered clearly on the very day Xia Yunxi was about to break off their engagement, a hell captain had been dropped into the 5th district by a spatial rift. It was killed instantly by the city's defense system. A passerby had picked up a hell crystal from its body. Sold it for 100,000 yuan. That lucky person was even interviewed on TV. 100,000 yuan, just what I need to solve my urgent problems. Mo Ingchen searched every alley for the hell captain. Finally, under a dilapidated eave, he spotted a tall figure covered in blood. Now, I just have to wait for the defense system to detect and kill it. Mo Ingchen hid in the shadows nearby, not daring to move. Suddenly, the tall figure sniffed the air, as if it had noticed something. It grinned in Mo Ingchen's direction. Human. Cold sweat instantly soaked through Mo Ingchen's clothes. Discovered. Run. He turned to flee. There was no way he could defeat a hell captain now.
not even if it was already severely injured. Before Mo Ancient could move, the figure spoke again. Scram! A mere human dares to approach the noble hell race? I'm in a good mood today, I'll spare your life. Get lost. Mo Ancient paused. Something's off. It's trying to scare me away? What a joke. The hell race is infamous for its chaos and bloodlust. Seeing a human, it should VE just killed me outright. Mo Ancient mustered his courage and took a few steps closer. Only then did he see it clearly, a massive wound pierced through its chest, nearly splitting its body in half. So, it can't move? On the verge of death? A decade of combat experience from his past life helped Mo Ancient quickly assess the situation. I can try this. The defense system still hasn't reacted. Better to rely on myself than others. It's just a dying hell captain. If I don't dare to act after being reborn, how can I ever stand at the pinnacle of all realms? Mo Ancient pulled out a steel pipe from the debris behind him and approached the towering figure. Lowly. Human. What are you doing? Looking to die? Ignoring its threats, Mo Ancient swung the pipe straight into its bleeding wound. Once, twice. Blow after blow. The hell captain screamed in agony. You forced my hand. Then, let us die together. With its last ounce of strength, the hell captain lunged and pinned Mo Ancient down. Luckily, in its dying state, it couldn't muster even a trace of hell energy. All it could do was try to strangle Mo Ancient with its remaining strength. Crap! It can still move. Mo Ancient cursed his miscalculation. Enduring the suffocating sensation, Mo Ancient threw away the steel pipe and lay on the ground, continuously kicking at the opponent's wound with his feet. Congratulations, host, for killing an elite-level target. Plundered word strips, Twin Souls, born with divine strength. Twin Souls S, can simultaneously master 2 branch specializations. Born with divine strength B, strength attribute doubled. Please proceed to the word strip library for fusion. Cough, cough, cough. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Ancient slowly regained consciousness. Looking at the thoroughly dead infernal creature beside him, he forced a bitter smile. Indeed, before job advancement, even if I couldn't use a shred of power, just relying on the residual strength of an infernal squad leader was more than I could handle. If it weren't for the opponent eventually losing too much blood and his strength gradually fading, Mo Ancient would have perished together with him on the very first day of his rebirth. What garbage media, irresponsible reporting. Whereas the city's defense system? Utter nonsense. Mo Ancient dusted himself off, picked up the infernal crystal dropped by the opponent, and turned to leave. The next day. In a bright classroom. Mo Ancient sat by the window, seemingly staring blankly ahead. In reality, he was studying the 2 word strips he had obtained the day before. Twin Souls S, can simultaneously master 2 branch specializations. This is invincible. And this was only the first day after binding with the system he had already obtained such a word strip? The future. Mo Ancient's heart surged with excitement. In this world, everyone must awaken their talents uniformly at the age of 18. Any talent could be awakened. Some awaken a legendary blade, advancing to become a swordsman, capable of splitting the sky for thousands of miles and annihilating space with a single slash at their peak. Some awaken a passive death timer, reducing skill cooldowns by 1 second with each basic attack, advancing to become a trickster assassin, their daggers flashing coldly as they harvest countless lives from other worlds. Of course, most awaken rather mundane talents, like rolling pins or kitchen knives. And then there's Mo Ancient's slightly useful low-level enhancement talent. Better than nothing. Talents are ranked E, D, C, B, A, S, and the almost unheard of divine level. After awakening, one must undergo job advancement 3 days later to gain professional abilities and unlock the cultivation system. In his previous life, Mo Ancient had awakened the E-grade garbage talent firearms enhancement and advanced to the gunslinger profession. Every profession must choose a branch specialization to cultivate upon reaching Tier 1. However, in Mo Ancient's memory, each person could only choose 1 branch. At the very least, he had never seen anyone capable of mastering 2 branches simultaneously. Now, the appearance of Twin Souls completely overturned his understanding. To put it bluntly, this was practically equivalent to dual professions. The differences between specializations could be vast. Take the 2 specializations of the warlock, for example. Elemental warlocks resemble mages, renowned for their devastating spells. Transformation warlocks, however, follow the path of fusing monster bodies into their own flesh for combat. Chapter 2, I've been a simp long enough in my past.
Life this time, I just wanna grow stronger, fuse the dual soul trait, Mo Ancient thought to himself.
Ding! Trait fusion complete. That simple?
Before Mo Ancient could even react, he felt a subtle shift in his soul, and just like that, the fusion was over. Since he hadn't even chosen his profession yet, let alone specialized in anything, there was no way to test or study it further.
Mo Ancient shifted his focus to another trait.
Natural Divine Strength B, double strength attribute. A straightforward, brutal effect, yet it left him conflicted. As someone who had been reborn, he already had a clear plan for his future path. And in that plan, recklessly charging into melee combat was absolutely not an option. This trait was useless to him. I wonder if it's possible, a thought crossed his mind as he considered the profession he was about to choose. But he quickly shook his head. No matter how good the idea, he'd have to wait until after his profession selection to test it.
Yan Jipeng, sitting behind Mo Ancient, poked him in the back. Bro, did you really agree to break off your engagement with Xia Yunqi yesterday?
Yeah, Mo Ancient replied, turning to look at his childhood best friend with a faint nod.
That's impulsive, man.
That's Xia Yunqi, we're talking about the school belle of our number one high.
Do you know how many guys are after her?
I heard that Zhao family brat was grinning from ear to ear the moment you agreed to call it off. And Xia Yunqi awakened an S-tier talent. Unless something goes wrong, she is destined to reach the pinnacle of Dragon Country.
You're giving that up now? That's just dumb. Isn't being a kept man a sweet deal? Mo Ancient let out a bitter laugh. Yanzi, you don't get it. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is the only thing that matters. Everything else is just fleeting. He'd been a simp long enough in his past life. This time, he just wanted to grow stronger. In his previous life, he had gone through this exact situation, except back then, he had refused to break off the engagement. Met a soulmate who truly shared his joys and sorrows. Thinking of this,
Mo Ancient slowly moved his hand to his chest.
The heart-wrenching pain seemed to linger there. Yet, the final outcome and the wound piercing his heart told him what brothers. What soulmate?
They were nothing but another dream. A school broadcast interrupted Mo Ancient's reminiscence. Looking up at the classroom setup, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Luckily, the heavens have given me another chance. If I let you all live peacefully in this life, I'd be wasting my rebirth. The school broadcast sounded again, cutting off Mo Ancient's thoughts. Students of Class 2, Grade 12, please follow your homeroom teacher and proceed to the plaza in an orderly manner for your profession transition. Standing on the podium, homeroom teacher Chen Yun looked at the eager students below and spoke, Class, I know many of you are disheartened by not awakening high-tier talents. But talent doesn't determine everything. After transitioning, once your profession system unlocks, you'll have endless possibilities to improve yourselves. Moreover, there have been cases where those with weak talents eventually became human powerhouses. So, work hard, everyone. May you ride the wind and waves, fear nothing, and become the backbone of our race. His words ignited a fire in the hearts of the young students. Who didn't dream of a comeback? So what if their talent was weak? Hard work could compensate for shortcomings. After transitioning, they would defy fate and reach the pinnacle. Yeah, right. Mo Ancient knew all too well Chen Yun's words were technically correct. But without a good talent, relying solely on the profession system post-transition, without talent synergy, becoming a high-tier professional was next to impossible. These words were just meant to fool students who hadn't left school yet. He had the most authority on this in his past life, he had succeeded in defying the odds with a trash-tier talent. But how many strokes of luck, how many near-death experiences it took, only he knew. Mo Ancient stood at the edge of the crowd, coldly watching his excited classmates in the plaza. Before them, the faint silhouette of a towering pagoda shimmered under the sunlight, its bronze surface covered in mysterious runes that pulsed with pale blue light. Its spire pierced the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, exuding an ancient aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Profession Transition Temple. Rumors said its true form resided in the ancestral lands of humanity in the capital. All human youths underwent transitions through its projections. Chen Yun looked at the restless students and gave one last reminder, once inside, the temple will offer 3 professions based on your talents. Among them, there might be rare or hidden professions. If a rare or hidden profession appears, I strongly advise choosing it.
Based on experience, these professions are far stronger than basic ones.
If you're unsatisfied with the 3 options, you can freely choose any basic profession for transition.
Before Chen Yun could finish, impatient Yan Jipeng cut him off. Got it, old man. Of course, I'd choose a hidden class if there's one. Who's that naive? Ah, passing up a hidden class to pick a basic one.
No need for you to remind me of that, old man.
Chen Yun rolled his eyes helplessly at Yan Jipeng, though he knew Yan was right.
Indeed, no one was that foolish, he was just overthinking things out of concern. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the square where Class 1 of Grade 12 was gathered. The entire square trembled.
A hidden class? The one inside now must be Xia Yunqi.
As expected of the prodigy of our number 1 high school.
Blazing Sun Sword Immortal. What kind of class is that? So cool.
Judging by the name, it must be fire-related, which perfectly complements Xia Yunqi's innate talent.
Comparing people just makes you F. Eel worse.
Look at Xia Yunqi awakened with an S-grade talent, and now a hidden class to boot.
With this setup, getting into Kyoto University this year should be a sure thing. Absolutely a sure thing.
This is practically the highest tier configuration.
If even this can't get into Kyoto University, who else could?
Suddenly, a massive phantom of a flaming sword materialized in the sky above the crowd. In an instant, celestial phenomena unfolded across the heavens, petals blooming like fire, transforming into golden specks as they drifted down.
Is this a celestial phenomenon? Does Xia Yunqi have such an incredibly high compatibility with the Blazing Sun Sword Immortal class?
Mo Yingchen gazed at the surreal phenomena in the sky, realizing that Xia Yunqi had successfully advanced to the Blazing Sun Sword Immortal.
Celestial phenomena only appeared when the compatibility between a class and its chosen was exceptionally high.
Moreover, according to statistics, all who triggered such phenomena during their class advancement, whether for common, rare, or hidden classes, became towering figures in their fields, barring those who met untimely ends.
Mo Yingchen, it's your turn. Stop spacing out.
Urged by Qin Yun, Mo Yingchen strode resolutely into the class advancement temple. The moment he stepped inside, a sacred and ancient aura washed over him.
The temple's interior was far more expansive than imagined, its walls adorned with colossal reliefs of countless class holders.
The figures in the reliefs were lifelike mages brandishing staves, warriors gripping swords, archers drawing bows, and clerics wielding scepters. Each statue emitted a faint glow, as if recounting their past glories. Mo Yingchen stood at the center of the temple on a circular platform, taking a deep breath.
I, Mo Yingchen, request to draw my class.
His voice echoed through the vast temple.
In an instant, the surrounding reliefs began to light up one after another, blue radiance flowing like water between the statues.
Mo Yingchen frowned slightly. This scene differed from his memories. In his past life, the temple's glow had been steady and gentle during his class advancement. But now, the light surged violently between the statues, as if searching for something.
What's going on?
The glow within the temple grew increasingly intense, eventually coalescing into 3 dazzling pillars of light before him. Within each pillar, a phantom figure slowly materialized. In the first pillar stood a demon hunter cloaked in dark red, wielding a crossbow, exuding an aura of death. In the second, a mage in flowing robes was surrounded by swirling elements, his every gesture seeming to command the forces of nature. In the third, a berserker gripping a massive axe was enveloped in a bloody haze, his battle intent overwhelming.
This can't be. Mo Yingchen's eyes widened.
Information about all 3 classes unfolded simultaneously before him. Death Demon Hunter, a demon hunter who wields the power of death, using it as a weapon to hunt down all evil elemental master, harnessing the power of all elements, turning clouds with a wave of the hand and rain with another, controlling the forces of nature. Blood Rage Berserker, an awakened descendant of ancient barbarian bloodlines, whose strength grows with their battle fury. Mo Yingchen took a deep breath, his gaze settling on the Soul Twin entry in the word strip plunder system.
Mo Yingchen fell into deep thought.
Chapter 3, Abandoning the Hidden Class, Choosing the Necromancer. The 3 professions before Mo Yingchen were completely different from those he had drawn in his previous life. He remembered very clearly that in his past life, the 3 professions he drew were the basic classes of gunner, warrior, and doctor. There were absolutely no hidden professions. But in this life, fate had given him a brand new choice. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the celestial phenomenon that had occurred when Xia Yunqi had
chosen her profession earlier. Back then, he had merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Now, his choice would determine the path of his future. The power of death? Mastery over the elements? Or endless battle fury?
Mo Ingchen closed his eyes, and scenes from his past life flashed through his mind. The betrayals, the pain, the memories too unbearable to revisit. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was resolute. In this life, he would walk a different path. I choose. Mo Ingchen raised his head and shouted loudly toward the temple. Outside the temple, just as Mo Ingchen had drawn his profession, the surrounding students erupted in gasps of astonishment. Holy crap! Did you see that? The temple lit up like the sun. This light is 10 times brighter than when Xia Yunxi chose her profession. What the hell did Mo Ingchen draw? Could it be? Yan Jipeng widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the temple. What kind of insane luck is this? The murmurs grew louder. Are you sure it's Mo Ingchen in there right now? Did this traitor really hit the jackpot? 3 hidden professions at once? What a waste! Giving hidden professions to this useless loser is such a waste. Forget everything else, with his trash tier rank talent, even a hidden profession 1T do him any good. Death Demon Hunter. That class is so badass. Elemental Master is even stronger. I heard it can control all elements. Blood Rage Berserker is insane too, getting stronger the longer the fight goes on. This is insane. Drawing 3 hidden professions at once? That never happened in history. Xia Yunxi stood among the crowd, her cold and indifferent expression finally showing a flicker of emotion. But it was just a flicker. A hidden profession? She had one too. And she had awakened an S-rank talent. It's just luck. So what if he drew 3 hidden professions? With garbage talent, he has still nothing but an ant. The crowd continued buzzing with speculation. Which profession do you think Mo Ingchen will choose? My bet is on Blood Rage Berserker mindless aggression, the epitome of manliness. Don't be ridiculous. Mo Ingchen, that coward? Choosing Blood Rage Berserker? I bet he'll go for Death Demon Hunter. Everyone held their breath, staring at the 3 dazzling lights above the temple. They all knew that in a moment, aside from the light Mo Ingchen shows, the other 2 would fade and merge back into the temple. Golden runes flowed across the temple's surface like swimming dragons. The murmurs rose and fell but abruptly ceased the next instant. The runes on the temple's surface suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. But the pause lasted only a moment before all 3 lights simultaneously dimmed and merged back into the temple. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded, their minds blank. What just happened? Did the temple malfunction? All 3 lights went out? That can't be. I've never heard of this happening before. Among the crowd, a bespectacled boy suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, I thought of a possibility. All eyes turned to him in unison. Unless Mo Ingchen gave up on those 3 hidden classes. What? Everyone gasped in shock. You mean he chose a basic class? Is he crazy? Passing up 3 hidden classes? At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Countless skeletal phantoms emerged from the ground, and undead spirits drifted through the air. An aura of death enveloped the land. Is this a celestial phenomenon? Impossible. Mo Ingchen didn't choose a hidden class but a basic one, and yet he made the right choice? Is he perfectly compatible with this basic class? What kind of godly person would resist hidden classes and pick a basic one? Which basic class do you think Mo Ingchen chose? This celestial phenomenon feels so oppressive, filled with deathly energy. There are so many icy classes, even among the dark-type ones. How can we guess? We really need to change our attitude toward Mo Ingchen from now on. Someone destined to become a powerhouse befriending him really can't hurt. Everyone knew that since a celestial phenomenon had appeared, it meant Mo Ingchen's choice was correct. After all, hidden classes didn't necessarily mean invincibility, but celestial phenomena indicated that, barring accidents, Mo Ingchen would eventually become a titan among humanity. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Congratulations to young Master Zhao for successfully advancing to the Grand Dark Mage class. Following the sound, everyone looked toward Class 1-3, where Zhao Hao was stepping out from the phantom of the temple. As he appeared, the celestial phenomenon in the sky slowly dissipated.
"So that's it," exclaimed one quick-witted person in realization. It was Zhao Hao's phenomenon, not Mo Engchen's, another promptly chimed in. "I knew it."
"How could a loser who gave up hidden classes trigger a celestial phenomenon?" a third added, twisting the knife.
Mocking laughter rose and fell.
No one could explain why someone would pass up 3 hidden classes in favor of a basic one.
Unless that person was an idiot. That waste Mo Engchen really squandered 3 hidden classes.
With his trash tier talent, even a godly class would be wasted on him. Xia Yunqi frowned as she gazed at the sky, the faint unease in her cold eyes completely vanishing.
Trash will always be trash.
You gave up your only chance to defy fate, she murmured softly. She no longer had any desire to stay and turned to leave. Stepping out of the temple, Mo Engchen felt the mocking gazes of the crowd. He couldn't be bothered to care and simply found a quiet corner to stand. A system prompt flickered before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, on advancing to the Necromancer class." The system panel slowly unfolded before him, his attribute information displayed on a pale blue screen. Name, Mo Engchen, Class, Necromancer, Traits, Firearm Enhancement E, Twin Souls S, Level, Tier 0, Level 1 0.00%, Strength, 2, Agility, 2, Constitution, 2, Spirit, 3, Skills, Skeleton Summon, Damage Amplification, Bone Spike, Skeleton Summon, Summon Skeleton Warriors to fight for you.
Damage Amplification, increases all damage taken by the target by 10% for 10 seconds.
Bone Spike, shoots sharp bone spikes from the ground, dealing physical damage.
There was no HP or MP, all skills were powered by spiritual energy.
The number of skeletons he could summon depended on how much his mental energy could bear. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A necromancer, master of death, manipulator of the undead. This was the power he desired.
Memories from his past life told him that hidden professions weren't necessarily the strongest. Compatibility was the key.
And the necromancer was the profession that suited him best.
Ridiculous, Mo Engchen sneered. Let them mock him.
When the day of his rise came, the expressions on their faces would be priceless.
Right now, he had something important to test.
In the square, many students who had just successfully changed professions were experimenting with their newly acquired skills. The school didn't stop this behavior after all, these were just basic skills, unlikely to cause any serious damage.
Skeleton summoning.
Mo Engchen closed his eyes and focused, his mental energy spreading like threads across the ground. A ghostly green light flickered beneath his feet as the earth cracked open.
Fragments of white bones emerged, rapidly piecing themselves together.
In moments, a skeletal warrior wielding a rusted sword stood before him, eerie green flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets.
Mo Engchen eagerly opened his word strip plunder system. Bestow upon the skeletal warrior the trait, Natural Divine Strength. He issued the command silently to the system. Anticipation surged in his heart. If the trait could truly be bestowed upon the skeletal warriors he summoned, then his choice of the necromancer profession would undoubtedly propel him to unimaginable heights. The word-looting system's word bank flashed with light, and a light that only ink shadow dust could see went down his eyes and into the skeleton warrior's body. The skeleton warrior's skeleton grew larger with the naked eye. The original skeleton that was only about 1.5 meters was already a head taller than even ink shadow dust after the change. It was estimated to be about 2 meters. Successful. Ink shadow dust was thrilled. Looking at the obviously different skeleton in front of him, Mo Shadow Dust moved his mind and put the skeleton into the summoning space. Skeleton Warrior. Word, Born Divine. Rank, 0 Order 1. Strength, 4. Agility, 2. Physique, 2. Spirit, 2. Strong. This attribute, it was already stronger than other melee basic professionals. Aside from having no skills, this skeleton warrior was now simply a template for a violent warrior. Moreover, the word should be doubled based on the skeleton warrior's original strength attribute. In the future, as the skeleton warrior's strength got higher and higher, the benefits enjoyed by doubling it would also get higher and higher. Sooner or later, it would be able to leave behind the melee professions of the same level. Not to mention the countless phrases that could be given to it in the future. Ink Shadow Dust became even more excited. The choice was right. Necromancer was the most suitable profession for him. Chapter 4 Times have changed adults. Yan Jipeng suddenly walked behind Mo Engduan and fiercely tapped his shoulder. Dusty, what are you thinking about? Mo Engduan was in a good mood right now, looking at the little fatty in front of him was extraordinarily smooth.
Thinking about when I can step through the 10,000 realms and marry the goddess.
Yan Jipeng was confused. No, brother, this turn a job, how to turn crazy. Listen to yourself what you say, only one level marry the goddess? Let the 3 hidden professions just now to stimulate? Dust, it's not that brother is not assured of you nor is it mocking you, you tell me, in the end why give up the hidden profession? Ink Shadow Dust smiled slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, it was really the rebirth plus system, how could this be explained? Wouldn't he be arrested and sliced up after explaining? Do you believe me? Believe. Yan Jipeng nodded quickly. Don't. Until.
Yan Jipeng, this little genius, had a brainstorm one day and smashed his talent onto a boss head during a monster tide attack. The defending human damage directly doubled, froze a round of outburst to that boss seconds at that time. Then the spring of the little fat man came, a B-grade talent, directly let him become a national treasure. The official directly to raise up. What boss raiders can't get down, not enough output, little fat man on. Ink Shadow Dust's face was odd, considering whether to tell him about the alternative usage of this talent in advance. After thinking about it, it was better to forget about it, that period of darkness was also a training for him. Anyway, according to the normal trajectory, he would become a national treasure sooner or later. Cherish and cherish these days of self-reliance more. The students of Senior Class 2 have all finished transferring, please leave in an orderly manner. An announcement interrupted Mo Ing Chen's thoughts. I'm leaving first, fatty, see you tomorrow. Okay, Lu brother, tomorrow school organization under the novice copy, I take you. Yan Jipeng got to whoosh and left. Hey. Dusty, in the end what occupation is transferred? I forgot to ask. Forget it, tomorrow. The next day. Ink Shadow Dust stood at the entrance of the novice copy with some annoyance. Yesterday, he had insomnia? I didn't expect that switching to a new job would give him insomnia. He just fell asleep at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. A total of did not sleep more than 1 will be the hotel room wake-up service to get up. Oh, Ink Shadow Dust took the money from selling the purgatory crystals and opened a room in the hotel's luxury suite. Mo Shadow Dust looked at Yan Jipeng, who was also staring at the dark circles under his eyes. The two looked at each other speechless. Mard, justice can be late, why can't I sleep for 10 more minutes? Chang Yun walked over. Alright, today is your first time entering a copy, so I'll skip the clichés. The difficulty of the novice copies is not high, it's mainly for you guys to familiarize yourselves with the skills of your new transitions, but I would suggest that you guys make sure to bring at least 1 healer with you when you team up. After all, life only comes once. 3 entry times per person, so form your own group. A bunch of young boys and girls began to group up freely. Look guys, Class 1 Xia Yunxi chose to go solo. How confident. Look, isn't Zhao Hao, who also caused a heaven and earth anomaly, teaming up there? Zhao Hao heard the crowd talking about him. A wave of nausea ran through his heart. What the hell are you looking at me for? I'm a mage, I don't group up in the early stages, but I still wanna brush alone? Just that little bit of spiritual power, go in 2 skills smashed out, after that take a stick to poke? Yan Jipeng walked to the front of the Ink Shadow Dust. Brother, let's team up, counting you exactly 5 people. Ink Shadow Dust heart warmed, he stood here for half a day, take care of him or not. He didn't expect Yan Jipeng to really come over and team up with himself. If he remembered correctly, in his last life today, he was also the one who grouped himself. Take him for what a waste, we casually pull a person or better than him, right? Yes, not only is he a waste, his brain is not good, he put aside the 3 hidden professions and chose a basic profession. Team up with him, I'm afraid that my IQ will be pulled down. Yan Jipeng heard the whining of a few of his teammates, embarrassment hung on his face, and just wanted to explain. No need, brother, I want to try solo brushing. After saying that, regardless of the shock of several people, he walked straight to the entrance of the copy and chose to enter. Hey! Another person chose to solo brush. Ink Shadow Dust? He a basic occupation single brush in this looking for the screen? I guess he'll have to run out in the dust in a while. Over here, Ink Shadow Dust, who entered the copy, quickly released a large and a small 2 skeletons that were in the summoning space. Well. The skeleton that was endowed with heavenly god's divine power, Ink Shadow Dust, had already named him Vigorous. Vigorous and the other ordinary skeleton stood beside Ink Shadow Dust, making him feel a sense of security. Necromancers weren't called the most suitable profession for solo brushing for nothing. To minions have minions, to meat shields have meat shields.
To output. Ink Shadow Dust pulled out from his back waist the 2 pistols he had gone to buy overnight yesterday. Times have changed, ah lord. A junior mage, do you really think you have to rely on the skills you just learned to output? You can't hold up your mental power with 2 skills, and you need to rest for a while before you can unleash them again. Isn't a gun much more convenient than that?
There is no consumption, and the damage is not much lower than the primary spells. However, it's only good for the early stage, when everyone levels up a bit later. Except for some special professions, it's definitely still spells that are more powerful.
Chapter 5, The first monster up is an elite? Ink Shadow Dust observed the copy environment. Each novice copy was randomly selected.
I heard that they were all refined by human great powers who captured world fragments, specifically for the juniors who had just switched over to practice. In front of them was a large mountain, and one could see that the trees were not very thick. The chirping of insects and birds were incessant.
A mountain forest? Beast-like monsters?
Ink Shadow Dust commanded the ordinary skeletons to scout ahead.
Dolly was by his side for protection.
A burly boar suddenly sprang out from the bushes, its tusks glowing with a cold light, its scarlet eyes staring dead ahead at the ordinary skeleton. It let out a low roar and stomped the ground with all 4 hooves, raising a gust of dust. The boar came at an astonishing speed, and the thin skeleton of the ordinary skeleton was simply unable to resist.
With a loud bang, the ordinary skeleton was knocked out by the boar. Mo Shadow Dust immediately raised his pistol and took aim, firing 3 shots in a row. The bullets hit the boar's body and penetrated deep into the flesh. The boar's skin was thicker than expected. An elite monster? I percent at hashtag. Ink Shadow Dust began to wonder if he had chosen the wrong path. The first monster that came up, How could you run into an elite monster? You have to know that this is a newbie copy. The entire copy was estimated to be just 1 elite monster.
Vigorously holding his sword, he quickly rushed forward, his bone joints making clicking sounds. It waved its bone arm and slashed its sword at the boar's head.
Good sword, let's wait for a suitable opportunity to change your sword. A dexterous thing like a sword really doesn't suit you.
The boar ate the pain and threw his head to counterattack, but vigorous skeleton was prepared and threw away the bone sword and grabbed the boar's tusks with both hands. By virtue of the innate divine power increase and the powerful force will be dead clamped. The boar struggled madly, its front hooves digging into the ground, wanting to break free. The skeleton's bone fingers were embedded into the boar's flesh like steel nails, and even though the boar was struggling madly, it did not move at all.
Mo Shadow Dust seized the opportunity to aim the pistol at the boar's vitals and continuously pulled the trigger. Bullets were fired into the boar's body one after another, and blood splattered.
The ordinary skeletons also took the opportunity to rush forward, their iron swords aiming at the boar's neck and slashing continuously. Under the rain of bullets and swordlight, the boar let out one last wail and collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and plundering the opponent's word, thick skin and flesh. Thick skin and flesh doesn't have much effect other than making you more resistant to punching.
Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. Name, Mo Shadow Dust. Profession, Necromancer. Word, Firearms Enhancement E, Divine Soul Dual Life S. Rank, 0 rank 120.7%. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Physique, 2. Spirit, 3. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Damage Deepening, Bone Spike. An elite monster that went straight up 20% experience value. Not bad.
Ink Shadow Dust walked forward and kicked the boar's corpse, a flash of white light appeared in his eyes.
Dropped equipment? Hog Tusk Bone Knife White Attack 2-3, Strength +1.
Ink Shadow Dust stuffed the pig-tooth bone knife into Power's hand, throwing away his original bone sword.
This was much smoother. It's still practical to have a knife if you're only going to slash.
Empower Skeleton Warrior Skin and Flesh Word. Ink Shadow Dust gave a command, and the word looting system flashed with light. A layer of faint white light began to spread downwards from the skull of the skeleton warrior. Dense lines emerged on the surface of the skeleton, then slowly expanded and deformed. The originally slender skeleton gradually became thick and solid, with each bone thickening by a third. In the end, the overall size of the skeleton warrior was a full circle, standing there was even more sturdy and powerful.
Mo Ing Dust nodded with satisfaction. In the future, you will be called Iron Guard. The team is responsible for getting beaten up. Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guard. Word, thick skin and flesh. Rank, 0 rank 1. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Physique, 3. Spirit, 2. Ink Shadow, is full. Upgrade successful, leveled up to 0 rank 2. Upgraded? Ink Shadow Dust didn't hesitate and directly added both attribute points gained from the upgrade to Spirit. Feeling his spiritual power for a moment. Summon Skeleton. Ink Shadow Dust summoned another Skeleton Warrior. The preparation was complete. Confidently, he looked at the boss in front of him and prepared to start the raid. Ink Shadow Dust stood on the platform at the top of the hill and gazed at the huge stone man in front of him that was nearly 3 meters tall. The stone man was covered in thick rock armor, holding a huge shield in his left hand, standing there quietly as if he was a statue. The eyes that were glowing with ghostly light, however, showed that it was a living thing. Iron Guard, go forward and test it. Mo Ingduan calmly ordered. Iron Guard rushed towards the stone man with his bone sword. Seeing this, the stone man directly raised his shield and swept it across the room. Iron Guard barely managed to block with his sword, but he was still shaken back a few steps by the immense force. Iron Guard's bones let out an unbearable clicking sound. Vigorous, attack from the side. Ordinary skeletons flank from the other side. Ink Shadow Dust raised his gun and took aim, observing the battle. The 3 skeletons spread out, forming a triangle. Dolly was the first to attack. The bone knife in his hand swung out a cold light to slash at the stone man's side abdomen. The stone man had to retract his shield to block, revealing an opening in his defense. Mo Shadow Dust seized the opportunity and fired several shots. The bullets hit the stone man's body, sparks splashed everywhere, but only left shallow dents. The skin is too thick. Mo Shadow Dust frowned. The stone man suddenly stepped heavily on the ground, the earth trembled, and an earth-colored light rose from his feet, spreading throughout his body. Ink Shadow Dust's pupils shrank as he realized that the dent he had made earlier was slowly healing. The ordinary skeleton was unsteady in its center of gravity, and was slapped by the stone man with a shield, and its skeleton shattered most of the way on the spot. The bones were scattered all over the place, but they still stubbornly tried to climb up. Seeing this, Iron Guard immediately rushed forward to take his place, relying on his thick skin and flesh to bear the stone man's attack. Dolly, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to hold his sword with both hands, utilizing the divine power increase to ruthlessly slash at the back of the stone man. With a click, a crack was finally made in the back of the stone man. However, the stone man stepped on the ground again, and the crack began to slowly repair. Can't let it recover. Mo Shadow Dust immediately adjusted his firing angle, and the bullet accurately hit the crack, interrupting the stone man's recovery. The stone man's movements were slowed down for a split second by the sustained hit. It's now! Mo Shadow Dust shouted. Iron Guard and Vigor cooperated silently, one deadlocked on the stone man's shield, while the other swung his sword to pummel the cracks. Although the ordinary skeletons were tattered and broken, they also desperately launched a charge, attacking non-stop with their bone swords. Under the 3 skeletons' hold, Ink Shadow Dust's bullets kept bombarding the cracks. The cracks gradually widened, and finally, with a boom, the back of the stone man crumbled into large chunks of rock. The stone man let out a low roar, and violently turned around, his huge shield sweeping across. Ordinary skeletons were hit head-on, and their skeletons were completely shattered. But its sacrifice created an opportunity for Vigor. Vigorously jumped up high, and his bone blade slashed at the stone man's head. The stone man raised his shield to block, but the Iron Guards held his legs. The stone man tried to step on the ground to recover, but found the bone fragments of the ordinary skeleton stuck in its joints. Ink Shadow Dust seized the last chance and fired several shots. The bullets accurately hit the cracks in the stone man's head, finally shattering it. The stone man that lost its head fell to the ground with a loud crash, turning into a field of rubble. Mo Shadow Dust breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the remains of the ordinary skeletons on the ground with a complex expression. It wasn't easy to single brush. The baby that was just summoned, just like that, GA? Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target, looting the opponent's words, shield proficiency, earth pulse. Chapter 6, How did I not know I'd switch to Gunslinger? Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and looting the opponent's words, shield proficiency, earth pulse. Shield mastery C, when using a shield, blocking ability is increased and the likelihood of being knocked back is reduced. Earth pulse B, when you step on the earth, you keep recovering from your wounds. Please go to the lexicon and fuse it yourself.
Ink Shadow Dust gazed at the rubble on the ground and gasped slightly. The afterglow of the battle had yet to dissipate, and the air was filled with the scent of smoke. He reached up and wiped the sweat from his forehead as his gaze fell on the remains of the common skeleton. Relieving his hands, which were numb from the recoil of the pistol. Raising his hand to gather necromantic energy, a ghostly light condensed in his palm. New skeletal warriors rose from the ground, their hollow eyes flickering with ghostly blue flames. Ink Shadow Dust walked slowly towards the side of the portal. A wooden treasure chest slowly emerged with the death of the guarding boss. This was the reward that must be given every time a copy was cleared. He reached out and gently lifted the brass clasp, and the lid of the box made a slight creaking sound. Inside the box flickered with a faint light, and a silver-white dagger lay quietly on the red velvet liner. He picked up the dagger and scrutinized it carefully. The blade was sharp and thin, and there was a blue jewel embedded in the hilt. Iron Dagger, Attack 1-2, Agility +1. Ink Shadow Dust shook his head and put the dagger into the storage space. The attack power of the dagger was too low to be of much use to a skeleton warrior. Clean up the battlefield. Mo Shadowdust waved his hand to signal. The three skeletons immediately sprang into action, searching for trophies in the ruins. Vigor used his bone blade to pluck away the rubble, while Ironguard used his shield to push away the larger pieces of rock. Suddenly, a green light filtered out from the rubble. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward. Ironguard and Vigor combined their efforts to move away the boulders, revealing a huge shield with an ancient shape. The surface of the shield was engraved with complex patterns and emitted a faint earth-colored glow. Not a bad haul. Mo Shadow Dust picked up the giant shield and felt the power contained within it. He opened the system interface and began to check the newly acquired words. Shield Proficiency and Earth Pulse both were good defense-type phrases. After thinking for a moment, Mo Shadow Dust decided to bestow both phrases on the Iron Guard. Ink Shadow Dust raised his hand and pressed it towards the Iron Guard's skeleton, and two earth-colored rays of light flowed out from his palm, slowly flowing along the bone lines like a stream. Ancient runes emerged on the surface of the Iron Guard's skeleton, gradually merging with those rays of light. As the brightness of the runes grew stronger, the entire skeleton was enveloped by a thick layer of earth-colored halo, as if it had established some kind of strange connection with the earth. A moment later, the light dissipated, leaving faint traces of the runes on the Iron Guard's skeleton. Emoingduan handed the giant shield to Iron Guard. "This is for you as well." Iron Guard received the giant shield, and a strange light flashed in his empty eyes. Ink Shadow Dust opened the attribute panel and scrutinized Iron Guard's data changes. Skeleton Warrior Iron Guard. Words: thick skin, earth fluctuation, shield proficiency. Equipped weapon: rock shield physique +1. Rank: 0 rank 2. Strength: 4. Agility: 3. Physique: 6. Spirit: 3. This attribute. A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. I'm afraid that not many defense professionals of the same level could compare to the current Iron Guard. Mo Shadowdust gently rubbed his chin as a glint flashed in his eyes. He turned around and looked around to make sure there was no missing loot. "Let's go, it's time to go out." The moment Ink Shadow Dust passed through the portal, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. A system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations on clearing the simple difficulty copy. Normal difficulty has been unlocked and can be selected when entering the copy. His figure solidified in the light and he re-stood on the school square. The sun was still shining brightly, but the square was filled with a heavy aura of blood. There were wailing sounds coming from all around, and many students fell to the ground, carrying all sorts of wounds on their bodies. Some were covering their bloody arms, others were pressing on their abdominal wounds, and still others were sitting paralyzed on the ground with empty eyes. Emoingduan looked around, his eyes searching for Yin Jipeng's figure in the crowd. That teen was nowhere to be seen. I don't know if they were still struggling in the copies or had already entered the copies again. Today the school gave each person 3 times the number of copies. This kind of novice copy, which is relatively low in difficulty, is only available at the school, and is considered to be a benefit that the Dragon Kingdom gives to novices. Ink Shadow Dust did find Xia Yunqi's figure in the corner of the square. She was sitting cross-legged covered in injuries, her eyes closed tightly, her chest rising and falling, regulating her breathing to recover. Mo Ingchuan narrowed his eyes and noticed that the wounds on her body were somewhat odd. Those wounds did not look like they were caused by an ordinary weapon, but rather like they were burned by some kind of energy. While he was pondering, Xia Yunqi suddenly opened her eyes and her gaze shot towards Mo Ingsuan like electricity. Seeing that it was Mo Ingsuan who was observing her,
noticing that Mo Shadowdust's body was clean and dry, not injured at all.
Revealing a hint of ridicule, she closed her eyes and continued to regulate her breathing.
Suddenly, a classmate noticed Mo Shadowdust standing unharmed in the square. Huh, isn't that Mo Shadowdust? A cry of alarm broke the wailing in the square. The surrounding gazes turned to Mo Shadowdust with surprise and disbelief. Isn't he a solo copy? How did he come out so quickly? Could it be that? Past the level?
Zhao Hao stepped out from the crowd with a sneer on the corner of his mouth.
Past? With him?
Zhao Hao looked around, his voice rising. Everyone has experienced the copy difficulty and fought so hard in a group. He reached out and pointed at Xia Yunxi. Look guys, even Xia Yunxi, who has S-rank talent plus a hidden profession, was injured like this when he succeeded in solo brushing.
He's a basic occupation, what makes him pass? Whispers resounded around them. Right, seeing as he didn't suffer any injuries at all, he must be faking it. Probably standing at the door not daring to move.
Scared silly at the sight of the monster.
Scoffs rose and fell.
Mo Shadowdust's expression was calm as he swept his gaze over the crowd, as if these taunts had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, someone noticed that he had 2 pistols pinned to his back waist. So that's how it is, he's switched to being a gunman. This sentence triggered a new round of discussion.
This little cutie. Reading stupidly, right, only remembering that talents and professions should be matched?
With his trashy talent, he can only be paired with gunner.
The problem is, isn't the hidden profession better than this? He didn't choose the hidden profession, but had to go and forcefully match the talent? Zhao Hao laughed out loud.
Ink Shadowdust, you really aren't afraid to disgrace yourself.
Mo Shadowdust remained silent, his gaze falling on Zhao Hao.
There was a coldness in that gaze and its calmness, as piercing as ice. Zhao Hao's heart chilled at this look, and he forced down his discomfort.
What, don't dare to speak? What did you encounter in the copy? Couldn't have been scared by the weakest monster and pissed your pants, right?
A burst of laughter erupted from the surroundings. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of sarcasm.
Chapter 7, The Life and Death Stage. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a touch of sarcasm. He raised his eyes, his gaze icy cold as he scanned the crowd. It's just a novice copy, is it hard to solo?
The sneer was implied in this calm tone, provoking more laughter. You punk, you still dare to put on an act here.
I'm afraid he's standing at the door scared silly, right? With that trash talent of his, what kind of monster can he beat?
I guess he knows that no one is willing to group him up, pretending to say that he's brushing alone, what a shame.
Didn't you see young Master Zhao teaming up with others?
Yeah, young Master Zhao is really steady, he triggered the heaven and earth anomaly when he changed jobs, and he's still steadily brushing the book in a group.
Scoffs rose and fell, echoing in the square. Mo Shadowdust's expression was bland, and his gaze fell on Zhao Hao. You guys can really wash Zhao Hao, this trash. And heaven and earth visions, huh?
Xia Yunxi also opened her eyes at this time and looked in Mo Ingsuan's direction. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile, and her eyes were filled with contempt.
Zhao Hao noticed Xia Yunxi's reaction and his heart stirred. He walked to Mo Ingsuan in large strides, looking down from above. Mo Shadowdust, didn't you make yourself out to be very capable? It's all about being able to solo a copy. Since you're so powerful, when you return from the wilderness in 7 days, do you dare to go on the life and death stage with me? As soon as these words came out, the square was instantly quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on these two.
Ink Shadowdust was slightly stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Transmigrants experienced all kinds of killings all year round, naturally generating many sorrows and grudges. The various rings were the places to resolve the sorrows. The life and death stage was the ultimate place to settle grudges between transitioners.
Signing a life and death contract before going to the stage, life and death are determined by fate. Even if they were killed, they deserved it. No one would easily step onto the life and death platform. What, don't dare? Zhao Hao revealed a sneer. Sure enough, he's a waste.
A cold light flashed in Mo Ingduan's eyes.
Why don't you dare?
These 4 words threw out a loud voice, shaking the hearts of the crowd.
You are somewhat clever, knowing to leave yourself 7 days of development time. Mo Shadowdust mockingly looked at Zhao Hao.
A flash of surprise flashed through Zhao Hao's eyes, then he laughed maniacally.
Good, very good. 7 days later, I'm going to show everyone what it means to have a gap in talent.
Xia Yunqi suddenly stood up and coldly watched this scene.
Her gaze lingered on Mo Yingduan for a moment before she suddenly opened her mouth. We are all classmates, going up to the life and death stage is not necessary. Mo Yingchen was surprised in his heart, this was something Xia Yunqi could say?
Then he was relieved. The current Xia Yunqi was merely a young girl who had just switched jobs. She was far from reaching the point in her previous life where she viewed low-level professionals as ants. There was still a trace of affection left in her heart for Mo Yingxuan's care for so many years. Yunqi, you don't care, it's this punk who promised on his own.
So many people heard it just now. Zhao Hao said in a hurry. It was so hard to find a chance to dispose of Mo Yingchen in an honorable manner, how could he let it go?
Since we're going to be on the life and death stage, why don't we add some colorful prizes?
Mo Yingduan ignored Xia Yunqi and suddenly opened his mouth.
Zhao Hao frowned slightly.
What do you want? Just bet on a first-rank skill book. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Zhao Hao's pupils shrank. A first-rank skill book? He naturally didn't have one, but how could Mo Shadowdust, this trash, win against himself? Go back and beg father's words. Fine, then what if I win? Mo Shadowdust was silent for a moment. Do you want my life the most?
If you win, you'll naturally get your wish. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes.
Fine, a deal is a deal. Even if you're here with empty gloves, but your life, Zhao Hao, will take it. It's a deal. The two men's gazes met, as if invisible sparks were bursting through the air.
The students on the square whispered.
Mo Yingduan is crazy, right? Zhao Hao is a great dark mage and has an awakened staff. How can he win with a basic profession? Isn't this looking for death?
Mo Shadowdust ignored it and turned around to enter the copy again. His back was as upright as a pine, as if he had no regard for life and death.
Zhao Hao looked at his back, and a hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. 7 days later, I will make you regret your arrogance today.
Xia Yunqi looked at this scene from afar, and a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes. She suddenly felt that this teenager who had once pampered himself so much seemed to have changed a lot.
His tone, it seemed like... Really not lying?
Xia Yunqi shook her head violently. No way, how could he not have lied? It was impossible for him, a basic profession, to single-brush the copy.
The chatter in the square gradually dissipated.
The sun was still shining brightly, but it couldn't shine into some people's gloomy minds. Mo Shadowdust stood within the copy, his fingers caressing the pistol on his waist. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
7 days was certainly the time Zhao Hao had left himself to develop, but how could it not be his opportunity? 7 days was very long.
Long enough for him to make Zhao Hao pay for today's ridicule. The most important thing now was to hurry up and brush through the 3 copies.
Then go to the wild and get that chance.
After 7 days, the life and death stage would naturally see the difference. The summoning technique was activated and 3 skeletons drilled out of the ground.
Dolly was holding the pig tusk bone sword, and Iron Guard was carrying the rock shield. Normal difficulty, shouldn't be too hard.
Ink Shadowdust gripped his pistol tightly and followed the Iron Guard who was scouting in front of him, stepping into the dark and damp cave. The smell of decay hit his face, and the walls were crawling with moss.
The stench unique to kobold lairs filled the air. Kobolds, ah! A man's lifelong enemy. How many goddesses have been ruined at your hands? There is no burden at all to kill you.
The sound of footsteps startled the patrolling kobolds, and sharp howls resounded through the cave.
Power, Iron Guard, go!
The 2 skeletons rushed towards the group of kobolds, their bone swords waving and shields blocking. Ink Shadowdust stood at the back, his pistol firing continuously.
Bullets pierced through the kobold's skulls and green blood splattered.
A kobold sneaked in from the side and was blocked by the Iron Guards in time.
Vigor seized the opportunity and his bone knife slashed through the kobold's throat. The cooperation is getting more and more tacit. Ink Shadowdust nodded in satisfaction and continued deeper into the cave.
The sound of a bowstring vibrating came from ahead.
Be careful, it's an elite monster. Ink Shadowdust let out a bellow.
Only to see a goblin archer standing tall on a raised stone pillar above the cave, his greenish-black fingers resting on the bowstring.
In an instant, multiple arrows broke through the air with a sharp whistling sound.
The Iron Guards immediately raised their rock shields, protecting Mo Yingduan behind them. The arrow struck the shield surface with a dense crashing sound, and a few arrows even embedded themselves deeply into the shield. Dali, on the other hand, took this opportunity and circled out from behind the rocks on the side, his pig tusk bone blade glowing with a cold light in the darkness. Ink Shadow Dust aimed several shots at the shooter's position, and the bullets intersected with a new round of incoming arrows in. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target, looting the opponent's words, Eagle Eyes, long-range damage enhancement. Eagle Eye C, increase the accuracy of long-range attacks and reduce the probability of target evasion. Range damage enhancement C, increases the damage of long-range weapons by 20%. Please go to the thesaurus to fuse them together. Ink Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, not bad words, just right for my twin guns. He closed his eyes as his consciousness sank into the phrase library, feeling the phrase gradually merge with himself. A warm current surged through his body, and he could clearly feel the killing power contained in the twin guns in his hands become stronger. There was also a goblin longbow lying on the ground. Keep it for now, it might be useful. All kinds of weapons were basically something he would have to collect in large quantities in the future. After all, skeleton warriors could equip weapons. It's a pity that skeletons can't wear other equipment, or else give each skeleton a whole set, and it won't just take off? Moving on, the cave became more open. The three skeletons kept harvesting the lives of the goblins. Ink Shadow Dust felt the experience rising. It was so refreshing. Getting experience without having to do it yourself, isn't this much better than some trash gunner? A deafening roar echoed in the cavern, and rubble crashed down. The 2.5-meter-tall goblin leader paced out from the shadows, a pair of blackened steel gloves on his muscular arms, making the ground tremble slightly with every step. Finally a decent opponent. Excitement flashed in M.O. Shadowdust's eyes as he quickly gestured to give tactical orders. The Iron Guard took the lead in charging, and the rock shield smashed heavily into the chief's knee joint. The chief fell to one knee in pain, but quickly adjusted his posture and crossed his arms to block Ink Shadow Dust's successive bullets. Vigorously seized the opportunity and surged forward in a low stance, his bone blade drew a harsh arc in the air. The kobold leader did not retreat but advanced, his fists swung out like a storm. Only to hear a click sound, cracks appeared in Vigorous' sternum, and the entire skeleton was blown away by a few meters. The effect of the attack is getting worse and worse. Ink Shadow Dust noticed that the chief's skin was gradually becoming tougher, and his movements were getting swifter and swifter. This was clearly some kind of talent making him stronger and stronger. Thinking that he could plunder such a powerful and practical talent in a while, Ink Shadow Dust was secretly excited. The double guns in his hands kept firing at point-blank range. Suddenly, the chief's eyes turned red and he raised his head to the sky. He leapt high into the air, his fists carrying a terrifying power that blasted the ground. Shockwaves spread like ripples, kicking up dust in the sky. The three of them were forced back by this power. After releasing his skills, the goblin leader clearly showed a trace of fatigue and stood on the ground with his body bowing slightly. Vigorously, this is the time, strike with all your might. Ink Shadow Dust shouted as he seized the moment. Vigorously gripping the bone blade, the effect of his innate divine power was in full effect, and the entire skeleton creaked. It rushed towards the leader like an arrow off the string, the pig-toothed bone blade aiming straight for the vitals. The Iron Guards tacitly cooperated, and their rock shields blocked the leader's arm as he tried to block. The moment the leader revealed a fatal flaw, M.O. Ingsuan aimed at his temple and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated the chief's skull, and this powerful opponent finally fell to the ground. Congratulations on leveling up to 0 rank 3. Upgraded? As the goblin leader's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, a dark purple light slowly emerged from the corpse. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and looting the opponent's word. The more you fight, the braver you get. The more you fight, the braver you get. B. While the battle lasts, strength and agility increase by 10% per minute, stacking up to 5 times. Fighting Master C, proficient in unarmed combat. When fighting unarmed without a weapon, damage is increased. Please go to the word bank to merge by yourself. Please go to the word bank to merge by yourself. Ink Shadow Dust looked at the more and more bravery phrase in the system library with satisfaction. Not a bad phrase. M.O. Shadow Dust said softly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It's just right for Vigorous to use. Fusing the phrase into Vigorous' body. Ink Shadow Dust rubbed his hands together, finally coming to a phrase that Skeleton 3 could use. He now realized that it was no wonder that Necromancer was the basic profession. Skeletons that don't fuse words are really just cannon fodder. May be able to play some kind of undead plague in the later stages, but in the early stages before the number up, really not much use. Ink Shadow Dust stretched out his right hand, and a ray of light appeared in his palm. The fighting darling word turned into a dark golden ray of light suspended in the air, and with a flick of his hand, the ray of light disappeared into the chest cavity of the last skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior's skeleton glowed with a faint golden aura, his bones clicked, and the bone swords in his hands slowly melted and shrunk back into his bones. The bones of his hands clearly started to become thicker.
Not bad, in the future. Let's call you Master Yi. After observing the changes in Master Yi, Ink Shadow Dust went up to check the equipment dropped by the goblin chief. After rummaging for half a day, he couldn't find where the equipment was. 3 black lines appeared on Ink Shadow Dust's brain. No way, so backward? The first time I went down to a normal level copy, the guarding boss didn't drop any equipment for me? Ink Shadow Dust sighed and walked towards the shimmering treasure chest at the end of the copy.
He reached out and gently lifted the treasure chest, and a ghostly green light overflowed from inside the chest. A bone pendant with an ancient shape was lying quietly inside the box, and the pendant took on the shape of an irregular crescent moon. The surface was carved with intricate skull patterns, and a ghostly green gemstone was inlaid in the center.
This is a Necromancer exclusive equipment? Mo Shadow Dust's pupils shrunk slightly. As a reborn he was well aware of the preciousness of exclusive equipment. He carefully cupped the pendant and felt the necromantic energy contained within. The bone patterns on the surface of the pendant glowed with a faint green light the moment it touched him, as if responding to the arrival of its new owner. White bone pendant green, exclusive equipment for necromancers, gain passive skill skeleton enhancement. Good luck. The corners of Ink Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a rare smile. He put the pendant on his neck, and a cold touch spread along his skin. As the wearing was completed, a cold energy was instantly injected into his body. A faint green halo surfaced on the skeletons of the 3 skeletons at the same time, and their aura clearly strengthened by a few points. Mo Shadow Dust opened the attribute panel to complete the upgrade addition. Name, Mo Shadow Dust. Profession, Necromancer. Word, Firearms Enhancement E, Divine Soul Duality S, Eagle Eye C, Long Range Enhancement C. Equipment, White Bone Pendant Green, Equipment, White Bone Pendant Green. Weapon, Type 92 Pistol 2. Level, 0 Order 3. Strength, 4. Agility, 4. Physique, 4. Spirit, 9. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Damage Deepening, Bone Spike, Skeleton Enhancement Equipment Skill. There's still one last copy left. Chapter 9, he took away so many things, and you guys didn't even realize it. Inside the Devil Beast Grassland copy. Ink Shadow Dust continued to advance forward with the 4 skeleton warriors. The sunlight sprinkled on the verdant grass, and the breeze gently swayed the tips of the grass. Vigorously wielding his pig-tooth bone blade, he chopped an incoming werewolf into 2 with a single slash. Ironguard held up his rock shield, steadily blocking the sharp claws of another werewolf. Master Yi swung out both fists, and the bone knuckles collided with the werewolf's skull, making a crisp ringing sound. Mo Shadow Dust stood at the back, firing his Type 92 pistol point blank, the bullets accurately hitting the vitals of each target. These werewolves are also too weak. Ink Shadow Dust shook his head, monsters of this level did not pose any threat to them. Soon, advancing all the way into the depths of the copy, a huge-sized elite werewolf roared out. That's you. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes stared as the bone spikes coalesced in his hands. Dolly and Master Yi rushed forward at the same time, one swinging his sword and the other throwing a punch. The elite werewolf swung its sharp claws, forcing the 2 skeletons back. Ironguard raised his shield and stepped forward, steadily blocking the werewolf's attack. The bone spikes in Mo Shadow Dust's hands broke through the air and accurately stabbed into the werewolf's chest. Damage deepens. A layer of dark red light surfaced on the werewolf's body. Dolly seized the opportunity and the pig toothbone knife slashed at the werewolf's neck. Master Yi landed an uppercut, causing the werewolf to stagger back. After a few rounds of coordination, the elite werewolf fell to the ground with a loud thud. Congratulations on killing the elite monster, obtaining the phrase, Little Luxie. Little Luxie, very low probability of inflicting a critical hit when attacking. Ink Shadow Dust continued to lead the team forward and soon reached the end of the copy. A giant wolf king was creeping in its lair and immediately stormed out when it saw the intruders. Attack! The 3 skeletons struck at the same time, cooperating to launch an attack. The wolf king's strength was indeed strong, but under Mo Shadow Dust's command,
the skeletons attacked in a well-organized manner. Finally, after a round,
Mo Bingning frowned and walked to the window to look outside. Can I not come back for something as big as little brother's awakening and transformation? Do you know what profession little brother ended up transferring to? Seems like he awakened a trashy rank talent. As for the transfer, I don't know, haven't asked. Didn't ask? You didn't ask about such a big thing? What do you do at home every day? Little brother grew up in an orphanage and lacked the love and care of his relatives. How come you don't care at all? And awakened an E-class talent? That can't be possible, huh? Even if he lacked cultivation materials since he was a child, he's been back for 5 years, practicing the family's secret method, plus the cultivation materials provided by the family. Even a worse talent shouldn't be E-rank. Mo Euro skimmed her mouth. Then where would I know? It's still not that he himself is too wasteful. Simply wasting the family's resources. And big sister, you don't come back here to preach, to care about yourself. What's the use of just talking? You were only a bit more enthusiastic in the days when he first came back. After that, did you say more than 10 sentences to him? Mo Bingning was dumbfounded by her sister's dislike. It was true that she hadn't cared much about Mo Wing Chen in a substantial way. But in her heart, she was the eldest daughter of the Mo family and a genius in cultivation. The most she should do is to work hard in cultivation and strive for a greater voice for the family. As for taking care of her younger brother, isn't there someone else at home? The second and third sisters are all at home. Mom and dad were also at home. Not to mention all the servants. Where's little brother? Let him come see me. Mo Bingning said to Mo Euro. Not in the slightest bit did she notice that there was anything wrong with the matter of her letting Mo Ingsuan come to see her. It was as if Mo Shadowdust was just a servant of the Mo family who should be ready to meet his summons at any time. Who knows, that kid is out of his mind all day. Mo Euro responded carelessly. Mo Bingning's frown deepened as she turned her head and asked the butler standing at the side to find him. Mo Schwer stepped into the living room with her red-soled high heels, followed by a male maid carrying a large bag. She was wearing a dark green suit of the latest model from Luyun Pavilion today, the exquisitely cut fabric outlining perfect curves. Hanging around her neck was a white gold necklace produced by Starlight Workshop. The pendant of the necklace was a thumb-sized blue spirit stone, which flowed with a mysterious glow under the light. On her wrist, she wore a limited edition wristwatch from Time Pavilion, with a dial cut from moonstone and a scale of ancient runes outlined in gold wire. On her earlobes, she was adorned with dream quartz teardrop earrings, which had a rare pink star stone set in the center, setting off her skin like jade. Each piece of jewelry was worth a lot of money, and this outfit alone was worth 10 years of an ordinary person's salary. Put everything on the coffee table. Mo Schwer casually pointed, and the maid immediately placed more than 20 shopping bags in her hands neatly on the coffee table. The logos of the major luxury brands of Luyun Pavilion, Starry Glow Place, and Time Pavilion shone brightly under the light. Big sister. Mo Schwer's eyes lit up when she saw Mo Bingning and she affectionately pounced over. Instead, Mo Bingning expressionlessly avoided her hug. Big sister, what's wrong? Mo Schwer asked as she tilted her head suspiciously as she felt the weird atmosphere in the room. The housekeeper came to her ear and explained in a low voice. Just this, huh? Mo Schwer bristled in disbelief. Where can that kid run off to? Eating and drinking for nothing all day and wasting the family's resources. With his little cultivation, he won't survive a few days outside before he has to come back and beg the clan to support him. Mo Schwer waved her hand and stepped on her high heels to walk upstairs. You guys take your time to study, I'll go upstairs to remove my makeup first. I'm exhausted after a day of shopping. Her voice faded away, leaving behind only a string of crisp high heels. Mo Bingning stood in place, her brows locked. Her gaze was cold as she turned to the housekeeper. Lead the way, go to little brother's room and take a look. The butler trembled and hurriedly bent down to answer yes. Mo Euro also gracefully stepped to follow, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. The butler led the two of them through the lavishly decorated antechamber, but at the stairway, he suddenly turned to a side compartment. Mo Bingning frowned. I asked you to take me to my little brother's room, what are you bringing me here for? The housekeeper lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Mo Bingning's sharp gaze. The maid pulled out a rusty key from her pocket, her fingers shaking slightly. Big miss, this is the little young master's room. The key was inserted into the lock hole, making a piercing friction sound. With a soft click, the worn wooden door slowly opened.
What came to the surface was a musty smell, mixed with dampness.
Mo Bingning's pupils suddenly contracted.
What met her eyes was a narrow cubicle of less than 10 square meters. There was a rusty iron bed in the corner, with only a thin yellowed quilt on the bed. Against the wall stood a crooked hanger, dry and clean, without hanging clothes. A worn desk was close to the wall, and on the desktop there were 2 empty holes that were ruptured due to too many years of use. Mo Bingning stepped into the room with her high heels, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, her delicate eyebrows knitting slightly.
This is his room?
She reached out and brushed over the desk. Even my restroom is bigger than this.
Mo Euro stood in the doorway, also stiffening. How could the young master of the Mo family live in such a place?
Mo Bingning turned around, her gaze shooting at the housekeeper like a knife.
Explain.
Cold sweat oozed from the butler's forehead and his voice trembled.
When
the young master first came back, the family had a big banquet for 3 days, and the rooms were all full. The master said that he would first find a random place for him to live, and then arrange another room later.
This living is so many years. Mo Euro exclaimed in disbelief.
But never heard him complain for so many years. Mo Bingning clenched her fists, her nails sinking deep into her palms.
She thought of Mo Ingsuan's gentle smile every time he saw her. Thinking about how he always stood silently in the corner, watching his family's back.
It turned out that he lived in this kind of place. It turned out that he lived this kind of life. And she, as a sister, had never cared.
Find all of his things. Mo Bingning's voice was icy cold. The maid hurriedly opened the bedside drawer. Inside were only a few worn-out textbooks and a pencil that was almost used up. Other than that, there was nothing else. Mo Bingning picked up one of the textbooks and flipped through it. On the title page, the words Mo Ing Duan were neatly written. The handwriting was clear and forceful, and was characterized by stubbornness. He doesn't even have a decent room. Mo Bingning's voice was hoarse.
And yet none of us have ever asked him where he lives. Mo Bingning closed her textbook, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes.
Must find him back.
Mo Bingning turned and left the cubicle in large strides.
She didn't dare to look at the cramped space again. Not daring to face the naked truth.
It turned out that the concern she had always thought she had was nothing but ridiculous self-righteousness. The housekeeper and maid looked at each other, not daring to make a sound.
Mo Euro took one last look at this gloomy room and also turned to follow Mo Bingning away. Her elegant pace also messed up the rhythm. Who could have thought?
The youngest young master of the Mo family.
Surprisingly living at a snail's pace in such a corner that doesn't see the light of day. And they, who were sisters for so many years, had never even asked about it. Mo Bingning returned to the center of the living room, her gaze falling on the stacked garment bags that Mo Shuer had just placed on the coffee table. Each piece was worth a lot of money, and each piece was carefully selected. But now it seemed that all these expensive clothes were so ridiculous. She suddenly reacted to what the maid meant by what she said just now. Little brother even had his room shabby like that, how could he have too many clothes? Mo Euro. Mo Bingning's voice was as cold as ice. Is this the way you take care of your little brother? Mo Euro pursed her lips, a trace of uneasiness flashing in her eyes. How did I know it would be like this?
She strained her neck, her voice carrying a bit of stubbornness.
The family gives him money on time every month, wouldn't he do it himself? Besides, haven't you been home a lot over the years? Why didn't you realize that? Mo Bingning froze in place. Second sister was right.
How could she not be the same? Every time she went home, she was only busy with her own cultivation.
Never really caring about her brother's life.
Mo Bingning slowly sat down on the sofa and rubbed her brows. The clothes on the coffee table stung her eyes.
Put all these clothes away.
She waved her hand.
Send them to a charity organization.
Tell Mo Shuer to buy less of these in the future, she can barely fit in that closet.
The maid hurriedly went forward to clean up.
Mo Bingning leaned on the sofa and closed her eyes. The thin figure of her younger brother surfaced in her mind.
He always stood silently in the corner. Always facing everyone with a gentle smile. Never complaining. Never complained. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 11, Home? Which home? The living room fell into dead silence. No one spoke.
Mo Bingning opened her eyes and looked at the gloomy sky outside.
It didn't know when it started to drizzle. The raindrops hit the glass and made a slight ringing sound. After a while, the butler walked quickly into the living room. Found it.
The school is organizing a novice copy today, the young master must be at school.
Mo Bingning directly stood up straight and walked outside. I'll go find him. She turned back and glanced at Mo Euro, who wanted to follow. You don't need to go, just give me a good introspection at home. After saying that, she opened the villa door. With one hand, she pushed away the umbrella handed over by the housekeeper. A dark purple light rose from her body, and the raindrops falling from the sky were all blocked outside. Principal Li. Mo Bingning nodded slightly. I've come to look for my brother, Mo Ingduan. Li Zuojian's expression froze for a moment. Student Mo Ingduan? Principal Li hurriedly looked towards the teachers who were maintaining order in the plaza. Shen Yun walked over to the two. Mo Shadowdust is currently in the replica. Mo Bingning frowned slightly. When did you go in? About 20 minutes ago. A trace of doubt flashed in Li Zuojian's eyes as he listened to Chen Yun's explanation. Mo Ingduan had always kept a low profile in school and had never seen his family come to him. Today, Mo Bingning's sudden appearance really made him a bit surprised. Then I'll wait for him. Mo Bingning walked to the side and leaned under a large tree. The rain was blocked by the spiritual power shield, forming a strange barrier around her. The students didn't dare to get close, but only watched the legendary Shadow Warlock from afar. Li Zuojian didn't say anything more and floated over to the teleportation portal to maintain order. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, the teleportation gate emitted a violent fluctuation. Someone is coming out. The students' attention was immediately drawn over. A figure walked out of the portal. It was a teenager with a thin figure, holding two black pistols in his hands. His body was clean and spotless. It's Mo Shadowdust. Mo Bingning's pupils contracted violently. A gunman? Little brother had actually switched to this kind of basic occupation? Mo Shadowdust seemed to have noticed his sister's presence as well. He turned his head and his gaze met with Mo Bingning. The youngster's eyes were still gentle, and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was not surprised by his sister's sudden appearance. Big sister. He greeted softly. Mo Bingning stared dead on at the twin guns that were stuck in his back waist. Mo Ing Chen's flat words and casual stance were completely different from the image of the younger brother in his memory who always stood quietly in the corner but looked at himself with a burning gaze. When did you awaken the gunner profession? Mo Bingning's voice was a little astringent. Yesterday. Mo Ing Chen casually touched the twin guns on his back waist. Didn't bother explaining his profession. Everyone misunderstood his occupation. It was also quite good. This thing called a base card, you can never have too many. Come home with me. In the end, Mo Bingning only uttered this sentence. Mo Ing Chen raised his eyes to look at the dark clouds in the distance. The rain was still pouring down, hitting the ground and stirring up countless splashes. Going home? Which home? The corner of his lips hooked into a gentle smile. If you said that villa in the south of the city, I'm sorry, that's not my home. Mo Bingning's pupils shrunk slightly as he stared at this younger brother in front of him. His appearance was still clean and gentle, and his tone was still soft. But those words fell in her ears, but they were like cold ice piercing the bones. The surrounding students held their breath, their gazes darting back and forth between the sibling duo. Little brother, how can you say that? Mo Bingning frowned, a hint of reproach in her tone. Even if we pay less attention to you, that's still your home. Home? Mo Ing Chen let out a light laugh. A place that has never given me warmth, that has never cared about whether I live or die, is also worthy of being called home? He raised his hand to stroke the twin guns at his waist. 13 years ago, I grew up in an orphanage. When you guys found me, I thought I finally had a home. I tried so hard to fit in with you guys. I was that proud that I had some such wonderful sisters. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Mo Bingning's face changed slightly. Rainwater flowed over the spiritual power shield around her, refracting a purple halo. What do you mean by that? A trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Ever since she was a child, she had always been the proud daughter of heaven. When had anyone dared to speak to her in such a tone? Where are you going to stay if you don't go home? Mo Bingning questioned in a cold voice.
All these years, I haven't lost a single penny in giving you monthly living expenses. You live outside, and the money you spend is also family money.
Could it be that you can still not go home for the rest of your life? Mo Ingduan suddenly laughed.
That smile was filled with mockery.
Give me monthly living expenses? He gently shook his head. Big sister, go back and ask the person in charge of this. In all these years, when have I ever received a single cent from the family? Every cent I spent was earned by my own means. Mo Bingning froze.
She suddenly remembered the dilapidated stairway cubicle where her brother lived. It was damp and dark, and didn't even have the most basic furniture.
Now it seemed. She unwillingly continued to question. Then, what about the cultivation resources provided by the family? Her voice grew weak. The family secret method.
Before the words were finished, she herself stopped first.
Why don't you say any more? Mo Shadowdust's gaze was icy cold. Continue. Mo Bingning's heart trembled. What her brother had awakened was the lowest level E-grade talent. This kind of talent was simply a disgrace in the Mo family.
But this thing called talent, before awakening, was something that could be enhanced through secret techniques and cultivation resources.
If no one cares about the monthly living expenses, then cultivation resources and family secret methods. He probably simply never got them either. She looked up at her brother. The teenager still wore a gentle smile. But that smile chilled her heart. She opened her mouth to speak. No need to explain. Tell those people at home that I, Mo Ingsuan, never owed them a single cent. In the future, please don't disturb my life again either. Mo Shadowdust turned around and left. Wait. Mo Bingning reached out to try to pull her brother back. She reached out but put her hand down powerlessly. Mo Ing Chen's back gradually blurred in the rain. Mo Bingning stood in place for a long time.
The rain hit the spiritual power shield. It made a tiny sound.
Chapter 12 Wilderness Training. Returning to the hotel, Mo Ingduan suddenly felt tasteless.
Mo Bingning's sudden visit to the school to find him was something he had never expected.
It had happened in his.
It wouldn't be able to happen in the future, having relived a life and getting the word looting system. In this life, he wouldn't be swayed by these childish feelings.
But remember, any promotion is built on being alive. Every year, there are students who lose their lives during the calendars. I do not wish to see such a tragedy repeat itself on you. The students nodded with grave expressions. Mo Ingduan's fingers gently tapped on the edge of the window. He knew that what Shen Yun said was the truth. In the last adventure, 3 students from their class alone had remained in the wilderness forever. The caravan traveled for 2 hours. It finally arrived at the scheduled adventure training area. It was an open wasteland. Broken walls were faintly visible in the distance. Those were the remnants of the pre-apocalyptic era. Get off and gather. Shen Yun ordered in a loud voice. The students descended in a line. The wind of the wilderness wrapped dust around their faces. Mo Shadowdust squinted his eyes. This was the place. The memory hadn't made any mistakes. His gaze looked to the north. It should be that direction, the secret treasure of the Necromancer that had been discovered and acquired only a year later in his last life. That Necromancer was his next schoolmate. After obtaining this secret treasure, he soared into the sky. A few years later, during a monstrous tide, he led an endless number of undead to defend a city alone. Waving his hand was like an undead apocalypse. Let the world re-evaluate the profession of Necromancer. Shen Yun continued to explain the precautions. Each group is issued a locator. Press the red button when you encounter danger. We will immediately arrive to provide support. Remember, do not leave the designated area. After 7 days, gather here on time. Mo Shadowdust took the locator. He knew that it was useless. The signal in the wilderness was always unstable. By the time they actually encountered danger, the yellow flowers would be cold. Dismissed. Numerous students began to freely form teams, preparing to explore the wilderness. Mo Shadowdust, alone, rejected Yen Jipeng's invitation and headed north. This Mo Shadowdust is really capable of pretending. He pretended to say he was soloing when he was in the novice copy, and now he's walking alone. Yeah, can the wilderness be the same as in a copy? In a copy, if you don't want to fight monsters, you can at least stand still, but in the wilderness,
monsters can attack you even if you stand still. If he wants to pretend, let's just pretend, let's form our team, maybe we won't be able to see him again after this experience.
Ink Shadow Dust didn't care about the chatterboxes behind him. He walked to a location where no one could see him and summoned 4 skeletons. His goal for this adventure was simple: first, upgrade and try to level up to the limit of 0 rank 9. Second, obtain that secret treasure of the Necromancer.
When he had chosen the Necromancer, the existence of this secret treasure also played a large part in it. If only I could obtain a bearer item in and directly advance to the first rank. However, he also knew that this idea was not very practical. The professionals in this world were not able to upgrade infinitely, with 9 levels per rank. After ascending to the 9th level, one would have to find a suitable carrier object to integrate into oneself in order to be promoted. The strength of the bearer is different, the promotion gained is different, and the attributes gained after promotion are also different. It was said that those who promoted with S-class bearers could even gain 8 or 9 times the attribute boost. Not to mention all those extra attribute points per level in the future over those promoted with junk bearers.
And I heard that advanced bearers also had different special abilities. Let's talk about it later. Right now, I'm penniless. I'll take a step and see what happens. Chapter 13, Ordinary Skeletons are Cannon Fodder. The sun was setting in the west, and dark red light spilled over the ruins of the crumbling city. Mo Shadow Dust stared at the corpse of the dog-headed captain that had fallen to the ground. Scarlet blood soaked the parched earth. A system prompt surfaced in his mind. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level target and plundering the opponent's word, Gluttony D. Gluttony D can better digest the energy in food during the eating process, very small probability of increasing attributes. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. Ink Shadow Dust frowned. In his memory, the patriarch of the dog-headed clan possessed an S-ranked overeating talent. With this talent, that patriarch devoured all sorts of high-energy foods daily. It allowed the base attributes to increase to a terrifying level. Later on, when the human race attacked the orc realm, that patriarch caused the human race great trouble. In the end, for great powers of the same level were deployed to surround and kill him. But now the looted words were surprisingly only at D level. Could it be that words could still be upgraded? Mo Shadow Dust shook his head, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart. Whether it can be upgraded or not is a matter for later. Let's first fuse the words. Naturally, Ink Shadow Dust fused it himself. After all, it's not like the skeleton can eat. Dolly and Iron Guard guarded Ink Shadow Dust vigilantly. Master Yi and the other 2 skeletons were scattered around on guard. Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes and began to fuse the words. A warm current flowed through his body. Fusion completed. Opening his eyes, Ink Shadow Dust felt the changes within his body. There didn't seem to be any special feeling. But it was normal. How much of an effect could a D-ranked phrase have? Raising his head, he looked at the sky. The dark red sunset was about to completely sink into the horizon. The night in the wilderness was exceptionally dangerous. Let's find a place to rest first. Ink Shadow Dust looked around. Not far away was a dilapidated building. It looked fairly intact. Taking the 4 skeletons with him, he headed there. The decayed wooden door was gently pushed open. Dust drifted in the air. The furniture inside the house had long since rotted. Only some metalwork was left that was still barely holding its shape. Ink Shadow Dust let the skeletons stand guard at the door. He himself found a corner that was still clean and sat down. Thinking back on this day's harvest. Killed quite a few ordinary monsters. Leveled up to rank 0, level 4. It was a pity that too few elite monsters were encountered. Only looted a D-rank phrase. But it was understandable. The monsters in the wilderness were all dropped through the otherworldly rift. It wasn't as centralized as in the copies. If one wanted to quickly advance and loot words, it seemed that one would have to think of other ways. The night was deepening. Moonlight spilled in through the broken windows. Ink Shadow Dust took out dry food from his backpack. Taking a bite, it tasted like chewing wax. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since there was a gluttony phrase, isn't it time to try the effect? Ink Shadow Dust closed his eyes, feeling the chewing process carefully. It really didn't seem to be the same as before. The energy contained in the food was indeed absorbed more fully, although the effect was very weak. But at least it proved that the phrase wasn't completely useless. After eating the dry food, Mo Shadow Dust leaned against the corner of the wall, starting to think about the next plan. Following the route from memory. That Necromancer's secret treasure. It should be just over 20 kilometers to the north. But it was dark now. It's better to wait for dawn before rushing. Just then, Vigor suddenly issued a warning. Ink Shadow Dust was immediately alerted, standing up from the corner, holding a pistol in each hand. What's the situation? Vigor faced the door. Something seemed to be moving in the darkness. Under the moonlight, a huge figure slowly approached. It was a giant lizard. The body length was over 3 meters. The scales glowed coldly under the moonlight. Elite level. Mo Shadow Dust's eyes lit up. A lizard monster of this size was at least elite level. Another opportunity to plunder words. But fighting at night was unfavorable for him. Should he force his hand? Just as Ink Shadow Dust hesitated, the lizard had already discovered them. Scarlet eyes stared at Ink Shadow Dust in death. Looks like there's no choice. Ink Shadow Dust raised his pistol. Dolly, draw fire from the front. Master Yi, find a chance to get in close. Iron Guard, cover Master Yi. The 4 skeletons acted quickly. Vigorously wielded the pig-tooth bone blade, directly rushing towards the lizard. The lizard opened its bloody mouth. Sharp teeth flashed with a cold light. It bit into Vigor. Vigor raised his sword to block. Metal and teeth collided. Sparks flew in all directions. Mo Shadow Dust seized the opportunity. He fired several shots at the lizard's eyes. The eagle eye phrase came into play. The bullets hit accurately. The lizard let out a painful hiss, frantically flinging its head. The thick tail swept across. The Iron Guard raised his shield, blocking in front of Master Yi. Bang! The huge force knocked the Iron Guard away. But it created an opportunity for Master Yi. Master Yi bullied his way up. A heavy punch blasted the lizard's jaw. The lizard's head jerked up. Dolly seized the moment. The pig-tooth bone knife in his hand slashed down fiercely. Roar! The lizard let out a mournful scream. Blood spurted out. However, this level of damage was not enough to be fatal. Instead, it inspired its ferocity. The huge body twisted crazily, throwing the skeletons away. Opened its bloody mouth. It lunged towards Ink Shadow Dust. Ink Shadow Dust did not panic. The pistol in his hand was aimed steadily. Bone thorn. Sharp bone spikes stabbed out from the ground. The lizard's abdomen was pierced. The movement stalled. Damage deepens. A dark red glow enveloped the lizard's body. It's now. Ink Shadow Dust continuously pulled the trigger at the lizard's eyes. The bullets were enhanced by eagle eyes and long-range damage enhancement, precisely hitting the vitals. The lizard's body slowly collapsed. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and looting the opponent's word, Night Vision C. Night Vision C, see more clearly in dark environments. Ink Shadow Dust revealed a smile. This phrase was only C-ranked, but it was helpful in night combat. Not a bad haul. Fusion word entry. Speaking of which, Ink Shadow Dust was a bit skeptical if his luck had been used up by Rebirth. This had killed 2 elite monsters and not a single piece of equipment had dropped? Spreading the sleeping bag on the wooden floor in the corner, Ink Shadow Dust breathed a long sigh of relief. As for building a fire to keep warm? This was the wilderness. There were tragedies in various textbooks where building a fire in the wilderness attracted monsters and led to tragedies. As a schoolmaster, Mo Shadow Dust naturally wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. After the battle with the lizard just now, the night was already deep. Moonlight spilled into the house through the broken windows. That battle just now had consumed a lot of physical strength. The body was slightly sore, but the spirit was unusually exhilarated. Several skeletons stood scattered in various corners of the house on guard. Vigorously holding the pig tusk-bone sword, he stood by the door. Iron Guard had his back against the wall and his rock shield across his body. Master Yi crouched by the window, ready to strike at any time.
The other two skeletons were placed outside the house by ink shadow dust, in case they were really attacked. They drew fire first.
There was no word given, and it didn't hurt to die. Ink shadow dust closed his eyes, intending to sleep. Chapter 14, Unscrupulous Media Pit Me Again? Ink shadow dust closed his eyes, intending to sleep.
Suddenly, a thought flashed by. He snapped his eyes open and slapped his forehead.
Why am I so stupid?
The habit of being a gunman in his previous life had affected his judgment.
Now that he himself had been transformed into a necromancer, these skeletons didn't need to rest at all.
Before in the city there were no monsters to kill.
Now this was the wilderness. There were monsters everywhere in the wilderness. Wasn't this a good opportunity to brush up on experience? Thinking of this, Ink Shadow Dust immediately sat up.
Dolly, Master Yi, you guys take the ordinary skeletons out to hunt. Keep the range within a 5-kilometer radius. Immediately come back and report when you encounter monsters of elite level or above.
The two skeletons led the order to leave. Iron Guard, stay behind to protect me.
Iron Guard silently stood in place with his shield at the end.
Ink Shadow Dust reclined.
The sound of the skeleton's departing footsteps was heard in his ears. 8 hours later, Ink Shadow Dust slowly awoke and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The sleeping bag underneath him was rudimentary, but a dreamless night allowed him to rest quite well. The Iron Guards still maintained their shield end posture, motionlessly guarding the wall.
It was undisturbed for the entire night last night. This meant that the skeletons hadn't encountered any monsters above the elite level. This was also normal. After all, they had cleared out quite a few monsters yesterday during the day as they pushed their way across. Especially in the vicinity of this abandoned house, they had also taken out that ferocious elite lizard. According to his experience in his previous life, monsters had some sort of tacit territorial division between them, and multiple powerful creatures tended not to appear in one area at the same time. He took out his water bottle and drank some water, surveying this temporary shelter through the morning light. What? Why did you sleep for so long, you ask? Bro, what a wonderful thing it is to sleep. Ink Shadow Dust didn't have many hobbies, sleeping was definitely one of them. And it's scientifically proven that young people should ensure 8 hours of sleep a day.
Ink Shadow Dust said that this piece of knowledge he learned super firmly.
You say that this is a high martial arts world, sleep waste cultivation world? I can't even sleep. What is the meaning of cultivation? What is the meaning of life?
Ink Shadow Dust surveyed the surroundings. The skeletons have all returned, only one ordinary skeleton is missing.
It should have been killed during the hunt.
Ink Shadow Dust was indifferent and resummoned.
Skeleton Warrior, consumable.
After checking the attribute panel, he found that he had increased his experience by 30%.
It's so cool. I'm not going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. The most important thing to remember is that it's a dream of many lazy people. Ink Shadow Dust packed up his simple traveling clothes and planned to move on.
He was already a bit impatient. The dawn of the sky was wrapped in a slight chill. The skeletons followed in formation, stepping forward on the path opened up by last night's patrol. Occasionally, small monsters popped up in the bushes along the road, but they were easily solved by Dolly and Master Yi. The terrain ahead gradually became damp and muddy. Mo Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes and carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain.
From memory, this area should be near the destination.
The smell of decay wafted through the air. A broken skeleton was scattered in the mud, half hidden under the weeds. The skeletons vigilantly erected their weapons, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Ink Shadow Dust slowed his footsteps and carefully searched for possible clues. Suddenly, a sharp hiss cut through the silence. 3 zombies with rotting bodies crawled out of the mud puddle.
Solve it. Mo Shadow Dust calmly waved his hand. Dolly and Master Yi rushed forward and quickly tangled with the zombies.
Tai Wei held up his shield and blocked in front of Mo Shadow Dust.
The battle was over in just a few minutes.
However, Ink Shadow Dust noticed that these zombies were tougher than the monsters he had encountered before.
Interesting.
He hooked the corner of his mouth and continued to advance. The deeper he went, the more undead creatures he encountered. Carrion corpses, skeletons, and kept emerging from all directions.
Each one was more ferocious than an ordinary monster.
There was even a ghost that surfaced. Ink Shadow Dust was secretly happy in his heart. This just showed that he was looking in the right direction. News reports from his previous life mentioned that this swamp had seen an unusual phenomenon of a large number of undead gathering. It caused quite a stir at the time. However, by the time the officials sent someone to investigate, the anomaly had already disappeared. Only one lucky adventurer claimed to have obtained some sort of treasure. The exact details were incoherent. Mo Shadowdust believed that this was no coincidence. He continued to lead the search and finally found the target in a more open clearing. It was a grayish-black boundary stone that was half a man tall. The surface was covered with mysterious patterns and emitted a faint energy fluctuation.
This is it.
Mo Shadowdust looked at the boundary stone in front of him and cursed in his heart.
Unscrupulous media.
This was already the second time he had been punked. The last time was the Purgatory Squad leader.
Don't you media check the authenticity before reporting? Luckily, by the looks of it, the secret treasure thing should be true. If not, Mo Shadowdust would really be thankful. The reports from the previous life didn't mention the existence of the boundary stone. Obviously, either the media simplified the process of obtaining the secret treasure for the sake of attention. Either that lucky adventurer hid the key information. He closed his eyes and slowly injected his spiritual energy into the boundary stone. A slight vibration came. The lines on the surface of the boundary stone suddenly lit up with a piercing light. A tiny tearing sound came from the air. A translucent curtain of light slowly unfolded in front of the boundary stone. Teleportation gate. Mo Shadowdust's heartbeat accelerated. But he knew that time was short. With his current spiritual power, he could only maintain the portal for a few minutes at most. Moreover, the secret realm opened by the boundary stone was often a one-time occurrence. If he missed this opportunity, it would be nearly impossible to enter again. He took a deep breath and put all the skeletons into the summoning space. Without hesitation, he stepped into the light screen. A sensation of heavenly rotation came over him. When his vision was clear again, there was already another scene in front of him. The dark and lightless underground passage stretched into the depths. There wasn't a single light source. It was fortunate that he had plundered the ability of night vision yesterday. Otherwise, we could only light torches. The air was filled with a faint scent of death. This place was indeed very suitable for necromancers. Ink Shadowdust summoned his minions and explored deeper. The moment Ink Shadowdust opened the portal, an abnormal spatial fluctuation swept through the swamp. Not far away, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak snapped its head up, its sharp gaze piercing through the shadows. The aura of the secret realm. Interesting. Shadow Fracture's dry voice was permeated with a few moments of excitement. As a Shadow Realm Imperial clan, he was exceptionally sensitive to spatial fluctuations. According to the Shadow Realm tradition, all the geniuses of the Shadow Realm were required to enter the human realm for training after reaching adulthood. This was because the creatures of the Shadow Realm were proficient in various assassination, concealment, and shadow-type abilities. The practicing Shadow Realm geniuses had always been a nightmare for the new generation of characters. I don't know how many human pride have been hunted down by them before they even rose to prominence. Shadow Split's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot, and the next moment appeared in the shadow of a dead tree 10 meters away. His movement trajectory was bizarre, and every time he flashed, he landed precisely in the thickest part of the shadows. This was precisely the Shadow Realm Imperial clan's famous natural ability Shadow Shuttle. Tree shadows, rocks, bushes. Shadow Split jumped back and forth between various shadows, as silent as a ghost. Each shuttle brought him closer to his target, and at the same time allowed him to clearly perceive the source of that spatial fluctuation. When he finally arrived near the boundary stone, he only saw a semi-transparent curtain of light trembling slightly. Mo Shadowdust's figure had long since disappeared into it. Thin cracks began to appear on the edges of the light curtain, and the energy fluctuations became more and more unstable. Time is running out. Shadowcrack quickly assessed the situation. He was well aware that this was a sign that the temporary portal was about to collapse. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow Fracture's figure merged into the shadows and passed through the shaky curtain of light at the last moment. The instant space distorted, the portal collapsed with a loud bang, and all traces of it disappeared into the darkness of the swamp. Chapter 15 Shadow Realm Assassination. Mo Shadowdust stepped into the dark cave, his footsteps echoing in the empty environment. The air around them was cold and bone-chilling, and the aura of death grew stronger. Suddenly, a subtle vibration came from the ground. A bone-thin arm stabbed out from the dirt, carrying a rotting aura. There's a monster to kill. Mo Shadowdust's eyes lit up. Vigorously wielding the pig-tusk bone blade, he rushed forward, the blade slicing through the air.
The 5 minions rushed forward in a flurry of output against the skeleton that had just stood up. As the battle began, the entire passageway seemed to come to life. More skeletons crawled out from the ground, their empty eye sockets glowing with a ghostly green light.
Kill! Ink Shadow Dust barked out an order.
The powerful bone sword swung like the wind, each strike containing amazing power.
The more you fight phrase activated, and the power continued to climb.
Ink Shadow Dust stood at the back, his Type 92 pistol continuously firing.
The bullets traced a path of fire in the darkness, accurately hitting the enemy's vitals.
But eagle eyes and long-range damage enhancement phrase effects stacked perfectly.
Wave after wave of skeletons surged in, as if it was never ending. But this was exactly what Mo Shadow Dust wanted.
The passageway was so narrow that at most 2 skeletons could be allowed to rush in front of him at the same time, and the Iron Guard stood in front, holding a shield, blocking the incoming path tightly.
The more Ink Shadow Dust killed, the more excited he became.
This place, the holy land of leveling ah. With every skeleton killed, the experience value was steadily increasing. Time flew by and the battle lasted for several hours.
Ink Shadow Dust's level had come to rank 0, level 5. Finally, the last skeleton fell.
The passageway returned to calm. Ink Shadow Dust moved his muscles and bones, revealing an unfulfilled smile.
Just a little more would be great, this half a day down, it was almost level 6.
This place was indeed an excellent place to practice leveling. After cleaning up the battlefield, he received the few pieces of trash white clothing that had fallen into his storage space. Ink Shadow Dust carefully stepped out of the cave, and a bright light opened up in front of him. A circular stone square with a diameter of about 50 meters came into view. The ground was covered with mottled gray stone slabs, and the edges of each slab were covered with fine cracks. In the center of the square stood a broken stone pillar, which was covered with bizarre black vines.
6 pitch-black cave passages were connected around the perimeter, each of which was identical to the cave that Mo Shadow Dust had just passed through. The faint sound of bones rubbing together came faintly from within each cave, as if more skeletons would crawl out of the darkness at any moment. For a moment, Ink Shadow Dust really wanted to turn around and clean out the monsters in each cave one by one. It was really too good. However, it was still important to get down to business. Leveling up could be done at any time.
Ink Shadow Dust slowly paced towards the center of the square, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The passageway directly in front of him caught his attention. Unlike the other dimly lit caves, the walls on both sides of this passage were densely carved with mysterious runes. Each rune emitted a faint fluorescent light that flickered in the darkness. A trace of strange spatial fluctuations quietly rippled around Mo Inkchan.
Mo Shadow Dust's heart tightened as he instinctively felt danger approaching.
Suddenly, a dagger with a cold flickering light stabbed out from his shadow. Behind the dagger was a dark shadow, as if emerging from nothingness.
There's someone else here? Mo Shadow Dust's pupils shrank.
His body instinctively dodged to the side, but it was too late. Just in the nick of time, the closest vigorously moved. The soul flames in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets danced violently, and his bone blade swung like the wind.
Snort!
The sharp pig-toothed bone blade sliced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound.
The corner of Shadow Fracture's mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer. A mere skeleton, how dare you stop me? He intended to carry this strike hard and go straight for Mo Shadowcrack's vitals.
The bone blade slashed at Shadowcracker's shoulder, making a dull impact sound. The words, "Born Divine Strength," and "The More You Fight," stacked, erupting with astonishing power. Shadow Fracture's face suddenly changed. The force of this blade far exceeded his imagination, as if a small mountain had smashed into his body. Sharp pain came, and he hastily cast his racial ability. His figure instantly vaporized and dissipated into a wisp of dark shadow.
What a strong skeleton! Shadow Fracture's voice echoed in the darkness.
He hid deeper into the shadows and rethought his countermeasures.
Mo Shadow Dust gripped his twin spears tightly and swept his gaze around like electricity.
The Iron Guard immediately raised his shield in front of him, and the other skeletons formed a defensive formation.
Come out! Mo Shadow Dust shouted in a deep voice. What responded to him was deathly silence.
The shimmering light of the runes danced on the walls, casting eerie shadows.
Every shadow could be hiding an enemy. Shadowcrack's voice sounded again, with a hint of teasing.
Interesting, I didn't expect to meet a somewhat competent necromancer here.
However, do you think these skeletons can protect you?
Mo Shadow Dust sneered, to kill me, you're still far from it.
Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Shadowcleft's figure suddenly emerged from the shadows on the left.
The dagger in his hand glowed with a cold light, aiming straight for Mo Shadowdust's throat. Master Yi instantly struck out, his bone fist whistling.
Shadowcrack's figure shifted and disappeared again as a dark shadow.
In the next moment, he assaulted from the right side.
A powerful bone blade swept across the room, forcing back the attack.
So on and so forth, Shadow Fracture shuttled between the shadows, constantly looking for opportunities. Each time he struck, he was blocked by the skeletons joining forces.
Ink Shadowdust stood in the center, his Type 92 pistol ready to fire.
The eagle eyes phrase activated, locking onto the location of Shadow Fracture every time he showed up. It was just that the other party was too fast, always disappearing before he could pull the trigger.
A bit of skill.
Shadow Fracture's voice was permeated with a hint of appreciation.
However, you won't be able to hold it off for long.
Before the words fell, he suddenly descended from the sky.
The dagger tore through the air and went straight for the top of Mo Shadowdust's head. Bang!
Ink Shadowdust was prepared and fired his pistol upwards. The bullet cut a streak of fire in the darkness. Shadow Fracture had to interrupt his attack and dodged with a flash of his body. But this time, his movements were slightly wretched.
What, don't dare to fight head-on? Mo Shadowdust taunted. Shadow Fracture's cold laughter echoed in the darkness. You think I'm afraid of you? I'm just depleting your stamina. I don't believe that you can defend yourself every time. Mo Shadowdust's heart sank.
The opponent was right, a stalemate like this would be extremely unfavorable to him.
A quick battle must be fought.
Forcibly stabilizing his mind, he paid close attention to every single movement around him. The soul flames in the eye sockets of the 5 skeletal warriors burned violently.
Come on, let me see how strong the geniuses of the Shadow Realm are.
Shadow Rift's voice carried a hint of surprise.
You recognize me?
The exchange of body shapes and realities coupled with the unique Shadow Shuttle, if I still can't recognize you, all these years of reading would have been in vain.
Mo Shadowdust sneered. Since you know my identity, you should understand that you don't have a chance of winning. You human race are destined to be nothing more than prey for the great shadow race. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. What a big talker.
Mo Shadowdust suddenly raised his hand and pulled the trigger at the ground.
Bang bang bang. Bullets hit the ground and fire splashed everywhere.
The light of the rooms was reflected by the fire, and the shadows were washed away.
Shadow Rift's hiding place was instantly exposed. Found you. Dolly and Master Yi struck at the same time. Bone knives and bone fists came in a pincer attack. Shadow Fracture had to show up to fight. Sparks flew as the dagger collided with the bone knife. Master Yi's fist followed closely behind. Shadow Fracture's body twisted and managed to avoid it. But Mo Shadowdust's bullet had been waiting for a long time. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the cave.
A splash of blood rose from Shadowcrack's chest.
Damn! He staggered back, his figure once again vaporizing.
But this time, his speed was significantly slower.
Mo Shadowdust revealed a cold smile.
A Shadow Realm genius, nothing more than that. This time, the taunt did not receive any response. After waiting for another half a day, Shadow Fracture didn't show up again either. This was obviously planning to find another time to sneak attack again. Mo Shadowdust had no choice but to turn his gaze towards the runic passage.
Chapter 16 Necromancer Exclusive Training Ground? One could only continue to walk towards the passageway. After all, this adventure only had 7 days and the secret treasure was close at hand. He didn't want to give up either of these two. Then there was only one option left, to top the sneak attack of the Shadow Rift and seize the secret treasure. And this so-called Shadow Realm genius. He had also learned it just now, but it was nothing more than that. The ancient runes on the walls on both sides emitted an eerie blue light. Ink Shadowdust chose to keep Dolly close to his left side this time, with his bone sword on standby and the other 3 skeletons on guard at the front and back. The low roar of the zombies came faintly from the front.
Ink Shadowdust raised his hands, aiming his twin guns at the depths of the passage. Through the light of the runes, he saw several zombies staggering along, chunks of rotting flesh peeling off their bones. All of the skeletons except for Vigor went straight for the zombies and began to attack.
Ink Shadowdust shot point blank while pondering the battle with Shadow Fracture just now.
Undead creatures were indeed the assassin's nemesis, especially an elite skeleton like Vigor that had been given the word. It was tireless, had no fear, and more importantly, had incredibly fast reaction speeds. Just now, when Shadow Fracture made his first surprise attack, the other party's dagger was clearly approaching his throat. Even he was too late to dodge. However, as if Vigor had predicted the trajectory of the attack in advance, the pig-tooth bone blade instantly swept out across the room, forcing Shadow Fracture to interrupt his attack. This kind of near-instinctive battle reaction made even Mo Shadowdust secretly feel shocked. If I had vigorously slowed down by half a second at that time. Mo Shadowdust touched his neck, still able to feel the chill of the dagger as it cut through the air. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Vigor saving the day, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to carry the first strike of that Shadow Realm creature just now. The crisis in the passageway was far more than just zombies. Ink Shadowdust soon discovered the runic traps looming on the floor tiles. There's a problem ahead. He signaled the skeletal warrior to stop. The runes on the ground flickered brightly and darkly, flashing with an ominous red light. Ironguard held up his rock shield and walked at the front, and just as he stepped on that floor tile, the runes immediately lit up with a piercing red light. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from the ground, and Ironguard raised his shield just in time as the flames impacted on the shield surface with a deafening roar. Ink Shadowdust noticed that the Ironguard skeleton was burned red, but its leathery skin and thick flesh word bar allowed it to carry it hard. By the time the pillar of fire dissipated, the Ironguard's bones were all burned red, and some places even showed signs of melting. However, the dark yellow runes on his body flickered, and the power of the earth pulse quickly repaired its injuries. On their next journey, they encountered poison gas traps, steel spike traps, and falling stone traps. Ink Shadowdust's way of dealing with the traps was very simple. Ordinary skeleton warriors went up to send death triggers. Die and recruit again. Iron Guards carried hard when they didn't have enough mental strength. When they couldn't carry it anymore, they stood still and rested for a while, and Earthpulse recovered from their injuries. These traps are a big help. Ink Shadowdust looked at the tips of the experience value rising crazily, revealing a satisfied smile. For every trap that was triggered, the system unexpectedly gave a sizable experience value reward. This made Mo Shadowdust a little puzzled. Experience value, didn't it only grow by absorbing energy? Killing monsters was the most common way to absorb energy. But now triggering the trap. How did it also increase in experience? Enjoy if you can't figure it out. In just a short distance, he had already risen to level 6, and his experience bar was still climbing rapidly. This trap-filled passage was a deadly threat to other professions. To him, a necromancer, it became an excellent place to practice. Keep moving. Ink Shadowdust ordered, be careful on guard. A trace of uneasiness flooded Ink Shadowdust's heart. All along the way, he was on guard for the direction where Shadow Rift might appear, the shadows of the passageway, the ceiling overhead, or any dead end. But Shadow Fracture never appeared. Knowing what he knew about assassins, the more silent they were, the more dangerous they were. Shadow Fracture was bound to be secretly observing his every move, looking for the deadliest breakthrough point. Mo Shadowdust's gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, his eagle eyes allowing him to catch the slightest movement. He could even see the dust floating in the shadows, but he just couldn't find any trace of Shadowcrack. This made him even more convinced that the other party was waiting for a perfect opportunity. The next time it appears, it's bound to be a thunderous strike. Mo Shadowdust subconsciously touched the neck that had been slashed by the dagger earlier, or it seemed as if a piercing chill still lingered. Gesturing to Vigor and Ironguard to lean closer, he made sure that he would not be exposed to any dead ends. This oppressive weight was even more suffocating than a head-on duel. He knew very well that when Shadow Split reappeared, it would definitely be a one-strike kill. The end of the passage opened up, and an ancient stone altar stood in the center. The altar was octagonal in shape, with arcane runes carved around it, and a magic book with a ghostly blue light was placed in the center. The surrounding open space was littered with piles of white skeletons, scattered horizontally. The smell of decay permeated the air, shrouding the area with a layer of death. Mo Shadowdust cautiously approached, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ironguard and Vigor guarded his left and right sides respectively, in case Shadowcrack suddenly sneaked up on him. He reached out and picked up the magic book, and a cold necromantic energy flowed into his body along his fingertips. Undead Affinity Ritual. Ink Shadowdust flipped through the yellowed pages of the book, his eyes quickly scanning over the ancient text. As he read deeper, his eyes grew brighter. This was a ritual that allowed necromancers to establish a deeper connection with the undead realm. Simply by sacrificing the skeleton on the altar, the power of the necromantic realm could be channeled into the caster's body, thus lowering the consumption of spiritual energy to sustain the undead.
This is exactly what I need. The of ink Shadow Dust's mouth curled into. As for him, of course he had to rest. Of course he had to guard against Shadowcrack's attack. Following the requirements of the ritual in the magic book, the skeletons collided with each other, making a crisp clicking sound, forming a bizarre circular array around the empty altar. When the last skeleton was placed in place, Ink Shadow Dust slowly stood in the center of the altar. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began chanting the ancient language of the dead. The ghostly blue magic book emitted a bizarre light, and the pile of skeletons began to tremble slightly. The ceremony had officially begun. A chill that penetrated deep into the soul swept through his body, and Ink Shadow Dust gritted his teeth to withstand the power. The moment the ritual was completed, he felt his connection with the skeleton babies grow closer than ever before. The spiritual power required to summon the undead is directly halved. Ink Shadow Dust clenched his fists, feeling the power filling his body. This means that the number of undead I can control at the same time can be doubled. Ink Shadow Dust didn't move and didn't immediately replenish the number of summons. He wanted to give Shadowcrack a surprise. Chapter 17, making him kneel at the entrance of the family shrine to apologize for his mistake. In the spacious living room of the Mo family villa, a conversation was taking place at this moment. Everyone on the sofa, however, looked heavy and tense. Mo Inkchen's three sisters, Mo Bingning, Mo Yuan and Mo Shuer, had different expressions. Mo Bingning's coldness and haughtiness was especially evident at this moment. She raised her head slightly, her gaze like a knife, as if she was scrutinizing everyone. Mo Euro, on the other hand, slightly skimmed her lips and lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of the sofa, revealing a hint of impatience. Mo Shuer, on the other hand, fiddled with her long hair with her fingers from time to time, not caring about the reason why Mo Bingning suddenly gathered everyone together this time. Mo Kuei sat in the very center, his expression indifferent, his hands folded on his knees, looking extremely majestic. Stepmother Yuruyan, on the other hand, sat on the side with a smile on her face, but a hint of heart in her eyes. From time to time, she stole glances at Mo Kuei, looking extremely pleased with herself. All the main members of the Mo family, except for Mo Ingchuan's half-brother, Mo Ingfeng, who was attending the university, the others had unexpectedly all arrived. Mo Kuei's tone was filled with displeasure as he slowly said, "Bing Ning, what exactly is so urgent? Your mother and I are out on vacation, why is it so urgent that we have to come back?" Mo Bingning's gaze was slightly downcast, her fingers gently rubbing the edge of the teacup, a hint of repression in her voice. "The younger brother is gone, he won't be coming back." "What?" Mo Kuei stood up violently, his face instantly became ugly. "What happened to Fenger? Where did he go?" Yuruyan immediately held Mo Kuei's hand with a concerned expression. "Husband, don't get excited. It's not Shadow Wind." Mo Bingning coldly glanced at Yuruyan and said word for word, "It's Shadow Dust, your youngest son." Mo Kuei's expression instantly slackened and he sat back down on the sofa again, waving his hand impatiently. "Oh, that asshole what's wrong with him, he can really add to the chaos in the house." Yuruyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, making a show of saying, "Don't say that how do you say it's also our Mo family's child, Bing Ning?" "What's going on, tell me." The Mo family had a total of 5 children, the 3 daughters and Mo Ingduan were born to Mo Kuei and his original wife. Back then, there was a turmoil in the Mo family that affected the entire Subei city, and Mo Ingchen's real mother died in. Mo Bingning ignored Yuruyan, aiming to look straight at her father. Her voice was cold but with a few points of suppression. "Father, over the years, have you ever been to Shadow Dust's room? Why would I go to that brat's room?" Mo Kuei leaned on the sofa and impatiently knocked on the armrest. Mo Bingning put down her teacup, her eyes sharp. "Father may know that little brother he has been living in the back hall under the stairs in the miscellaneous compartment?" "Miscellaneous? What?" Mo Kuei frowned, clearly not understanding what his eldest daughter was saying. "It's the cubicle under the stairs where the servants keep their brooms." Mo Bingning said word for word. Mo Kuei sat up straight violently. "Ridiculous. Who let him live in a place like that? What is a housekeeper for?" Yuruyan's face flashed a trace of unnatural hastily rounded off the scene. Boys, live where not live. Condition almost, is also on his training well." Mo Bingning coldly interrupted, "This is your attitude? No wonder Shadow Dust will." "Bing Ning." Mo Kuei snapped, "Pay attention to your attitude." Mo Bingning, however, didn't stop talking. Grinding? How does Mo Wingfeng not need to be honed? Ever since you were little, how come everything has to be the best? The room is the best, the food is the best, and the cultivation resources are also the best? Mo Kuei slapped the table. Enough, can that punk Mo Wingchen be compared to Little Wind? Don't think I don't know that he awakened an E-rank trash talent. It's simply a waste of the family's resources for so many years. In fact, Mo Kuei, as the head of the Mo family, his IQ was naturally not low. When he heard Yu Ruyan say this, he already roughly understood what was going on in his heart. But he didn't want to pick a fight here. In front of the child, he still chose to maintain the dignity of Yu Ruyan's main mother. Moreover, Mo Wingfeng was a renowned genius, and last year, he even entered the highest academic institution in the Dragon Kingdom, Jingwu University. To him, it really didn't matter what happened to Mo Wingfeng. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that an official discovered Mo Wingchuan's blood relationship with the Mo family. It was also covered by the media in a big way. He hadn't even searched much for that little son of his for so many years, except for making a show of it in the beginning. Mo Bingning's knuckles turned white as she pressed the teacup in front of her in death. Father, I went to the school to look for my little brother, and he said that he hadn't received a single ounce of resources at all over the years. The living room fell into an eerie silence. Mo Kuei frowned tightly and looked sideways at Yu Ruyan. The smile on Yu Ruyan's face froze, and then she returned to that soft look. Hubby, I'm also doing this all for the good of our family little Feng. Her slender jade hand stroked over the broken hair in front of her forehead, her eyes flowing. Anyway, Xiao Dust hasn't used any family resources since he was in the orphanage in the past, his foundation is not good. I was just thinking, why don't we just focus all the resources on Little Wind? Yu Ruyan's tone was soft, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. As a result, as you can see, how outstanding Little Wind is. Mo Bingning stood up violently, the teacups were shaken by her with a crisp ringing sound. Resources are not given, what about the family secret method? What about the monthly pocket money? None of these have been given either? Yu Ruyan's face finally became a bit untenable. These small things, how can I remember Her voice began to fizzle. Mo Euro, who had been silent for a long time on the side, couldn't help herself either. She also didn't expect that Mo Wingchen had been at home for so many years, but hadn't gotten a single bit of family funding? Look at this appearance. Was it done by Yu Ruyan? This can't be done. Today Yu Ruyan dared to lay hands on Mo Ingduan, tomorrow she might lay hands on her, Mo Euro. She elegantly sat on the leather sofa, her fingers tapping on the armrest with a single click. And Smoke, you're also too biased, aren't you? Mo Euro's red lips slightly hooked, her tone carrying a few points of mockery. And to actually be able to say such a thing with such a straight face? Yu Ro admires that. Yu Ruyan's face instantly turned ugly. Seeing the several people's swords drawn, Mo Kuei hurriedly slatted his face and took out the authority of the Mo family's head. Alright, this ends here. He sat up straight and assumed an unquestionable stance. Didn't that kid say he wouldn't come back? What guts, this is to sever ties with the family. Mo Kuei sneered. Good, I'll see how long he can hold out. When he can't hold out, let him kneel in front of the family ancestral hall and apologize. Saying this, Mo Kuei gave Yu Ruyan a meaningful glance. After admitting his mistake, he will still be a family member, and the resources that should be given, must still be given. Yu Ruyan hurriedly nodded her head in agreement, but a hint of smugness flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Anyway, this waste, Mo Wingchen, had already awakened his E-rank talent and was definitely wasted in this life. There was no longer any threat to his own son. Resources or no resources, what could be done by giving it to him? Mo Bingning clenched her fists and turned around to leave the living room in large strides. She realized that this kind of scene is not meaningful at all. In this family, no one has ever really cared about the death or life of Mo Wingchen. Even she, as the older sister, didn't she only realize that her brother was living in that kind of place now? Thinking of this, Mo Bingning's heart surged with an unspeakable guilt. Recognize your mistake? Or kneel in front of the ancestral hall to apologize? She thought of Mo Wingsuan's determined attitude 2 days ago. A trace of uneasiness rose in her heart. Chapter 18 Soul Rage. Mo Shadowdust's end, after several days of advancing, finally stood at the end of the secret realm. Looking at the golden glow on the high platform. And below the high platform, a hellhound of huge size was staring at him in death. An unspeakably complex emotion surged in his chest. After so many days, the entire secret realm seems to have a bunch of small monsters. But somehow froze without seeing a single elite monster, not a single word looted. Now it finally came. Scarlet eyes flashed with bloodlust in the darkness, and saliva dripped from between its sharp fangs. Thick, heavy chains bounded in front of the high platform, and whenever it tried to pounce on Ink Shadow Dust, the chains made piercing clashing sounds. Ink Shadow Dust narrowed his eyes and carefully felt the soul fluctuations of the Hellhound. Luckily it hasn't reached the first rank. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, finally waiting for a prey worth plundering. Beside him, Dali and Iron Guard as well as Master Yi had already taken up their battle stances. The other 5 ordinary skeleton warriors also gripped their weapons, ready to strike at any time. That's right, after so many days of killing monsters, along with the secret realm's high density of small monsters, Ink Shadow Dust was already rank 0, level 9. There were now a total of 8 skeletons summoned in plain sight. There were also 8 skeletons hidden in the summoning space. It was reserved for Shadow Fracture, the assassin who was hiding his head. To be honest, even Mo Shadow Dust himself didn't expect to upgrade so quickly. One would have to know that in previous years, when they returned to the school to take the big exam after 7 days of practicing, those whose level was 7 or 8 were already excellent. Rank 9s were a rare breed. 1 rank? Those were basically the top-ranked absolute prides in each province. It's just short of a bearer. After the return trip, let's see if we can buy a better bearer to use for advancement. As soon as he thought of the bearer item, Ink Shadow Dust was a bit helpless. Time was too tight. The bearer objects he knew from memory that could be obtained were not something that could be gotten to in so many days. It could only be said later. First rank, just find a random one as good as possible to advance first. There was the word looting system in place anyway. Mo Shadow Dust took a deep breath, and the white bone pendant in his hand flickered with a ghostly light. Attack! With a command, the skeleton army surged towards the Hellhounds. Iron Guard rushed at the front, his rock shield protecting his vitals. Dali followed closely behind, his pig-toothed bone blade flashing with a cold light. Master Yi nimbly attacked from the side, his bone fist poised to strike. Cerberus raised its head to the sky and let out a deafening howl. Blazing hellfire erupted from its mouth, melting an ordinary skeleton instantly. The remaining skeleton warriors were unmoved and continued to charge. The Iron Guard raised his shield to harden against the flames, and the surface of his shield was burned red. Dali used the Iron Guard's cover and leapt up. The pig-tooth bone blade slashed fiercely at the Hellhound's head. The Hellhound quickly retreated and swept its sharp claws across, slapping a skeleton to pieces. Master Yi took the opportunity to bully his way up, and his bone fists rained down on the Hellhound. Bang bang bang! Dull hitting sounds resounded through the secret realm. The Hellhound hissed in pain, flinging its body around trying to get away from Master Yi. Ink Shadow Dust stood in the distance, and the Type 92 pistol kept firing. The bullets hit the Hellhound's vitals with precision under the word enhancement. However, this first-rank monster's fur was exceptionally tough, and the bullets could only leave shallow marks on the surface. Damage deepening. Ink Shadow Dust let out a low shout and released the skill. A dark red light enveloped the Hellhound's entire body. Red light flashed in Dali's eyes as the battle roar skill was unleashed. The sharp claws swept across, and 2 more ordinary skeletons were reduced to pieces. The blazing hellfire kept spewing out, roasting the air into distortion. Mo Shadow Dust's face was grave as he could feel the raging power contained within the Hellhound. If he let it explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. A quick battle must be fought. Bone Spike. Mo Shadow Dust's hands formed a seal and countless sharp bone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. The bone spikes pierced through the Hellhound's limbs, pinning it firmly in place. Dali seized the opportunity and the pig-tooth bone knife slashed fiercely at the Hellhound's neck. Master Yi and the remaining skeleton warriors also swarmed up. The Hellhound let out a painful hiss, and its entire body suddenly burst into flames. The blazing temperature twisted and distorted the surrounding air. The last 2 ordinary skeletons turned into ashes in the heat. However, Dali, Iron Guard and Master Yi were still deadlocked around the Hellhound. Bone knives, fists, and shields constantly attacked the Hellhound. A hint of determination flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes, and the Type 92 pistol kept firing point blank at the Hellhound's vitals. Under the effect of deepening damage, each bullet brought the Hellhound great pain. Finally, with a mournful howl, the Hellhound collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the Hellhound. Looting words, Hellfire B, Soul Rage A. Hellfire B, attacks with Hellfire Scorch. Soul Berserk A, when turned on, attacks increase by 100% and each attack draws on the opponent's soul power to recover from injuries. Duration, 10 minutes. Please go to the lexicon and fuse it yourself. Ink Shadow Dust let out a long breath and looked towards his 3 ace henchmen. Although he had lost 5 ordinary skeletons, it was already worth it to loot 2 powerful words. More importantly, he still had 8 unexposed skeletons hidden in the secret realm. It was enough to deal with the dangers that he might encounter afterward. Not to mention, Ink Shadow Dust found a hint of blue light underneath the Hellhound. Exploding equipment. It was still of blue quality. Hell Short Blade Blue attack speed increased by 20%, attack comes with slight Hellflame burns. Putting away the equipment. After conferring the words to Vigor, Ink Shadow Dust's gaze fell on the golden glow on the high platform. The corner of Ink Shadow Dust's mouth curled into a smile. Secret treasure, here I come. Right at this moment, the Shadow Rift that had been waiting in the dark for many days finally couldn't help itself when it saw that Ink Shadow Dust only had 3 special skeletons left and all the others were dead. A black shadow suddenly swept through the darkness. Ink Shadow Dust's pupils suddenly shrunk as he instinctively leapt backwards. The increase in level allowed him to barely react to Shadow Rift's movements. Put! The sharp dagger cut through the air, grazing the hem of his coat. Finally! The corner of Shadow Fracture's mouth hooked into a cold smile. There are only 3 skeletons left, I'll see if you can stop me this time. Before the words fell, Shadow Fracture's figure had already blended into the shadows. Imo Shadow Dust's eyes turned cold, and his Type 92 pistol was instantly raised. Bang bang bang! The bullet accurately hit the location where Shadow Fracture had just stood. But only an illusory residual shadow remained there. Shadow Shuttle. Ink Shadow Dust immediately dodged to the left. A cold light swept past his neck. Shadow Fracture's attack once again fell short, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Good reaction. His voice echoed in space, making it difficult to judge the location. Chapter 19 Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline. Stay alert. Imo Shadow Dust ordered Dali, Iron Guard, and Master Yi to form a defensive formation. Shadow Cleft's laughter echoed grimly in the darkness. Just these 3 skeletons want to stop me? They can't. The Iron Guard reacted quickly, his rock shield blocking out horizontally. With a clank sound, the figure of Shadow Fracture disappeared into the shadows again amidst the spatter of sparks. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. Dali, Soul Berserk. Bleeding red light suddenly erupted around Dali's body, the pig's toothbone blade was entwined with Berserk soul power, and the entire skeleton was humming. Shadow Fracture hid in the shadows and let out a surprised voice, "What the hell?" In the next instant, Vigor violently turned around, and the bone blade slashed into the void with a whistling that tore through the air. With a poof sound, a deep wound opened up in Shadow Fracture's chest, and Hellfire burned on Shadow Fracture's wound along with Vigor's attack. Shadow Fisher's figure was forced to appear. Impossible. How could a mere skeleton warrior have such strength, and what the hell kind of abilities are these? Shadow Fracture was incredulous. Ink Shadow Dust sneered, "You think that's all there is?" He snapped his fingers. Boom! 8 hidden skeleton warriors suddenly appeared from the summoning space, instantly surrounding Shadowcrack in the center. The skeletons held weapons, their gazes flickering with ghostly blue flames, forming a perfect encirclement. What? There are actually so many hiding. Shadow Fracture's face changed greatly, and his figure once again tried to vanish into the shadows. But this time, the perception of Vigor in his berserk state had already locked onto the aura of hellfire that was burning on his body. The pig-tooth bone sword slashed at every shadow where Shadow Fracture was hiding like a crack. The other skeleton warriors were also continuously compressing his space of movement, blocking all retreat paths between their weapon swings. Finally, after one untimely dodge, Vigorous Bone Blade slashed heavily on Shadow Fracture's shoulder. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the secret realm. Shadow Fracture's face was as pale as paper, and madness flashed in his eyes. Damn, monsters. You monsters! A blinding light suddenly erupted from his body. Let's die together. A huge explosion rang out in the secret realm. The 8 ordinary skeletons and Master Yi, who couldn't dodge in time, were reduced to pieces in the explosion, and Shadow Split's figure dissipated.
Congratulations to the host for killing Shadow Fracture, the pride of the Shadow Realm's royal clan, and plundering the words, First Blade Strike B, Shadow Shuttle A, and Transformation of Reality and Void B. First Blade Strike B, the first attack when undetected will always strike. Shadow Shuttle A, use mental energy to travel within the shadows at will. Note, the body must be in an illusory state when shuttling, and cannot be shuttled by entities. Reality Transformation B, consume mental energy to transform your body between reality and illusion. Shadow Realm Royal Bloodline S, obtain the Shadow Realm Royal Bloodline inheritance. Please go to the lexicon and fuse it yourself. So cool? 1S, 1A, 2BS? So shipping? Worthy of being a pride of the Shadow Realm and the Shadow Realm chosen to enter the human race to practice. Mo Shadowdust looked at the dead Master Yi again, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. But despite the heavy losses, it was worth it to obtain these powerful words. The talent of the Shadow Realm's royal family was truly terrifying. Ink Shadow Dust looked at the phrases. First Blade Strike should be a talent awakened by Shadow Rift himself. In addition, Shadow Shuttle and Void Reality Conversion were both talents that the Shadow Realm Imperial clan was born with. Void Reality Conversion allowed the Shadow race to turn their bodies into nothingness and dodge attacks. Paired with Shadow Shuttle, it gained super high locomotive power again. Luckily, right now, everyone's level was low and there wasn't enough spiritual power to use. If this grows up. However, all of these talents are mine now. It's this S-ranked Shadow Realm Royal Bloodline that means something that Ink Shadow Dust hasn't figured out yet. Let's go check out that secret treasure. Ink Shadow Dust was filled with excitement as he stepped towards the high platform. Golden light pulsed in Mo Shadow Dust's palm, emitting a palpitatingly dark aura. The air in the secret realm stagnated, and even breathing became heavy. Mo Shadow Dust's fingertips trembled slightly, and a simple and ancient amulet slowly appeared in the flickering light of his palm. The surface of the amulet was engraved with mysterious death lines, and the pattern of a skeleton and a scythe came to life. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils contracted violently as a system beep sounded in his head. Amulet of Death Gold, secret treasure, effective when placed in storage space after use. Possessor can choose to select any one skill to learn across one of their own levels. This is simply. Ink Shadow Dust was breathing heavily, trembling with excitement. That Necromancer in his previous life had risen to prominence with his own power, and it turned out that he relied on this. Any profession obtaining this secret treasure would mean a qualitative change in strength. But for the Necromancer, this was simply a divine weapon. What did cross-level skills mean? It meant that he could learn first-rank skills right now. A first-rank Necromancer's summon creatures were not on the same level as a zero rank at all. Ha 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 ha. Ink Shadow Dust laughed up to the sky, his laughter echoing in the empty secret realm. Dolly and Iron Guard stood quietly, waiting for their master's order. Whether to use the Death Talisman? Use it. Ink Shadow Dust didn't hesitate, and the golden talisman instantly turned into points of light and disappeared into his body. An arcane power flowed through his entire body, as if opening some sort of confinement. You may choose a first-order skill to learn. Ink Shadow Dust took a deep breath and began to browse the list of first-rank skills. Summon Skeleton Archer. Summon Spectre. White Bone Armor. Corpse Explosion. Summon Zombie. Blood Mastery. Summon Spectre. Ink Shadow Dust looked at the words contributed by the Shadow Rift he had just obtained. Without hesitation, he made his choice. A huge amount of knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The esoteric knowledge of the summoning formations and control methods of the spectral souls were instantly seared into the depths of his memory. Mo Shadowdust immediately began casting spells, his fingertips quickly sketching out complicated necromantic spell formations in the air. Dark purple magic threads traveled in the void, gradually weaving into a hexagram-shaped summoning formation. Thick death energy coalesced in the center of the spell formation, flowing slowly like ink. Wandering souls from the underworld, heed my call. Mo Shadowdust chanted an incantation in a low voice, and the summoning formation blossomed with an eerie blue light. The death energy surged violently, gradually condensing into a translucent illusory figure. The apparition's form was humanoid and inhuman, with the upper half of its body maintaining its human form while the lower half of its body transformed into ethereal mist. A cold blue flame flickered in its eyes, and a chilly deathly aura surrounded its body. Master. An ethereal spiritual fluctuation was transmitted into Ink Shadowdust's brain, carrying a chilling aura from the underworld. Chapter 20, Phantom Soul, Phantom Thorn. Aside from the Shadow Realm royal bloodline, which he hadn't figured out what it did for the time being, Ink Shadow Dust gave the Phantom Soul several of the words he had just gotten from Shadow Fracture. It also gave it the dagger that the Hellhound had popped out. Spectral Soul, Phantom Thorn. Rank 1 Essay Order Level 1. Phrase, Transformation of Reality B, Shadow Shuttle A, First Blade Strike B. Weapon, Hellblade Blue. Strength, 66. Agility, 72. Physique, 66. Spirit, 72. The ghost floats in the air, its translucent body constantly twisting and contorting, displaying unique abilities. Voiding, beings born void may not be limited by physical terrain. Scream, unleashes a soul scream that affects surrounding enemies, with a chance to put them in a state of fear. First Blade Strike B, the first attack while undetected will always strike. Shadow Shuttle A consumes mental energy to shuttle within the shadows at will. Note, the body must be in an illusory state when shuttling, and cannot be shuttled by entities. Reality Transformation B, consume mental energy to transform your body between reality and illusion. Strong. These words were more appropriate on a specter than on a Shadow Realm creature. Shadow Realm creatures were entities that relied on the virtual reality transformation each time in order to change into a virtual body, which allowed them to dodge attacks and perform shadowy shuttles. However, it took spiritual power to maintain the virtual real transformation. So don't look at the previous Shadow Split's seemingly ethereal, roaming shuttles. In reality, the pressure on mental energy was great. After all, each time, one had to first turn on the virtual reality conversion, and then maintain the virtual reality conversion for Shadow Shuttle. Now one's spectral soul didn't have this trouble. The norm was to be a virtualized being, and normal physical attacks were difficult to harm it. It only needed to enter a solid state the moment it attacked. Not to mention being able to use Shadow Shuttle at any time. Ink Shadow Dust nodded in satisfaction as his gaze swept over Power and Ironguard. Although these two skeleton warriors also had word enchantments, they were completely and utterly not on the same level as a first-ranked Spectre. Let's just say that the 6x increase in basic attributes across the ranks was not something they could compare to. However, they also had their own value. Dolly had the Soul Berserker ability, while the Iron Guard was an excellent defensive warrior. Moreover, sooner or later, they would slowly become stronger as they improved. It's just a pity that Master Yi. Let's go, it's time to leave this place. Mo Shadow Dust turned around and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Ink Shadow Dust had just taken 2 steps, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Those runes that covered the entire secret realm were still emitting a ghostly blue light, and the energy was still continuously surging in the direction of the high platform. Something's not right. Mo Shadow Dust frowned as he stared at the runes on the ground. From the entrance of the cave to here, the runes were spread out in every corner, leading straight to the top of the high platform. Initially, he thought that these runes were supporting the secret treasure on the platform. But now the secret treasure has been taken away, rune energy is still flowing. Too wrong. Ink Shadow Dust around the platform walked slowly, eyes carefully search every detail. Finally, his eyes locked on the raised platform where the secret treasure was taken. Dolly. Mo Ingduan gestured towards the skeleton warrior. Dolly immediately rushed forward and slashed down with the bone knife in his hand. Ka-ching! A crack appeared on the raised surface. A twinkle flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes. It's really like this. Iron Guard, Phantom Thorn, attacked together. The 3 men immediately launched their attacks. Iron Guard slammed with his shield, Phantom Thorn held a dagger and stabbed quickly, while Dolly wielded his bone knife and slashed furiously. The cracks continued to widen, spreading like a spider web. Rumble. The entire platform suddenly shook violently. Mo Shadow Dust stumbled, before he could stabilize himself. Ka-chow. Crack. More cracks spread at an alarming speed. Not good. Mo Ingduan's face suddenly changed. There was no time to evacuate, and the platform collapsed. Mo Shadow Dust and the 2 skeletal warriors instantly fell into the abyss. Only Phantom Thorn hovered in the air with his vaporized body and swooped down immediately after him. With the wind howling in his ears, Shadow Dust struggled to stay awake during the descent. The surrounding area was pitch black, not knowing where it led. Plop! Several sounds of falling water sounded almost simultaneously. Ink Shadow Dust felt the coldness instantly penetrate his entire body, and the ice-cold, bone-chilling water surrounded him from all sides. In the darkness, he desperately swam upwards, his lungs gradually starting to burn like unbearable. A few seconds later, he finally broke out of the water, gasping for breath. The crisp sound of bones clashing came from the shore, and Vigor and Ironguard had already climbed ashore. The phantom thorn floated in mid-air, emitting a ghostly blue light that illuminated the dim surroundings.
Phew! Luckily it's water. Ink Shadow Dust swam to the shore, his heart palpitating.
If there was hard ground below, this fall was afraid that his life would be lost directly. He stood up, wrung out the water on his clothes, and raised his head to look around. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. The scene in front of him shocked him to the point of speechlessness. A huge altar stood in the center of the underground space, its entire body cast from some kind of black metal. The surface of the altar was covered with complicated runes, and each line was emitting a bizarre dark red light.
Countless energy threads converged from all directions, covering the entire dome like blood vessels.
All the energy eventually flowed to the blood pool in the center of the altar. Within the blood pool, a huge heart was beating rhythmically.
Knock, knock, knock. The low heartbeat echoed in the empty underground space.
The dense runes on the surface of the heart flashed brightly as it beat, releasing a palpitating pressure. Unknown level item detected, Heart of the God of Death, suggest to leave immediately. The system's beep sounded in Mo Shadowdust's mind.
Unknown rank item detected, Death God's Heart, suggests leaving immediately. Unknown rank item detected, Death God's Heart, suggests to leave immediately. Prompted 3 times in a row, the system was under close observation. The runes on the surface of the Heart of Death became clearer. Those runes formed a complete formation, constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. This should be the source of the energy convergence of the entire secret realm. Mo Shadowdust carefully observed the direction of the runes. Suddenly, the frequency of the beating of the Death God's heart accelerated. A powerful pressure came from it. Mo Shadowdust stumbled and almost fell into the blood pool. Mo Shadowdust strongly endured the pressure, and each step caused his bones to clack.
The veins on his arms bulged and cold sweat slid down like rain. The beating of the Death God's heart became more and more violent, and the deafening sound of his heartbeat almost tore through his eardrums. He clenched his teeth and stretched out his trembling right hand. The moment his fingertips touched the Heart of Death, an indescribable chill instantly invaded his entire body. Mo Ingchuan felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year ice cave, with every cell being frozen.
Consciousness, however, was clearer than ever before. Advance.
He made a command with his mind. Usable bearer detected, Heart of Death, is it fused? The system's beep sounded in his head.
Confirmed. Mo Shadowdust did not hesitate. Warning, the Death God's Heart is an item of unknown grade, the danger of advancing as a bearer is extremely high, do you confirm?
There's so much nonsense, even at a time like this you're still asking.
Mo Shadowdust cursed.
His body could barely support it anymore, so he could only hurry to complete the fusion while he could.
Confirmed. With the second confirmation, the system light suddenly bloomed.
The runes on the surface of the Death God's heart flashed, and the entire heart gradually disappeared in the light. The blood in the blood pool lost its source of energy and gushed out like a wild horse out of control.
Countless amounts of blood swept towards Mo Shadowdust. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to even breathe. Just at the moment when the blood was about to devour him, the word looting system erupted with a dazzling light. A semi-transparent aperture enveloped Mo Shadowdust. The endless blood was blocked out, yet it still wrapped around the aperture relentlessly. Gradually, it formed a blood-colored cocoon. Mo Shadowdust felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. It was as if there were countless knives in his body cutting every inch of flesh and blood. The intense pain caused him to resist letting out an agonizing hiss. But soon, he didn't even have the strength to scream. Consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. The skeletal warriors such as Dolly who were fighting in the distance suddenly stopped their movements. They sensed that their master's state was not right and wanted to rush over to save him. However, the enemy did not give them this opportunity.
A dozen or so guard skeletons came after them with their swords raised. Vigorously raising his bone sword, he fiercely met them. The iron guards followed closely behind, their rock shields blocking the enemy's attacks. Phantom Spike, on the other hand, transformed into a residual shadow, weaving back and forth through the enemy formation. The 3 skeleton warriors blocked the path leading to the altar to death. Right at this moment, the entire underground space suddenly shook violently. A huge crack split open in the void. Losing the source of energy that was the Death God's heart, the entire secret realm began to collapse.
The cracks grew larger and larger, and the darkness of nothingness spread from it. Everything was being devoured. In the next moment, a huge suction force swept Ink Shadow Dust and his skeletal warriors into the void. When the secret realm completely disappeared, Ink Shadow Dust lay motionless on the ground at the entrance into the secret realm. The blood that encased Ink Shadow Dust also completely disappeared. The circle of light around him flickered for a moment and disappeared with it. Only Vigorous and Ironguard remained silently guarding his side. Phantom Thorn, on the other hand, was hidden in the shadows not far away on guard. Night gradually enveloped the land. But Mo Shadow Dust still didn't show any signs of waking up. Only his faintly heaving chest proved that he was still alive. Deep within the necromancy realm, a giant hall of white bones loomed large. The high walls piled with countless dead bones emitted a ghostly green phosphorus flame. An eerie aura spread through the hall. An old voice suddenly resounded through the great hall. The heart of death disappeared? Before the words fell, a gust of wind swept through. A black-robed witch demon rushed in from outside the hall. A deathly aura lingered around him, and his powerful pressure caused the air to stagnate. If a character was present to test the strength of the witch demon, he would be surprised to find that it was a peak powerhouse at the top of the 8th rank. "My lord, you are awake." The witch demon knelt respectfully. In the void, the old voice resounded once again, "I felt the disappearance of the death god's heart." The witch demon's body shook and he looked up incredulously. "This is never possible. The heart of the god of death is a holy relic of my realm, and has been constantly traveling through all walks of life along with my necromantic spirit realm's testing grounds, absorbing energy from all walks of life." He said this, paused for a moment, and then continued. "And it is guarded by the endless blood sea. Anyone who takes the heart of death will instantly be crushed to pieces by the pressure of the endless blood sea. Even if it's you, my lord, who is a noble 9th rank, you can't take the death god's heart from the trial ground." The witch demon's voice was filled with confusion. "In which realm is the trial field located most recently?" The pale voice pursued. "The human realm, my lord. I teamed up with the other lords to scout it not long ago. The energy is about to be complete, and it was scheduled to be picked up and returned during the Heaven's Pride trials in 2 years." The witch demon replied carefully. The great hall fell into dead silence. A moment later, a terrifying spiritual fluctuation erupted. The fluctuation pierced through the boundary barriers and went straight to the human realm. The trial field shattered. An angry roar resounded through the great hall. "The human race, it must be the human race that used some sort of means to take away the holy relics of my realm." Before the words fell, a figure appeared from the void. It was a skeleton as white as jade, with an aura so powerful that it was suffocating. "Necromantic spirit realm, all alert! If the human race does not return the holy relic." The ghostly fire blazed in the skeleton's eyes, "then let them taste the taste of the undead heavenly tribulation." With a flash of his figure, the skeleton instantly appeared at the edge of the realm. He raised his hand and made a stroke in the void. The space shattered like a mirror. Without sparing the consumption of massive amounts of energy, he made several spatial jumps in succession. In an instant, he crossed an endless distance and arrived at the border of the human realm. The ghostly green aura of death surrounded him. Each step left permanent cracks in the void. The terrifying pressure of a 9th-ranked powerhouse caused the void to tremble. The moment the skeleton crossed the border, the ancestral ground of the human realm erupted with shocking sword light. The sword light broke through the clouds, tearing through the sky and illuminating the entire realm. A figure came with a sword, instantly traveling 10,000 miles. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain clothes, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was surrounded by a lingering sword aura, and every pore of his body exuded an astonishing sharpness. Sword intent was rampant, drawing resonance from heaven and earth. The guardian of the human race, 9th rank sword immortal Gao Yang. Chapter 22 Promotion. Guests from the necrotic spirit realm, why are you trespassing on the human realm's boundaries? Gao Yang stood in the air, his voice bland with inviolable majesty. The skeleton king's eyes flickered with ghostly flames, and an aura of death filled the air. "Human sword immortal, hand over the death god's heart and I will immediately retreat." "Heart of death?" Gao Yang frowned slightly. "I don't know what you are talking about." The skeleton king's deathly aura churned and his voice was eerie and piercing. "Playing dumb? The heart of death is a holy relic of my realm, and it suddenly disappeared in the human realm just now. It must have been seized by your human race by some means. Gao Yang stood with his hands in the air, his sword aura spreading out. Joke, why would my human race need to covet the holy relic of his realm? If you really want to take it, just do it righteously. Trespassing in the realm today for no reason, if you don't quickly retreat, don't blame me for being unkind. The Skeleton King let out a sardonic laugh. If you don't hand over the holy relics, then let the army of the undead step on the human realm. Before the words left his mouth, the deadly chi surged and turned into a sky full of skeletons. A cold aura flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. Seek death. He raised his hand and pointed, and his sword light skyrocketed. In an instant, countless sword chi crisscrossed the sky. The skeleton army instantly crumbled into pieces. The Skeleton King looked grave, not expecting Gao Yang to break his divine ability with a single strike. Worthy of being a human sword immortal. But if you don't hand over the holy relics today, my necromantic spirit realm will never stop. Gao Yang took one step and his sword chi turned into a dragon. I'll say it for the last time, get out of here right now. Otherwise, let you see how this sword of mine. Exactly how much profit there is. Space trembled under the sword chi, as if it would collapse at any moment. The Skeleton King couldn't help but take half a step back when he felt that terrifying sharpness. He knew the awesomeness of the sword immortal. Once he went all out, even space could be chopped apart. I'll spare you guys for now today. If you don't return the holy relics as soon as possible, the Death Spirit Realm's army will definitely step on the human realm. The Skeleton King left behind harsh words and turned around to vanish into the void. Gao Yang watched him leave with a frown on his face. The Death Spirit Heart had suddenly disappeared, and the Bone King had come to his door. There must be something strange about this. He turned to look deeper into the human realm, seemingly pondering something. Light flickered and returned to the human race's ancestral land. An order was sent out. The entire clan is on alert to prepare for a full-scale invasion of the necromancy realm. Near the city of Su Bei, the wilderness. Mo Shadowdust lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. The piercing sunlight caused him to subconsciously raise his hand to shield himself. Tai Wei and Dali immediately noticed his awakening through soul fluctuations and quickly surrounded him. Phew! Ink Shadowdust let out a long breath and looked at the two skeletons guarding his side. Dali's body was covered in battle marks, and there were multiple cracks on his bones. There wasn't a single wound on Iron Guard's body, and it was thought that it had all been repaired through earth fluctuation. There were quite a few monster corpses scattered on the ground. At a glance, they wanted to attack their unconscious selves, and were killed by the three of them, Vigorous Iron Guard and Phantom Thorn, in a joint effort. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Ink Shadowdust sat up, propping himself up on the ground. His head was still a little dizzy. He mentally swept his surroundings, and Phantom Thorn was wandering in the shadows in the distance. Thanks to you guys. Ink Shadowdust whispered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open. Just then, the system beep sounded. Congratulations to the Transmigrator for being promoted to first rank. Please choose the direction of specialization. Detailed information of multiple branches floated before Mo Shadowdust's eyes. Summoner specialization, death specialization, curse specialization, white bone specialization, blood specialization. These were all directions that previous generations had already stepped out of and proved to be feasible, and were engraved by the rules of the world within the transfer system. Ink Shadowdust fell into deep thought. He possessed the Divine Soul Dual Life phrase, allowing him to be proficient in both branches at the same time. This was an extremely rare advantage. Summoning specialization must be selected. Ink Shadowdust secretly said. His skeleton army had already taken shape. Dali, Iron Guard, and Illusory Thorn all showed amazing potential. If he could continue to strengthen his summoning abilities, the future was promising. What to choose for the second one? Ink Shadowdust's gaze moved back and forth between the Death Specialization and White Bone Specialization. The Death Specialization specialized in melee combat, a direction of using the power of death to attach itself and strengthen itself. The White Bone Specialist, on the other hand, was more like a traditional mage, relying on White Bone system magic for output and defense. That's it. Ink Shadowdust's eyes glazed over as he made his choice. I choose Summoning Specialization and White Bone Specialization. Selection successful. Please select first rank skill. Ink Shadowdust was a little nervous. The most crucial place had come. In this world, what was the most restrictive thing for a professional? This question, ask 100 people and 99 would answer, the skill bar. Everyone would gain 3 skills when they first succeeded in their transfer. After advancing to first rank, they will gain 2 first rank skill bits, and 0 rank skill bits will become 4. After advancing 2 ranks, you will gain 2 second rank skill bits, first rank skill bits will increase to 4, and 0 rank skill bits will increase to 8. And so on. As for skills, I'm sorry, the transfer system will only provide skills every time you just advance, and after the skill bits are expanded, if you want to learn skills, you'll have to find your own skill books to learn them. That's why there's been a lot of debate within the major universities about the matching of skills. Now, although Ink Shadow Dust was able to specialize in 2 branches at the same time. But if the skill bit didn't increase, then it would be embarrassing. Please choose 2 each of summoning specialization and whitebone specialization skills. Bullish. Sure enough, the S-rank Divine Soul duo wasn't that simple, to the point where even the skill bar had become 2 specializations alone. Ink Shadow Dust swept the skill bar. It's a pity that the number of .0 rank skill bars was displayed as 4, and it wasn't doubled like the first rank skills. Focusing his attention on the skills provided by the system. There wasn't really much to choose from, the skills provided by the system weren't many, they were all basic models. Truly super strong or even perverted skills basically needed to rely on skill books, or inheritance stones to obtain them. Summoning specialization: choose Summoning Ghost, Summoning Skeleton Archer. Whitebone specialization chose Whitebone Armor and Bone Spear. Selection successful. The system finally quieted down. It was only since awakening that Ink Shadow Dust finally had the time to look at his attribute bar. In the end, using an item like the Death God's Heart, which even the system couldn't determine the grade, as a bearer to advance. How much could it be raised? Name: Mo Shadow Dust. Profession: Necromancer. Level 1 carrying item: Necromancer's Heart Red. Word: Firearms Enhancement E, Divine Soul Dual Life S, Eagle Eye C, Long Range Damage Enhancement C, Gluttony D, Night Vision C. Equipment: Whitebone Pendant Green, Amulet of Death Gold. Level: First Order, First Level. Strength: 100. Agility: 100. Physique: 100. Spirit: 270. Rank 0 skill: Skeleton Summoning, Damage Deepening, Bone Spike, Skeleton Enhancement Equipped skill. 1 tier skills: Skeleton Archer Summoning, Ghost Summoning, Whitebone Armor, Bone Spear. Heart of Death Red, the greatest treasure of the necropolis, currently in a self-sealed state, gradually unsealed as the owner's strength rises. Existing abilities: Spirit Enlightenment, Soul Domination. Spirit Enlightenment, passive skill that automatically opens the spirit of the undead creatures summoned by the owner, giving them higher intelligence and the possibility to comprehend skills. Soul Domination, instantly absorbs the souls of all summoned creatures to enhance itself, lasts for 30 minutes. Note: summoned creatures that have had their souls absorbed will enter a dormant state and cannot be summoned again until 24 hours later. Chapter 23: Who Doesn't Submit? Phantom Thorn teaches you to be a man. 10 times the increase in basic attributes? This damn, it's going to take off. Ink Shadow Dust had been mingling for 10 years in his last life, and what he had learned wasn't small. However, he had never heard of a transmuter who could obtain a 10x attribute increase when advancing. The strongest known increase was the Holy Light Cleric's Angelic Heart progression could obtain a 9x increase. Then there was the Ancient Royal Family or the heirs of the major top clans who could get an 8x increase. Normal people. For example, in Ink Shadow Dust's last life, the increase obtained from advancing was basically 5 times. Not to mention the 2 skills currently provided by the Heart of Death, all of which were divine skills. Spirit Enlightenment allowed his summons to have more possibilities. Although Soul Domination hadn't been used, it was a Jedi skill at first glance. Ink Shadow Dust pulled up Phantom Stinger's attributes again. Phantom Soul, Phantom Stinger. Level: 1 Rank 1. Phrase: Reality Transformation B, Shadow Shuttle A, First Blade Strike B. Weapon: Inferno Blade Blue, attack speed increased by 20%, attack has a slight Inferno Flame burn attached to it. Strength: 66. Agility: 72. Physique: 66. Spirit: 72. Skills: Voiding, Screaming. TSK, Tisk. The Phantom Thorn attribute, which he had previously felt was very strong, was now simply not on the same level when compared to himself. One of his own spiritual attributes alone was close to catching up with the sum of the Phantom Thorn attribute. Ink Shadow Dust had also discovered the drawbacks of the Necromancer's summons after these few days of groping around. The main thing was that there were no free attribute points to add for upgrading. At the 0th rank of the transmuter, every time you upgraded, all of your attributes would grow by 1 point each, and then you would gain 2 free attribute points. It was not until after the first rank that they would automatically increase depending on the bearer. Every time a summoner upgraded, however, it would only receive 1 point of growth in all attributes. And there was no such thing as free attribute points. It doesn't seem like a lot, just 2 points per level. However, it should be realized that when a transmuter advanced, their attributes would increase by a multiple. With 2 attribute points per level, 1 rank would be 18 points. Even if you calculated it according to the lowest 5-fold increase, there was still a difference of 90 attribute points. Although the skeletons that went through the word increase were now stronger than normal basic occupations when pulled out individually, and not even weaker than rare occupations. But to say with the hidden profession compared to, don't make a fuss, we are necromancers, what is the point of taking a baby to compete with a transmogrifier? Isn't it good to beat up a group? Could it be that necromancers can really only win by sheer numbers? Hey! No clue. Oops. The big test. Mo Shadowdust hurriedly took out the locator from his storage space. This thing, the locator function is really not too good, but the time on it is still very accurate. It can be used as a portable electronic watch. The blue light screen lit up, displaying time information. Fortunately, the 7th day, in time. Mo Shadowdust breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Back to the gathering. Mo Shadowdust took the lead and walked at the front. Now he didn't need any iron guards to scout the way. Joking aside, with his current attributes, monsters that could directly second him, their entire team together would definitely not survive. To put it simply, a bit drifted. Walked 2 steps, but found that after the enlightenment to open the spirit of the skeleton and phantom thorns are indeed a little different. For example, the Iron Guard was now constantly accelerating, wanting to rush to the front of Ink Shadowdust and do his duty as a shield warrior. But this phantom spike, however, made him a bit puzzled. He was weaving in and out of the shadows behind the group, his gaze always fixed in the direction of Ink Shadowdust. In his eyes. How should I put it? It seemed to be filled with longing. Ink Shadowdust's posterior chilled for a moment. Marred, this enlightened spirit ghost wouldn't have any special fetishes. Just as he was thinking wildly, he even made the decision to take Phantom Thorn back into the summoning space when he slept in the future. A mental fluctuation came from the Phantom Thorn side. Shadow. Blood. Shadow? Blood? What does that mean? Ink Shadowdust suddenly stopped in his tracks. A light shone in his eyes. Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline. Ink Shadowdust hesitated for a moment. After all, this was the second S-rank phrase he had obtained since he was reborn. He had already felt the effects of the Divine Soul duo. It was definitely strong, invincible, and could subvert the existence of the entire cultivation system. Now this Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline, he thought that it wouldn't be weak to any extent. But this Phantom Thorn looks at himself so eagerly. Finally Ink Shadowdust was coerced by the Phantom Thorn's hungry gaze and chilled posterior. Giving this S-rank phrase to the Phantom Thorn. Ink Shadowdust stretched out his hand, and a cloud of dark energy emerged from his palm. The Phantom Thorn trembled as it approached, unconsciously being deeply attracted to the power. When the energy touched Phantom Spike's body, a burst of black light instantly enveloped it. The Phantom Thorn's soul began to change, becoming more slender and elegant. A purple ethereal fire lit up in its eye sockets, and a hidden dark shadow surrounded its body. Ink Shadowdust felt a powerful aura emerge from the Phantom Thorn's body, as if it had opened up some kind of power that had been imprisoned for a long time. Ink Shadowdust hurriedly opened Phantom Thorn's attribute bar to check the changes. Ghost, Phantom Thorn. Rank, First Order, First Level. Word, Reality Transformation B, Shadow Shuttle A, First Blade Strike B, Shadow Realm Imperial Bloodline S. Weapon, Hellblade Blue. Strength, 88. Agility, 232. Physique, 88. Spirit, 152. Skills, Voiding, Screaming. This is... Ink Shadowdust's eyes stared. He didn't expect that with a simple word bestowed down, Phantom Spike's attribute points had gotten such a big boost. He somewhat understood what this bloodline meant. This is a direct replacement of the Phantom Thorn's physique. The Phantom Spur's current attributes should be completely in accordance with the attribute boosts of the Shadow Realm's Imperial clan creatures. High base attributes, 8x progression increase. Now Ink Shadow Dust was going to retract the statement that necromancers could only be swarmed just now. Who's not convinced? Come. Stand out. Even the hidden professions are counted. Phantom Thorn teaches you to be a human being. S-rank words, they really are all heaven-defying existences. Ink Shadow Dust, who was in a good mood, took the 3 minions and dashed towards the meeting place. If we don't hurry up, we really won't be able to catch up. What would have happened if I chose my Shadow Realm Royal Bloodline? Reset attributes? Increase the attributes by 8 times according to the Shadow Realm Imperial race's increase? Or continue to follow your own 10x increase? Can't figure it out. Chapter 24 Your mouths, they are too cheap. The wind of the wilderness whistled past, swirling up dust and obscuring the sky. Ink Shadow Dust, for air as his feet kept. A glimmer of hope flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes, and the pace of his feet quickened by a few points. Inside the gathering place, Chen Yun kept looking at his watch, his brows locked. His gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, hoping to see the figures of the students who hadn't returned. However, there was nothing but the desolate wilderness. 5 more minutes. Chen Yun whispered to himself with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Just at this moment, a figure walked quickly. It was the head of the rescue team organized by the school, with a grave expression on his face. Teacher Chen, the situation is not too optimistic. The person in charge's voice was low. A total of 4 people from your class have not returned, and 3 of them have been confirmed dead. Chen Yun's heart shook as his face instantly turned pale. Only this Mo Ingduan, the locator, has not been able to get a signal. The person in charge continued, what to do, you as the class teacher decide for yourself. Chen Yun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He turned to face the class, his voice trembling a little. Classmates, the situation is somewhat special. Ink Shadow Dust hasn't returned yet, so let's wait a little longer. As soon as his words fell, a hush fell over the class. What's the point of waiting for him? It's just a loser. That's right, letting the hidden profession go unturned in favor of a trash profession, deserved it. Teacher, we can't delay the safety of the whole class because of one person. Mocking voices rose and fell, filled with disdain for Mo Shadow Dust. Yan Jipeng couldn't listen anymore and stood up violently. Do you people have any conscience? Mo Ingduan is also our classmate. There was anger in his voice. If it was you guys who were left behind, what would you think? However, Yan Jipeng's words did not receive much response. Most of the students were still clamoring to leave immediately. Time passed by, and the surrounding classes left one after another. The empty assembly ground looked colder and more dangerous. The figure was getting closer and closer, and finally, everyone could see his face. It was none other than Mo Shadow Dust. Mo Shadow Dust's face was covered in dust, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. His chest was heaving violently, and he had obviously run a long distance. Nonetheless, his eyes remained firm, and there was even a hint of a smile, if any, hanging at the corner of his mouth. When Mo Shadow Dust finally ran to the side of the school bus, he propped his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Yan Jipeng hurriedly opened the door of the bus and excitedly shouted, Mo Ingsuan, you finally caught up. Sorry, I'm late. Mo Shadow Dust whispered at Chen Yun with an apology in his voice. Chen Yun looked at Mo Shadow Dust, who got into the car and sighed in relief, a pleased smile appearing on his face. Finally, it's fine, it's good that you're back. Mo Ingduan raised his head, his deep eyes sweeping over everyone in the car. He slowly straightened up and adjusted his breathing before saying in a calm voice, sorry for keeping everyone waiting. There was no difference in his tone from when he had just spoken to Chen Yun, but the students in the car felt an indescribable sense of oppression. They couldn't help but silence their voices, and some even felt a hint of shivering. Only when they thought of Mo Ingduan's previous performance of being wasteful all the time did they suppress the discomfort in their hearts. Pretending to be some kind of expert. A waste. Humph, the waste has finally arrived. It's because of you that we've waited here for so much longer. Do you realize how many people you've delayed? Mocking and scolding voices rose and fell. Mo Ingduan lowered his head and didn't bother. Yan Jipeng couldn't help himself and shouted, you guys have had enough. It's already not easy for Mo Shadow Dust to come back, and you guys still want to talk about him like this? Mo Shadow Dust raised his head and a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and swept his gaze over the surrounding students. I know I've delayed everyone, and I apologize. But your mouths. It's really too.
After finishing a sentence, Mo Shadowdust unexpectedly pulled out a pistol directly and fired 3 shots at Shenlei, who had screamed the most just now.
Shenlei didn't expect Mo Shadowdust to dare to make a move here. He didn't react at all. When he heard the sound of the gunshot finished, he touched his body with disbelief. No. No injuries? He stood up and turned around to see that 1 shot hit the top of his head and 2 shots hit the sides of his 2 ears. 3 bullet holes appeared on the backrest of the seat he was sitting on. Each bullet hole was less than a centimeter from his head. If these 3 shots are just a little bit crooked. Chapter 25 tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, life and death stage, I'll be waiting for you. Chen Yun's face clouded over as he quickly walked over to Mo Ingsuan. What are you doing?
Shen Yun lowered his voice to question. Mo Shadowdust had already put away his pistol and leisurely sat back in his seat. The movements were elegant and calm, as if the thrilling scene just now was nothing more than an illusion. Mo Shadowdust raised his eyes, his gaze as calm as water.
Education. The short answer left Chen Yun momentarily speechless. He looked around, and the carriage was silent. Everyone held their breath for fear of becoming the next target. Shenlei sat paralyzed in his seat, his face as white as paper. The 3 bullet holes were hideously opening their bloody mouths around his ears, as if they would devour him at any time. Chen Yun took a deep breath and forced down his anger. Do you know what you're doing? This is playing with the lives of your classmates.
The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer.
Joking? What they just said to me is the real joke. Chen Yun was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to retort. Indeed, those snarky words just now were far more hurtful than a few bullets.
He sighed and turned to face the other students.
You guys are also going too far.
It's already not easy for Mo Shadowdust to come back. How can you all treat your classmates like this?
We are all of the same human race, we should have been united. What are you guys doing now? Being extremely sarcastic and looking down on all your fellow classmates? Showing contempt for others at every turn can reflect your own bullpen? Have you all read so many years of books into a dog's stomach?
As the words fell, the carriage fell silent.
Chen Yun looked with satisfaction at his classmates who did not dare to say anything.
Again, he turned his gaze to Mo Shadowdust.
Shadowdust, it's true that it's not right for your classmates to treat you like this, but you can't just shoot at your classmates directly? Your target should be aimed at the monsters, the foreigners, not your classmates. Mo Ingduan listened to Chen Yun's sermon and somewhat couldn't help himself. This old class was good at everything, and the person was also very responsible. It's just that sometimes boar. Always trying to show an attitude of leveling a bowl of water. Dealing with the conflicts of classmates, often regardless of the color, each hit 50 big boards. Their mouths, which should be aimed at the monsters, too, are foreigners, not me.
This time it's just a warning, if there's a next time, I'll shoot straight towards the head. I'm not sure if I'll be sanctioned afterward, but what's clear to me is that if I shoot them in the head, none of my classmates, for the time being, seem to be able to survive. After Ink Shadowdust finished speaking, he closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, clearly not wanting to say anything else. Shen Yun looked at the strong Ink Shadowdust, shook his head helplessly and returned to his seat. The entire carriage was unusually quiet, with only the sound of the modified bus engine running. Everyone was immersed in the harsh words that Mo Ingsuan had just released. Shenlei couldn't help but shiver. He had a premonition. If he opened his mouth to taunt Mo Shadowdust again, Mo Shadowdust's bullet would really hit his head. Mo Shadowdust's consciousness sank into his body and a virtual interface unfolded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 2, the death talisman is reset, please select the second rank skill you wish to inscribe. Ink Shadowdust's eyes lit up. That's right. The cross-ranked summon ghost that was originally used as his base card didn't even last a day before Ink Shadowdust was promoted to rank 1. Now, it was time to choose a new second rank skill. Ink Shadowdust carefully browsed through the list of skills. Definitely choose the summoning class. The two options of summon zombie and summon skeleton mage made him hesitate. Zombies possessed powerful flesh and terrifying regenerative abilities, making them excellent fighters. The skeleton mage, on the other hand, could provide him with long-range magical support and increased tactical flexibility. These two skills, if he could only choose one when he upgraded to rank 2, Ink Shadowdust would definitely choose skeleton mage. After all, zombie melee creatures, he really wasn't lacking. However, the situation was different now, he was summoning a summon across the ranks. Then a zombie that relied on flesh for damage would be significantly better than a skeleton mage that didn't have a strong range and was only good at bursts.
Weighing the options, Ink Shadow Dust finally chose to summon the zombie. Second rank skill, Summon Zombie has been engraved successfully.
The system prompt sounded in his head, and the corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly. Although it was inconvenient to summon in the car now, he couldn't wait to try this new skill. The bus slowly pulled up at the entrance of the city, and the moment the doors opened, the clamor flooded in like a tidal wave.
Mo Shadowdust stepped off the bus and what met his eyes was a bustling scene. Countless parents anxiously crowded at the city gates, stretching their necks to look for their children. Some people were cheering, some people were in tears. A mother held tightly to her son who just got off the bus, stroking the abrasions on his face. Tears came out. It's okay, it's okay. She choked and repeated. Not far away, a boy covered his arm and bawled in his father's arms. Dad, I never want to go to a place like that again. Mo Shadowdust silently watched all of this, a trace of bitterness flaring up in his heart. He looked around, his gaze skimming over faces of joy or worry. Sure enough, just like in his last life when he returned, not a single person was here for him. Mo Shadowdust pulled the corner of his mouth in a self-deprecating manner. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or this life, some things would never change. He took a deep breath and forced himself to withdraw his gaze. Just as he was about to leave, a voice filled with scorn suddenly came from behind him. Mo Shadowdust. It was Zhao Hao. Mo Shadowdust turned around and saw Zhao Hao standing there condescendingly. Don't forget about tomorrow's life and death stage. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you. Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with contempt. Mo Shadowdust nodded calmly. I know. He turned around and left, the memories of his last life surfacing in his mind. Zhao Hao, this so-called genius who relied on his family's resources. During the 7 days of wilderness training, he hadn't left the camp at all. Relying on the cultivation resources that the Zhao family had put together, he sat in the camp and absorbed madly for 7 whole days. Right now, he should already be at rank 0, level 9. When he returned tonight, the Zhao family must have already prepared his bearer for him as well. Mo Shadowdust still clearly remembered that the day after Zhao Hao returned from his previous life's training, he entered the campus as a rank 1, shocking countless students and teachers. The media swarmed around and interviewed him frantically. The entire Subei city was discussing that their city had produced such a heavenly pride. The Zhao family used the fame achieved by Zhao Hao to frantically pull in sponsorships to amass wealth. However, the truth a few months later was like a heavy hammer that hit everyone hard on the head. Zhao Hao directly lost his life during a college outing adventure because of his cowardice and fear of trouble, coupled with his combat experience that was almost equal to 0. Worse still, he had also seriously injured the classmate he was teamed up with at the time. That classmate was a young master from an unknown city, so he naturally refused to let it go. He directly told his family about the incident. The family found the media to expose this matter. Later, Zhao Hao was raked over the coals to reveal the truth that all his cultivation levels relied on cultivation resources. The internet was in an uproar, and there was a lot of denunciation. The default rule in this world was that one couldn't rely entirely on resources to pile up ranks. After all, the world is not peaceful, and there are countless foreign enemies watching. The human race needed transmutants that could go into battle, not flowers in a greenhouse. So no matter how big the family was, the resources given for cultivation were all in moderation. At the very least, there wouldn't be a situation like Zhao Hao, who had no combat experience at all and relied solely on resources. Chapter 26 Second Order Zombie. In this life, I see that you don't even want to live well in the last few months. Have to come and mess with me? Mo Shadowdust recalled the events of Zhao Hao back then while walking on his feet to the equipment market in Subei City. He needed to clean up all the trash equipment that he had obtained in the wilderness and secret realm, as well as see if there was any suitable new equipment. The door to the equipment market was close at hand, and bustling crowds of people surged about. Various hoots and hollers rose and fell, and the air was filled with the scent of metal and leather. Mo Shadowdust ignored the many stallholders who set up their stalls. He directly stepped into an imposing store. Wanbao Zhai. This store was very powerful, and there were branches of them in almost every city in the human dragon kingdom. There was no need to fear being pitched when trading here. He walked straight to the counter, ignoring the curious gazes cast by the customers around him. I want to sell some equipment and materials. Mo Shadowdust spoke in a flat tone. The clerk behind the counter smiled and nodded, skillfully taking out the appraisal instrument.
Ink Shadow Dust took out materials such as the furs of wilderness monsters, bone powder from the secret realm, and ghoul teeth from his storage space. There were also a few pieces of white-quality equipment that were nothing more than trash in the eyes of the shopkeeper. The clerk quickly appraised them and quoted a price, 520,000 federal coins. Do you think it's okay? Mo Shadow Dust nodded slightly. This price was expected. Although it was lower than selling it at his own stall, it saved time and effort. It was just so easy for combat professionals to make money, as long as they were willing to take risks. In 7 days, hundreds of thousands was easy. But the spending was also great. The money arrived, and Ink Shadow Dust began to browse the store's merchandise. His eyes lingered in the weapons section. The 92 pistol was no longer suitable for the current him. Spiritual power had increased dramatically, and spell damage far exceeded that of the pistol. But a backup weapon was still necessary, just in case. Guest, would you like me to make a recommendation for you? A young shopkeeper approached. Ink Shadow Dust glanced at him and said indifferently, show me the pistols in your store, something with more power. The clerk's eyes lit up and he immediately took out several pistols of different shapes. This is our store's latest arrival, the Thunder Fury, a modified version of the Desert Eagle. Mo Shadow Dust carefully scrutinized each gun, his fingers lightly caressing over the gun body. The cold metallic touch came through. As a 10-year veteran gunner in his previous life, he was naturally clear about the power of each pistol. In the end, he selected 2 modified Desert Eagles. These 2 are good, I'll take them. Ink Shadow Dust said succinctly. Since it was just an ordinary pistol, not a magical item, even though it was modified, it wasn't that expensive. 100,000 would be enough to take these 2. The clerk joyfully packed them up and asked, does the customer need any other weapons? Are there any weapons that can increase on magic? Yes, take a look at this staff. The clerk dutifully recommended it. Ink Shadow Dust shook his head, don't want the mace. As for why he didn't want the mace. This question. Still the same sentence, times have changed. These days, except for staff attributes that were extremely excellent, or the kind of purebred staking turret mages that would choose a staff as their main weapon. For other professions, hardly any will choose a staff. The development of enchantment and inlay crafting had allowed all kinds of weapons to increase on magic. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as you could prepare the materials. A high-level enchanter could even enchant 2 pistols to give you a magic-enhancing effect. It also doesn't affect the normal pistol shooting function. Isn't this much more fragrant than any mace? Of course, this only applies to low levels. If you really have a high-grade staff, purple and gold, then I did not say. It's also better than a low-level weapon to knock people out with. Mo Shadow Dust swept his gaze over the weapons on the shelf and was suddenly attracted to a tang blade. The blade was slender and emitted a faint green glow. He reached out and gripped the hilt of the blade, and a strange power surged into his body. This blade. Mo Shadow Dust whispered softly to himself. Seeing this, the shopkeeper immediately introduced it, good eye. This is a green quality tang blade. The blade is exceptionally sharp, and the material has been given a special treatment to make it more suitable for chopping. The blade is also enchanted with enhancement runes, which can increase the power of magic attacks by 5%. Ink Shadow Dust gently waved it, and the blade cut through the air, emitting a slight buzz. That's it. Ink Shadow Dust decided decisively. The clerk smiled and settled the price for him. The 2 modified Desert Eagles cost 100,000, while the tang blade cost $300,000. Ink Shadow Dust paid without hesitation and carried the tang blade behind his back. The experience of his last life told him that weapons must be carried with him. Danger often came unexpectedly, and storage space wasn't always reliable. Muscle memory was the fastest response. After settling the bill, Mo Shadow Dust strides out of Wan Bao Zhai and returns to the hotel. Mo Shadow Dust pushed open the door of his hotel room and placed his tang blade and pistol on the table. He looked around and after confirming that the room was safe, he slowly closed his eyes. Mental energy surged like a tidal wave, probing for the scent of death. A rotten scent filled the air. The ground began to tremble, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Ink Shadow Dust opened his eyes, a strange light flickering in his pupils. He stretched out his hand, palm upwards, as if he was welcoming something. A summoning spell formation formed on the ground. A rotting hand stretched out from the spell formation, then an arm. Whole body. A zombie covered in iron stood in front of Ink Shadow Dust. Ghostly blue flames flickered in the empty eye sockets. Imo Shadowdust sized up this zombie that had just been summoned from the underworld, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile.
Not bad, it's stronger than I thought, he muttered.
The zombie let out a low roar as if responding to its master's appreciation. Imo Shadowdust checked the zombie's attributes and a stream of information flooded into his mind.
Zombie. Rank, 2nd order level 1. Strength, 816. Agility, 588. Physique, 816. Spirit, 588.
Skills, Steel Bones, Corpse Poison, Blood-Sucking Skills, Steel Bones, Corpse Poison, Blood-Sucking.
Steel Bones, passive skill, zombie's defense is strong. Corpse Poison, normal attacks will be accompanied by Corpse Poison.
Blood-Sucking, bite on a creature with blood, can absorb the blood to recover from the injury, and at the same time a certain chance to permanently enhance their own attributes.
This attribute. This strength. It's worthy of being 2nd order. One could only say that the Death Talisman was invincible.
It allowed Ink Shadowdust, a tiny necromancer who was new to the 1st rank, to directly possess the combat power of the 2nd rank.
Chapter 27 1st Order Zhao Hao, dazzling and explosive.
In the past few days, Xia Yunqi had experienced too many inner ups and downs. The awakening of her S-rank talent should have made her ecstatic, but it was complicated by a single decision. She still remembered the day she proposed to Mo Ingsuan to break off the engagement.
Let's break off our engagement.
Her voice was cold and abnormal.
Mo Shadowdust's reaction, however, was out of her expectation.
He simply nodded calmly, good. Just like that, a simple word, as if it had severed the years of bond between them. Xia Yunqi froze in place, at a loss for words. She had thought that Mo Ingduan would be as entangled as usual, but he was so dry. This contrast caused a trace of strange emotions to flood her heart.
Originally, she had thought that Mo Ingduan was merely pretending.
But in the following days, Mo Ingsuan really never came to find her again. The sudden disappearance of that inseparable figure in the past made Xia Yunqi feel an inexplicable emptiness. She began to unconsciously recall the past.
Mo Ingsuan's back figure of holding an umbrella for her, the figure of preparing breakfast for her.
These details that she had once taken for granted were now stirring ripples in her heart. Xia Yunqi tried to dispel these tumultuous thoughts through cultivation. She told herself that it was just the discomfort of having her habits broken. But why? There was always a voice in the back of her mind questioning, was it really just this? The day of training came, and Xia Yunqi chose to act alone. She wanted to prove that she could not rely on anyone. However, reality gave her a blow to the head. While preparing the supplies, she realized that she was ignorant of many details.
In the past, Mo Ingsuan would always arrange everything properly. Food, medicine, equipment. Every single thing was considered in every way.
Only now did she realize how much thought actually lay behind those seemingly simple things. Xia Yunqi bit her lips and forced herself to hold back the sourness in her heart. She didn't want to admit that she would actually miss that person she had once seen as a liability so much.
The process of practicing was even more difficult than imagined. Whenever she encountered a predicament, she would unconsciously turn back as if Mo Ingsuan would appear behind her at any moment. Just like for so many years.
But when she turned back, there was only the sound of icy wind around her. Although she was clear that with Mo Shadowdust's talent, even if he did appear, he wouldn't be able to help himself. However, this sense of loneliness allowed her to truly appreciate the significance of Mo Shadowdust's existence for the first time.
Finally, the experience ended.
Xia Yunqi returned to the city gates earlier than expected. The family had long been waiting here, their faces beaming with pride. Yunqi, worthy of being the proud daughter of our Xia family.
S-class talent, the future is bound to be bright.
These words of praise echoed in her ears, but they made her feel a hint of discomfort. She looked around and saw the hugs, tears, and genuine care between other ordinary families. That heartfelt joy was in stark contrast to what she felt. Xia Yunqi suddenly realized that her own family cared more about her talent and future than she herself. This realization caused a wave of bitterness to flood her heart. She mechanically dealt with her family's pleasantries, but her gaze unconsciously searched for that familiar figure in the crowd.
Mo Ingsuan hadn't returned yet.
This discovery caused an inexplicable anxiety to surge in her heart. She should have gone straight home with her family, but she had ghostly stayed at the city gates. Time passed by minute, and Xia Yunqi's heartbeat accelerated with every figure that entered the city. Finally, she saw that familiar figure.
Mo Shadowdust walked in, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings.
Xia Yunqi held her breath, waiting for his gaze to fall on her.
However, Mo Ingsuan's eyes only faintly skimmed over her, as if she was just a stranger.
This feeling of being ignored caused a stabbing pain to flood Xia Yunqi's heart. She opened her mouth to call out to him, but realized that she had lost the courage to speak.
Mo Ingsuan left straight away, his back gradually disappearing into the crowd.
Xia Yunqi stood in place with mixed feelings in her heart. She did not understand why she cared so much and why she felt so lost. This complex emotion drove her, making her decide to go to the life and death stage.
Even if it was just to watch from afar, it was fine. She knew that Mo Ingsuan would definitely appear there.
He had always been true to his word. Xia Yunqi kept reassuring herself that she was destined to go to the capital to attend the top academy. With Mo Ingsuan's talent, at most he could only find a trash institution around Subei City with the Mo family's connections.
In the future, the two of them will not be in the same world after all. Cherish now.
More look at too good, after all, after the university, may never see each other again. The morning sun was slightly exposed, and the area around the life and death terrace in Subei City was already crowded.
Students flocked to the stage, vying to occupy the best viewing position.
The air was filled with a mixture of tension and excitement. In the distance, Xia Yunqi sat cross-legged, her cool gaze sweeping over the clamoring crowd. Zhao Hao had begun to pervasively publicize this matter in the school ever since Mo Ingsuan had agreed to go on the life and death stage that day.
He was afraid that Mo Ingchen would back out and not come. Now almost no one in the entire senior class knew about today's appointment.
The students whispered and speculated about the exciting showdown that was about to take place.
Do you guys think that punk will dare to come? Who knows, but even if he comes, what can he do? He'll just be abused by Zhao Hao. Abused is definitely going to be abused. I can abuse that punk Mo Shadowdust even if I go on.
The question is whether Zhao Hao will really kill him. I don't think so. How to say that Mo Ingduan is also the young master of the Mo family? Zhao Hao should not give the Mo family any face at all. Discussions rose and fell, rippling through the crowd like ripples. The clock hand pointed to 7:30, and Zhao Hao walked out of the crowd with his head held high. Every step caused ripples. Zhao Hao leaped up and landed steadily in the center of the life and death platform. He stood proudly, the awakening staff in his hand emitting an eerie blue light. The pressure of the first stage was intentionally released by him recklessly, sweeping across the entire field, causing these students who were only at the 0th stage to shudder. Zhao Hao's eyes flashed with arrogance and confidence, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile.
Mo Shadowdust, do you still dare to come?
His voice was like thunder.
The students on the sidelines burst into an uproar, their shock overflowing. Heavens!
Zhao Hao actually broke through the first rank.
This is too strong, isn't it? A heavenly pride has actually appeared among us.
This.
Simply too big to use. Big Mo Shadowdust, that punk, still using the first rank?
This time Mo Shadowdust is miserable, and I don't know how to beg Zhao Hao to spare his life.
Exclamations and comments rose and fell, sweeping across the entire arena like a wave. Even the always calm Xia Yunqi couldn't help but be a little surprised. With her eyes locked onto Zhao Hao, she really couldn't figure out how it was possible for Zhao Hao to advance to the first rank so quickly. Zhao Hao felt the awe cast in all directions and became even more complacent. He raised his staff and a blue light shot up into the sky. Xia Yunqi in the distance skimmed her mouth. This kind of behavior from Zhao Hao didn't serve any purpose other than wasting spiritual energy and looking cooler. But after determining that Zhao Hao had indeed advanced to first rank, Xia Yunqi began to worry about Mo Ingduan in her heart. Chapter 28 Missy, young master is going to the life and death stage with someone. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man in an elaborate suit hurriedly passed by the vicinity of the life and death stage. He frowned as he surveyed the students swarming around, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to leave, a cool voice came out. Butler, Missouri. The middle-aged man turned around at the sound of the voice, only to see a young girl with outstanding temperament walking quickly. Miss Xia? Butler, Missouri nodded slightly. Why are you here? Xia Yunqi's expression was grave as she quickly informed Butler, Missouri of what had happened.
Butler Mo's face suddenly changed, his voice trembling.
What? Mo Ing. Young Master Mo is going to go on the life and death stage with the young master of the Zhao family? And the young master of the Zhao family is already at the first rank?
His hands clenched involuntarily, his knuckles turning white.
Butler, Missouri took a deep breath and forced down the panic in his heart. Thank you, Miss Xia, for informing me. I'll go back and report.
After saying that, he turned around and left at a brisk pace, his footsteps so hurried that he almost stumbled. Xia Yunqi looked at Butler Mo's distant back, her heart slightly relieved. She secretly thought to herself, if the Mo family knew about this, they must be able to help Mo Ingsuan. However, she looked at Butler Mo's hurried pace as he left but was a little puzzled.
Isn't there a phone? Do you have to rush back to report?
However, at this moment, Butler Mo's heart was a different world. He cursed in his heart as he drove furiously.
Damn Xia Yunqi, meddling in nothing. That little punk Mo Ingduan is dead as dead can be. What did he have to tell me about this life and death platform thing for? I also had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to have to go near that life and death platform today. Butler Mo's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles whitening from excessive force. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Now that I know about this, if I didn't report it to the family, and in the end something really happened to that punk Mo Shadow Dust, the board will definitely hit me. In front of the Mo family's gate, the butler rushed to the doorway out of breath.
His forehead was seeping with cold sweat, and he was panting heavily with his hands propped on his knees. Just in time, a tall figure walked out from the door.
Eldest Miss.
The butler hurriedly straightened up.
Mo Bingning frowned as she looked at the wretched butler. What's the matter panicking like this?
The butler wiped the sweat from his forehead and leaned in sharply. Eldest Miss, something big has happened. The young master he wants to go on the life and death stage with the young master of the Zhao family.
Mo Bingning's pupils suddenly shrunk. The life and death stage? Are you sure?
Her voice rose steeply. The butler nodded repeatedly. And Zhao Hao has already broken through to the first stage.
What can we do about this?
Mo Bingning's brows knitted tightly as a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Little brother how dare he agree to the life and death stage? Her fingers unconsciously gripped her sleeves. The housekeeper carefully observed Mo Bingning's expression.
Eldest Miss, should this matter be?
Mo Bingning raised her hand to interrupt him. I'll go tell father, you go and get busy first.
The butler was like an amnesty and bowed in a hurry. Yes, then my subordinate will leave first.
The butler hid in the corner, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally, I've reported the matter. Missy let me go. What happened after that has nothing to do with me.
Mo Bingning quickly walked towards Mo Kuei's study.
Inside the study, Mo Kuei was looking at the documents of the family industry report.
Father. Mo Bingning gently knocked on the door. Come in.
Mo Bingning pushed the door in and saw her father looking intently at the documents in his hands.
What is it? Mo Kuei asked without lifting his head.
Little brother is going to be on the life and death stage with Zhao Hao.
With a pop, the fountain pen in Mo Kuei's hand slammed heavily on the desktop. What did you say?
He jerked his head up. Mo Bingning repeated himself and added, and Zhao Hao has already broken through to the first rank.
Mo Kuei stood up in a hectic manner, and the desk was shaken by the impact. That bastard. He paced back and forth in the study, his face terribly gloomy. Who does he think he is? Daring to be a rival to the first-ranked Zhao Hao Shang? He's disgracing me. It's also disgracing the Mo family. A punk who doesn't stay at home and goes out to compete with someone in a life and death stage? Does he want to lose the Mo family's face? And now that Zhao Hao is already at the first rank, isn't this even more humiliating? He had directly become a stepping stone to someone else's fame. Mo Bingning stood on the side and hesitated for a moment. Father, should we find a way to stop this duel? Mo Kuei turned around violently. Are you crazy?
His voice was like thunder. No one can force someone to go to the life and death stage. This must have been agreed to by that bastard himself.
We, the Mo family, still have a face to live up to. How can we interfere with the life and death stage? Mo Bingning bit her lower lip. But
Zhao Hao is able to directly kill Shadow Dust on the life and death stage.
Mo Kuei's footsteps lurched. This bastard kid, dead is dead.
Before the words left his mouth, he seemed to realize something. How can I say that he is also a member of our Mo family?
Mo Kuei took a deep breath.
Zhao Hao shouldn't kill him. You go to the life and death stage now.
Wait for their duel to end and bring that asshole back. If the injuries aren't serious, let him kneel in front of the ancestral hall for me and reflect.
Mo Bingning pursed her lips, a trace of intolerance flashing in her eyes.
Yes, father.
She turned around and left the study, her footsteps hurried. Mo Bingning walked down the long corridor, recalling her father's words. A wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. Ever since she was a child, Shadow Dust was like a transparent person in the family. Even now, at the time of life and death, her father still didn't care. She quickened her pace and sped towards the direction of the life and death platform. The time had already reached 8 o'clock, and Ink Shadow Dust was unsurprisingly unexpected. Late. This is not nonsense, 8 o'clock duel, you have to get up at 7 o'clock to start washing. And no classes, who is a good person to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning? Anyway, it's not urgent, let Zhao Hao wait. Zhao Hao stood proudly on the life and death stage, his eyes scanning the surrounding crowd. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Looks like that punk doesn't dare to come. Zhao Hao's voice was filled with sarcasm. The surrounding students chimed in with laughter. Zhao Hao is right, how could that Ink Shadow Dust that punk dare to come? That's right, a trash who awakened an E-rank talent, he might not even be at 0 rank 3 right now, and he still dares to duel with the 1-ranked Heaven's Pride, young Zhao? I guess, it's not that he didn't come, it's that when he came and heard that Zhao Xiao had already reached rank 1, he was so scared that he pissed his pants and went home to change his pants, right? Zhao Hao listened to these flattering words and became even more pleased in his heart. He raised his hand and signaled the crowd to be quiet. Everyone, I, Zhao Hao, am true to my word. Since that punk didn't dare to come, then this duel will be counted as my win. Although I haven't been on the life and death stage, but everyone give me a testimony, from now on, that trash Mo Ingduan's life will be mine.
Chapter 29 Dead Spirit Resurrection.
Xia Yunxi plopped down at the edge of the crowd with a complex expression on her face. There was both celebration and contempt. Mo Ingduan not coming made her heart breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, even if he came, he couldn't possibly be a match for rank 1 Zhao Hao, and would only be abused unilaterally, and would probably lose his life. But in her heart, she also despised him a little.
Can't even do what he promised?
A sudden commotion came from the crowd, and whispers rose and fell. The gazes of the crowd swept towards the entrance of the life and death stage. One could only see a slender figure slowly walking over, his pace leisurely as if he was taking a stroll. As he walked, he unabashedly yawned, revealing a look of weariness. The person who came was none other than Mo Shadow Dust. A black power suit, the fabric looked light but sturdy, clinging to his slender figure. A Desert Eagle pistol was inserted on each side of his back waist. The gun handles glowed with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, revealing a biting murderous aura. Ink Shadow Dust was slung behind his back with a tang sword that was as black as ink. It was vaguely glowing with a ghostly green light. The blade was overbearing and cold, radiating a biting murderous aura as if it was ready to be sheathed and drink blood at any time. As he approached, the surrounding crowd unconsciously backed away to the sides, making way for him. Some had surprised expressions on their faces, obviously not expecting him to actually come. Some had gloating looks on their faces, as if they had already foreseen the fiasco he was about to face. Mo Shadow Dust was oblivious to the reactions around him. His eyes stared straight at Zhao Hao, who was standing on the life and death stage, and the cold smile at the corner of his mouth became even more pronounced. He slowly walked up the steps, his entire aura instantly becoming stern. The surrounding murmurs came to an abrupt end.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Mo Ingduan. Zhao Hao's face instantly sank, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Mo Shadow Dust, you've finally come.
Zhao Hao coldly stared at Mo Shadow Dust.
Putting on airs, a gunman still carrying a broken knife, you don't think that carrying an extra knife will increase your ability in melee combat, do you? Mo Shadow Dust lazily raised his head and glanced at Zhao Hao. Oh, so you were waiting for me? Sorry, I overslept.
There was a hint of flirtation in Mo Shadow Dust's tone. These words made Zhao Hao's face even more ugly. The surrounding students also began to whisper.
This Mo Shadow Dust is too crazy, isn't he? That's right, who does he think he is? But young Zhao has already broken through to the first rank, and he still dares to be so arrogant? Mo Shadow Dust turned a deaf ear and slowly walked up to the life and death stage. Turning to face Zhao Hao. Alright, I'm coming. Don't you want to duel with me? Then let's start. Mo Ingduan's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. He walked quickly to the referee and pointed at Mo Shadow Dust. Senior, this Mo Shadow Dust, he's the one who dueled with me today.
The referee nodded and walked to the center of the life and death stage, looking deeply at the shadows at Mo Shadowdust's feet.
Since both sides have arrived, the duel will now begin.
The rules are simple: life and death are determined by heaven. You may use any means until the victorious party determines the end.
Wait!
Mo Shadowdust's voice suddenly came out, interrupting the referee who was just about to raise his protective shield.
Young Master Zhao, I'm afraid you haven't forgotten that our life and death stage has a bet. Where's my first rank skill book?
Zhao Hao pulled out a skill book from his storage space and threw it at Mo. There's no first rank skill book, only this 0th rank one, but the value of this book is something that University Hegemon Mo should definitely know.
Unusual second or even third rank skills aren't worth as much as it is.
Mo Shadowdust took the skill book and took a look.
Necrotic Resurrection, 0th rank skill, can transform corpses into necrotic summoners. Strength depends on the corpse's strength before death.
Note, cannot be used on corpses whose level was higher than your own in life.
Surprisingly, it was the Necromancer's rare skill Necrotic Resurrection.
Zhao Hao was right. This skill book was indeed very precious, and it could be said that a large part of the reason why necromancers could be called a natural disaster was in this book. This skill is different from the Necromancer's summoning number. As long as there are enough corpses, it
has no limit on the number. But likewise, the summons it revives cannot enter the summoning space.
It was that this book was so rare that many necromancers had entered the higher ranks and still couldn't find this skill.
What? Ink Shadowdust, you punk aren't satisfied?
Satisfied, start. Ink Shadowdust threw the skill book to the referee fondly.
Nonsense, of course he was satisfied. This Zhao Hao must not have known that Mo Shadowdust was actually a necromancer to take out such a precious skill book.
He was now too afraid that Zhao Hao would back out. With a wave of the referee's hands, an energy shield rose around the life and death stage. From this moment on, until the winner was decided and the end was announced, it was impossible for the people on the life and death stage to leave. On the life and death stage, Mo Ingchen and Zhao Hao stood opposite each other. The air was filled with an air of swords drawn. Mo Shadowdust lazily stretched his waist, as if he had just woken up from his sleep. He slowly drew out the twin spears at his waist and gently tossed them in his palm. However, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. With a turn of his body, he actually made an incredible cartwheel in this sluggish state. The muzzle of the gun drew two graceful arcs in the air, and bullets poured out like rain.
Chapter 30 Gunfighting Technique.
Gunfighting Technique, the gunner profession gunfighter specialization first rank core skill, and the
building block of the entire gun. A trace of contempt flashed in Ink Shadowdust's eyes.
His figure weaved in and out of the darkness bombs as if he was dancing an elegant waltz. Every turn and every leap was just right to avoid the attack. At the same time, the Desert Eagle roared continuously in his hands.
Bullets collided with dark bullets and exploded in the air. Gorgeous sparks illuminated the entire life and death stage.
Zhao Hao gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Mo Ingduan to be so difficult to deal with. Obviously, he was only using a gun, but he made all of his magic attacks fall short.
He gripped his staff tightly and rushed towards Mo Shadowdust.
The staff drew a black trajectory in the air and slashed down towards Mo Ingduan head-on. He was not at all surprised by Zhao Hao's behavior of using the staff as a stick to come up and smash himself.
If others didn't know, could he, as a reborn person, not know?
In his last life, the specialization that Zhao Hao chose at rank 1 was Demon Monk. The branch of Demon Monk originally relied on the dark element to stimulate the physical body to go in the melee combat school. Together with the awakening staff material abnormality, when the stick is used.
You don't say, it's really perfect.
Not to mention that the skills that demon monks specialize in to strengthen their physical bodies can be released with the awakened staff that is used as a stick, and the effect can still be increased.
As for why Zhao Hao hadn't been using first-rank demon monk skills against himself? Who knew? Maybe. I'm not worthy?
Ink Shadowdust hemmed and hawed, and instead of retreating, he advanced, shortened his figure, and brushed against the staff. At the same time, the Desert Eagle in his left hand was pressed against Zhao Hao's abdomen.
Bang!
With a muffled sound, Zhao Hao was knocked back 2 steps.
A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth.
Mo Shadowdust stood in place, the muzzle of his gun still smoking. His eyes were still lethargic, as if what he had just done was just a casual act.
It's a pity that
young Master Zhao's equipment is really good. This inner armor of yours, it must be at least blue quality. The spectators under the stage were already too shocked to speak. They stared in disbelief at what was in front of them. That Mo Shadow Dust, who was once ridiculed as a waste, had suppressed the first-ranked Heaven's Pride Zhao Hao while using a gun.
This simply overturned their cognition. Chen Yun's face became extremely grave.
His gaze swept back and forth over Mo Ingsuan as if he wanted to see through this mysterious student.
Gunfighting skill.
And it's such a pure gunfighting art. Chen Yun muttered, his voice filled with incredulity.
Could it be that he has also broken through to the first rank? No, that's not right.
Even if he's at the first rank, it's impossible for him to master such a profound skill in such a short period of time.
But looking at his skillful movements, how can you tell that he has experienced 1,000 uses to reach this point?
Chen Yun's heart was filled with doubts. Zhao Hao's chest was churning with anger, like an enraged beast. His face was twisted with rage, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. This was all supposed to be his stage, his carefully planned appearance. He should have been like a towering monarch, casually crushing this trash Mo-inged one. But reality slapped him hard in the face.
The bullet penetrated his carefully prepared defense, shocking his internal organs and turning him upside down.
The blood in his mouth carried a rusty taste, reminding him of the humiliation he had just suffered. Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, his nails sinking deep into his palms. He couldn't accept this result.
Mo Ingsuan's calm face became repulsive in his eyes.
That lethargic look, that contemptuous smile, all made Zhao Hao want to tear him apart.
You trash, how dare you resist?
Zhao Hao roared in his heart.
Isn't it good to be abused obediently? Why did you ruin my plan?
His pride was dripping blood, and his pride was ruthlessly trampled on.
Mo Ingduan, aren't you a gunman?
Zhao Hao spoke coldly. There was a hint of mockery in his voice, and a sly glint in his eyes.
Aren't your skills good? Mo Shadowdust raised his eyebrows and didn't answer. He quietly looked at Zhao Hao, as if waiting for the other party's next move. Zhao Hao's smile grew colder and colder. Then try my blindness technique.
His voice suddenly drew up, carrying a hint of madness.
I want to see how you can still aim when you can't see out of your eyes.
Before the words fell, a black light shot out from Zhao Hao's fingertips. That light was like a poisonous snake that quickly wrapped around Mo Ingsuan's eyes.
The audience under the stage immediately boiled.
They exchanged words and talked.
This is the end of Mo Shadowdust.
I told you why young Zhao wasn't in a hurry at all.
So he's here waiting for Mo Shadowdust.
A blindness technique, no matter how great Mo Ingduan's technique is, not being able to see can't take Zhao Xiao.
Some people gloated, some lamented, and sighed.
But everyone thought that the battle had already been settled. Ink Shadow Dust, however, only blinked lightly. The blindness technique was not unfamiliar to him. As a gunman, he knew too well the terrifying nature of this skill. It was the nightmare of all gunners, capable of turning the most accurate shooters into helpless blind men.
Ink Shadow Dust could feel a magical fluctuation flickering over his body. However, his vision was still clear, and everything around him hadn't changed in the slightest. Blindness magic requires the user's mental power to be higher than the opponent's.
Otherwise it does not take effect.
Chapter 31 Dark Surplus.
The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile.
This Zhao Hao seems to have misunderstood something? He laughed in his heart. Really think I'm still rank 0? Using a blindness technique on me? Mo Shadowdust had absolute confidence in his mental power.
As a necromancer who had advanced to gain a 10x increase in attributes, he didn't believe that someone of the same rank could outperform him in terms of spiritual power.
However, Mo Shadowdust naturally had no obligation to give Zhao Hao an explanation.
He just silently raised his muzzle and flashed his body, maintaining the same magnificent and precise shooting stance from before.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of gunfire once again rang out on the life and death stage. The bullets flew towards Zhao Hao with precision as if they had eyes. Incredulity was written all over Zhao Hao's face. His eyes were round and his mouth was slightly open, with an expression of having seen a ghost.
How? Zhao Hao muttered, how can he still see?
The audience under the stage was also in an uproar. They looked at each other with shock and doubt in their eyes.
Could it be that Mo Shadowdust's mental power is even higher than young Zhao's? How is this possible? Young Zhao is a first-rank heavenly pride. Could it be that we're looking at it wrong? The blindness technique didn't take effect?
Just as the crowd was wondering, a spectator who thought he was smart suddenly spoke up.
I know. It must be the equipment.
His voice was filled with confidence, as if he had uncovered some heavenly secret.
Ink Shadow Dust must have equipment on his body that can immunize him from the blindness technique. This explanation was immediately recognized by the crowd.
They nodded their heads as they came to a realization.
I see. This MO Shadow Dust's luck is too good to have this kind of rare equipment.
But soon, mocking voices rang out again.
MO Shadow Dust trash is trash.
Young Zhao seems to be at a disadvantage right now, but it's just because he was caught off guard.
Young Zhao doesn't even bother using first rank skills.
Yeah, Young Zhao is just playing a cat and mouse game.
When Zhao Hao gets serious, Ink Shadow Dust won't be a handful? The audience spoke as if they had already seen MO Shadow Dust's defeat. However, the battle on the life and death stage was far from over. MO Shadow Dust's gunshots were still ringing out, each shot was.
Zhao Hao dodged woefully, the expression on his face becoming more and more gloomy. Bullets kept hitting Zhao Hao's body, making dull crashing sounds. The blue suit on Zhao Hao's body flickered with a faint light, cancelling out most of the damage. His face was as gloomy as water, anger burning in his eyes.
Relying on the full set of blue equipment provided by his family on his body kept him from sustaining any serious injuries.
These equipment had been carefully prepared by his family in order to make him invincible in this battle. The reason why he hadn't been using his first rank skills was because this battle, the family planned to publicize it afterward. Let the entire Subei know that the Zhao family had produced a Heaven's Pride. After all, if a first-ranked Heaven's Pride had to use a high-ranked spell against a zero-ranked waste, wouldn't it be a laughing matter to spread the word? But now, he was forced into a desperate situation. Although those bullets couldn't really injure him, every single one of them made him lose face. Asshole. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. You forced me. He roared up to the sky, and the dark energy in his body instantly exploded. A layer of pitch black, ink-like veil appeared out of nowhere, covering his entire body. Ink Shadow Dust let out a dark cry. It had finally arrived. Dark Surplus, the core skill that demon monks specialize in. Narrowing his eyes, the gun in his hand remained stable. From the moment he ascended the life and death stage, he expected this moment to come. The audience under the stage was in an uproar. What skill is this? What a powerful aura of darkness! Shen Yun stood in the crowd and explained in a deep voice, this is the demon monk specialization skill of the hidden profession Great Darkness Mage. Darkness Surplus. His gaze swept back and forth between the two on stage. MO Shadow Dust doesn't have a chance. If Zhao Hao chooses the law specialization, MO Shadow Dust might still have a chance of survival with his gun advantage. But the demon monk branch is different. This is the career direction that is proficient in physical body and melee combat. Other than that, the defense of the Dark Surplus is not something that the two pistols in MO Shadow Dust's hands can break through. The battle situation instantly reversed. Zhao Hao, clad in the Dark Surplus, rushed towards MO Shadow Dust like a demonic god. The ground trembled with every step that fell. MO Shadow Dust kept retreating, the dual pistols in his hands still roaring. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the dark surcoat, stirring up ripples, but none of them were able to break through the thin layer of energy veil. Zhao Hao smiled fiercely as he approached, the pleasure of revenge flashing in his eyes. Where else can you run now? Ink Shadow Dust didn't reply, he just continued to shoot and dodge. His movements were graceful and agile, as if he was dancing a dance of death. But everyone could see that he was already in a desperate situation. Murmurs rose from the stage. Sure enough, zero rank is zero rank. No matter how powerful the shot is, it's useless. This is the difference between a heavenly pride and a waste. Zhao Hao's offense became more and more powerful. The staff in his hand was wrapped in dark energy as he continuously swung at MO Shadow Dust, each strike leaving behind residual shadows in the air. Everyone thought that although MO Shadow Dust was still able to dodge in time now, he couldn't possibly keep dodging. You think you're strong? Zhao Hao taunted as he attacked. But you're just struggling with some small wits. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be truly strong. MO Shadow Dust remained silent, but his eyes grew colder and colder. This kind of look made Zhao Hao inexplicably panic. Those weren't the eyes that someone who was about to lose should have. That was the gaze of a hunter when he was watching his prey. But Zhao Hao quickly shook off this feeling. He had the upper hand now, so what was there to worry about? It's over. Zhao Hao clenched his staff with both hands, and dark energy boiled and churned inside him. The power of dark energy stimulation instantly ran through his entire body, and every nerve ending was forcefully activated by the As one of the few people under the stage who could see the movements of the two, he naturally saw the lethality of Zhao Hao's strike.
It was too late to think about how exactly Mo Ingduan had blocked Zhao Hao's surefire strike.
Chen Yun, who was concerned about his student, hurriedly shouted.
Zhao Hao.
You and Shadow Dust are both students of the same rank, there's no need to kill. But his voice drowned in the noisy crowd.
Neither of the two on stage heard the warning. Their gazes intertwined, one filled with killing intent, the other cold as ice. You want to kill me? Mo Shadowdust's voice was ice cold. So what if I kill you? This is the life and death stage. Even if I kill you, I don't have to take any responsibility. Don't think I don't know that the Mo family doesn't care about you at all, and I don't have to worry about any retaliation from the Mo family if I kill you. Mo Shadowdust slowly inserted the tang blade held in both hands back into the sheath at his back, the blade touching the sheath with a crisp sound. A cold light flickered. His eyes gazed indifferently at Zhao Hao, as if he was looking down on an ant. This kind of look made Zhao Hao's heart flare with anger, yet a hint of uneasiness emerged vaguely. The air on the life and death stage was stagnant, and the spectators held their breath, waiting for the next moment of change. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of sarcasm. This farce should indeed end. He was already tired of playing, this trash Zhao Hao couldn't give him any surprises at all. With zero combat talent, his combat experience was blank. He would only rampage with his first rank attributes and basic demon monk skills. It was uninteresting to the extreme.
Mo Shadowdust slowly raised his right hand and aimed his palm at Zhao Hao. This sudden movement made everyone freeze. Zhao Hao stared at Mo Shadowdust's palm warily, not daring to act rashly. The audience under the stage looked at each other with murmurs. He put away his weapons. What does this mean? It couldn't be that he wants to admit defeat, right? It's possible, after all, the difference in strength is there. But didn't he just block Zhao Hao's sure shot? Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze across the crowd under the stage, his voice calm but containing an undeniable power.
Here, I want to clarify two things. The entire room instantly quieted down. First, you all seem to have misunderstood something all along. I've never been a gunman, and I've never told anyone that I'm a gunman. I transmogrified as a necromancer.
As the words fell, he flicked his palm. A skeleton warrior appeared out of thin air on the life and death stage, its morose white bones glowing with ghostly light under the sunlight.
The stage instantly exploded. What? Necromancer? Mo Shadowdust is a necromancer? What a joke. Since when did a necromancer play with guns so skillfully? Then what's with those magnificent gunfighting techniques he had before?
Zhao Hao let out a cold smile and forced down the surprise in his heart.
So what if it's a necromancer?
Just like gunfighters, it's just one of the most basic professions.
Do you just want to block me with this rank 0 trash skeleton? A hint of playfulness flashed in Ink Shadowdust's eyes. That brings me to the second thing I have to say. First rank, it's actually not that hard to advance. I happen to be of the first rank as well.
As the words fell, a wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him.
The unique aura of a first-rank professional instantly enveloped the entire arena. The audience was in an uproar. Impossible. Mo Shadowdust is actually first rank as well? Isn't he only an E-rank talent? How is that possible? When did this loser become so strong? Shocked murmurs rose and fell. Everyone was unable to accept this fact. That waste that they had mocked and ridiculed countless times. That trash who had awakened the most basic E-rank talent. Surprisingly, he was so much stronger than them. Zhao Hao's face was horribly gloomy. He stared at Mo Shadowdust dead on, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying. So what if you're rank 1? In front of absolute strength, everything is vanity. Mo Shadowdust gently shook his head. Don't you understand?
From the very beginning, you had no chance of winning.
Because.
His eyes suddenly became sharp.
You don't deserve to be my opponent at all.
Before the words left his mouth, he waved his hand again. The skeleton warriors violently rushed towards Zhao Hao. The eerie white bones glowed in the sunlight, and the empty eye sockets flashed with eerie red aura. Zhao Hao clenched his teeth and gripped the staff in his hand.
Seek death.
He roared, and dark energy coalesced at the top of the staff. The skeleton warrior charged, the white and cold bone sword pointing straight at Zhao Hao's throat. Zhao Hao swung his staff to block, and the sound of metal clashing resounded crisply. He stepped back and swept his staff horizontally, directly shattering the skeleton warrior's sternum. Zhao Hao looked up at Mo Shadowdust and was about to open his mouth to sneer.
Instead, Mo Shadowdust opened his mouth first, with a bit of playfulness in his voice. Young Master Zhao is so strong, breaking my skeleton warrior in a few hits.
Then I'll summon 2 more for young Master Zhao to practice on. Before the words fell, 2 figures floated around Zhao Hao. If you're still that relaxed, I'll summon 4 more for you. Mo Shadowdust's voice was suddenly icy cold, causing Zhao Hao to shiver. If 4 doesn't work, then 8, and if 8 doesn't work, then 16. I'd like to see how long young Master Zhao can hold out. Zhao Hao's eyes were gloomy, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. The skeleton warrior attacked again, his bone sword flashing with cold light. He waved his staff and dark energy erupted. A skeleton warrior was constantly shattered, and new skeleton warriors were constantly added. 2, 4, 8. A steady stream of skeletal warriors surrounded Zhao Hao. Ink Shadow Dust stood in the distance and couldn't help but yawn. This Zhao Hao was really trash, right? Against him, there was no need to even summon skeleton archers and phantoms, just relying on the most basic skeleton warriors was enough. Not to mention letting vigorous phantom spikes and the others make a move. He didn't even know the most basic common sense of fighting a necromancer. Didn't know that you had to directly attack the necromancer proper? What was the point of fighting the skeletons there? Didn't know that the necromancer's skeletons could be summoned constantly? Chapter 33 Young Master Zhao, you're really full of nonsense. If Zhao Hao knew what Mo Ingsuan was thinking, he would have cursed his mouth. Do you really think that he, Zhao Hao, is a little cutie? You think he's a little cutie? Doesn't he even have this much common sense? But the situation he was facing now was different. It wasn't like he hadn't seen first-level necromancers before, and it wasn't like there weren't any in his family. The basic occupation of the necromancer is simply impossible to be his opponent, not to mention, he opened the shadow stimulation outbreak, regardless of the necromancer summons, straight to the body of the necromancer. You can directly kill the necromancer in seconds. After all, let their skills are in the summons, the body in addition to slightly higher attributes, then 0 rank is not much stronger. But this Ink Shadow Dust opposite himself is not the same It wasn't as if the 2 of them hadn't fought just now. Ink Shadow Dust did not summon the skeleton, only rely on the body to fight with their own. They do not open the shadow stimulation cannot touch his corner. Even with shadow stimulation on, his killing blow was blocked, wasn't it? He is now riding a tiger, not attacking Mo Shadow Dust, sooner or later be dragged to death by a steady stream of skeletons. Attacking Shadow Dust. Couldn't hit Damn it! Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, waving his staff to smash a skeleton warrior. The corner of Ink Shadow Dust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. What, is young Master Zhao tired? Want to take a rest? Zhao Hao's forehead veins rippled. Mo Shadow Dust, don't be too arrogant. Fight head-on if you have the ability. Mo Shadow Dust gently shook his head. Why should I fight you head-on? Are you worthy? The 3 simple words were like a heavy hammer hitting Zhao Hao's heart. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Dark shadow stimulation. Dark energy exploded within his body, Zhao Hao's muscles gnarled and his breath soared. He rushed towards Mo Shadow Dust regardless. However, just after running 2 steps, he was stopped in his path by a skeletal warrior. Get out of my way! Zhao Hao roared and waved his staff. However, the skeleton warriors came forward and continued to flow. Every time they shattered one, a new one replenished. The shadow stimulus had limited time. A hint of despair rose in Zhao Hao's heart. He finally realized that he had fallen into Mo Shadow Dust's trap from the very beginning. This wasn't a fair fight at all. Instead, it was a one-sided abuse. Mo Shadow Dust was slowly torturing him like a cat playing with a mouse. You no longer have a chance of winning. Mo Ingduan's voice came out. Zhao Hao's eyes turned red. Impossible. He waved his staff frantically, smashing a skeleton warrior. But soon, the time for shadow stimulation ran out. Zhao Hao was panting, his sweat soaked through his clothes. And the skeleton warriors were still coming forward. It's over. Mo Shadow Dust spoke softly. The skeleton warriors swarmed forward. Zhao Hao was no longer able to resist. Iron swords cut through the air, leaving scars on his body. Blood dyed the life and death stage red.
Zhao Hao couldn't hold on any longer. I admit defeat.
3 words spat out from Zhao Hao's mouth, as if they were heavy hammers hitting the nerves of the students under the stage.
The first-ranked Heaven's Pride Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao of the A-rank Awakening Object Staff. Zhao Hao of the Hidden Profession Great Dark Mage Transformation. Defeated by Mo Shadow Dust? The entire arena was awfully quiet. Everyone was digesting this fact. Xia Yunxi's gaze towards Mo Shadow Dust also flashed with a divine splendor. He turned out to have never given up his cultivation, and he didn't come to me these days in order to catch up with me? He did it, he turned out to be able to be this good? Now he is also first rank. Then he should be going to the university in the capital as well. Does this mean we still have hope? A trace of expectation rose in Xia Yunxi's heart Judas. Fortunately, these were only her inner activities, otherwise Mo Ingduan would have let her jaw drop to the ground in shock from this wonderful inner drama. Goddamn following in your footsteps. Goddamn with you still have hope. Give the old man climb The first thing I want to do is to get out of the way and get out of the way.
The referee on the stage who was listening to Zhao Hao's admission of defeat turned his gaze to Mo Ingduan. The winner and loser had been decided, but it still needed Mo Ingduan as the victor to make a decision before he could unlock the energy shield.
Who needs you to admit defeat? Mo Shadowdust's words were like coming out from hell.
Zhao Hao replied while fending off the attacks of the skeletons. It wasn't that he was completely powerless to fight again. It was just that he understood that even if he fought for his life, he wouldn't be able to escape from being dragged to the end of the mountain by the ink shadow dust skeletons. If this wasn't a life and death stage, the big deal was that he would just explode and leave. But that layer of energy shroud covered him in death. There was no hope of escaping.
Mo Shadow Dust.
You'd better figure it out. I'm a member of the Zhao family. If you kill me, the Zhao family will definitely retaliate against you and will definitely take your life.
Mo Shadow Dust stood up from his chair and pulled out his ears with his fingers. 2. The previous fight was too boring. Mo Shadow Dust took a chair from his backpack and sat down to watch Zhao Hao and the skeleton fight. Young Master Zhao, you're really full of nonsense. Ink Shadow Dust hadn't finished his words yet.
When Zhao Hao saw the indifferent demeanor of Mo Shadow Dust who was talking, despair and panic surged inside him like a tidal wave. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and his whole body was covered in black aura, forcing the shadow stimulation on again. Zhao Hao gripped the awakening staff tightly, his figure stormed up, sweeping away the skeleton warriors surrounding him and rushing towards Mo Shadow Dust. Right at this moment, a fluctuation suddenly emanated from the shadow underneath Mo Shadow Dust's feet, and an illusory figure drilled out noiselessly. Illusory Thorn. It held a hell-short blade and its figure flashed like a ghost. The blade cut through the air, leaving a line of blood at Zhao Hao's neck. Blood spattered out, staining the floor of the life and death platform. Zhao Hao's eyes widened as the awakening staff in his hand fell out of his hand. He covered his throat with both hands futilely as blood continued to seep out from between his fingers. His body shook a few times and fell heavily to the ground. The awakening staff dissipated into dots of blue light in the air. The Zhao family's son, Zhao Hao, was dead. People who are about to die still don't know so much nonsense and don't know how to save their strength. The second half of Mo Shadow Dust's sentence was slowly spat out. Zhao Hao's corpse dissolved into bits of light and dissipated, and 3 rays of light that no one could see slowly floated towards Mo Shadow Dust. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or above target, plundering the opponent's words, annoying people, drunkard, dude. Dislikably, easier to be targeted when attacked. Dirty Dwellery, 50% more stamina, hunger drops faster. Dandy E, cultivation speed decreased by 30%, will to fight weakened. Please go to the word bank and merge them yourself. Ink Shadow Dust's brain buzzed as he looked at these 3 negative word entries. He had guessed that the awakenings of physical types might not be plundered by the words. But how could he not have guessed that this punk could have 3 of these lexical entries plundered from him? What was the use of this crap? To make himself uncomfortable? Chapter 34, You have to trust Master, this thing is really quite suitable for you. Suddenly, Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up. Wait a minute. This annoying. This thing, a passive taunt skill? Once again, he made sure to read the description of the word disgusting. Ink Shadow Dust bitterly laughed as he bestowed the phrase on Iron Guard. Iron Guard. It's not that Master wants to harm you. You have to trust the Master, this thing is really quite suitable for you. The referee stepped forward and confirmed Zhao Hao's death.
Handed over the bet between the two necrotic resurrection to Mo Ingduan. Opened the energy shield. Life and death had been decided. Mo Shadowdust stood on the stage, holding the necrotic resurrection skill book in his right hand. Black energy flowed out from his fingertips, turning into wisps of dark shadows that wrapped the book. The skill book slowly dissolved into points of light in the air, and a wave of arcane knowledge surged into his mind. Mo Shadowdust's palm aimed at Zhao Hao's corpse and hung in the air, black energy flowing from his fingertips. Dead spirit resurrection. The energy was like invisible threads that gradually wrapped around Zhao Hao's body. A strange aura filled the air, as if it was a whisper from the abyss, chilling. Zhao Hao's body began to tremble, his skin flushed with a layer of gray. The knuckles made a subtle clicking sound, as if ancient gears were slowly turning. His eyes slowly opened, his pupils flickering with a light that didn't belong to the living. Zhao Hao's limbs began to move, his movements stiff and mechanical. With a few clicks of adaptation, the movements gradually became smooth. Mo Ingduan subconsciously wanted to call out Zhao Hao's attribute bar. It wasn't like other summons that could be viewed at any time. Zhao Hao. There was no attribute bar. No? Mo Shadowdust muttered. This wasn't good news. Without an attribute bar, it meant that there was no way to give words off. But this thought was tossed to the back of his head. So many summons were waiting for words. Resurrected. If you can't give it, you can't give it. Mo Shadowdust glanced at Zhao Hao. Smiling, Zhao Hao played smart with himself and used the Necromancer skill as a bet. In the end, he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Even the corpse, which was manipulated by Ink Shadowdust, was not allowed to live in peace. Mo Shadowdust slowly walked down the ring, his black power suit gently swinging, his footsteps extraordinarily clear in the dead silent square. The dense crowd under the stage automatically separated like a tidal wave, no one dared to look directly into his icy eyes. The bloody killing scene just now, together with his indifferent look at this moment, made everyone involuntarily retreat, making a straight channel for him. Leave my young master's body behind. A roar erupted from the back of the crowd, shaking the air. A dozen or so Zhao family guards dressed in black broke through the crowd, gripping their weapons and rushing over. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Su Mo Feng's eyes. The rules on the life and death stage, life and death are determined by heaven, the winner can dispose of the loser at will. He reached out and pointed to the corpse on the ground, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This corpse now belongs to me, I can dispose of it however I want. Whether you want to chop it up and feed it to the dogs or make it into a puppet, your Zhao family has no right to interfere. A flash of panic flashed through the eyes of the Zhao family guards, and their faces instantly turned pale. The stench of blood was still in the air. They watched as their young master collapsed on the life and death stage. The genius that the Zhao family had poured all their resources into cultivating had fallen just like that. The steps that were originally planned to start by stepping on Su Mo Feng on the life and death stage were completely shattered in the first step. Cold sweat seeped out of the guards' palms, which were cold and piercing to the bone. The rules on the life and death stage could not be violated, they couldn't intervene. However, the Zhao family head's furious roar was already echoing in their minds. They could even imagine those bloodshot eyes. The sound of heavy breathing was extraordinarily clear in the silent air. No one dared to open their mouths to explain this cruel result. The Zhao family head, Zhao Hao's father, was afraid that he wouldn't even listen to their explanation. In the silence, an old voice cut through the air. What are you guys afraid of? Behind the guards, an old man with white hair walked in large strides. His black robe was windless, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The family head is on his way, all of you. The old man's voice was as sharp as a blade. We must take him down before the family master arrives. His palm slapped heavily on the shoulders of the guards beside him. A bunch of losers, the Zhao family raised you for nothing. The old man's roar resounded all around. All of you are first-rank strength. How dare you be intimidated by a brat? An oppressive aura filled the air. The guards gripped the weapons in their hands. The white-haired old man gave an order. Resolve flashed in the eyes of the guards. With the sound of iron armor rubbing together, a dozen black shadows broke through the air. The cold wind was wrapped in killing intent, and the blades of the knives refracted a cold, chilling aura in the sunlight. Mo Shadowdust stood still, his gaze like a sword. The aura around him suddenly condensed. Icy killing intent permeated out from his bones. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's lips rose slightly, and with a flip of his hands, two desert eagles appeared in his palm.
The metal gun body glowed with a cold light under the sunlight, the muzzle pointing straight ahead. The moment the trigger was pulled, fire erupted. The ear-splitting sound of gunfire echoed on the life and death stage. The bullet tore through the air, leaving a silver trajectory. The shoulders of the two guards who rushed at the front exploded in blood. The powerful impact caused their figures to stumble. But this kind of injury obviously couldn't affect them and didn't stop their steps. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the rest of the guards, their feet speeding up even faster. Emoingduan lifted his wrist, and Zhao Hao's body rushed out from behind him. Zhao Hao slammed his fist into the chest of the nearest guard. The guard was just about to counterattack, but his pupils suddenly shrunk, recognizing the identity of the corpse. The weapon in his hand froze in midair. Zhao Hao's fist bombarded the guard's vitals without mercy. I don't know if it was because being dead had caused Zhao Hao to have no more fear. After death, Zhao Hao's battle spirit was high, and his fists went straight for the vitals. The guards were hesitant to move in the face of the young master's corpse. Zhao Hao's attack became more and more powerful, each strike contained a deadly killing chance. The movements of the guards became more and more sluggish. Every punch from Zhao Hao's corpse hit the vitals. He's no longer the young master, why are you still hesitating? The angry roar of a guard cut through the air. The guard beside him flashed viciousness in his eyes and whispered, "Young master, I'm offended." With a flash of cold light, the long knife directly chopped off Zhao Hao's calf. Emo Shadowdust's brows tightened as the pressure increased steeply. This Zhao Hao's corpse's combat power was too weak, both were equally of the first rank, and he couldn't even receive a single move against a serious guard. He pointed his toes on the ground and his figure retreated sharply. His hands drew an arc in the air, and the skeleton archer inspector appeared out of thin air. The skeleton archer's arrows broke through the air. The mournful screams of the ghosts shook the air. Immediately after that, a large number of skeleton warrior figures emerged. Chapter 35 The First Order can be called Heaven's Pride, then what will Emoingduan be called? Although the guards' momentum was indeed blocked, they still maintained the rhythm of their charge. There was an icy killing intent in their eyes and their pace was neatly organized. Emo Shadowdust's heartbeat accelerated by a few points. The news of the Zhao family head's imminent arrival echoed in his mind. The rules of the life and death stage were sacrosanct. But a father who had lost his beloved son, who knew what crazy things he would do. Life only came once, and he didn't want to take that risk. Emo Shadowdust's pupils contracted, killing intent surging through his chest. A quick battle and leaving as soon as possible was the best option. Summon the zombies. Ink Shadowdust's voice was low and powerful as the air began to distort around him, forming a huge shadow. As the zombie slowly formed, an oppressive atmosphere quickly enveloped the entire venue. The zombie's body was as tall as an iron tower, and its muscles were as hard as cast iron. Its bloody mouth was open, emitting a deep roar that echoed in every corner. Its eyes were empty and full of killing intent, without a single fluctuation of emotion. The guards' hearts couldn't help but tighten, their footsteps unconsciously slowing down. Despite the white-haired old man's roar ringing in their ears, the guards could only move forward stiffly. But when the zombie took a step forward, all resistance seemed so powerless. Each punch carried the power of wind and thunder, easily sending the guards flying. The attacks were continuous like a tidal wave, and the guards were thrown like straws. The brutal scene soon left only wailing and bloodstains. The white-haired old man's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had thought that he could subdue Emo Shadowdust with a large number of people, but he had never imagined that Emo Shadowdust possessed such a powerful summoned beast. Emo Shadowdust stood quietly on the side, a cold light flickering in his eyes. This is a necromancer? One person against a dozen guards, Emo Shadowdust is too strong. That zombie is simply a battlefield reaper. The guards couldn't even get close before they were sent flying. With this kind of strength, no wonder he dared to accept the life and death challenge. It looks like Zhao Hao is taking his own life. This zombie is clearly a rank 2 summon, how on earth did Emo Shadowdust summon it? With this zombie, I'm afraid that Emo Shadowdust's strength has already exceeded the first rank. A senior, before graduation, has already reached the second rank? The crowd was dumbfounded and marveled in their hearts. A mere first-order strength at the grand exam could be a heavenly pride. Now Emoingduan's battle strength spanned across to the second rank. What is this called? There was silence in the arena as all eyes were focused on him alone. Every student present had waves rippling through their hearts. In their line of sight, Emoingduan's figure seemed unattainable.
The aura was powerful and intimidating.
Butler Zhao's figure was like an arrow that had left the string as he directly rushed towards Mo-ing-1.
Butler Zhao blasted out a fist, and the air emitted a sharp whistling sound. The zombie similarly swung out an "Damn it! This kid's summons are too well coordinated." Butler Zhao hated it in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fighting alone he could easily defeat any of the summons. But facing the siege of so many summons, he could only get tired of defending. Imo Shadowdust stood in the distance, coldly watching all of this. So what if it was second rank? As long as they kept up this battle of attrition, victory would eventually belong to them. Mo Shadowdust. Zhao Qianquan's roar exploded from high above. The pressure of a third-rank powerhouse instantly enveloped the entire field. The air froze and the ground trembled. Zhao Qianquan, the Zhao family head, finally showed up. Mo Shadowdust raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth raised in a sneer. This battle really wasn't over yet. First it was the Zhao family underlings. Then it was Butler Zhao. Now there's the lord of the Zhao family. You're playing with me to beat up the little ones and come after the old ones? Do you really think he's a weakling? Letting people pinch him? Battle intent surged in his chest. Killing machine in the pupils condensed. Since the Zhao family wants to play Wheel War, I'll play with them to the end. What's wrong with the third rank? Mo Shadowdust's fingers caressed the heart. There it carried the fluctuations of the death god's heart. The power of soul domination surged at the heart. This was his last card. It was also his strongest killing move. As his thoughts coalesced, he prepared to fight Zhao Qianquan to the death. The Zhao family master himself has taken action against a senior student who hasn't even taken the grand examination. I'm afraid that when it's spread out, it'll be a laughingstock. Mo Bingning's voice resounded clearly in the air, cold and with disdain. Her gaze was like a knife, pushing straight at Zhao Qianquan as if she wanted to split him in two. You think our Mo family has no one? Dare to attack my brother in plain sight? Zhao Qianquan's face was grim as his angry voice shook the surroundings like thunder. It was he, Mo Shadowdust, who killed my son first. On the stage of life and death, the rules are something your Zhao family should know. What's the matter? Family Master Zhao is getting old and has forgotten even that. Do you need me to go over it for you? Mo Bingning's words were like cold blades, piercing straight into Zhao Qianquan's heart. Chapter 36, Third Order Only, actually not that strong. Zhao Qianquan was dumbfounded, his indignation surging in his chest, making it difficult to speak for himself. I saw it with my own eyes. It was clearly Zhao Hao who wanted to put my family's Mo Shadowdust to death, and Shadowdust had no choice but to fight back. Mo Bingning continued to press the issue, her voice like a cold wind piercing the bones. Could it be that your Zhao family can act arbitrarily, only allowing the state officials to set fires but not allowing the people to light the lamps? Her tone grew tougher and tougher, showing no mercy. Or do you think that in this Subei city, you think that your Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand and act arbitrarily? Mo Bingning's eyes were like frost, full of provocation and disdain. Shall I, my daughter and the Zhao family master, also go up to this life and death stage and compete? The surrounding atmosphere instantly froze, and tension filled the air, as if even time had stopped for it. Zhao Qianquan's gaze swept back and forth between Mo Bingning and Mo Ingduan. In the distance, the attic of the guard office stood in the morning light. The experts of the guard office who had learned of the news released their spiritual energy. An invisible oppressive force surged from that direction, so heavy that it was suffocating. This force pressed straight onto Zhao Qianquan. His shoulders sank slightly. His chest rose and fell a few times. It was indeed his Zhao family that had broken the rules today. And looking at this, there was no chance of killing Mo Ingduan. It would be better to make another plan. I can leave. Zhao Qianquan's voice was dry. His eyes fell on Zhao Hao on the ground. But I want to take away my son's corpse. Zhao Hao prostrated himself on the ground with one leg, his fingers clawing out a trail on the ground. The corners of Zhao Qianquan's eyes were wrinkled, his face emaciated by 10 years. Mo Bingning turned her head, her icy gaze casting at Mo Shadowdust. Mo Shadowdust lifted his right hand expressionlessly. He flicked his wrist. The necrotic resurrection skill was instantly lifted. A strand of black chi was drawn out of Zhao Hao's body. Zhao Hao's body instantly lost all vitality. His torso fell heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The Zhao family's crowd carried Zhao Hao's body and slowly left, a pathos filled the air.
Mo Ingduan looked sideways at Mo Bingning, his eyes transmitting a few moments of detachment.
Come home with me. Mo Bingning's tone was firm. One of her purposes today was to bring Mo Ingchen back to the Mo family. I remember I already told you that it's not my home. Mo Ingchen's voice was flat. Mo Bingning's eyebrows knitted slightly, her voice carrying a few points of helplessness. You don't even call out big sister? Mo Ingchen was silent, her gaze looking into the distance.
How can I say it was me who saved you? Why were you so impulsive and had to kill Zhao Hao?
Mo Bingning's voice raised steeply. Luckily I came. If I didn't come, do you know what would have happened?
Zhao Qianquan is a third-ranked professional, one palm can kill you.
Do you understand what you're doing? Mo Bingning's words distracted Mo Ingduan.
She was always like this, dictating and ordering others around based on favors.
Indeed, Mo Ingchen was thankful that she was able to come today.
It saved him a lot of trouble. But by no means did it mean that Mo Ingsuan could tolerate her accusing herself as she pleased here. Mo Bingning, no matter now or in the future, has really always been so self-centered. When Mo Bingning saw that he was silent, she thought that Mo Ingchen was afraid, and the corner of her lips couldn't help but raise slightly.
You know you're afraid, right?
Even now, you are not absolutely safe. Zhao Qianquan could take your life at any time.
Go home, only home can protect you. I can protect myself. Mo Ingduan's tone was resolute. Don't be angry, it's us who have neglected you all these years. Mo Bingning's tone softened. But is now the time for you to fool around? A third-ranked professional is not something you can deal with. If anything happens to you, where is the face of the Mo family? An unintentional remark, but it pierced Mo Ingchen's heart and broke his last line of defense. Okay, so it's just for the face of the Mo family, right? He no longer hesitated, turned around and directly left, his fingers lightly caressing his chest. The voice came out leisurely. It's only the third rank, it's actually not that strong. Mo Bingning originally wanted to forcefully take him home. But Mo Ingchen's words, his tone was certain and calm. She actually had a few moments of trust in his strength. In a moment of daze, Mo Ingsuan's figure had already disappeared around the corner. She let out a sigh and turned around to embark on the road home. Mo Bingning stood in the center of the Mo family hall, her gaze sweeping over Mo Kuei and Mo Euro. Little brother is already at the first rank. Mo Euro's eyes widened as her red lips slightly opened, shock written all over her face. Mo Kuei raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. So fast? Mo Euro's voice trembled a little. Mo Bingning nodded, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Not only that, his strength has reached the ordinary second rank level. How can you see that? Mo Kuei's fingers lightly knocked on the armrest of the seat. I saw it with my own eyes today. He fought against the Zhao family's second-rank steward without losing. Mo Bingning's eyes flickered. If it wasn't for Zhao Qianquan's appearance, I'm afraid that Steward Zhao would have been consumed by little brother sooner or later. I think that our Mo family shouldn't let go of any genius. With strength like little brother's, he's fully capable of becoming the Mo family's signature of this generation. The priority now is that we should allow little brother to return to the Mo family as soon as possible. The hall fell into a brief silence. The sunlight spilled through the window pane, outlining dappled light and shadows on the ground. Essence flickered in Mo Kuei's eyes, and he suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Good. Worthy of being my Mo Kuei's son. He stood up and paced back and forth. Last year there was Mo foam, and this year there is Mo dust. It seems that my Mo family can shine once again in this year's grand examination. Mo Bingning frowned slightly, but little brother has not yet returned home. Humph, it's just a child playing with his temper. Mo Kuei waved his hand dismissively. When the grand exam is over, I will personally go find him. Exempting him from the ancestral hall penalty kneeling matter, can he still not give this face to my father? Mo Bingning still wanted to speak. But Mo Kuei waved his big hand. No need to say anymore, just do it. When the grand exam is over, I'll go pick him up. After saying that, Mo Kuei left with great strides in a spirited manner. Mo Bingning looked at her father's distant back and couldn't help but think of Mo Ingchen's cold and detached eyes. She murmured softly, will it really be that simple? Turning her head to look at Mo Euro, she also stepped away. As the sunlight gradually dipped in the west, Mo Euro was the only one left in the hall. Her slender fingers gently rubbed the edge of her teacup. The figure of Mo Ingsuan surfaced in her mind. A hint of essence flashed in Mo Euro's eyes. The entire family had to say who knew Mo Ingduan the most. It was definitely none other than him. That stubborn little brother, how could he easily go home just because he was exempted from punishment in a district? Since this is the case, this might be the opportunity she had been waiting for. The corner of Mo Euro's lips hooked into a meaningful smile. The water in the teacup rippled slightly. The sunlight cast deep shadows in her eyes. Chapter 37, Asking for a Belt, Asking for a Lay. The senior high school exam, the written exam test center. Mo Ingduan sat in the classroom, the tip of his pen rustling across the test paper. The sunlight sprinkled on the test paper through the window, reflecting the paper with a faint golden light. The Doghead's community structure is organized in clans, with each clan being ruled by a chieftain. The tip of his pen writes quickly. The weakness of the Dogheads lies in their sensitivity to light and their low intelligence, making them easy to be tricked. The handwriting was neat and strong. When encountering a Shadow Realm creature attack, the first thing to do is to confirm its level and type. Secondly, pay attention to the characteristics of Shadow Realm creatures to avoid being pulled into the Shadow Realm. The only sound left in the classroom was the faint sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper. Mo Shadowdust's gaze quickly swept across the test paper, checking every detail. He gently put down the pen, and the corner of his mouth curved into a confident arc. Standing up, he handed the test paper to the invigilator. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet classroom. This knowledge was a piece of cake for him. After all, before his awakening, he was the best student in the academy. Herculean schoolmaster. Understand? Mo Shadowdust looked towards the blackboard at the front of the classroom. It was a pity that the written test score only accounted for 30% of the total score. He tapped his fingers on the desktop, and his eyes were filled with a bit of regret. Otherwise, with his strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to get the top spot in the province. The sunlight filtered through the window pane, casting dappled shadows on his face. He stood up and moved his muscles. The heart of death throbbed slightly in his chest. 180 skeleton warriors hunkered down and stood by. 2 skeleton archers had arrows on their strings. 2 ghosts wandered in the shadows. All of these summons would be aids for his exams. He recalled the content of the great exam in his last life. The images in his memory were as clear as yesterday. If the content was the same. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a cold smile. There was a heavenly chance in this. Thousands of candidates gathered in the center of the examination hall. Everyone's face was written with gravity. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. Mo Shadowdust stood in the crowd, his icy gaze looking straight ahead. A loud sound pierced through the sky. Bright pillars of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Several silhouettes slowly rose from the light column, their powerful pressure suffocating. Mo Shadowdust gazed at those few strong figures from the human ancestor land, secretly calculating the level of their strength in his heart. This scene was transmitted to every candidate's eyes through the power of the laws of heaven and earth. A loud voice resounded through the clouds, praying, "The human race, may the laws of heaven and earth grant the examination questions and add to the battle power of our race." Before the words fell, dark clouds spread out. The thick clouds swirled and formed a huge vortex. Invisible pressure descended from the sky, weighing down the crowd's legs. This was the fairest form of examination. Every profession, great expert, you are now a legend in our first middle school. My father has long seen that you are extraordinary. Bring me this old father. Yan Jipang grinned. Let's go. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth lifted up in an arc. The secret realm scoring rules were fair and impartial. Bringing someone in would not affect his own score. Instead, Yan Jipang could use this opportunity to obtain a higher score. My son is really filial. Yan Jipang's eyes lit up. My father has also prepared a surprise for you. Mo Ingdan looked at this beat-up smiling face and a warm current surged inside. The jokes from his teenage years resurfaced, making him feel inexplicably at ease. But this warmth instantly shattered. Yan Jipang beckoned and a silhouette walked out from the corner. Xia Yunxi. Chilliness instantly enveloped Mo Ingchen's entire body. He coldly glared at Yan Jipang. Yan Jipang, however, did not care about Mo Ingchen's icy eyes. He jumped up from his wheelchair and wrapped his arms around Mo Ingchen's neck. Brother, this is for your own good. Yan Jipang lowered his voice. She couldn't look up to you in the past, but now that you are so strong, what's the time to wait if you don't take advantage of the opportunity to take her down? Our 5 years of hard work can't be wasted.
The corners of Mo Wing Chen's mouth twitched. This detrimental friend actually thought that he had become stronger in order to curry favor with Xia Yunxi. Xia Yunxi lifted her chin slightly, a hint of arrogance in her eyes.
She coughed gently and said in a casual manner, "Little Yan asked me to bring him. I considered that bringing someone for the big exam wouldn't affect the grading anyway, so I reluctantly brought him."
Her gaze lingered on Mo Wingsuan for a moment before she continued, "It's fine if you come along as well." Xia Yunxi's heartbeat accelerated slightly, and thin beads of sweat oozed from her palms. She silently prayed in her heart that Mo Wingsuan would definitely be able to understand what she meant. She had already made her words so blunt, it was impossible for Mo Wingsuan to remain unmoved.
She tried to remain calm and waited for Mo Wingsuan's response.
The corner of Xia Yunxi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a confident smile.
She believed that Mo Wingsuan would definitely agree. Chapter 38, He's just trying to get my attention.
Mo Shadowdust stood in front of the portal, his hands in the pockets of his black trench coat. Cold light flashed across his deep eyes, and the gaze that swept towards Xia Yunxi was cold to the bone. He turned slightly sideways, his shoulder line taut.
"No."
2 words spat out from his thin lips, his voice low and calm. These words of rejection pierced through the air, piercing straight into Xia Yunxi's eardrums.
The smug look on Xia Yunxi's face instantly froze.
Her fingers curled up unconsciously, her fingertips turning white. Icy cold sweat seeped out of her palms and slid down her wrists. Her pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of panic flashed under her eyes.
A suffocating feeling of oppression surged in her chest.
The corners of her lips trembled gently, wanting to say something but unable to make a sound.
Dismay, resentment, and anger surged in her heart.
These complex emotions intertwined together, almost drowning her.
"What did you say?"
Xia Yunxi's voice trembled slightly in the air. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the corner of her coat.
Mo Wingchuan slowly turned his head.
His pitch-black pupils were chilled.
An icy gaze swept over Xia Yunxi.
The air froze for an instant. His pursed lips were permeated with determination.
There was no need for any explanation.
Xia Yunxi, however, refused to stop there. She raised her chin, trying to make her tone seem calm and condescending.
"Why are you so petty for a big man? Isn't it just that I didn't personally tell you about teaming up? Stop it. If you're not satisfied and think that I don't value you enough, then it's always fine if I re-invite you to team up now." Her speech was a little fast, as if she was hiding her inner turmoil. "What personally or not? Are we talking about the same thing? Did I not make myself clear enough? The word can't is clear, there will not be any ambiguity. How did you not realize that Xia Yunxi's IQ was still a problem in her last life?" Mo Wingsuan's gaze was cold and piercing, sweeping across Xia Yunxi's face. His voice was so calm that it did not carry a trace of temperature. "I don't want to go in with you." Xia Yunxi's mind instantly went blank. "Impossible." The sharp voice echoed in the empty field. The bits and pieces of the past 5 years flashed through her mind. The figure of the teenager who was forever following her faded into a blur. The warm coffee he handed her. The figure of him shielding her from the rain. The ever so gentle gaze in his eyes. These images shattered into pieces at this moment. Xia Yunxi bit her lower lip until she tasted blood. He's playing a trick of lust. She convinced herself mentally. This must be his new trick. She tugged at the corners of her mouth and squeezed out a raw smile. The smile on her lips did not reach the bottom of her eyes, and her voice carried a hint of unnatural lightness. "What kind of temper are you in?" Mo Wingduan's pupils contracted, his gaze sharp as a knife.
The icy sight swept across Xia Yunxi's face, leaving a chill behind. He turned around and walked towards the portal, his leather boots colliding with the ground with a crisp sound. His upright body cast a long shadow in the light. Xia Yunxi's fingertips clutched the hem of her skirt, the silk fabric crumpling in her palm. Her fingernails sank deep into her palm, sending bursts of stinging pain. The color of blood on her face faded, and another flush surged up.
Mo Shadowdust.
She clenched her teeth, her voice squeezing out from the depths of her throat.
The trembling tones echoed in the empty hall.
Mo Shadowdust's footsteps were still steady and strong, his pace not hesitating. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his eyes wide. He reached out and scratched the short hair at the back of his head, the hair strands sticking to his palm.
"Dusty, this is too much of a loss of face."
He lowered his voice.
He stared at Mo Shadowdust's back as his thoughts drifted to the past.
Over the past 5 years, images of Mo Yingduan being obedient to Xia Yunqi surfaced in his mind. The entire school knew that Xia Yunqi was the goddess in his heart.
But at this moment, Mo Yingxuan's attitude was chillingly cold. Yan Jipeng's wheelchair wheels turned, making a subtle friction sound. He caught up with Mo Yingduan, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Dusty, aren't you being too serious?
Although that girl Xia Yunqi is a bit arrogant, she's not a bad person.
Mo Yingduan's leather boots paused on the marble floor.
He turned around, his eyes sharp.
My time is precious and I don't want to waste it on meaningless people and things.
Every word was cold to the bone. Yan Jipeng's smile froze on his face. He touched the tip of his nose and sighed lightly.
Fine, as you wish. He gave up on persuasion.
Xia Yunqi stood in place, staring at the flickering blue light of the portal. Her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks.
Mo Yingxuan, you will regret this. Anger burned in the bottom of her heart. An inexplicable sourness surged to her heart. The gentle teenager in his memory disappeared. In its place was a cold and unfamiliar back. Her pride was dripping blood. Complex emotions churned in her chest.
Xia Yunqi closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly.
The sound of deep breathing echoed in the silent hall. He's just trying to get my attention. The self-soothing words paled. I'm not going to fall for his tricks.
She lifted her chin, forcing her composure.
Less than 10 seconds. Light flickered, and Mo Shadow Dust and Yan Jipeng's figures re-solidified in front of the teleportation door.
The temperature in the hall seemed to plummet a few points. Xia Yunqi's heartbeat
accelerated and her fingertips unconsciously loosened the hem of her skirt.
She was secretly glad that she hadn't lost her temper just now, and the corner of her lips hooked into a smug arc.
Sure enough, I guessed correctly, Mo Yingxuan, is playing the retreat for advance routine with me. He didn't take the move himself, so he came back to admit defeat.
Mo Shadow Dust took a steady step, the sound of leather boots colliding with the marble floor echoed in the empty hall. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his fingers tapping on the armrests, making a slight rhythmic sound. Xia Yunqi lifted her chin, her gaze carrying a bit of arrogance. Mo Yingduan stood beside her with his tang sword on his back, his posture as straight as a pine.
A hint of awkwardness filled the air. Yan Jipeng cleared his throat and broke the silence. Classmate Xia Yunqi, join us.
The corner of Xia Yunqi's mouth rose slightly, a hint of smugness flashing under her eyes.
Since you guys are sincerely inviting, let's reluctantly agree.
She pretended to be reserved.
Mo Yingxuan's eyes were deep and expressionless.
The three of them stepped into the teleportation portal again, and blue light engulfed them.
A cool rule message flooded into their minds. For this secret realm exploration, a minimum of 3 people should form a team.
Xia Yunqi's pupils plummeted, and the smile on her face instantly froze.
She turned her head violently, her gaze stabbing at Mo Yingduan like a knife. So I'm just here to make up the numbers?
The voice was so cold that it froze. Mo Shadow Dust frowned slightly, a trace of chagrin flashing through his eyes.
He had unexpectedly forgotten the rule requirements from his previous life.
Yan Jipeng scratched the back of his head as his wheelchair wheeled around.
Well. Isn't it good to have more people?
Well, don't say it, prepare to fight, we are already in the secret world.
Chapter 39, these 2 summons of yours are actually this strong? Before the 3 of them was a gloomy forest shrouded in mist. The trees were tall, with dense branches and leaves that covered the sky. The mists filled in between the trees like a thick curtain. A curved and twisted path snaked forward. On both sides of the path, weeds were overgrown, and the uneven ground was vaguely visible. In the distance, the outline of a castle on top of a hill loomed. There was a dampness in the air. The dewdrops on the leaves swayed gently in the breeze.
The dirt underfoot emitted a faint smell of decay. Mo Shadow Dust carried a tang sword on his back and stood at the very front of the group. His eyes were cold and his gaze was like a torch.
Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his fingers gently tapping on the armrests.
Xia Yunqi stood to the side, the corner of her lips slightly raised, her sword still sheathed in her hand, a hint of vigilance flashing under her eyes.
Mo Yingduan sidelong surveyed Xia Yunqi, his eyes sharp.
Secretly nodding his head, Xia Yunqi's arrogance was arrogant, but this fighting quality was absolutely nothing to write home about. She held her sword in a standardized posture, and her pace was steady and powerful. The tip of the sword was slightly raised, the sword chi was dazzling, and the extremely cold ice flame could be faintly seen flowing through the body of the sword.
The aura of the blazing sun sword immortal was unreservedly released from her.
And if Mo Chen didn't sense it wrongly, this girl, she should have already been at the first rank as well. Mo Shadow Dust turned his head to look at Yen Jipang, his brows furrowed. The sound of the wheelchair running over the dirt distracted him. "You're able-bodied, why do you have to sit in this thing?" Yen Jipang's eyes lit up as his fingers flew and pressed on the armrests of the wheelchair.
The wheelchair instantly morphed, with mechanical arms stretching out around it.
Tracks extended from underneath the wheels, covering the ground.
"Look, this is a multifunctional cross-country wheelchair." The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth twitched. "The speed is too slow." "I'm the nurse, just hide behind it."
Yen Jipang leaned leisurely on the back of the chair.
"Comfort is most important." Mo Shadow Dust slapped a palm on his forehead and sighed helplessly.
Never mind, with him in front to open the way, there was no need to worry about this guy's safety.
Mo Shadow Dust swept his gaze across the gloomy woods.
This time was the big exam. How one performed would affect the grading, and now was not the time to hide one's strength. He decided that this time the secret realm was not easy to explain except for soul domination and white bone specialization. He decided to bring out his full strength. Slowly raising his right hand,
an invisible necromantic fluctuation instantly spread.
There was a loud rumble.
Two skeletal figures instantly coalesced in front of the three.
Dolly was as tall as 2 meters, and the pig's tooth bone knife in his hand glowed with a cold light.
Iron Guard had a sturdy figure, rock shield in hand, like a moving fortress.
As for Phantom Spike, he had been hiding in his shadow at all times. Xia Yunxi looked at Vigorous and Iron Guard, and surprise flashed in her eyes.
"These two summons of yours. Surprisingly so strong?" The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth rose imperceptibly. "It's not over yet." He raised his hand again.
2 skeleton archers, a specter, and a second-rank zombie, as well as
180 neatly arranged skeleton warriors instantly appeared. Yen Jipang whistled. "This lineup, who dares to mess with it?"
In the forest, a weird wind blew.
The leaves rustled as if they were whispering.
In the darkness, countless pairs of green eyes quietly opened.
The battle was about to begin.
The thick canopy of trees obscured the moonlight.
Mo Shadow Dust stood at the front of the group, each step steady and powerful.
Dolly and Iron Guard were on either side, their bones rubbing together with a subtle clicking sound. Xia Yunxi's sword blade glowed coldly in the darkness, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The rolling wheels of the wheelchair crushed through the dead leaves, and Yen Jipang folded his hands in his lap with a relaxed look. The cold wind passed through the forest, and the leaves rustled.
Sharp whistling sounds cut through the silence, piercing everyone's eardrums.
Swarms of pitch-black bats swooped down from overhead, their wings flapping to bring up gusts of fishy wind. A hint of coldness flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes as he lightly raised his right hand. The 2 skeleton archers immediately took their positions, their bowstrings tensed up to emit a buzzing sound. The arrows broke through the air and drew graceful arcs in the air. Xia Yunxi flicked her wrist, and the tip of her sword drew a silver arc.
Extreme cold ice flames roared out, and tiny ice crystals formed in the air.
The bat swarm was instantly frozen, and the ice cube smashed on the ground with a crisp cracking sound.
Mo Shadow Dust nodded silently, admiring Xia Yunxi's stance.
The sound of wolves howling came from the deep forest, low and threatening. 3 giant wolves pounced out from the shadows, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. Mo Shadow Dust ordered in a deep voice, his voice clear and strong. The Iron Guards raised their shields forward, their rocky shields exuding a heavy aura. Vigorously gripping the bone blade, hellfire pulsed on the blade. The werewolf slammed into the shield with a dull thud. Vigor's blade sliced through the werewolf's fur, and hellfire instantly flared up. The werewolf in the center lunged at Ink Shadow Dust, fangs blazing. A cold light came across the sky as Xia Yunxi blocked in front of Mo Ingduan. The extreme cold ice flame forced the werewolves back, and a chill filled the air.
"You focus on commanding."
Her voice was cold and firm. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the werewolf's throat with a chilling light.
Mo Shadow Dust froze for a moment, then nodded slightly. He began to concentrate on commanding the skeleton army.
The 180 skeleton warriors lined up in a square formation, protecting the entire group in the center. Yen Jipang sat on a wheelchair, releasing healing spells from time to time.
"You guys continue, I'll milk."
The battle grew more and more intense. Xia Yunxi tangled with the werewolf as his sword flashed.
Extreme cold ice flames continuously eroded the werewolf's body. Dolly got braver and braver as his strength continued to climb.
The Iron Guard stood firm, his shield blocking impact after impact. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes stared and suddenly raised his hand. Bone Thorn. Sharp bone spikes stabbed out from the ground. The werewolf was unable to dodge and was pierced through the leg. Xia Yunxi seized the opportunity and her sword flashed. The werewolf's head flew high. Seeing this, the other two werewolves let out angry roars. Vigorously turning on Soul Berserk, their attack became even more ferocious. The Iron Guard recovered his strength with the help of the Earth Pulse, and his defense stripped. The battle gradually subsided. 3 werewolves fell in a pool of blood. Half of the vampire bats were dead or injured, and the remaining ones fled in haste. Xia Yunxi sheathed her sword and let out a long breath. These monsters, they're stronger than expected. Imo Shadow Dust gazed at Xia Yunxi's slightly whitened face, a trace of worry welling up in his heart. The difficulty of the Great Examination mysteries would dynamically adjust with the strength of the participants. Their team had 2 first-order powerhouses, and the enemies they encountered were naturally more tricky than ordinary candidates. The strength of those 3 first-rank wolves just now was the best proof. Accordingly, they would receive a higher rating. This design was reasonable. After all, the Grand Examination was a selection. If first-order powerhouses were allowed to enter the zero-order mystic realm and go on a killing spree, they would not be able to reflect their true strength at all. Mo Shadow Dust was about to open his mouth to explain, when his pupils suddenly shrunk. Be careful! A low warning voice cut through the silence. A pitch-black shadow sprinted from behind Xia Yunxi. Chapter 40 Vampire Hunter. Mo Shadow Dust flicked his wrist, and the sharp whistling sound of a tang sword coming out of its sheath rang out. With a flash of cold light, the black shadow snapped with a sound. A vampire bat that had been chopped in 2 lay on the ground, its dark red blood seeping into the dirt. Xia Yunxi turned around, her eyes flickering with a strange light under the moonlight. Thank you. There was a hint of warmth in the cool voice. Mo Shadow Dust took the tang sword back into its sheath and gently shook his head. The power of dead spirit resurrection surged, and the 3 werewolf corpses reared up. Let's move on. He calmly gave the order. The team set off on their journey once again, their footsteps echoing in the silent forest. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, thoughtfully surveying the 2 figures in front of him. The dense forest gradually thinned out, revealing more open space. In the distance, the silhouette of an ancient castle loomed in the moonlight, exuding a mysterious aura. Moonlight spilled onto the huge stone brick facade of the vampire castle. The 3 stood in front of the thick oak gate. The iron door ring was crawling with mottled patina. A toothsome creaking sound echoed in the silent night. The heavy door slowly opened inward. The odor of rotting wood mixed with the faint scent of blood poured out. Xia Yunxi raised her foot to step towards the door, but her wrist was pulled by a hand. Mo Ingsuan's slender fingers tightly clasped her slender wrist. He shook his head, his eyes signaling her to look to the side front. A lone watchtower stood in the moonlight. Go there first. His voice was low and firm. Images of memories flashed in his mind. There was a secret passageway hidden beneath that watchtower. The passageway led straight to the weapon vault deep within the castle. The thick runic gate completely isolated the weapon vault from the interior of the castle. Countless candidates had missed this place as an unopened area. Until after the secret realm solidified into an ordinary copy. A few professionals who were obsessed with opening the map accidentally discovered the secret. As well as the chilling. In the weapons vault nightmare. This nightmare was the target of Ink Shadow Dust today. Inside the watchtower, it was hollow and secluded. The walls were covered with thick moss, as if traces of age. The moonlight passed through the narrow arrow holes, and silver light spots danced on the ground. Mo Shadow Dust's gaze was like a scanner as he meticulously examined each stone tile. His fingertips lightly touched a raised stone. Here. The voice was categorical. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jipeng moved closer, their gazes focusing on a stone brick engraved with runes. Mo Shadow Dust's palm covered the rune, and his spiritual energy was injected like a fine stream. The rune emitted an ethereal blue light, and the ground slowly cracked with a roar, revealing steps. Watch your feet. His tone was calm and steady as he stepped into the steps. The air was damp and cold, and the stone steps were thick with dust. At the end of the passage, torches burned silently, interlacing light and shadow. The middle-aged man stood in the center, his gaze like a sword sweeping over the 3. Young man, are you here to crusade against the vampire count? Mo Shadow Dust was silent, and the tang blade was slowly sheathed.
The blade's cold light flashed, cutting through the dark night. Xia Yunqi frowned slightly. Mo Shadow Dust? At Mo Shadow Dust's command, the skeleton warriors instantly all rushed forward.
Yan Jipang, use Lone Strike on the vampire hunter.
Mo Shadow Dust suddenly spoke. Ha? Isn't that used against friendly forces? Yan Jipang froze.
He subconsciously checked the talent description and suddenly brightened up.
It really doesn't say that it can only be used on friendly forces.
Yan Jipang raised his hand to release the talent, and a golden light enveloped the vampire hunter like holy fire. Solitary Throw causes the target to increase the ability to recover from wounds with each attack, but at the same time obtains a vulnerable state, doubling all wounds taken. In an instant, the hunter's aura became berserk, and a dark red glow wrapped around his entire body like blood, sending shivers down his spine.
Seek death.
The hunter roared, his eyes scarlet. The long sword in his hand suddenly swung, the blade slicing out a cold aura in the air as he stabbed straight at Mo Shadow Dust. In that instant, his speed was as fast as lightning, almost transforming into a blurry residual shadow. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils shrunk slightly, his footsteps staggered, and his figure slid backward like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, the hunter did not stop. The long sword in his hand was waved one after another. The sword energy swept towards Mo Ingchen like a raging wind and rain. Each strike was breathtakingly fast, and each chop carried a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Phantom Thorn's figure quietly emerged behind the hunter, and the short blade of hell flickered with ghostly blue flames, drawing a graceful arc that went straight for the hunter's back. However, as if the hunter had eyes behind his back, his body twisted strangely, and his longsword returned to defense at an incredible angle.
Clang!
The short blade collided with the long sword, and the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the hall, sparks splattering everywhere. Seeing this, Xia Yunqi's figure flashed, and the long sword in her hand erupted with a piercing cold light, the temperature plummeting as the extremely cold ice flame wrapped around the sword. Her sword light poured out like flowing water, her movements flowing like a dance, but her blade was as harsh as a knife. The hunter's movements were slightly stagnant, a thin layer of frost had formed on his arm, and the coldness spread along his bloodline, causing his movements to be slightly slow. The hunter let out a cold snort and violently stomped the ground, the stone tiles under his feet instantly cracked. His figure was like an arrow off the string, instantly sprinting in front of Xia Yunqi, his longsword sweeping horizontally, his sword chi crushing down like a torrent. Xia Yunqi's pupil shrunk slightly, his figure retreated sharply, his sword blade slicing out a cold light, colliding head-on with the hunter's sword chi, erupting in a deafening roar. Right at this moment, the zombie's huge body rushed out from the shadows, carrying a destructive force to pounce on the hunter. The hunter's long sword swept horizontally, sword energy like a rainbow, ruthlessly chopped on the zombie's chest. The zombie did not dodge, letting the sword energy cut deep wounds in its body, black corpse blood seeping out from the wounds. However, its movements did not decrease at all, and its sharp claws covered with corpse poison ruthlessly grabbed at the hunter's chest. The hunter retreated several steps in a row, and the leather armor on his chest was torn, revealing a wound oozing blood. His face changed slightly as he looked down at his wound, his brows furrowed, corpse poison. As the necrotic poison kicked in, his movements became noticeably sluggish. However, just in the moment when the hunter's movements were sluggish, his eyes suddenly became even more scarlet, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. He let out a roar to the sky, and his entire body entered a brief berserk state, his attack speed and damage instantly skyrocketing. His longsword swung like a gale, his sword chi crisscrossing, forcing Xia Yunqi and the zombie to momentarily struggle to get close.
Berserk state. Mo Shadow Dust's gaze condensed as he whispered, "Mirage Spike, strike."
Phantom Thorn's figure merged into the shadows once again, the shadow shuttle ability allowing it to appear behind the hunter like a ghost. At the same time, Phantom Thorn's short blade was raised high, hellish flames burning on the blade, stabbing at the hunter's back heart with a destructive aura.
Chapter 41, Out of Purple?
Sensing the killing intent behind him, the hunter violently turned around, and his longsword stabbed at the illusory thorn in a lightning-fast manner. However, the Phantom Thorn's figure was a void, instantly turning into nothingness, and the hunter's long sword stabbed empty. In the next second, the Phantom Thorn's figure appeared on the other side of the hunter, the short blade accurately stabbed into the side of the hunter's waist, and blood spurted out. The hunter roared, and his long sword swept violently at the Phantom Thorn, but the Phantom Thorn was once again vaporized, easily avoiding the attack. The hunter's movements grew slower and slower, the erosion of the necrotic poison and blood loss causing his stamina to rapidly decline. Xia Yunqi seized the opportunity, and the long sword in his hand erupted into an even more piercing cold light, the extreme cold ice flame spreading along the blade and transforming into an ice blue sword chi slashing at the hunter. The hunter attempted to block, but his movements were already a beat slower. The sword chi accurately struck his left arm, the cold chi instantly invaded his body, and his left arm was completely frozen. The zombie let out a low roar and pounced on the hunter again, his sharp claws viciously grabbing at his chest. This time, the hunter was no longer able to fight. The claws penetrated his chest, bringing up a piece of flesh and blood. The hunter retreated several steps in a row, the wounds on his chest dripping with blood, his face as pale as paper.
These wounds. How could they be so serious?
The hunter gasped for air, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He thought of the natural skill Yan Jipeng used on him at the beginning of the battle.
It seemed like he.
The hunter's body trembled violently, and his pupils began to lax. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only spat out a sentence, "Why?" Mo Shadowdust gazed at him coldly, not answering, only an icy gaze to send off this powerful enemy. With the moment the hunter collapsed, Mo Shadowdust felt the system's beep ringing in his head. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and plundering the opponent's words. Little luck C, very low probability of inflicting a critical hit when attacking. Ruthless hunting A, when the target's life value is below a certain percentage, the attack has a probability of causing a sure kill effect. Vengeful Rage B, every time you successfully parry an enemy attack, your rage accumulates and increases your strength and constitution. Please go to the thesaurus and fuse them together. 3 rays of light that only he could see emerged from the hunter's body, turning into 3 crystalline word cores suspended in the air. With a movement of his mind, the 3 cores merged into his palm. Closing his eyes, he quietly felt the power of the 3 word cores pulsating in his palm. A ray of blood-colored light rose from his palm, that was the word core of Ruthless Hunt. The bloody light pierced through Phantom Thorn's illusory body, sending ripples through his body. Scarlet red lines surfaced on the surface of the Hell Shortblade, emanating a palpitating chill. Dark red light flowed around Iron Guard's body, which was the word core of Vengeful Fury. Flame-like patterns traveled across the surface of the Iron Guard's bones and then disappeared. The last Little Luck word core emitted a faint glow. Ink Shadow Dust glanced at the same phrase that was already on Vigor's body and decided to put it aside for the time being. There were more important things to deal with at the moment. The hunter's blood spread across the ground, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. The battle ended quite a bit faster than expected.
Yan Jipeng's talent played a key role. But the narrow passageway did limit the play of the summons.
Most of the skeleton warriors could only charge and send them to their deaths in the opening, and they couldn't intervene at all behind them. In the end, it was the 3 of them, Zombie, Phantom Thorn and Xia Yunxi, who completed the kill. Xia Yunxi gazed at the hunter's corpse on the ground, a hint of shock flashing through her eyes. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt of her sword, recalling the battle scene just now. The strength of those 2 special skeleton warriors was only at the 1st rank level, but they worked well together. What truly shocked her was the performance of that spectral assassin. The phantom-like figure weaved in and out of the shadows, each strike precise and deadly. That kind of agility and lethality had already surpassed the limits of first-order creatures. Even more chilling was that tall zombie. The strength and defense of a second-order summon creature in itself, combined with the talent of steel and iron, was simply a moving city wall. There was also. Xia Yunxi's gaze swept towards the skeletal archers and ghosts standing behind the several people. As well as skeleton warriors that were being constantly replenished and summoned by Mo Shadowdust. It wasn't that Xia Yunxi hadn't seen Mo Ingsuan's battles on the life and death stage. But she had thought that her strength was not inferior to his. Blazing Sun Sword Immortal's hidden profession, combined with Extreme Cold Ice Flame's S-rank talent, was enough to allow her to stand proudly against her peers. She even had the confidence to challenge a second-rank powerhouse alone. But the battle in front of her completely shattered her pride. Phantom Thorn's Shadow Shuttle was hard to defend against. The tall zombie was like a brick wall. And Mo Shadowdust just stood there, commanding this army of undead. Xia Yunxi gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her knuckles turning white. She clearly realized that her current self was far from being his opponent. Under the moonlight, Mo Ingsuan's back appeared particularly lonely. Xia Yunxi gazed at the figure, countless questions welling up in her heart. This man, just how did he do it? In just a few days, he had even metamorphosed into something powerful. Xia Yunxi stepped forward and touched at the vampire hunter's corpse. Dark Knight Pursuit Blue, leather armor, dropped by Vampire Hunter Rider, agility plus 15, endurance plus 12, shadow resistance plus 20, evasion plus 5%. Vampire Slaughtering Blade Purple, Long Sword, dropped by Vampire Hunter Rider, Strength plus 20, Attack Speed plus 10%. When hitting an enemy, restores 5% of one's own life value, increases damage dealt to vampire-type enemies by 30%. Ink Shadow Dust stared at the equipment on the ground, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly.
This came out purple? This, Xiaoyunshi, is truly the ING chosen one. Occupation is hidden. Talent is the best. Even the damn touching equipment was of a higher quality than what others touched out. The purple quality longsword emitted a faint cold light. Xiaoyunshi turned around, her gaze lingering on Mo Lingduan's face for a moment. These equipments, how do you plan to distribute them? Her voice was soft. The line of sight swept to the side. Yan Jipeng was paralyzed in his wheelchair, yawning constantly with a drowsy look. For this lazy fatty, she directly chose to ignore it. Mo Shadowdust pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping his thigh. The Vampire Slaughtering Blade goes to you, and I'll take the Dark Knight Pursuit. He turned his head to Yan Jipeng. I'll make it up to you when the next time a suitable equipment for you pops up. Yan Jipeng lazily waved his hand without raising an eyelid. Mo Shadowdust directly equipped the leather armor. Well, chose to hide the appearance. These equipments, there is one thing to say, it is too ugly. Chapter 42 Devil Sword Descends, Soul-Devouring Blood Blade. Turning around, he stepped towards the stone wall at the end of the passage. The sound of the soles of his boots rubbing against the ground echoed in the empty grotto. Moonlight spilled down through the cracks at the top, and dappled light and shadows flowed on the ground. A cross-shaped groove was clearly carved into the surface of the stone wall. He pushed the cross into the groove and it fit tightly. The sound of the mechanism activating was crisp and sharp. The stone wall split, revealing a deep dark space. A chilly and piercing aura hit his face. Ink Shadow Dust condensed the ghostly green soul fire in his palm. The firelight illuminated the chilling scene. Inside the circular armory, hundreds of weapons were arranged according to arcane spell formations. Most of the weapons had shattered, and rusty broken swords were scattered all over the place. Dried-up corpses were sprawled across the floor, their blood lost. The corpses of vampires, humans, and foreigners were interlocked and stacked. Dark red bloodstains spread across the ground, pointing towards the center of the armory. A blood-colored long knife was suspended in midair. The blade's body was deep red, as if it was cast from solidified blood. The sharpness of the blade was biting, emitting a palpitating chill. This is... Xiaoyunshi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, showing a rare serious expression. What a bizarre evil weapon. System prompt, the only hidden space has been discovered, violent item fluctuations have been detected in this space, please choose carefully. Yan Jipeng froze and looked up at Mo Lingduan. Dust, did you hear that? A system prompt? The system would even give this kind of prompt? Ink Shadow Dust was also a bit cautious. The last time a system prompt appeared was when they encountered the Death God's heart. Zombie and Phantom Stinger guarded Ink Shadow Dust's side warily. Dolly and Iron Guard gripped their weapons and stood ready to fire. Ink Shadow Dust cautiously moved forward and examined the corpses on the ground. The level of decomposition showed that they had been there for many years. The bizarre thing was that the corpses always remained intact. Regardless of the level of strength, it would be able to suck the blood out of a person's entire body in 7 days. On the bright red blade, it was as if countless dead souls could still be seen struggling. In the end, the official government deployed 1,000 elite soldiers to suppress it. The magic sword was sealed in the deepest part of the official treasury. This catastrophe that swept through the human race finally came to an end. Later on, some great powers traced back the history and found that this story of the vampire castle was something that really happened in history. The vampire hunter's wife was hunted to death. In order to take revenge, he got the magic knife refining method from ancient texts. He secretly prepared it outside the vampire castle for more than 10 years. But in the end, the count found and killed him before the magic knife was molded, and he lost all his efforts. When the laws of heaven and earth of the human race captured the fragments of the long river of history, they brought the magic knife, which was about to take shape, into the secret realm with them. A week before Ink Shadow Dust's death, he heard that several scholars were researching the usage scheme of the magic knife. They discovered that as long as the user did not have blood, it was possible to circumvent the curse. This was exactly why Ink Shadow Dust desperately wanted to obtain the magic knife. His skeleton summoner was born without blood. Mo Shadowdust's eyes flashed with a cold aura.
He raised his hand to vigorously signal.
Go, bring that knife. The ghostly green flames in vigorous eye sockets leapt, and his heavy bones creaked.
Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, nervously clutching the armrests.
Dusty, be careful.
Xia Yunxi gripped her longsword tightly, cold light flowing through the blade. Strongly taking a steady pace, his bone claws slowly probed the blood-colored longsword. Blood light instantly erupted. The scarlet light was like a snake's letter as it wrapped around vigorous bones. The magic blade trembled, and an ear-piercing buzz echoed in the grotto. The light traveled within Vigorous' body, searching for traces of blood. The buzzing sound rose steeply, and the magic blade struggled violently. Vigor did not move, his bone claws clasping the hilt of the blade in death. Blood light erupted at the point of contact, splattering all around. In the middle of the day, the magic blade gradually calmed down. The blood light converged, and the buzzing disappeared. Vigorously turning around, he steadily held the blade at the end. Ink shadow dust came closer to observe. The blade was still blood red, but it no longer emitted an evil aura. A system prompt rang in his ears. Soul-devouring bloodblade has recognized its owner, binding to skeleton warrior, Dali. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's lips curved up. Yan Jipeng was paralyzed in his wheelchair, scared me to death. Xia Yunxi sheathed her sword, this sword is too evil. Mo Shadowdust nodded, it will suck the user's blood. He deliberately hid the truth about sucking up the attributes. In this life, he wanted to nip that havoc in the bud. But my skeleton warrior has no blood and is naturally immune to the curse. Yan Jipeng came to a realization, so that's how it is. This kind of evil weapon should still be treated with caution. Dali gazed down at the magic sword, feeling the power contained within. A look of satisfaction flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. With the soul-devouring blood blade, Vigor would gain a qualitative leap. Each kill would gain the enemy's attributes. And the skeleton body, perfectly circumventing the curse of blood. At this moment, outside the examination room, countless parents and teachers were crowding around. All of them were eagerly waiting, expecting their familiar names to appear on the grading leaderboard next to the illusory realm stone. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuations flashed across the leaderboard, and 3 names unexpectedly rushed directly onto the leaderboard of the Highland Province. First place, Mo Shadowdust, rating 400. Second place, Xia Yunxi, rating 370. 11th place, Yan Jipeng, rating 320. The crowd outside the examination center was boisterous. Anxious parents crowded in front of the illusory boundary stone. Teachers stared intently at the leaderboard. The surface of the illusory boundary stone rippled. 3 names suddenly jumped onto the Highland Province leaderboard. Chapter 43, their homeroom teacher is going to wake up laughing. Ink Shadow Dust? 400 points? A teacher exclaimed. It hasn't been long since they went in, the score. What have they done? Another teacher clenched his fists. Xia Yunxi scored 370 points, worthy of being the daughter of the Xia family. The crowd resounded with admiration. Yan Jipeng also made it into the top 11. These 3 kids are surprisingly all from the same school. Their homeroom teacher is going to wake up laughing. That recovered young son of the Mo family? Someone frowned. I heard that he grew up in an orphanage. Gifted this just went in for more than a minute and got 400 points, this is a record-breaking score. The Mo family has picked up a treasure. Discussions rose and fell. Within the secret territory, Mo Shadowdust knelt down on one knee and pressed his palm against the hunter's cold corpse. Necromantic energy surged out from his palm, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier. He withdrew his hand and a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. A corpse of the 2nd rank is beyond my current capabilities. Xia Yunxi gripped the long sword at his waist and vigilantly scanned the shadowy corners around him. Yan Jipeng pushed his wheelchair closer to Mo Ingguan. Let's go, Dusty, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Mo Shadowdust nodded. The moonlight passed through the broken colored windows, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. The 3 of them retraced their steps back to the front gate of the ancient castle. The thick gate was carved with intricate patterns. The doorway was still open, but it was impossible to see the situation inside. As they stepped into the door, the clicking sound of a mechanism activating came from behind them. The gate closed with a loud bang, completely isolating the light from the outside world. This was the reason why Mo Ingguan had not allowed Xia Yunxi to enter before. In front of the 3 was a castle hall, and the damp and chilly air hit their faces. The dome was high and carved with intricate Gothic patterns.
12 crystal chandeliers hung in midair, flickering with dim candlelight.
The heavy red carpet stretched to the end of the hall, embroidered with gold dark patterns. Arranged on either side stood marble pillars, each decorated with entwined vines.
The roar of the doors closing echoed through the empty hall.
More than a dozen vampire servants roaming the hall emerged from the shadows, their scarlet eyes staring in the direction of the doorway. The smell of rotting blood filled the air. Sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. They let out ear-piercing hisses and frantically lunged towards the three. Sharp claws cut a path of chills in the air. The hissing of the vampire servants echoed in the empty hall, sharp and ear-piercing. Imo Shadowdust gripped the Tang sword in his hand tightly, the blade glowing with a cold aura under the moonlight.
Dali, Iron Guard, front row defense,
he ordered in a deep voice. Phantom Stinger, go test the strength of these vampire servants. The two skeletal warriors took heavy steps and rushed to the front.
Phantom Thorn's figure was like a wisp of black smoke, looming in the shadows.
The longsword in Xia Yunshi's hand emitted a light blue light, and the extreme cold ice flame wrapped around the sword, overflowing with cold air. Yan Jipeng sat in his wheelchair, his palm shining with holy light, warm and bright.
Dusty, these vampire servants are quite numerous. Yan Jipeng's tone carried worry.
Imo Shadowdust was expressionless as he raised his hand and summoned two skeleton archers.
Shoot! The brief order was given. Bone arrows broke through the air, bringing up sharp whistling sounds.
Illusory Stinger held the hell short blade and weaved through the enemy group, hitting the vitals precisely with each strike. Dali and Iron Guard stood shoulder to shoulder, their soul-devouring blood blades and rocky shields forming a solid line of defense. The vampire minions pounced, their claws making ear-splitting sounds on the shield. The Iron Guard did not move at all, his shield steadily blocking the attack. Vigorously swinging his bone knife across the room, the sharp blade tore through the enemy's flesh and blood. Xia Yunshi's sword was powerful, and extreme cold ice flames swept across the battlefield. The three vampire servants were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, which then shattered.
Yan Jipeng's holy light flickered continuously, the warm healing power enveloping his teammates.
The three werewolves that Imo Shadowdust had revived earlier joined the battlefield, their sharp claws tearing through the enemies.
The zombie let out a deafening roar and charged into the enemy line.
Strong arms easily tore through the bodies of the vampire servants, splattering blood everywhere. The pace of the battle was smooth, everything was under control. However, as time passed, more and more vampire servants emerged from the shadows.
These monsters can't be killed. Xia Yunshi frowned.
Her sword chi had already decimated dozens of enemies, yet she still couldn't stop the enemies from reinforcing.
Dusty, the enemies are constantly refreshing. Yan Jipeng detected an abnormality. Imo Shadowdust's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, and all the room doors were tightly closed.
His eyes finally landed on the stone platform in the center of the hall. Yunshi, try going to that stone platform. Xia Yunshi nodded and quickly walked to the stone platform. The moment she stood on the stone platform, the sound of a mechanism activating sounded. With a click, the door to the room at the end of the hall slowly opened.
The door is open. Yan Jipeng exclaimed. Someone needs to stand on the stone platform to open the door. Essence flashed in Mo Ingduan's eyes.
Xia Yunshi was just about to leave the stone platform when the door to the room immediately closed heavily.
Someone must stand on it at all times. Mo Ingduan's tone was calm.
The gazes of the three men met, their respective minds surging.
I'll do it. Mo Shadowdust took the initiative to volunteer.
But concern flashed in Xia Yunshi's eyes. My summons are enough to protect me, you guys go open the door.
Mo Ingduan's tone was firm.
Xia Yunshi and Yan Jipeng looked at each other and nodded helplessly.
Mo Ingduan stood on the stone platform and the door to the room opened once again. Xia Yunshi and Yan Jipeng immediately rushed towards the door. Countless vampire servants frantically pounced. Dali, Iron Guard, protect them.
The two skeletal warriors followed closely behind, their weapons waving. Phantom Stinger's figure weaved in and out of the shadows, his sharp blade harvesting lives.
Zombies and werewolves made their way ahead, tearing apart the enemies in their way.
The skeleton archer's bone arrows continued to shoot out, providing fire support for the group. Mo Shadowdust stood on the stone platform and calmly commanded, his gaze sharp as an eagle.
Xia Yunshi and Yan Jipeng finally arrived at the door. Yan Jipeng pushed the door hard, and the doorway didn't budge. Damn, it's too heavy. He gritted his teeth and pushed hard. Xia Yunxi stepped forward to help, and the two of them combined their efforts to push open a crack. Dusty, come quickly! Yan Jipeng shouted. Mo Yingduan leapt down onto the stone platform. The thick room door immediately began to slowly close. Dolly, Iron Guard, hold the door. Two skeletal warriors rushed forward and jammed their weapons against the doorway. The vampire servants swarmed forward, their sharp claws flashing with cold light. Xia Yunqi's sword chi continuously cut down the approaching enemies. Yan Jipeng's holy light art continued to heal and maintain the team's status. Mo Shadow Dust ran towards the door with quick steps. Behind them, the pursuers pressed on, their sharp claws tearing through the air. Phantom Stinger's figure always escorted the side, decapitating the approaching enemies. The zombies and wolves blocked at the back, buying him time. The skeleton archer's bone arrows kept firing, suppressing the enemy attack. Ink Shadow Dust finally rushed to the door. Go in! He droned in a deep voice. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jipeng quickly drilled into the door. Mo Shadow Dust followed closely behind. Dolly and the Iron Guard simultaneously withdrew their weapons. The door to the thick room closed with a heavy thud. Chapter 44, I don't believe any shield will hold up to our fierce blasts. The angry hiss of the vampire servant came from outside the door. The three leaned against the wall to catch their breath. Finally got through. Yan Jipeng wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. How did you discover the stone platform mechanism? Xia Yunxi looked at Mo Yingxuan. That location is too special, it's worth a try. Mo Shadow Dust spoke in a flat tone. Mo Shadow Dust scanned the surrounding summons. Secretly, he let out a cry of pity. In the battle just now, he had transformed more than 10 vampire corpses with his necrotic rejuvenation technique. Those newborn vampire servants were not weak, each of them had the level of early first rank. Unfortunately, in the end, they were all blocked by the thick door of the room. The three werewolves suffered heavy losses in the battle. The sharp claws and teeth tore apart quite a few enemies. But in the end, only one was left still breathing heavily. Its fur was stained with mottled blood. The three of them walked through the dark corridor and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The musty smell of decay hit their faces, and countless bookshelves stood like giants, sticking straight up to the ceiling. The candle flames on the walls flickered and cast airy shadows. Chilliness permeated up from the ground, sending shivers down one's spine. Yan Jipeng scrunched his neck and rubbed his arms to ward off the cold. Xia Yunxi vigilantly gripped her longsword tightly, her gaze sweeping over every corner like a hawk. Mo Shadow Dust's eyes lingered on the ground runes, his brows slightly furrowed. Bang! A thick ancient book fell from a height. Xia Yunxi instinctively dodged backward, and the ancient book automatically flipped open in midair as a blue magic beam shot out. Mo Shadow Dust was quick, pulling Xia Yunxi's wrist and yanking her behind him. The beam hit the ground, and smoke rose from the scorched crater. The bookshelf trembled violently as more ancient books broke free and flew. Yan Jipeng's voice trembled, these books are alive. Mo Shadow Dust calmly ordered, Dolly, Iron Guard, front row defense. Phantom Thorn, hold back. The skeleton warriors raised their swords to charge, and the Iron Guard raised their shields high to block the flying magic. Xia Yunxi's longsword danced, extremely cold ice flames wrapped around the sword, and the sword energy swept across, freezing and shattering the flying books. Sharp hissing cut through the air as a black swarm of bats swooped down from the ceiling. Phantom Thorn instantly vaporized, his figure flashing in the shadows, and the cold light of his hellish shortblade flashed continuously. The bats fell one after another, turning into ashes. The skeleton army raised their swords in formation, and the archer's bone arrows broke through the air, shooting through more flying ancient books. The ground! Xia Yunxi suddenly realized that the ground runes were illuminated with a strange light, and the three of them leapt backward out of the way. Pillars of fire shot up into the sky, and waves of searing heat pounded their faces. Yan Jipeng gritted his teeth, damn trap. More runes lit up one after another, flickering. Mo Yingduan guided in a deep voice, follow my footsteps. The three of them carefully avoided the traps. A dark shadow suddenly flashed out from behind the bookshelf, and the vampire mage raised his staff. Shadow magic bullets whistled, and the zombie instantly lunged forward, its sharp claws ripping through the mage's chest. More mages emerged from the shadows, magical rays intertwining into a web. Disperse! Ink Shadow Dust barked out an order. Vigorously turning on Soul Berserk, the soul-devouring blood blade cleaved through the magical shield.
The Iron Guard raised his shield to parry, accumulating the power of fury. Phantom Thorn weaved through the shadows, his short blades accurately stabbing into the mage's vitals. Xiaoyunqi's extremely cold sword chi roared like a dragon, freezing a mage. The skeleton legion scattered and surrounded, heading straight for the skeleton mages, pressing forward step by step.
Yan Jipeng. Lying peacefully, rowing joyfully.
The battle lasted for a long 10 minutes, the last mage fell, and silence reshrouded the book depository. The ground was strewn with broken pages and mage corpses.
Yan Jipeng wiped away the sweat on his forehead. It's finally over.
A chilling laughter suddenly echoed within the book collection pavilion, the air condensed into ice, and a piercing coldness penetrated right into the bone marrow. The figure of the black-robed woman emerged from the void, her pitch-black vestments fluttering erratically in the still air. The moonlight shone on her pale skin, giving off a bizarre silver-white luster, and her blood-red eyes flashed with brutality and madness.
It's a vampire witch.
Xiaoyunqi's right hand gripped the hilt of her sword, and the extreme cold ice flame instantly covered the sword, condensing a crystalline frost. The witch waved her staff, and dark purple cursed magic drew twisted trajectories in the air, heading straight for the three of them. Ink Shadow Dust's fingers formed seals rapidly, and the runic bone armor coalesced into a shield in front of his body, with mysterious runes flashing on the white bones. The cursed magic impacted on the bone armor with a sound like glass shattering, cracks spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaoyunqi gazed at the white bone armor in front of Mo Ingsuan, her brows tightly locked, her puzzlement hard to hide.
Mo Shadowdust was clearly a summoning specialist, so what was this white bone magic all about? But the current situation didn't give her time to think more. The witch's staff tapped the ground, blood light flashed, and 3 blood demon puppets appeared in front of her, and a thick bloody odor filled the entire space. The sharp blades in the puppets' hands glowed coldly under the moonlight, and their bodies made of blood and flesh squirmed continuously. Vigorously, Iron Guard, block them. Mo Shadowdust ordered in a deep voice.
Vigor charged forward with the soul-devouring blood blade in hand, and Iron Guard followed closely behind, his rock shield blocking in front of him. Phantom Stinger's figure weaved between the shadows, the short blades of hell precisely slashing through the golem's joints. Xiaoyunqi's extreme cold sword chi and Ink Shadow Dust bone spear shot in unison, but were blocked by the witch's suddenly unfurled magic shield. Dali's soul-devouring blood blade continuously slashed at the puppet's body, and the inferno flames burned the flesh and blood, emitting nuisance sounds. The Iron Guard rock shield helped Vigor block the golem's attacks, and each successful parry strengthened the power of wrath, the surface of the shield glowing red. Phantom spikes weaved back and forth in the shadows, the short blades of hell constantly leaving bone-deep wounds in the golem's vitals. Skeleton archers' arrows rained down, and legions of skeletons went forward and back, constantly impacting the witch's defense line. But all the attacks that landed on the witch were stopped by a translucent shield.
Damn, there's even a magic shield. Yan Jipeng's voice rang out as he gritted his teeth. It's fine, keep bombing. I don't believe that any shield can hold up to such indiscriminate bombardment from us. Mo Shadow Dust said indifferently. The zombie rushed forward, and its sharp claws kept attacking the witch's shield. The shield flickered incessantly. As they kept attacking, the surface of the witch's shield dimmed, and dense cracks spread across the entire surface. It's now! Ink Shadow Dust's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Gather fire. Give me a wave to kill her. Xiaoyunqi's extremely cold sword chi roared out, ice crystals formed in the air, and the temperature plummeted to freezing point. Yan Jipeng's desperate talent enveloped the witch, and the power of Mo Ingduan and Xiaoyunqi's attacks instantly skyrocketed. The moment the shield shattered, all the attacks accurately hit the witch's body. In a mournful scream, the witch slowly dissipated into a cloud of black mist. The 3 blood demon puppets collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, turning into blood and water that spread on the ground. Mo Shadowdust reached out and grabbed the mist, his palm glowing blood red. A system beep sounded in his head. Chapter 45, Who Can Surpass Us? Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and plundering the opponent's word, Forbidden Knowledge. Forbidden Knowledge B. From time to time, you who listen to Forbidden Knowledge will have your magic power increased by 20%. Special fetish E. Gender female, hobby female. Please go to the thesaurus and merge them yourself. What the heck? Ink Shadow Dust quickly chose to give himself Forbidden Knowledge lexicon fusion. Inside the book depository after the battle, blood and water slowly spread on the ground. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and scorching. Moonlight spilled through the window pane, illuminating the exhausted figures of the 3. Yan Jipeng sat paralyzed in his wheelchair, panting heavily, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. This battle was really tough, did you guys see it just now? I even stood up from my wheelchair.
He wiped the sweat from his face. Xia Yunqi put away her long sword, her icy blue eyes gazing at Mo Yingduan.
The location of those runes, how did you know?
Her tone carried a probe.
Mo Shadow Dust straightened his black power suit, his face calm. Luck, guessed correctly. He replied lightly.
Xia Yunqi frowned slightly, her gaze lingering for a moment at the location on his body where the white bone armor had just surfaced. She was about to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent.
Mo Shadow Dust slowly stood up, the dust staining his black power suit shimmering in the moonlight.
His slender fingers gently brushed over his robes, and the dust fell in a flurry.
Open your equipment when you've rested enough.
His voice remained calm. Yan Jipeng's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to raise his hand.
Let me do it.
His excited voice echoed within the stash. Between flashes of light, 2 pieces of equipment floated into the air.
Witch's Robe Green, Spirit +5, Endurance +3, Spell Strike Chance +1%. Blood Spell Skin Protector Green, Healing Effect increased by 5%, Spirit +7. Ink Shadow Dust frowned, his forehead veins faintly throbbing. He raised his hand and the 2 pieces of equipment crossed a parabola and fell into Yan Jipeng's arms. Nice opening, don't open it next time. Yan Jipeng held the equipment, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ow. Got it. On what grounds? He recalled the purple and blue dual-colored equipment that Xia Yunqi had opened earlier, and his heart grew more and more uneven. One would have thought it was because the equipment out of this secret realm was just of a high grade. On what grounds did it become 2 greens as soon as it reached him? This secret realm is also too double standard. He muttered in a low voice. The huge difference in equipment quality soured his heart. A short silence fell within the book pavilion. At this moment, the horn of the battle within the secret territory of the examination centers in Highland Province had already blown. The examiners were waving their sweat and blood, fighting hard for their dreams. Inside the examination center of Qingping City, the staff in the hands of the black-robed mage shone with a ghostly blue light. The huge flame demon wolf coalesced and took shape in front of him, the blazing temperature causing the surrounding air to distort. Playing steadily, there will definitely be a place for me in the top 10. The black-robed mage's gaze was firm. In the examination center of Linjiang City, the red-robed woman's dual swords in her hands drew a graceful arc. The sharp blades of the swords tore through the air, emitting sharp air-breaking sounds. The vampire bat's body split in 2 in the swordlight, turning into bits of black mist that dissipated. That's it? The woman in red shook off the blood on her sword with disdain in her eyes. Deep within the secret realm of the provincial capital, Gaoan City's examination center, 3 imposing figures stood side by side. The flames dancing on the fiery red battle armor illuminated the corpse of the final boss, the vampire count. The runes on the silver-white vestments loomed in the spatial fluctuations. The runic armor under the black cloak emitted a faint metallic luster. We are the fastest team to clear the level without any suspense. The female mage's tone was calm and confident. With the 3 of us joining forces, how could we possibly have an enemy in the Highland Province? The flame warrior shouldered his greatsword with an open smile. Don't you think so? Sullen Gord? His gaze looked towards the Rune Knight. The Rune Knight was silent as he turned around and stepped towards the exit. The blue equipment and treasure chests on the ground were like nothing in their eyes. The 3 figures disappeared into the light of the secret realm's exit. The square outside the secret realm was crowded. The sons and daughters of the great families of the world were well dressed and stood on both sides of the square, clearly separated from the families of the ordinary candidates. A huge light screen hovered in the center of the square, emitting a soft blue light. The numbers on the scoring leaderboard were constantly pulsing, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Only when the sounds of compliments died down did the teacher cautiously approach the 3. It is recommended that you rest in the square for a moment first. The teacher lowered his voice. According to the feedback from the candidates, the secret realm process isn't long, the exam won't take long to end, it's more prudent to wait for the final results before leaving. Van Yen Lai snorted coldly. We have the fastest clearance speed. The others have either given up or are still inking away in the secret realm. The score will never surpass us. But Ling Wei had already turned around and walked towards the rest area of the Huanyu Holy Land. Zhong Mo returned to the Zhong clan's camp without a sound. Van Yenlai casually shrugged his shoulders and also returned to sitting cross-legged among the disciples of the Flame sect. Chapter 46 Siege of the Undead, End of the Vampire Counts. At this time, the three of them, Ink Shadow Dust, had also arrived at the top of the castle. The stone steps at the top of the ancient castle were already broken. Mo Shadow Dust took the lead and stepped onto the last step. Xia Yunqi followed closely behind, her long sword glowing coldly in the moonlight. Yan Jipeng took a deep breath and slowly stood up from his wheelchair. On the opposite terrace, a tall figure stood silently. The vampire count's black cloak hunted in the night wind. Scarlet eyes flashed eerily in the darkness. The rich smell of blood filled the air. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a smile. "Let's go, this is the last battle." His voice echoed in the empty hall. On the top floor of the ancient castle, moonlight spilled through the broken skylight. The count's eyes flashed scarlet in the darkness. The scent of blood spread from him, so thick that it was sickening. What a sumptuous meal! He stuck out his tongue and licked over his sharp fangs. A cold glint flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc. He flicked his wrist and the sound of bones clashing rose and fell. More than 100 skeletal warriors rose from the ground and arranged themselves into a neat square formation. Two skeleton archers quickly climbed up the broken stone pillars and took aim with their arrows. The resurrected vampire mages spread out and stood in positions, their magic power condensing in their palms. Vigorously gripping the soul-devouring blood blade, he guarded the left side of Ink Shadow Dust. The Iron Guards raised their rock shields and stood firmly on the right side. The zombies dragged their heavy steps in the back, green corpse poison dripping down on the ground emitting a snorting corrosive sound. The figure of Phantom Stinger flickered between the moonlight and the shadows, his hellish blade glowing with cold light. The Count scanned the reanimated vampire mages and servants and let out a cold laugh. "Betrayers. Death will end their suffering." Ink Shadow Dust spoke in a calm tone. The Count's eyes burned with rage, his fangs exposed. "Since that's the case, let you experience true death for yourselves." His voice echoed in the ancient castle. Before the words fell, the Count's figure instantly disappeared. With a flash of black shadows, the vampire Count instantly moved to the center of the skeleton square. Dark energy swept in all directions with him as the center. A dozen or so skeletons turned into white bone fragments under the impact of the energy and drifted in the air. Mo Shadowdust's cold voice cut through the night sky. "Attack." More than 100 skeletons raised their weapons and charged in a swarm. The archers opened their bows and slung their arrows, which carried a strong wind straight to their targets. The vampire mage's shadow magic condensed into black balls of light in the air. The Count's figure loomed in the group of skeletons, and the sound of his sharp claws slicing through the bones was crisp and ear-piercing. Broken bone fragments splattered everywhere, and the fallen skeletons piled up into small mountains. The corner of the Earl's mouth lifted in a contemptuous arc, unconscionable. Cold light flashed in the moonlight. Xia Yunqi's long sword was wrapped in an extremely cold ice flame, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the Earl's heart. The Count's body swayed to avoid it. However, Xia Yunqi suddenly let go of the long sword in her hand, and the long sword turned strangely in the air. Imperial Sword Art. The long sword pursued under Xia Yunqi's control of the Imperial Sword Art. The Earl dodged 3 times in a row, and his shoulder was still grazed by the sword energy. Cold spread along the wound, and ice crystals grew rapidly on his shoulder. A hint of surprise flashed in the Earl's eyes, a bit interesting. He violently opened his arms, and his cape moved without wind. Swarms of bats surged out from the gaps in the cloak, their shrill cries piercing his eardrums. The figure of Phantom Thorn suddenly emerged from the shadows. The short blade of hell glowed with an eerie green color under the moonlight. The sharp blade tore through flesh and blood, leaving deep, bone-deep scars on the Count's chest. The first blade struck violently. The Earl let out an earth-shattering roar. "Damn it!" Blood-colored energy coalesced around him to form a shield. Phantom Thorn's second strike was bounced off the blood shield with a sound like a metal clash. The Count turned around to counterattack, but he saw 2 figures flanking him from the left and right. Dolly was holding the soul-devouring blood blade, and the Iron Guard was holding up a rock shield. The Count had to retreat backward to dodge. The zombie seized the opportunity and attacked from a dead angle. Its sharp nails went straight for the Count's throat. The Earl raised his arm in haste to block, and the corpse poison seeped into his bloodstream. He frowned tightly. "It's a bit troublesome." In the next instant, his body turned into a thick black fog. Countless tentacles extended out from the black mist. Vigorously wielding the soul-devouring blood blade, he cut off every tentacle that came close. The Iron Guard's rock shield blocked continuously, anger building up in his chest. Xia Yunqi's extremely cold sword chi pierced through the black mist, rampaging through it. The phantom thorns traveled between the shadows, looking for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. The corpse poison released by the zombies filled the air, corroding the Count's vitality. Yan Jipeng stood at the edge of the battlefield, ready to heal. Desperate! Yan Jipeng's roar cut through the night sky. Holy light instantly enveloped the vampire Count, and golden light flowed around him. Emo Shadowdust's voice was like cold ice. It's time to end this. Dark red points of light flickered on the Count's body, marking the mark of deepening damage. Hundreds of skeleton warriors quickly formed a formation, densely surrounding the Earl in the center. Extremely cold sword chi sliced through the air, leaving trails of frost on the black mist. The figure of Phantom Thorn weaved through the shadows, the fire of the infernal shortblade flickering erratically. Blood-red flames ignited in Dali's eye sockets, and the soul-devouring bloodblade waved out staggering shadows. Golden light erupted from Ironguard's body as his rock shield smashed into the black mist. The zombie's sharp claws glowed with an ethereal green light, each strike carrying a deadly toxin. The Count let out a deafening roar, and the sound waves set off a wave of air. The black fog exploded, revealing his bruised and battered true body. A crazy light flashed in his scarlet eyes. All of you, die. His voice was filled with killing intent. Scarlet-colored silk threads burst out from his fingertips, as dense as a spider web. Skeleton warriors turned into powder under the silk threads, and bone dust fluttered about. The bodies of the vampire mages and servants were cut by the threads and turned into ashes that floated away. The vampire Count's eyes glowed with a scarlet luster, and the power of evil charm surged out like a tidal wave. The air was filled with a chilly deathly aura. Xia Yunqi and Yan Jipeng's eyes instantly became dull. Emo Shadowdust took an arrow step forward. His large hand tightly clasped Xia Yunqi's wrist and pulled her behind him. Vigorously raising the soul-devouring blood blade, he blocked in front of Yan Jipeng. The vampire Count let out a sharp hiss that shook one's eardrums. His figure transformed into a bolt of black lightning, pouncing straight at Mo Ingsuan. Sharp claws tore through the air, pointing straight at the vitals of Mo Ingsuan's heart. The heavy footsteps of the Iron Guard sounded, and their rock shields steadily held the sharp claws. Metal collided with the sharp claws, erupting into ear-piercing friction. Phantom Stinger's figure loomed in the shadows. The short blade of hell accurately stabbed into the back of the Count's heart, and blood splattered everywhere. The soul-devouring blood blade in Dali's hand drew a blood-colored arc. The vampire's fangs were glowing with ghostly light, biting fiercely into the Count's neck. A circle of purple-black energy ripples erupted around the vampire Count. The air shook violently, emitting a low rumble. Chapter 47 Blood Demon Transformation. Ironguard's huge body was sent flying and smashed heavily against the wall. Dali and the zombie staggered back, cutting deep in the ground. Phantom Thorn's body instantly vaporized and turned into a wisp of blue smoke. The Count's body began to swell, his bones emitting toothsome clicking sounds. His skin became pitch black, and the surface was covered with hideous lines. Huge bat wings ripped through his clothes, obscuring the moonlight above his head. Sharp claws extended to a meter long, and fangs dripped with corrosive venom. Ink Shadowdust's eyes were stern, and in a deep voice, he reminded the crowd to remain vigilant. The transformed Earl's body was huge, making the ground tremble with every step. His sharp claws flashed with a cold, chilling light, and his speed was so fast that only shadows remained. The Iron Guard's rock shield was slapped away by him, and along with it, the Iron Guard instantly lost his combat power. Vigorously waving the soul-devouring blood blade, but it couldn't even touch the corner of the Count's coat. Phantom Stinger's figure weaved in and out of the shadows, but he couldn't find any breaks. The zombie's sharp claws slashed through the Earl's skin without even leaving a white mark. Xia Yunqi awoke, the long sword in her hand bursting with piercing coldness. The extremely cold sword chi tore through the air, but dissipated into nothingness as it approached the Count. Cold sweat seeped from Yan Jipeng's forehead, his voice trembling a bit. Can't break the defense Ink Shadowdust, however, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a hint of essence flashed in his eyes. Everything is in the plan, he said in a low voice. The Count's size was too huge and his movements began to become clumsy. His movements gradually stiffened, and the surface of his skin flushed a greenish-purple color. The zombie poison spread within him, corroding every inch of flesh and blood. The zombie's second-order toxin finally came into play. The Count's speed plummeted and his movements were noticeably sluggish. Emo Shadowdust's eyes flashed, combined attack. The surface of Dali's body ignited with a blazing inferno.
The firelight reflected on the soul-devouring blood blade and emitted a humming sound. The Iron Guard roared and charged, his shield shining with golden light.
The short blades of the phantom thorns glowed with a ghostly cold aura.
The venom dripping from the zombie fangs corroded the ground. The longsword in Xia Yunqi's hand was wrapped around an extremely cold ice flame. The soul-devouring blood blade devoured the Count's power and injected it into vigor. Moonlight poured onto the broken stone steps of the old castle.
Ink Shadow Dust's black power suit hunted. It's over.
Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target and plundering the opponent's words, Dark Knight Affinity, Innate Sensitivity, and Karma Entanglement. Dark Knight Affinity A, when darkness falls, all attributes increase by 50%.
Natural Sensitivity C, agility increased by 50%. Karma E, years of killing causes bad luck.
Please go to the thesaurus and fuse them yourself. He closed his eyes slightly, ignoring the karma entanglement and integrating all of the other 2 lexical entries into himself. Yan Jipeng's eyes were dead set on the corpse on the ground, somewhat eager to try. His outstretched hand paused in mid-air, remembering his unlucky luck, and retracted again. He turned his head to look at Xia Yunqi, his eyes full of anticipation.
Senior schoolgirl Xia, please start your performance.
The corner of Xia Yunqi's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of pleasure flashed in her eyes. Since she was a child, the title of schoolflower had long been something she had grown accustomed to. But at this moment, being addressed like this in front of Mo Ingsuan, a hint of complacency flashed in her heart. She gracefully stepped forward, her slender fingers gently touching the vampire count's cold corpse.
2 items surfaced.
Noble Trenchcoat Blue, Stamina plus 15, Spirit plus 8, 10% chance of weekly recovering spirit power when attacked. Blood Demon Transformation, special skill, can be learned by undead creatures, agility reduced by 50% after use, all remaining attributes increased by 200%, duration 10 minutes.
Ink Shadow Dust's pupils contracted violently. He looked at this scene incredulously. This Xia Yunqi was sure that she wasn't the god of luck's illegitimate daughter? Skill books being opened like this? Or was it the vampire count's most powerful transformation skill? However, this immortal creature requirement. This skill is obviously not for the human race. Unless one waits to if in the future of the guild burst, will not break the head? The Blood Demon Transformation skill book was lying quietly in his palm. Ink Shadow Dust frowned slightly, this skill was useless to him. He did not intend to turn himself into an undead creature. It was too much of a shame to sell it. It would be great if summons could learn skills. An aura flashed through his mind. He quickly opened the attribute bar. His eyes locked onto the incidental skill of the Death God's heart. Spirit Enlightenment, passive skill, automatically opens the spirit of the undead creature summoned by the owner, making the undead creature more intelligent and possessing the possibility of comprehending skills. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes flashed with brilliance. Come here. He beckoned to the zombie. The zombie walked to him with heavy steps. He handed over the skill book. The ghostly blue soul fire pulsed in the zombie's empty eye sockets. An invisible fluctuation spread from the soul fire. The surface of the skill book glowed with a faint light. Dots of fluorescence drifted into the air. The skill book disappeared. It's really good? It was worthy of being an item that the system couldn't even determine the grade. The power of the Heart of Death was far beyond his imagination. From now on, you'll be called Blood Demon. Zombie, Blood Demon. Rank, 2nd Order, 1st level. Skills, Steel Bone, Corpse Poison, Blood-Sucking, Blood Demon Transformation. Attributes, Sleight. Skill level, 1-1. You can only learn one? Or can only learn one at this stage? Yan Jipeng is still immersed in the joy of the new equipment, a moment to hide, a moment to reveal, playful. Chapter 48 Master Mo has taught his son well, can you give him a few pointers? Xia Yunqi, however, noticed Mo Ingsuan's movements. Her pupils contracted violently. Her throat was dry. She stared at the zombie's figure dead on. Summoner. Learning skills? Together with the white bone system spell he unintentionally used earlier. She forced herself to resist the thought of opening her mouth to inquire and chose to remain silent. Just took a deep look at this former fiancé. After a bit of cleaning up, the 3 of them walked over to the teleportation portal. Finding the various exclusive secret realm settlement treasure chests, Mo Shadowdust reached out and stroked over the cold lines on the surface of the treasure chest. This thing would all depend on individual luck. Open it. With a click, the treasure chest opened. Silver light overflowed from the box, illuminating the faces of the three of them. A delicate ring lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Ring of Undead Blue, 15% chance that the next time the same skill does not consume spiritual energy after each use of a Necromancer skill. Not bad at all. A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. Turning his head, he saw that both of them had also taken out the rewards from the treasure chest. The three of them smiled at each other and turned around to step inside the teleportation portal. A blue light wrapped them. A ripple rippled through the air and the three figures then disappeared. Gaoan Examination Center. The moment Mo Shadowdust's trio killed the vampire count. The light on the leaderboard flashed three names directly surfaced at the top. Lingwei, Fan Yen, and Lai Zhong Mo were surpassed. First place, Mo Shadowdust, rating 997 points. Second place, Xia Yunxi, rating 956 points. Third place, Yan Jipeng, rating 890 points. A gasp erupted from the people who had been nervously spectating outside the examination center. Mo Wingsuan? Xia Yunxi? Yan Jipeng? Who are these three people? Never heard of these names before. The students pulled out their communicators to check for information. Gaoan City can't find out anything about them at all. Impossible, how could someone surpass Lingwei? It's not just Lingwei, can't you see that Lingwei, Fan Yen, Lai and Zhong Mo, all three of them fell off? These three seem to be on the same team.
That's not right, they are slower than Lingwei and their raiders, what makes their rating so much higher?
The students' murmurs echoed in the examination hall. Shocked expressions were written on everyone's face. Questioning gazes were cast on the three names shining on the leaderboard. Van Yenlai violently stood up and took large strides towards the leaderboard. He tilted his head and gazed at the names flashing on the light screen, his pupils contracting dramatically. Both fists clenched at his side, his nails sinking deep into the flesh of his palms. Impossible. Impossible. His voice was hoarse and low. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks, dampening his collar. The light of the leaderboard reflected on his twisted face, stinging his eyes. We're clearly doing the best and the fastest. Tempestuous emotions churned in his chest, nearly bursting through his throat. He turned around and his line of sight bumped into Zhong Mo and Lingwei. The two were similarly frozen in place, their faces as pale as paper. The title of the strongest three people in Gaoan echoed in their ears. They didn't know how much they had endured for the sake of this grand exam. The pressure of the family, the expectations of the sect, all pressed on their shoulders. The strongest three forming a temporary team would have been discussed by others. However, for the sake of the top three in the province, they gave it their all. The of them had obviously made. However, such applications were usually used for research. Now this situation. This request, if submitted, would be tantamount to questioning the justice of the human ancestral lands. The square was filled with murmurs from the onlookers. Van Yenlia's agitation infected the people around him. Principal Zhang pondered, his gaze sweeping over the agitated crowd. He weighed the pros and cons and said softly, I will discuss this with the school's senior management. The square of the examination center of Subei City No. 1 Middle School was abuzz with people. Students gathered in twos and threes for a lively discussion. Parents' conversations echoed in the air. Mr. Mo, your descendant is really something. A Li family head came striding over. Mo Ingfeng took first place in the city last year, and this year Mo Ingduan is going to be the best in the province. Another person from a big family had a smile on his face. The Mo family has taught their children well, I wonder if we can get together sometime and give us a few pointers? The Zheng family had also rubbed his hands and came forward. Mo Kuei raised his chin, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. There was a smug gleam in his eyes, and his chest was slightly lifted. The praises around him put him in a good mood, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Mo Kuei had already begun to calculate in his heart that when Mo Ingchen came out, he must bring him to show his face in front of the great clans of the world and put on a good display. Coming out. A shout erupted from the crowd. Xia Yunxi walked out of the teleportation portal first, followed by the two people beside her. Mo Shadowdust and Yan Jipeng showed up together. The clamor outside came like a tidal wave, and the three of them gave a slight lurch. Mo Ingchen and Xia Yunxi quickly regained their composure, their faces unchanged. Yan Jipeng, however, couldn't help but turn back, his gaze falling on the leaderboard. The third position in the province was clearly him.
In surprise, uncontrollable excitement surfaced on his face. He sat in his wheelchair, straightened his back, and put on a low-key demeanor. A few pleasantries were exchanged with the teacher, who greeted him in a smooth tone. Trying to maintain a bland expression, he walked in the direction of his parents. As he approached his parents, the joy in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He violently stood up from his wheelchair and laughed out loud. With his arms open, he embraced his parents tightly into his arms. Yan's mother hugged her son as tears came to her eyes.
Third in the province. My son has excelled.
Her voice trembled with excitement.
Quickly tell mom, how did you do it? Yan Jipeng opened his mouth, his throat tightening. His gaze wandered.
Images from the secret realm flashed through his mind. He was sitting in a wheelchair, paddling behind Mo Ingsuan. Throughout the entire secret realm, a total of 3 times he had let go of his lone shot.
Other than that, it seemed like he really didn't do anything. Hey! No! He even pushed the door. The corners of his mouth twitched, and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. He couldn't really say this kind of lying fact. No one would believe it even if he mainly said it. 3 skills, third in the province? This is also too pretentious. Yan Jipeng subconsciously turned his head, and his gaze went to Mo Ingsuan's back. Chapter 49, Interviewing the Emperor. On Mo Shadowdust's side, Mo Kuei, Mo Bingning, and a few family heads had already walked up to him together. Why is he here? He didn't show up for my big exam in my last life. Mo Ingchen looked at his own father in front of him. All sorts of things from his last life unconsciously surfaced before his eyes. Ink Shadow Dust somewhat unnaturally twitched the corners of his mouth. Little Dust, not bad. You're very good. Didn't disgrace our Mo family. Worthy of being a descendant of my Mo family. Worthy of my Mo family's cultivation. Mo Kuei came up and started praising. Oh. Cultivation? What did you train me for? Oh, no. It's still nurturing. Not 5 years in a cubicle. Without your contempt, he wouldn't have been so determined to break away from the family after his rebirth. After being reborn in this life, he wouldn't have had such a strong determination to break away from the family. Indeed, the Mo family still contributed. At the very least, it honed his mind. Mo Bingning stood behind Mo Kuei with her eyes downcast. Hearing Mo Kuei's words, her brows knitted slightly and a trace of embarrassment surfaced on her face. However, in her heart, maintaining the prestige of the family was the most important thing at this moment. So she did not utter a rebuttal. Little Dust, come home with my father to celebrate. Mo Kuei had a loving smile on his face. He stepped forward and slowly raised his palm, about to pat Mo Ingchen's shoulder. However, Mo Ingchen's body slightly sidestepped and dodged Mo Kuei's hand. Mo Bingning's pupils suddenly contracted as an ominous thought surged to his heart. Going home? Mo Ingchen's voice was cold and piercing. Mo family master, if you have a bad memory, I can remind you once more. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. I made it clear to Big Miss Mo Bingning. Your place is not my home. He turned his head to look at Mo Bingning. Eldest Miss Mo is also here, you might as well confirm it again. Mo Ingchen's words fell, and the air instantly froze into ice. There's a story? Low murmurs resounded through the crowd. The sharp gazes of the family heads of several large clans pierced towards Mo Kuei's father and son, a probing light flickering in their eyes. Mo Kuei's hand froze in midair, his pale fingertips trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was churning in his chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept over the teasing expressions of the surrounding family lords. Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed out loud, his voice particularly piercing in the silent air. This kid, Shadow Dust, was too excited after taking the #1 exam in the province, and he can't even think straight when he talks. Several family heads narrowed their eyes, with meaningful smiles on the corners of their mouths. They knew in their hearts that there must be a hidden agenda. However, due to the status and power of the Mo family, no one was willing to offend Mo Kuei on such a trivial matter. So they all chimed in and laughed dryly. The awkward laughter echoed in the air. Mo Shadowdust's brows were slightly furrowed and his heart was irritated. The battle in the secret realm had consumed too much of his energy, and at this moment, he had no desire to participate in this unnecessary argument. He coldly glanced at Mo Kuei with disdain in his tone. Please step aside. I don't have the heart to accompany you here to play the you are good, I am good, everyone is good game. He sidestepped, avoiding Imokue, and headed towards the edge of the square. Behind him came Imokue's angry roar, his voice piercing and shrill. Mo Ingduan. Do you know who you're talking to? I am your father, your real father. You have the bloodline of the Mo family flowing through you. Without the Mo family's help, how could you be where you are today? How dare you talk to me like that? Great treason! Great treason! Imokue's tone was harsh, and his words were like knives, piercing straight into Mo Ingduan's heart. He raised his hand, wanting to slap Mo Ingchen in the face. Mo Ingchen looked at that hand, no waves in his eyes. He stood still, waiting for that slap to fall. He was waiting for Imokue to personally sever the last trace of his connection with the Mo family. Moreover, Imokue, it was only the third rank. Is that strong? He, Mo Shadowdust, had gotten soul domination for a long time. Never had the chance to use it. He didn't mind trying the strength of this skill on Imokue. But the slap didn't fall after all, and a few family lords stepped forward and pulled Imokue back. Mo family lord, why be angry? There are so many people here, let the juniors see the joke. This is all your family matters, just go back and deal with it slowly, this big crowd. Imokue's hand was helplessly lowered, his gaze was like a knife as he stared tightly at Mo Ingchen's figure. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth raised a cold smile. Mo family bloodline? The grace of cultivation? His voice was cold and piercing. My accomplishments are all on my own, step by step. His eyes swept over Mo Bingning, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Your Mo family has never given me half a helping hand. Presumptuous. If your Mo family is so strong, why don't you train that Mo Ingfom that you're all afraid of melting in your mouths to become number one in the province? And you still dare to talk big with me here. That's all there is to say, I don't have time to gossip with you guys here. Before the words left his mouth, he turned around and took a step. Imokue's hand reached for the corner of his coat. Mo Shadowdust's eyes turned and looked towards the center of the square. Principally, I'm a candidate, the school should have the obligation to ensure the safety of the candidates. I need to rest, please help me block these idle people. Li Boyu was watching with great interest when he was suddenly named. He rubbed his brow. A sigh echoed in the silent square. All family heads, please wait at the periphery. Do not disturb the students. To Li Boyu, these family feuds were meaningless. Ink Shadowdust was his student, and he even took the first place in the province. This was enough. As for what about the Mo family and the Li family, did it have anything to do with him? Humph. Imokue was shaking with anger and left with a flutter of his sleeve. Mo Bingning looked in the direction of Mo Ingduan with a complicated expression and also followed Imokue's footsteps to leave. No one noticed that in the shadows at the edge of the square, Mo Euro had been paying attention to this farce. Seeing Imokue being exasperated by Mo Shadowdust, an expression that was not what I expected appeared on her face. On the square, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled down, coloring the ground red. In the crowd, exclamations of surprise suddenly rang out, breaking the tranquility of the evening. Mo Shadowdust's name was shouted out loudly, as if it was a heavy hammer that shook everyone's eardrums. It's over. Mo Shadowdust has held on to first place. Heavens, the top 3 in the province this year are all from our Subei First Middle School. Mo Shadowdust walked to the center and slightly narrowed his eyes as his gaze fell on the list in the distance. It clearly showed his name in first place. The glory of the Highland province was firmly in his grasp at the moment. He exhaled gently, feeling the tension that filled the air gradually dissipate. The sounds around him gradually blurred, as if everything was cheering for his victory. The top 3 positions were tightly occupied by the 3 of them. The score of the 4th place was a far cry from them. It was clear in his mind that the difference should be from the hidden map. The secrets of the Vampire Hunter and the Magic Blade had added at least 2% to his score. Chapter 50 10,000 Races Contend. The ancestral land of the human race loomed large, with an ancient and atmospheric complex standing in the clouds. Sandalwood incense curled up inside the grand hall, and a white-haired old man sat in the center. His eyes were tightly closed, and his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall. Sharp footsteps broke the tranquility of the hall. A young man walked in quickly, fine beads of sweat already seeping from his forehead. Elder He, the results of the grand examination have come out. The young man's voice carried a few moments of hesitation. He Lao's voice was low and powerful. Say something straight, what's the hesitation? Gaoan First Middle School requested to see the secret images of the top 3 in Highland Province. He Lao frowned, his voice rising steeply. Highland Province? He sneered, no wonder the talent in Highland Province has withered over the years. The students you taught yourself couldn't get into the top 3, so you come to question the fairness of the exam? A secret realm randomly selected by the rules of heaven and earth, how can they be allowed to question it? Beads of sweat rolled down the young man's forehead as he asked in a low voice, then. Images are going to be published? Elder, he slapped his palm on the armrest, causing the tea light to clank. Publish my ass. Not only are they not to be published, but they are to be immediately released as an announcement in the name of the ancestral land of the human race. Just say that the ratings of the top 3 in the Highland Province are absolutely fair. Let those who are lucky in thinking of crooked ways reflect on themselves. The young man nodded repeatedly and turned around to leave. Wait. He Lao's voice suddenly softened. Who was the first place winner in Highland Province? The young man turned over the information in his hand. Moingduan. A trace of color flashed in He Lao's eyes. Moingduan? Interesting brat. Go go go. The young man bowed again and then exited, his footsteps drifting away. The great hall returned to silence, leaving only sandalwood incense lingering. The human ancestral land's summoning stone flickered with a ghostly blue light, and a message penetrated through the layers of space to reach the Plateau Province. The highest governor of the Highland Province, War Nankai, stood in front of the window, the summoning stone in his hand emitting a chilling aura. Zhang Jian, the principal of the first high school in Jian City, stood behind him with his head lowered, cold sweat dampening his collar. The grand examination had just ended, and he hadn't even walked out of the examination center and was directly brought here by the guards. Zhang Jian. War Nankai's voice was like ice. You don't have a lot of guts. He turned around, his gaze sharp. Dare to question the impartiality of the ancestral land of the human race? Every word carried oppression. The knots in Zhang Jian's throat rolled up and down, but he couldn't make a sound. Speak. Aren't you quite capable? War Nankai stepped closer. Even dare to question the grand examination. He sneered. What are you pretending to be mute for now? The voice was filled with sarcasm. Zhang Jian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The strongest 3 people in our school. Flame Sect Fan Yanlai. Huan Yu Holy Land Ling Wei. Zhong Imo of the Zhong clan. The 3 of them teamed up but were robbed of the top 3 places. The 3 families jointly pressurized to view the images. Before his words fell, Battle Nankai violently waved his arm. The sound of space shattering rang out. Just a casual wave of his hand had actually triggered a spatial crack. However, War Nankai did not move at all, allowing the spatial cracks to continuously cut on his arm. Yet it couldn't even hurt his clothes in the slightest. A holy land or family, is that terrifying? Disdain flashed in War Nankai's eyes. Get lost and go to the grassroots to reflect. He waved his hand. The position of principal, you don't deserve to sit. Moingduan sat on the mahogany chair in the principal's office. The sunlight spilled over his shoulders through the glass window. Li Zuojiang's voice echoed in his ears. He frowned slightly and tapped his fingers on the armrest. So, the top 2 from each province will participate in this 10,000 clans competition? Li Zuojiang shook his head and tapped his finger on the desktop. It's more than that, to be precise, there are spots for holy lands, clans, and top families. You will fight against all the clans in the land of trials and make a name for the human race. Imo Shadowdust coldly swept a glance at him. Not going. He got up and walked towards the door. He had a bad stomach and couldn't eat the big pie drawn by the leader. It wasn't like he was some hot-blooded teenager anymore who could be lulled into wailing by a few words. If you let him go to the battlefield to fight with the foreigners, he will go straight to the battlefield without saying anything. But this what 10,000 races to fight? He hadn't even heard of it in his last life. Possibly his level was too low to be exposed to this level. But being reborn in his first life, the system was in his hands. There was no need to take this risk. Playing steadily was the right way to go. The pride of 10,000 clans gathered in the land of trials. What kind of bloody fight would that be? What he needed now was to steadily improve. This kind of dangerous thing. There is no need. It really wasn't necessary. Li Zuojiang stood behind Moingduan, a glint of appreciation flashing in his dark eyes.
This youngster's mind surprised him. In the past years, too many gifted students had fallen due to hubris and arrogance. Ink Shadow Dust was different, powerful while maintaining a clear mind. This was the true stature of a heavenly pride. A dead genius was of no use to the human race. The land of the 10,000 races trials contains countless opportunities. Spiritual pills that increase attributes, spiritual treasures that raise skill levels, and even resurrection stones that allow for rebirth after death. Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up as he circled along the inside of the wall at the entrance of the headmaster's room. Drawing an arc, Therese sit across from Li Zhujiang. Fine. Li Zhujiang looked at Mo Ingduan and became more and more satisfied with him. How come he hadn't realized that there was such a character among his students before? Cautious but not timid, aggressive but not reckless. Subei First Middle School was finally going to produce a true talent. The 10,000 races trial ground opens once every 10 years, and the terrain is different every time it opens. But one thing has remained unchanged: there is a tower of trials right in the center of the trial ground, and everyone can challenge it an unlimited number of times, receiving rewards based on the number of layers. Of course, it's not necessary to challenge it, because every time the land of trials opens, there will be a large amount of treasures and spirit medicines waiting to be discovered inside, and many powerful legacies will also be revealed. Since it only opens once every 10 years, and the requirement to enter the land of trials is that you cannot be over 18 years old, so every time the land of trials opens, geniuses from all clans compete for the entry quota. Mo Ingchen nodded thoughtfully. Li Zhujiang couldn't help but flirt with Mo Ingduan as he looked at his mature appearance. You're sure you don't want to go, right? Then I'll apply for an application with the top and see if I can give the spot to the third place. Mo Ingduan hurriedly said, Principal Li, what are you talking about? That was just a joke just now. Who am I? Ink Shadow Dust. Who is Mo Shadow Dust? A student of the first middle school of Subei City. Who is Ink Shadow Dust from Sobiai No. 1 Middle School? A human teenager. On behalf of Subei No. 1 Middle School, I will fight against the 10,000 races and fight for the glory of the human race, 10,000 deaths. Chapter 51: Splitting Light and Transforming Shadows. Li Zhujiang laughed out loud and patted Mo Ingduan's shoulder. Well, 10,000 deaths is not so much, just don't disgrace our Subei First Middle School. Mo Ingduan was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask, that. Principal Li, you said not to bring shame to Subei No. 1 Middle School? Our Subei First Middle School. Someone has also participated in the 10,000 clans competition before? In the 10,000 clans, there's still someone who knows about Subei First Middle School? Li Zhujiang's head was filled with black lines. Rolling, hurry up and roll. The boundary-piercing flying boat that is heading to the land of the 10,000 races trial will come to pick you up in 7 days. Just come to the school on time at that time. Mo Shadow Dust walked out of the principal's office with a pleasant expression and headed straight to the wilderness. He didn't want to waste any time. He had already wasted enough in his last life. This life was bound to not repeat the same mistakes. 6 days later, the sun was setting in the west, the sky was dyed blood red, and the city of Subei was shrouded in an orange-red twilight. In the distance, Mo Shadow Dust's figure appeared at the end of his vision. He was dressed in a black power suit and carried a tang sword on his back as he walked towards the city. The power suit clung to his body, outlining the lines of his lean muscles, which were covered with subtle scratches, marks left by fierce battles. Mo Shadow Dust's steps were steady and powerful, the gravel under his feet making a slight cracking sound. He didn't go deep into the wilderness, but hunted monsters around the city to prepare for the upcoming 10,000 clans battle. These 6 days of killing, coupled with the experience gained in the Great Examination Mystic Realm, caused his level to rise to first rank 3. After ascending to the first rank, the rate of experience gain slowed down significantly. In the future, the speed would become more and more sluggish in the second and third ranks, and even higher. Unless he was able to cross the ranks to kill strong enemies. Or hunt foreign races. In the 6 days, the harvest was small. Other than the experience value, there were only a few low-level phrases. 2 of the phrases were worth mentioning. Split Light Transformation Shadowy. Every long-range attack automatically triggers a shadow, which possesses 5% of the power of the main body's attack. Stored Power Punch D. Standing still and storing up power, you can punch out the power you've built up with up to a 10x increase in power. A punch of stored power sounds tantalizing, being able to increase it tenfold. A skeleton warrior was chosen as the test subject. The result? To obtain a tenfold increase, one needs to store power for 20 minutes.
No wonder it's only a D rank phrase, the enemy won't give you 20 minutes when fighting in an instant. Either they have already escaped long ago, or has already killed you. Ink Shadow Dust named this skeleton warrior Master Hua to carry on Master Ye's legacy. Then he treasured it in the summoning space to avoid falling again. Split Light Transformation Shadow, on the other hand, surprised Ink Shadow Dust abnormally, and even Kai discovered a new function of his golden finger through this phrase. 3 phrases with the same name could be upgraded. The light-splitting shadow phrase was obtained from a beast called the Night Lord. At that time, there were quite a few Night Lord's beasts in that forest, and Ink Shadow Dust didn't expect that all of these things would be elite grade. After discovering the rules for word upgrades, Ink Shadow Dust lived to lead an army of skeletons to slaughter all the Night Lord beasts in the entire forest. Harvest? The vigorous basic attributes of the magic blade in hand had now comprehensively crushed Ink Shadow Dust, a pervert with a 10-fold advancement increase. Even exceeded by a lot. There is also Split Light Transformation Shadow A. Each long-range attack automatically triggers 2 shadows, which have 50% of the power of the main body's attack. 2. That's right, Ink Shadow Dust had cobbled together 2 A-rank light-splitting shadow phrases. One for himself and the skeleton archer. Ink Shadow Dust personally tested it. Spell attacks that counted as long-range attacks. In Subei City, the sky was already dark. The huge crystal chandelier bloomed with a soft glow, illuminating the entire hotel lobby. Mo Shadow Dust returned to the hotel after dealing with the harvest from these days in the wilderness. Just as he stepped into the front door of the hotel, the front desk attendant greeted him and informed him that there was a lady waiting in the lobby for a long time. Mo Shadow Dust sniffed and cast his gaze towards the lobby lounge area. He saw the familiar figure at a glance and his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. Mo Euro? What is she doing here looking for me? A trace of doubt flooded Mo Shadow Dust's heart. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, this second sister was the most indifferent to him and could even be described as a stranger. Perhaps it was also because she was in charge of the Mo family's business and was too busy working all day to care about him, a waste of space. In short, in Mo Ing Chen's memories, he had never seen Mo Euro show a single smile to him. Just as he was pondering, Mo Euro, who was sitting in the hall, also noticed his appearance. She slowly got up and a smile blossomed on her face, a smile that was like a carefully carved mask. Standard yet false, one could even clearly see 8 teeth neatly lined up. Little brother, you're back. Mo Euro's voice was soft and sweet, breaking the silence of the hall. Second sister, I've been waiting for you for a few days. She walked towards Mo Ing Chen in a graceful manner, her steps were light and elegant, the professional suit on her body emphasized her competent temperament. You're also working too hard, right? As soon as the big exams were over you went straight to the wilderness to practice leveling, no wonder you were able to take the #1 exam in the province. Mo Euro walked to Mo Ing Chen and said with concern, only that tone, a hint of Shadow Dust, you took the first place in the province this time, of course second sister has to prepare a gift for you. Mo Euro said, taking out a skill book from her exquisite handbag and handing it over to Mo Shadow Dust. Mo Shadow Dust took the skill book and his eyes fell on the cover. Soul Burning, first-rank Necromancer skill that allows the summoned object to burn its soul as a price to gain more powerful strength for a short period of time. It's a pity that you never came back and went straight to the wilderness, second sister, I had to wait here for a few days in agony. Mo Euro's voice gradually lowered, and a trace of resignation unexpectedly appeared on her face. A layer of water mist also rose in those originally shrewd eyes, as if they had really suffered a great deal of aggravation. Mo Shadow Dust rolled his eyes and casually tossed the skill book back to Mo Euro. Chapter 52, I can't trust someone who treats his family with indifference. Nice skills, but if I want something, I'll go get it myself, I don't need you to send it. Moreover, I really can't afford to consume the gift of the Mo family's second miss. What exactly is your business? If you don't say it, then please go back. Mo Euro could feel Mo Ing Chen's detachment. If he didn't explain his intentions again, I'm afraid he would really turn around and leave. Letting out a bitter smile, once upon a time, she had never looked at this younger brother in the eye, now, he also disdained herself. I want to cooperate with you. Mo Euro took a deep breath and stated her purpose. When Mo Ing Chen heard this, his footsteps slightly lurched and he turned around, his eyes staring sharply at her. Cooperation? Mo Euro met his gaze, her tone firm. That's right. I'll put up the resources to help you acquire equipment, skill books, cultivation resources, any supplies you need, I can provide. I can also be your spokesperson and help you with all the mundane chores in the world. Mo Euro paused and continued.
And what you need to do is simply to make a statement in front of the public, recognize me as your partner, and
show your talent.
The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked up into a mocking arc, his eyes playfully sizing up Mo Euro.
I seem to have noticed just now that you said you was my spokesperson, not the Mo family? Mo Euro's face changed slightly as she clenched her teeth and asked back, what difference does it make?
There's a big difference.
Mo Shadowdust took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between the two. He looked condescendingly at Mo Euro, a hint of oppression in his tone. In the event that you break away from the Mo family and set up a new company on your own, then won't I become a partner with your new company?
Mo Euro completely froze, her eyes widened as she looked at Mo Ingsuan incredulously. She didn't expect her mind to be seen through by him in a single glance.
Mo Ingchen sneered, how could he not know Mo Euro's intentions?
In his last life, when he was still a waste, the person that Mo Euro had found to cooperate with should be Xia Yunxi.
Mo Euro would pay resources to help Xia Yunxi with worldly affairs. Xia Yunxi, just like what Mo Euro said now, publicly declared that his partner was Mo Euro.
What a genius Xia Yunxi was, even without her own help, she had achieved an astonishing 4th place in the province in her last life. After that, Xia Yunxi was even more powerful, constantly refreshing many records of the human race, and was known as the leader of the younger generation. As for Mo Euro, who was Xia Yunxi's spokesperson, it was equivalent to exchanging resources for a huge advertising effect. After Mo Euro accumulated enough capital, she would not hesitate to leave the Mo family and set up her own business empire. In her last life, Mo Euro's new company was a sensation in Subei City, even overpowering the family businesses of all the great families. Only, later on, after Xia Yunxi became a high-ranking professional and entered the shadow world, she gradually faded out of the world's view and seemed to have some conflicts with Mo Euro.
Mo Euro's company was seized by the other families and jointly suppressed, eventually going bankrupt.
Mo Shadowdust interrupted his memories, his voice was cold, forget it, I'm not interested, go find someone else, Xia Yunxi is good. His expression was indifferent, unable to see any emotional fluctuations.
Mo Euro's proposal, in his opinion, was just another utilization.
His experience in his last life made him realize that this second sister, who only had interests in her eyes, had never really cared about him.
Mo Ingduan continued, for a person who treats his family with indifference, I can't believe it.
The line of sight fell on Mo Euro's exquisite face, and in those phoenix eyes, there was nothing else but calculations. A secular spokesperson, he did need one, but it would never be Mo Euro. He already had a candidate in mind, a brother who proved with his life in his last life that he was worth trusting, only, that person was now far away in Kyoto. Thinking of the upcoming reunion, Mo Ingchen's heart rippled with a wave of long-lost excitement and anticipation.
Little brother, are you really not considering it?
This proposal from second sister will only benefit you, there is no harm. Mo Euro was undeterred as she stepped forward with a hint of anxiety in her tone. She tried to maintain the smile on her face, trying to convince Mo Ingsuan.
But Mo Ingduan just then had turned away.
Without turning his head back, his arm lifted and crossed over his head, waving his hand at Mo Euro, the rejection was self-evident. The back was determined, without the slightest lingering. This world, it's really marvelous. Reliving in a new life, he realized that the people he desperately tried to please in his last life, each had their own calculations. And he, never again, would repeat the same mistake. Mo Euro looked in the direction he left, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a gloomy one. The sky turned fish belly white, and a thin mist enveloped the Subei Academy.
Mo Shadowdust took his belongings with him and slowly walked into the administrative building of Subei Academy.
The windows on both sides of the corridor of the administration building were tightly closed, and the corridor was empty, making it extraordinarily quiet. The door to the principal's office was hidden, and Mo Ingsuan gently knocked on the door.
Come in.
A muffled voice came out from inside the room.
Mo Shadowdust pushed the door in and saw Xia Yunxi standing by the window at a glance.
Xia Yunxi was holding a long sword. Dressed in a white power suit, her body was straight and her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, making her look valiant. She quietly looked out the window, and when she heard the sound, she turned around, her cool gaze landing on Mo Ingduan.
Li Zuojiang sat behind his desk, raised his eyes to look at Mo Ingduan and nodded, coming. Aha! Mo Ingduan answered and his gaze also turned to Xia Yunxi.
Although her face was bland, a hint of excitement could still be seen in her eyes, as if something was attracting her. Representing the human race, competing in all realms. The charm of these words could indeed make it irresistible to hot-blooded teenage girls, and even the cool Xia Yunxi was no exception.
Li Zuojiang got up and walked to the two. Let's go, it's almost time. The three left the principal's office, crossed the playground, and walked along a winding path towards the back of the mountain. Both sides of the path were filled with all kinds of trees with lush foliage, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. In the open space at the back of the mountain, a huge green stone slab was laid flat on the ground, and the surrounding lawn was neatly trimmed. Li Zuojiang pointed at the lapis lazuli plate. Just wait here, it should be here soon. After saying that, he stepped aside and stood with his arms folded, his eyes gazing into the distance. The words just fell. The sky in the distance was like a calm lake that had a boulder thrown at it, causing layers of ripples. Space distorted, emitting a toothsome friction sound, getting louder and louder. With a loud bang, like a mirror shattering, a dark crack appeared in the air and rapidly expanded. The spatial fragments at the edge of the crack flew in all directions and dissipated into the air. Chapter 53, The seat you're sitting in is mine. The cracks grew larger and larger, eventually forming a huge hollow, deep and dark, as if connecting to an unknown world. A huge flying boat slowly sailed out of the hollow. The flying boat was greenish-black in color, and its hull was covered with complex runes, flickering with a ghostly blue light. On the bow of the boat was carved a giant bird with wings spreading out, lifelike, as if it would rise up to the sky at any moment. On the sides of the flying boat, there were rows and rows of huge propellers, spraying light blue energy streams, pushing the flying boat forward smoothly. Boundary-penetrating flying boats, the unique means of transportation of the human race, were capable of shuttling through space, freely traveling between different realms. As Mo Shadowdust watched this scene, his eyes moved slightly, and in his heart, he said, it seems that this place of trial is really not within the boundaries of the human race. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad as to use this kind of boundary-piercing flying boat to transport people. Mo Ingchen, Xia Yunqi? A cool voice came from the flying boat, echoing up through the empty space. Precisely. Mo Shadowdust and Xia Yunqi answered at the same time, their voices crisp and strong. As soon as the words fell, a soft but irresistible force lifted the two from the bottom up. Mo Ingchen only felt a lightness in his body, and slowly floated upwards. The sense of weightlessness disappeared in an instant, and his feet landed steadily on the deck of the flying boat. Mo Ingchen stood still, his eyes slightly condensed, and in his heart, he secretly marveled, what a fine manipulation of spiritual energy. He raised his eyes to survey the woman in front of him. This was a woman with a dusty temperament. The years didn't seem to have left too many traces on her face, only adding a few points of mature flavor. She was dressed in a flowing cloudwater-sleeved long dress, the hem of which was embroidered with delicate lotus flower decorations that swayed gently with the breeze. Her long black hair was pulled back into a simple bun with a white jade hairpin inserted diagonally, and a few strands of hair fell over her shoulders, making it even more ethereal. Her skin was fair and delicate, as if emitting a faint luster. Her eyebrows were clear, her eyes were deep, her nose was straight, and the corners of her lips were slightly upturned, with a hint of a smile if any. The entire person exuded a breezy and dusty temperament, just like a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. The woman opened her mouth, her voice clear and cold, yet with a hint of gentleness. I'm the leader this time, my name is Ruoyan, from the ancestral land. We still have to go to the gathering point to pick up the people from the various sects and holy lands, so you guys find a place to rest on your own. And Ruoyan raised her plain white, slender right hand and gently waved it. On the surface of the huge boundary-piercing flying boat, those originally dull runes, at this moment, as if they had been injected with life, suddenly lit up. Emitting a ghostly blue light, the light became more and more prevalent, and finally, into a single piece, wrapping the entire flying boat in it. The space around the flying boat began to distort and a ripple appeared. The ripples became denser and denser, finally forming a huge whirlpool. The center of the vortex was pitch black and bottomless, as if it was connected to another unknown world. The flying boat slowly accelerated, its bow slightly raised, and headed towards the center of the vortex. The moment the boat came into contact with the vortex, a low rumble was emitted, and the surrounding space shook with it. In the next moment, the entire flying boat disappeared into the vortex, leaving behind only a constantly rotating black void. The hollow was also gradually shrinking, and eventually disappeared completely. As if nothing had happened, space once again returned. Hearing that only people from the Highland province needed to be picked up, Mo Shadowdust sighed in relief. If he had to pick up people from all the provinces, how much time would be wasted? It would be better to give up and go down to find a place to practice before it was too late. Ink Shadowdust closed his eyes and prepared to study his lexicon. Yet there was always someone interrupting his thoughts. A tall red-haired man walked towards him in large strides, first glancing at Xia Yunqi beside Ink Shadowdust before fixing his eyes on Ink Shadowdust. The red-haired man's tone was unkind. You are Mo Chen?
Mo Shadowdust helplessly opened his eyes, his heart filled with doubt.
He really didn't understand why after being reborn, the attitudes of the people around him had changed drastically towards him.
In his last life, he had always been a loner in school, and almost no one was willing to take the initiative to talk to him. But in this life he didn't want to talk anymore, but the people around him came to annoy him one by one.
Mo Bingning came, Mo Euro came, and Xia Yunxi also came. Now people who didn't know each other were actively coming to talk to him.
He frowned and looked up and down at the red-haired man in front of him, not answering immediately. Seeing that he didn't speak, the red-haired man continued to say to himself, if you don't speak, then I'll take that as your default.
My name is Van Yen Lai. Fan Yen Lai raised his finger and pointed to the seat underneath Mo Ingsuan, his tone forceful. Do you know that the seat you're sitting in now is mine? Mo Ingchen only felt a pang of boredom. Why are all these people so full of crap? Really lazy to take care of this kind of people. Yes, you're right about everything, okay? If you can't mess with him, you can't hide from him? Give you a chance. If you bother me again, find a chance to let Vigor chop you to death.
So he sighed and stood up, moving to the side to make way for his original position.
Here, return it to you.
Mo Ingduan's action caused Xia Yunxi, who had been maintaining a cool demeanor, to no longer be able to tense up.
She let out a pfft laugh, breaking the dull atmosphere on the deck. Chapter 54. What are you barking at? You. I'm not talking about the seat, but your spot to go to the 10,000 clans competition. The spot was originally mine, understand? Mo Shadowdust heard it. This is to find trouble. Couldn't help but buckle his ears and stopped being polite. What are you barking at? Snapping his fingers, he continued, by the way, you just said, what did you call it?
Van Yen Lai's anger surged. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an Enruoyon sitting right in the middle of the plywood, he probably couldn't help but take out his own big sword to cut on Mo Ingduan.
Fan Yen Lai. He gritted his teeth and said word by word. Ink Shadowdust lowered his head as if he was in deep thought. I don't recognize it. Don't I remember that the fourth place is called Lingwei? Which one are you? Fan Yen Lai was really about to hold back. This Mo Ingchen was just too infuriating. It's not like you can make a move in this flying boat.
Lousy fifth, you remember, when we get to the trial land, I want you to look good. After saying that, he turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer he would be so angry with Mo Ingdust that he would directly make a move. Then he was thrown off the flying boat by Enruoxuan.
Only the fifth you blah 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 ah. Behind him came Mo Ingsuan's belated voice. Fan Yen Lai forcefully clenched his back teeth. Thinking of that unlucky person who was thrown into the river by the family head directly because he contradicted a few sentences. The crowd was even more frightened, fearing that they would be the next to suffer. Clang! Once again, the ear-piercing sound of porcelain breaking came from the main hall, which was particularly abrupt in the silent mansion. The two maids who were holding brooms and carefully sweeping the floor subconsciously shrunk their necks at the sound. One of them, the younger one, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, how many times has this happened today? Even if your family is rich, you can't withstand such a fall, right? Alas, what in the world is this about? The other maid, who was older and usually quite smart, had a saddened look on her face at the moment. She lowered her voice and said in a mysterious manner, you don't even know? It's because the young master Young master? The young maid was at a loss. I heard that the young master took the first place in the province's big exam this time. The head of the family personally went to pick him up, and as a result, was driven back by the young master. Ah? The young maid opened her mouth wide in shock, unable to close it for a long time. The maids themselves hadn't even realized that the original boy they were talking about had already become the young master at some point. Inside the Mo family's main hall, Imokue had an iron face, his chest was rising and falling violently, obviously his anger had not subsided. Porcelain shards were scattered on the floor, and a faint smell of blood filled the air that was left behind by the shards that had accidentally cut his palms under his extreme anger. For the past 2 days, he had been in this state of rage. He really couldn't figure out how that little son, who was silent at home and always nodded his head when he saw him, dared to disobey him so much. Could it be that he had hardened his wings and dared to disregard him as his father? Just at this moment, a rush of footsteps came from upstairs. Urian's figure appeared at the entrance of the staircase, her face wearing a joyful color that she couldn't hide as she trotted all the way down.
Imokue, who was originally sitting there with a gloomy face, as well as Imo Schwer, who was carefully accompanying her at the side, saw her in this state, and her face revealed a look of surprise.
Master, Schwer, good news. Shadow Wind has returned.
Yuruyan's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling that was a sign of excitement to the extreme.
Shadow Wind?
Imokue's originally gloomy face instantly cleared of clouds, and even brought with it a hint of ecstasy.
How did he come back? Isn't he attending Kyoto University?
Yuruyan smiled so much that her eyes squinted into a slit as she quickly walked to Imokue's side and said in a light tone. Shadow Wind said that he took on an adventure mission this time, and happened to pass by Subei City, so he thought of coming back to see us.
Good. Good.
Imokue said 2 good words in a row, showing how excited he was at the moment.
Where is Shadow Wind now? When will you arrive home?
He couldn't wait to see this son who made him proud. In comparison, that Imo Shadowdust who made him lose face. Oh, the start is relatively smooth, just obliterated into the crowd genius much more.
From childhood he was a waste, how to compare with his own little wind?
Before the words fell, a spiritual fluctuation suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped the entire Imo family compound.
Imokue, Yuruyan, and Imo Schwer all looked up at the same time.
They only saw a young man with a straight posture, with a pair of illusory light wings made of energy stretching behind him, slowly descending. The light wings emitted a faint glow, reflecting the young man's handsome face, adding a sense of holiness. The young man landed, and the light wing dissipated with him as he slowly walked to Imokue, a confident smile on his face as he said in a loud voice.
Father, I'm back.
Imokue was overjoyed and took a few steps to welcome him, patting Imo Ingfeng's shoulder with great force and praising him repeatedly.
Good. 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 It's good to be back. Good to be back.
He looked Imo Ingfeng up and down, only feeling that this son was more mature and stable than when he had left home a few months ago, and was also stronger. This made him feel immensely relieved and proud.
With a Qilin son like Shadow Wind in the Imo family, why would there be any worry that he couldn't rise to the next level? As for that Imo Shadowdust.
A trace of disgust flashed through Imokue's eyes. He had already decided to completely leave that rebellious son behind. Imokue's gaze landed on Imo Ingfeng's back. Although that pair of light wings had dissipated, the residual energy fluctuations were still clearly recognizable. His throat rolled and his voice trembled slightly.
Little Wind, that light wings behind you. Could it be that you have already broken through the 3rd stage?
Shock and disbelief were written all over Imokue's face. After all, the 3rd rank was a huge threshold for professionals. Before his own son left for Kyoto a year ago, he had only just entered the 1st rank.
Imo Ingfeng's lips curved up in an arc with a bit of arrogance. Father, who said that only the 3rd rank can fly?
His tone was light, as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
That's just an ordinary professional being short-sighted.
Kyoto University hides crouching tigers and dragons, and there are many secret methods that allow one to master the ability to fly in advance.
My son was lucky enough to acquire one of them. An undisguised smugness appeared on his face.
It was a confidence that stemmed from his own strength. Imokue was stunned when he heard his words, and then a deafening laughter erupted.
He laughed so hard that tears came out of the corners of his eyes. Ha ha. Good. 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 It's for my father who has been uninformed.
Chapter 55, More and more jumping clowns these days.
My son is indeed a heavenly genius.
The joy on Imokue's face was overflowing, as if he was a dozen years younger.
Quickly enter the house and rest. Tonight, we father and son will have a few good drinks to celebrate you. Okay, father.
Imo Ingfeng agreed, but his eyes caught a glimpse of the wink passed by his mother, Yuruyan.
He understood and followed without moving.
Yuruyan carefully closed the door to her room and turned to face her son, her eyes filled with undisguised excitement and pride. In just a year's time, her son had actually cultivated to the peak of the 2nd stage.
This kind of talent was simply appalling. She lowered her voice and eagerly asked, Shadow Wind, have you heard about that little bastard Imo Ingchun?
Imo Shadow Wind smiled disdainfully, a hint of contempt in his tone.
I've heard about it. Isn't it just a fluke test that was number 1 in the province? So what?
His tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
How many geniuses can there be in this one province?
Kyoto is the place where the nation's geniuses converge. A mere number 1 in the province is nothing here.
This year, among the defeated under me, the number 1 in the province is countless.
His tone was filled with an arrogant arrogance that looked down on the crowd. Urian nodded her head repeatedly, a smile piling up on her face. Yes, 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 my son is promising. Mother knows that you can't look down on him. However, that brat has been gaining popularity lately. I'm worried that he will threaten your position in the Mo family. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Mo Wingchen's sudden rise to power made her feel a hint of uneasiness.
Mo Wingphone let out a disdainful snort as if he had heard a great joke.
Mother, you've lived in the Mo family for a long time, your eyesight is ultimately a bit narrower.
Do you know that today's Mo family is as small as dust in my eyes?
There was a hint of disdain in his tone.
However, Mother, you are right.
What belongs to me, even if I discard it as if it were my own, it's not his turn for Mo Shadow Dust to get his hands on it. His eyes suddenly became stern, and an unquestionable dominance permeated his tone. When Mo Wingduan comes to Kyoto, I will let him understand that his pitiful accomplishments, in front of me, are nothing more than the clumsy performances of a jumping clown. I'll let him know that everything he's proud of is nothing but a child's childish game like playing house and wine in my eyes. I will let him clearly realize that in front of me, he will always be nothing more than a worthless piece of trash.
Mo Wingfun's voice was not loud, but his words were resounding, transmitting a palpitating chill.
As Urian listened, an inexplicable pleasure surged in her heart. It was as if she had already seen the appearance of Mo Shadowdust being as humble as an ant in front of her own son. With her son's talent and strength, Mo Shadowdust was destined to only become a stepping stone under his feet. The boundary-penetrating flying boat cut through many realms and eventually vanished into the void. Mo Shadowdust stood on the deck and gazed at the majestic canyon ahead, towering into the clouds as if it was a giant pillar in the sky. And Roachuan's voice rang in his ears. The canyon below is the periphery of the 10,000 Races Heaven's Pride Trials Field, and it is also the trial field's initial gift to you. He paused and continued, in the canyon, there are alchemy creatures all over. Killing them will allow you to obtain energy cores. Absorbing energy cores can be converted into experience value. And Roachuan sold a secret. The corner of his mouth hooked up a mysterious arc. The richness of the experience value
will be left for you to experience on your own.
Perhaps it was the relaxed pleasure of being about to complete the mission. He rarely showed a few moments of teasing.
Remember, you only have 7 days.
After 7 days, everyone must arrive at the center of the canyon. At that time, the teleportation gate to the interior of the trial field will open.
The portal continues to open for 1 day, so don't miss it.
And Roachuan's tone was solemn. All right, go, and wish the human race eternal prosperity. A soft force wrapped around Mo Wingchen and the others, slowly sending them to the ground.
The barbaric aura swept over like a wave.
The cliffs on both sides of the canyon towered into the clouds and were so deep that it was even more shocking than looking down from the flying boat. Mo Shadowdust stood in the corner, his deep eyes sweeping over the surroundings, taking in the sight of the disciples of the various sects and holy places discussing team exploration. A fragrant wind drifted past, and Xia Yunqi walked up to him, her cool voice resounding, "This time, I'm going to act alone."
Mo Shadowdust raised his eyebrows slightly and did not make a sound. What was this? Informing? An invitation? He hadn't sent out any requests to form a team. What's the point of talking to me when you're acting alone?
Seeing that Mo Wingsuan did not say anything, Xia Yunqi directly turned around and left. Her back was characterized by stubbornness. She was unconvinced in her heart.
In just a few days, Mo Wingsuan's strength had skyrocketed and surpassed her.
Her talent was top-notch, and her profession was even top-notch.
From childhood to adulthood, she was the best. Now she was being suppressed by Mo Wingduan, which was difficult for her to accept.
The 10,000 Clans Heaven's Pride trial was her chance to prove herself.
She wanted to reclaim the glory that belonged to her and leave Mo Wingduan far behind. After Xia Yunqi left, Mo Wingsuan was also ready to move. Yo, kid, no one is teaming up? Van Yen Lai walked over with a sneering tone.
Mo Wingchen raised his eyes and glanced at him coldly, remaining silent.
Van Yen Lai let out a loud laugh.
I've heard that the strength of the alchemy creatures here isn't bad, so you should be careful not to die too early.
Let's meet in the center of the canyon.
In his heart, he was secretly calculating, when the time comes, I'll find an opportunity to let you taste my flame-burning body.
How dare you scold me? The crowd dispersed, and Mo Wingduan was the only one still standing in place.
He pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. There were really more and more clowns lately. Did he really think that he was a soft persimmon to be pinched by others? Or do they all think that he has a good temper and can be humiliated at will?
Oh. Really gave you guys face.
Choosing a direction at random, he stepped into the canyon. A cold and damp breath came to his face, as if countless tiny ice needles stabbed into his skin. The wind whistled in my ears, like ghosts crying and wolves howling, occasionally interspersed with strange sounds, like the murmur of some unknown creature. Under the feet of rotting leaves and soft, every step is like plunging into the swamp, emitting a pungent smell of decay, stimulating the nasal cavity. Inexplicable uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if he was being locked tightly by the evil gaze lurking in the darkness. Mo Shadowdust's eyes narrowed slightly, and his death heart pulsed slightly. A spiritual fluctuation spread out from him, and the air around him seemed to freeze for a few moments. He keenly sensed that this canyon was not as calm as it appeared to be, and a dangerous aura was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to move. The entire canyon, it seems. To be alive? The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked up a cold arc, and there was not the slightest fear in his eyes, instead, a surge of excitement. Chapter 56, My Human Race Can't Even Enter the Door? In the center of the canyon, a faint smell of blood filled the air. Many of the provincial prides who arrived early had already arrived here. At this moment, the human race's crowd was all blue in the face, hanging their heads like frosted eggplants. They were gathered around the entrance of a passageway that shimmered with a faint light, and deep within the passageway was the trial teleportation portal that would open in 7 days. However, a tall figure blocked the entrance like a ghost, blocking all paths forward. The figure was surrounded by black gas, and it was impossible to see his exact face. Only 2 points of scarlet light flickered in the darkness, like a gaze from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. The newly arrived human teenager Suwon approached with quick steps, but was so shocked by the oppressive atmosphere that he stopped in his tracks. He pulled a little fat man beside him, his tone tinged with doubt. "Brothers, what's going on here? What are all gathered here for?" With a bitter face, the little fatty sighed and pointed his finger at the ghostly figure in front of him. "The door is blocked. The mighty ghost clan is bullying people too much." Suwon followed his pointing finger and frowned. "Blocked? What do you mean?" "The mighty ghost clan sent a fellow called Ghost Spectre to guard the teleportation door, not allowing anyone to pass through, and letting out the word that those who come close will die." Little Fatty's tone was filled with indignation. Suwon was startled in his heart. "What? What is the strength of this Ghost Spectre? No one in my human race can defeat it?" Little Fatty shook his head helplessly and pointed to the youngster who was pale and constantly coughing up blood on the side. Just now, there were already 2 Holy Land experts who went up to challenge him, and both of them were at the first rank advanced level. As a result, one escaped back and retrieved a life, and the other was directly killed by Ghost Spectre. Little Fatty lowered his voice, his tone grave. "By the looks of it, this Ghost Spectre has at least second-order combat strength." Suwon sucked in a breath of cool air. "Second-order combat power? How can this be? Could it be that my human race can't even enter the trial stadium?" Little Fatty clenched his fists angrily. "How can that be? It's not that there are no second-order battle power amongst my human race's celestial pride, there's even one here right now." He paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "It's just that the mighty ghost race has no entity, and their unique illusory body allows the Ghost Spectre to be immune to physical attacks. And that second-ranked expert of ours here, on the contrary, relies on physical damage output." Little Fatty patted Suwon's shoulder and comforted him. "But don't worry, brother, someone has already gone to inform the other second-order big brother. I've heard that big brother is a spiritual numinous master, with spiritual energy attached to flying daggers to attack, definitely able to restrain the Ghost Spectre." Suwon nodded with some confusion. Just then, a commotion came from the crowd. Someone shouted loudly, "Shen Jianqing! He's finally here!" Another voice picked up, his tone tinged with excitement and anticipation. "I've heard that Chen Jianqing is already a first-ranked top-level mentalist, and with his strength fully exploded, he's strong enough to battle second-ranked. That's right, I'm from Central Plains Province, next to the city where Jianqing is. I heard that before he came to the trial grounds, he even competed against a second-rank expert from his family." The surrounding people were instantly aroused with curiosity and pursued. What was the result? The man from the Central Plains Province lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious. "I heard that their family's second-ranked guard took the initiative to admit defeat, saying that with Chen Jianqing's strength, the average beginner second-ranked professional is no match at all." A gasp of surprise rang out from the crowd. "Really? So powerful. This is great, we can finally wipe the slate clean and teach that Ghost Phantom a good lesson." Someone's tone became even more aggressive. "Teach him a lesson? I think we should just kill that Ghost Spectre. Let him see how powerful the human race is."
Jianqingchen slowly stepped forward, his gaze like a torch, looking straight at Ghost Yu, his tone icy cold. A mere second rank, how dare you be arrogant in front of my human race? He paused for a moment, and his voice was filled with a morose chill. Blocking the gate of my human race, do you really think that our human race has no one? Ghost Spectre let out a snort that carried disdain and mockery. You human race, you just have a lot of nonsense. The two that came up before were the same, gabbling on, but in the end, weren't they still killed by me and scared off by me? Now you're here again, do you want to repeat their fate? Ghost Spectre's ghostly fire flickered around him for a while. Come on, let me see if you are qualified to stand before me. Jianqingchen did not respond immediately, but took a deep breath, feeling the tension that filled the air around him. This battle was about the dignity of the younger generation of the flying daggers were wrapped with his powerful spiritual power, almost condensing into substance. The air was all twisted and distorted as a result. Ghost Jie's strange laughter, his figure suddenly blurred, turned into a cloud of black mist. The flying dagger penetrated the black fog, but only hit the shadow, making a hollow sound. The next instant, Ghost Yui appeared behind Jianqingchen like a ghost. In his ghastly white palm, a ghostly green fire jumped, emitting a sickening sulfurous odor. The space around the ghost fire was vaguely distorted, as if it would burst into flames at any moment. Sculpture. The ghostly specter's voice was gloomy and cold, as if it came from the nine hells. Jianqingchen's heart flinched as he turned around violently. Spiritual energy instantly erupted, condensing into a translucent shield in front of him. Runes flowed on the shield, emitting a faint glow. The ghost fire ruthlessly crashed into the mental power shield. Zila. An ear-piercing shrill whistle sounded like ice water being poured into a boiling hot frying pan. The shield trembled violently, its light instantly dimming. Jianqingchen stifled a grunt as his throat became sweet and a stream of blood surged up from his mouth, but he forced it back down. Chapter 57, You Human Race, All a Bunch of Wastes. Jianqingchen only felt a chilling and piercing force penetrate through the shield and invade his body, as if his internal organs were frozen. A gasp erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Jianqingchen held up. Worthy of being a powerful spiritual nihilist. Kill him. Avenge your dead brothers. Jianqingchen took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as his spiritual energy surged madly once again. 8 flying daggers hovered around his body, the tips of the daggers flashing with a cold, chilling light, pointing remotely towards Ghost Yui. Each flying dagger was closely connected to his spiritual energy, as if it was an extension of his body. This is just the beginning. Jianqingchen clenched his teeth, his voice low and hoarse. The next moment, the 8 flying daggers transformed into 8 streams of light, shooting at Ghost Spectre like lightning from all directions, at tricky and bizarre angles. The flying knives sliced through the air, emitting sharp cracking sounds, almost blocking all of Ghost Spectre's retreating paths. Ghost Spectre let out an ear-piercing whine, and the ghost fire around him suddenly skyrocketed. Countless ghost flames circled and danced around him, forming a thick flame barrier in the blink of an eye. The ghost flames on the barrier tossed around, emitting a palpitating energy fluctuation. The flying daggers crashed into the ghost fire barrier one after another. Ding! 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 There was a series of dense metal clashes and sparks splashed everywhere. The ghost fire barrier shook violently, and although it barely resisted the flying dagger's attack, it became much thinner. The ghost fire flickered erratically, as if it would go out at any moment. Chen Jianqing's eyes flashed with a touch of joy, and he was about to maneuver the flying daggers to launch a new round of attacks. However, the ghostly ghost suddenly moved. All the ghost flames gathered violently and were swallowed into his mouth in one gulp. All of the ghost fire followed his head all the way down, coalescing on top of the 2 ghost claws. The mighty ghost race, it was with ghost fire that they were able to carry out physical attacks. Slamming forward. His speed was unbelievably fast, almost transforming into a residual shadow. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jianqingchen. The ghost claws carried a harsh wind as they viciously grabbed at Jianqingchen's throat. The ghost claws were incomparably sharp, flashing with a metallic luster, as if they could tear apart everything. Chen Jianqing's face changed drastically, wanting to dodge, but realizing that he was simply too late to react. Pooh! The ghost claw ruthlessly struck Chen Jianqing's chest. Chen Jianqing was struck by lightning and his body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Ghost Spectre stood in place and let out a burst of smug and rampant laughter as he looked up to the sky. GGGGGGG.
His laughter was sharp and ear-piercing, like countless steel needles that ruthlessly pierced into everyone's heart. The emotions of fear and despair spread rapidly through the crowd like a plague. The air seemed to have solidified, so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. The smell of scorching filled the valley. Imo Shadowdust stood on a pile of broken metal wreckage, the tip of his tang blade dripping with black viscous liquid. Surrounding his body was white bone armor, and there were 3 bone spears floating in the void behind him ready to strike. Vigorously wielding the soul-devouring blood blade, he hacked an oil-leaking mechanical arm into 2. Ironguard held up a rock shield to block the acid spray from an alchemy spider. The acid corroded the rock shield with a zipping sound and white smoke. Phantom thorn weaved through the shadows, the short blade of hell slicing through the neck of the alchemy hound. Green blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Hawkeye pulled back his bone bow, and 3 bone arrows shot out with a cracking sound. The bone arrows penetrated the 3 alchemy flying insects and nailed them to the rock wall. The blood demon let out a low roar as its sharp claws tore apart the chest of an alchemy giant bear. Ink Shadowdust looked around, the battlefield was nearing its end. He raised his left hand, and the skull on the ring of the undead turned slightly. Clear the battlefield. Imo Shadowdust's voice was low and cold. The undead army began to collect the trophies and dismantle the core components of the alchemical creatures. The small mountain of energy cores emitted an eerie cold light that reflected on Imo Shadowdust's face, constantly flickering and flickering. He sat cross-legged, in the center of the small mountain, greedily absorbing the pure energy. A stream of warmth surged into his body emitted a slight buzz, and his sense of power continued to climb. The energy contained in this energy core far exceeded his expectations. It was at least 10 times more than the experience provided by monsters of the same rank within the human race. No wonder the 10,000 races Celestials were rushing towards this trial field. This was only the outer perimeter, and it was so bountiful, wouldn't the interior be even more astonishing? The old principle was indeed right, in this trial ground, experience was the least valuable thing. Ink Shadowdust was secretly happy in his heart, but he also had some regrets. It's a pity that I didn't encounter any elite monsters, otherwise wouldn't it be even more enjoyable to be able to take 2 words? How could he know that other people who hunted alchemy creatures were killing them one by one with difficulty? Which is like him, the legion of summons sweeping across, amazing efficiency. Lingwei's figure was in a sorry state, running desperately through the wilderness. At this time, her clothes were ragged, her fragrant sweat dripping, and her hair scattered. Behind her, a giant devil puppet, like a maggot in its tarsus, was in hot pursuit. The sound of metallic footsteps was as heavy as thunder, causing her eardrums to buzz. Earlier, she had teamed up with Van Yen Lai and another Holy Land disciple to hunt alchemical creatures. Accidentally, they encountered a giant magic puppet boss. The 3 attempted to hunt it. The demonic puppet's power was terrifying, and it crushed its companion into mush with a single punch. Chapter 58, My Summoner is a little violent. This devil puppet, it was estimated to be at least 2nd rank intermediate in strength. Seeing that the situation is not good, Fan Yen Lai even left her to flee alone. If she wasn't a space mage, proficient in the art of escaping, I'm afraid she would have been killed long ago. Dragging her tired body, she released the last spatial transfer she could release. Spiritual energy has dried up. Lingwei felt it and instantly despaired. The devil puppet, however, was still in hot pursuit, apparently locking her down in some special way. The shadow of death loomed over her heart. She was unwilling. Growing up with her grandmother, she relied on her grandmother to pick up scraps for her to grow up. It was not easy for her to be detected with spatial talent in advance, and she was taken under the door of the Huanyu sacred ground, with a bright future ahead of her. She thought that she could go all the way and bring her grandmother to live a good life. Unexpectedly, her career had just begun when. Could it be that her life would be lost today? Fan Yen Lai, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Lingwei roared in her heart, despair and unwillingness intertwined. But she didn't give up, forcing her last ounce of strength to continue running towards the center of the former canyon. Every step was like walking on the tip of a knife. Her heart was beating wildly, her breath was short, and her lungs were burning like fire. She knew that when she couldn't run anymore, it was the time to die. After absorbing the energy core, Mo Shadowdust stood up from the debris. He dusted off his body and looked down to examine the changes in the attribute panel. Name, Ink Shadowdust. Profession, Necromancer. Level, First Order, Level 8. Slight. The speed of upgrading was so fast that he surprised himself. In just 7 days of hunting, He had risen several levels in a row, reaching First Order level 8.
It was time to look for bearers and prepare to advance to second rank.
The 10,000 races trial ground, with treasures everywhere, might be able to find a suitable top-tier bearer. Imo Shadowdust collected his mind and led the vast summoning army as they continued towards the center of the canyon. The alchemy creatures along the way all became experience value for his upgrades. Dusk arrived, and a golden red haze drenched the sky. The portal into the inner part of the trial field should be about to begin as well.
Rumble.
There was a loud rumble, deafening from far and near. Imo Shadowdust followed the sound and saw smoke and dust rolling in the distance as a huge object was slowly approaching in his direction.
What was that?
He narrowed his eyes and carefully recognized it. In front of the giant figure, a slender figure was desperately running, her steps staggering and faltering. Clearly, she was exhausted. Lingwei also saw the large silhouette in front of her, and a glimmer of hope flared in her heart.
Finally, someone
survived. But when she ran closer and saw that the people coming were actually Imo Shadowdust and his skeleton army, hope was instantly dashed, replaced by deep despair. She had thought that it was a human gathering, but she didn't expect it to be this necromancer. She clenched her teeth and used her last ounce of strength to shout, "Imo Shadowdust, run away!
Don't go in the same direction as me. This demon puppet is locked onto me." Imo Shadowdust recognized Lingwei, the first in the province, in his previous life's grand exam had left a deep impression on him.
It's just that afterward, he never heard of her again.
Could it be that she had fallen here in her previous life?
However, just based on the fact that she reminded him of this, her character shouldn't be bad.
Let's save her by the way. Imo Shadowdust stood in place, not moving at all.
His spiritual power was in motion, and a command was given. The vigorous force beside him held a magic sword and walked forward with heavy steps.
Lingwei froze. Why wasn't he moving? Scared silly?
In the next moment, she saw a skeleton beside Imo Ingchen walking up.
Incorrect. He's going to let a skeleton go one-on-one with a demon puppet? Ink Shadowdust, no way. This demon puppet has the strength of a second-rank intermediate, you can't beat it. Run!
Lingwei shouted anxiously. The corner of Imo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he spoke for the first time.
Got it, come over and watch, my summon is a bit violent, don't hurt you by mistake.
Lingwei could no longer. As the battle continued, the aura on Dali's body climbed. A blood-red glow surfaced on its bones, as if the fires of hell were burning, emitting a palpitating pressure. The speed at which the soul-devouring blood blade was wielded grew faster and faster, transforming into pieces of scarlet shadows that dazzled the eyes. The devil puppet gradually fell into a disadvantage, its body covered with crisscrossing slash marks, and black oily liquid continued to gush out. The devil puppet's basic intelligence allowed him to understand that he was no match for the creature in front of him. It let out an angry roar, and a ferocious light flashed in its scarlet eyes.
The skill was unleashed.
The energy of its entire body converged at one point, turning into a destructive beam of light that fiercely blasted at Vigor. Vigor was sent flying by the immense force and fell heavily to the ground, his bones shattering and scattering all over the place. Lingwei's heart suddenly contracted, as if it was tightly clutched by an invisible hand, and breathing became difficult. She subconsciously covered her mouth, not daring to make any sound, her fingertips trembling slightly.
Could it end like this? Chapter 59, How do you want to repay me? In return for your body?
She turned her head to look at Suemo Fong, wanting to see what kind of reaction Suemo Fong had. But what was reflected in her eyes was a face without waves. Suemo Feng's eyes were calmly staring at the place where Vigor had fallen. Right at this moment, the scattered bone fragments began to tremble, and the blood-red light became more and more dazzling. The shattered bones reassembled, and Vigorous stood up shakily, like an immortal god of war reborn from the fire. Its bones were covered with cracks, but its empty eye sockets were burning with undying battle intent. The devil puppet was lying on the ground, motionless. It should be that the strike just now had exhausted the energy of its entire body.
Dali dragged his heavy steps, walking towards the demon puppet step by step.
It raised the soul-devouring blood blade high, the blade flickering with the light of hellfire, as if it was a judgment from hell.
Ka-ching!
With a crunching sound, the devil blade slashed down hard. The devil puppet let out a hiss of unwillingness as its massive body collapsed into a pile of rubble. Lingwei stood frozen in place, her mind blank, as if she was in a dream. A skeleton warrior had actually defeated a second-stage intermediate demon puppet. She looked towards Mo Ingsuan, her eyes filled with unbelievable shock and doubt. After that. There was no after. The devil puppet collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, the metal remained scattered all over the place, and the sense of oppression dissipated. Ling Wei suddenly relaxed, her eyes went black, her delicate body shook, and she eventually fainted powerlessly. Congratulations to the host for killing a target of elite level or above, plundering the opponent's word, steel and iron bones. Steel and iron bones be, passive phrase, the exterior of the body generates a metallic substance wrapped around it, enhancing the body's strength. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible arc. Then, without hesitation, he bestowed this freshly baked phrase on the Iron Guard, who was always loyal and guarding. The Iron Guard's body was immediately surrounded by a layer of metallic luster, and his already indestructible body added a few more points of might.
It was as if it was a steel fortress, unbreakable.
Mo Shadowdust took a step towards the wreckage of the demon puppet, and his fingertips lightly touched the purple light that was gradually dissipating. A strange energy fluctuation surged into his body along with his fingertips, and a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Energy explosion, special skill, gathering energy from the whole body, giving up one's life. After using it, the body will fall into a coma for 24 hours due to energy depletion. A glint flashed in Mo Shadowdust's eyes. This was simply a skill tailored for the Phantom Stinger lurking in his shadow.
Phantom Stinger's skill was still vacant, and this energy burst could fill the gap and become his killer weapon. As for the side effect of unconsciousness, Mo Shadowdust didn't care. After all, it could be easily resolved by taking Phantom Stinger back into the summoning space. He handed the skill book to Phantom Stinger, who emerged from the shadows, and the latter respectfully took it. His figure was once again hidden in the darkness, leaving behind only a hidden murderous aura in the air. Ink Shadowdust looked around, the battlefield was a mess, and the air was filled with a strong scent of blood and scorching, stimulating his sense of smell. He took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions churning in his heart as his gaze fell on the unconscious Ling Wei. At this moment, Ling Wei's face was pale, her breathing was weak, and her long eyelashes were fluttering slightly, as if she was having some kind of nightmare. Mo Shadowdust hesitated for a moment, but finally bent down and gently picked her up. The young girl's soft body was close, and a faint fragrance entered his nostrils, causing his heart to flutter slightly. Finding a corner that was sheltered from the wind, Mo Shadowdust gently put Ling Wei down, lit a bonfire, and sat down to absorb the energy cores that the Summoning Legion had unceasingly shipped in. Late night. The bonfire crackled, reflecting Ling Wei's gradually waking face. She slowly opened her eyes and gazed blankly at her unfamiliar surroundings. For a moment her thoughts were chaotic, not knowing where she was. Sitting up violently, Ling Wei looked around. Her eyes finally landed on Mo Ingsuan, who was sitting on his knees not far away. She subconsciously opened her mouth, but her dry throat could not produce any sound. The prolonged escape and lack of water had caused her throat to ache as if it was on fire. Mo Shadowdust seemed to have sensed her movement and slowly opened her eyes, calmly glancing at her. Awake? A spiritual power fluctuation was transmitted out. The vigorous force on guard immediately picked up the water bag on the ground and handed it to Ling Wei. Ling Wei took the water bag. Through the light from the bonfire, she saw the skeleton that handed her water. It was actually the skeleton that had previously overpowered the second-ranked demon puppet. With a shock in her heart, her hand shook and the water bag nearly slipped. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Drink some water, there's food on the ground, eat it and you can leave. After saying that, he closed his eyes once again, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Ling Wei settled down and carefully brought the water bag to her lips. Greedily, she sucked in the sweet clear water, moisturizing her parched throat. She then picked up the food on the ground and took small bites. An awkward silence filled the air around her. Ling Wei hesitated for a moment before gathering the courage to speak. Can I follow you? Mo Shadowdust did not open his eyes and asked indifferently, follow me? What are you following me for? Ling Wei's cheeks flushed with a hint of redness as she whispered, you saved my life. I want to repay you. Mo Shadowdust opened his eyes in surprise when he heard this, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Repay you? In this world of the weak and the strong, there was still such a simple idea? He said with a smile, not a laugh, how do you want to repay? In return for your body? Ling Wei's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. No, I'm a space mage, you let me follow you around, I'm definitely useful. I swear, I really just want to return the favor. Ling Wei eagerly explained, fearing that Mo Chen would misunderstand. Mo Shadowdust was silent for a moment before speaking again. "You're a beginning first-rank space mage, you think you can help me?" As he said that, he glanced at Dolly beside him, the meaning of which was self-evident. Ling Wei instantly deflated. Yes, a skeleton beside him was capable of fighting a second-order intermediate magic puppet, so what could she do to help him? Suddenly, she had a flash of light and said eagerly, "I know a place inside the trial grounds where I can obtain resurrection stones." Mo Shadowdust's eyes snapped open, shock filling his eyes. "You know where you can obtain a resurrection stone?" Ling Wei nodded her head vigorously. "Yes, this is what my master teacher from the Huanyu Holy Land told me before I came. There is a place inside the trial grounds that is filled with spell formations. Killing beings on the spell formations will have their life force absorbed by the spell formations, and when they eventually accumulate enough, they will be able to harvest resurrection stones." Mo Shadowdust didn't say anything as he digested Ling Wei's words and analyzed the truth of them. Ling Wei's voice lowered with a hint of grief. "This resurrection stone, every time the trial field opens, it will be hijacked by the foreign races. The lives that were used as offerings are all taken captive by force. Among them, the human race makes up the majority." Chapter 60. Who else can fight with Ghost Spectre? Mo Shadowdust's heart shook as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Using the life of my human race's pride as a sacrifice for the resurrection stone? You know the exact location?" Mo Shadowdust's voice turned cold. I can definitely find it." Ling Wei's tone was firm, and the light of hope shone in her eyes. Mo Shadowdust stood up straight and stretched his muscles, making a crisp bone-rubbing sound. A powerful energy fluctuation suddenly spread from his body, rippling out like a ripple and sweeping around. The summoners that were struggling to kill the alchemy creatures in the periphery seemed to have received a command. Their movements were flushed out, and they all stopped their searching pace. Turning their heads in unison, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, they quickly converged in the direction of Mo Shadowdust. Mo Shadowdust waited quietly, feeling the gradually dense undead fluctuations in the air. A few moments later, all the summons had returned to his side, standing quietly like loyal guards. He turned his head towards Ling Wei, the corner of his mouth curved into a relaxed arc as he said, "Let's go, it's time for us to head to the center of the canyon." Excitement flickered in Ling Wei's eyes as she nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushing lightly from excitement. The two of them walked side by side, heading towards the depths of the canyon. Mo Shadowdust and Ling Wei walked side by side, pushing sideways all the way to the center of the canyon. The view opened up, and in the distance there were shadows and crowds of people, a temporary gathering place for the human race in this area. Teenagers were in groups of 3 or 5, discussing in low voices. The air was filled with depression and anxiety, like the low sky on the eve of a rainstorm. Stepping into the camp, a few tents surrounded a semicircle, and a few simple stone chairs were placed in an arc. The human celestials who possessed second-order battle power were all worried at the moment, and the atmosphere was gloomy. 3 of them were bruised and battered, their bandages seeping blood, shocking to the eyes. Pang Tianming from Kyoto, burning with rage, slapped his palm on the stone table. With a loud bang, the teacup trembled and tea splashed everywhere. That mighty ghost race Ghost Spectre, deceiving people too much. His voice was low, like a trapped beast hissing. "If my desolate heaven Holy Land's senior brother Yang Koan were here, wouldn't he be allowed to be so rampant?" Pang Tianming's eyes were crimson, his temples bulging with veins, his spiritual energy surging around his body, yet he had nowhere to vent it, appearing particularly stifled. Zhenqing Chen covered his chest, the intense pain from the burning of the ghost fire made his face pale and cold sweat beaded on his face. The Ghost Spectre's attacks were insidious and treacherous, and the accompanying ghost flame was difficult to get rid of, so even the priest's healing spells were unable to do anything, and recovery from his injuries was extremely slow. He clenched his teeth and his voice was hoarse. "Where are the people from the Light God cult? Their holy light spells are the very nemesis of the mighty demons." Chen Jianqing's tone carried a hint of expectation as well as a hint of despair. Pang Tianming leaned dismally against the back of his chair and let out a long sigh, his tone filled with helplessness and self-reproach. "If it was any other race, I would have crushed it long ago, but it was this mighty ghost race. That restricts physical attacks. My brute strength is useless." He swept his gaze over the several celestial pride present, a hint of hope in his eyes. "Everyone, who else can fight with the Ghost Spectre? We, the human race, can no longer afford to lose this person." The crowd looked at each other in silence, and in the end, they all slowly shook their heads with gloom in their eyes. Outside the tent, there was a group of young human race teenagers gathered, looking forward to it with anxiety in their eyes. Seeing the several heavenly pride walk out,
they immediately surrounded them, asking questions in a variety of ways.
Brother Pang, how is it? Can anyone go out to battle? A teenager asked anxiously, his voice carrying a hint of trembling.
Yes, big brothers, we've been going crazy these past few days. The teleportation gate didn't open, and the ghostly ghosts blocking the gate is useless. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to humiliate us.
Another teenager was filled with indignation, clenching his fists, his knuckles turning white.
That's right, now the other races are all looking at the jokes and pointing their fingers. Our human race has lost all of its face.
The crowd's voices were filled with anger, resentment, and humiliation.
Pang Tianming listened to the crowd's comments and looked at their expectant eyes. His heart was full of mixed feelings, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly. In the crowd, sighs rose and fell, and despair spread like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire camp.
It's over. Can we only allow that ghost specter to continue to be arrogant?
A teenager's voice was low, permeated with a deep sense of powerlessness, as if he had been drained of his entire body's strength.
That's not necessarily true. There are at least 3 of us from the human race who can steadily defeat the Ghost Spectre, the Holy Maiden of the Light Divine Hall, Irene, the Desolate Heaven Holy Land's eldest senior brother, Yang Kuan, and the Celestial Master Sex Wangi.
Su Wen, who had been in the gathering place for several days, couldn't help but retort, trying to bring a ray of hope to the crowd.
What's the use of saying this? Where are their people? Not a single one has appeared.
Immediately, someone questioned, his tone filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction. I heard that they lost contact not long after they entered the periphery of the trial field, and their communicators lost their signals, so I don't know what kind of accident happened. Su Wen's voice also lowered, his tone filled with worry and uneasiness. The air seemed to freeze, so oppressive that people could not breathe. Even the sound of birds chirping among the distant mountains and forests sounded particularly harsh at this moment, adding to this heaviness and sadness.
Just as the crowd was discussing, a strange phenomenon occurred.
The sky was suddenly torn apart, and countless pillars of light broke through the clouds like sharp swords and shot
up into the sky.
The exclusive teleportation gate of each tribe, the passageway leading to the 10,000 races Heaven's Pride trial ground, opened with a bang under the attention of all. The light was dazzling and magnificent, as if it was going to light up the entire world. Imo Shadowdust and Lingwei happened to arrive at the outskirts of the settlement and witnessed this shocking scene with their own eyes. Imo Shadowdust looked sideways, a playful smile on the corner of his lips, and said to Lingwei beside him, "It seems that we came at the right time, not too early and not too late." When Lingwei heard this, the corners of her lips rose slightly, revealing a hint of a shallow smile, as gentle and moving as the spring breeze brushing against a willow. Having spent most of the night traveling together, it was only natural for the two to make small talk.
Lingwei realized that Emoing Dust, this person, looks cold and icy, but actually quite good to get along with. It's just that there are times when he can be a little unorthodox.
"Let's go," Imo Shadowdust spoke in a light tone with a hint of flirtation. "Who knows how big this portal is, in case there's still a long line."
Lingwei's smile intensified and she nodded gently. The two walked side by side, heading towards the direction of the teleportation gate. However, as they gradually got closer, Mo Wingchuan detected a hint of abnormality. The teleportation gate was already open, so it was logical that the pride of the human race should be scrambling to rush in and seize the first opportunity. So why did it seem cold and quiet at this moment, with not a few people in sight? This is not normal. Imo Shadowdust was puzzled, and his eyes scanned around, eventually landing on a youth who was about to leave. Chapter 61, To kill you, just one knife is needed. Imo Shadowdust Arrow stepped forward and pulled the man with a hint of disbelief in his tone. "This brother, please stay, may I ask what's going on? Hasn't the portal already been opened? Why don't we see anyone going in?"
The youth who was pulled by Mo Shadowdust was none other than Su Wen, who had already stayed in the settlement for several days.
He was stunned by Mo Ingduan's sudden action and looked Mo Ingduan up and down.
Seeing that he looked serious and did not look like he was deliberately picking a fight, he knew that he should have just arrived here and did not understand the situation. Su Wen sighed and helplessly explained. "Alas, the two of you don't know, our human race's teleportation gate has been blocked by the mighty ghost race for several days now, and no one has been able to solve this trouble. Since you guys just arrived, don't rush in, find a place to rest first."
Su Wen pointed to a corner not far away and continued.
"The portal will only be open for one day, our human race's bigwigs should be arriving soon, so it won't be too late to go in after they've settled the Manticore race."
After saying that, Su Wen wanted to turn around and leave. "The Manticore race is blocking the door?"
Imo Shadowdust's brows furrowed as he heard this, and a cold light flashed under his eyes.
He did not listen to Su Wen's advice. Instead, he quickened his pace and walked straight towards the direction of the teleportation gate. At this moment, quite a number of humanoids had gathered near the teleportation gate, whispering in groups of 3 or 5, anxiety and helplessness written all over their faces. All of them were eagerly awaiting the appearance of a strong person who could save the day, so that they could enter the trial field as soon as possible. Su Wen, who had left earlier, was currently sitting boredly in a corner, his gaze flicking towards the direction of the teleportation portal from time to time. When he saw that Mo Shadowdust was actually walking towards the teleportation gate, he was immediately startled. He hurriedly got up and waved at him, shouting loudly, "Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Come back, come wait on my side." However, it was as if Mo Shadowdust didn't hear his shouts, his footsteps didn't stop at all and he walked straight to the teleportation door. Only to see that in front of him, a figure draped with a ghostly aura was suspended in mid-air, and it was none other than the mighty ghost race Ghost Spectre that was blocking the teleportation door. Ghost Spectre was surrounded by ghostly flames jumping around his body, exuding a gloomy and cold aura that sent shivers down the spine. The people of the human race looked up, their gazes converging on Mo Shadowdust as murmurs rose and fell. Who is this person? Never seen him before. Most likely a rash young man who just arrived and doesn't know the heights of heaven. Alas, another one to send to death, why bother? Perhaps, he is unwilling to be humiliated by the human race and wants to fight to the death. Various voices intertwined, filled with complex emotions such as questioning, mocking, regretting, and admiring. Su Wen was even more dumbfounded, and his heart was filled with remorse. Just now, he should have made the situation clearer. Ghost Yui looked down at Mo Ingduan below, the corners of his mouth hooked into a cruel arc. In a contemptuous tone, he said, "What, another human mole cricket has come to die?" Mo Shadowdust's expression was calm and ancient as he slowly spat out 2 words, "A knife." Ghost Yui froze at his words, seemingly not understanding, and asked doubtfully, "What one blade?" Mo Shadowdust raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Looking straight at Ghost Spectre, he said word for word, "To kill you, it only takes one knife." The words were forceful and loud, appearing exceptionally clear in the silent atmosphere. Ghost Spectre was first stunned, and then, as if he had heard a great joke, he laughed wildly up to the sky. The laughter was sharp and piercing, full of mockery and disdain. "Ah, this is really ridiculous. You human brat, not only are you a selfless waste, you are also a whimsical fool. Just with you, how dare you spout off about killing me with a single slash?" Ghost Spectre laughed his head off, and the ghost fire around him pulsed violently, as if he would pounce on Mo Shadowdust at any moment and devour him. Mo Shadowdust, however, was not moved in the slightest, still standing there quietly, his breath converging around him. Like a sword that had not yet been unsheathed, he was waiting for the moment to blossom. The wind seems to have stopped flowing at this moment, and a tense and depressing atmosphere permeates the air. Mo Shadowdust's eyes slightly converged, and a spiritual command was precisely transmitted to the illusory thorn lurking in the shadows like an invisible silk thread. "There is no need to test," his voice was low and cold, as if it came from the 9 hells. "Directly release all your spiritual energy and kill in one blow." The phantom thorn's figure twisted and changed in the shadows, as silent as a ghost. It followed Mo Shadowdust's will and instantly activated the Shadow Shuttle skill. His figure transformed into an empty black smoke, and after a few flashes in the void, he appeared behind Ghost Spectre in midair like a ghost. Ghost Spectre was still laughing wildly, not realizing that the Grim Reaper had already descended quietly. He was surrounded by ghostly chi, and his face was hideous, as if he was an evil ghost that was about to devour its prey. However, just as he was getting carried away, an extremely dangerous chill instantly crept up his spine, causing his hairs to stand on end. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Phantom Thorn had already unleashed its strongest strike, a perfect combination of energy burst and first blade strike. It condensed its entire body's spiritual energy onto the short blade of the Hellblade, and the blade instantly erupted with a dazzling ghostly blue light, as if the air around it was distorted by this power. Phantom Stinger's figure was as fast as lightning, and the Hellblade in his hand transformed into a harsh cold aura, ruthlessly stabbing into Ghost Spectre's back heart. Put! The sound of the sharp blade burning Ghost Spectre's illusory body was exceptionally clear in the silent canyon. Ghost Spectre's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt end, and the hideous expression on his face instantly froze. He looked down incredulously, looking at the short, ghostly blue blade that penetrated his chest, his pupils suddenly tightening. Boom! Berserk spiritual energy exploded within Ghost Spectre's body, and his body was blown apart like a ragdoll. Before a mournful scream could be uttered, it dissipated into the wind.
Ghost Spectre's originally powerful aura was also like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguished. After the Phantom Thorn completed his fatal strike, his figure paused in place. Ink Shadow Dust was quick, and in the instant before Phantom Spike fell to the ground after falling unconscious, he directly put it into the summoning space. It was as if it had never appeared. Only the faint smell of burning that permeated the air, as well as Ghost Spectre's tattered corpse, proved that the thrilling scene just now was not an illusion. Mo Shadow Dust watched all of this expressionlessly, as if he had only done an insignificant thing. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or above target, plundering the opponent's words. Ghost Clan's Body B, Rampant E. Body of Ghost Clan B, disperses entities and survives with an illusory physique, immune to physical attacks while mastering the gift of Ghost Fire. Note, damage inflicted by Holy Light, Exorcism and other attacks is doubled. Rampant E, brain more or less a big disease. Mo Shadow Dust looked back at Lingwei and beckoned. Lingwei understood and went forward to step into the portal with Mo Shadow Dust. Chapter 62, The Three Big Brothers came at a really good time. After Ink Shadow Dust instantly killed Ghost Spectre. The originally noisy venue was strangely silent at this moment. The crowd's jaws dropped as they stared incredulously at the direction in which Ink Shadow Dust had disappeared. It was as if the air was still suffocated by the oppressive feeling brought about by that powerful strike. After a short period of silence, a buzz of discussion erupted from the crowd.
Just now. What happened?
A woman in a green-colored power suit had a trembling voice, clearly stunned by the scene just now.
I didn't see it. That black shadow, it was too fast.
A stout man next to him stammered in reply, shock still lingering in his eyes.
Isn't Ghost Spectre an illusory physique? How could a physical attack work?
Someone questioned, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. The difficulty of the Ghost Spectre was experienced by everyone present, and that illusory body left countless people helpless. But now, there was someone who had killed him with a single strike, which simply subverted their cognition.
That person. Just who is it? A low voice rang out with a few moments of awe.
Regardless of who it is, this strength is enough to stand proud of the group. Another person picked up, his tone filled with envy and admiration. Yes, Ghost Spectre, this trouble is sort of solved, let's hurry up and leave as well, don't delay the search for the opportunity.
Someone suggested, breaking the brief calm. The crowd nodded their heads, the desire for the trial rekindled in their eyes. Let's go.
I don't know who shouted, but the crowd woke up as if from a dream and surged in the direction of the teleportation portal. The sounds of footsteps and clashing weapons once again echoed in the canyon. Only, in everyone's heart, that figure was branded with the shock of that thunderous strike. Not far away, Pang Tianming wrapped in a gust of wind, followed closely behind by three figures, shooting towards the portal like a stringed arrow.
It was precisely Aaron, Yang Kuan, and Wang Yi.
A few minutes ago, the three human race celestials had actually arrived at the same time. Seeing that the three had finally arrived, Pang Tianming described the incident of the mighty ghost race blocking the door in a jealous manner. When the three of them heard this, they all became furious. Irene snorted coldly, her aura climbing steeply around her.
Pang Tianming, quickly lead the way.
I'd like to see which ungrateful manticore race dares to be so reckless. Yang Koan was also clenching his fists, his bones clicking, and a cold aura shot through his eyes. A mere ghost also dared to block the way of my human race, today I will definitely tell it to be annihilated.
Wang Yi, however, his face is calm, hands to the Taoist robe, and even yawned.
The four of them rushed to the teleportation portal as fast as they could. The scene in front of them, however, made them freeze. The originally arrogant and domineering Ghost Spectre was nowhere to be seen, and the people in front of the teleportation gate were thronging with a steady stream of human trialists pouring into the trial field. Pang Tianming scratched his head, his face full of doubts.
What's the situation? Ghost Spectre ran away by himself? It was flaunting its power here just now. He looked around and beckoned to Dogleg, who was about to report to him. The Dogleg came closer and lowered his voice. Pang Xiao, there was a human race that came just now, the face was so strange that no one recognized it, but the strength was outrageously strong, and with one slash, he split that Ghost Spectre. The three of them, Aaron, glanced at each other, all feeling a bit puzzled. The situation here was very different from what Pang Tianming had said. Just as several people were puzzled, Su Wen, who had yet to enter the teleportation array, happened to pass by. When he glanced at the three of Aaron, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said conspiratorially. Yo, isn't this the three big dudes? What, finally willing to come? What a time to come. I just don't know, did you guys arrive a long time ago, hiding in the shadows and not daring to come out? Or is it really such a coincidence that you arrived at the right time?
After Su-Wen finished speaking, he stepped into the teleportation portal without looking back, leaving behind a stunned trio. Eileen's willow eyebrows rose, her teeth biting her red lips lightly, a nameless fire welling up in her heart.
Yang Koen's face was gloomy, his eyes narrowed slightly, his fists clenched tighter.
Wang Yi, on the other hand, his eyes flickered,
as if he had discovered something amusing, with a smirk on his face. What the hell? Yang Koen cursed in a low voice, who are we inviting? Inexplicably being taunted. Isn't it just that we entered a secret realm and stayed in it for a few more days?
Erin took a deep breath, forced down the anger in her heart, and said in a low tone.
Forget it, there's no need to bother with him, the priority is to enter the trial field. According to the news we received in the secret realm, this trial, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The undead race seems to have premeditated this, and it's aimed straight at my human race. Yang Koen sniffed and his expression became grave.
Yes, the undead race is determined to make things happen. All the undead race participating in the trial will defy all odds and join forces to set off the undead heavenly tribulation.
Specifically targeting our human race, this is simply heartless. We must make preparations as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable.
Wang Yi was silent for a moment and slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful.
Let's go, talking about this won't help. Soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth. If it really comes to the point of no return, then find a more comfortable place for yourself, dig a pit and bury yourself, and you'll be able to afford yourself. The words fell, the three people no longer hesitate, their figures flashed and disappeared in the portal. A few days later. Deep within the 10,000 Races trial grounds, within an ancient relic. Lingwei looked at Mo Shadowdust, who was standing with his hands in front of her, with a complex expression that was hard to describe. At his feet, there was a corpse lying quietly. That corpse was emitting a strong demonic aura, but its vitality had already been cut off. It was precisely the strongest genius of the young generation of the Dharma Demon clan, the Imperial Sun Demon Soul. This is the end? Lingwei's cherry lips slightly opened, her voice carrying a hint of incredulity. Although the Dharma Demon clan is not a top clan, this Imperial Sun Demon Soul is a genuine young supreme. How could he have fallen so easily into the hands of Mo Shadowdust? These days with Mo Shadowdust, her three views were constantly being refreshed and her cognition was subverted. He, a necromancer. The number of undead he summoned was more than twice that of an ordinary necromancer. Wherever the undead legions passed through, it was like locusts passing through, not an inch of grass could grow. No living being could escape the fate of being harvested. He, a necromancer. Majoring in summoning, he was even able to skillfully use white bone magic. Lingwei had witnessed his fingertips leaping with pale bone flames, instantly condensing a sharp bone spear that pierced through the skull of a powerful foreigner. That bone spear, with the chill of death, was chilling. He, a necromancer. The summons under his command were all as strong and gifted as they were. Lingwei silently recalled the names and abilities of those summons. Vigorous, with infinite strength, like a mobile fortress, sweeping away thousands of troops. Iron Guard, unparalleled defense, indestructible, guarding a party. Phantom Stinger, ghostly figure, one strike to kill, defenseless. Blood Devil, bloodthirsty berserk, battle for battle, the more courage. Eagle Eye, insight, control the whole situation, thousands of miles to claim the enemy. These names. Rather apartment. Chapter 63 Spell Curing S. The corner of Lingwei's mouth unconsciously raised a light smile. Unconsciously, she had begun to appreciate Mo Ingsuen's bad taste. She snapped awake, secretly chagrined. After spending so much time with this guy, she had actually become a bit lax herself. No, one must remain vigilant. This trial arena was full of crises, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the end of everything. But with this vast army of undead sweeping around in all directions, the sense of security was indeed overwhelming. Lingwei took a deep breath, feeling the faint smell of blood permeating the air. The tip of her nose was haunted by the smell of decay. If anything, that was the unique flavor of undead creatures. The low hissing of the undead legions as they marched echoed in her ears, causing her heart to palpitate. Her skin felt the cold energy flowing in the air around her, causing her to shiver slightly. Even so, an inexplicable stabilization surged in her heart. With Mo Ingsuen around, it seemed that all crises could be dissolved.
Ling Wei turned her head sideways and looked at the upright figure beside her. His black robe hunted, his face was cold, and a strong aura of death lingered around him. At the moment, he was bowing his head, seemingly examining the corpse of that imperial demon soul. The sunlight poured onto him through the cracks in the ruins, casting a long shadow at his feet. That shadow, as if it was a messenger from hell, carried an endless pressure. Ling Wei's heart trembled, and she actually developed a trace of inexplicable awe. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite-level target or above, plundering the opponent's words, spell curing S, spiritual power reduction A, and single head of bad luck E. Spell cure S, each time the word owner breaks through the ranks, he/she can choose any one defensive spell to be cured, and the cured spell will become one with himself/herself and take effect permanently. Spiritual power reduction A, each of your attacks will dissipate the hit person's spiritual power, up to a maximum of 1/10 of their total spiritual power. Bad lucky, all things are inappropriate in the near future, fear of bloodshed, remember to be careful with your words. Mo Shadow Dust looked at this FA demon corpse in front of him, with a bit of helplessness between his brows. This FA demon, for some reason, as soon as he entered the ruins, he attacked him without explanation, but in the end, he was reduced to a courier who gave him warmth. Unfortunately, the ability to resurrect the dead, for the time being, cannot be used. These foreign pride, after entering the trial field, the first priority is to break through to the second stage. But he, Mo Shadow Dust, is still at the first stage. It seemed that he had to find a suitable carrier as soon as possible. A trace of envy surged in Mo Shadow Dust's heart. These foreigners did not need to kill monsters, they only needed to cultivate to increase their strength. They didn't need to use a carrier to break through their realm, it was all based on their racial talent. If his thoughts were to be known by the alien races of the 10,000 realms, I'm afraid that it would lead to countless scorns and denunciations. The reason why the human race was regarded as a thorn in the side of the powerful races of the world was precisely because they possessed a cultivation method that was difficult for other races to reach. Other races can only rely on the accumulation of cultivation to become stronger slowly. The human race, on the other hand, can rapidly increase their strength by hunting monsters and foreigners, which is simply cheating. In other races, the talent is predetermined at birth, and every time a genius emerges, it will be treated like a treasure by the entire race. The human race, however, can rely on the bearers and career system acquired later in life to have the ability to change in 1,000 different ways, and even change their destiny against the heavens. This was simply a blatant provocation of the laws of heaven and earth. Mo Shadow Dust held a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth as he gently shook his head. Mo Shadow Dust's mind moved. He added the spell curing S and spiritual power reduction of phrases he had just obtained to his body. The host has obtained the phrase spell curing, the current host is of the first rank, please choose a defensive spell to cure. White bone armor. Ink Shadow Dust's thoughts sank into his mind without the slightest hesitation. This was the only defensive skill he currently mastered, there was no other choice. Successful selection, white bone armor has been solidified. Ink Shadow Dust carefully realized the energy fluctuations surging around him. He nodded with satisfaction. His previous guess was right, all S-rank words were heaven-defying existences. This spell curing was the same, after the white bone armor was cured, it was like an invisible layer of armor that permanently guarded his body. Originally needed to actively perform defensive skills, now passive defense. Imagine, if you cultivate all the way to the 9th level, get 9 passive defense spells, then, I'm afraid that anyone will be difficult to shake the slightest bit of. Wait. Mo Shadow Dust swept his gaze over Ling Wei, who was burying her head in researching her equipment. Without moving, he once again activated the white bone armor skill. In the next moment, an uncontrollable excitement surged through his heart. That's right. That was it. Just as he had expected, the cured skill would not affect the active skill. This meant that he could now obtain a double defense. One of the layers was even more permanent. The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. After dispersing the active white bone armor, Mo Shadow Dust tested the effect of spiritual power reduction. Its power was truly amazing, with only 10 hits, it could cause any opponent's spiritual energy to dry up and completely lose their ability to fight. Of course, this skill also has limitations, it must directly attack the opponent's body to be effective, attacking shields and other means of defense will be ineffective. Ink Shadow Dust subconsciously glanced at the body of Fa's soul on the ground. Brother, rest in peace. Thanks Ao. An ancient relic collapsed. In the midst of the dust, a silhouette stepped on a flowing flying sword and rose up to the sky like a shock. That silhouette, it was Xia Yunqi. At this moment, her aura was overpowering, and she was a different person from before. Originally, in the periphery of the trial field, she accidentally discovered a hidden alchemy biological manufacturing factory. Inside the factory, mechanical arms waved and conveyor belts operated. Countless alchemy creatures were continuously manufactured like products on an assembly line, and then accurately placed into the canyon by space furnaces. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yunqi's heart shook with disbelief at what she saw before her eyes. The factory was empty, with only cold machines tirelessly running, revealing a bizarre sense of order. She carefully probed around, confirming that there was no danger before relaxing slightly. After some searching, she did not find out who exactly the factory was, or what god made it. Instead, she accidentally discovered where the energy core was stored. Overjoyed, she sat down on her knees and frantically absorbed the core energy until her cultivation broke through to the peak of the First Order. After leaving the gate, she rushed into the interior of the trial field just as the trial portal was about to close. After entering, by some chance, she unexpectedly obtained an ancient flying sword from another relic. Refining it as a carrier, her cultivation even broke through to the second stage in one fell swoop. If Mo Shadow Dust knew about these things about Xia Yunqi, I'm afraid he would have sighed with his wrists. If Xia Yunqi's humanoid koi carp was decapitated, he would have been able to plunder the words of Hong Luk, son of destiny, and so on. Chapter 64, Beauty lasts only 3 seconds. Xia Yunqi was flying with her sword, her clothes fluttering, immersed in the joy of her breakthrough, but she did not expect the crisis to suddenly descend. Several giants with a height of 3 meters and gnarled muscles appeared out of nowhere and surrounded her. These giants were hideous, each holding a huge stone in their hands, roaring, simultaneously throwing the huge stone into the air, smashing towards Xia Yunqi like a sky. Xia Yunqi was startled, and in her haste, she harnessed her flying sword to dodge left and right. However, as she was new to the art of flying, she was still struck by a few boulders, and her body shook. She forced herself to hold back the qi and blood that was churning inside her body, barely stabilizing her figure and floating down to the ground, eyeing these uninvited guests warily. The Desolate Blood Giant Clan? Xia Yunqi's brows knitted tightly as she questioned in a cold voice, "What do you want?" The giants sniffed and erupted into a deafening bellowing laughter, the sound waves rolling and shaking the surrounding mountains and rocks. "What for?" "Little girl, obediently come with us." Xia Yunqi naturally refused to be caught with her hands. She gripped the flying sword in her hand tightly, her spiritual energy running, ready to fight these giants. With her agile figure and swordlight, she circled around the giants with her second-rank strength, and in a moment, she even seriously injured a few giants directly. However, right at this moment, a ground-shaking roar came from the distance, the ground trembled, and flying sands and stone shook. A giant clad in heavy armor and holding a huge shield, just like a humanoid tank, ran furiously at an astonishing speed. Every step that the giant took landed, stepping out a deep footprint, the ground cracked, and the sound was horrifying. The long-distance, straight-line charge caused his speed to climb to a terrifying level, wrapped in a destructive might. What was even more bizarre was that this charge seemed to carry some sort of locking effect. Xia Yunqi only felt that an invisible force was firmly confining her, and she was unable to move the slightest bit. Not good. Xia Yunqi's heart was alarmed, but she was unable to dodge, and could only watch as the giant crashed into her. Boom! With a loud bang, Xia Yunqi flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. It smashed hard into the ground, as if his bones had snapped inch by inch. Sharp pain instantly swept through her entire body, causing her eyes to go black and she nearly fainted. She struggled to get up, but found that her body was so weak that she couldn't move the slightest bit. Several giants swarmed over her and tied her up with special ropes that suppressed her spiritual energy, and like binding prey, they roughly dragged her away. Brother Barbarian. Strong. Even a second-ranked human can't block a single hit from Brother Barbarian. Worthy of being the strongest of the young generation of my tribe's tribe. Ha ha ha. Early second stage? It's just an ant. The giant known as Brother Barbarian laughed wildly in triumph, his voice sounding like thunder and shaking the surrounding trees. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, "My Desolate Blood Barbarian clan is one of the strongest clans in the 10,000 realms. How can a mere human second-rank trash block my strike? Brothers, step up. This time, we've seized the first opportunity, severely thwarted the Shadow Race, Purgatory Race, and those great races, and seized the Resurrection Stone altar. Hurry up and collect the sacrifices, and when there are enough of them, we'll slaughter them and obtain the Resurrection Stones." Who? Who? The giants roared excitedly, their voices shaking the heavens and echoing endlessly in the canyon. Xia Yunqi was dragged along, her pretty face white, her heart filled with despair and unwillingness. How could she not have expected that she had just made a breakthrough and had fallen into such a situation? Her ears echoed with the maniacal laughter of the giants, and her body was roughly dragged, her skin rubbing against the ground, sending bursts of fiery pain. The fishy odor emanating from the giants filled her nostrils, causing her to gag. Her heart was cold. Was she going to be buried here like this? Mo Chen raised his eyes and looked at Ling Wei, who was standing on top of a crumbling building, observing the terrain. He couldn't help but be amused for a moment. He raised his voice and shouted, "Hey, I say Miss Ling, is this the place you swore you would definitely find? You've been leading me around this hellish place for days. Wait a few more days and the resurrection stones will all be taken." Ling Wei sniffed, the power of space flashed around her, and in the next second, the roof's figure disappeared, appearing directly in front of Mo Chen. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she muttered in a rather embarrassed manner. "How was I supposed to know that the terrain of the trial field changes every time it opens? Master Teacher only gave me the general direction and the features of the terrain around the altar. I have to be given some time to survey it. It's not like I'm intentionally leading you in circles." She paused and added with a straight face, "Besides, it's not like you're getting nowhere." Saying this, she stretched out her white, slender fingers and pointed behind Mo Chen. Ink shadow dust subconsciously swept his eyes at the equipment that he had hidden. Blinking cloak purple, equipper's magic resistance is increased by 20%, comes with skill, blinking. Blinking, activated, can instantly move to any location within a 2-meter radius, cooldown time, 1 hour. The corner of Ink shadow dust's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, it's a gain. He sounded helpless, but I'm not the only one who has gained something, right? He lifted his hand and pointed at Ling Wei, a few accusations in his tone. You have the nerve to say that? After so many days, I've only managed to salvage this one piece of equipment. Look at yourself again, you're armed to the teeth, all purple and shiny, shaking my eyes. Are you purposely not hiding your equipment, mocking me for having a black face? On Ling Wei's body, she was currently being wrapped tightly in all sorts of purple-grade equipment, the light flowing and glittering. It was a stark contrast to Mo Shadowdust's shabbiness. Those equipments seemed to be alive, emitting a palpitating energy fluctuation, and even a subtle buzzing sound could be heard. Ling Wei was flabbergasted by Mo Shadowdust's words. Only then did she realize that her equipment was really all revealed. Dumbfounded, she spat out her tongue and said somewhat apologetically, "Oops, in a moment of joy, I forgot to hide my equipment, I'll be sure to pay attention next time." As she spoke, she fumbled with her hands to collect the light of the equipment on her body. However, that dazzling light seemed to have been deeply imprinted in Mo Shadowdust's mind, causing him to feel a pang of heartburn. Ling Wei spat out the tip of her tongue, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly, "Don't be angry, big deal, I'll even 2 pieces of your equipment to make amends." When Mo Shadowdust heard this, he was so enraged that he almost didn't turn his back. "I'll even out 2 pieces? Tell me, which one can be shared with me? Is it that staff that can extend its spatial sensing tentacles to the heavens? Or the robe that doubles the power of space magic?" That outfit of hers was almost as good as having the words "exclusive to Ling Wei" engraved on it. And she's saying that it's even for me? What am I going to do with it? Sell it for money? While the two were bickering, there was a rustling in the distance. Chapter 65 Ling Wei, your brain is more or less problematic. Mo Shadowdust frowned and was about to wave his hand for the army of undead to directly run over. However, he was interrupted by Ling Wei, who was releasing spatial fluctuations to probe from the side. "I seem to found a clue." Mo Shadowdust froze. "What clue?" Ling Wei pointed in the direction the voice came from, her tone certain. "Over there, several desolate blood giants are dragging 3 human races and a demon race." Mo Shadowdust's eyes suddenly lit up like stars appearing at first in the night sky. "Really?" Ling Wei's head nodded lightly. "Good. After going around in circles for so many days, I've finally scratched the surface of some clues. Within this 10,000 races trial ground, one encounters foreign races. Either they die of old age, or they are immortal. How can there be a reason to beat down and still dragged away? These guys, 9 times out of 10, are running towards the resurrection stone altar." Ink Shadow Dust moved his mind and took the vast summoning army back into space, only leaving behind some of the low-rank cannon fodder that had been revived after being killed these days to act as eyes. The two of them, Mo Shadowdust and Ling Wei, carefully tailed the desolate blood giant and trekked for 2 days. At this moment, the two of them were hiding underneath a mountainside, monitoring the few desolate blood giants resting from afar.
Emo Shadowdust's forehead veins popped, and he lowered his voice, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. This is what you call leading the way? The direction is completely south. If we didn't happen to bump into these desolate blood giants, I'm afraid we wouldn't be to find the altar after walking for the rest of the desolate blood giant race? Heh, they weren't qualified to be called overlords. However, even if he had the ability to push his way across, he wouldn't be able to. There must be quite a few human captives inside. If he really pissed off the people inside and jumped over the wall, he would take the hostages inside and die with them. Wouldn't the two of them become the sinners of the human race? Although even without the two, these people would have had a hard time escaping death, but who knows? If you came to save me, you have to save me away. If you didn't save me and forced the enemy to kill me, then it's your fault. This world is so realistic. Emo Shadowdust pondered briefly, and his gaze fell on Lingwei. Are you sure you can sneak in? Lingwei's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and after a moment of hesitation, her head nodded. I can. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to save the people inside. There are at least second-order powerhouses sitting there. The corner of Emo Shadowdust's mouth curved up into an arc. It's good that you can go in. I'll have Phantom Thorn hide in your shadow to protect you. You only need to probe the situation inside. When Lingwei heard this, a trace of bewilderment flashed through her large watery eyes as she asked in confusion, then why don't you just let Phantom Thorn go in? It should be safer for it to sneak in, right? Emo Shadowdust's breathing stuttered, as if his chest was blocked by something, and he held his forehead somewhat helplessly. He realized that when he got along with this girl who had a cool and arrogant appearance but was actually dumb and innocent, sooner or later, he would be exasperated by her to the point of vomiting blood. Emo Shadowdust took a deep breath, forced down the helplessness in his heart, and explained, the Phantom Thorn is an undead creature, and it has limits. It could only be said to have a certain degree of autonomy and be able to make simple judgments. Letting Phantom Thorn do the scouting? That would be better to expect the stone to blossom. Let it go in for the kill, and it would be able to finish it off beautifully. Oh. Lingwei came to a realization, and her head tapped lightly, feeling the Phantom Thorns lurking in her shadow. She patted her chest and spoke in a firm tone, don't worry benefactor, I promise to complete the task. In a matter of moments, however, space rippled and Lingwei's figure reappeared. Emo Shadowdust's gaze fell on Lingwei, signaling her to report on the internal situation. Lingwei took a light breath, her speech was calm, but it was hard to hide the shock in it. On the floor of the altar, there are at least over 100 of my human compatriots bound. What about the number of desolate blood giants? Emo Shadowdust pursued, his tone as calm as water. Lingwei looked grave, her voice low. The desolate blood giant clan, it really lives up to its name. There are dozens of first-order combatants, and there are actually 3 second-order combatants, 1 intermediate and 2 primary. I'm afraid this isn't all of their strength. The main force of their clan is mostly outside continuing to search for sacrifices. These words entered his ears, but Moing Chen raised his sword brows slightly, the corner of his lips curling up into a playful arc. A mere 3 second rankers? Lingwei was slightly stunned, and only then did she wake up to the fact that this pervert in front of her was not of the same strength as her. Don't look at the fact that he hadn't entered the second rank yet, but he was strong in battle. I'm afraid that in his eyes, an intermediate second rank would be no different from a mole cricket. She even began to wonder if even a peak second order Heaven's Pride would be able to fight with one of them. Emo Shadowdust cast his gaze towards Lingwei and asked in a low tone, are there ways to break those ropes that bind them? The corners of Lingwei's lips rose slightly as her confidence flowed out. Those are spirit-binding ropes, it's difficult to shake them by ordinary means. She winked playfully, a hint of showmanship in her tone. However, in front of my spatial cutting, even the strongest material is like thin paper. Ink Shadowdust sniffed and stretched his body, his bones making a slight clicking sound. The corner of his mouth curved up with a hint of playfulness. This will be simple, I'll surround this place from the outside and create some commotion to draw out the 2 targets. He paused, and his gaze fell on Lingwei with a few moments of casualness. You go in again with the illusory thorn, it will help you take care of the remaining desolate blood giants, you just need to focus on rescuing them. Lingwei's eyes gleamed with excitement, her head lightly nodded, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, as tantalizing as a ripe peach. Chapter 66 Human Reinforcements? A hint of laughter flashed across the bottom of Emo Shadowdust's eyes. Let's go meet this so-called strong race, this group of self-proclaimed noble desolate blood giants. As the words fell, he took the lead and stepped forward. Behind him, spiritual power flickered continuously, and a skeleton warrior was continuously summoned out of thin air, quickly forming a neat formation, its morose bones reflecting a ghostly cold light. Dolly, Blood Demon, and Eagle Eye, these loyal subordinates who followed Emo Shadowdust, followed closely behind them like a rock. Their auras merged with ink shadow dust, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. Xia Yunqi detected a hint of abnormal fluctuations in the air with his blazing sun sword immortal's keen perception. Spatial fluctuations? There was a space mage? Xia Yunqi looked up. The 3 second-rank giants responsible for guarding within the altar all did not have any abnormalities, and obviously failed to notice the fluctuation. A hint of anticipation rose in her heart. The people coming. Will it be reinforcements from the human race? Above the altar, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead, as if the air had stopped flowing. Xia Yunqi secretly pondered in her heart, no matter what, she must be prepared for everything. By no means could she be so stifled, tied up and become a victim of this resurrection stone sacrifice. If no one came to her aid, she would also exert her last ounce of strength to kill her way out. She slightly sideways head, her eyes fell on the side of the same by the spirit binding rope tightly bound Van Yenlai body. In a very low voice, she said, "It seems that someone is coming." Van Yenlai's face, which was originally filled with despair, was instantly replaced by ecstasy. His voice trembled a little. "Someone? Who is it? How did you detect it?" Xia Yunqi's brows knitted lightly, signaling him to lower his voice so as not to startle those desolate blood giant guards. Explaining softly, "Just now, I seem to have captured a trace of spatial fluctuation." Fan Yenlia's mind spun and blurted out, "Spatial fluctuation? Could it be Ling Wei?" But as soon as this thought started, the joyful color on his face receded like a tidal wave, and was replaced by deep helplessness and bitterness. What could Ling Wei do if she came? At first, he had teamed up with Ling Wei and faced a second-order demon puppet, and was still killed and left in a sorry state. Nowadays, Van Yenlai's gaze turned to the 3 stout, terrifying breath desolate blood giant watchers not far away. 3 second-order powerhouses. This was by no means something that Ling Wei alone could resist. He now only expected Ling Wei to return to the gathering place of the human race as soon as possible and bring in help. Gathering the strength of the human race, there might still be a chance of survival. He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that Ling Wei would understand the stakes and not act rashly. Outside the altar, the clamor suddenly resounded, breaking the originally dead silent atmosphere. Mo Shadow Dust led a team that had already surrounded this building hidden in the shadows, with a raging momentum and swords drawn. "Desolate blood giant clan, quickly come out to die." Mo Shadow Dust's voice was icy cold, like the north wind in a cold winter month, scraping past the ears of every giant present. At his feet, the corpses of 2 tall giant patrolmen lay horizontally, their blood had not yet solidified, and in the dim light, it was shocking to the eyes. On top of the altar, Shuriao, a mid-second-order giant who was originally leaning on a stone pillar to take a nap, violently opened his eyes and swept his sharp gaze like a falcon. His sight lingered for a moment on the other 2 second-order giants, and finally landed on a giant with a slightly slimmer figure. "You, follow me out and find out what's going on." Shuriao's voice was low, carrying an undeniable majesty. The 2 of them moved, taking heavy steps towards the outside of the altar, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Where are the rats from that dare to trespass into my desolate blood giant clan's territory and disturb my purity?" Shuriao's voice was loud and clear, like muffled thunder rolling around, echoing in the empty grounds. Mo Shadow Dust pulled out his ears and frowned slightly. These giant clans, their voices were louder than one another, causing his eardrums to ache. "The 10,000 races trial ground, when did it become your desolate blood giant race's private territory?" Mo Shadow Dust sneered back, a hint of mockery in his tone. Shuriao's gaze landed on Mo Shadow Dust, and when he realized that the other party was actually of the human race, his taut nerves instantly loosened up. It was a recognized fact among all races that the human race was generally weak when it came to the lower ranks. Because of this, the vast majority of the sacrifices on this altar were of the human race. "Ha ha ha ha, human race?" Shuriao laughed up to the sky, his voice filled with contempt and disdain. "A mole cricket that has yet to step into the threshold of the second stage, how dare you speak out in front of me? I see you, you're tired of living and have come to die. It's just as well, I'm still missing a few sacrifices on this altar, so I'll count you in." Shuriao laughed fiercely, took big steps and rushed towards Mo Ingwan. Each step carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and the ground trembled. He wanted to capture Mo Shadow Dust alive and use him as a sacrifice. The corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth hooked into a cold smile, his right hand gently waved, and a black shadow flashed by. The Blood Devil's tall body blocked in front of Shuriao, as stalwart as an iron tower. Shuriao's footsteps lurched and the smile on his face froze, then he once again erupted into even more arrogant laughter. What did I think it was? It turns out to be an unknowing human race that dares to run here to die. Trying to stop me with a single zombie? You're afraid that you didn't wake up last night and have water in your brain, right? Yao's voice was filled with mockery, and he didn't put the blood demon in his eyes at all. In his opinion, a zombie was nothing more than an ant that he could crush with his hands. In the blood demon's empty eye sockets, there was a ghostly green light flickering. It didn't speak, it just stood there quietly, waiting for Mo Shadowdust to order it. Mo Shadowdust looked at Yao, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He would like to see just how much this arrogant and cocky giant was capable of. A cold aura emanated from Mo Shadowdust's body, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if he was in an ice cellar. He gently snapped his fingers, his voice was crisp and clear, and in this tense atmosphere, it seemed particularly abrupt. Blood demon, let him see what it means to have true power. Mo Shadowdust's voice was flat, yet it carried an undeniable majesty. The blood demon received the order from Mo Shadowdust, the green light in its empty eye sockets flourished, and a berserk aura erupted from its body. It tilted the sky and let out a hissing roar, its voice was hoarse and terrifying, as if it was a demon roaring from hell. The muscles on the blood demon's body began to swell, veins rippled, and its already tall body became even more lanky. Its skin turned dark red, covered with bizarre lines, emitting a palpitating aura. A rich bloody odor permeated the air, making people want to vomit. The blood demon entered the blood demon transformation state, its strength and defense were greatly improved, but its agility dropped drastically. It took heavy steps and charged towards Yao, each step causing the ground to shake violently as if an earthquake was coming. The smile on Yao's face finally disappeared, and was replaced by a touch of gravity. Chapter 67 Killing the second stage in seconds. Yao could sense that the zombie in front of him was no longer something he could despise before. At this moment, behind Yao, there were already quite a few first-order desolate blood giants waiting in formation, and Yao signaled another second-order giant to take precautions. Yao signaled another second-ranked giant to take precautions, and then he directly rushed up towards the blood demon. Inside the altar, space rippled, and Lingwei's beautiful figure reappeared. Xia Yunqi's attention was highly focused this time, her perception became sharper and sharper, her eyes instantly locking onto Lingwei's location. Lingwei was stunned, not expecting her spatial transfer to be detected, her heart was slightly tightened. Fortunately, the other party was a human, if it was an enemy, it would be troublesome. She gently breathed a sigh of relief and raised her hand to her chest, before giving a silent gesture to Fan Yenlai. Also noticed Xia Yunqi's strange appearance at this moment. He only gave a protect Lingwei command. Looking at Lingwei's helplessness, Xia Yunqi's heart was anxious and inexplicable, but there was nothing she could do. Above the altar, Lingwei was as anxious as hell. She tried all sorts of methods, but was never able to drive the phantom thorn. She stomped her foot in exasperation, but unexpectedly, this subtle movement startled the desolate blood giant not far away. Who is it? The giant let out an angry roar, his voice like a bell, causing Lingwei's eardrums to buzz. His large, copper bell-like eyes instantly locked onto the direction where Lingwei was. Grabbing a boulder with his hand, he hurled it towards her. The boulder was wrapped in a strong wind, emitting ear-piercing whistles, as if it was going to tear everything in its path into pieces. Lingwei's pupils suddenly shrunk, and in the face of this sudden attack, she instinctively launched a spatial transfer. Her figure instantly disappeared from her original position, and the next moment she appeared several meters away, narrowly avoiding the boulder's attack. The boulder landed with a thud, smashing out a deep pit, with debris splashing and dust flying. However, that desolate blood giant did not stop there. He once again locked onto Lingwei's figure, and his huge body started violently, like a runaway chariot, charging towards Lingwei. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, as if the entire altar was wailing under his feet. Lingwei only felt an invisible force bind her firmly, her body stiffened, and she couldn't even move a bit. This sudden turn of events caused her heart to instantly sink to the bottom. When Xia Yunqi saw this scene, her heart was also startled. She recognized this force as the same bizarre ability that had defeated her earlier. It was unexpected that this desolate blood giant could also cast it. That feeling of being unable to move in confinement was still fresh in her mind. Seeing that Lingwei was about to be slammed into by the desolate blood giant, Xia Yunqi was even able to foresee the tragic situation after she was sent flying. Just in the nick of time, the shadows beneath Lingwei's feet suddenly rippled with a bizarre fluctuation. The shadows twisted, and a dark silhouette silently emerged from it, precisely the phantom thorn that had sensed Lingwei was in danger. Like a messenger of death from the underworld, it silently approached the defenseless desolate blood giant. The short hellish blade in his hand was flickering with a cold aura,
and there were dark red flames pulsating on the blade, which were the hellish flames whispering. Phantom Thorn's figure shifted, appearing behind the desolate blood giant like a ghost, without making a sound. The ice-cold short blade was aimed at the back of the giant's neck and stabbed down. It contained the power of the first blade strike phrase. He was determined to kill the giant in front of him with a single blow. The sharp weapon broke through the air, making a slight snort sound. The sound was unheard of, but it carried the aura of death. Clang! A dull thud tore through the silence as the sturdy body of the second-ranked giant collapsed to the ground, just a step away from Lingwei. Its eyes were wide open and its pupils were lax, it was already dying of gas. In the shadows, a ghostly figure flickered, as fast as lightning, and it was the Phantom Thorn. It mercilessly harvested the lives of the remaining 10 First-Order giants in the room. Every time it flashed, it was accompanied by the loss of a life, like the god of death wielding a scythe, merciless and efficient. Van Yenlai was dumbfounded, his mind blank. What kind of ability was this? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A few days ago he was fighting alongside Lingwei, but she possessed such a terrifying ability? Instantaneously killing a second rank, continuously cutting down a first rank, this kind of battle power was simply appalling. Could it be some kind of powerful summoning spell? He recalled Lingwei's previous odd actions. Could it be that she had unleashed this special summoning ritual? Xia Yunqi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at the flickering figure in the dark shadows, and a sense of familiarity surged through her heart. That figure, that aura, seemed to have been seen somewhere. However, she was somewhat unsure. After all, the strength of this figure was just too strong, to the point that it could easily kill a second-ranked powerhouse. Could it be that assassin summoned by Mo-winged ones? A thought swept through Xia Yunqi's mind, but it was then dismissed by her. Impossible, Ink Shadow Dust Summon could never possess such great strength. She shook her head, putting this ridiculous thought behind her. Above the altar, a sudden change occurred, like thunder from the ground, shaking people's hearts. The people who were originally bound to the ground by the spirit binding cord, at this moment, they all raised their heads and looked towards the sudden change. Chapter 68, Taking Down the Altar. The first image that was reflected in the eyes of the crowd was the huge, unrivaled second-order giant collapsing to the ground. His huge body smashed on the ground, emitting a dull sound as if the earth was trembling. Immediately afterward, a jaw-dropping scene was staged one after another. One after another, the first-ranked giants fell like harvested wheat. Without the ability to fight back, they didn't even have time to wail before they were already dead. A faint scent of blood filled the air, intertwining with the already dense scent of barren blood on the altar to form a sickening smell. Lingwei's figure flickered, withdrawing the power of concealment space that enveloped her body, and her delicate figure was revealed to everyone. She landed lightly on top of the altar, just like a mysterious maiden from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Among the crowd, a burst of surprise shouts erupted. That voice was filled with the celebration and excitement of surviving the calamity. It's our human race. It's our human race that has come to save us. A young man's voice trembled as tears came out of his eyes, tears of joy and even more tears of hope. His eyes flickered, not daring to look directly at Lingwei, but in his heart, he was secretly glad that embarrassment and disgrace was better than losing his life. His eyes swept over the foreigners lying on the ground. These foreigners were still firmly bound by the spirit binding cord, unable to move. Everyone's eyes converged on Lingwei, waiting for her instructions. Lingwei couldn't make up her mind for a moment. She couldn't speculate on what Mo Ingsuan had in mind and wondered if he needed these alien beings to serve as resurrection stone offerings. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. There's still a battle going on outside, let's go out and help first. As for these foreign races, let them stay here for now, they won't be able to make any waves with the spirit binding rope binding them anyway, and we'll make a decision afterward. The crowd nodded in agreement and followed Lingwei as she rushed out of the building. Outside the building, Mo Shadowdust stood still, his gaze fixed on the fight between the Blood Demon and Shi Yao. The Blood Demon, in the end, hadn't been given any words, and with only the Blood Demon transformation skill, it was unable to do anything in front of Shi Yao's second-ranked mid-level Desolate Blood Giant. It could only rely on the cover of the surrounding skeleton warriors to support itself. With fewer attacks and more defenses, the situation was precarious. Ink Shadowdust knew in his heart that this moment was not the best time for Vigor to strike. The situation inside the building was unknown, and if he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would startle the enemy and put the human captives in danger, and he himself would be caught in a passive situation. Suddenly, a commotion came from the distant building, breaking the tense stalemate. Imo Shadowdust's eyes lit up, only to see Lingwei and Xia Yunqi walking side by side, leading the rescued fellow human race members, surging out of the building like a tidal wave. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and Imo Wingchuan no longer had any scruples. Mental energy spread like a spider web. Only a handful of desolate blood giants were still resisting, their eyes were red and they looked as if they were crazy, trying to make a final struggle. Vigorously taking heavy steps, he approached these recalcitrant enemies step by step. Each step seemed to be stepping on their hearts, causing them to feel suffocated. Facing these enemies who had lost their minds, Vigor did not have the slightest bit of mercy, as he wielded his soul-devouring bloodblade and simply chopped off their legs, causing them to completely lose their ability to resist. The skeleton warriors then dragged those desolate blood giants that were still alive inside the altar and waited for Imo Shadowdust's sentencing. As the battle ended, the air was filled with a heavy odor of blood, and the ground was littered with corpses, with broken limbs and arms everywhere.
Chapter 69. This Imo Wingchuan is still not stable enough. Inside the altar,
Imo Shadowdust stood tall with his hands folded, his gaze deep as if he could penetrate all illusions. He was thinking about how to dispose of the foreigner captives that had been taken by the desolate blood giant clan. Some of these foreign races, some had fear in their eyes. Some carried deep despair, while others were numb. Lingwei stood quietly not far from him. It was like a loyal little fangirl. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she gazed at him without blinking. Under the stage, Xia Yunqi had a complex expression, her heart rippling. Shock hit her like a tidal wave after wave. It wasn't that she hadn't made guesses before when she saw the figure that appeared in Lingwei's shadow, but they were all vetoed by herself. However, when she witnessed the ink Shadowdust leading the undead creatures outside the altar, all mysteries were solved. Who else could that ghostly figure be but Ink Shadowdust's phantom thorn? How could he be so powerful? Xia Yunqi's heart set off shocking waves. Why is it that I've clearly stepped into the second rank, yet I'm still unable to catch up with him? An unspeakable feeling of frustration surged through her heart, causing her to feel incomparably lost and confused. At this time, the crowd of the human race also returned to the interior of the altar one after another. The celebration of having survived the calamity made it difficult for them to calm down for a while, and the clamor rose and fell, unceasingly. Just what kind of god is this lord? The strength is simply unfathomable. Yes, did you guys see that? That skeleton even killed the second-rank Shuriao. Such strength is simply appalling. In my opinion, this lord's strength has at least reached the intermediate level of the second rank, and may even have reached the advanced level of the second rank. Nonsense! Without second-order advanced strength, how could he easily decapitate Shuriao? You guys stop arguing, this lord is certainly powerful, but that Lingwei is by no means idle either. Didn't you see when she saved us? She didn't know what kind of secret method she used to summon that silhouette. A human couldn't help but shiver as he recalled the scene. What exactly is that human shadow? It was simply the incarnation of the god of death. It was too terrifying. A room full of desolate blood giants were slaughtered in just a few blinks of an eye. Imo Shadowdust's gaze swept over the corpses of the fallen desolate blood giants. His voice was low and carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. How many clansmen did you desolate blood giants come in this time? A desolate blood giant who had stubbornly resisted earlier spat out a mouthful of saliva. With hatred in his eyes, he didn't answer Imo Wingchuan's question at all. Instead, he hissed and roared. You'd better release us quickly. Someone from my clan has already sent out a signal before. In half a day at the most, all the clansmen will return here as much as they can. My clan is led by Lord Desolate Savage himself this time, and he's a top-rank 2 powerhouse. With your ragtag bunch, you'll only be crushed into pieces in front of Lord Desolate Savage. These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in the crowd. Top second-order strength? Half a day at most? Isn't this even a chance to escape? It's over, this is completely over. What should we do? Are we really going to die here? We've only just been saved. No, I don't want to die, I'm still young, I still have a great life. Why wasn't it someone else who was captured? The crowd of the human race instantly fell into despair, fear spreading rapidly, panic written on everyone's face. It was as if they had seen the tragic situation where they were slaughtered by the desolate blood giant, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A suffocating and oppressive feeling filled the air. In the crowd, a voice was like a stone thrown into a lake, breaking the atmosphere that was still calm, as the man loudly proposed. Lord Imo, let's fight side by side and kill our way out. You lead, we'll follow closely behind and choose a direction to break out.
Even if that barbaric savage is strong, he may not be able to catch up with all of us. As soon as the words fell, someone spoke out against it, with a few moments of reason in their voice. This plan is not good. Acting in unison is too conspicuous. The Desolate Blood Giant clan has always gathered in tribes, and hunting and tracking is a necessary skill for each of their warriors. If we move as a group, we will definitely be pursued by them. Immediately afterward, another person offered a different view. In my opinion, scattering and escaping is the best strategy. I just don't believe that barbaric savage can still split up and catch up with all of us. As soon as this statement was made, someone immediately retorted. Have you forgotten how you ended up in this situation? Do you think the desolate barbarians are alone? They are an entire race of people who have entered the trial stadium gathering here, at least 1 to 200 of them, and how many of us are there? Can we escape? For a while, the crowd fell into silence, all sorts of proposals were rejected, and the despair became more and more obvious. This feeling of regaining a new life only to immediately fall into the shadow of death once again could suffocate everyone. Some people began to complain, their voices were small but clearly audible. If I had known this, I shouldn't have killed that Shiryao in the first place. No, shouldn't have killed any of the desolate blood giants left here, at least there would still be room for negotiation. That's right, now that the other party's reinforcements have arrived, they are bound to take revenge, aren't we just asking for death? No wonder this Mo Shadowdust's reputation is so obscure that no one knows about him. It seems that he is not acting steadily enough. This time, he was too reckless, and with total disregard for the consequences, he just went on a killing spree. These tiny murmurs were like sharp razor blades, cutting silently through the air. Mo Shadowdust naturally took in these words to the best of his ability, yet his face was as normal. He only memorized the people who spoke one by one, intending to settle the score later. Regardless of where they were, there would always be some people who lacked self-knowledge that existed. They never seemed to have seriously thought about how they could free those desolate blood giants from their bondage if they didn't kill them. Should we rely on our lips to convince those barbaric fellows? It was truly ridiculous. Fortunately, this kind of voice was only a minority, and the majority of the people were still focused on how to deal with the crisis at hand. They either discussed in low voices or frowned tightly, trying to find a silver lining. Mo Shadowdust looked back, his gaze sweeping over the desolate blood giants strewn across the ground, his voice low, carrying an unquestionable determination. I'll give you one last chance, name exactly how many people from your clan have come this time? Before the words fell, the desolate blood giant who had spoken out of turn before laughed wildly up in the air. The sound shook the 4 fields, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke, completely ignoring Mo Shadowdust's questioning. Mo Shadowdust's face suddenly chilled, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 70, Lord Mo, you can't lead everyone to their deaths. Mo Shadowdust coldly spat out a few words, each one like it was fished out of an ice cellar, carrying a piercing chill. Since you are unwilling to speak, then shut up forever. He turned his head and ordered to the silent and speechless figure beside him, his voice concise and powerful. Do it, leave no one behind. Vigorous nodded wordlessly, his body surged forward, the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand sliced through the air, bringing up a scarlet trail of blood, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the desolate blood giants. The viscous blood flowed slowly along the ground lines, being greedily devoured by the spell formation and converging towards the high platform. The light of the spell formation flickered erratically, brightening and dimming, and eventually dimmed. Obviously, the life force of these sacrifices was not enough to allow the resurrection stone to be born. Mo Shadowdust turned around and faced the crowd of people with different expressions. His tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable firmness. I have decided to meet the desolate blood giant head-on, right here. How all of you choose, as you wish, but please be as quick as possible. After all, the enemy will soon arrive, at most half a day. As soon as these words came out, the crowd exploded, and all sorts of comments came in like a tidal wave. Shock, skepticism, and distrust. Of various emotions intertwined together, forming an invisible pressure. Facing the enemy head-on? This can't be done, it's impossible to fight. Yes, escape now, there is still a chance of survival. To meet the enemy head-on is to wait for death. Lord Mo. We are all the same age, we respect you for your strength and call you Lord, but you can't lead us to our deaths. No one expected that Mo Shadowdust would make such a crazy decision. One must know that the other party had a second-order top powerhouse in attendance. Where on earth did he get the courage to threaten to meet the enemy head-on? Could it be that his brain was caught in a door? In the crowd, Van Yenlai's figure was hidden, his face changing.
The image of him clamoring with Mo Shadow Dust before was still fresh in his mind, and his heart was filled with fear. It had only been a few short days, but Mo Shadow Dust had already displayed such terrifying strength. He was secretly glad that he was only moving his lips at that time. If he had really started fighting, I'm afraid that he would have already been turned into a shovelful of yellow earth, and the grass on his grave would have grown so high. Fan Yanlai had always cherished his life, which was evident from the fact that he had left Ling Wei to escape alone. At this moment, he heard that Mo Ingsuan planned to stay here and wait for death. That's right, in his opinion and that of all the people who were talking, Mo Ingsuan staying here was tantamount to seeking his own death. Van Yanlai moved his feet silently, preparing to slip away. He did not want to continue to wait. The house of that group of people also do not know what is arguing. Early to run is better than late to run. Fan Yanlai left but just 5 minutes. The altar crowd has not yet discussed a reason. Suddenly, thump, a muffled sound, breaking the eerie silence. A black shadow like a broken sack from the outside was ruthlessly thrown in. Crossed in arc, heavily smashed on the cold ground of the altar, stirring up a burst of dust. The crowd was startled by this sudden turn of events and fixed their eyes on it. Only to see that black shadow curled up on the ground, groaning in pain, in a sorry state. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the figure.
Isn't this the person who was captured with us just now?
There was a hint of doubt and uncertainty in the voice. Ling Wei also quickly recognized the person who had been thrown in, and she frowned slightly as she asked in surprise.
Fan Yanlai? How did you? When did you leave?
Van Yanlai was in severe pain at this time, as if every bone had been broken. He clenched his teeth, bean-sized beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Where could he still speak? Listening to the crowd's questioning, he could only shake his head painfully, not saying a word. Right at this moment, a deafening roar came from outside the great hall, exploding like thunder over the altar.
Dare to kill my desolate blood giant clan members, occupy our territory, and still want to run away?
The voice was rough and violent, and every word seemed to carry endless rage and killing intent. It caused the hearts of the people within the altar to tremble, and a chill ran straight from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Let me tell you, this altar has already been surrounded by our clansmen who have rushed back one after another. This person is just a lesson. From now on, all those who dare to run out will be killed without pardon. The desolate blood giant outside spoke in a cold tone. Every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing at the hearts of the crowd.
The atmosphere within the altar instantly froze.
Just wait inside honestly, and wait for Lord Desolate Savage to arrive and strike you all down. Several people began to stare at Mo Ingsuan dead on with spiteful gazes, as if they wanted to eat him alive. It's all this person's fault. If it wasn't for him being abrasive, we should have just run after killing Shiryao outside earlier.
Now it's good, everyone can't leave and will have to be buried together.
They had completely forgotten that if it wasn't for Mo Shadow Dust, they would still be like a bunch of lambs to the slaughter right now, lying on the ground in despair, waiting to be brutally executed by the desolate blood giant. The selfishness and ugliness of human nature began to appear at this moment. On the dimly lit altar, the smell of blood intertwined with the scent of dust. Mo Shadow Dust's figure stood still. He didn't even bother to pay attention to that Van Yanlai lying on the ground, as if it was just an insignificant ant. To him, none of this mattered. His current goal was only one: the resurrection stone.
Mo Shadow Dust had long planned everything in his mind.
He would use this altar as a battlefield and use the lives of the desolate blood giant clan as sacrifices to generate the resurrection stone. As for those other foreign races that were kidnapped by the desolate blood giant clan, a trace of indifference flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes. Let's keep them for now.
If the lives of the desolate blood giants were enough, it wasn't impossible to let them live.
He slowly closed his eyes as his consciousness sank into the system space, completely ignoring the whispers and horrified gazes of the surrounding crowd. On the system interface, 2 entries quietly hovered, emitting a faint glow. Body of Desolate Blood A, gaining the bloodline of the Desolate Blood Giant clan after attaching the words. Body of Desolate Blood B, gained the bloodline of the Desolate Blood Giant clan after attaching the entry. The 2-word entries were surprisingly identical in their descriptions, except for the difference in rank. The A rank 1 was plundered from 3 second-rank Desolate Blood Giant 1 clans. And the B rank 1 was obtained from a few top first-ranked Desolate Blood Giants. I just don't know why, but there are no C-ranked Desolate Blood bodies. Chapter 71, Body of Desolate Blood S. The corners of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. With a movement of his mind, the 3 A-ranked Desolate Blood bodies instantly fused and upgraded into S-rank words, radiating an even more dazzling light. The introduction was still the same, ridiculously concise. But it didn't matter, combining it with the Shadow Clan bloodline on the Phantom Spike from before, Ink Shadow Dust already had a guess in his heart. This thing, I'm afraid that it would directly create an undead that would not lose to the top geniuses of the Desolate Blood Giant clan. Thinking that what's-her-name Desolate Barbarian would probably be able to get an S-rank phrase on him as well, Ink Shadow Dust very casually threw this phrase to the Iron Guard. They're all patriarchs, a strength that's really a bit out of reach, strengthen it a little bit. Within the summoning space, a shocking change occurred on Iron Guard as a mysterious power was injected into his body. His bones emitted a clicking sound, and his body began to expand rapidly. His originally tall body became even more sturdy, like a small moving mountain. All of Iron Guard's basic attributes as well as attribute increases were directly reset.
Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guard. Rank, First Order Level 9. Word to Thick Skin C, Earth Pulse B, Shield Mastery C, Vengeful Rage B, Steel Bones B, Body of Desolate Blood S. Weapon, Rock Shield Green. Strength, 230. Agility, 120. Physique, 340. Spirit, 120. Skills, none. Iron Guard's current attributes were definitely top of the first rank. Together with a full set of words, he would now be able to reach a combat power of around the middle of the second rank. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes. He was confident that even that what's-his-name barbarian couldn't possibly be stronger than Iron Guard at the first rank. Just waiting for himself to enter the second rank, Iron Guard would be able to follow him to break through into the second rank. And it wasn't even an ordinary second rank.
An ordinary skeleton that had just entered the second rank, with the Iron Guard that had just broken through that wasn't weaker than the barbaric potential.
Can it be compared? So, the one who limits the strength of my summons has instead become myself? I've become a drag queen?
Ink Shadow Dust smiled to himself and closed the system interface. There were a bunch of other words in the word bank, but he hadn't figured out how to combine them yet. First, he would bestow the S-ranked words to the Iron Guard to deal with the next battles. When he had time, he would then study what to do with that pile of words. Hey! Speaking of which, this 10,000 races trial ground is really a good place, and the beings of the 10,000 races are surprisingly all considered to be above the elite level. Mo Shadow Dust sighed lightly, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. Time continued to pass. The voices of discussion were like dark currents that gradually converged into a clamoring wave. The voices opposing Mo Shadow Dust began to continuously become more and more. Questioning, accusations, abuse, all sorts of negative emotions intertwined together, forming an invisible net that attempted to
Ink Shadow Dust. What the hell is he doing? Does he really have to wait until everyone from the Desolate Blood Giant has arrived before he's willing to make a move?
Ling Wei stood beside, rising abruptly, her slender hand was lightly raised. The flying sword, which had originally been carefully wiped by her and was glittering with a cold light, traced an elegant arc in the air and was precisely incorporated into the scabbard behind her back. Clang! A crisp sword sound echoed in the empty altar. She moved lightly with lotus steps, her stance erect like a sword, and with an ineffable coolness and condescension, she arrived beside Mo Ing Chen. At this moment, her clear eyes flashed with a complex light. There was both the determination to fight to the death with the enemy, but also a trace of undetectable dependence? Perhaps even she herself had not realized that in the face of this unknown danger. The first thing she thought of was just like before when she was in school, countless days of daily routine. Stand with this man. Arakan's huge body was like a moving mountain, and every step made the earth tremble. He looked at the tragic battlefield outside the altar building, as well as the corpses of desolate blood giants that had fallen across the ground. A monstrous rage burned in his chest, almost devouring his sanity. His eyes became blood red, like two burning blood diamonds, flashing with a bloodthirsty light as he coldly scanned the surroundings. Around them, quite a few alien races that had hidden their forms were watching the fun. They were either hiding in the shadows or hidden between the voids, as silent as ghosts. Chapter 72 Souls? Finally dominating. The people watching were mainly dominated by the Purgatory clan and the Shadow clan. They exuded an eerie aura around them that sent shivers down one's spine. Due to the ancient contract, they had previously lost to the Desolate Blood clan on this Resurrection Stone altar scramble and lost the qualification to obtain the Resurrection Stone this time. But that didn't mean they couldn't come and see the joke of the Desolate Blood Giant clan. Luckily, they came early and saw this look of rage from Desolate Savage after his clan was killed. If this had come later, and Desolate Barbarian had slaughtered all the human clans inside, there would be no more hilarity to watch.
Many of them couldn't be clearer about desolate barbarian strength. The human race. According to the intelligence, in this generation, I'm afraid that no one can match desolate barbarian in the early stages. Human race scum, killing my clan, get out and die. Desolate Savage's rough voice traveled through the thick walls, clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the hall. Hearing this, Xiaoyunqi's willow eyebrows rose, and the long sword behind her let out a soft chant, so she wanted to rush out of the hall and fight with that madman. However, an invisible force was like a gentle silk ribbon, gently restraining her. She was slightly stunned and looked sideways. Only to see that on the high stage, Mo Ingsuan slowly got up, that upright posture like a sheathed sword, the sharpness of the inner convergence but also cannot be ignored. What a lot of nonsense, if you have the guts, come in, we are waiting for you here. Mo Shadow Dust's voice was not loud, but it carried a kind of unquestionable majesty that clearly echoed in the sky above the Great Hall. Outside the Great Hall, Desolate Barbarian was first stunned. Then the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing a sardonic smile, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Ah, good, very good. It seems like you guys have already chosen a burial place. Since that's the case, then I'll make you all whole and use your humble human lives to catalyze this precious resurrection stone. Before the words fell, Desolate Savage had already taken large strides, leading a group of desolate blood giants behind him as they stepped into the grand hall with great vigor. Mo Ingchuan's gaze was like a torch as he watched the desolate blood giants led by Desolate Barbarian as they filed in. Desolate Barbarian's copper bell eyes owl. So locked onto Mo Ingchun standing high above. The expression on his face instantly froze and turned into dismay. First rank? This human, surprisingly, only had first rank strength? Could it be that he was pushed out to send a puppet to its death? With this kind of cultivation, no matter what, he shouldn't be the leader of this group of humans. Desolate Barbarian had 1,000 doubts in his heart, but then it was replaced by a wave of tyrannical emotions. Who cares? Anyway, today, all the human races present, not a single one of them would be able to escape, all of them would have to die. Are you Desolate Barbarian? Mo Shadow Dust towered over him and spoke indifferently. Desolate Barbarian raised his head and stared at Mo Ingsuan with those scarlet eyes, his voice rolling out like muffled thunder. That's right, it's none other than Grandpa me. What, are you ready to die? Perhaps it was because he felt that he was shorter in terms of aura when he raised his head to speak. Desolate Savage body bloodline power surging, huge body even slowly rise in the air, suspended in the center of the hall. Flying? Flying? Could it be that this Desolate Barbarian has already broken through to the third rank? Shouldn't have, the strength of the second rank, together with some special secret techniques, can also do flight. But even if it's the peak of the second rank, it's still terrifying enough. I'm afraid that all of us together are not his opponent. It's over, this is really over. If I had known this, I should have dispersed and escaped in the first place. Now it's alright, we've been taken out by others in one pot. In the human camp, there was a commotion and a spread of despair. Xiaoyunqi saw desolate barbarians hovering in mid-air, unwilling to let the human race fall into a disadvantage in terms of momentum. The flying sword behind her flew out with a swish and drew a beautiful arc in the air, stopping steadily at her feet. Her foot pointed lightly, her body shape floated up, her feet on the flying sword, and barbaric barbarians face each other from afar. Desolate Barbarian grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. It's you, I remember you were captured by my own hands. What, now you think you're qualified to fight me? Xiaoyunqi's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips. Don't you know if you try, I also want to see just how capable the strongest person of the young generation of the Desolate Blood Giant clan is. Mo Ingchuan looked at Xiaoyunqi helplessly. What arrogance, don't you know how many kilograms you have? Flying up there and sending him to his death? He sighed as his spiritual power spread out like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall. Confirming that the vast majority of Desolate Blood Giants had stepped into this battlefield. His normally unperturbed face even had a faint ripple on it at this moment. He slowly raised his right hand and gently placed it over his chest. There was the location of the heart of death. A strange fluctuation flowed out from his fingertips, as if awakening some kind of sleeping power. Soul. Domination. A low voice echoed within the great hall, each word carrying an unquestionable majesty. In an instant, an invisible spiritual fluctuation erupted from within Mo Ingduan's body. It spread rapidly like a spider web, precisely connecting to each and every undead he summoned. In the next second, the soul flames within the bodies of all the undead pulsed violently. Along that invisible connection, it madly surged into Ink Shadow Dust's body. The soul flames flickered as if they were saying their final goodbyes. All the undead bodies were like sandcastles blown away by the wind due to the lack of soul fire, slowly dissipating into nothingness. As the undead disappeared, the power in Mo Winged One's body grew crazily, as if it was never ending. Second Order Elementary. Second Order Intermediate. Second Stage Advanced. Third Order. The power was still surging madly, and Mo Wing Chen could clearly feel every cell in his body cheering and yearning for more power. It was only when he felt that he was about to be unable to control this power that he violently stopped. Arakan and Xia Yunqi sensed the undead's strange behavior and were initially a bit puzzled, not understanding what was going on. Immediately afterward, they felt a suffocating sense of oppression erupt from within Mo Wing Suan's body, as if a volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years suddenly erupted. The two of them unanimously looked towards Mo Winged One, their gazes filled with shock. Just now. What exactly happened? Mo Shadowdust's mind moved, and his soul power transformed into a large invisible hand that directly wrapped around Xia Yunqi and violently threw her behind him. But this force was too powerful, it was simply not something he could precisely manipulate right now. Xia Yunqi didn't even have time to make any resistance before she was thrown out by Mo Wing Suan's matchless soul force. Like a falling leaf, it crashed into the wall at the back of the grand hall. There was a muffled sound and dust flew up. Mo Shadowdust frowned slightly as a flash of apology flashed under his eyes. He slowly took a step, walking step by step in the void towards the barbarians, as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. With each step, the space under his feet seemed to freeze, steadily carrying his body. Now. Mo Shadowdust's voice was low and magnetic, and every word was clearly transmitted into desolate barbarians' ears. Borrowing from what you just said, are you ready to die? Chapter 73 Resurrection Stone. Before the words fell, Mo Shadowdust blasted out with a punch. With this punch, it unexpectedly brought up an ear-piercing sonic boom, as if space was being torn apart. Accompanied by a violent tremor in space, the force that was like the power of a substantial soul fiercely bombarded desolate barbarian's body. Clang! Desolate barbarian's huge body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground and violently spewing out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain caused him to instantly come to his senses, and his violent anger erupted like a volcano. He roared in rage and recklessly tried to get up to counterattack. But at this moment, how could Mo Shadowdust, who possessed at least third stage power, give him this opportunity? Bone spears coalesced in his hands, and the light-splitting shadow transformation phrase was unleashed. 3 2-meter-long bone spears appeared out of thin air, emitting an eerie cold light. With a wave of Mo Shadowdust's arm, the 3 bone spears flew out in a zigzag pattern, and with a sharp air-breaking sound, they ruthlessly stabbed into the ground. It firmly nailed the barbaric savage to the ground, unable to move. Mo Shadowdust's soul power erupted once again. Dead Spirit Resurrection. Outside the Great Hall, the previously dead desolate blood giants slowly stood up one by one, their empty eye sockets flickering with an eerie green light. They reversed their direction and launched a fierce attack on their former clansmen. For a time, shouts and screams resounded throughout the hall. Thank you to the Desolate Blood Giant clan for this Resurrection Stone sacrifice. Ink Shadowdust finished indifferently, and his finger gently pointed. The space of the desolate savage's head solidified violently, and then it shattered inch by inch as if it was overwhelmed. Together with the barbaric head, it turned into nothingness and dissipated into the air. Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level target or above. Looting words, body of desolate blood S, savage impulse A, innate divine power B, savage impulse A, lock onto the target and ram the enemy. The stronger the physique, the stronger the ramming power. Deep within the land of trials, at the top of a lofty mountain, a dazzling light suddenly erupted into the sky. Mo Shadowdust, who had just decapitated the barbarians, snapped his head back, his gaze locked onto the direction where that light had bloomed. He frowned slightly, turned his head to Ling Wei beside him, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you ever detected any strange movements?" Ling Wei was still immersed in Mo Wing Suan's thrilling power just now, her mind unsettled. When she suddenly heard Mo Wing Chen's inquiry, her delicate little face was written with bewilderment. Different movement? I didn't feel anything. Her voice carried a hint of trembling, clearly not yet fully recovered from the shock. Mo Shadowdust gently shook his head and said no more, only a trace of doubt flashed through those deep eyes. As a space mage, Ling Wei had failed to detect the fluctuation. Why could he clearly perceive it? What made him even more suspicious was that when that fluctuation came, the long-dormant death god's heart in his body vaguely felt an unspeakable longing. It was like a long dry land longing for sweet rains to moisturize it. What exactly is that? A bearer? Mo Shadowdust whispered to himself, a hint of undisguised anticipation in his voice.
He waved his arm once again, and in midair, countless bone spears coalesced out of thin air, flashing with a cold and chilling aura, precisely aiming at those second-ranked desolate blood giants. The bone spears fell like rain, and every time they penetrated, they took away a living life. The battle quickly drew to a close. Although the first-ranked desolate blood giants were numerous, they were so unbeatable in front of Mo Shadowdust's nearly endless undead resurgence. Those who had just fallen as fellow clansmen turned into soulless walking corpses in an instant, turning their spears around and launching a merciless attack on their former comrades.
You demon! Simply devoid of conscience. Human race, you will definitely suffer the wrath of heaven for what you have done. I, the desolate blood giant clan, will never be able to part with you, and this enmity will not be shared. Accompanied by the desperate hissing of the last few first-ranked giants, this tragic battle finally came to an end. Mo Shadowdust slowly landed on top of the high platform, feeling the life fluctuations that were constantly converging above the altar. That rich aura of life gave his body a feeling of being nourished. Still not enough? Mo Shadowdust pondered in his heart. He waved his arm once again. Those reanimated giants that had originally lost their targets were like wild beasts that had smelled the scent of blood. Crazily, they pounced on the alien captives who were bound to the ground. This time, it was finally enough. The entire altar trembled violently. The life force extracted from the desolate blood giant race continued to coalesce over the altar. In the end, 3 palm-sized resurrection stones slowly took shape, emitting a glittering light. Mo Shadowdust's palm gently beckoned, and an invisible suction pulled the 3 resurrection stones into his hand. Resurrection Stone, special item. After binding any item, death can be resurrected around the item. After resurrection, strength is reduced. This was the resurrection stone that was extremely rare amongst all races, causing countless strong people to rush after it. As for the so-called reduced strength after resurrection, for other races, it might be an insurmountable obstacle, and the loss of strength would be difficult to make up. But for the human race, as long as there are enough battles, there are enough monsters to hunt. The lost strength will eventually be able to be regained. The battle came to an end. The crowd of the human race awoke from the shock, their thoughts surging back like a tidal wave. Heavens! Did I just have blurred eyes? A youth rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling as if he had yet to break free from his dream. A top second stage barbaric, just like this. Killed by Mo Shadowdust in seconds? Another person's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face, and his voice became shrill. This is simply impossible. Am I dreaming here? Mo Shadowdust can kill Desolate Savage in seconds. Just how strong is he? Could it be of the 3rd rank? A woman wearing a gorgeous vestment robe, her lips trembling, her voice filled with shock and doubt. It shouldn't be 3rd rank, I guess. It might be some kind of powerful burst type skill. Have you guys noticed? Those undead creatures he summoned earlier, all of them have disappeared. A man next to him with a thin figure stroked his chin and analyzed thoughtfully. What kind of burst skill can make a first-ranked person have 3rd rank strength? I see that before. He was hiding his strength. A burly man with a big body jarred a retort with a hint of disdain in his tone. No matter what, the young generation of my human race has unexpectedly produced such a character. In the crowd, Ban Yenlai clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. His bloodshot eyes stared deathly at Mo Ingduan and the 3 resurrection stones in his hands that emitted a tantalizing glow. The fire of jealousy burned madly in his chest, almost consuming him. Gentlemen, please listen to me. Chapter 74. It shouldn't belong to a certain person. Van Yenlai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the emotions that were churning in his heart. His voice was loud and echoed in the great hall. I think that it is a great joy for the resurrection stone to be obtained by my human race this time. He paused, swept his gaze across the crowd, and continued. However, this resurrection stone should be shared by my human race, or at the very least, it should be shared by all the people of my human race who have entered this trial arena. It shouldn't belong to a certain person, even if that person is powerful, but if there is no human race to back him up, can he obtain the resurrection stone? Van Yenlia's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. It was only then that the crowd awoke as if from a dream, and greed grew and spread in their hearts like a poisonous snake. They began to murmur at Mo Ingsuan's exclusive possession of the 3 resurrection stones. Yeah, why should he alone monopolize the 3 resurrection stones?
A shrill voice rang out with strong dissatisfaction.
As powerful as he is, he's still not relying on our human race? Without us, could he get the resurrection stones so easily?
Another voice chimed in, its tone filled with a sour flavor.
That's right, this resurrection stone should have belonged to all of us. Another voice rang out with a hint of rightfulness.
We should unite and make him hand over the resurrection stone. A grim voice rang out in the crowd, carrying a hint of compulsion. Various voices intertwined and echoed in the great hall, forming a huge wave of sound that pressed towards Mo-ing-Dwan. In the end, someone proposed a seemingly fair solution. Mo Shadowdust has indeed performed great feats for the human race. He can receive one resurrection stone, but the other two must be handed over, and everyone will decide how to deal with them. This proposal was agreed upon by the majority of the people. They nodded their heads one after another, with greedy and hypocritical smiles on their faces. It was as if they had already seen the sight of those two resurrection stones falling into their hands.
Mo Shadowdust's pupils suddenly contracted, and anger surged in his chest like a volcano. These guys really treat him as a soft persimmon to be pinched?
To know, Mo Shadowdust had already endured these guys for a long time. In his eyes, these guys were simply a thesaurus. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of becoming too murderous and turning into a madman, he wouldn't have been able to hold back a long time ago. Coldly opening his mouth, his voice was as if it came from the 9 ghosts of the abyss, carrying a bone-chilling chill. In that case, those who think that this resurrection stone has nothing to do with them can leave now.
As the words fell, Mo-ing-Chen's gaze swept over everyone present like a knife. Quite a few people were deterred by this icy gaze, and a coolness rose at their necks, as if they were being gazed upon by the god of death, and they lowered their heads one after another. After all, Mo Shadowdust's after effects from the previous killing spree were still present. The hundreds of desolate blood giants lying on the ground are the best proof. Inside the hall, about half of the people pondered briefly, weighing the pros and cons before choosing to silently leave. Xia Yunxi stood in place, her beautiful face changing colors. In the end, she let out a light sigh, her lotus steps moved gently, slowly walking towards the outside of the hall. Although Ling Wei did not leave, she unconsciously moved a few steps behind Mo-ing-Chen, showing her position with her actions. Mo-ing-Chen waited quietly until he confirmed that no one else had left. He once again cast his gaze towards the remaining people, the greedy light in their eyes still blazing. Van Yenlai thought he was winning at this moment, and his face was overflowing with complacency. He laughed coldly in his heart. So what if you, Mo Shadowdust, are even stronger? So what if you wiped out all of the desolate blood giants? You're still being held to death by me? Be a good boy and hand over your treasures. What? Do you still dare to risk universal condemnation and use the killing methods used on the desolate blood giant clan on your own kind? Van Yenlai took a step forward, his voice high-pitched. Now, Ink Shadowdust, please hand over the 2 resurrection stones and let everyone decide how to deal with it. Mo-ing-Dwan glanced at him, a hint of mockery flashing under his eyes. He raised his hand and flicked his fingertips. 3 bone spears appeared out of thin air, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound, instantly piercing through Van Yenlai's head. Flame sect, Van Yenlai, dead. However, Van Yenlai, who had just died, slowly stood up again under the effect of the undead resurrection skill. His eyes were empty, his face was expressionless, and with a stiff step, he walked step by step to the back of Mo Shadowdust and stood quietly. Kill. Killed? Mo Shadowdust even dared to make a move against a fellow human? In the crowd, a man who had been attaching himself to Van Yenlai before could no longer hold back the fear in his heart at this moment and shouted violently. Mo Shadowdust. Do you know what you're doing? Van Yenlai is a human being. Before the words fell, another bone spear appeared out of thin air, nailing him in place as well. This sudden change sent everyone present into a deep shock. They no longer dared to raise their voices and could only whisper in fear. This Mo Shadowdust is also too overbearing, killing whenever he says so. Yes, I said before that he is also too impulsive. Now that he kills with pleasure, going out the various great sect clans shall not take his life? He. Let's not think about what will happen to Mo Shadowdust after we go out, first think of ways to save our lives. Mo-ing dust this killing star. Won't kill us all and turn us into undead creatures, right? Ink Shadowdust's voice rang out again, appearing extraordinarily clear in the midst of the whispers. Now, does anyone else want this resurrection stone? His voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone could feel that breathtaking sense of oppression emanating from Mo-ing Suan. That was a kind of indifference to everything,
controlling life and death hegemony. It made people's hearts chill and they didn't dare to look directly at it. Fear, like a huge invisible net, will be tightly bound to the crowd. He really dared to do it. He really dares to slaughter them all here. Resurrection Stone. A person opened his mouth trembling, a hint of crying in his voice. We don't want it, it was obtained by you, it should rightfully belong to you. That's right, there are so many of us, if it wasn't for you rescuing us, I'm afraid we would have died long ago. Another person chimed in, squeezing out a smile worse than tears on his face. I stayed mainly to thank you for saving my life, how could I dare covet your resurrection stone? Right, I think so too. Another person hurriedly said, beads of fine sweat already seeping from his forehead. Thank you for saving my life, I will definitely prepare a heavy gift to thank you in the coming day. Yes, now that the thanks have been given, then. I'll leave first, haha. The man said tentatively, his footsteps moving slightly backward. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked up into a cold arc as he snorted. Chapter 75 Shin Heavy Tang Blade Gold. Go! Mo Shadowdust's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the 9 specters. You guys stay when you say stay, and leave when you say go? Since you all also said that it was me who saved your lives. Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze across the crowd, as sharp as a blade. That's it then, each person will take out a treasure as a reward. All of you have come into the trial land for so many days, don't say you haven't gotten anything. The crowd looked at each other with ugly faces. Their hearts were as itchy as if they had been scratched by a cat's claw, but there was nothing they could do about it. No one wanted to give away their hard-earned chances. However, no one dared to be the leader again. Behind Ink Shadowdust, those two just resurrected human race, is the bloody forewarning Mo Shadowdust saw that the crowd was silent and did not make the slightest move. He lightly snapped his fingers and his thoughts moved slightly. A dozen bone spears appeared out of thin air, emitting a cold and chilling light in the air. They hung above the heads of the crowd, the tips of the spears flickering with ghostly light, pointing at each and every one of them from afar. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Finally, one person could no longer withstand this heavy pressure. He stepped forward warily and pulled out a long knife from his panel backpack, handing it to Mo Shadowdust with trembling hands. This is a ransom for my life, is that okay? Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze over the long knife. Shin Heavy Tang Blade Gold, Skill Power plus 20%, Strength plus 50, Spirit plus 20, the Equipped can unleash 10 air-breaking beheadings per day, the strength of the beheading is related to the strength attribute. Equipment requirement, Strength 400. Mo Shadowdust took the long knife and his fingertips gently slid over the blade. The cold touch came from his heart, causing a wave of unspeakable joy to well up in his heart. This knife, shaped like a tang blade, was similar in length. However, the body of the blade was more than twice as wide as an ordinary tang blade, thick and domineering. Together with the high skill increase, it was worthy of being a rare golden equipment. Ink Shadowdust checked his strength attribute, 230. It wasn't enough to equip this blade. With a thought, he directly attached the Heavenly God Divine Power phrase looted from Desolate Barbarian to his body. The strength instantly doubled to 460. He didn't hesitate to equip the Shin Heavy Tang Blade, replacing the tang blade behind his back that had almost been reduced to a decoration. It's okay, you're free, let's go. Ink Shadowdust had a hint of delight in his voice. The man watched as Mo Ingchen actually did equip the long sword, and was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. This is equipped? Other people don't know, but he knows everything. That long knife requires 400 strength to equip a berserker warrior himself didn't even meet the requirement. How could he, a necromancer, equip it? This made him even more convinced that Ink Shadowdust was definitely not a first stage. He was at least a second stage professional. Otherwise it would be impossible to reach 400 strength. What, do you want to stay longer? Ink Shadowdust's voice came again with a hint of teasing. The man shivered in fear. Go, I'll leave right away. He was as if he had been pardoned and turned around to run, fearing that if he ran slowly, he would be left behind by Mo Shadowdust. Immediately after, another person came forward, holding a fire-red fruit in his hand, and carefully asked, Is this okay? Inflammation Pattern Spirit Fruit, it can increase flame resistance by 10%. Ink Shadowdust didn't even look at the fruit and just gently waved his hand. Bone spears were suspended above his head, and one of them fell like lightning.
With a whoosh sound, it directly pierced through the man and nailed him to the ground. Do you guys think that I'm easy to talk to? Mo Shadowdust's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Taking this kind of trash to fool me? The crowd was scared out of their wits, their faces were pale, and they no longer dared to have the slightest bit of luck. They put away their speculative minds and obediently lined up. Taking out the most precious treasures from their bodies, they handed them to Mo Ingduan. The seven orifices spiritual stone, flowing with color, when held in the hand, a coolness penetrated straight into the heart, as if even the soul was cleansed by it. This strange stone could actually increase a first-rank skill bit, it was really a rare treasure. Ink Shadowdust's heart was secretly happy, and carefully pocketed it. His eyes flickered and landed on a simple and ancient illustrated book. Xian Tian Illustrated Guide, the cover was made of some unknown beast skin, warm to the touch, with hidden strange energy fluctuations. Turning the pages of the book, the runes on it flowed, mysterious. This book actually can include a skill that does not exceed its own level, and can be released once a day without consumption? In this way, wouldn't this be one more powerful card? Mo Shadowdust's eyes flashed with an aura, this Xian Tian Illustrated Guide, its value was incalculable. Above the altar, the crowd was in order. In just 10 minutes, everyone had finished paying the ransom and left one after another with complicated feelings. Mo Shadowdust's gaze fell on Ling Wei, who still stood quietly behind him. Her petite body was gently trembling in the breeze, as if it was a falling leaf that would be blown away at any time. Mo Shadowdust smiled faintly, a hint of teasing in his voice. What? Are you planning to offer me some treasure as well? Ling Wei was startled by these sudden words, her petite body trembled and her small head shook like a rattle. No. The voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, carrying a hint of panic. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust couldn't help but laugh out loud, his cheerful laughter echoing in the empty altar. As the laughter faded, Mo Shadowdust's complexion corrected and his tone became serious. I'm leaving. When Ling Wei heard this, a trace of bewilderment flashed across her delicate face, and there was a hint of reluctance in her voice. Where are you going? Can I join you? Mo Shadowdust was somewhat helplessly holding his forehead. This girl, why is she so sticky? He patiently explained. This land of trials is vast and boundless with countless opportunities, what's it like for you to always follow me? Ling Wei bit her lip and her voice lowered. But you are my benefactor. Mo Shadowdust shook his head. I only saved you in passing, and, the moment you told me the news of the resurrection stone, this favor was cleared. Ling Wei, however, stubbornly said. But I don't think so, the favor of saving your life is heavier than an Natai, can't it be easily repaid with a single message? Mo Shadowdust sighed and continued to persuade. The opportunity to enter the land of trials is rare, don't you want to go and look for your own chance to make an early breakthrough and advance to the second stage? Ling Wei sniffed and fell into silence. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as if she was thinking about something. Yes, she was too weak. Even if she followed Mo Ingduan, she would just be a liability and wouldn't be able to help in any way. Instead, she would drag him down. Thinking of this, a strong unwillingness surged in Ling Wei's heart. Chapter 76 The Path to Ascending God. Mo Shadowdust carefully selected 3 treasures from the ones he had just collected. Each of these 3 treasures was worth a great deal of money, and were even more invaluable to space mages. Mo Shadowdust stuffed these 3 treasures into Ling Wei's hands in a brainwave. Ling Wei was stunned by this sudden gift, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. This is too valuable, I can't take it. She panicked and excused herself, wanting to return the treasure to Mo Shadowdust. Ink Shadowdust, however, did not allow her to refuse and directly interrupted her. Take it, these things are of little use to me, but in your hands, they can be more useful. See you again sometime. After saying that, Mo Shadowdust no longer stayed, leading the standing group of undead that had come through the resurrection of the dead, and walked off into the distance. Leaving Ling Wei alone, she stood frozen in place, holding those 3 treasures emitting a faint glow in her hands, her heart filled with mixed feelings. In the direction that Mo Shadowdust had sensed earlier, at the foot of a high mountain that couldn't be seen to the end, various foreign races were converging like a tidal wave, and people were gathering. The figures of hegemonic races also appeared frequently, the immortal race, the spirit race, and the mechanical race. Powerful people that were rare to see on a normal day were all gathered here at this moment, making this area seem particularly unusual. This road to Ascending God has been open for several days, yet no one has been able to successfully reach the top. It's really heartbreaking.
Purgatory clansman, surrounded by black and red mist, eyes open and close, vaguely have flames jumping, voice low, words revealed a few points of impatience.
Not so.
The spirit race's little girl sighed softly, her voice as clear as a wind chime, but with a hint of helplessness. She had a petite figure, and a pair of translucent wings behind her flapped gently, flickering with a bit of fluorescent light. If it weren't for the fact that those who reach the top can attract divine gifts, allowing everyone within 10 kilometers of the surrounding area to increase their cultivation speed and perception speed by 10 times within a month, why would we have to wait here so hard? A young man of the immortal race, who was dressed in white clothes that were snowy and immaculate, with a faint aura of immortal spirit emanating from his body, let out a soft hum from his nostrils, his expression arrogant.
These trash races are simply unbearable. If it weren't for the fact that this path of ascending God suppresses the power of my immortal race, my race's experts would have already ascended to the top of the heap, so would we allow them to waste their time here? Who says otherwise? The little girl of the spirit race nodded her head in agreement. This path to God ascension seems to be extraordinarily unfriendly to my immortal and spirit races. When one steps on it, one's power is actually suppressed to the point of being 10 to 1. Otherwise, my spirit race's experts would have long since pocketed the divine gift, so why do they need to wait here? As far as I know, this road to godhood is a chance left behind by a certain great power of the Undead clan. A knowledgeable stone people clan said in a deep voice, his voice hoarse as if his throat was stuffed with gravel. The land of trials opened, and out of the 10 times, 8 times the Undead one race was at the top. As for the remaining 2 times. He paused, a hint of awe in his tone. That's all because other races have appeared with amazing talents that can overwhelm the world's greatest pride, so that they can snatch the tiger's mouth from the Undead clan's hands and snatch away this heavenly opportunity. This time, the Undead race has lost its mind, and has even joined forces with the entire race to set off the Undead heavenly tribulation, and is aiming directly at the human race. Another foreigner tribe picked up the conversation, their voices filled with doubt and disbelief. To abandon even this chance to ascend the path of the gods is truly mind-boggling. Perhaps, between the Undead race and the human race, something deep and unresolvable hatred has occurred that has caused the Undead race to target so recklessly. Someone speculated, his voice low and grave. 2 days ago, I had gone over there to find out what was going on, and discovered that the Undead race had somehow found a place to bury their bones, and had even resurrected thousands of second-order corpses. Even though the strength of these resurrected corpses can only barely be counted as second rank, but with such a huge number, the human race, I'm afraid it will be difficult to support them for too long. A flower-speaking young girl said in a heavy tone, as if she had already foreseen the tragic end of the human race. Right at this moment, a woman from the amethyst race was suddenly thrown out from the endless steps of the path of ascending God. Like a kite with broken strings, she traced an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting wildly from her mouth. Another mountain climbing failure, alas. Someone sighed, his voice filled with disappointment. It seems that this time, the ascending God's blessing is not going to be with us after all. What a waste! Another person said in a bad tone, his words filled with contempt and disdain. When the other member of the Amethyst clan heard these two people's conversation, he was instantly enraged, his eyes widening as he stared angrily at them. You two, keep your mouths clean. If you want to bestow blessings, have the ability to go and break through the barrier yourselves. The chances gained from ascending to the top are even greater, why don't you guys go? His voice was loud and clear, like thunder blasting through the crowd. Aside from having a foul mouth, I don't think you guys have much else. Waiting to eat a ready-made meal and still talking about it here, how shameless. The geniuses in my group put their best foot forward to fight for everyone for that divine bestowal, and you're still here complaining endlessly, really? Outrageous. An Iron Arm clan member couldn't help but open his mouth to ask as he listened to the crowd's discussion. What exactly are the chances that will be gained by reaching the top of this path of God ascension? With so many experts scrambling to join, it can't be that they're fighting so hard just to give us benefits, right? The white-clothed immortal race youth from before swept a glance at the iron-armed youth and said contemptuously. What? You want to break in too? I've heard that there's a throne at the top of the mountain, and after climbing to the top and sitting down you can draw the power of the throne into your body and gain a 10-fold increase in your soul power. Knowing that their race was weak, the Iron Arm clan ignored the Immortal clan's mockery and proceeded to condescend. Is there only one person who can reach the top? The Immortal race youth snorted and didn't bother to answer again. The other demon race giant turtle was kind enough to answer the question. No, as long as one has the strength to break through the trial levels of each section of the ladder and ascend to the top of the mountain, anyone can be elevated, there is no limit to the number of people.
Right at this moment, 2 more alien youths fell from the heights, obviously also failing the challenge and in a sorry state. Their bodies smashed into the ground, making a dull sound and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the surrounding foreigners shook their heads and sighed, disappointment and helplessness written all over their faces. This road to God Ascension really wasn't that easy to climb. And the chance to reach the top was also destined to have no chance with them. All sorts of murmurs, sighs, and curses intertwined together, echoing at the foot of this mountain for a long time.
Chapter 77 Elf Clan Reina.
Imo Shadowdust was carrying Xin Chong Tangren on his back, alone, his figure walking in solitude above the wilderness. That's right, he was indeed the only one who was alone. Just half a day ago, he had just gone through a bitter battle, barely resolving a demonic beast whose strength had reached the intermediate level of the second stage. The price he paid for this was more than 50 resurrected giants, forever dissipating between the heavens and the earth. After that, he found a hidden place and buried all the blood giants that were awakened by the technique of resurrection of the dead. As to whether he would have the opportunity to utilize these undead again in the future, he could not predict. Ink Shadowdust estimated that if these summons wanted to recover to their peak state, they would need at least a week to slowly recuperate. Moreover, the introduction of this skill did not mention that the use of this skill would be accompanied by such a fatal side effect as the depletion of spiritual energy. The moment the effect of the soul domination skill dissipated, the spiritual energy in his body receded like a tidal wave and was drained away, leaving not even a trace of it behind. This sudden change made it impossible for him to perform even one of the most basic skills. According to his speculation, he was afraid that this state of complete mental power depletion would take even longer than the time required for the summons to recover, and would last for at least 10 days and half a month. Right now, the summoned legions that he had carefully cultivated would need 3 or 4 more days to recover from and regain their full combat power. The depletion of his spiritual power had made him like a bird with broken wings, unable to utilize any of his skills, and it would take at least another week to gradually recover. Right now he was, arguably, at his weakest period ever. Luckily, he had managed to loot the S-rank body of desolate blood from the barbarians and slapped it onto himself. It gave him the astonishingly strong physique and impenetrable defense of the desolate blood giant clan. He could barely fight as a melee professional. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have long ago found a hidden place and quietly hibernated until his condition was restored to its peak. Ink Shadowdust carefully hurried towards the source of the fluctuations that he didn't know how far away it was. Suddenly, Mo Shadowdust's heartstrings moved slightly. An arrow wrapped in a strong wind came from the distance through the air, pointing directly at his location. The arrow came swiftly, but it wasn't aimed at his vitals, it was more like a warning. In the end, the arrow was deeply embedded into the ground less than 20 centimeters in front of his feet, and the arrow feathers were still quivering. Looking in the direction of the arrow, a young elf girl poked out half of her body from the back of the mound, with a pretty face and delicate features. She smiled apologetically at Imoingwan, her voice clear and pleasant. "Sorry, sir, I thought it was those pesky jackal dogs."
Jackal dog people?
Imo Shadowdust was no stranger to this race. They had encountered and resolved quite a few of them when traveling with Ling Wei before. This race was known for its cunning and cruelty. They were keen on rounding up and hunting down their prey, torturing them to death while sharing their corpses afterward. Their methods were extremely harsh. You release arrows indiscriminately like this, but it's very easy for people to misunderstand. Imo Shadowdust's tone was cold, and there was a hint of coldness in his words. That arrow just now, if the phantom thorn was still there, I'm afraid that the moment that arrow was shot, it would have traveled through the dark shadows and killed this elf clan who shot the arrow with a single slash. I'm really sorry, we've suffered frequent attacks from the jackal people lately, our spirits are highly tense, and it's inevitable that we've overreacted a bit. The elfin maiden apologized in a sincere manner. Imo Shadowdust gently waved his hand. Since the other party had already apologized, he was also unwilling to dwell on it. Besides, that arrow really wasn't aimed at him. As for shooting off. Upon seeing the iconic pointed ears of the elves, Imo Shadowdust dismissed the thought.
Every elf clan member was an innate marksman.
Piercing a poplar at 100 paces was only the most basic ability for them, and there was absolutely no possibility of missing a shot. As for why he is so sure. In his previous life, the one who stabbed the sharp blade into his heart. It was the maid he had redeemed in the slave market. A princess of the elven race with a distinguished identity. As Imo Shadowdust turned around to leave, the elf clan girl behind him hesitated slightly and opened her mouth to say, "Sir, the direction you're traveling forward, could it be that you're heading to the road of ascending God?" Imo Shadowdust's footsteps lurched and his brows knitted slightly. The road of God Ascension? His voice was low with a hint of doubt, as if he was chewing on this unfamiliar term. The elven beauty leapt lightly and floated down from the mound of dirt in a graceful manner.
She stopped not far in front of Mo.
Her clear voice was as pleasant as a mountain spring. My name is Reina. Judging by the direction of travel of Mr., I think you must also be going to the road of ascending God, right?
Would you like to travel with us, sir?
Each other also have a care, this neighborhood.
Crisis abounds, it's not too peaceful.
Mo Shadowdust pondered slightly, pointing his fingertip in the direction where that mysterious fluctuation came from in the first place.
Confirming to Reina, the road to ascending to God in your words, is it this direction? A touch of confusion surfaced on Reina's face as she gently nodded. Is Mr. not heading to the path of God ascension? The corner of Mo Shadowdust's lips curved up into an arc as the doubts in his heart were finally solved and his destination was clear. There was a hint of unconcealed joy in his voice. That's right, it's precisely the road of God ascension. Reina's face revealed delight and her voice became lighter. That's really great, let's travel together. I still have many companions that are resting in the valley behind us. Mo Shadowdust nodded slightly and followed Reina as she stepped into the valley. Chapter 78, My Lord, do you still remember me?
The moment he stepped into the valley, Mo Shadowdust's gaze swept over the so-called partners in Reina's mouth, and a wave of surprise surged in his heart. He only saw 7 or 8 people sitting in 2s and 3s under a shadow. He originally thought that Reina's companions should all be elves. Instead, there was a team of 4 races in front of him. Elves, demon butterflies, dwarves, and wood spirits, each with their own unique characteristics. Together with herself, this team actually gathered the power of 5 races. To know, this is the place where all races compete for trials. It is rare to form this kind of team across races to act together. This scene really opened the eyes of Mo Shadowdust, and his heart was in awe beyond words. A dwarf man was sitting on the ground, his hands were constantly moving, carefully polishing the weapons in his hands, making a slight swish-swish sound. He noticed Reina returning with Mo Shadowdust and swept his gaze over Mo Shadowdust with a hint of teasing in his tone.
Yo, our great beauty Reina has brought an outsider back again? But this one, his spiritual power seems a bit weak? Just stepped into the first rank? It shouldn't be, even if the human race is bad, it's not like they can't even pick out a decent person, right? Sending a person who just entered the first rank to come to the place of trial, is this to send them to their deaths? Reina glanced at the dwarf man and turned her head to explain to Mo Shadowdust. His name is Lei Ding, don't pay any attention to him, this guy's mouth stinks a bit, but his heart isn't bad, and he's helped us a lot along the way. The wood spirit clan's body made up of trees slowly approached Mo Shadowdust, each step carrying the aftermath of the earth's tremors. He stretched out his palm as rough as old tree bark, the lines in his palm were clearly visible, as if it contained the vicissitudes of the ages. Hello, Mumu's voice was low and slow, as if echoing from the depths of an ancient forest. My name is Mumu, nice to meet you, please take care of me. A trace of curiosity flashed in Mo Shadowdust's gaze. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had seen the wood spirit clan in person. He stretched out his hand and shook Mumu's white and thick palm. It felt hard and rough to the touch, carrying a hint of a faint woody fragrance. Hello, my name is Mo Shadowdust, please take care of me as well. He responded, with a hint of novelty in his voice. In the following 3 days, Mo Shadowdust followed this team, which consisted of multiple races, all the way towards the direction of the road of ascending God. On the way, they encountered several waves of jackal people attacks, and each battle gave Shadowdust a deeper understanding of the strength of these teammates. Ha, little Moz, this power of yours is really out of this world. Dwarf Redding wielded 2 hammers that were even more massive than his body and stood next to several jackalman corpses that had been smashed into mush, his voice booming. Mo Shadowdust pulled the Xian Chong Tang blade in his hand out of the corpse of a jackal dog man that had been split in half, with dark red blood still remaining on the blade. He gently flung the blade, shaking the blood off, and turned back to Lei Ding. You're not so bad, your 2 sledgehammers are taller than your body, and you're still dancing like a tiger. I'm afraid of being accidentally injured by you. Ugh, little Mosey, how many times have I told you? Lei Ding instantly jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on and said furiously. No joking about our dwarf race height, it's taboo, understand? The words did not fall, a sharp arrow with sharp cracking sound, sticking to Lei Ding's scalp flew through. It was nailed deep in the center of the eyebrow of a jackal man behind him who was trying to sneak attack. Where's the battle, focus, and have the heart to chat? Reina put away her longbow, a touch of helplessness surfacing on her white cheeks. Ha, don't worry, I know in my heart. Lei Ding grinned, brandishing his huge hammer once again and charging towards the other 2 jackal dogmen, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The battle ended quickly, and several people gathered to take a short break. Reina frowned tightly, the look of worry on her face growing thicker. it seems like we're being targeted by this group of jackal dog men. It's only been a few days and we've already encountered 4 waves of attacks. This is not the way to go on. Lei Ding, on the other hand, was all concerned, grinning broadly as he sat on the ground, wiping his 2 bloodstained hammers. What are you afraid of? It's just that the road is boring, just these trash jackals. Even if they come more, they won't be enough for me to smash them, so it's just that they'll give me some practice. However, except for Lei Ding, everyone else's faces were shrouded in a layer of gloom and silence. In their hearts, they were silently calculating how far they still had to travel from their target location. After all, the road of ascension was surrounded by experts, and even if these jackals were arrogant, they wouldn't dare to make a move there. Like an alert cheetah, Reina turned around violently, her longbow in her hand instantly drawn to full strength, her arrow pointing straight in a certain direction. Who? Come out. Her voice was like ice beads hitting a jade plate, crisp and full of intimidation. In the shadows, a silhouette slowly stepped out, hands held high as if in silent surrender. Imo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk slightly. It was him? He had an impression of this person. When the portal was blocked earlier, it was this person who explained the situation to him. Don't make a move, I'm just passing through. Su Wen's voice carried a hint of trembling. Reina did not let her guard down. After all, an assassin, lurking near her team, was not like a coincidence by any stretch of the imagination. Su Wen also noticed Ink Shadowdust at this moment, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, Lord, do you still remember me? Su Wen, we met outside. Reina's gaze turned towards Mo Shadowdust with an inquisitive meaning. Mo Shadowdust nodded slightly, his voice low. Yes, I remember. Reina's tense body then relaxed, and her longbow slowly lowered. Su Wen looked like he had found a savior and quickly walked over to Mo Shadowdust's side. My lord, it's so good to see you. I thought I wouldn't be able to get out of this area alive. Mo Shadowdust frowned slightly. Unable to get out of this area alive? Su Wen was an assassin. As long as he didn't actively stir up trouble, his ability to stay alive should be much stronger than the average person. What happened? Mo Shadowdust asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Su Wen first asked Ink Shadowdust in return, is your excellency going to the path of God sealing? Mo Shadowdust nodded without speaking. Su Wen took a deep breath, organized his words, and then said, originally, I also heard about the opening of the path of the ascended god and headed that way, intending to try my luck. But there's a group of jackals who have blocked off this area, specializing in slaughtering those of us who go to the road to god ascension. Lei Ding exhaled a thick breath from his nostrils and hummed disdainfully, jackal dog people? With that bunch of trash, they can also blockade the area? Su Wen hurriedly waved his hand. No, not just the jackal dogmen, but also their masters, the jackals. At least 10 second-ranked jackalmen are cooperating with the jackalmen to hunt the races. What? Redding's voice rose steeply, disbelief written all over his face. Chapter 79. Now no one needs to escape. Mumu's lips opened and closed, her voice dry. Then what do we do? Still go? Lei Ding's chest rose and fell violently, and 2 thick, hot breaths erupted from his nose, like an enraged bull. He gritted his teeth. Go? And go my ass. Isn't this rushing to death? Su Wen, however, was close to Mo Ingduan, his eyes burning as he spoke with a hint of hope. Originally I had already given up, but now that I've met you, I think. Mo Ingduan gently shook his head towards Su Wen, signaling him not to say much. Su Wen had even more doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to open his mouth again. The only thing he could do now was to tightly hold onto the thick thigh of Mo Shadowdust. Reina turned to Su Wen, her voice clear and cold. Thank you for the news, we need to discuss whether or not to move on. After saying that, she gathered the rest of the team over and formed a circle, discussing in a low voice. Are you kidding me? A dozen second stages intercepting in this area? What kind of road to God ascension is this? The Demon Butterfly clan member's voice was shrill with obvious fear. Yes, although the chances of the road to God ascension are good, but life is more important. Sorry Lei Ding, I'm not going. The other dwarf finished, turning away without looking back, his feet determined. Reina, I'm not going either. I know you have had to go to the road of the ascending god reason. But I advise you to be cautious. Even though you're second rank, there's only one life. A handsome elven man finished speaking and also turned to leave. After a discussion, only 4 people, Reina, Redding, Mo Shadowdust, and Su Wen, were ultimately left, looking at each other in dismay. Lei Ding's face was hesitant as he turned his head towards Reina, his voice low. Little Nana, let me ask you, Why do you have to go over there?
Reina was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing her words, then slowly spoke. There was a trace of imperceptible trembling in her voice. On the road to ascending God,
there is an enemy of mine. A father-killing enemy. A druid. I don't care if other people go, this time I am putting my life on the line to go over and seek revenge on him.
Reina's voice rose steeply when she said the last, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth with bone-deep hatred.
Lei Ding nodded with seeming understanding and said gruffly, "Fine, then I'll accompany you next." Aren't there just a dozen second order?
Both of us are also second order, plus little Mosey who is no weaker than second order. Even if we can't defeat those jackals, it won't be that easy for them to kill us. Lei Ding's voice was filled with bravado, as if those dozen or so second order were like dirt and dogs in his eyes. Emo Shadowdust gently closed his eyes, sensing the situation within the summoning space. There was less than a day left before all the summons recovered. He was just about to open his mouth when he saw that Reina had already bent her bow and arrow once again, aiming ahead. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. "Looks like we don't need to choose, they're already here." On the distant hills, hundreds of jackal people, their eyes flashing with scarlet light, roared as they ran towards the several people. Every single one of them was of the first rank. Redding's throat rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling a little. Damn, all of them are first rank? Just how many people have these jackal dog people devoured? The reason why the jackal dog people were so keen on hunting the races was precisely because they were able to raise their strength by devouring corpses. It was heard that in their own realm, powerful jackal dog people were all devouring the bodies of their own clansmen to advance. The jackals were approaching at an alarming speed.
Suwon cast his gaze towards Mo Shadowdust. Mo Shadowdust squeezed out a single word from between his teeth: retreat. Before the words left his mouth, he pulled up Reina and sprinted toward the rear without looking back. Suwon was slightly stunned and exchanged a glance with Lei Ding. The two of them hurriedly followed in Mo Shadowdust's footsteps. Underneath the wall of a crumbling relic, Mo Shadowdust swung his sword to kill the jackals who came to investigate. As he looked back, the three people behind him were all covered in wounds and exhausted. Suwon bit down hard on a mouthful of jerky, chewed, and said indistinctly, "Doesn't this jackal dog man know how to get tired? Does it just keep chasing after us?" Reina was also filled with remorse at this moment. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you guys into this. If it wasn't for me, if we had followed the others out before, we might still have hope of escaping." Lei Ding's voice was low and muffled. "It has nothing to do with you. Damn it, if I can leave alive this time, I will not share the same fate as this clan of jackal people, and I will kill everyone I see." Mo Shadowdust's eyes were staring into the distance, silent. In his mind, he constantly sensed the situation within the summoning space. Reina continued, "These jackal dogs are easy to deal with. Even if we can't kill so many, they won't be able to stop us if we want to break out. But those jackals..." Between the half-day chase, whenever a few people stopped to fight with the jackals, there would always be second-order jackals quickly rushing to support, and often more than one, causing a few people to be annoyed. What was even more puzzling was that the jackals seemed to be intentionally driving them in the direction of the ruins during their pursuit. Reina took a short break and took the initiative to take over Ink Shadowdust's position for vigilance. After this period of time together, she already knew that Mo Shadowdust had no spiritual power for some reason, and she could only rely on her naked eyes to keep watch. Rumbling, a burst of heavy running sounds came from all directions, as if the entire earth was trembling. Ink Shadowdust fiercely got up and looked around. In every direction, surprisingly all of them were jackals. There were also a large number of people of various races in front of them who were desperately running away. Obviously, they had also been driven here by the jackal dog people. More than 10 second-rank auras rose. Second-rank jackals had all gathered over as well. Reina's voice was bitter. "So, they are trying to drive all their prey here, to be solved by the second-order jackalmen altogether." As she was speaking, Mickey, who had left from their group earlier, had run over with great strides and said in a voice filled with dryness, "Reina, the others. All dead." Reina didn't wait for an answer. The many people from the various races who had fled for their lives had all entered the ruins. They also all realized there was no way to escape. In all directions, all of them were jackals. Surrounded. Mo Shadowdust raised his Shin Chong Tang blade and assumed a fighting stance. "No one needs to escape now, let's fight." After saying that, he picked a random direction of jackalmen and charged straight up. Chapter 80. The Undead Army finally appears. The thick body of the Shin Heavy Tang blade flashed with an icy cold aura in the dim light. Mo Shadowdust took a deep breath.
the air was filled with the sickening smell of blood and dust.
Around them, hundreds of jackalmen were killing like a tidal wave.
Their green eyes flashed with bloodlust, and their mouths let out gurgling low roars, as if they were evil spirits from hell. Mo Shadow Dust looked around with his heavy blade in hand. Lei Ding wielded his twin hammers, each strike carrying a thunderous force that smashed the approaching jackalmen into mush.
He roared, his voice rolling like muffled thunder, "Come on! Scumbags! Let's give you all a taste of Grandpa Dwarf's power."
However, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, and his body was covered in wounds and blood stained his shirt. Reina drew her bow like a full moon, arrows shot out with a cracking sound, each arrow accurately hitting the vitals of the jackals. However, in the face of such a huge number, her arrows were insignificant. Her fingers were already worn out, and blood dripped down the bowstring, but she still clenched her teeth and kept shooting. Mumu, on the other hand, was like a moving wall, using his hard as iron body to fend off the jackal people's attacks. He waved his huge fists, each punch sending the jackal dogman flying, but his body was also left with countless wounds, his bark-like skin torn apart, revealing the bright red flesh and blood inside. The remaining 20-odd young men of various races were also fighting to the death, either with swords, magic, or fists. They fought the jackal dogman to the death. However, the gap in strength was too great, and soon, they fell one by one into a pool of blood.
"Give up! It's your honor to become our food. Dream on!" Reina clenched her teeth.
Her revenge had yet to be avenged, she couldn't die here.
Toast to the death.
A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the second-ranked jackal, its figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Reina, the wolf toothstick in its hand smashing down. Reina let out a cry of surprise, her body crossing backwards like a kite with broken strings. She used her last strength to twist her body, trying to adjust her posture in the air, but she still couldn't completely avoid that fatal blow. Her body fell to the ground in a mess, stirring up a cloud of dust. She struggled to get up, but her body was as heavy as lead, and every attempt ended in failure.
Exhausted, she could no longer even stand.
Despair spread through the group like a plague, and the shadow of death mercilessly loomed over everyone. The surrounding jackals had already surrounded them, their teeth bared, saliva dripping down from the corners of their mouths to the ground, making a sickening ticking sound. They were like hungry beasts, just waiting for their master, the mighty jackals, to give the order. They would immediately pounce on them, tearing these prey into pieces and enjoying this bloody feast.
Ahem! This time, it's completely over.
Lei Ding coughed violently, blood continuously gushing out from the corners of his mouth as he spoke intermittently, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. Reina slowly closed her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears sliding across her cheeks. Her heart was filled with regret and unwillingness, her unfinished revenge, the hatred buried deep in her heart, might never have the chance to realize it. Only Su Wen, whose eyes still flickered with a faint glimmer of hope, turned his gaze to Mo Yingduan. This mysterious big brother, from the beginning of the battle until now, had been using that long sword for close combat.
But according to Su Wen's understanding, this big brother was a powerful necromancer. Wasn't what a necromancer was best at, dealing with this kind of group battle situation where he was surrounded by a large number of enemies? What about his endless army of undead? What about the summon that killed Ghost Spectre in a single slash? In the end, where is the mistake? The only one on the scene who was still standing, Mo Shadow Dust, he indifferently gazed at the jackals who were constantly approaching. At the same time, his mind frantically probed into the summoning space, sensing the situation of the undead creatures inside. Almost there. Almost there. Just as the jackal dogs were already approaching the several people's side, they were about to start this brutal killing. A light of surprise violently erupted in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes. Finally waited. The summoning order was given in an instant.
In the next second, a black shadow flashed through like a ghost, constantly flashing through the shadows of the jackal dog men that were close to Lei Ding, Reina, and the others. Wherever they passed, the jackal dogmen fell in pieces like harvested wheat, powerless to fight back.
Phantom Thorn.
The first one appeared. Immediately after, a tall skeletal warrior, holding a blood-colored magic sword, appeared beside Ink Shadow Dust. It exuded a rich aura of death, and a demonic light flickered on the blood-colored magic sword.
Vigorous. The moment it appeared, it directly met a second-ranked jackal.
There weren't any fancy movements, just a simple and rough slash. With a whistling wind sound, the blood-colored magic blade ruthlessly slashed at the body of the second-ranked jackal man.
Chapter 81 Big Brother finally gets serious. Put.
With a muffled sound, the second-ranked jackal didn't even have the time to let out a scream before it was directly split in half, spilling blood and internal organs all over the place.
Second-ranked jackal, Dead.
Immediately after that, the figures of Hawkeye, Blood Demon, and Iron Guard surfaced one after another. Then, there were a large number of skeleton warriors, specters, and skeleton archers, which emerged like a tidal wave and instantly filled the entire space.
Ink Shadow Dust's army of undead finally replenished their soul flames at the last moment and descended on the battlefield.
Emo Shadow Dust pointed his long sword, and his cold voice was like a death sentence, kill. The army of undead instantly boiled over, surging towards the jackals like a dike-breaking flood. At the forefront, Vigor wielded the scarlet demon blade like a tireless meat grinder, charging into the enemy line. Wherever the scarlet magic blade passed, the jackals were chopped off, broken limbs and arms flew all over the sky, and blood splashed everywhere like a fountain. The skeleton warriors behind it followed closely behind, waving their bone knives and mercilessly harvesting lives.
On the other side, the Iron Guard was like an impregnable fortress, steadily blocking the jackalman's attack route.
Its rock shield was covered with cracks, but it remained standing, like a mainstay, providing solid protection for the undead army behind it. Every jackal attack was steadily blocked by it with its shield, and its vengeful fury caused its power to climb, making the jackals pay a terrible price with every counterattack. In midair, Phantom Thorn was like a ghost weaving in and out of the jackal dogman's shadow, each flash accompanied by a bloody light. The Hell Short Blade was like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting lives. The jackal dog people couldn't even capture its figure, and could only watch their companions fall one by one, fear spreading rapidly in their hearts. Hawkeye, on the other hand, stood in the distance, its arrows as if it had eyes, accurately shooting through the throat of each jackal dog man. Split light transformation allowed each of its arrows to transform into 3 streams of light, leaving the enemy defenseless. The Blood Demon, on the other hand, directly began its Blood Demon transformation, crushing through the battlefield like a tank, its sharp claws and fangs a nightmare for all jackal dogmen. Jackals who were bitten by it would not only have difficulty healing their wounds, but would also quickly weaken and eventually become the Blood Demon's sustenance. Skeleton archers and ghosts also joined the battle, and the rain of arrows and soul screams caused the jackal dogmen to be disorganized. Under the attack of the powerful undead, even the second-ranked jackal dogmen couldn't make any waves.
The entire battlefield completely turned into a lopsided massacre. This is... Lei Ding stared dumbfounded at what was in front of him. He had never seen such a shocking scene before, those originally vicious and incomparable jackals, in front of the undead army, like lambs to be slaughtered, without the ability to fight back. He even doubted whether he was dreaming. Too strong. Reina's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She originally thought that she was bound to die, but she didn't realize that Emo Shadow Dust was hiding such a powerful army of undead. The despair in her heart was dispersed by the light of hope and replaced by a desire for life. Moo, is this really a necromancer? Wasn't it said that necromancer was just a basic profession of the human race? Why do I feel that it's even more powerful than those hidden professions? Lei Ding's voice was trembling as he turned his head to look at Moo, hoping to receive a reasonable explanation. Moo was similarly shocked beyond words by the sight in front of her as she muttered, I don't know. I've never seen such a powerful human necromancer. There was only Su Wen, whose eyes glittered with excitement. He had long known how powerful Emo Shadow Dust was. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he hadn't chosen to run away even in the toughest of times before. Following such a powerful big brother, one would still need to worry about not having any chances in the land of trials? Big brother. Finally getting serious. Su Wen clenched his fists in excitement, his gaze tightly fixed on Emo Shadow Dust, his eyes filled with awe. Under the frantic attack of the undead army, the jackal dogs and jackal wolves quickly collapsed. They wailed and screamed, trying to escape from this land of death, but it was all in vain. The undead army was like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting their lives and sending them to hell. This battle, from the very beginning, was destined to end. It was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Emo Shadow Dust's undead army completely destroyed all resistance with a devastating force. The dust settled and the battlefield returned to silence. Vigor walked with heavy steps, patrolling the battlefield, the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand flashed with cold red light, looking for the jackals that had not yet breathed their last, and one by one, they made up for the fatal blows. Ink Shadow Dust, on the other hand, surrounded by an army of undead, slowly walked towards Reina. A touch of apology surfaced on his face, his voice slightly lowered, I'm sorry, something happened to my body earlier and I was unable to summon the army of undead. Luckily, I recovered at the last minute. He stretched out his hand and handed it to Reina, palm up, waiting for a response. Reina gazed at Emo Shadow Dust's outstretched hand,
which was bony, slender, and strong, carrying a reassuring warmth. She hesitated for a moment and finally gently rested her slightly cold slender hand on it. Ink Shadow Dust felt the soft touch coming from his palm and slightly exerted himself, pulling Reina up gently.
Hey! Little Moz, you only have little Nana in your eyes here, completely disregarding my brother's life and death.
Lei Ding's rough voice broke the delicate atmosphere between the two with a few exaggerated complaints. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's lips curved up into an arc as a thought flashed by. The zombie blood demon with a dried face, covered in jackalman blood and emitting a strong fishy odor, walked to Redding's side with stiff steps. In the midst of Redding's terrified screams, the blood demon stretched out his cold and stiff arm, forcibly lifting him up.
The blood devil's body's thick blood odor, like a substance surging into Lei Ding's nostrils, making his stomach flip and he couldn't help but dry heave.
This comical scene caused Mo Ingduan and Reina to look at each other and laugh, their crisp laughter echoing in the valley. The joy of surviving a robbery filled the air at this moment. The remaining few survivors were also helped up one after another. Suwon walked in front of Lei Ding with large strides, his hands folded in front of his waist, with a smug look on his face.
What did I tell you before? There were a few moments of teasing in his voice. Did I tell you a long time ago that Mo Shadowdust is a deeply hidden bigot? A mere second-order jackal is not worth mentioning in his eyes. Weren't you quite articulate before? Why don't you retort now? Ha ha.
Suwon laughed freely, as if he had gotten out a mouthful of bad anger. Lei Ding awkwardly scratched the back of his head, a rare hint of embarrassment showing on his rough face. He really didn't know how to respond, so he could only grin and giggle along with Suwon.
Chapter 82, Human Race Wants to Climb Mountains Too?
Mumu, that wood spirit clan member who possessed unique recovery magic, was casting a spell. A soft green light surged out from his entire body, brushing over the crowd like a spring breeze, quickly healing the wounds on their bodies. Mo Shadowdust quietly watched all of this. When everyone's injuries stabilized, he slowly got up, his voice low. It's getting late, depart.
Reina and Lei Ding exchanged a look, a hint of a relaxed smile flashing in each other's eyes.
Alright, set off, Reina responded briskly. She turned her head to look at Ink Shadowdust, a few hints of flirtation in her tone. With Ink Shadowdust as our thick thigh this time, we're sure to have a smooth ride on the road ahead of us. Lei Ding, on the other hand, cast his gaze towards the huge army of undead behind Mo Shadowdust and exaggeratedly exclaimed.
Look at this battle, what other dangers can be blocked? Don't say first and second order, even if a third order comes, I'm afraid they'll have to obediently lie flat. He paused and added.
No, I'm afraid the ones to worry about now are those scattered jackal dogmen and jackal wolves.
They'd better pray that they don't run into my brother, otherwise, all of them will have to become part of the undead army.
The crowd was amused by Lei Ding's words, and the atmosphere was light and pleasant.
They followed Mo Shadowdust's steps and walked firmly in the direction of the road of ascending God. An unprecedented sense of peace of mind spread in their hearts. Mo Shadowdust walked at the front of the group, his gaze falling on the vaguely visible mountain peak in the distance that towered into the clouds. That peak was the destination of their trip, the path of ascending God. An inexplicable stirring surged in his heart as he secretly pondered, what exactly is on this road of God ascension? Surprisingly, it was able to induce the heart of the god of death to yearn for it. At the foot of the path of ascension, the living beings of all races surged like a tidal wave in an endless stream. Many people even set up simple tents here, quietly waiting for that legendary divine gift to descend. 10 times the speed of cultivation and comprehension, this temptation is really hard to resist. Even though there was only 1 month left in the trial site, it was enough to make people rush for it. This was a tenfold increase. Countless people who knew that their strength was insufficient and did not want to risk going out to compete for the opportunity, all chose to wait here until the last moment. After all, apart from the Tower of Trials in the center of the Land of Trials that had yet to be opened, this place was already the most convenient place to obtain the opportunity. Ink Shadowdust led a few people to the foot of the mountain. In order to avoid being too noticeable, he had already put away the army of the undead. In the past few days, his mental strength had also recovered as expected. Mo Shadowdust looked around, looking at the crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain. His heart could not help but surge with a wave of amazement. There were at least hundreds of races gathered here, with different and strange forms. Even the immortal race, which was recognized as the #1 strongest race in the heavens and the worlds, also had a silhouette that appeared. Mo Shadowdust turned back and said to the crowd, "Let's part here." He pointed his finger to the top of the mountain towering into the clouds, his voice steady. "I need to go up the mountain to find out what is hidden up there."
The crowd nodded. The purpose of their trip was to dabble in divine gifts,
so they naturally wouldn't go out of their way to challenge the path to. Weren't they forced by the undead race's undead heavenly tribulation to cower in that corner of Tianqiong Mountain?
Another voice rang out, carrying a few hints of grimness and mockery. Imo Shadowdust followed the voice, and a figure with a thin figure and pale, almost transparent skin came into view. He was hidden in the shadows, faintly visible, and was none other than the person from the Shadow Clan.
Who knows?
The Shadow Clan man's shrill voice echoed in the valley, making one's ears uncomfortable.
A weak race that only deserves to fall prey to my clan, to think that they would try to get their hands on the road to God Ascension?
He laughed contemptuously, his voice filled with disdain. How self-absorbed. On the other side, a woman wearing a long emerald green dress with transparent thin wings on her back lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice as crisp as a wind chime, but with a hint of undisguised contempt.
You still really want to try climbing the mountain?
She gently flapped her wings, her figure fluttering as if she would merge into the surrounding air at any moment and disappear.
The path to the gods is not for a weak race like yours to tread?
Then there was a burst of laughter.
Endless taunts poured in from all directions.
That's right,
the human race's pre-professionals have always been the weakest in all walks of life, and they still presume to climb the path to God? Haven't you guys noticed?
He's only at the first rank and he wants to climb the mountain, it's simply a fool's dream. In my opinion, he won't even be able to pass the first test and will be crushed by the pressure above that step.
Ha 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 ha, right on.
Human kid, I advise you to go back obediently, don't embarrass yourself here.
The road to ascending God is not a place where you human races should come.
In the face of the alien race's unrelenting mockery, Mo Shadowdust's face was unperturbed and his expression was as normal. He keenly captured a word from the foreigner's mouth in the party, and that was the information he was most concerned about at this moment.
Undead natural disaster? Mo Shadowdust's gaze landed on the demon race that had just spoken, his voice low.
What did you mean just now when you said that the human race was blocked at Tianqiong Mountain by the undead heavenly tribulation? The demonic youth froze, as if he didn't expect Mo Ingduan to suddenly ask a question, and then a playful smile appeared on his face.
It seems like you still don't know.
There was a hint of gloating in his tone. Your human race messed with the undead clan for some reason, and was beaten back by all of the undead clan teaming up to launch the undead heavenly tribulation, and now it's relying on the Tianqiong Mountain terrain to hold out.
And I reckon it won't last much longer. That Undead One clan is bringing thousands of second-order reanimated corpses together towards Tianqiong Mountain.
The young blood spirit fiend of the demon race looked Mo Ingduan up and down, the corners of his mouth curved up in an arc of contempt.
Chapter 83, Past Days Revisited.
Kid, if I were you, I'd hurry up and find a place to hide until the end of the trial land, and still have a chance to save a life.
Mo Shadowdust thoughtfully nodded his head gently, as if he thought deeply of Blood Spirit Fury's words. Alright, thanks, I know.
As soon as the words fell, he flipped his wrist, and 3 miserable white bone spears suddenly emerged, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound as they headed straight for the Blood Spirit Fury. The speed of the bone spears was extremely fast, and the Blood Spirit Fiend didn't even have time to react before he was viciously struck. The huge impact caused him to retreat back and forth, and with a sharp pain in his chest, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently, drawing a shocking arc in the air.
This was the first time you opened your mouth to taunt punishment just now. Mo Shadowdust's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion.
After saying these words, he no longer paid attention to the crowd and turned around to step onto the ladder, his figure gradually disappearing from the crowd's sight. At the bottom of the mountain, the blood spirit fiend who had been injured by the bone spear had a shocked look on his face as he stared dead on in the direction that Ink Shadowdust had disappeared, his eyes filled with disbelief.
He? A mere first rank, how could he be so strong?
He covered his chest, his voice trembling, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock just now.
Touch! Touch!
2 dull sounds came from high in the sky, and 2 silhouettes fell to the ground in a sorry state, stirring up a puff of dust. This sudden turn of events once again attracted the attention of the crowd, and a burst of murmurs rose and fell.
How many failures is this today?
A voice asked with a hint of curiosity.
It's the 7th one, I think.
Another voice replied with a hint of helplessness.
These people are also really, what's the point of going hard to the top when you don't have the ability to do so? The reward for reaching the top is that tantalizing? Right. This is what we call having self-knowledge. Is it bad to sit down below and wait for the divine gift? We have to go and break through.
Someone else chimed in, a hint of smugness in his tone.
After getting seriously injured, the time spent in the trial land afterward will basically be used to heal.
For those who are still up there now, who do you guys think has the most hope to be the first to reach the top?
A voice suddenly asked, steering the topic in another direction. I'd say it's definitely the Purgatory clan's Motion. Someone immediately replied. He's been up there for 2 days and hasn't come out yet, so he should be the one who's lasted the longest up there. The Demon clan's Long Yao is also promising, his fleshly body is invincible, so he should have hopes of reaching the top. Reina, Lei Ding, and the three of them, Su Wen, were also looking far away from the direction in which Mo Shadow Dust had disappeared at this time. What do you guys say, little Moz? Can he reach the top? Lei Ding asked with some misgivings.
Reina said climbing to the top is definitely possible, his strength is so strong that if he can't even get to the top of the mountain, then in this place of trial, I'm afraid that no one will be able to succeed. I just don't know if he can be the first to reach the top before anyone else. Su Wen firmly said, I believe in Big Brother, reaching the top is inevitable, being the first to reach the top is also possible, let's just wait and see. He was now a solid supporter of Mo Ingduan.
The moment Ink Shadow Dust's feet touched the first step, a heavy pressure swept in from all directions like a mountain. It was as if it was going to crush him into pieces. He took a deep breath, and the blood flow in his body suddenly accelerated. That was the powerful physique originating from the body of desolate blood in action. His muscles were tense, his bones were making tiny creaking sounds, and every cell in his body was fighting against this sudden heavy pressure. A moment later, his body trembled slightly, gradually adapting to the pressure. Sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the stone steps, making a slight popping sound. He raised his foot and stepped onto the second step. The pressure increased steeply, like a big invisible hand that pinched his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Every step upwards after that, the pressure increased geometrically, as if it was never ending. He clenched his teeth, his face was calm, every step was incredibly difficult, yet exceptionally steady. The stone steps under his feet seemed to possess some kind of magic. With every step, a strange energy would surge into his body. It washed over his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that. His body was undergoing subtle changes under this energy rush. The muscles were firmer, the bones were tougher, and even the spirit had become more condensed. This road to ascending God was truly worthy of its name. However, Mo Shadow Dust was a bit puzzled. If it was just the pressure, there should be many races with strong physical bodies down there that could easily pass the test of this ladder. With doubts, Mo Shadow Dust continued to move forward. The physical body continued to strengthen as it kept resisting the endless pressure. Ink Shadow Dust couldn't calculate how much stronger it had become. However, Ink Shadow Dust estimated that it had at least doubled in strength. As he stepped onto a step that didn't look any different from before. In front of him, a platform constructed of white bones opened up. Mo Shadow Dust took one step onto it, and the pressure from before suddenly disappeared. A rumbling sound came from the other side of the platform. A boar charged over from that side. It was followed by Blast Rabbit, Slime, Stone Man, Shadow Fracture, Zhao Hao, Vampire Count, Barbaric. All the battles that Ink Shadow Dust had experienced before, all the enemies, surprisingly, all of them appeared in front of him in one fell swoop. Illusion? Ink Shadow Dust guessed. But in the next instant, Desolate Savage opened Savage Charge and crashed towards Ink Shadow Dust. The feeling of space being blocked allowed Ink Shadow Dust to instantly realize that. I'm afraid this isn't as simple as an illusion. What kind of illusion can block space? Turn on the blinking skill that came with the cloak. Forcefully dodging the barbaric strike. Ink Shadow Dust waved his hand and summoned an army of undead, fighting against the many enemies. Vigorously built, the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand flashed with scarlet light, wrapped in a strong bloody aura, and slashed down towards Desolate Barbarian's head. Desolate Barbarian was expressionless and met him with his bare hands. On his iron fists, there was a hidden metallic luster, as if they were made of steel. Clang! A loud sound was deafening as the soul-devouring blood blade collided with Desolate Barbarian's iron fists, sparks splashing everywhere. Both of them did not retreat in the slightest. Obviously, in terms of power sparring, Dolly was not weaker than Desolate Barbarian. However, Desolate Barbarian's figure swayed and instantly bullied his way to the front of Vigorous. His right fist was clenched, carrying the sound of breaking air, and it went straight towards Vigor's chest bones. Vigorously held the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand across his chest, resisting this raging blow. Bang! With another muffled sound, Dolly's entire body was blasted backwards. In an instant, Dolly was back on his feet and rushed forward, slashing at Desolate Barbarian. Clank! A sound like a piercing metal friction suddenly rang out. The soul-devouring blood blade in Vigor's hand slashed at the hard skin of the barbarians, but it only cut through the skin and flesh, causing a shallow wound that failed to penetrate deep into the flesh and bone. Ink Shadow Dust saw this, but his eyes lit up. Can hurt. This means that there is a chance of winning. Chapter 84, It's impossible for the human race to have this ability. One must know that the last time he faced this terrifying barbaric savage, he had directly utilized a killer weapon such as soul domination to kill it. And this time, Mo Shadowdust was unwilling to easily utilize that soul domination with huge side effects no matter what. He quickly adjusted his strategy, and with a thought, ordered Vigor to change his tactics and start a roaming fight with Desolate Barbarian. The other enemies, in front of the vast army of undead, were nothing more than dirt and dogs, unbeatable. The only one that could truly bring great pressure to Mo Ingduan like a matter of life and death was this powerful barbarian. As long as he waited for the undead army to clean up those fishes, and then assisted in vigorously attacking this barbarian, the balance of victory would be tilted in his favor. Mo Shadowdust was staring at the situation on the battlefield, calculating in his heart. The fish had been cleared out, and Mo Shadowdust waved his sleeve. The army of undead was ordered to surge towards Desolate Barbarian like a tidal wave, launching a siege. Aren't you incomparably strong? The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a cold arc as he contemptuously muttered to himself. Haven't you reached the peak of the second rank? A teasing light flickered in his eyes. Come, let me see if you can withstand my undead army's wheel battle. The battle process was lackluster and devoid of any fancy techniques. The Iron Guard stood to the side, shield held high and ready at all times. The E-rank passive taunt phrase on its body was like a magnet, always allowing it to attract the barbarian's attacks at critical moments. Whenever the barbaric attack was about to arrive, the Iron Guard would use its shield to carry it hard, making a dull crashing sound. On the other hand, Dolly and Phantom Thorn seized the moment, bullying their way forward and swinging out a blade with all their strength. The blade cut through the air, leaving behind a mournful whine. Afterwards, they quickly withdrew and retreated to a safe distance, waiting for the next opportunity. The skeleton warriors, on the other hand, braved death and surrounded the barbarians, launching suicide attacks. Their bones shattered in the collision, making a toothsome sound, but none of them retreated. The skeleton archers even turned their bone arrows into a rain of arrows, continuous and pouring down as if they would never stop. As for the damage deepening, powerful battle roar these gain skills, has long been added, the undead army combat power to the limit. Ink Shadow Dust rubbed his distended temples, veins appearing on his forehead. For half an entire day, he was like a tireless machine, constantly cycling through the two skills of Summon Skeleton Warrior and Supplemental Damage Deepening. The endless spell casting had nearly depleted his mental energy, and every spell cast was accompanied by a bout of dizziness. He had even lost track of how many times he had actually released his skills, and only felt that his mind was in chaos. Fortunately, this is just a trial. Ink Shadow Dust let out a bitter smile. If this was a true Desolate Barbarian, how could it tangle with me for so long at such a disadvantage? I'm afraid it would have already escaped. Right at this moment, the soul-devouring blood blade in Vigor's hand cut through a blood-colored arc of light and ruthlessly slashed down. Desolate Barbarian's hideous head, which had long been scarred, flew up high in an unwilling roar. Its huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Like the enemies that had been killed before, Desolate Barbarian's body quickly turned into dots of fluorescent light and dissipated into the air. At the same time, beneath the high mountains, a melodious bell sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. Dang! The sound of the bell was crisp and long, as if it was calling from the distant past. At the foot of the mountain, numerous onlookers from all races raised their heads and gazed at the mountaintop. A look of surprise spread across their faces. All sorts of noisy murmurs also rang out, like boiling water. The bell rang. Did someone pass the middle section again? Who are the people who entered today? Your guesses, will he be able to make it to the top with a bang? Various speculations rose and fell, like a pot exploding. In today's? I seem to remember that only one human race went up. Could it be him? The blood spirit fiend sniffed and frowned, a contemptuous cold snort escaping from his nose, the corners of his mouth outlining a disdainful arc. How could it be that human race? He's only a mere first-rank strength, even if his battle power is comparable to the second rank. It's impossible for him to ascend to the middle stage so divinely. He paused, his voice filled with contempt. Furthermore, this human race is despicable and shameless, and earlier, at the last moment before ascending the mountain, he suddenly made a sneak attack on me before scampering into the path of divine ascension to escape. He shook his head. How does this kind of person, with this kind of heart, deserve to have such strength to quickly pass halfway through the path of God ascension? The blood spirit fiend's words were loud and clear, as if he had already put a lid on the matter. However, the other people around them looked at each other in dismay, as if they didn't completely agree with Blood Spirit Fury's opinion. However, these past few days, the number of people who are still attempting to climb the mountain is getting fewer and fewer. Within the entire day, only that one human race went in on their own. Who else could it be if not him? A voice weakly rang out with a few moments of skepticism. Oops, it's not possible that this human race brat has hopes of breaking the record of the human race for nearly 100 years and becoming the next person to ascend to the top of this path of ascension after the human race's sword immortal, is it? Another voice exclaimed in shock, its tone filled with disbelief. The blood spirit fiend's face was gloomy. Listening to the crowd's chatter, mutterings began to rise within him as well, and his originally firm beliefs were even slightly shaken at this moment. Could it really be this human trash? He secretly pondered in his heart, and a sense of annoyance arose. Right at this moment, Ball of the Goblin clan, with his short legs that were half as short as a normal person's, waddled over to Blood Spirit Fury's side. He had a fawning smile on his face, and his voice was shrill and piercing. Gentlemen, listen to me. Right after that human race went in, I also saw a person from the shadow race flash and rush in like a ghost. Ball mysteriously lowered his voice. But he went straight in by activating their Shadow Clan's unique Shadow Shuttle, so perhaps you all didn't notice it too much. I also happened to notice that glimmer of light, and that's how I realized it. Hearing this, the blood spirit fiend was as relieved as if he had been relieved, and the stone hanging in the bottom of his heart finally fell to the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. A smug look resurfaced on his face as he swept his gaze over the crowd. You guys see, I told you that it could never be a waste of the human race. His voice was high-pitched with a few hints of braggadocio. If the human race had this ability, would they still be suppressed by the various races in the 10,000 realms to the point where they could only passively defend like shrunken turtles? The people discussing in the surroundings had expressions of sudden realization on their faces when they heard Ball and the blood spirit fiend's words. I see. Then it does seem that the one from the Shadow Clan went in, but this one is really strong, to have passed half of the journey in such a short time? A voice in the crowd said with a few moments of awe. Chapter 85, Can you tempt me with these obsessions that I abandoned long ago? The Shadow Clan, who had been hidden in the shadows, could no longer hold back their inner smugness at this moment, and a sorrowful voice came out. Hee, inside is my Shadow Clan's Lord Night Spectre. You fools are really laughable to think that the previous bells were rung for the human race? That voice was filled with mockery and disdain. Are they worthy? That bell was inevitably rung because of my clan, Lord Night Spectre. The voice of the Shadow Clan echoed in the air with an eerie aura. An immortal race woman in a gorgeous robe stood quietly to the side, taking it all in. She had heard enough of these endless speculations, and gently waved her sleeve, a clear wind whipping past, carrying a bit of coldness. It's just a bell, why all the fuss? It's not like it hasn't rung before. When someone ascends to the top, the bell will ring 3 times, and it won't be too late for you guys to guess again. The second half of this path of ascending God will directly extrapolate from the long river of space and time to form an illusion from the climber's previous life of the person with the heaviest obsession, making it extremely difficult to pass through. Before his eyes, the ladder surfaced once again. It stretched on, as if it was never ending. Mo Shadowdust looked up, and the ladder towered into the clouds, as if it was going to pierce the dome of the sky. He took a deep breath and without hesitation, he stepped forward again. This level, will it still be like before, simply applying gravity? If it's just like this, it's too boring. Before the words fell, as soon as his feet touched the ladder, an invisible spiritual pressure swept in like a wild tide, as if it was going to tear his soul apart alive. Mo Shadowdust clenched his teeth, his whole body's spiritual power surging madly, trying his best to resist this horrible pressure. This is oppression that directly targets the soul? No wonder everyone says that the Undead clan possesses a unique advantage on the path to the top. They are indeed comfortable facing this kind of soul-level oppression. But so what? Come on, let me see just how far this so-called spiritual oppression can reach. Mo Shadowdust could clearly feel that this spiritual pressure was not only a hindrance. It was more like a kind of sharpening, and with every resistance, his soul was baptized once and became more solid. As the pace of the climb continued to advance, the spiritual pressure also became stronger and stronger. Moing Dust's forehead gradually seeped out fine beads of sweat, his face also gradually became pale. However, his gaze became sharper and sharper, like 2 sheathed swords, flashing with a palpitating cold aura.
The scenery around the path to God began to twist and distort, countless phantoms flickered and flickered, like a dream. Among those phantoms, there were his former relatives, his former enemies, and his former lovers, all of whom were beckoning and calling out to him, trying to pull him into the illusory dream world.
Dusty, come back to the Mo family, we can give you everything you want. A familiar voice rang in his ears. It was his father Mo Kuei's voice, full of temptation. Mo Shadowdust was expressionless, he didn't even raise his eyelids and directly stepped towards the next step. What I want, I will use my own hands to fight for it, I don't need anyone's charity. Shadowdust, will you let me marry you? I want the two of us to be together forever. Mo Shadowdust glanced over and Xia Yunqi's figure appeared in front of him, she was looking at him with deep affection. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. It was really boring to the extreme. This illusion created is also too unrealistic. To come up with these obsessions that I have long since discarded, it is simply unchallenging. Without hesitation, he took another step and stepped onto a higher step. Immediately after, Mo Bingning, Mo Euro, Mo Schwer. These people who had no attachment to Mo Shadowdust appeared one after another in the illusionary realm. Even if you guys get out those who betrayed me before I was reborn, I could still stop and see if there's a chance for revenge. Now get me out such a few people. Could it be that? Shadowdust's heart had already vaguely guessed where the true test of this level was. It was nothing more than invoking the most important or most missed obsession in the climber's life. But he was a reborn person. These so-called obsessions might indeed be the most important at his age in his previous life. It's just that this path of ascending God was nothing more than that, to the extent that it couldn't even detect such things as rebirth. It's really disappointing. Mo Shadowdust took a step out, and the scene of the Mo family villa behind him instantly shattered and dissipated without a trace. Before his eyes, the real scene emerged. Raising his eyes, the scene in front of him caused Mo Shadowdust's pupils to contract slightly. In front of him was a vast and boundless platform, and the entire platform seemed to be piled up by tired white bones. The white bones were glowing with an icy luster in the sunlight, revealing an unspeakably bizarre and eerie feeling. In the center of the platform, a huge skeleton throne stood there quietly. The entire body of the throne was constructed from the huge bones of unknown creatures, and each bone exuded an ancient and powerful aura. It intertwined into an invisible pressure that filled the air above the entire platform. Mo Shadowdust looked around and realized that he was already at the top of a mountain. This mountain peak towered over the clouds, and the peak had long since disappeared into the clouds. Standing on the platform and looking around, there was only an azure sky and a sea of tumbling clouds, yet with a hint of disturbing dead silence. Sitting on the skeleton throne, you can obtain a soul quenching. A cold, mechanical voice rang out in Mo Yingduan's mind that. It did not carry any emotional coloring, but clearly conveyed the message. Soul quenching? Mo Shadowdust's eyebrows gently raised. It seemed that this should be the final reward of the road to God ascension. After going through the previous trials and tribulations, one had finally come to this final step. I wonder what kind of experience this soul quenching would be. He took a deep breath and with a hint of alertness, he slowly walked towards that skeleton throne. Just the moment he was about to land on that white bone throne, the heart of death throbbed violently, as if it was trying its best to stop Shadowdust's move. Shadowdust was slightly stunned, his figure stopped in place, his gaze was like a torch as he scrutinized the throne in front of him that was permeated with endless majesty. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind like lightning. It caused his heartbeat to suddenly accelerate and his breathing to become rapid. This throne. Could it carry his advancement and become the cornerstone for him to step into the second stage? Mo Shadowdust slowly raised his palm, and with a hint of trembling, gently touched the top of the throne. This time, the death god's heart was surprisingly calm and did not make any movements. This caused Mo Shadowdust's heart to settle down slightly. It seems that my guess was not wrong. He whispered to himself, a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Chapter 86 Skeleton Throne. With a thought, the career panel unfolded before his eyes, and Shadowdust did not hesitate to give the command. Promote to the second rank. Carrier skeleton throne unknown grade detected. Whether or not to use the skeleton throne as a bearer to advance to the second rank? Use. Shadowdust's reply was decisive. The skeleton throne is an unknown grade item. This behavior is extremely dangerous. Is it confirmed for advancement? The system's icy voice sounded again, carrying a hint of warning. Confirmed. Mo Shadowdust's gaze burned without the slightest flinch. As Mo Shadow Dust confirmed again, a dazzling light his body surged out, completely enveloping the tall skeleton throne. This light was soft and warm, yet it contained an incomparably powerful force. Under the illumination of this light, the throne began to slowly dissolve, turning into bits of starlight that merged into Mo Ingduan's body. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the entire body was being reshaped and every cell was cheering. Mo Shadow Dust only felt a stream of warmth surging through his body, and an unprecedented sense of strength filled his limbs and bones. Advancement. It had begun. Right at the moment when Mo Shadow Dust began his advancement. At the end of the path of ascending god, the Purgatory clan Motian finally broke through the many illusions and ascended to that legendary endpoint after 1,000 years of hard work. The death god's heart was beating violently within his chest, sending out a sharp warning. However, at this moment, Mo Shadow Dust's consciousness had completely disappeared, and his entire mind was immersed in the advancement, unresponsive to everything in the outside world. On his body, the word looting system flickered with a ghostly light, which was like a thin layer of gauze that gently wrapped around his body. In the next second, Mo Shadow Dust's figure disappeared into thin air without a trace, as if it was swallowed by a black hole. Mo Tian took a step onto the platform. In his mind, a majestic and ethereal voice rang out, the same as what Mo Shadow Dust had heard before. Sitting on the skeleton throne, you can obtain a soul quenching. Finally up. Unstoppable excitement surged in Mo Tian's heart as he took large strides forward, ready to follow the instructions and sit on that legendary throne. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze, replaced by an incredulous stunnedness. His eyes widened as he looked around. On the empty platform, there was nothing but cold white bones and the howling cold wind. Where was there any shadow of the skeleton throne? What is this situation? Mo Tian muttered, his voice filled with confusion and disbelief. Sitting on the skeleton throne. Where is the skeleton throne? He frowned and fell into deep thought. Could it be that there's some other special ritual that my clan hasn't recorded in order to see the throne? Mo Tian carefully recalled the clan's records on the path of ascending god, but he could never find any clues. The clan's records clearly stated. After ascending to the top, the skeleton throne was in the center of the platform, and sitting on it one could obtain a tenfold increase in soul quenching. There is no description of any other rituals or steps at all. Ma Tian's mind was clouded with suspicion as he began to carefully search the entire platform, not sparing any corner. Time passed by minute by minute. Mo Tian stood at the edge of the platform, his face so gloomy that it could almost drip water. That face that was originally filled with anticipation was now written with confusion and endless unwillingness. He felt like a little cutie. Like being tricked. Liars, all a bunch of outright liars. The great powers among the ancestors were liars, the records of the clan were liars, and even the hints on this platform were a heavenly fraud. He had almost turned this place upside down, every inch of the land had been scrutinized, and there was no bull skeleton throne here at all. The anger in his chest erupted like a volcano, and Mo Tian felt like his lungs were about to explode. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, bringing a burst of stinging pain. With a full of anger, Mo Tian turned around and retraced his steps down the mountain. His figure was like electricity as he flew through the steps and sped towards the bottom of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, people were gathering and clamoring, like a boiling hot pot. All the different races converged here, all looking forward with eager anticipation, their eyes burning as they gazed at the peak that towered into the clouds. It was at the moment when Mo Shadow Dust stepped on the peak of the mountain. When? Three melodious bells, like heavenly music, boomed from the top of the mountain, resounding through the clouds. This bell sound, calm and solemn, with a certain sacred rhythm, echoed in the valley for a long time. Below the mountain, the crowd, which was already noisy, was instantly ignited by the sound of this bell, erupting into deafening murmurs. Success! Someone has really succeeded in reaching the summit. A voice shouted in a high-pitched manner, its tone filled with uncontrollable excitement. Ha, after so many days, it hasn't been in vain at last, someone has finally succeeded. Another voice rang out immediately after, with a joy-like relief. According to the ancient records that have been passed down from generation to generation in the clan, these three bells ringing is the very symbol of someone reaching the top of the mountain. Now, we only need to wait for the person who has reached the top to complete the soul quenching, and the remaining power will feed back to the surroundings like sweet rains, and that is the legendary divine gift. Although this person's voice was not loud, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. It's not easy, it's really not easy. After waiting for so long, the divine providence is finally coming down. An Iron Arm clan member excitedly waved his fists, his face overflowing with unspeakable excitement. His tightly clenched fists were slightly trembling from excessive excitement, as if he had already felt the divine power that was about to come. For a time, the foot of the mountain roared with joy, and everyone was immersed in the joy of this upcoming divine gift. The hearts of the crowd were surging, eagerly awaiting the divine gift to come. It was at this moment when all the people were watching. When? The distant bells echoed once again from the top of the mountain, 3 times in a row, shaking the sky. The original noisy crowd instantly fell into a dead silence, as if time is frozen at this moment. Only after a long time did a voice with a trembling tone break the silence. What's going on here? Someone has reached the top again? This voice was like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. 2 people summoning at the same time? This has never been recorded in the history of the clan. Another voice followed closely behind, its tone filled with disbelief. Immediately afterward, all sorts of exclamations and comments rose up, as if a pot had been blown up, clamoring for attention. Time quietly faded away. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. The divine providence that the crowd had been waiting for was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no sign of it. Chapter 87 Promotion to the Second Order. What exactly has happened? By common sense, the soul quenching should have ended long ago. An elf clan member frowned, his voice filled with doubt. Could it be that above the mountain top, those 2 fought? Another person guessed, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Emotion had already traveled to the foot of the mountain, taking 1 step out onto the path of ascending God, his figure slowly appearing in the air. The people of the various clans who had been anxiously waiting for a long time ago swarmed to him like a tidal wave. Sure enough, it's Lord Emotion. I have asserted before that my clan's Lord Motyan has the best hope of reaching the pinnacle. A Purgatory clan member couldn't hide his excitement and shouted loudly. You belong to the same clan, you should quickly go and ask what's going on and why the divine providence has been delayed in coming down. A person beside him eagerly urged. When that Purgatory clan member heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across his face, but his feet moved forward with trepidation. There was no other, only fear. The Purgatory clan was murderous and their reputation spread far and wide. They are not only cruel to the outsiders, but also to their own clansmen. The slightest carelessness, words that offended, could bring about the disaster of killing, and it was not impossible to be killed on the spot by Emotion. Lord Emotion, congratulations on your success in reaching the top, just. What exactly happened on top of the mountain? Why has the divine providence not descended so far? He stiffly and cautiously asked. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was also like a powder keg that had been ignited, asking questions in a chorus. Yeah, what's going on? Motyan, has your soul tempering ever ended? Could it be that, besides himself, someone else had ascended to the top? I do not know the identity of the other person who ascended to the top, and besides, there aren't any thrones on top of the mountain at all. Emotion said in a deep voice, his voice exploding in the crowd like muffled thunder. At these words, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded, each and every one of them dumbfounded, their minds going blank. They incredulously digested the information in Emotion's words, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. There is no skeleton throne? How is this possible? Doesn't that mean that even if one ascends to the top, they won't be able to undergo soul quenching? A man muttered, his voice filled with resignation. Soul tempering can't be performed, so what about our divine gifts? Is it still obtainable? Another person asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anxiety. The blood spirit fiend quietly listened to the crowd's discussion, and suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind and he shouted. Is there a possibility that another person who ascended to the top did something to skeleton throne to destroy or hide it? At these words, the surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence, and everyone was stunned by his bold speculation. When you say it like that, there are a few possibilities. After a moment of silence, one person broke the silence. Let's just stand guard here and wait for a while to see who actually comes down. With so many of us, can't we still force him to tell us the truth of the matter? Our divine providence mustn't just disappear unnoticed like this. Another person chimed in, his tone filled with determination. That's right. Just wait for him here. We must make him hand over the divine gift.
this is a chance that belongs to all of us, how can we allow him to take it all by himself? The people of the Shadow Clan were hidden in the shadows at the moment, exchanging glances with each other, uneasiness written all over each of their faces. Could it be Lord Night Spectre? How could the Lord be so confused? How could he take the throne for himself? This is an offense against the public's wrath. A person lowered his voice and said, his tone filled with worry. Who can say for sure? However, I'm afraid there's no one else left on the mountain right now other than His Excellency. Later on, when my lord comes out, we must find a way to notify my lord, so that she can escape this place at the first opportunity. That's right. We must find a way to notify His Excellency. The remaining few nodded their heads in agreement, a wave of worry in their voices. Su Wen and Lei Ding stood together at this moment and glanced at each other. A speculation rose in both of their hearts. It can't be. At the top of the mountain, light flowed, outlining Imo Shadowdust's figure. He slowly opened his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of power surged from within his body, like a rushing river, surging. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his bones and knuckles emitting a slight popping sound, a sign of excess power. Success! At his chest, where his heart was, the heart of death was silently suspended, surrounded by a throne constructed from eerie white bones, emitting a ghostly cold and mysterious light. Another tenfold increase in advancement. Ink Shadowdust's heart was surging. He could clearly feel that all of his attributes had gotten a qualitative leap, even the weakest one had broken through the 2000 mark. And spiritual power is like a lofty mountain, as high as 5,000 huge. Promoted to the second rank, please select the second rank skill. The system prompt sounded in his head like heavenly music. Summon Skeleton Mage. Summon Zombie. Summon Bone Demon. Bone Armor. White Bone Storm. Bone Jail. A series of skill lists unfolded in front of Imo Shadowdust's eyes, shining with a tantalizing light. Ink Shadowdust's gaze was like a torch as he quickly swept through these skills, and his heart had already made up its mind. Summoning Department, I want Summon Zombie and Summon Skeleton Mage. He said in a deep voice, his voice carrying an unquestionable firmness. White Bone Department, I'll take Bone Armor and Bone Prison. The selection of skills for the summoning specialization was effortless. However, when it came to the choice of the White Bone specialization, Ink Shadowdust fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Bone Armor was a must-have, the spell curing words on him had to be carried by a defensive skill, it was a guarantee of his survival. As for the other skill, Ink Shadowdust's gaze hovered between Bone Jail and White Bone Storm. Bone Jail, a powerful control skill that could trap the enemy in a white bone cage, unable to move. White Bone Storm, on the other hand, was a ranged attack weapon, countless sharp bone spikes raging in the storm, enough to tear the enemy into pieces. The two skills had their own unique characteristics, and it was difficult to choose between them. Control or destruction. Ink Shadowdust's brows furrowed slightly as countless images of battles flashed through his mind. In the end, he chose Bone Prison. While ranged attacks were important, the ability to control, in many cases, was the key to victory or defeat. Chapter 88 Black Warrior Resurrection. Ink Shadowdust looked at the 4 new second order spells added to the skill bar, as well as the new first order and zero order skill bar that had yet to be learned, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. Congratulations on advancing to the second rank, the Death Talisman is reset, please choose a third rank skill to inscribe. Black Knight Resurrection. Ink Shadowdust did not hesitate to choose this powerful third rank skill. Third rank skill Black Knight Resurrection has been engraved. Black Knight Resurrection, use a corpse that has died to resurrect as a Black Knight, the strength of the corpse will have an effect on the Black Knight's battle power. Ink Shadowdust's eyes flashed with excitement, this is what you call a skill. Host advances to the second rank, please select a defense spell to solidify. This time, it was the beep of the word looting system. Curing Bone Armor. Imo Shadowdust said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, a strange fluctuation came from him, and the inner side of the white bone armor that originally existed around him quietly attached another layer of even stronger bone armor. Double defense. Imo Shadowdust could feel that impenetrable power, which filled his heart with a sense of security. The choice had already been made, yet the real main event had just begun. The Bearer. The first thing to view was the mysterious and unpredictable Heart of Death. Ink Shadowdust clearly remembered that the previous description of the Death God's heart clearly labeled it as being in a sealed state and would be gradually unsealed as his strength increased. Heart of the God of Death Red, the supreme secret treasure from the world of the dead, currently in a state of self-sealing, and will be gradually unsealed as the owner's strength rises. Existing abilities: Enlightenment, Soul Domination, Submission. Spirit Enlightenment, passive skill that automatically opens the spirit of the undead creatures summoned by the possessor, granting them a higher level of intelligence and giving them the possibility to comprehend skills.
Soul Domination, instantly absorbs the souls of all summoned creatures to enhance itself for 30 minutes. Note, summons that have had their souls absorbed will enter a dormant state and cannot be summoned again until 24 hours later. Subjugation, seize control of undead within the area covered by your spiritual power, can be activated once every 24 hours. Subjugation? Subjugation? Ink Shadow Dust's pupils suddenly contracted. This skill. Doesn't this mean that from today onwards, all the undead whose rank was no higher than the second rank, no matter who they used to be loyal to, as long as they appeared in front of him, they would all bow down and obediently follow his orders? The long dormant heart of death in his chest, as if it had sensed his inner turmoil, pulsed slightly, emitting a cold and powerful aura. Mo Shadow Dust took a deep breath to calm his inner shock and continued to check the introduction of the Skeleton Throne. Skeleton Throne Red, throne of unnameable existence that disappeared before endless time and space. It is currently in a state of self-sealing, and will be gradually unsealed as the owner's strength rises. Existing abilities: Murphy's King's Land, Murphy's King's Minister. Mafe King's Land, when you sit on the throne, the strength of all subjects under your command will be raised by 1 rank. Murphy's King's Subject, you can use the abilities of your subjects as you wish, currently only one can be chosen at a time. Murky Shadow Dust felt a wave of dizziness, as if he had been hit by a great surprise. The new submission ability added by the Heart of Death was already shocking enough to be called the nemesis of the undead. And now, the ability displayed by this Skeleton Throne. In addition to that slightly ostentatious name, it could simply be described as invincible. After all, I am living in the form of a humanoid buff. Ink Shadow Dust's figure shifted and disappeared from the top of that towering mountain. He didn't choose to return the same way along the path of ascending God, but directly leapt down. The sudden impulse in his heart drove him to make this crazy move. After advancing, it seems that I've gotten a little carried away. The corner of his mouth curved into a helpless arc as he laughed at himself. But then, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. That's just it, just float. It's rare to have this kind of enjoyable moment. The wind whistled in his ears, like the roar of a mad dragon, and his robes hunted, seeming to tear through the void. The scene in front of him changed rapidly, the ground in the field of vision rapidly enlarged. Suddenly, beside the mountainside, a silhouette was thrown out by an invisible force, and flew towards the direction of Mo Shadow Dust's fall. It almost collided with Ink Shadow Dust, who was rapidly falling. Mo Shadow Dust frowned and cursed in his heart. Touch! Touch! 2 dull and loud sounds echoed in the valley for a long time. A figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. That was the person who had failed to climb the mountain and had been mercilessly left behind by the path of ascending God. The other figure, on the other hand, stood firmly on the ground. Feet as if they were rooted in the earth, standing firm and unmoving. It was precisely Mo Shadow Dust. He fell from a height of 10,000 feet in a domineering and overwhelming manner, unharmed. Another person has failed, this time it's 2. Who is it this time? Forget about failures for now, all of you keep an eye on the entrance to the ladder. After sealing the top, you must have walked down from the ladder. Don't let that stealing God's providence sky slip away. Ink Shadow Dust caught these words in his ears. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt. Stealing the divine gift? This can't be about me, right? The Shadow Clan reacted very differently. Their figures were like lightning, and they quickly arrived beside that wretched figure to help him up. Lord Night Spectre, how did you? Failed? Disbelief was written all over the faces of the people of the Shadow Clan. Night Spectre's breath was disorganized at the moment, and his body's chi and blood were churning, so where else would he have the heart to answer these questions? Moreover, failure was just a failure. Was there anything worth making a fuss over? Lord Night Spectre, could it be that it wasn't you who stole the Skeleton Throne? Then who could it be? The person from the Shadow Clan still pursued the question relentlessly. The Skeleton Throne? Night Spectre was filled with bewilderment as he tempered the injuries in his body. No, you're the human race that climbed the mountain before? You didn't fail and get thrown down, you. Jumping down yourself? The Blood Spirit Fury's voice, with a hint of trembling, traveled into Mo Ingduan's ears. You climbed to the top?
This terrifying thought surfaced in Blood Spirit Fiend's mind as he stammered out what was in his heart. Imo Shadowdust smiled bashfully as he recognized this demon race youth who had been injured by himself with a bone spear before he climbed the mountain.
Climbing to the top. Is it difficult?
His tone was calm, as if he was stating a trivial and insignificant matter. The moment these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar, and all sorts of cries of alarm rang out. The Blood Spirit Fiend's face turned white as he was unable to accept this fact.
No, it can't be. What makes you, a human, ascend to the top? You must have failed and been thrown out as well. It's just that I don't know what method I used to stabilize my body without being injured. Blood Spirit Fiend desperately tried to convince himself, trying to find a reasonable excuse for Mo Ingsuan's failure. Chapter 89. You're the only one who talks too much? Mo Shadowdust ignored Blood Spirit Fiend's incessant babbling. He turned around, his gaze landing on Lei Ding and Suwen who were walking towards him. The faces of the two were overflowing with uncontrollable excitement, yet mixed with a trace of unspeakable confusion. Mo Shadowdust naturally understood what was going through their minds, and nodded slightly, sort of confirming. I've caught the loophole, haven't I? This lie of yours, it doesn't break. Lord Motian himself said just now that there is no such thing as a skeleton throne at the top of the mountain. The Blood Spirit Fiend was triumphant, his voice filled with mockery. Ink Shadowdust was bored to death in his heart as he slightly raised his hand, and the phantom thorn lurking in his shadow instantly flashed behind Blood Spirit Fury. The short blade of hell cut through the air with a biting coldness, directly taking the life of the Blood Spirit Fury. Blood Spirit Fury, dead. I told you to talk nonsense. Before I went up, you kept talking. And then you kept on talking after I came down. You're asking for death. Immediately after that, Black Knight's resurrection skill was activated, and a strange black mist filled the corpse of the Blood Spirit Fury. When the black mist dispersed, the Blood Spirit Fiend had already transformed into a black warrior clad in black armor with a huge sword on his back, respectfully standing behind Mo Shadowdust. This sudden change caused the originally noisy scene to instantly fall silent and a pin could be heard. A third-ranked black warrior? Surprisingly, it really is. This human race can actually summon a third-order black warrior. Then, it's really possible for him to reach the top. Human race. You were at the top of the mountain and really saw the skeleton throne with your own eyes? A voice broke the silence and asked with an incredulous tone. Mo Shadowdust heard that there was even someone who came over to cross-examine without knowing how to die. A cold snort was heard, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Naturally, is it necessary for me to lie? Then why hasn't the divine providence descended? Another voice pursued, its tone filled with resignation. Ink Shadowdust was stunned, then reacted. Divine providence was the power that the skeleton throne fed back. Now that the throne had been refined by himself, where would the divine gift come from? The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile, then. I'm really not sure. After saying that, he passed a look to Lei Ding and Suwen, signaling to leave, and turned around to leave. No, you can't leave. You must make your words clear. That's right, you can't leave. Tell us clearly, where exactly did our divine gifts go? The two bold shadow clansmen even stepped forward and tried to block Mo Shadowdust's path. The black warrior's huge sword was sheathed, its cold light flashing. With a horizontal sweep, wrapped in a thunderous force, the two shadow clansmen were cut off at the waist. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red, and a heavy scent of blood filled the air. If you want to know why divine providence disappeared, go up and find out for yourself. Don't whine to me here. Mo Shadowdust's footsteps were unceasing, and his ice-cold words were clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Under the powerful intimidation of the third-order black warrior, the crowd in front of Mo Ingduan automatically made way. No one dared to block. Even Mo Tian, who was originally prepared to make a move, fell into a brief hesitation and eventually stopped moving. Third-order black warrior. Even if he was able to defeat it with all his cards, he was afraid that he would still pay a heavy price. Mo Tian does not want to exit this trial so early. He watched as Mo Shadowdust led Lei Ding and Suwen, escorted by the black warriors, and sailed away. Only leaving behind a mess all over the ground, and the lingering shock and doubt in the hearts of the crowd. Next to the broken wall, Mo Shadowdust, Suwen, and Lei Ding stood side by side. Mo Shadowdust stared sullenly at the floating figure in midair. That person was wearing a moonlight white robe, which was embroidered with complex and mysterious silver patterns, flowing with a faint glow in the sunlight. His figure was slender and straight, like a proudly standing pine.
A head of long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, adding a bit more uninhibited.
Immortal race. Immortal Emperor Inheritor. Among the young generation of the current generation, Xian Meiyu, who was regarded as the strongest genius.
This person's talent was so that it had reached the point. One had to admit that the immortal race had long left this kind of arrogant impression on other races.
A mere divine gift formed by the backlash of the skeleton throne's power. I don't put it in my eyes yet.
Swan Mayu's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable dominance.
Besides, hasn't the skeleton throne already been refined by you and become the exclusive bearer of your human race?
Where else would there be any divine gifts? The truth was revealed in a single word, causing Imo Shadowdust's pupils to shrink violently.
Did he see it with his own eyes? Or did he deduce it on his own? Either way, it's alarming. I came here for you, Mr. Mo. Swan Mayu's gaze burned.
The doubts in Mo Shadowdust's heart intensified, and his eyes signaled him to continue. There is a forbidden place at the edge of the trial land, and every time the trial land opens, my immortal race and spirit race will each choose one person to go and explore.
Chapter 90. How can this be fought? This time, I went with the Spirit Clan's cultivator Wu and found that there seems to have been some sort of change there, very different from the clan's records. Therefore, the two of us split up to look for helpers, hoping that someone will go with us to find out what's going on. Swan Mayu's voice was soft as she kept telling. Mo Shadowdust's brows tightened. So you looked for me?
Xian Meiyu's smile grew brighter. Just by virtue of Mr. Mo's audacity to refine the skeleton throne, he is qualified to travel with us. Of course, I'm not forcing myself on you, sir. Keep this token. A white jade token floated down to Mo Ingduan's hand. I know that your human race is suffering from a great difficulty now. When Mr. finishes dealing with the affairs of the human race, if you intend to go, you can inject your spiritual energy into the token at any time. The token will guide the way by itself. After Xian Meiyu finished speaking, his gaze swept over Suwon and Lading, who had been shielded from their five senses by his immortal technique. Once again, he nodded at Mo Shadowdust. The invitation has been conveyed, we will meet again. Before the words left his mouth, his figure had already transformed into a stream of light, rushing up into the sky and disappearing into the sky in an instant.
Tianqiang Mountain Range, at the entrance.
Mo Shadowdust's line of sight fell on Su Wen, who was in the process of pulling out two short-handled hand axes from a zombie, and he rubbed his brows helplessly.
He hadn't paid much attention during the previous battle. It was only after the two of them traveled together these past few days that he gradually realized that this guy Su Wen was clearly an assassin, but he was living and playing as a berserker warrior. Ordinary assassins are holding a dagger, hidden in the shadows, quietly touch the enemy behind, a hit killed. But this kid, actually carrying two axes, hiding in the shadows, when the enemy near, will swing the axe at the head of the fierce chopping. Dare assassin sneak, in his eyes is only used to close the distance with the enemy means? Ink Shadowdust finally understood why Su Wen, an assassin, was unable to escape when the jackals surrounded him earlier. Just his stance of wailing and charging upwards at the sight of the enemy, it would be strange if he could escape. I say. Can you change your fighting style slightly? Mo Shadowdust couldn't help but open his mouth. Suwon sniffed, grinned, and reinserted the two axes back into his waist. Brother Dust, this is something you don't understand. Hard-hitting, fist to fist is what makes a man romantic. And I've already planned it out. When I break through to the 4th rank, I'll pick a profession that has a bonus to melee combat in the second turn, such as Berserker Thief, Combat Thief, or something like that. Seeing Mo Shadowdust still shaking his head, Suwon continued. Brother Dust, according to the scattered human race that we encountered earlier, the resurrection death spirit is able to sense the aura of living beings, so our human race's large force does not dare to gather, so we can only split into small groups and disperse throughout the Tianqiang mountain range, relying on the terrain to fend off the resurrection death spirit that is also dispersed in pursuit of the human race. The 3 commanders of the human race are all gathered in the center of the mountain range, but the problem is that they are all hiding. Where are we going to find them? Mo Shadowdust sniffed and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he helplessly shook his head. I'm not sure, let's take one step at a time, go into the mountains first, we can always find them. Suwon came forward and stood beside Mo Dust, saying mysteriously. Brother Dust, in my opinion, why don't you just release the undead army directly, with the strength of your group of undead? What kind of resurrected dead spirit, what kind of undead race, come one to destroy one, go in and just sweep, crush them all. Ink Shadowdust did not respond, only shaking his head with a calm expression. He took the lead in taking a step, leading Suwon towards the entrance of the mountain range. Directly rushing in with his minions to kill the 4 directions?
He would be able to do that. But then, it would be a pity for the army of dead spirits that had been revived by the undead. Those were tens of thousands of second-rank corpses. If he used his subjugation skill to take them all down, coupled with his Murphy's King's Earth skill, the corpses all turned into third rank. Tens of thousands of third-rank resurrection dead spirits. In this land of trials, what else could one not do? Deep within the Tianxiang mountain range, inside a hidden cave. At the entrance of the cave, a complicated spell formation flowed with obscure light, isolating the breath of the living beings inside the cave. Inside the cave, bright sacred temple Irene and desolate heaven Holy Land Yang Kuan stood side by side, gazing at the Tianxiang mountain range sand table on the table in front of them. Tianxi's sect Wang Yi is reclining on the rocking chair beside the two, leisurely swaying back and forth, a look of unconcern. Yang Kuan's brows were tightly locked, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and his gaze was dead fixed on the sand tray.
As things stand now, what should we do?
All trapped in this deep mountain, and do not dare to gather strength, even breaking out has become a luxury.
It's too suffocating.
A bunch of trashy necromancers, if it was outside, he could kill as many as he wanted.
But now. Also don't know where the undead tribe actually dug up the graves, and got out tens of thousands of second-order dead spirits? How can this be fought?
Eileen's face was similarly grave and dusty, obviously having just returned from a vicious battle outside. Her long golden hair also looked a bit messy at the moment, losing its former luster.
What else can we do? We've tried everything we can think of, but the number of these reanimated dead spirits is just too huge, and there are tens of thousands of second-order existences alone.
We've dispersed our men and horses, and there are already several waves that have completely lost contact. Right now, we can only hide for the time being and see if we can hold out until the moment the trial land closes. Fiery-tempered Yang Kuan waved his hand violently, stirring the sand table on the table into a mess, his anxiety overflowing.
Hiding until the end of the trial land? With this current formation of the undead, can we really hold out until that time?
In my opinion, at most half a month, those of us will have to be slaughtered by this group of undead. He turned his head violently, his gaze like a torch, looking straight at that still leisurely swaying rocking chair Wang Yi, and said angrily,
"You should say something. All day long, you just know how to lie there and enjoy your leisure?"
Wang Yi heard, slowly opened his eyes, lazily stopped the rocking chair swinging back and forth, slightly adjusted a more comfortable posture.
Why be so nervous? Just do your best and listen to the fate of heaven. If we people are destined to be buried here, it's not a bad place to return to. You.
Yang Kuan heard this, immediately angry hair, gesture will go forward to grab Wang Yi collar. Seeing this, Irene quickly reached out to stop Yang Kuan and advised in a deep voice. Don't be impulsive, now this kind of critical situation, we can't mess up our own position.
Moreover, Wang Yi is not really standing by and watching, the various hiding spots are isolated from the breath of living beings, which one of them is not laid down by his own hands? Yang Kuan shook his hand irritably and looked back to the human race that was scattered and relying on the cave wall.
Each one of them carried injuries and were in a sorry state.
Alas! Could it be that we can only wait for death like this? He sighed.
The voice was filled with despair.
Chapter 91 Benefactor, you're here.
Emo Shadowdust and Su Wen, the two of them, stepped on the remains of the dead spirits under their feet and slowly advanced through the Tianxiang mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were all resurrected dead spirits.
There are too many. There were simply too many. 0 order, 1st order, 2nd order.
They roamed the mountain range like headless flies, aimless. Once they leaked out a little bit of their aura, the surrounding large swarms of reanimated dead spirits were like sharks that smelled blood, and tore that unfortunate exposed human to pieces.
Only humans.
All the living beings in this mountain range had long been slaughtered by the undead, leaving no one behind. In the entire mountain range, only the ubiquitous reanimated dead spirits remained, as well as the human race, who were hiding and struggling to survive.
The number of resurrected dead spirits was so huge that Emo Shadowdust could no longer cope with it alone.
He had no choice but to summon out Vigorous and Iron Guard. Vigor was at the front, his soul-devouring blood blade dancing imperviously, wherever he passed. The undead were chopped into two, their limbs and arms scattered all over the place. Emo Shadowdust and Su Wen followed closely behind, moving deeper and deeper into the center of the mountain range. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Emo Shadowdust only felt his heart twisting like a knife, deploring it. These resurrected dead spirits should have been his capable warriors in the future. If not for the fear of using the submission skill too soon, he was afraid that it would alert the commander of the undead race who never showed up, thus affecting his plan to take control of all the reanimated dead spirits. He had already used his subjugation skill to take all of these reanimated dead spirits under his command. Suddenly, a skeleton in front of him that was about to pounce on the duo violently stopped in its tracks and stiffly turned its head to look back. In its empty eye sockets, ghostly blue soul flames danced slightly. Creak! Creak! In the sound of bones rubbing together, it slowly twisted its body, reversed its direction, and lumbered in the opposite direction from the two of them, Mo Shadowdust. When Mo Shadowdust saw this, his eyes lit up. Discovered human traces? There was only one possibility that could make the undead give up the temptation of the two living sense of himself and Su Wen. In the direction of that skeleton's advance, more living soul sense had been exposed. Mo Ingduan and Su Wen exchanged glances and immediately followed that skeleton. As they went deeper and deeper, more and more undead converged, all surging in the same direction, like a black torrent. Passing through an open area, the scene in front of them made their hearts tighten. All the undead were jammed at the entrance of a narrow mountain gorge, frantically squeezing forward. Inside the gorge, two human shield warriors were wielding huge shields, trying their best to fend off the undead attack, their sweat soaked through their clothes. Behind the two of them, the human race's long-range attacks continued to fall, attacking the resurrection undead. Above them, a delicate silhouette flashed back and forth, and every time it appeared, it was accompanied by a harsh spatial chop, harvesting the otherworldly life of a piece of resurrection death spirit. Ling Wei. Mo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk slightly. Finally, he had encountered a familiar face. He raised his hand and waved, and the two tall skeleton warriors, Dali and Iron Guard, came out in response, charging straight into the group of dead spirits and launching a bloody massacre. In just a few moments, the gathered dead spirits were slaughtered and their corpses were scattered all over the place. However, the number of people gathered here was too large, and the rich aura of life was as eye-catching as a lighthouse in the darkness of the night, attracting countless dead spirits to keep coming. The killings are endless, the beheadings are endless. Ling Wei, suspended in mid-air, saw the iconic magic sword in the hands of Vigor, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. Joy, because the arrival of Mo Shadowdust meant that they might be able to be spared today. Anxiety, however, also stemmed from Mo Shadowdust's appearance, as the Tianshan mountain range had long been completely blocked by the undead clan, with no one being able to enter or leave. No human could leave alive. Even though Mo Shadowdust had once displayed third-order strength, which was amazing. But in this mountain range, facing tens of thousands of second-order undead besieging, even a third-order powerhouse, I'm afraid it would be hard to escape death. Mo Shadowdust had no time to care about what Ling Wei was thinking in her mind at the moment. His brows were tightly locked as he gazed at the endless army of undead that was coming in like a tidal wave. Benefactor, you've come. Ling Wei's figure shifted as spatial fluctuations filled the air, and she had already appeared beside Mo Ing Chen. Mo Shadowdust nodded slightly and looked at Ling Wei with a hint of doubt in her gaze. What kind of means did you guys use before that you were able to isolate the breath of living beings? One must know that if the aura of living beings was not isolated, these undead would be like sharks that smelled blood and would come madly, never stopping. With such a huge number of them besieging them, even the most powerful person would eventually run out of spiritual energy and could not escape death. Ling Wei sniffed and explained in a rapid speech. It's Wanyi of the Celestial Master Sect. He used the unique formation of the Celestial Master Sect to isolate the aura of living beings. Unfortunately, this formation is too fragile and is extremely vulnerable to destruction. The spell formation in our previous hiding place was unintentionally destroyed by those dead spirits wandering around haphazardly, which led to the leakage of our living aura. Ink Shadowdust listened and nodded gently, but his brows furrowed tighter. Then what should we do now? Can we only sit here and wait for these dead spirits to surround us? Ling Wei hastily shook her head and said with an anxious face. That's not the case. We have already notified Wang Yi through a special method. As long as we put up a little resistance here, Wang Yi will come to assist us in repairing the spell formation. Counting the time, he should be arriving soon as well. Before Ling Wei's words fell, a voice with a few moments of lethargy came from above a distant mountain peak. Spell formation, running thunder. The instant the voice fell, an incomparably large six-mangled star spell formation appeared out of thin air, enveloping all the humans within it. Purple light flashed, and Ink Shadowdust was surprised to find that every swing of Vigorous had a layer of lightning damage attached to it. As he looked around, not only Vigorous, but all the humans, surprisingly, had gained this magical bonus. For a time, along with the humans' attacks, the crackling of lightning was deafening. The speed at which the army of the dead was cleared suddenly increased.
What a powerful ability! Is this the legendary Celestial Master's sex spell formation? It really lives up to its name. Mo Shadowdust exclaimed in a low voice. Wang Yi's name was naturally like a thunderclap in Mo Shadowdust's previous life. That was one of the leading figures of the younger generation of the human race, and his reputation was outstanding. He had a strength that was even above the majority of veteran powerhouses, which was awe-inspiring. It was only because of the difference in status between the two of them, Mo Shadowdust had never been able to have the opportunity to see this legendary figure in person. Mo Shadowdust raised his eyes to look at Wang Yi at the top of the mountain. He only saw that after releasing the running thunder formation, Wang Yi's body shape was a vertical leap, and he lightly leapt to the entrance of a cave. His hands danced rapidly, and between the flashes of light, he continuously changed various complicated gestures, dazzling the eyes. After only less than 5 minutes, he stopped his movements and shouted. The isolation spell formation has been repaired, all of you, quickly return to the cave. With Wang Yi's order, the human warriors began to methodically retreat, entering the cave in turn. One look showed that this kind of thing had already happened more than once, and everyone was well organized and not the least bit disorganized. Chapter 92 The group's emotional excitement. When the last person entered the cave, the army of dead souls lost the guidance of the scent of living beings and once again turned their eyes full of killing intent towards Mo Yingqian's side. Ling Wei's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, her hands resting on Mo Yingqian and Su Wen's shoulders respectively. Let's go in as well. Mo Shadowdust nodded in agreement. Spatial power surged from Ling Wei's body and light flashed. The three of them instantly shifted to the entrance of the cave. This girl, surprisingly, has already broken through to the second stage. A trace of surprise flashed through Mo Shadowdust's heart, and with that thought, the three of them had already stepped into the cave. Outside the cave, the army of dead spirits that had completely lost the guidance of the living spirit's aura had once again fallen into a state of blind wandering. They wandered aimlessly, and after a long time, they gradually dispersed. Inside the cave, Wang Yi briefly inquired about the casualties and then wanted to turn around and leave. Mo Shadowdust took a step out and blocked in front of him. His expression was bland as he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you the person in charge of the human race?" Wang Yi's gaze swept over Mo Yingqian with a few moments of curiosity. His voice was filled with his usual lethargy. Well, it's not like we can talk about being in charge, it's just that the three of us, Irene, Yang Kuan and I, are slightly stronger, and everyone is willing to listen to us. A flash of brightness flashed in Mo Yingqian's eyes. Great! As long as we can seek out the person in command of the center of this human race, convincing them to gather all the humans to an open area, he could then activate submission and directly control all the dead spirits. Not only can he save the entire human race, he can also obtain the support of an army of heaven-defying dead spirits. Isn't it 2 birds with 1 stone? Take me back with you, I have important matters to discuss with the three of you. Mo Shadowdust said in a deep voice. Wang Yi heard this and looked at Mo Yingqian from head to toe. He was too lazy to even ask Mo Yingqian what his important matters were. Anyway, as long as he was still a human, he was on the same side as himself. Success, then you will go back with me. Wang Yi agreed readily. Ling Wei heard that Mo Yingqian was actually going to the center of the mountain range? It was not easy to meet her benefactor again. How could she be willing to let Mo Yingqian leave alone again? In a hurry, she reached out and tugged on Wang Yi's sleeve, anxiety written all over her face. I want to go too. After hearing this, Wang Yi helplessly waved his hand. Okay, go with me, but I have to remind you that the central area has frequent battles, far better than here. If you want to live, stay here for a better chance. After saying that, he saw that Mo Yingqian and Ling Wei both looked as normal, and had obviously made up their minds. So he stopped talking and stepped out of the cave. Mo Shadowdust's gaze landed on Su Wen, and after a slight hesitation, he said, "You will stay here and help the human race here, don't join me. With your strength, it's not appropriate to go to the central region." Su Wen said, a touch of bitterness surfaced on his face, and he gently nodded. Silently, he watched the departing figures of Mo Shadowdust and Ling Wei. In the center of the mountain range, in the dimly lit cave, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Outside the cave, the hissing of dead spirits rose and fell like a death knell. Inside the cave, a group of young human race celestials sat around a campfire, exhaustion and despair written on everyone's face. Just now, the hiding spot of the crowd was once again crashed through by the dead spirits. Irene and Yang Kuan led the crowd, and at the cost of several fresh lives, they killed their way out and hid in another cave that Wang Yi had arranged in advance. The bonfire swayed, reflecting their young but tired faces, and weariness was written all over everyone's face.
Eileen gripped the staff in her hand, the smooth body of the staff reflecting the flickering firelight. She frowned tightly, her face full of worry.
What should we do?
The siege of the Necromancer army became more and more frequent, and the attack became more and more fierce, and their team, which had been sharply reduced from more than 100 people at the beginning to less than 40 people nowadays.
So many young human prides.
Carrying a vision of the future, trust themselves, entrust their lives to her. Is she really want to watch these people here sitting ducks? Yang Kuan stood beside her, his fists clenched, knuckles white from excessive force, emitting a subtle cackle sound.
Death, he does not fear, he is afraid of his, just like this harbor with this group of human pride by the army of the dead little by little eat, until the whole army was wiped out. Every time they were discovered, it meant that several people would close their eyes forever. We can't hide like this anymore.
Yang Kuan's voice broke the silence, his voice was low and powerful, every word was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit the hearts of the crowd.
Brother Kuan is right, we have already lost too many comrades, their sacrifices cannot be in vain.
A young man named Li Hao stood up, he was tall and had a torch-like gaze.
Brother Yang is right. Instead of lingering on like this, it's better to fight against those dead spirits.
His voice was loud and full of determination.
I agree.
Wang Lan also stood up, her stance athletic and her eyes sharp. Our human race never fears death, we have to let those death spirits know that we are not to be messed with.
I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. A youth named Zhang Chang shouted loudly, his voice filled with anger and unyieldingness. Right, fight them. Kill out and avenge our dead compatriots.
The crowd's emotions were completely ignited, they stood up one after another, raising the weapons in their hands. The shouts echoed in the cave for a long time. Ai Lin looked at the fervent crowd in front of her, and a warm current surged in her heart.
She raised her staff high in her hand, her voice clear and firm. Good. Then let's kill our way out and fight those death spirits to the death. Kill. 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 We'll kill as many dead spirits as they come, and kill them in the darkness of the sky, the sun and the moon. Kill. Let's fight with them. I don't believe that these dead spirits really can't be killed. Isn't it just a matter of death? The big deal is to die in battle. In the next life, I'll still be a human. This life of mine should have been accounted for on the battlefield a long time ago. Instead of lingering here, I'd rather fight with a bang. My generation of martial artists, why should I fear death? Today, let these dead spirits see the bloodiness of my human race. A mage wearing a ruptured vestment slowly raised his dry hand, and a faint but determined fire emerged from his palm. I may not be strong, but I can still but all the dead spirits must be gathered in one place. There is only one chance. If you all are willing to give it a try, we'll talk about it in detail. If you are not willing to try, then you all can go and die generously, I won't stop you. You. Yang Kuan only felt ridiculous when he heard Mo Yingduan's words. Solving all the dead spirits at once? It was simply a fool's dream. That was tens of thousands of second-order dead spirits. What secret method could be so powerful? Do you really think they are all cuties? Can't it work? He scanned the circle of people with different demeanors. Mo Shadowdust, I think you're tired of living. How dare you demonize the people here and mess with my army's heart, suffer death. Before the words fell, Yang Kuan swung his fist out, heading straight for Mo Shadowdust's face. Mo Shadowdust looked at this berserk power in front of him that belonged to the heir of the desolate heaven Holy Land. His face did not change in the slightest. Outside of his body, the two defensive spells cured by the spell-curing words were enough to leave him unharmed. Just as Yang Kuan's fist was about to collide with the spells around Mo Yingduan's body, Wang Yi's figure flashed and blocked in front of Mo Yingchen, his arm lightly hooked and wrapped around Yang Kuan's swinging fist. A soft force followed the trend, pulling the powerful punch to deflect the direction. The wind of the fist whistled past Mo Yingxuan's ear, bringing up a cool sensation. After blocking the punch, Wang Yi moved his body, his tone carrying a bit of cynicism. Why do you need to make a move at the drop of a hat? Have something to say properly, in case people really have a solution. Won't you become a sinner if you go down with this punch? Ink Shadowdust saw that Yang Kuan missed a blow and wanted to swing his fist again. He frowned slightly, his voice lowered. All of you are going to die, what's the harm in trying my method? If it's really useless, it won't delay you all from fighting to the death. Hearing this, Yang Kuan hatefully withdrew his fist and turned back to his seat. Then you tell us, what secret method is it that can solve tens of thousands of second-ranked dead spirits with a single blow? The crowd also came back to their senses at this moment from this sudden turn of events. They all opened their mouths to inquire,
their tones invariably carrying questions.
Yes, where in this world can there be such a heaven-defying secret method? Since you are so confident, tell us the details of this secret method.
In my opinion, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, he will only shake our resolve. Mo Shadow Dust heard the words of the crowd clearly, but was silent.
What kind of joke is this, asking me to reveal my cards and cards? Thinking too much.
Moreover, the effect of the subjugation skill was too heaven-defying.
Even if he really told it to his plate, it was expected that the crowd wouldn't believe it. It was at this awkward moment. Wang Yi's lazy voice sounded once again.
Gentlemen, it's not quite proper for you guys to press for someone's bottom card like this. Might as well believe him for once, there's nothing to lose anyway, and going out to fight hard might not be enough to win. There is a valley near here called Longchamp Valley, the place is spacious, send a signal to gather everyone over, if it can really be solved, naturally everyone will be happy.
If it can't,
all the people's heavenly pride fight to the death, burying the bones in Longchamp Valley, is not a disgrace to the reputation. The crowd looked at each other with indecision in their hearts.
Ink Shadow Dust's words, they didn't believe.
But Wang Yi's words, they had to believe. Fighting side by side time and time again had long proved the strength of the seemingly lazy heavenly master sectaire in front of them.
Good, then let's try, it's still a death anyway. Longchamp Valley? That's a good place, it's appropriate to duel there.
Seeing more and more people expressing their willingness to give it a try, the corner of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth hooked up into an imperceptible arc.
It was good to be willing to try.
He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the young and energetic faces, secretly calculating in his heart. This place gathered the leaders of the younger generation of the human race, and almost all of the elites were gathered at this Tianqiong mountain. If they were slaughtered by the undead race here, it would be a loss that the human race could not bear. The center of the Tianqiong mountain range. With a wave of Eileen's delicate hand, a holy light spell shot up into the sky and blossomed into a dazzling light in the air. This light was like a lighthouse in the darkness of the night, illuminating the entire Tianqiong mountain range, and no matter where you were, you could clearly see it as long as you looked up.
North.
Xia Yunxi was surrounded by flying swords, her sword chi streaking across the sky, strangling one of the deadly creatures that tried to approach into pieces. She felt that holy light and her eyes stared, the signal to gather.
Is it finally time for a showdown?
In the east, in a hidden crypt, two people witnessed the holy light that rose up to the sky through a narrow observation port. They quickly turned around and ran towards the depths of the crypt, ready to report this important news to their companions.
The moment of showdown has finally arrived, Mard, I don't want to spend another day in this kind of hiding in darkness.
A man said as he ran, a hint of relief in his voice.
Everyone is a companion, to die together, it is not a waste of this life. Another person responded, with a hint of bravado in his tone. Hundreds of human teenagers, like scattered stars, emerged from all corners of Tianqiong Mountain.
They gave up their painstakingly managed hiding places and converged towards the center.
Surprisingly, those dead spirits that originally roamed around and killed anyone they saw.
At this moment, they went against the norm and stopped actively attacking the human race. It was as if they had also received some sort of instruction, and they also began to gather, heading towards the Longchamp Valley in the center of Tianqiong Mountain.
Longchamp Valley, a mountain top towering into the clouds.
Looking far into the distance, the mountains were rolling, and in the valley, grayish-white mist filled the air, like a sleeping dragon, quietly hibernating on top of the earth.
Mountain wind whistling, blowing four people's robes hunting.
The four of them, Mo Shadow Dust, Yang Kuan, Ailin, and Wang Yi, stood side by side. Their gazes went through the thin clouds and cast into the depths of the valley.
Chapter 94 We, the human race, have traitors. What's wrong with these dead spirits? Suddenly become so disciplined?
Yang Kuan was the first to open his mouth, breaking the silence, his brows locked and his eyes filled with doubt. He raised his hand, pointing downwards, and continued, in the past 2 days, several teams of humanoids that rushed to the rendezvous all said that they hadn't encountered any attacks from the dead spirits. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze sharply across the bottom, echoing, "This is convenient for us to gather our strength and fight the undead to the death."
But how did the undead clan learn of our plan to gather for a decisive battle?
Ink Shadow Dust bowed his head in deep thought, his fingers gently tapping on the white bone pendant at his waist, making a slight tapping sound.
Could it be that holy light magic from Aaron? He guessed in a hushed voice.
Impossible, Yang Kuan shook his head decisively without waiting for him to finish, his face sullen. Aaron often releases similar magic into the sky above. If she didn't know in advance what each style of different magic represented, it would never have been possible to deduce that we were going to rally just from a single holy light. Erin shook her head gently even as she listened to the conversation between the several people. Raising her eyes to look at Mo-Ingd-Wan, the look of worry on her face became even more intense. Don't guess, we've already dispatched quite a few assassins to go and spy on the Undead clan side, and we estimate that there will be news coming back tonight. She already had a few guesses in her heart. The night was low, and in the clearing between the mountains, the bonfire swayed, reflecting the tired faces. The pride of the human race gathered here, enjoying the rare tranquility on the eve of the duel. Without the madness of those dead spirits that were like maggots chasing after them, the tense nerves were finally able to relax for a moment. The crowd sat around the campfire, enjoying simple food and discussing the strategy for the upcoming duel in low voices. The atmosphere was quite cordial. Right at this moment, a black shadow stumbled and ran from the distance, breaking this short-lived peace. The person who came stumbled, trailing a shocking bloodstain under his feet, obviously already heavily injured. When Irene saw this person's figure, she stood up suddenly and took a few arrow steps to meet him. When she saw the tragic state of the person, Irene's normally gentle eyes suddenly tightened. Only to see that the person's body was covered with crisscrossed wounds, as if he had been cut by countless sharp blades, drenched in blood, horrible to see. The most fatal thing was that a white bone spear ran out from his chest, the tip of the spear dripping blood, mixed with the broken pieces of internal organs, chilling. Dark red blood froth was even gushing out of his mouth, and every breath was accompanied by a violent cough, as if he would collapse at any moment.
Zhao Hao, stabilize your mind. Irene droned out.
Her hands quickly formed a seal, and a soft holy light surged out from her palm, transforming into a thin, cicada-like veil of light that gently covered Zhao Hao's injured body. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, Irene stretched out her slender jade hand and tightly gripped the bone spear that had penetrated Zhao Hao's chest. Taking in a deep breath, she fiercely exerted her strength, hardening her hand and pulling the bone spear out of Zhao Hao's body.
Put!
The moment the bone spear left his body, a stream of blood arrows splashed out violently, staining Erin's clothes red. However, she couldn't care less about this, waving her hands once again as another holy light spell was cast. The holy light transformed into a fluttering butterfly, circling and fluttering around Zhao Hao, shedding bits of light. In the end, all of these light butterflies disappeared into the hideous wound on his chest. Under the effect of the holy light, the wound, which was originally fatal, actually healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and stopped bleeding. Seeing Zhao Hao's injuries temporarily stabilized, it was only then that Erin breathed a sigh of relief. Her delicate face was already covered in fine beads of sweat, and her voice was slightly tired as she asked, "What exactly did you encounter that caused you to be injured to this extent?" Zhao Hao gently stroked the spot on his chest that was originally supposed to be a fatal wound, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. Hearing Erin's inquiry, it was as if he had suddenly remembered something terrible. His original slightly eased complexion instantly became terrified as he said sharply, "Among our human race, a traitor has appeared."
What? This is impossible. Who is it?
The moment these words came out, it was like a heavy bomb exploding in the crowd, with cries of shock rising and falling. Shock and disbelief were written all over the faces of the crowd as they all turned their gazes towards Zhao Hao, waiting for his next words. When Zhao Hao saw the gazes of the crowd converging on him, his heart couldn't help but tighten and the knots in his throat rolled slightly. He took a deep breath, his voice slightly dry. I wasn't able to see that person's face clearly, but I was in the Undead clan's territory, and I did indeed see a human clansman dressed in black robes, who was respectful to the Undead clan's leader, the Bloodthorn. His mouth was also chanting words about transforming into an undead or something like that. Yan Koan sniffed, and like an enraged lion, he took a fierce step forward and approached Zhao Hao, his eyes glaring round.
Are you sure that black-robed man is human?
Zhao Hao didn't flinch and nodded heavily. I can guarantee it, because my talent is identity recognition, and in my eyes, different races emit different colors of light. The human race is red, while the undead race is white. On that black-robed man, it's clearly a red glow. I will never see it wrong. In the crowd of people who were talking, a voice rose steeply. These injuries on your body, who caused them?
Is it that black-robed man, or the undead?
Zhao Hao was stunned, lowering his head and frowning, as if he was trying to recall the scene. A moment later, he raised his head, his voice carrying a few moments of uncertainty. I can't be sure. At that time, I only cared about escaping for my life. Those attacks all came from behind. I had no idea who moved. The voice sounded again, with a few aggressive implications. That is to say, there is a possibility that it was that black-robed person who did it? When Zhao Hao sniffed, a trace of bewilderment flashed across his face, and he merely nodded mechanically. Mo Shadowdust followed the sound and searched the crowd for the source of the voice. The person who spoke was a man clad in leather armor, with a rugged face that carried a bit of viciousness. This person, Mo Shadowdust, had some impression that he was one of the people he saved at the Resurrection Stone altar. At that time, this person also handed himself a purple equipment as money to buy his life before being let go.
He remembered. This person seemed to be called Meng Shangrui?
When Meng Shangrui noticed Mo Ingchuan's gaze, he changed his groveling appearance at the Resurrection Stone altar. Instead, he held his head high and walked to the crowd in stride, his voice booming, "Gentlemen, I may have guessed who the traitor is." A single word stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd exploded in. The gazes of the crowd turned to Mo Ingchuan in unison, their eyes filled with doubt.
Chapter 95, You're the traitor, your whole family is a traitor. Isn't it heavenly good news for the undead clan that we human clans are gathered together?
Meng Shangrui's voice grew higher and higher. In the crowd, some people began to whisper, and their gazes towards Mo Ingchuan gradually became complicated, with suspicion, caution, and even a hint of hostility. Meng Shangrui looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction, secretly sneering in his heart. His voice became more and more impassioned. "That's right, I think that this traitor is Mo Ingchuan. Many people here know that Mo Shadowdust is a necromancer, and he was born with some sort of connection to those undead creatures, so maybe they've been secretly colluding for a long time. Moreover, there should be quite a few people here who, like me, came from the Resurrection Stone altar side. Let's all carefully recall, when Mo Shadowdust threatened us to hand over our treasures to buy our lives, was it also a bone spear that he used? That kind of bone spear that was able to penetrate Zhao Hao's chest?" A few words exploded in the crowd like thunder, and the faces of the crowd suddenly changed, with panic, anger, and skepticism, intertwined with all sorts of emotions. Zhao Hao turned his head violently, staring dead on at Mo Ingchuan, his fists clenched, his hatred surging, almost gushing out.
A sigh spilled out from Mo Ingchuan's mouth, carrying a few moments of helplessness, a few moments of despair.
Ever since he had sensed Meng Shangrui's identity, the one who had attempted to get his hands on the Resurrection Stone in the first place, he had vaguely guessed that this person was afraid that he was going to throw dirty water on his head. As expected, Meng Shangrui did not let him disappoint. This dirty water splashed fast and accurate. And clearly organized, logical, self-consistent, sounds also really have a few credibility. Mo Shadowdust swept his gaze across the crowd, and there was anger and skepticism written all over his face. His face sank like water, his voice cold. "I am not a traitor, believe it or not, listen to your honor." As for what Meng Shangrui said just now, all of it is his subjective assumptions, without any real evidence.
The cleaner is the cleaner. I, Mo Ingchuan, am upright and have a clear conscience.
Lingwei also came back to her senses from the shock. She quickly walked to Mo Ingchen's side, her petite body straightened up, her voice clear and crisp. "I believe in him.
He could never be a traitor."
When the crowd saw that someone had come out to testify for Mo Ingchen, a hint of doubt once again appeared in the eyes that had just become certain. In the crowd, Bai Jingchun, who was also the one who had coveted the Resurrection Stone in the first place, let out a snort, pointing a finger at Lingwei with a sharp, piercing voice. "You were the one who stood behind Mo Shadowdust back then, supporting him and forcing us to hand over our treasures in exchange for a chance to live.
Maybe you and he are both traitors. Do you think you can clear his name by testifying for him?"
When Lingwei heard this, her beautiful eyes rounded and glared fiercely at Bai Jingchun, her voice filled with rage.
"You're the traitor, your whole family is a traitor. You don't have any evidence. On what grounds do you slander Mo Ingchuan as a traitor?"
In the crowd, cacophony rose in all directions, and a shout came like a wave. "I think what Brother Meng said is right. I'm afraid that this traitor is Mo Shadowdust. How in heaven can there be such a coincidence?
The same necromancer, the same specialization in bone spears?
And Mo Shadowdust has never explained to us what his so-called secret method actually is, just empty words for us to gather here."
"That's right, the traitor must be him, there can't be anyone else but him.
Kill him, kill this traitor. Avenge the dead comrades of my human race." Mo Shadowdust's brows furrowed slightly as he swept his gaze over the group of angry people, the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, a bone spear wrapped in a powerful wind whistled out and accurately stabbed into Meng Shangrui's chest. Meng Shangrui was raising his arms high and shouting impassionedly, when suddenly, a white light struck him like lightning. Immediately afterward, a heart-rending pain came from his chest. The blood on his face was lost, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the bone spear that had not entered his chest.
He trembled as he raised his hand and pointed at Mo Shadowdust, seemingly unable to believe that Mo Shadowdust was so audacious as to brazenly strike in full view of everyone. You. You. His lips opened and closed, spitting out 2 words, and then as if he had been drained of all his strength, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. However, in a moment, he completely lost his voice. Emo Shadow Dust slowly stepped forward, his gaze like a knife, crossing over the faces of everyone one by one. What you guys are talking about, is this Bone Spear? Only then did the crowd come back to their senses from this sudden shocking change. Yang Koan was enraged, his voice resounding like explosive thunder. Emo Shadow Dust. You are indeed a traitor. What a big dog's guts, how dare you commit murder in front of us? Emo Shadow Dust sniffed and stretched out his pinky finger to pull out his ear, his face was filled with impatience. I really don't want to waste more time talking with you, a 4-limbed, simple-minded reckless man. After saying that, his gaze turned to Wang Yi, slightly raising his chin. He asked with a bland look, how do you feel about this matter? Wang Yi's brows tightened as he saw Mo Ingduan throw the question at him. During the time he had entered the land of trials, he, who was open-minded by nature, was able to remain calm even in the face of life and death crises. However, at this moment, this was the first time he felt that things were so tricky. He bowed his head in contemplation, weighing his words, with a hint of entanglement in his voice. Brother Mo, although there is no direct evidence at the moment, but the situation at hand, you do have some suspicion. All of this is too much of a coincidence. After a moment's pause, Wang Yi continued, how about this, you first come with me to the cave to take shelter for a while, and then make a decision after we find out the truth. Emo Shadow Dust laughed out loud at his words, his voice filled with mockery, is this to imprison me and keep me under strict guard? Wang Yi's expression was solemn, his voice serious, it is not guarding, it is just necessary protective measures before finding out the truth. Brother Mo, don't worry, as long as things come out and it is confirmed that you are not a traitor, I will personally go to the cave and apologize. Listening to Wang Yi's words, Mo Ingduan couldn't help but shake his head. No need, since you guys don't trust me, why should I stay here and make a fool of myself? Farewell at this point. After Mo Shadow Dust finished speaking, he turned around and left. However, how could the crowd that was in the throes of anger be willing to let him leave just like that? Every single one of their faces were twisted and their eyes were burning with rage, as if they wanted to eat Mo Ingchen alive. Can't let him go. Let him pay in blood. Avenge the dead brothers. A voice hissed, like a sharp blade, cutting through the heavy atmosphere in the air. That's right, Brother Koan, you have to do us justice. My younger brother, he died tragically in this Tianxiang mountain. Mo Shadow Dust, this traitor who ate his way out of the mountain, must have been behind it, aiding and abetting the evil. Another person was in tears, his voice trembling terribly, filled with bone-deep hatred. Brother Koan. Kill him. Brother Koan. Kill him. A roar rose and fell, echoing in the valley, deafening the ears. Chapter 96, Invincible at the same level? I poo. The shouts of the crowd gradually unified and converged into a torrent, aiming straight at Mo Shadow Dust as if they wanted to completely drown him out. When Yang Koan heard the shouts of the crowd, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sardonic smile. While twisting his neck, making a clicking sound, he slowly walked towards Mo Shadow Dust. He had been dissatisfied from the moment Mo Shadow Dust appeared. Now, he finally waited for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a legitimate move. Yang Koan's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. The muscles on his body were gnarled and sinewy. Yang Koan's feet snapped, and the earth seemed to tremble under the stump. His figure rushed out like a cannonball, and the astral energy around his body surged like substance. This was the inherited skill of the desolate heaven Holy Land, Big Dipper body protection. The flow of astral energy could be transformed into an impenetrable spear to enhance the attack. It could also be condensed into a shield that was as solid as a golden soup, guarding one's own body. Even the astral body protection that cuts through the air all the time has the ability to automatically counterattack, which is overbearing and incomparable. His right fist was clenched tightly, and the astral energy wrapped around it. With the power to open mountains and crack rocks, with a sharp sound of breaking air, it went straight towards Mo Ingduan. In the face of this raging strike, Mo Ingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, his face unchanged. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored skeleton appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of him. Dali was holding a long sword with a demonic aura, and as soon as it appeared, he swung it to meet him. Clang! A loud clang of gold and iron echoed in mid-air, causing one's eardrums to ache. The magic sword in the hands of Dali actually broke through Yang Koan's powerful punch, and went down, leaving a shocking wound on top of his chest. Rumble!
Yang Kuan's huge body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, ruthlessly hitting the edge of the mountain, splashing rocks. He struggled to get up, but violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The blood froth was even mixed with fragments of internal organs. Yang Kuan raised his head, disbelief written all over his face, staring dead ahead at the blood-colored figure. How is it possible? A skeleton? He grew up in the desolate Heaven Holy Land. Noble as the young generation's senior brother of the desolate Heaven Holy Land. From a young age, the belief of being invincible at the same rank had always accompanied him. Even if there were people who could fight against him, it was only a fight. Among the same rank, he had never been defeated. But now? A skeleton casually summoned by a necromancer slashed him to a serious injury with a single slash? Or was it in a situation where he had already summoned astral protection? His voice trembled. This is impossible. Mo Shadowdust sniffed and looked at Yang Kuan. Seeing that Yang Kuan was still alive, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. This desolate Heaven Holy Land skill, the defense was indeed not bad, to be able to carry a vigorous blade without dying? Sweeping his eyes across the entire field, his voice was as cold as frost. Now, I'm going to leave. Who else wants to stop me? The surrounding area was dead silent, a needle could be heard. The crowd was silent, not daring to breathe. What a joke! Yang Kuan was the strongest person among them in terms of frontal combat power. His astral aura was overbearing. When he fought with those dead creatures outside, Yang Kuan only needed to turn on his astral chi, and he could ignore any attack. All the attacks on him were unable to penetrate the layer of astral chi and hurt him in the slightest. But now, even Yang Kuan's proud Big Dipper body protector was broken. That was the foundation of the desolate Heaven Holy Land, the town school of absolute science. With the same second-order cultivation level, it was so easily broken. Moreover, to break this astral, just a skeleton? Right now, Yang Kuan has been cut by a knife and spit out blood, seriously injured. Who dares to speak out to stop him? Who still dares to be a standout? Mo Shadowdust saw that no one spoke again. Then he glanced at Wang Yi beside him. That face that had always been lazy had complex emotions written all over it at the moment. Immediately afterward, he turned his head slightly sideways, his gaze turning to Lingwei, who was always following him, and his cold, hard facial lines instantly softened. Her voice also became gentle. Let's go, I don't seem to be welcome here. Lingwei's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, like a budding flower. She nodded gently, her voice as soft as a feather brushing over her heartstrings. Good. The silhouettes of the two of them gradually walked away and disappeared in the crowd's field of vision. Irene quickly came to Yang Kuan's side, condensed a soft holy light in her hand, gently waved. The holy light sprinkled on Yang Kuan's body, nourishing his injured body. When Yang Kuan's injuries stabilized, the two gazes met in the air, each other's eyes reflected the other's shock and remorse. Such powerful strength. Really will be that spurned traitor? He betrayed, exactly what can be obtained? That skeleton was summoned by him, just a knife will make the strongest defense in the crowd. Yang Kuan's body was seriously injured. If he has a heart, I am afraid that it is only a matter of time before everyone here is slaughtered. Unlike the two men's complicated minds, the surrounding crowd did not think deeply. Pretending. No matter how powerful he is, Mo Shadowdust is just a traitor, a scum. That's right, with such a powerful strength, he might have done something unseemly with the Undead clan. Otherwise, with him? How could he reach this level? In my opinion, that skeleton just now might be the Undead disguised as his summon. A voice suddenly rang out with a few speculations. After all, the Undead race also has a skeleton clan that looks similar to Necromancer summoners, so we laymen can't tell them apart at all. Makes sense. Brother, this analysis of yours is incisive. Doesn't this prove even more that he, Mo Shadowdust, is the traitor? The surrounding people nodded their heads as if they had found a perfect explanation. Yang Kuan and Eileen were originally simply shocked, but at this moment, as they listened to the people talking, the shock on their faces gradually transformed into doubt. Undead disguised as summons? This argument, it seems, wasn't completely impossible. Leaving the Longchamp Valley, Mo Shadowdust brought Lingwei with him and stood beneath the foot of a high mountain. His eyes flickered and eventually stopped at a mid-mountain. There, the view was wide, the mountains were as colorful as a sea, the clouds were misty, and the scenery was pleasant, just like a fairyland. The corner of his mouth curved up, and he already had a plan in mind. There, it was their temporary resting place. Although with Mo Ingsuan's strength nowadays, it was as easy as a slap in the face to kill his way out of this heavenly Cheong mountain. But would he leave there?
Naturally not.
Those who had falsely accused him and slandered him, their ugly faces, he hadn't witnessed their final end. How could he easily leave this area? The two of them walked side by side, stepping onto the path leading halfway up. Seeing this, Mo Shadow Dust shook his head helplessly. Chapter 97, A Perfect Match for a Necromancer. These skeleton warriors could no longer keep up with him. When he first entered the first stage, these skeleton warriors could barely be considered first-stage combatants. Now that he had stepped into the second stage, these skeletons had not even reached the peak of the first stage. Although the attribute panel was clearly labeled as second order, the actual combat power was at best a first-order advanced level. There was nothing that could be done about it. The attribute growth of the skeleton warrior was too slow. At this rate, when he was promoted to the third rank, these skeletons would be lucky if they barely reached the threshold of his body radiating a cold deathly aura. Immediately afterward, under Lingwei's stunned gaze, all the skeleton warriors' bodies were flooded with an ethereal light, their strength soaring like rockets. From first order advanced, straight to second order advanced. Lingwei turned her head violently and looked towards Mo Shadowdust on the throne, disbelief written all over her face.
What was this situation?
She was well aware that Mo Shadowdust was powerful, but this power was mainly reflected in those special summons.
But now, these originally ordinary skeletons even possessed second-order advanced combat power? Doesn't this mean that one might not even be able to defeat a randomly summoned skeleton by Mo Shadowdust? Benefactor. You. Lingwei stammered, wanting to speak.
Mo Shadowdust patted the throne underneath him, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smug smile.
This is my second-order bearer. It can raise the strength of the skeletons, not bad, right?
Lingwei woke up as if from a dream, then a bright smile bloomed on her face and she heartily exclaimed, "Congratulations, Benefactor, obtaining such a powerful bearer, it's really a perfect match for a necromancer."
Mo Shadowdust laughed aloud at his words.
He loved spending time with Lingwei, this little girl, more and more. Not only was she sweet-talking and had a droll personality, she was also so eye-catching. The emotional value and ornamental value were given in full force, making one's mood pleasant.
Seeing that the dead spirits had been cleaned up by the senior skeleton warriors whose strength had skyrocketed to the second rank,
Shadowdust got up from the throne, and with a wave of his hand, the throne disappeared without a trace and was taken back into his body.
"Let's go, we still have to stay here for a while, build a house first," Ink Shadowdust said as he stepped forward. "How did you do in your wilderness survival class when you were in school?"
He turned his head towards Lingwei with a hint of flirtation in his tone.
"Huh? Me? I didn't learn, I thought having a tent was enough."
Lingwei's pretty face blushed slightly, her voice getting smaller and smaller.
The sound of the two people's cheerful conversation was intermittent, and the volume gradually dissipated into the air as the mountain breeze rose and fell. A few days later, Longchamp Valley. Suwon arrived along with a team of human race. Just after stepping into the gathering place of the human race, he couldn't wait to search around for Mo Ingwan's figure. There is no other reason, in this dangerous place, he can't trust anyone else. Only Mo Shadowdust's tested thigh was the source of his security. He had personally witnessed how the undead army under Mo Shadowdust's command had destroyed everything, killed the gods, and demonstrated a chillingly fierce combat power. He had also witnessed how Mo Shadowdust had suppressed the pride of all the races, and had risen to the top of the path to God in a powerful and shocking image. However, after some searching, Suwon's face became more and more doubtful. Almost the entire camp turned upside down, but still no trace of Mo Shadowdust. Just as he was getting anxious, he happened to come across Wang Yi leading a few people who were planning to go out to survey the terrain. Suwon's eyes lit up and he rushed forward with an arrow step, stopping Wang Yi in his tracks. "Brother Wang, I want to ask, where did Mo Ingwan go when he came here with you? I'm about to search all over this campground, but I never saw him." When Wang Yi heard the voice, his figure gave a start, and his expression became complicated and difficult to describe. Silence for a long time, he slowly spoke, "You actually still don't know?" Suwon froze, his head full of fog, not understanding what Wang Yi meant by this. "Knowing? Know what? Brother Wang, don't sell me short, quickly tell me." Wang Yi let out a long sigh, his face showing a tangled expression. Some people questioned that Mo Shadowdust is a traitor to the human race. He has already left. These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, and Suwon was instantly stunned. What kind of joke is this? Brother Dust is a traitor? A human traitor? If you said that Imo Shadowdust was an undead race traitor, he might still be able to barely believe a few points. After all, with Brother Dust's astounding strength. I'm afraid that slaughtering this human race camp is not a difficult task. Thinking of this, Suwon turned around without hesitation and was about to leave the camp. Seeing this, Wang Yi tugged on Suwon's sleeve. Where are you going? A touch of mockery appeared on Suwon's face. Naturally, I'm leaving. Is it possible that I want to stay here and wait for death with you people who have no eyes to see? I'm going to find Brother Dust. He was not willing to die with this group of people who had eyes but could not recognize him to tie. Right now, the top priority was to hurry up and find Big Brother Moing Dust, and follow Big Brother in order to live in peace. Wang Yi listened and frowned, resuming his slow and methodical tone. Nowadays, the outside is full of dead spirits. Are you really able to find Imo Shadowdust? Suwon was stunned, and only then did he suddenly remember that he had thrown this out of his mind in a moment of anger. He glanced at Wang Yi, no more words, just full of indignation randomly found a corner, alone rest went. The day of the duel is imminent, the human race is weak, far less powerful than the army of the undead. In order to gain a chance of survival in this contest of disparate strength, Wang Yi is now leading 4 or 5 people to the edge of the valley, surveying the terrain. Only by figuring out every favorable condition could they find a tiny ray of hope in this life and death battle. In the valley, dead spirits roamed, and there were gusts of gloomy wind everywhere. Wang Yi waved his hand and the spell formation flowed, decimating all the dead spirits that came close. He recited words under his breath, informing Bai Jingchun behind him of the terrain information he had observed one by one. Bai Jingchun, on the other hand, held a pen and ink in his hand and quickly recorded on a stack of paper. Suddenly, Wang Yi stopped in his tracks, his gaze frozen in one spot. Seeing this, Bai Jingchun also stopped his pen and followed his gaze. In the distance, several sky-high ancient trees rose up from the ground, their branches flourishing and covering the sky. The crown of the tree is like a cover, and between the intertwined branches, a winding path is faintly visible, hidden by the fallen leaves. Bai Jingchuan's eyes lit up, and he already had a plan in his mind. If you use the formation to isolate your breath, and then ambush a strange army here. When the decisive battle is killed, we'll be able to hit the undead a surprise, occupy the first opportunity. Chapter 98. What's the difference between standing and talking or lying down? The two looked at each other and both saw surprise in the other's eyes. They signaled the others to stay at the entrance to keep watch. The two, on the other hand, stepped into the hidden pathway one after the other, wanting to find out just how many human ambushers it could hold. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the joy in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. The path was wider than expected, and the trees on both sides were sky-high, forming a natural barrier. Finally, they reached the end of the path. Turning a corner, the sight in front of them caused both of them to be stunned at the same time. The light here was much brighter than in the valley, and the view became extremely open. Wang Yi looked up and saw that the mountains on both sides towered into the sky. The location they were in was no longer the Longchamp Valley. The path, after all, led beyond the valley. He was shocked in his heart, and his thoughts flew. On the spur of the moment, he turned around and grabbed Bai Jingchuan's shoulder, taking Speedy him back the way he came. After returning to the valley, Wang Yi quickly laid a concealment spell formation at the entrance of the passage to prevent the dead spirits from noticing. This passageway, perhaps, would be the key to the survival of the human race crowd. In the center of the camp, inside a makeshift wooden hut, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead, weighing people down. Eileen and Yang Koan were discussing strategies, their brows locked and their faces heavy. Ever since Imo Shadowdust left, the two of them had tacitly excluded Wang Yi from the decision-making circle. It wasn't that they were disrespectful. It was really Wang Yi's diffident attitude of not being bothered by anything that made it impossible to get started. Every time we discussed, he always did not say a word for a long time. Occasionally spoke, but also good, all right, as you and other ambiguous words. Discuss with him or not, the result is not the same. Yang Koan's brows were tightly locked at the moment, and his voice was as low as suppressed thunder. Our men and horses have been assembled more or less. It is estimated that in a day or two, we will be able to arrive at this Longchamp Valley in full. As for those who have not yet arrived. He paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Either they are scared out of their wits by the undead and intend to hide until the last moment, or is that he has already died in battle in this Tianshang mountain and will never be able to come back. Irene was also filled with sadness, her beautiful eyes heavy with worry.
The day of the decisive battle was imminent, and in the past 2 days, she had keenly sensed that some of the dead spirits had already begun to stir up and be restless. Obviously, some people in the undead race had been unable to hold back and were ready to make their move. But in the current situation, she really couldn't see any chance of victory for the human race. Even if it was the slightest bit of hope. Just as the two of them were at a loss, the door curtain of the wooden house was violently lifted. Wang Yi barged in with Bai Jingchun in a flurry of wind and fire. As soon as he entered the house, Wang Yi saw the sad faces of the two men. He walked straight to the corner of the room, picked up a water bottle, and gulped a large amount of water. Bai Jingchun, on the other hand, was like a child who had done something wrong, standing uneasily in the doorway, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. In front of him, these three people were the top of the human race in the land of trials, the strongest three people. A small minion himself, how had he ever seen such a battle? For a while, he only felt his palms sweating and his heart beating like a drum. Eileen looked at Wang Yi with suspicion, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Didn't he go out to survey the terrain? How could he rush back so eagerly? He even brought someone with him. Could it be that there was some movement on the side of the dead spirits? Thinking of this, her face suddenly changed as she eagerly asked, Wang Yi, is there any movement on the side of the undead? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi put down the already empty kettle in his hand and took a long breath to calm his breathing. He walked to an open space inside the house, and with a flip of his wrist, a rocking chair appeared out of thin air. Under the anxious gazes of Irene and Yang Cohen, he leisurely laid down on it and gently rocked it. Wang Yi waved his hand, his demeanor still leisurely. Nonetheless, it's me who discovered a passage at the edge of the valley, a secret passage that leads straight to the outside of the valley. What? When Yang Cohen heard this, he was overjoyed, as if he had received sweet rain after a long drought, his eyes bursting with hope. However, once he saw Wang Yi's nonchalant appearance lying on the rocking chair, he was furious again. He pointed his finger at Wang Yi and said with hatred, how could you not tell us such important news in the first place? You this. He sighed helplessly. When Wang Yi heard his words, but he rolled his eyes and gently tapped the ground with one foot, causing the rocking chair to sway leisurely once again. Didn't I rush back non-stop to inform you? As for whether I'm standing to tell you, or lying down to tell you, what difference does it make? Don't get hung up on the minutiae. I didn't delay a total of 3 seconds from the time I put down the rocking chair to the time I lay on it to tell you the news. Young man. Be calm. Wang Yi said here, with a finger pointed to the doorway standing in a fidgety way by Jingchun. He went with me. Any questions, you ask him is, I just rushed to rush a bit, first nap a moment. Finished, he actually really closed his eyes, as if all the disturbances in the world have nothing to do with him. Irene and Yang Cohen's eyes converged and locked onto Bai Jingchun. Yang Cohen rushed forward in an arrow step, his hands tightly grasping Bai Jingchun's shoulders, his eagerness overflowing. What exactly happened? Quickly say it clearly one by one. Bai Jingchun took a deep breath, tried to calm his mind, organized his language, and slowly opened his mouth. On the southern side of the valley, there are many heavenly ancient trees growing on the fringe. Between the branches of these giant trees, there is actually a winding path that leads straight to the outside of Longchamp Valley. When Irene heard this, her heart was ecstatic, and in an instant, her mind was rapidly deducing. If this news was true, and all the necromongers were gathering in Longchamp Valley, this was undoubtedly a heavenly opportunity. The human race only needs to seize this fleeting opportunity and quietly break out from this hidden path. Once they broke out of the valley, they could run all the way to Tianxiong Mountain. Even if the undead noticed the difference, they could only look beyond their reach and follow behind them in a futile pursuit. In this way, although there are still many slow-moving people in the human race who will still be caught up by the undead, it is difficult to escape death. But at least they can avoid the tragic end of the whole army. As long as we can leave this damned trial place alive, the blood feud with the undead race, naturally, there are human strong people to settle with them. With this in mind, Erin impatiently asked, her voice carrying an unstoppable excitement. Are you sure this path can really lead beyond the valley? What is the condition of the path? Can it accommodate a large number of people? Is it potentially dangerous? Like a series of shots, Irene threw out several key questions in one breath. Chapter 99, Listening to the Wind Pavilion. Bai Jingchun had gradually adapted to conversing with this bigwig of the younger generation at this moment, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. He replied without pause. Brother Wang and I have already personally explored it, and we can be 100% certain that this path can indeed lead beyond the valley, and the path is quite spacious and free of any danger, so 5 or 6 people walking side by side is more than enough. Irene and Yang Koan looked at each other's face blossomed with a relieved smile. The human race, perhaps really saved Ah.
As for the specific course of action,
Immediately, Irene wanted to signal Bai Jingchen to leave first so that they could confer privately. Who knows, Yang Koan has been unable to hold down the ecstasy in his heart, tilting the sky and letting out a long whistle.
The voice was filled with complacency and smoothness. Great.
In this way, as long as we kill a bloody path from here, those stupid as pigs undead can only follow our ass and eat dust. Eileen sniffed and slapped her forehead.
Wang Yi also instantly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Koan like an idiot. No wonder Mo Ingduan had unmercifully lambasted this Yang Koan earlier for being limber and simple-minded. This was simply simple to the extreme. There are still other people present here. He just blurted out this top-secret information about the survival of all the human races without a care in the world? There are traitors lurking amongst the human race. Although everyone is now unanimous in identifying Mo Ingsuan as a traitor. But everything needs to be careful, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the unlikely, in case he is not a traitor. Rather, it is this unobtrusive Bai Jingchen. Heir. Should not be so unlucky, right?
Wang Yi thought of this, his eyes turned to Bai Jingchen, his expression was rare and serious, said word by word. This matter must never be spread out.
To anyone, you must keep your mouth shut.
Bai Jingchen heard this and immediately put on a look of understandingly assuring. You can rest assured, other than me, no one else will ever know about this matter.
This is a major matter that concerns everyone's safety and security. I naturally know how to prioritize.
After saying this, he turned around and left the house with large strides. The stronghold of the undead race was very different from the few randomly constructed simple houses of the human race, as they occupied a grand hall as their habitat. Within the hall, an eerie atmosphere filled the room, and the four walls were carved with hideous skeleton patterns, which were even more bizarre under the reflection of the ghostly green phosphorus fire. Bloodthorn, the strongest of the young generation of the undead clan. At this moment, he was perched on top of the white bone throne in the center of the hall.
The soul fire inside his skull was pulsating, flickering with a palpitating light.
With a few probing hints, he inquired to the zombie below.
That eyesore you developed, what's his name, Meng Shangrui, has any news come back? In the past.
The zombie's voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying a creepy chill. Bloodspike fell silent, his skeletal fingers gently tapping on the armrests of the throne, making a duck-duck sound that was particularly clear in the silent hall.
After a few moments, he slowly spoke, I know, you first retire.
Be ready at all times, our final netting operation is about to begin.
This time, make sure to carry out Lord Bone King's orders to the end.
Decimate the young geniuses of this generation of the human race without leaving a single one behind. Bloodthorn's voice was filled with killing intent, as if it was going to freeze the entire hall. After saying that, his figure shifted and transformed into a cloud of black mist as he floated into the inner hall. In the middle of the inner hall, a huge crystal ball was suspended in mid-air, emitting a bizarre light. Bloodspike stretched out his skeletal hand and gently covered the crystal ball. In an instant, the soul fire within his skull surged, transforming into an eerie green light that spread out in all directions. A moment later, an ice-cold command resounded in the minds of all the resurrection death spirits, like the murmur of the god of death.
Get ready. Massacre, about to begin.
At this moment, on the north side of Longchamp Valley, halfway up a high mountain, there stood an attic building with dappled light and shadow. This attic was a masterpiece built by the hands of Mo Shadowdust and Ling Wei. The first attempt, inexperienced, the two groped, recalled the method in the textbook, little by little to try. The final result, however, also has a unique flavor. The attic on both sides of the wooden boards, leaving a gap. Breeze through, issued a whimpering sound, like a whisper, like a murmur. The two looked at each other and smiled, for this simple attic named an elegant name listened to the wind. In their spare time, they will sit side by side at the top of the wind listening Xian, watching the clouds roll in and out, listening to the wind and birds chirping. If someone from another race came to this place, it would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. In the middle of this heavenly Qiong mountain, all humans were hiding like street rats.
And yet, the two of them, Mo Ingchen and Ling Wei, were as if they were on vacation?
At this moment, in front of Mo Ingchen, a skeletal mage stood silently. His brows were slightly furrowed as his fingertips gently slid in the void, and the light that only he could see, flickered continuously in front of his eyes. He was picking the right words for this skeleton mage. Spell increase, spell strike, spell combo, elemental affinity, source of magic power. One by one, each phrase was given to the skeleton mage he named Battery.
As he scrutinized this new creation, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He was about to call Ling Wei over to test the strength of the skeleton mage. Suddenly, a crisp cheer broke the tranquility. It's finally done. Ling Wei's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Mo Shadowdust froze, and then a wave of surprise surged through his heart. With a flash of his figure, he had appeared in the open space outside the house. Only to see Ling Wei throw down the carving knife in her hand and stand in front of the Black Warrior, her eyes filled with delight. She was admiring the masterpiece that she had spent days of effort to complete. This matter also had to start from 2 days ago. At that time, the two of them had nothing to do and were organizing the treasures that Mo Ingduan had demanded from the people. This sorting, they actually found many good things that they hadn't noticed before. Chapter 100 Permanent Enchantment. One of them was called Sand of Emptiness, which was the top enchantment material that carried the power of space. As soon as Ling Wei saw this Sand of Emptiness, her eyes glowed with excitement. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust immediately said that he would give her this precious material. However, Ling Wei shook her head obstinately and refused to accept it. Mo Shadowdust looked at her with a clear desire to the extreme, but resolutely refused, and couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement in his heart. That pair of bright eyes never left the empty sand for a moment, overflowing with love and reluctance. In the end, Mo Shadowdust decided to use up the Sand of Emptiness, and to fulfill Ling Wei's wish. Thus, Ling Wei took the Black Warrior's armor as her target and began to try to enchant it with the Sand of Emptiness. In the past few days, she had already failed several times. Mo Shadowdust had thought that at Ling Wei's current level, it would be almost impossible for her to successfully enchant her armor. He didn't really care, it was just a material anyway, so it was just a matter of using it. But who would have thought that Ling Wei would actually succeed today? This sudden happy news caught Mo Shadowdust a little off guard. He asked in a slightly puzzled manner, "Successful? Quickly tell me, what exactly is the wonderful use of this enchanted armor?" In his voice, there was a hint of anticipation that was hard to hide. At the sound of her voice, Ling Wei crossed her arms and was smug, as if she was a proud little peacock that was showing off her gorgeous feathers. Hey, wonderful use? The corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile. This wonderful use is much bigger. This is a masterpiece that took this young lady a full 2 days to complete with that precious and incomparable sand of air. Ling Wei's eyes flashed with excitement, and her tone carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Ha, now I really want to bring this Black Warrior's armor back to the Holy Land and let Master take a good look at it. She gesticulated with both hands, empty sands. Hey, this is a rare treasure that even Master hasn't seen before, isn't it? Let me tell you, Ling Wei came close to Imoing Chen and said proudly, "This armor, I used the Sand of Emptiness to permanently enchant 2 magic spells. One is a sub-dimensional barrier, and the other is short-range instantaneous movement." Ink Shadowdust's originally fairly calm face was actually flooded with a trace of shock at this moment. Sublime Barrier and Short-Distance Instantaneous Transmission, these 2 spells were naturally known to him. Dimensional Barrier can mobilize the power of space in a short period of time in a specified direction to build an invisible barrier, blocking space, blocking the enemy's attack, like a moat, difficult to overcome. Short-Range Instantaneous Shift, able to instantly move within a range of 10 meters, choosing the landing point at will. These 2 spells, Mo Shadowdust's voice carried a hint of excitement. Can there be a limit to the number of times they can be used? When Ling Wei heard this, her small mouth pouted as she glared at Mo Shadowdust with some dissatisfaction. Hey. This is this young lady's masterpiece. Hey, what kind of words are you saying? She crossed her arms and retorted with a straight face, what else is a permanent enchantment called when there's a limit to the number of times it can be used? This young lady can tell you, Ling Wei's tone was full of confidence. These 2 enchantments, there is no limit on the number of times, only a limit on the cooldown time. After each casting, it needs to be cooled down for an hour to allow the Sand of Air to reabsorb spatial energy and build up its power. Ink Shadowdust's heart was stirred, and his eyes flashed with excitement. 1 hour. Once? This was simply going against the heavens. The Black Warrior himself was known for his close combat and bravery, and now with this short-distance instantaneous transfer and the Sublime Barrier. In fact, the increase in strength was simply ridiculously large. The corner of Mo Shadowdust's mouth hooked into a smile as he reached out and gently rubbed Ling Wei's silky hair, snickering, "Let's go, let's eat. I'll treat you to a big meal today." Then again, you're surprisingly so good that you can actually possess a demon successfully? Ling Wei's face flushed with a blush when he praised her so much. Somewhat embarrassed, she smiled,
but then lifted up her chest and said proudly, "I'm a genius of the Huanyu Holy Land."
You know about the Huanyu Holy Land, right? Genius, you understand, right?
She blinked her eyes, playful and cute. Deep within the Longchamp Valley. For days, the human race had been patiently waiting for the Undead One race that was hiding behind the curtain and manipulating these resurrected dead spirits to show up. However, things went against their wishes. The Undead clan never showed up, as if they had disappeared. On the contrary, those reanimated dead spirits no longer waited, and began to continuously attack the carefully arranged defense line of the human race. The human race was far inferior to the other side in numbers, and could only rely on the complex terrain and subtle traps to barely support the shaky defense line. Yan Koan and Irene came to the front line side by side, and the sight in front of them made their hearts sink. The resurrected dead spirits came like a tidal wave, hitting the traps and obstacles set up by the human race in wave after wave. In some places, fierce battles had broken out. The human race's celestial pride put their best foot forward, with various skills and shadows of light interweaving in the air, ruthlessly smashing into the army of dead spirits, causing a piece of dead spirits to fall to the ground. However, these dead spirits were not in the least bit disorganized. They arranged themselves into neat squares, just like a well-trained army, and methodically continued to attack, as if they knew neither fatigue nor fear. Erin's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill surged in her heart. These dead spirits were very different from their previous behavior in Tianxiong Mountain. They were no longer wandering aimlessly like that, swarming over the rabble. Rather, they were like a well-trained regular army, advancing and retreating in a disciplined manner that was chilling. This bloodthorn, truly worthy of being a genius who awakened the undead flame in the Undead clan sea of British spirit bones. Wang Yi's voice resounded in Erin's ears with a hint of imperceptible admiration. Such military formation attainments, I'm afraid that amongst the human race, except for those elite troops who have fought hundreds of battles, ordinary troops simply cannot match them. Eileen's delicate body trembled slightly, and a trace of realization appeared on her face. So, he awakened the soul fire in the Yingling Bone Sea? She muttered, a hint of bitterness in her voice. The Undead clan was born from the awakening of the soul fire. And the place of awakening determined how talented the Undead were. The Sea of Spirit Bones was the place where the bones of the Undead army warriors were buried after they died in battle. The difficulty of awakening the soul fire in such a place is outrageous. However, once awakened, they were born military gods. They gathered the will and experience of the fallen warriors in the army, and were natural army commanders. Thinking of this, the idea of leading the human race to break out became stronger and stronger in Erin's heart. Facing such a terrible army, the human race would not even be able to hold out for 2 days, not to mention defeating it. A strong sense of crisis, like a poisonous snake, wrapped around Irene's heart, making her almost suffocate. On the spur of the moment, Erin droned out, "We can't wait any longer. I don't think these undead ones will show up at all." Chapter 101, We, Bring Everyone, Breakout. Yang Koan also nodded with a bitter face as he sniffed. Yeah, why would people show their faces? Commanding these resurrected corpses at the back is enough to crush our human race. Erin, give the order, don't wait any longer. Yang Koan said as he began to move his body. He had been making preparations at all times in the past few days. He was the person with the strongest frontal attacking ability among the human race. Once the breakout started, he would inevitably be the one to rush at the front to open the way. At this moment, looking at Erin's meaning, I'm afraid that the moment he had been waiting for days was finally coming. Erin nodded fiercely, turned around, and shouted in the direction of the human race, "Everyone, pay attention to keep up with our footsteps. We, lead everyone, break out." A loud shout attracted the attention of everyone in the human race. In an instant, a large number of gazes looked towards Erin. Light began to erupt from a pair of bright eyes. The light of life, the light of living. The sound of dull footsteps, like ancient war drums being violently beaten, echoed in the mid-air of the battlefield, stirring up gusts of dust and causing palpitations. Yang Koan's sturdy body was like a mobile fortress, wrapped in the momentum of 1,000 pounds. The light around his body flowed. The Big Dipper body protector had already been catalyzed to the extreme, just like a diamond. Every inch of muscle was taut, as if it contained infinite power, ready to explode at any time. His eyes opened angrily, and a low growl came out of his mouth, like an enraged ancient beast, unstoppably rushing at the very front, carrying a sense of determination and madness. Along the way, wherever there were dead spirits trying to block, they were all smashed into pieces by his fist, scattering all over the place, blood and flesh flying. The air was filled with the stench of broken bones, making people sick, as if they were in a human purgatory. Right behind them were Irene and Wang Yi. The two of them followed closely behind Yang Kuan, forming a triangular formation with him. Irene clasped her hands together, reciting words under her breath. Holy light poured out from her palm, turning into an arrow of light, accurately shooting at those who constantly surrounded the dead, like the scythe of the god of death, mercilessly harvesting life. Wherever the light passed by, the dead spirits screamed miserably, black smoke rose from their bodies, and eventually turned into a puddle of black water, dissipating without a trace. Not even a trace was left behind. Wang Yi, on the other hand, appeared to be more relaxed. His feet stepped on the 7 stars, his hands constantly changing complicated hand seals, his movements flowing in the clouds and rivers, carrying an ineffable rhythm. With every step, a golden spell formation would emerge on the ground, either binding, attacking, or defending, each with its own magic, playing the surrounding dead spirits in the palm of their hands.
The three of them transformed into a sharp knife, in a zigzag shape straight into the dead spirit army formation, as if breaking through bamboo.
From the dense dead spirit army formation, they cut a hole, opening up a path for the people behind them. Behind them, like a dream, the human race prides have put down the hands of the enemy, hurriedly follow the footsteps, do not dare to have the slightest slack. After a bloody battle, the crowd of the human race finally arrived at the front of the hidden passage. In the crowd's gaze full of astonishment, Wang Yi's hands flipped with magic tricks, and a deep passageway was clearly revealed. A burst of excited cheers erupted from the crowd. Wang Yi, Ai Lin, and Yang Kuan stood side by side, guarding the entrance and fending off the enemies that came in like a tidal wave. The crowds of the human race filed in and withdrew along the passageway to the depths. A moment later, all the human races had all entered the passageway. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, a few moments of relief showing in each other's eyes. Wang Yi once again made a move and laid a defense spell formation at the mouth of the passageway, temporarily blocking the footsteps of the dead spirits, and then the three of them also quickly dashed into the passageway. Inside the passageway, the human race crowd's post-hijacking murmurs rose and fell.
Ah, there's even such a passageway in existence? No wonder Big Guy Wang chose this place as the location for the duel earlier. Wonderful. Now that the dead spirits are all in the valley, as long as we leave the valley, the dead spirits won't even be able to chase after us if they want to. A rough voice rang out with undisguised excitement. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect to have a chance to survive. When I get out of the trial land, I won't share the same fate as the undead. Another person's voice had a few chokes in it, obviously remembering his fallen companions. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that we drove that traitor Mo Shadow Dust away before. If he was still among us, with his position, he would definitely know about the passageway in advance, and at that time, once he ratted on the undead with them, we'd all have to be killed by him. Yes, it's a pity that brother Meng Shangrui, the one who exposed Mo Shadow Dust at that time, was killed by that bastard Mo Shadow Dust. When we have the opportunity, we must kill Mo Shadow Dust that to avenge the human brothers who died in the land of trials this time. Accompanied by the noisy chatter, the crowd of the human race finally reached the end of the passageway. With unconcealable excitement on their faces, the three of them, Aaron, took the lead as they turned the corner and arrived outside the valley. The crowd behind them followed closely behind, with smiles on their faces, enjoying the joy of surviving the calamity. However, the next second, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Only to see that in front of them, the necrotic clan had long been waiting in formation. The dense army of undead blocked the entrance of the passageway, just like the black pressurized clouds, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Blood Spike was in the center, with military formations protecting his front, back, left and right. His skeleton head turned slightly, and in his empty eye sockets, the soul fire flickered eerily. He just used his empty eye sockets to look at the human race that had been laughing and joking just a moment ago, but had now become dumbfounded. Any human race that watched Blood Spike inexplicably felt a hint of mockery from that flickering soul fire. It was a naked, undisguised mockery, as if it was laughing at their naivety and stupidity. Eileen clenched her lips, her silver teeth almost biting her lips to make them bleed as she stepped forward with a hint of trembling in her voice. Bloodthorn, I just want to know one thing. How did you know that we would break out from here? The mouth of the Bloodthorn's skull opened and closed. I don't know what the principle was, but the sound actually came out from there, with a metallic friction like harshness. When two armies fight, it is natural to have scouts. Your human race will let assassins penetrate deep into my undead race's gathering place. Why can't my undead race let scouts, likewise, penetrate deep within your human race? Aaron was not satisfied with this answer. What scouts? This was simply an excuse. The matter of this passageway was kept strictly confidential, and there were simply no scouts who could know about it. Not to mention the scouts, even the human race did not have many people who knew about this matter. At that time, the people who came out to explore with Wang Yi had been guarding the entrance of the passageway. There was no way to know that this place could lead to the outside of the valley. Irene suspected that the undead might have their own unknown method of detection. Or maybe it was that the Blood Spur had discovered this passageway long ago and deliberately wanted to use this place to set up a trap to lure the race over. Or maybe... Chapter 102 Undead Transformation Ceremony. Erin now just wanted to know exactly where the human race lost. She wanted to ask again, but a figure had suddenly crossed over her like an arrow off the string and ran wildly towards the undead clan. It was actually Bai Jingchun. Irene was stunned, and thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning and flint, instantly realizing the truth. In an instant, an unspeakable wave of remorse surged like a tidal wave, almost drowning her. Traitor of the human race. Surprisingly, it was Bai Jingchun? This guy who usually seemed to be loyal and honest and devoted to the human race was actually a poisonous snake lurking among them. Eileen gripped the staff in her hand tightly, the tip of the staff's holy light surging and converging into a sharp and unrivaled arrow. With a cracking sound, it shot towards the back of Bai Jingchun's heart. Bloodspike caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, his skull slightly flanked, and the soul fire in his empty eye sockets pulsed for a moment. The witch demon beside him, who was clad in tattered vestments and holding a white bone staff, fiercely took a step forward and gently swung the white bone staff in his hand. A miserable white bone wall rose up from the ground and blocked behind Bai Jingchun. Runes flowed on the surface of the bone wall, exuding an eerie and bizarre aura, resisting this fatal blow for him. Boom! With a dull thud, the holy light arrow collided violently with the bone wall, erupting a dazzling light that shook the surrounding air. The holy light arrow contained a strike of Irene's rage, and its power could not be underestimated. It quickly wore down the defense of the bone wall, and the holy light and the eerie bone eroded each other, emitting a toothache-inducing ZZ sound. Finally, under the impact of the holy light arrow, cracks appeared on the surface of the bone wall, which eventually shattered and turned into a ground of miserable white bone powder. However, in the process of destroying the bone wall, the holy light arrow also consumed a large amount of energy, and its light became dull and shaky. It continued to fly forward, but it was already at the end of its strength, and after flying less than 10 meters, it dissipated powerlessly into the air. It turned into dots of light, completely losing its threat. Bai Jingchun was like a lost dog, running frantically towards where the bloodthorns were. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with frenzied desire. In front of Bloodspike, the skeleton army formation, which was originally impermeable, split in the middle like Moses parting the sea, giving way to a narrow channel the instant he received the order. Seeing this, Bai Jingchun accelerated his pace even more and quickly rushed through. After he stumbled through, the skeleton army formation closed up again silently, tightly, as if it had never been separated. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest bit of confusion. With a thud, Bai Jingchun's knees softened, and he fell heavily to his knees in front of Bloodspike, his forehead pressed against the ground, his posture humble to the extreme. "My lord! I'm coming!" His voice trembled with frenzied excitement. In the Bloodthorn's hollow eye sockets, the ghostly blue soul fire danced slightly, as if scrutinizing the groveling human in front of him. The skull nodded slightly as a response. Seeing this, Bai Jingchun was ecstatic, as if he had received a great gift. "Lord Bloodthorn, I still have important information to report." He couldn't wait to say. "There is another human race, named Mo Shadowdust, who had left earlier. Your other servant, Meng Xiangrui, was killed by him. When Meng Xiangrui was discovered earlier, I didn't even dare to deliver news to you anymore. Luckily, you connected my soul with the soul link technique so I could tell you about this passage." He smiled fawningly, telling Bloodthorn of his heavenly merits. Bai Jingchun's words, unapologetically, exploded in the ears of the human race crowd, causing a commotion. Yan Kuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, his fists clenched tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, but he didn't even realize it. Among the human race, there are actually two traitors? Why on earth did they betray the human race? Where exactly did the human race wrong them? Did they really think that they could integrate into the undead realm and become one of those fleshless monsters? Become one of those fleshless monsters? However, Bai Jingchun's next words immediately answered the doubts in his heart. "My lord, I have successfully completed my mission. Look, when can I open the undead transformation ceremony and transform me into a powerful undead race as well?" He looked at Bloodthorn with a face full of anticipation, his eyes flashing with a crazy light. A sound like bones rubbing together came out of Bloodthorn's throat, giving people the creeps. "So anxious to become an undead?" Bai Jingchun sniffed and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, fearing that Bloodspike would backtrack.
The blood spur suddenly let out a creepy laugh, and the soul fire in his empty eye sockets pulsed violently. A soul command was silently issued. A zombie standing behind Bai Jingchun, whose originally stiff body suddenly moved, violently raised its arm. Sharp nails were like 5 sharp knives, and with the swiftness of thunder, they ruthlessly pierced through Bai Jingchuan's chest. The expression on Bai Jingchuan's face instantly froze, and he looked down incredulously, looking at the claw that penetrated from behind, revealing his own chest. On that claw, he was still stained with his bright red blood. In the sunlight, it looked particularly blinding. The life force was like a flood that broke the dike, and flowed out of his body like crazy. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but could only make a ho-ho sound. Blood continued to gush out from the corner of his mouth. 4. What? He used his last ounce of strength to spit out these 3 words, his eyes filled with unwillingness and doubt. Afterward, his head tilted and he completely lost his life. Bloodthorn's icy voice echoed over the battlefield. Each word was like a cold wind blowing from the 9 hells, sending shivers down one's spine. My undead clan's precious and incomparable undead transformation ceremony, how can it be wasted on a waste like you?
Want to become an undead?
The quickest way is to go to the Yellow Springs before transforming into a resurrected undead spirit. As the Bloodthorn's words fell, Bai Jingchuan's still warm body slowly stood up like a puppet on strings. His body was stiff, and his joints were twisting with strange clicking sounds, which was creepy. Afterwards, this walking corpse, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, step by step integrated into the army of the undead, and became one of them. The Bloodthorn's skull turned slightly, its empty eye sockets sweeping over the human camp, as if it was selecting the next batch of sacrifices. As for you, his voice rose steeply, like a death sentence, there is no need to rush, you will eventually follow in his footsteps and share this honor. Before the words fell, the undead army came like a tidal wave, skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts. All types of undead creatures hissed and roared, launching a fierce onslaught towards the human race.
Erin's face was grave. Everyone, immediately retreat back to the passageway. Her cool voice echoed on the battlefield, the terrain there is narrow, it's barely enough for a battle. Accompanied by her order, the human warriors, who had already felt the desire to retreat, felt relieved and retreated backward one after another. Chapter 103, I Can Find Brother Dust.
They were fighting and retreating, using the narrow entrance of the passageway to barely hold off the undead army attack, but despair was written on everyone's face. Even if they could temporarily use the passageway to barely resist, they were only slowing down the speed at which they were slaughtered to death.
Death. It was only a matter of time. Heavens, so Mo Shadow Dust is not a traitor? Then wouldn't he be killing Meng Shangrui?
A warrior shouted in shock between battles, his voice filled with remorse and disbelief.
His battle power is superb. If he was still around, why would we be here?
Another person chimed in, his tone filled with regret. Erin stood at the forefront, waving her holy light staff in her hand, each swing bringing up a piece of holy light, purifying the undead creatures that rushed up. Her ears were filled with her comrades' discussion, her heart shook violently, her beautiful eyes widened as she turned her head to Yang Kuan and Wang Yi, who were also fighting hard to kill beside her. Earlier, Mo Shadow Dust had said that he has a way to solve these resurrected dead spirits.
Since he is not a traitor. Irene's voice trembled with a trace of incredulous hope. Doesn't that mean that what he said is true?
When Yang Kuan heard this, the light of the boxing gloves in his hands flourished, and with one punch, he blasted a skeleton in front of him into pieces. Although these skeletons were only at the ordinary level, they were simply too many in number and were so fierce that it was exhausting to deal with them. Recalling his previous experience of being heavily injured by a slash from a skeleton summoned by Mo Ingduan, the shadow of the skeletons grew even greater in his heart.
What's the use of talking about this when it's so late? Yang Kuan's voice was hoarse, again with deep remorse. Mo Shadow Dust has already left, who knows where he is now? In the end, it was their ignorance and self-righteousness that cut off all hope in life. Just as the crowd's hearts were like ashes, some were even ready to activate their secret techniques and use self-destruction to fight for a ray of life for their companions. A voice broke the deadly atmosphere. Me. I can find Brother Dust.
The rain of holy light arrows poured out from Erin's hands, forcing the incoming undead back temporarily, and she followed the voice. Only to see a man dressed in black, holding 2 short-handled battle axes, who had just cleaved a reanimated corpse to the ground.
This person was none other than Su-Wan.
Seeing Erin's gaze, Su-Wan hurriedly explained, I am a hunter by profession, and I am adept at tracking scents. I have not spent much time with Brother Dust, so I might be able to follow his residual scent and find his trail.
When Wang Yi heard this, an ecstatic look appeared on his face.
In his hands, he continuously pinched his magic symbols, and in the flash of his body, he had already killed several dead spirits in his way and came to Su Wen's side. As he grabbed Su Wen by the shoulders, the light of the spell formation flowed from his body, enveloping the two of them. Immediately afterward, their silhouettes actually disappeared into thin air, appearing on top of a mountain peak in the distance. Wang Yi's voice came from far away, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I'll take him to find Mo Shadow Dust. All of you must hold your positions and wait for our return." Before the words fell, the spell formation shone once again, and the two figures quickly moved far away, disappearing into the sky. Outside the listening Wen Xian, on top of a wide open space, a unique duel was being staged.
The petite and cute Lingwei was fiercely fighting with the skeleton mage that Mo Shadow Dust had named Battery.
The skeleton mage's soul fire in his empty eye sockets pulsed violently, and as he waved his bone staff, a lightning arrow shot out. The lightning arrow drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, and as it flew, the light became stronger and stronger under the increase of the words.
Boom boom boom. The lightning arrow fiercely impacted on top of the sublime barrier that surfaced in front of Lingwei.
The transparent barrier rippled, tenaciously resisting the impact of the lightning arrows. Finally, after withstanding several impacts, the secondary barrier managed to withstand the wave of attacks. However, just as Lingwei breathed a little sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. The lightning arrows that had already dissipated had once again coalesced under the effect of the spell strike entry, and continued to charge at the secondary barrier. As if fate was playing tricks on him, this spell strike with only a 20% chance of triggering was triggered 3 times in a row. The lightning arrows bombarded the subterranean barrier again and again, and finally, under the continuous attacks, the subterranean barrier shattered. The remnants of the lightning
power poured down, landing on Lingwei as much as possible. Fortunately, after the weakening of the dimensional barrier, the lightning arrows were not as powerful as before.
However, it still caused Lingwei's body to tremble, and her hair stood up like steel needles.
Witnessing this scene, Mo Shadow Dust could no longer hold back his laughter, which echoed in the open space.
When Lingwei heard Mo Chen's laughter, she hastily reached out and ran her hand through her hair that had been made to stand up by the electricity in an attempt to salvage her image. She pouted and said with a bit of anger, "Aya, this turret of yours is also too unreasonable. A spell can even be repeated so many times. How on earth did you do that?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Lingwei realized that she had slipped up.
This was Mo Chen's secret. How could she be so presumptuous as to ask? Master had once advised that prying into other people's secrets at will could lead to a murderous fate. Thinking of this, Lingwei's face turned pale with a brush. She hurriedly covered her ears with both hands and shook her head like a rattle. "I was wrong, I shouldn't have asked. You mustn't tell me, I don't want to hear anything." There was a hint of trembling in her voice, obviously terrified by her presumptuous actions just now. Mo Chen laughed even more when he saw Lingwei's panicked look. He was about to open his mouth to flirt a few words. But suddenly, his complexion flinched and he fiercely looked behind Lingwei. On the empty, flat ground, an intricate spell formation was quietly taking shape, emitting a faint ghostly blue light. In the center of the spell formation, 2 figures gradually became clear. It was precisely Su Wen and Wang Yi. As soon as Su Wen appeared, he looked around as if he had fallen into a 5-mile fog. When his line of sight touched the familiar figure on the opposite side, his eyes suddenly lit up and he took a few steps to Mo Chen's body. He took a few steps to Mo Chen's side, his voice carrying an unconcealed excitement, "Brother Dust." Mo Chen nodded slightly. However, his gaze had already crossed over Su Wen and landed on Wang Yi. Wang Yi's face was intertwined with complex and unspeakable emotions, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but he did not know where to start. However, time was running out, and every minute and every second was related to the life and death of the human race on the battlefield. He took a deep breath, suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his heart, and spoke eagerly towards Mo Chen. "Brother Mo. Please go back with me and use the secret method to save the human race." Mo Shadow Dust shook his head as he heard this, the corner of his lips hooking up into a cold arc. There were a few hints of mockery in his voice. "I'm going back with you? I'm a traitor. What would I do if I go back with you? Waiting to be pointed at by 1,000 people, spat upon by 10,000 people? Brother Mo, the matter of the traitors has come to light. The real traitors are Meng Shangrui and Bai Jingchun. The real traitors are Meng Shangrui and Bai Jingchun. The real traitors are Meng Shangrui and Bai Jingchun. Meng Shangrui was killed by your hand. And Bai Jingchun was also killed in the siege of the Undead just now. Please go back with me and save the human race." Chapter 104, taking 10 years as a deadline.
Wang Yi's voice was almost pleading as he explained while trying to evoke the last vestiges of love for the human race in Mo Yingxuan's heart.
No salvation. Mo Shadowdust's reply was decisive, without the slightest bit of wiggle room.
It was as if these two words were fished out from the ice cellar, carrying a piercing chill.
As Wang Yi listened to Mo Yingxuan's resolute reply, the color of despair intensified in his already bleak eyes. With a fluttering sound, Wang Yi knelt heavily with both knees in front of Mo Yingxuan.
Today, no matter what, he had to make Mo Shadowdust come back to his heart, even if he had to pay for his own dignity or even his life.
Brother Mo, please go back with me and save the human race.
The words had not yet fallen. Wang Yi's forehead had already hit the ground with a heavy thud.
Brother Mo, please go back with me and save the human race.
With every sentence, Wang Yi cowed out his head, his voice heavier and more determined than ever, as if he wanted to kowtow his soul into the cold ground. Ling Wei and Su Wen glanced at each other, both seeing deep shock and intolerance in each other's eyes. The two of them silently moved their feet to get out of the way of Wang Yi's kowtowing, and quietly stood to the side of Mo Yingxuan. At this moment, they chose to unconditionally support Mo Shadowdust. A helpless look surfaced on Mo Shadowdust's face as he looked at the man in front of him who was willing to bend his knees and kowtow for the sake of others. It was the only person he was able to hold in high regard while in the gathering place of the human race. Now Wang Yi was actually willing to do this for those who had falsely accused and hurt him, Mo Yingchen.
Mo Shadowdust sighed, but his expression was firm. It was simply unwilling to change its original thoughts. Brother Mo, I implore you, give these people hope for life once.
Wang Yi slammed both knees on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice carrying a tremor, and as long as you are willing to make a move to save them, I, Wang Yi, out of this trial land, would like to accompany you for a limit of 10 years, at your disposal.
He paused, a hint of determination in his tone. Anything, I am willing to do. It wasn't that he was unwilling to promise to follow Mo Yingxuan for life. Rather, he was a person who valued the word promise extremely highly. Once promised, no matter what, he had to do it. He also has something that had to be done.
That is why it will be 10 years as a deadline. In the depths of Mo Shadowdust's eyes, a flash of bright light suddenly flashed.
He moved.
The strength of Wang Yi's strength and infinite potential had long been in his eyes. That 1000-variety spell formation was even more breathtaking to him. Especially that last time, that wide range of additional lightning attack spell formation, it was even more impressive and unforgettable to him.
Most importantly, Wang Yi was a person of noble character and trustworthy.
If he could be accompanied by him, it would be immeasurably beneficial to himself and to the huge undead army.
As for 10 years? The corner of Mo Shadowdust's lips curled up in an imperceptible arc.
As a reborn person with a system, he had an advantage that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. In 10 years, he had long been able to reach an unimaginable height.
Instead, in the early stages, Wang Yi's supporting role was even more important.
Thinking of this, the color of joy flickered between Mo Shadowdust's brows. He leaned down and held Wang Yi's arms with both hands, a soft force lifting him up.
I promise you that I will go with you. However, those people must pay the corresponding price.
Wang Yi lifted his head violently at these words. An incredibly surprised light erupted in his eyes. What price or not, as long as Mo Yingxuan was willing to make a move to save the people, that would be a heavily good.
Being alive is better than anything.
Wang Yi hurriedly opened his mouth with a hint of trembling in his voice. Good, I agree for everyone, any price will do. If someone dares to renege on the dead after you save them, I won't need you to do anything, I'll kill him myself for you. In Wang Yi's eyes that usually always carried a bit of lethargy, at this moment a rare flash of unprecedentedly harsh killing intent was present.
Brother Mo, there's no time to lose, let's move now. Wang Yi urged, a trace of imperceptible urgency in his voice.
Mo Shadowdust sniffed, his fingertip lightly tapping the same spell formation that the two had come from. A trace of doubt surfaced between his brows.
Could it be that Wang Yi was planning to use this formation to take them away? Wang Yi looked along with what Mo Yingxuan pointed to, a trace of embarrassment swept across his face as he coughed lightly and explained.
Right at this moment, Mo Shadowdust had been hanging on his waist, the white jade token that he had gotten from Xian Meiyu, suddenly flashed with a faint light that faded away in an instant. Mo Shadowdust's figure slightly lurched, and his fingers gently rubbed the token, which was cold to the touch, as if there was a strange energy flowing in it. When Wang Yi saw this, a trace of probing flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth and asked.
Brother Mo, what's wrong?
Mo Shadowdust frowned slightly and shook his head. Nothing, hurry up, If we delay any longer, I'm afraid those people will all die. Wang Yi nodded his head in agreement, his arm raised and a complicated seal was struck in the air.
Spell formation, Divine Walk.
A huge spell formation instantly enveloped the entire open space.
Mo Shadowdust saw this and pondered.
This spell formation, by the looks of it, was also a large-scale gain. He moved his body and was surprised to find that his body was much lighter. The speed of movement was at least doubled. I wonder how long it will last. Ink Shadowdust secretly speculated in his heart and took the lead in taking a step in the direction of the Longchamp Valley.
Longchamp Valley Passage.
The human race's situation was getting worse and worse. Now not only did they have to deal with the undead attacking in front of them, but the defense spell formation laid down by Wang Yi at the back had also long been breached by the dead spirits in the valley. The human race was now being attacked from both the front and the back. All paths of life were cut off. The crowd tightly surrounded a circle, the peripheral people constantly killed the enemy. In the center, they gathered together to heal their wounds. Blood stained the ground, broken limbs scattered everywhere, the air is filled with a heavy smell of blood and scorched, disgusting. At this time, Yang Kuan, all over his body, bloodstained, bruises. The deepest wound, from the left shoulder has been extended to the right side of the waist, skin and flesh turned over, almost can see the white bone. This wound was continuously seeping blood out. He clenched his teeth and waved his right fist. On the tip of his fist, a layer of faint astral energy surged. The astral energy broke through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound.
A second-rank zombie was unable to dodge and was struck in the chest by a fist.
The zombie's chest instantly sunk, and a bowl-sized hole appeared.
There was very little astral energy left in his body. He could no longer cover his entire body with astral energy like before. He could only concentrate the only remaining astral chi on his fists. Try to conserve aura and prolong the fight. Chapter 105, Saved.
In the distance, the undead army was black and pressurized, like a dark cloud cover, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Near the exit of the valley, the human warriors were stagnant, their eyes filled with despair. Xia Yunqi bit her lips tightly, a cold aura flickering in her eyes as she fiercely drew out and swung her flying sword, its body drawing an icy arc in the air. Her toes lightly tapped the ground and her body rose up in the air, taking a step in the direction of the undead army. The tip of the sword pointed straight ahead, and around the sword, light blue ice flames pulsed, the product of combining her talent extreme cold ice flame with blazing sun sword chi. She waved her long sword, her sword chi streaking across the room, each sword carrying a piercing coldness. The undead were swept by the sword chi, their movements became sluggish, and their bodies were quickly covered with a thin layer of ice. However, she was no longer able to comfortably harness her flying sword for long-range attacks like before. She could only rely on the sharp blade of her sword to fight her way through the undead swarms, dashing left and right. Each swing of the sword required her to consume a large amount of physical strength, and her breathing gradually became ragged, with fine beads of sweat seeping out from her forehead. Erin was also no longer fighting on the periphery, her ability was more suitable for treating the injured in the center, minimizing the attrition of the human race. In the human race's position, the human race's teenage celestials had empty eyes, mechanically repeating their movements. Some wielded their long swords, slashing fiercely, their blades cutting through the air and emitting sharp whistles. Some people were holding onto their staffs, chanting under their breath, the incantation sounding low and obscure. Beside them, the priests in charge of healing kept casting spells, soft rays of light flowed over the wounded, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A teenager's arm was slashed by an undead's bone knife, blood spurting out, but he continued to wield his weapon as if he couldn't feel the pain. The priest next to him immediately cast a healing spell, the light enveloped the wound, the blood flow stopped and the wound slowly healed. The teenager didn't say thank you, nor did he pause, turning around and plunging back into the battle. Their movements were numb, like a group of manipulated puppets, unaware of fatigue, unaware of fear, only knowing to mechanically execute orders. Attack, attack, attack again. Heal, heal, heal again. The entire battlefield was filled with a strange atmosphere. There was only one belief left to support their continued resistance: Mo Shadowdust. At the edge of the sky, a sliver of sunset quietly emerged, the golden light, but no one appreciated it. The mountains in the distance were outlined in a hazy outline in the light of dusk. Erin stood in place, the staff in her hand emitting a soft glow. She raised her hand, and holy light spilled down, enveloping the injured humanoids around her. The wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but there was no joy on the faces of those who were healed. Irene's gaze remained in the distance, looking in the direction where Wang Yi had disappeared, the despair in her eyes growing. Is it too late?
She murmured softly, a trace of imperceptible trembling in her voice. The human race could no longer hold out. Even Yang Koan had already entered the center to receive treatment once. The price was that, lacking his battle power, the human race's defense line was nearly torn apart directly by the undead. In the end, it was the three of them who blew themselves up with the determination to die. Only then did they buy time for the human race. Despair spread like a tidal wave in their hearts. Irene even felt that Wang Yi might not come back at all. However, as the core of the crowd, she understood that she could not fall. Once she gave up, the battle circle of the human race, which was barely maintained by a surge of hope for life, would be washed away by the undead in an instant. Everyone hold on a little longer. Wang Yi should be back soon. Erin forced herself to pull herself together and shouted loudly. The crowd, however, was expressionless, without a ripple. This was already the I don't know how many times Erin had shouted. They were already numb. Many of them even slowed down their movements of releasing skills. A warrior's longsword in his hand hung down feebly, his eyes lax as if he had lost his soul. The incantations in the mages' mouths became intermittent, and the power of their skills was not as strong as before. A heavily wounded archer, with a trembling hand, tried to pull back the bowstring, but he couldn't make any effort. The arrow slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound that was particularly ear-piercing on this noisy battlefield. No one complained, no one shouted, no one even spoke. They all knew in their hearts that it was purely due to their own lack of discernment that they had come to this point. If they hadn't framed Mo Ingduan indiscriminately in the beginning. If they didn't gullibly trust that traitor Meng Shangrui. If they could have been a little more calm at that time. Perhaps, everything would have been different. Several injured people who had already completely exhausted their spiritual energy, closed their eyes as if they were dead, quietly waiting for death to come. Erin's gaze never left the distance, never left. Suddenly, she realized that there seemed to be figures running on the top of the mountain in the distance. She shook her head vigorously, thinking that she had been fighting for too long and was hallucinating. However, when she gazed again, the silhouette was already getting closer and closer. The 4 people of Ink Shadow Dust had already arrived. Everyone hold on a little longer, Ink Shadow Dust, he's here. The moment Erin spotted a few people, she shouted loudly once again. However, no one responded to her. Everyone either numbly unleashed their skills, or had completely given up hope and lay there waiting to die. No one had the heart to care about her motivation anymore. Erin's body trembled slightly as she raised her volume once again. What I said is true, everyone look up, it's in that direction. She reached out and pointed in the distance, a hint of urgency in her voice. The crowd froze, a slight glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. They looked in the direction of Erin's finger. Sure enough, in the distance, 4 people were running wildly this way at an astonishing speed. It's true. Wang Yi is back, he's brought Mo Shadow Dust back with him. We're saved. The hoarse voices of the crowd rang out one after another. In an instant, it was as if everyone saw a beam of light shining from the direction of the 4 in the distance, dispelling the gloom in their hearts. On the outskirts of the human battle circle, the undead creatures kept waving their bone knives, slashing madly, and hissing endlessly. A petite figure violently appeared in the center of the battle circle. It was Ling Wei, who saw that the human race was in danger and used space transfer to teleport over first. Utilizing her spatial power, a spatial chopping attack flew around her, strangling the undead creatures around her. The pressure on the human warriors plummeted, taking the opportunity to catch their breath and adjust their state. Immediately afterward, another figure appeared beside Ling Wei. Wang Yi quickly pulled out a talisman from his pocket and recited under his breath. The talisman burned and transformed into a golden light. The golden light quickly spread, forming a huge light shield that enveloped all the races. The attacks of the undead creatures landed on the light shield, stirring up ripples, but were unable to break through the defense. Chapter 106 Natural-born military goddess. Xia Yunxi watched all of this, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Her gaze landed on that familiar figure, and an inexplicable sense of security surged in her heart. Since an unknown time, it seemed that as long as he was there, all dangers could be minimized. In the battle formation of the undead race, Bloodthorn, who had been commanding the undead army, watched with interest as the human race suddenly came to life. Listening to the names that were constantly being called out from their mouths. Bloodthorn couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, Mo Shadow Dust? The person who left the human race, as mentioned in the mouth of that trash by Jingchun earlier? Before he could think more. In the distance, a throne made of white bones could be faintly seen, slowly rising. Above the throne sat a figure.
He was clad in a long black robe, which was embroidered with dark golden patterns that loomed high in the air. With a gentle wave of that person's right hand, the white bone throne stopped rising and silently hovered in midair. His left hand was casually resting on the armrests of the throne. His posture was lazy and casual, but it was permeated with an unquestionable majesty. Bloodspike's soul fire pulsed violently, and his skeleton head turned slightly, his empty eye socket staring tightly at the figure. The pressure emanating from the skeleton throne caused his soul flame to feel a shudder.
That's ink shadow dust?
Bloodthorn's voice came out from the mouth of the skeleton head with a hint of disbelief.
That throne. What on earth is going on?
Bloodspike's heart was filled with doubt, but there wasn't the slightest bit of panic in his heart. He had tens of thousands of second-rank battle power undead under his command, and he didn't believe that someone could lead the human race to turn the tide with such a disparity in strength. Not to mention that this MO Shadow Dust was only second rank, even if he was fourth rank. He would also have to be completely drowned by this endless army of undead today. MO Shadowdust's figure, quietly suspended high in the sky, he lowered his eyes, his palm gently rubbing his chest. There, the heart of death was quietly beating.
A strange fluctuation surged out from the death god's heart and silently merged into Mo Ingsuan's spiritual energy.
It was as if an invisible silk thread was connecting him closely to every single undead on the battlefield.
Submit.
He whispered, his voice was soft and inaudible, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. In an instant, above the battlefield, the movements of all the undead stagnated. Whether it was those walking corpses that had been awakened by the necrotic resurrection technique, or those warriors that originally belonged to the undead clan.
It even included that majestic bloodthorn sitting in the center.
The soul flames dancing in their eyes suddenly dimmed, as if they had been drained of all life by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, the soul flames flared up again, brighter and fiercer than before, but with a hint of bizarre obedience.
Everything seemed to be the same as before.
However, that subtle change was enough to send chills down the spine of every human warrior present. The strength of each and every undead, surprisingly, had all skyrocketed by a hair, and those that were originally second order had entered the third order gate. What the crowd didn't know was that these undead were no longer the enemies they knew. Their master had become the man who hovered in the air like a god of death, Mo Shadow Dust. The undead slowly closed in, no longer launching attacks on the human race, but quietly waiting for new orders. The human warriors looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. What on earth was happened? Right at this moment, those dead spirits that had been revived suddenly turned their spearheads and launched a frantic attack towards their original masters, the undead. A sudden massacre unfolded. The undead, who had also submitted to Ink Shadow Dust, didn't resist, they just stood there quietly, letting their former servants tear themselves to pieces.
Ink Shadow Dust watched with cold eyes.
He knew that these undead could not be kept. The undead clan had a strict hierarchy, and the lower-level undead often signed a master-servant contract with the higher-level undead. This kind of contract was a soul-level binding, and even if they were separated by thousands of miles, they could still feel each other's presence. Right now, they were in the land of trials, so perhaps those high-level undead were still unable to notice the difference in their servants. But once they left this place and returned to the undead realm, I'm afraid that there would immediately be undead who would notice that their servants had been plundered of their control. Before he had fully grown up, he did not want to make an enemy of the entire undead race. He needed time, strength, and more leverage. Congratulations to the host, killing a target of elite level or above, plundering the word, born military goddess. Born military god, strict military formations, sweeping, iron-blooded military soul. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's lips rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. This, truly, was an unexpected delight. Being able to foresee that as one's strength increased, the undead army under one's command would grow larger and larger. And this phrase would undoubtedly cause this originally disorganized army of undead to explode with astonishing combat power. The military formation that Bloodspike had shown before was the best proof of this. After a brief thought, Mo Shadow Dust decided to give this phrase to the zombie blood demon. As his own rank increased, it had become increasingly difficult for the blood demon to provide effective help in battle. This phrase would allow the blood demon to focus on commanding the army and become his most capable assistant. Moreover, the blood demon's own combat power wasn't weak, and there was also the blood demon transformation skill, which could erupt in a short period of time and was powerful enough to deal with most dangers.
Perfect, Ink Shadow Dust sighed in admiration in his heart. Word empowerment. With a movement of Ink Shadow Dust's mind,
The soul fire in the blood demon's eye sockets pulsed violently for a few moments, digesting the sudden change. Next, he made a move that surprised even Ink Shadow Dust. Only to see the blood demon fiercely bend his knees, kneeling on one knee with one arm folded in front of his chest, making a standard knight's salute.
Master!
A low and hoarse voice came out from the blood demon's mouth with a metallic friction-like texture, yet clearly audible. Ink Shadow Dust was stunned and thought that he had misheard. He hurriedly locked his gaze onto Blood Demon and asked after him, "Just now, was it you who spoke?" Blood Demon lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, Master." Ink Shadow Dust's thoughts turned around and he understood the reason for this. This born military god phrase might not have given Blood Demon a strong potential and growth like those other S-rank phrases. However, it gave the Blood Demon superb command abilities and the wisdom to match. Mo Shadow Dust was ecstatic in his heart. This was simply an unexpected blessing. In the future, the command of this undead army would no longer need to worry about itself. Cool. He couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. This feeling of having someone to do the laborious chores for him was just too wonderful. Chapter 107, Taking Turns Kneeling. Ink Shadow Dust slowly floated to the vicinity of the human race. Beneath his feet, the army of undead stood silently, like a black tide, boundless, and the sheer number of them was daunting. In front of him, the crowd of the human race gazed at him in astonishment, with different expressions. Some were terrified, some were bewildered, and more were stunned and unbelievable. He slowly landed on the ground and walked to the front of the crowd, stopping in his tracks, his gaze calmly sweeping over each and every one of them. Around them, the undead army was neatly organized, not making a single sound, like a black ocean, quietly waiting for his order. The corners of Mo Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint arc, as if he was mocking the ignorance of the human race. As he rose from the skeleton throne, the chillingly powerful aura of the dead spirits plummeted back down, returning to their original level of strength. Among the human race, someone finally couldn't hold back the shock in his heart and lost his voice and exclaimed, "This! How is this possible? Ink Shadow Dust! He actually became the master of all these dead spirits? My god, this is too strong, isn't it? The secret method that Ink Shadow Dust spoke of before is actually so terrifying? No wonder he is unwilling to reveal half of it. In my place, I would never say anything. This kind of heaven-defying means, even if you say it, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it." Another person's voice carried an unbelievable trembling, obviously being completely subverted by the sight in front of him. Mo Shadow Dust turned a deaf ear to the surrounding murmurs and walked straight to Wangi, with a hint of a playful smile on his face as he watched his jaw almost drop to the ground in shock. "You see, something that was so simple had to be made so complicated by you guys, costing so many people their lives for nothing." When Wangi heard this, his eyes glanced dully at Mo Ingsuan, and then turned his head to look at the army of dead spirits that had shaken him to the point of no return, and with a bitter smile, he was actually speechless. Yes, things could have been so simple. However, this scene in front of him, if one did not see it with, if Mo Shadow Dust knew what was going through her mind at this moment, I am afraid that he would not be able to help but let out a cold laugh. "In my previous life, I chased after you like a moth to a flame, but you treated me like a piece of trash and abandoned me like a piece of grass. In this life, I have treated you like water. But you're being sentimental on your own? It is really ridiculous. A few days, like a white horse, fleeting." Listen to the wind side, an open space, Ink Shadow Dust sitting on top of the skeleton throne, eyes slightly closed, seems to be indifferent to the scene below the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a row of silhouettes knelt on the ground. They were of different shapes. It was the people who had been saved by Mo Shadow Dust in the Longchamp Valley that day, and who had been punished for kneeling for 7 days. Yang Kuan brought a dozen people to the bottom of the mountain. Seeing them arrive, the people who were originally kneeling on the ground got up one after another, with a relieved look on their faces. Yang Kuan and several people, on the other hand, slowly knelt down on the open space made by these people. A man holding a book in one hand and a timer in the other slowly walked behind Yang Kuan. He looked down at the record on the booklet in his hand, then glanced up at Yang Kuan, and, "Brother Kuan, your speed is really godly? You've been kneeling for 72 hours? There are still 4 days left. You have to keep up the good work." Between the words, there was a hint of gloating flavor. Yang Kuan looked back at him and raised his fist at him. Roll, say it as if you dare not kneel for the full 7 days." This matter, it had to start from the day Mo Ingchen left Longchamp Valley. On that day, Mo Shadow Dust saved the crowd with thunderous means, but then set up a punishment that made everyone kneel for 7 days. In the face of Mo Shadow Dust's powerful strength, no one dared to disobey his will. Thus, everyone, regardless of whether or not they had wounds on their bodies, regardless of whether or not their bodies were exhausted, they all followed Wang Yi and came to the foot of this Hearing Wind Shan mountain. Hundreds of people knelt down in unison, and the scene could be described as spectacular. However, they had only been kneeling for less than 2 hours. Then there was a person due to the continuous fierce battle, the body's spiritual energy has long been exhausted, coupled with the body suffered serious injuries, can no longer support, directly fainted on the ground. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly got up and began to organize treatment. Irene was apprehensive in her heart, she was afraid that Moing Dust would be blamed for this. Secretly raised her eyes to look, only to see that sitting on the mountainside skeleton throne above Moing One, seems to be oblivious to everything that happened under the mountain, still closed his eyes to rest his mind. As if all this has nothing to do with him. Irene, teeth biting the lower lip, took a deep breath, began to organize the crowd in batches to kneel down to admit punishment.
This was the only way at the moment. It was the only way to preserve the crowd and fulfill Moing Suan's punishment.
Otherwise, as far as the current physical condition of the crowd was concerned. After kneeling for 7 days, it was estimated that there would not be many people left who could survive. Mo Shadow Dust naturally noticed the commotion under the mountain, but he did not say anything to stop it. To him, how long these people knelt and how they knelt was irrelevant. As long as they knelt for 7 days, they could complete the punishment he had set.
As for whether they knelt collectively or separately, he didn't care.
Thus, the scene from before appeared.
Yang Koan's face was calm as he knelt towards the mountainside. The whole 8 hours, not moving, like a statue, silently bear this punishment. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, the shift change personnel arrived.
They came with sighs and sighs, their faces were full of reluctance.
Chapter 108 Mechanical Race 0587.
Yang Kuan slowly got up, moved his somewhat stiff body, and walked towards the current gathering place of the human race. At the entrance of the gathering place, the guards were standing their posts in boredom.
Seeing Yang Koan return, they lazily greeted him. Yang Koan nodded slightly in greeting and walked into the gathering place.
Inside the gathering place, there was a scene of fervor. On the originally desolate open space, there were now hundreds of stone houses standing in a row, similar in size to an ordinary village. The crowds of the human race were busily weaving in and out of them, each holding drawings in their hands, directing the laborers of the three-eyed giant race, the demon race, the divine race, and other various races, to continue building more facilities. Even the small square in the center of the village had been paved with flat stone slabs and appeared to be in order. Irene was making her rounds in the village, and when she saw Yang Koan return, a smile appeared on her face and she waved her hand towards him as a greeting.
Yang Koan nodded faintly, a complex smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
There was both bitterness and some admiration. This bitterness and admiration was naturally not directed at Aaron.
Rather, it was directed at Mo Ingduan.
To say that in the hearts of the human race right now, where was the safest place in the entire land of trials? That was definitely the gathering place that they had named Wind Listening Village. This name was based on the wind listening shen halfway up the mountain.
Thinking back to the beginning, they just came here.
After the first person who kneeled fell unconscious, Irene gritted her teeth and arranged for everyone to take turns kneeling. And took the remaining people to find a hidden cave to recuperate. In the following day, their moods could be described as ups and downs, from inexplicable to heart-stopping to. They ravaged the entire trial site, plundering all treasures with energy.
It couldn't be helped that the intelligence of these dead spirits was really limited. They simply couldn't distinguish between what was treasure and what was trash.
Ink Shadow Dust tried several commands, none of which were very effective. In the end, he helplessly decided to let them loot back all items with energy when they saw them regardless. Throughout the plundering process, it was natural that there would be no shortage of conflicts with other races. And it was impossible for Mo Shadow Dust to sit on the skeleton throne all the time. This led to the strength of the Necromancers fluctuating from high to low, a moment of the second rank, a moment of the third rank. At the third rank, naturally, they swept through everything and no one dared to stop them. But at the second level, the other races encountered were not accustomed to these dead spirits and killed them all. There were even teams from several races that followed the paths of the dead spirits and searched for the source and came to retaliate.
As for the result,
Yang Koan's eyes swept through the listening wind village, those foreigners who were working hard, his complex color. In the beginning, Mo Shadow Dust was too lazy to do anything. For him, words that weren't S-ranked now were simply a bit unwatchable. There was already a huge pile of various low-level words saved up in the word bank. Casually, he tossed these foreigners who had been scared out of their wits by the large number of third-rank death spirits to Ling Wei for her to deal with. Ling Wei brought these shivering foreigners when she arrived at the cave where the human race was hiding. Eileen was scared as hell and thought that the enemy had come to her door. She gripped her weapon tightly and stared nervously at the foreigners, fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Later. There is no later. Yang Kuan looked around, looking at these former enemies who were now laborers for the human race, and could only silently lament a sentence in his heart. Really fragrant. These races were naturally strong and powerful, and when they did the work, they were really good at it. A three-eyed giant was carrying a huge boulder and placing it firmly on the foundation. His movements were skillful, and it was obvious that he had been doing it for quite some time. Next to it, a demon race was wielding a tool in his hand, polishing and smoothing the edges of the stone. Not far away, a few divine races were combining their efforts to carry the timber, a faint glow emanating from them, illuminating the surroundings. The good battle of the 10,000 races had been played alive by M.O. Shadowdust into a farming operation. Ridiculous to think that he was trying to teach M.O. Shadowdust a lesson before? Touching his head. Still alive, what luck! At this moment, at the edge of the trial land, a dim and lightless forbidden place. 7 or 8 silhouettes stood in front of a forbidden system, with the exception of Xian Miyu and Xiao Wu, who stood at the very front. Each of the rest had helplessness written all over their faces. Body 0587 of the mechanical race, its electronic eyes flickered with a ghostly blue light, constantly scanning the energy fluctuations flowing on the forbidden system. In the eyes, the code, which only the mechanical race could see, flowed as fast as a waterfall. Scanning complete, scanning report is being sent back. Warning, being in the place of trial, surrounded by spatial isolation, the report can't be transmitted back to the matrix. Please analyze the disposal method by yourself. Then, a voice without a hint of emotional fluctuation came from the bionic body of Body 0587. According to the scanning results, this prohibition requires an energy attack of the 6th order or higher, or a minimum of 5,000 sustained attacks of no less than the 2nd order of energy, before it can be broken open. The crowd looked at each other with a helpless look in their eyes, and they turned their gazes to the two of them, Xian Miyu and Xiao Wu. These people were summoned by the two of them to come to this forbidden land. Naturally, they were quite convinced of the strength of the two to dominate the younger generation. In this situation right now, there was only the expectation that these two big brothers would be able to come up with a solution. 6th order attack? No less than 5,000 2nd order attacks? The crowd present looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't have this ability. Xiao Wu's brows were tightly locked as he raised his hand as if he wanted to try, but he eventually let it go and turned his head to look at Xian Mingyu beside him. What else was there to try? The mechanical race's analysis had always been known for its precision, and he asked himself that it was impossible for him to reach the strength of the 6th rank. My multiple attacks, on the contrary, can reach the 2nd rank. Xiao Wu's voice was low with a hint of helplessness. But it's far from reaching a frequency of 5,000 times. Even if I drain my spiritual energy, it would be good to be able to hit 500 segments of attacks at most. Do you have a solution? Xian Meiyu sniffed and didn't answer immediately, but instead looked around, his gaze sweeping over this dim and lightless forbidden land. This was the same forbidden land that he had mentioned when he had invited Mo Yingduan earlier. Originally, the forbidden land had been peaceful and stable, but some days ago, when he and Xiao Wu were exploring, they discovered a slight tremor in one of. They tried all sorts of methods, but were unable to break the prohibition. Until just now, the people from the mechanical race arrived. Chapter 109, Being Seen by This Girl. After a moment of silence, Xian Meiyu waved the snow-winning white sleeve and shook her head, her tone flat. No, I can't do it either. As soon as the young demon clan member, Demon Jin, who was on the side heard this, he immediately became anxious. How can this work? Xian Meiyu, who was known as the strongest person in the younger generation of the 10,000 realms, couldn't do it? Then what were they doing here? Standing at the door to take a look and go back? No, absolutely not. This forbidden place, he happened to have seen the records in the clan's canonical books. He just didn't know the exact location. According to the clan's records, 10,000 years ago, the famous Nine Spectres demon emperor of the demon clan. He had mistakenly entered the Forbidden Land at the trial site, and refined the Nine Spectres' devil chi in the Forbidden Land. From then on, he soared to the heavens and became the best of his time. Now that he had come here as well, how could he enter a mountain of treasures only to return empty-handed? Brother Xian, even you can't do anything? Devil Jin asked eagerly. It can't be, only the younger generation can enter this place of trial, so logically, the prohibition shouldn't be set to a difficulty that is completely unbreakable. He paused, a trace of skepticism rising in his eyes as he continued.
If even you don't have any way to do it, then I'm afraid that no one will be able to do it. Or does? You don't want to open it? Deviljan's words just fell. A cold aura flashed in Swan Mayu's eyes, and with a light wave of his sleeve, an overwhelming immortal force blasted out like a shocking wave. Bang! Deviljan was caught off guard and was directly sent flying by this huge force. Like a kite with broken strings, he was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground a dozen meters away. Put! A mouthful of black blood sprayed out, staining the ground black. Xian Meiyu stood proudly with his hands behind his back. The aura of the number one powerhouse of the younger generation pressed into the surroundings like a mountain. His gaze was like a torch as it landed on the wretched demon Jin, and his gentle voice slowly sounded, "How do I do things? Do I need you to teach me?" This voice traveled into the ears of the crowd, a voice that was clearly as gentle as jade, but it sent shivers down one's spine, as if it contained endless icy killing intent. Only then did the crowd wake up with a jolt. Before their eyes, this immortal race, who had always treated people with courtesy, was the strongest person recognized by all races for his talent. His strength was unfathomable, and he was definitely not an existence that they could provoke at will. Gazes of disdain fell on Deviljan one after another. These gazes were accompanied by a hint of celebration. Luckily, the first one to provoke Shen Muayu was Deviljan, not himself. The surroundings were silent, with only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing the leaves. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Listening to the wind, Xian Mo Shadowdust leaned lazily on top of the skeleton throne, bored. His eyes fell not far away. Ling Wei was staggeringly categorizing the treasures that were constantly being shipped back. "Put this one over here, that one over there, be careful, don't break it." Ling Wei's voice was urgent, like a busy little bee, weaving in and out of the piles of treasures. Lightly smiling and shaking his head, Mo Chen's fingertips gently rubbed the white jade token that Xian Meiyu had handed over to him earlier. These past few days, the frequency of the token's flickering became faster and faster, and the inviting meaning of it passed through the token and into his mind in a way that he could not comprehend. He frowned. Fortunately it was merely an invitation, and his death god's heart did not send out any warning. Otherwise, he would have long ago thrown away this token that he didn't know exactly what all its functions were. After obtaining the death god's heart, he gradually figured out some of the functions of the death god's heart. Other skills aside, just this danger warning had helped him more than once. Since it didn't even warn him, at the very least, it meant that the token didn't have any abilities that could threaten him. Mo Shadowdust was calculating the time to enter the land of trials in his heart. According to the usual records, the Tower of Destiny would open in half a month at most. When someone broke through the Tower of Destiny, the land of trials would be over. What he was hesitant about now was whether or not to venture over to the Xuanhe Jade. This trip to the land of trials was too rewarding for him. Obtaining the priceless resurrection stone. Breaking through the second stage. Refining the skeleton throne as a bearer. As well as now, a steady stream of various treasures scavenged back throughout the land of trials. "Benefactor, what are you thinking about?" Ling Wei came to his side at an unknown time, holding a sparkling gem in her hand as she asked curiously. Mo Chen came back to his senses and said faintly, "Nothing, thinking about something." Ling Wei let out an "oh." Turning around, she was about to go back to continue counting her treasures. These past few days, she was so happy. Lying in the pile of treasures day after day had exposed her property of being a treasure hound that she hadn't even realized herself for so many years. Ink Shadowdust's thoughts moved, and she suddenly opened her mouth to call out to her. "Girl, ask you a question. Now there's a place that may have some treasures and great opportunities, but it may be equally dangerous. Do you think I should go?" Ling Wei froze for a moment, stopped in her tracks, and cocked her head to think. Turning her head to look at Mo Chen, she asked seriously, "Is there anything else in the land of trials that you can't solve?" Ink Shadowdust stroked his chin, a hint of hesitation in his tone. "Not sure." Ling Wei sniffed and was able to sense Mo Chen's entanglement from his tone. With a straightened expression, she spoke, "Benefactor, in my eyes, you are omnipotent and destined to become a strong human being in the future. Rationally speaking, I don't want you to do anything dangerous." After a pause, her eyes became serious. "But from the heart, I think that no strong person grows up smoothly. The human sword immortal Gao Yang, how many times did he go through 9 deaths before reaching the 9th rank? And that's just the ones that are documented and recorded. I'm afraid there are even more crises that aren't recorded. That's why I think that if the benefactor just wants to grow up smoothly, then he shouldn't go, but if he wants to eventually become the kind of character that Lord Gao Yang is, he shouldn't let go of any chances. After saying that, Ling Wei rubbed the corner of her coat somewhat nervously and looked at Mo Ying Chen, worried that her words would anger him. Mo Shadowdust listened but shook his head with a bitter smile and laughed to himself, letting a girl belittle you ah. But it was also true. In this land of trials, what else could stop him, Mo Shadowdust? Sitting on a large amount of third-order battle power, there were also several summons capable of exploding into fourth-order battle power. If he was hesitant about this, how could he talk about standing on the heavens? Thinking of this, Mo Shadowdust once again lowered his head. His eyes fell on the white jade token in his hand and he no longer hesitated. Turning his head, he shouted to the blood demon outside the room who was being protected by layers of dead spirits. I'll leave this place to you. If the Tower of Destiny opens and I haven't returned, you'll follow that Ling Wei girl. When the blood demon heard this, his blood-red eyes blinked and he silently nodded his head to show that he understood. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust's heart felt a wave of relief. Chapter 110, Among my summons, there are several that are not weaker than the Black Knight. It's comfortable to have a little brother with a normal IQ. If this kind of order was given to Vigor and the others, they would probably be confused. Letting them fight and kill, chopping up people is fine, but this kind of mission that needs to be carried out for a long period of time, they really can't do it. If they left for a few days, they would only remember to follow Ling Wei closely. They wouldn't even necessarily make a move to protect them in case of danger. Who let the master not make it clear? It only said to follow, and didn't say to protect. Girl, I'm leaving. Blood Demon stayed behind to command these dead spirits. If there's something you want to do, just talk to him directly. Mo Shadowdust finished speaking and gave Ling Wei a deep look. With a flash of his figure, he swept away sharply in the direction of Hearing Wind Village. Ling Wei stood in place, her mouth wide open with a dumbfounded expression. Is this so urgent? Just finished speaking ah. I said I wanted you to go, but I didn't say I wanted you to leave in such a hurry. Looking at Mo Shadowdust's faraway back, he sighed helplessly, a hint of despondency flashing through his eyes. Once the Mo Shadowdust, powerful but not unattainable, can still let her glimpse a trace of the dawn of the chase. Now, he has been like a star in the 9 heavens, hanging high above the top, so that his peers can't reach, leaving nothing to look up to. Mo Shadowdust utilized the skills of Murphy's Wanchen and borrowed the ability of Phantom Spike. Shadow Shuttle was launched one after another, his body shape constantly shifting between reality and reality, like a ghost approaching Hearing Wind Village at a rapid pace. Standing at the entrance of the village, his spiritual power surged out like a tidal wave, instantly locking onto Wang Yi's location. With a flash of his body, he had already reached Wang Yi's side. Wang Yi was still resting on his iconic rocking chair with his eyes closed, relaxing. During this period of time, he had lived an incomparably comfortable life. There was no need to worry about any matters, and all the people of the 10,000 races were bending their heads and working hard. The human race is safe and sound, and even in the outside world, those who heard the news of the various races. Once they meet the human race that goes out to look for opportunities, they are all avoiding it, fearing that the slightest conflict will lead to that fatal star, Mo-ing one. When Wang Yi was being complacent and relaxed, a voice suddenly rang out. Come with me. Before the words fell, he was not allowed to react in the slightest. A large hand had already grabbed his shoulder and led him away like lightning. Mo Shadowdust had his own calculations in his mind. The army of dead spirits should not be moved lightly, and needed to be left to the blood demons. The treasures that were constantly being brought back to him were really hard for him to part with, so he only waited until he finally left the land of trials before taking a unified inventory. With only summoned creatures, he always felt that his firepower was insufficient, and his heart was anxious. How can I increase my firepower? Wang Yi ah. His secret spell formation from the Celestial Teacher sect had a significant gain effect on the undead army. Moreover, he had already sold himself to Mo Shadowdust before in order for him to come to the rescue. At this moment, if you don't take him with you, when will you wait? Wang Yi stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Land with a dumbfounded face, looking at Mo Shadowdust, opening his mouth and closing it again. Mo Shadowdust looked at him with that look, patted his shoulder and teased, What's wrong? You're an heir of the Heavenly Master's sect, and you don't even dare to speak? Wang Yi sighed helplessly, Boss, it doesn't matter where to go, you tell me what's going on, at least let me be prepared. He was now really incomparably regretful. Why did he sell himself to Mo Yingxuan on impulse in the first place?
Seeing him like this, he didn't seem like a peaceful lord either.
How can one touch the fish and be lazy in this future? My leisurely life, ah.
If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to that old undead person to participate in this trial land in the first place. Mo Shadow Dust didn't care what Wang Yi was thinking, and opened his mouth to speak about the previous invitation from Xian Meiju.
After some explanation, Wang Yi's eyes widened and he turned his head to leave.
Seeing this, Mo Shadow Dust grabbed him by the shoulders with a threatening face. Where are you going?
Wang Yi's heart was bitter. An invitation from the Xianmei Jade? The invitation of the number one person in the younger generation of the 10,000 clans? How the hell can you accept this? If it was a simple matter, would Xianmei need to invite other people along? This is absolutely dangerous. No, boss, you're too impulsive.
Wang Yi's voice was filled with disbelief.
Who's Xianmei?
That's the one recognized by all the races as having the strongest potential and the number one in the younger generation. As he spoke, he quickly surveyed his surroundings as if looking for something.
What he can't solve by himself, you can?
Wang Yi's tone carried obvious skepticism. It's not that I'm looking down on you, you're strong, a bunch of third-rank death spirits.
But...
He paused, his voice lowered, but you didn't bring it with you either.
Wang Yi's heart was beating straight.
If that bunch of terrifying death spirits had followed along, he would have more or less been able to have a bit of a bottom in his heart. But now, it was just the two of them here. Even if he added the undead in Mo Shadow Dust summoning space, how many could there be? How do you look at it? It's not feasible. Besides, even if they brought all the undead, would it be safe? Not really. The Xianmei Jade? I don't dare to say. I'm sure you have it at the third level. When the power of the battle breaks out, the fourth order is certainly not able to block. If he can't solve the problem, can you solve it? I'm a second order little crash can solve it? The more Wang Yi thought about it, the more he felt that it was unreliable. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. Suddenly, a strong force came from his shoulder. His entire body was grabbed by Mo Yingduan and forcefully brought into the Forbidden Land. Wang Yi felt a flash before his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in the Forbidden Land. Don't be afraid, Mo Shadow Dust's voice rang in his ears with a hint of appeasement. The dead spirit didn't bring it, but my strength hasn't weakened much either. After hesitating for a moment, he decided that it would be better to slightly reveal his bottom to Wang Yi. After all, it was someone who was going to stay by his side for a long time, so sooner or later, he had to know. I have a skill, Mo Shadow Dust paused, seemingly weighing his words. Well, it's nothing consuming, and it can raise the strength of the summoner by 1 rank. Wang Yi's eyes twinkled in thought as he sniffed. This could explain why those necromancers that were originally only of the 2nd rank suddenly all became of the 3rd rank. Moreover, their strength fluctuated from high to low. A moment later, they would be of the 2nd and then the 3rd order. Who knew that Mo Yingduan's next sentence would make him open his mouth wide, shock written all over his face. I also have a treasure that can summon a 3rd rank black warrior. Wang Yi was completely dumbfounded, his brain was a little short. A 3rd rank black knight, plus the skill to raise the strength of a 1st rank. 4th rank? Dumbfounded, he looked at Mo Yingduan as if he was looking at a monster. Are you sure you're a human? Can a human race be this strong in the early stages? A 4th order baby at a 2nd order rank? He stuttered and opened his mouth, his voice trembling a bit. So? Ink Shadow Dust looked at his appearance and thought that he was still worried. Helplessly, he sighed. There are several of my summons that aren't weaker than black warriors. Chapter 111, this black knight of mine has a special hobby. Consider it yourself. If you really think it's dangerous and don't want to go, I won't stop you, just leave on your own. Before Mo Yingduan's words fell, Wang Yi's voice eagerly picked up, go. Must go. He slammed his thighs, his eyes flashing with excitement. Boss, wherever you say to go, up the mountain of knives, down the frying pan, I, Wang Yi, will lay down my life to accompany you. Are you kidding? Several 4th order warriors. Where the hell is this not going to walk sideways? What Xianmei Jade? We don't compare with him, we really don't know what kind of strength he really is. What Shou Wu? What 10,000 clans? Come on, come on. Let's see if it's enough to beat my boss with 1 hand. Cool. It's great. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me being so cool? My big brother is awesome. After saying that, he took the lead and couldn't wait to head towards the interior of the Forbidden Land. At this time, the few foreigners who were in the Forbidden Land before were sitting at the door of the Forbidden System at a loss. Feeling the aura of the white jade token in his hand, a hint of joy passed between his brows as Xian Meiyu felt it. Turning his head to Xiao Wu, he said, "Brother Xiao, our helpers are coming." When Xiao Wu heard this, his face was also joyful and he hurriedly looked at Xian Meiyu. "Helpers?
Xian Meiyu invited them?"
I'm afraid that the strength of someone who could be looked upon by him was also extremely strong.
"Brother Xian, this
helper, what strength?"
Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask.
Xian Meiyu gently smiled, a hint of inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. The last time I saw him, he had only just entered the second rank.
Second stage?
Xiao Wu was speechless for a while. The crowd that had originally risen a trace of hope on the sidelines and listened with their ears perked up. The fire of hope that had just been lit in their hearts was also instantly extinguished.
The second stage? What use is the second rank?
In this situation, not to mention the second order. Even if there is a third or fourth rank, without any special means, it won't be able to help.
Demon Jin, who had previously been injured by Swan Mayu's move, even secretly let out a snort. In his heart, he was secretly calculating, waiting for the helper that Xian Meiyu was talking about to come. He must properly fall on his face, so that Xian Underworld Jade will also follow and lose face. "I, Demon Jin, can't beat you, Xian Heiyu, but I still can't beat this helper who has just entered the second stage?"
Sometimes, no matter which race it is, when it comes to being stupid, it's really stupid.
He Deviljin also don't think about it. Xian Meiyu are looking forward to helpers. Is he Deviljin can afford to offend?
Xian Meiyu naturally noticed the disappointment in Xiao Wu's eyes, as well as the reaction of the crowd.
However, he did not intend to explain, and just let out a light laugh as he lightly said to Xiao Wu, "You'll know when he arrives."
However, even though Xian Meiyu said this, it failed to bring up any interest from the crowd.
"You'll know when he comes?" What else could be different about someone who had just advanced to the second rank? Which of those present were not at the top of the lowest second rank? Xiao Wu and Xian Heiyu, who were even at the third rank, were still helpless against that prohibition? Suddenly, Xian Meiyu stood up with a joyful expression on her face.
His gaze was cast towards the entrance of the Forbidden Land. The crowd followed his gaze, only to see two figures walking over one after the other. It was none other than the duo of Mo Shadowdust and Wang Yi.
Xian Mingyu greeted him, arched his hands and said aloud, "Brother Mo, you finally come."
The line of blood grew thicker and deeper. In the end, Demon Jin's body split apart from it and slowly fell to both sides. Black blood gushed out, splattering on the surrounding ground, emitting a zzz sound. Internal organs and broken bones were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. His face was still in shock. Everything came too fast. He was not even able to make any reaction, and was split in half by the Black Knight with a knife. The body smashed heavily on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. The vitality quickly dissipated, leaving only a tattered corpse lying quietly in a pool of blood. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that before Meng Yinshua's words had even fully fallen, Demon Jin had already perished. Mo Shadow Dust raised his hand, and the Black Warrior's resurrection skill was unleashed. On the ground, Demon Jin's body, which had been split in half and bloodied, was enveloped in a black mist. That broken body was quickly joined together at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the black mist dispersed, Demon Jin also turned into a black warrior clad in black armor and holding a large sword, standing quietly behind the man.
Mo Shadowdust turned around and looked at Meng Yinshue, his brows slightly furrowed. "What did you just say?"
Meng Yinshue's small face turned white with fright at this sudden scene. When she heard Mo Shadowdust's question, she was even more shocked to the point that her body trembled and her speech became stuttering.
"No. Nothing." Mo Shadowdust's gaze fell on the man standing in front of her.
A pair of transparent feathered wings were gathered behind this man. His strength was strong, at least third stage cultivation. In his heart, he realized that this man, I'm afraid, was Xiao Wu.
"Do you know," Mo Shadowdust's voice was icy cold, with a hint of playfulness, "this black warrior of mine has a hobby, and most of all, I like to eat people's tongues."
After saying that, he stared straight at the pale-faced Meng Yinshue. Seeing this, Xiao Wu frowned slightly as he took a step forward and blocked in front of Meng Yinshue.
Chapter 112 Roll over and apologize. "Brother Mo, why do you need to be general with a little girl? If she did anything wrong, I'll apologize to you on her behalf." Mo Shadowdust lightly glanced at Xiao Wu and gently nodded,
indicating that the matter was over for the time being. Looking around, his gaze finally landed on the prohibition at the entrance of the passageway.
Turning to Xian Meiyu, he opened his mouth and asked, "What is the situation now?" Without waiting for Xian Meiyu to speak, Xiao Wu jumped the gun and said,
"This prohibition, scanned by the mechanical race, requires an attack of the 6th rank or higher, or 5,000 sustained attacks of the 2nd rank or higher, to break through."
He paused and looked towards Mo Shadowdust. "I don't know if Brother Mo has a way?"
Before Mo Shadowdust could answer, Mechanical Race Body 0587 added, "Moreover, this prohibition, if we can't break it open once, the surrounding energy will automatically strengthen the prohibition, and at that time, I'm afraid that the difficulty will escalate once again. If you don't have 100% certainty, I don't recommend trying it. It will."
Listening to the two's explanations, Mo Shadowdust couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The 6th rank.
It was naturally impossible for him to reach it. Then it could only be done on 5,000 consecutive 2nd rank attacks. This he could do. Once the skeleton throne was out, the skeleton army would be directly elevated to the 2nd rank, and could easily break through this prohibition. However, he didn't have the intention of exposing his bottom card directly in the eyes of this group of foreign races who had their own minds.
Wang Yi couldn't help but yawn after listening to the so-called requirements for breaking the prohibition from Xiao Wu's mouth.
In passing, he thrust his hands into the sleeves of his wide Dao robe. He leisurely surveyed his surroundings with that idle look as if he was about to whistle in the next second.
As for worrying. Worry about what? Wang Yi secretly laughed in his heart. In terms of Mo Shadowdust's profession as a necromancer, coupled with his perverted strength,
this prohibition was simply like it was specially tailored for him.
Let alone 5,000 2nd rank attacks.
Wang Yi even felt that even if it was 5,000 3rd order attacks, Mo Shadowdust would still have a way to handle it.
At most,
he would just have to wait a few more days for him to pull in those vast armies of dead spirits outside.
Wang Yi silently added in his mind, a trace of a knowing smile on his face. The crowd, however, thought very differently from Wang Yi. Seeing Mo Shadowdust's silence, they thought that Mo Shadowdust was as clueless as they were.
They could not help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Yes, it was a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they didn't want to break this prohibition to enter the passageway. It was really, we are all 2nd rank, what we can't do, if you, a human race, can do it. How humiliating are we?
It would be fine if it was a hefty and famous demon like Shenyu or Xiaowu.
But you, Mo Shadowdust, are a nobody.
Right, you hear me, you have to be sure before you try, Moing Dust right, you have to recognize how many pounds you have, what my brother Xiaowu and brother He you can't do, you think you can?
And you, the one in the Taoist robe, what are you laughing at? Everyone is here trying to figure out what to do, you don't want to help, so what are you laughing at?
I really don't know how Brother Heyu could have called you guys to help. Meng Yingxue crossed her arms and said aggressively, her words full of questions. When Wang Yi heard that someone was aiming the spear at him, he still had a clouded look on his face, a hint of a smile, if any, hanging at the corner of his mouth. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, his eyes fluttering as if he was thinking about something, and then he seemed to be thinking about nothing at all.
He was simply too lazy to pay attention to Meng Yingxue.
Mo Yingchen frowned slightly as he swept his gaze over Meng Yingxue, sneering in his heart. This woman, she really isn't finished. Does she really think that just because she has Xiao Wu backing her up, she can speak out of turn and compare herself to me here? A hint of coldness flashed in Mo Yingduan's eyes as killing opportunities surged. Behind him, the Black Warrior of Resurrection received the command, and his thick legs violently exerted force and stomped on the ground. There was a boom sound. A deep pit was stepped out of the ground, and debris flew. That huge body leapt up violently, drawing an arc in the air as it pounced towards Meng Yingxue. On the other side, Xiao Wu sensed the danger, the transparent feathered wings behind his back gently vibrated, his body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Meng Yingxue. His right leg was slightly bent, his body half crouched, and his left hand was raised, his 5 fingers spread out. The huge sword in the Black Warrior's hand carried the force of 1,000 pounds and slashed down from the air. Xiao Wu's left hand held the blade of the giant sword steadily, blocking the heavy blow. Where the blade of the giant sword came into contact with the palm of his hand, there was a ZZ sound, which was the sound of friction caused by the collision of spiritual energy. The Black Warrior's all-out strike was actually blocked by Xiao Wu with one hand, unable to advance an inch.
Mo Shadowdust's pupils shrunk. So strong. However, so what if it was even stronger? Today, he would kill this Meng Yingxue who had provoked him 3 times today. Let's see if this Xiao Wu can stop it.
The killing intent was even greater, and the order was given. Another Black Knight, who had just been revived from the demon shock, also lifted up his huge sword and approached Zhao Wu with heavy steps. The two black warriors, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Zhao Wu and Meng Inxue in the center. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. A great battle was imminent. Just as Mo Ingsuan was about to give the order to attack, a sudden change occurred. Pa! A crisp slapping sound rang out. Zhao Wu made a turn to face Meng Inxue, swung his right hand up, and viciously slapped her across the face. Meng Inxue was staggered and fell backward 3 to 4 meters away. She covered her face, filled with shock and disbelief. Zhao Wu bowed slightly to Mo Ingsuan with an apology on his face. Sorry, brother Mo, I understand this clan member of mine, his heart is good, it's just that his mouth is a bit unable to speak. Going back, I will definitely discipline him strictly, please understand. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Meng Inxue, who was collapsed on the ground, tears rolling down her face like broken pearls, and chided in a stern tone. Why don't you roll over and apologize to brother Mo? He was secretly anxious in his heart. This Meng Inxue was entrusted to his care by the elders of his family. But he really didn't expect that she would be so sightless. Who Mo Ingsuan was, he didn't know. But who had invited him? Xian Meiyu. What was Xuan Maiyu's status? Would his vision be poor? Other than that, just the fact that Mo Ingsuan was at the second rank and imperialized 2/3 rank black warriors was enough to speak for itself. Are you, Meng Inxue, brainless? How dare you mock him? Hasn't the lesson from Demon Jin just now been enough to wake you up? Seeing that Meng Inxue didn't respond, Zhao Wu once again raised his volume. Do you hear me? Only then did Meng Inxue wake up as if from a dream, and she trembled as she climbed up. Walking over to Mo Ingchen's side, she lowered her haughty head, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. Yes. I'm sorry. Chapter 113. This Mr. Mo, recently sweeping through the entire land of trials. Mo Shadowdust sighed helplessly in his heart. Hey! This attitude, how could he still start? Originally, he still wanted to kill a spirit race and see what words this kind of overlord-level race could explode. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Forget it. A single word was uttered, causing Zhao Wu to instantly breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of ink shadow dust, in fact, what he was truly afraid of was the Xianxian Jade. Currently, there was no way to predict who Xian Meiyu would help once he and Mo Ingduan fought. However, even if the two didn't help each other, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect Meng Inxue, who was weak. That black warrior, as long as he catches himself not being able to take care of himself, a knife can kill Meng Inxue. The two black knights rejoined behind Mo Ingchen, guarding in silence. Excuse me, Ink Shadow Dust looked towards the mechanical race 0587 Bionic Man and opened his mouth to ask. The second order attack you mentioned, is it just barely enough, or does it have to be of a certain kind of intensity? A stream of data flashed through 0587's eyes, and after some calculations, he replied expressionlessly. According to the mechanical race's energy division standards, levels 09 are first order, and 1099 are second order. The second order attack I'm talking about, as long as it can reach an energy level of 10, it's fine. Ink Shadow Dust sniffed and let out a soft sigh of relief. If that was the case, then it would be much better. Nodding his head, he said to Xian Meiyu, have everyone prepare, all of them unleash multi-segmented attacks of the second rank or higher. Keep a tally of how many segments you can reach, and I'll make up the rest. As soon as Mo Shadowdust's words fell, an unbelievable gasp rang out from the crowd. What? You said you make up for it? Do you know how much we are short? We've counted before, with all of us, all of our attacks counted, we can at most hit around 1,000 second rank attacks. Now that Demon Shock is dead, that number will only be less. Can you make up for it? The person who spoke was the Spirit Flame Clan's Yan Ashenlon, his voice filled with surprise. After saying his words, when he saw Mo Ingsuan turn his gaze towards himself, he immediately trembled, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. This one in front of him, but he was the ruthless person who had just hacked to death Demon Jin at the drop of a hat, and was about to forcefully kill Meng Inxue in front of Zhao Wu. If he was offended and let that black warrior behind him come up and give himself a knife, he wouldn't even have time to cry. He hurriedly explained, it's not. I don't mean that, I'm worried that we won't be able to break this forbidden system at once, which in turn raises the difficulty. After all, in this situation now, if we spread the news and gather people from all clans, 5,000 second rank attacks can still be put together. He was afraid of Mo Shadow Dust, but he never believed that Mo Shadow Dust would be able to strike more than 4,000 second rank attacks at once.
What kind of concept was this?
Right now, the average battle strength of the pride of each clan was only less than second rank, and each clan only had a few hundred people in this trial land.
If he could strike 4,000 second order attacks,
this meant that he, Mo Shadow Dust, alone, would be able to wipe out the entirety of 3 or 4 races in the trial land. Mo Shadow Dust smiled at his words and shrugged indifferently. I'll do as I please, like this, I'll put out 4,000 attacks from my side.
Consider it yourselves, agree or disagree. If you really can't trust me, then just gather the clans as you said.
With that, he casually found a corner and sat down, closing his eyes with an appearance of no longer caring. Seeing this, several people other than Shen Meiyu and Xiaowu and 0587 lowered their voices to discuss.
This. How is this possible? Unless the skeleton he summoned can have the strength of a second rank. But how could a second order necromancer summon a skeleton with second order battle strength? What he said is too esoteric, isn't it?
Questioning voices continued to ring out, but they all controlled their volume and didn't let Ink Shadow Dust hear them.
In fact, it wasn't really their fault that they didn't believe it. It was really because what Mo Shadow Dust said was too unbelievable and subverted their cognition.
Necromancers, at the second stage, or even the third stage, the skeletons they summoned, at most, only had the strength of the first stage. This was common knowledge. Here was where the potential of the undead summoned by a necromancer had to be explained. It was important to realize that the summon summoned by a necromancer had limited talent and could only be raised by a maximum of 2 ranks.
Skeletons of rank 0 can only be raised up to rank 2 at most. A second order zombie would only have a maximum potential of 4th order. Taking a second rank zombie as an example, a necromancer can summon a second rank zombie at second rank. By the time the necromancer was at 3rd level, the zombie would barely enter the 3rd level of strength. But when the necromancer is at 4th level, the zombie is limited by its potential. Will not follow the master's strength at the same time into the 4th order.
Only with constant fighting and not being resummoned by death, there is a certain chance that it will break through the 4th rank. But this is the peak of his potential. Without other special circumstances, the zombie will never be able to enter the 5th rank. The few people present were the elites of the various races, and they naturally knew all of this. After all, the human race is the heart and soul of the eyes of the various races, and studying the various occupations of the human race is a must for them. Therefore, they really didn't believe that Mo Shadow Dust had such heaven-defying abilities as he claimed. The 3 of them had so many doubts in their hearts that they even began to doubt Mo Ingsuan's true intentions. It felt as if he was deliberately preventing them from breaking the forbidden system. One had to know that if they failed in this attempt, the forbidden system would be upgraded. If the requirements behind the forbidden system reached the top of the 2nd stage, or even the 3rd stage of attack, then we'll really be out of luck.
Yen Aslan said worriedly, a hint of trembling in his voice.
Yes, at that time, I'm afraid that even if we gather all the clansmen in the land of trials, it won't help. The 3 looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. What the few people didn't notice was that at this moment, codes were flowing in 0587's eyes, as if he was downloading something.
I believe Brother Mo.
In this matter, let's do what Brother Mo says.
The voice of Shin Meiyu rang out, suppressing the skepticism of several people.
Just as several people wanted to argue on the basis of reason, 0587 suddenly opened his mouth. I also agree that the clan members who were just outside shared their memories into my processor. The memories show that this Mr. Mo Shadow Dust, by some unknown method, has recently imperialized tens of thousands of 3rd-ranked necrotic spirits to sweep across the entire trial land. Based on this alone, it can be judged that there is no need for Mr. Mo to lie. 0587's words brought up, I don't know what method was used. It was because even in the mechanical plans database, there was no record of permanently imperiling so many dead spirits across ranks.
So he judged that Mo Shadow Dust should have used some special means to do this temporarily. Chapter 114 Prohibition, Open.
A trace of surprise also appeared on Swan Mayu's face when he heard 0587's words, but it was instantly suppressed by him, and he resumed his previous aloofness. In his heart, however, he re-evaluated Mo Shadow Dust's strength.
Tens of thousands of 3rd rank. It was indeed terrifying. It's just that I don't know how long he can maintain it. Like 0587, Shen Meiyu did not believe that Mo Ingchen could do this forever.
This was no longer a matter of what was or wasn't in line with common sense. It was simply impossible for this to happen. When the 3 of them heard 0587's words, they didn't think as much as Shin Meiyu did. They only felt their brains go blank with a buzzing sound, directly going down.
Tens of thousands of third-order dead spirits?
These few words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in their minds, shocking them to the point that their scalps went numb.
Devil Shock's death wasn't unfair. Cultivating the no apology Tao is also worth it. This Mo Shadow Dust. Really a ruthless person.
Tens of thousands of third order, even if it is Shou Wu, it must be piled up alive. Yan Aslan opened his mouth wide, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief, as if he had heard a heavenly dream.
This was still a human race? How did this happen? Wasn't the human race's necrotic resurrection skill only capable of resurrecting corpses that didn't exceed their own rank at most?
He fell into deep self-doubt, feeling that he had lived all these years to the dogs. Today's day, what he had heard and seen were more unbelievable than what he had lived for so many years.
Ink Shadow Dust's figure flickered and silently appeared on Wang Yi's side. Do you have that kind of spell formation that can boost the power of an attack in an instant?
He lowered his voice and whispered in Wang Yi's ear. When Wang Yi heard this, his face slightly stagnated and the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally. This big brother's mind was instantly clear to him. This was to hide his clumsiness.
With a bitter smile, he nodded, a hint of helplessness in his voice.
There is, but it's just that this consumes.
Mo Shadow Dust's eyes lit up, a surge of surprise surged in his heart. There really is? Tiancher Sect, this name of the strongest auxiliary, really lives up to its name.
With a movement of his mind, his mental power quickly swept through the system's backpack. He directly took out 2 fruits that emitted a tantalizing fragrance, and casually threw them to Wang Yi.
Spirit-embracing vermilion fruit can instantly replenish spiritual energy. The remaining medicinal power after replenishment will quench the flesh, slightly enhancing the strength of the flesh.
1 for you to replenish your consumption later, and the other will be counted as your hard work. Wang Yi received the vermilion fruit, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on his face as he heatedly laughed.
Alright, I'll take care of this. I'll make sure to arrange it clearly for you.
Later on, you don't need to summon other undead, just summon those skeleton warriors of yours.
I promise to raise them all to the 2nd rank.
But you need to be quick, don't pose there. This spell formation of mine can last up to 10 seconds, probably just enough for these skeletons to launch an attack.
Wang Yi quickly instructed, fearing that Mo Yingchen would delay.
The crowd took their positions, and an air of gravity filled the air. Ink Shadow Dust's mind moved and 4,000 skeletal warriors appeared out of thin air. The sound of bones colliding clicked, dense and creepy. Fortunately, this space was quite spacious, or else it would have been impossible to even stand. Commanding the skeleton warriors to line up tightly in front of the prohibition, each skeleton was next to each other, airtight. Turning his head to look at Shen Meiyu, his gazes met, no words needed, each other already understood each other. Shen Meiyu nodded slightly with a grave expression. Brother Mo, we can begin. After the skeleton attack on your side is over, please also quickly retrieve the skeletons so that we can articulate the subsequent attacks. Mo Shadow Dust nodded his head to indicate that he understood, and then turned his sight towards Wang Yi.
When Wang Yi saw Mo Yingduan looking at him, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. His hands quickly flipped and formed a complicated hand seal. Under his breath, he recited, spell formation, for elephants. As the words fell, a dazzling light erupted from the center of his palm and flashed away, so fast that it was hard to catch. Immediately afterward, a huge Among them, what surprised Mo Yingchen the most was Yan Aslan's attack method.
Only to see Yan Ashenlan not knowing what ability he had utilized, his right arm gradually became transparent and illusory, as if it had merged into the air. Immediately afterward, he actually inserted this void arm straight into his chest, as if he was pulling something out.
Mo Shadow Dust's pupils shrunk slightly, only to see Yen Ember's Lan drag out a burning fire elemental creature from his chest. As soon as the fire elemental creature appeared, it carried a berserk aura as it charged straight towards the forbidden system. The flames around its body pulsed as if it would explode at any moment. The moment it was about to hit the forbidden system, the fire elemental creature violently exploded, its entire body turning into hundreds of sparks that flew in all directions. With a sharp whistling sound, the sparks crackled on top of the forbidden system. A dense bursting sound was emitted, as if countless small bombs were detonated at the same time. Wherever the sparks passed, the air was scorched and distorted, emitting a burnt odor. Under this kind of bombardment by the crowd, the originally impenetrable light curtain on the surface of the ban. At this moment, it also began to tremble violently, as if it would shatter at any time. On the light curtain, a crack like a spider web spread rapidly, emitting a click-click-click sound, a person's spirit uplifting. Finally, accompanied by a deafening roar.
The entire forbidden system shattered, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the air.
Chapter 115 Dry Corpses?
After the prohibition, a deep channel was revealed, and the channel was pitch black and bottomless. A cold aura gushed out from within the passageway, causing people to shudder and sweat. Emo Shadow Dust could feel that this aura was mixed with a rich power of death, which vaguely resonated with the power of Death Spirit in his body. Deep within the passageway, the force resonated subtly with the power of the Death Spirit within Emo Shadow Dust's body, yet it was permeated with an unspeakable mania. It was as if a ferocious beast bound by chains was roaring low in the darkness, ready to break free from its chains and choose someone to devour.
As the attack stopped, the gazes of the crowd coincidentally converged on Emo Shadow Dust and Wang Yi. Instead of that deep passageway. The shocking scene just now still echoed in their minds. 10 seconds, 4,000 second rank attacks, this feat was truly terrifying. Those skeletons of Emo Shadow Dust were still reasonable. But Wang Yi, that 4-elephant formation of his, was able to raise the strength of the skeleton warriors by 1 rank? This is simply unimaginable. Even though it could only last for 10 seconds. But these 10 seconds were enough to change too much. As for a permanent increase in strength? The crowd didn't even dare to think about it. That kind of ability simply couldn't exist in the world. If Ink Shadow Dust knew what was in their minds, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist a contemptuous laugh. Not seeing sense. Shen Meiyu, Mo Ingduan, and Xiuwu exchanged glances and stepped side by side into the passageway behind the prohibition. Their silhouettes instantly disappeared into the light. When they reappeared, they were already in another space. The crowd witnessed the disappearance of the 3 leaders before they came back to their senses from the shock. Not daring to have the slightest delay, they hurriedly followed closely behind and entered in a line. As one silhouette after another appeared behind the 3, Xiuwu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a random teleportation, otherwise he was really worried that Meng Yinxue would be teleported elsewhere. In case Emo Shadow Dust bumped into her, the consequences would be unimaginable. The crowd didn't realize that the mechanical race 0587, who had been standing quietly at the end of the group from the beginning to the end. The pair of emotionless bionic electronic eyes actually showed a rare hint of surprise. As early as the moment Emo Shadow Dust stepped into the Forbidden Land, 0587 followed the mechanical race's combat guidelines, prioritizing the retrieval of all data related to Ink Shadow Dust in the database. At the same time, he sent out a signal to all online mechanical races that requesting that all information related to Ink Shadow Dust be uploaded for download and analysis. The news of Ink Shadow Dust driving the undead army across the trial land was uploaded by one of the mechanical race. At this moment, 0587 once again integrated the data. It analyzed all the information about Emo Shadow Dust in the land of trials in depth. The conclusions it drew made its chip, which was unable to connect to the mother body, nearly fall into a state of downtime. At the first rank, summoning a ghost to slay a second-rank mighty ghost race powerhouse with a single slash. Performing a mysterious skill with a body of the first rank, it exploded beyond the power of the third rank and forcefully killed the desolate barbarians, overthrowing the desolate blood giant clan. On the way to the top of the road to God, the skeleton throne strangely disappeared. Forcibly seized control of all the resurrection spirits of the Undead clan. The Undead clan was completely wiped out. In 0587's mind, the central chip was running rapidly, emitting a subtle buzzing sound. He even called up the external database that was sealed in the depths of his mind before entering the land of trials. It began to frantically analyze Emo Shadow Dust's past experiences. Emo Shadow Dust, the youngest son of the Emo family in the city of Subei in the highland province of the human race, grew up in an orphanage at a young age and was later picked up by the Emo family. His performance has been mediocre since he was a child, with nothing out of the ordinary. On the eve of the big exam, this son suddenly exploded and showed amazing talent. Analyzing the various possibilities, 69% probability of hiding clumsiness, 20% probability of obtaining a chance, 11% probability of other circumstances. Warning! Warning! Ink Shadow Dust's talent is too terrifying, there are too many unknown factors in it, it is recommended to execute the obliteration plan immediately. Red light flashed in 0587's mechanical eyes, and the data stream surged madly. Starting to analyze the necessity of the obliteration plan, this human race's current known enemies, the Zhao family of Sukbei City, the Emo family of Sukbei City, the Flame Sect, the Desolate Blood Giant race, and the Undead race. According to the database, the Zhao family of Surbiton City has contacted assassins, preparing to kill Emo Shadow Dust in secret. Because Emo Shadow Dust is in the land of trials, the Zhao family is holding back and waiting for an opportunity to act. The probability of the Zhao family striking after Mo Shadow Dust returns to Sobi City is 90%. Probability of success, 0%. Analyzing the probability of the Flame Sect taking revenge after learning that Fan Yanlai was killed by Mo Shadow Dust is 40%. Probability of success, 70%. Analyzing the probability of the Mo family falling on the well in Sobi City, 60%. Warning. According to the analysis, the likelihood of the skeleton thrown on the road to God's ascent being refined by Mo Shadow Dust as a bearer is as high as 90%. Analysis result: this son is overly gifted, the obliteration plan must be executed at all costs. Current first sequence mission: explore the situation of the forbidden land of the trial land. Replaced first sequence mission: current mission: obliterate Mo Shadow Dust. The red light in 0587's eyes grew more intense, as if it was about to drip blood. Analyzing the probability of success in executing the mission: Ink Shadow Dust, Necromancer, dual specialization in summoning and white bone. Suspected of possessing a special ability to cultivate undead creatures. Suggestion for action: summon another S-class bionic body from the trial ground, as well as all the mechanical clansmen to enter the Forbidden Land, unify the release of energy blasts, form a matrix, and make sure to kill them with one blow. Probability of success, 90%. Start releasing signals to notify all the mechanical clansmen of the Land of Trials. With a flash of red light in his eyes, 0587 Mechanical followed the crowd and walked into the pitch-black passageway. He stood silently behind the three of Mo Shadow Dust, poised and ready to go. Waiting for the other clansmen to arrive after receiving the signal. Mo Shadow Dust stepped into the passageway, and as far as his eyes could see, a stone monument that had been baptized over the years stood silently in front of him. The inscription on the monument has long been mottled and difficult to recognize, as if telling a dusty past. Next to the monument, a dry body leaning, I do not know how many years have been silent here, as if with the monument into one. Shen Meiyu, as the leader of the team, after all the people entered, the first to take the pace, lead the crowd began to explore. The monument in front of them naturally became the first target of exploration. Mo Shadow Dust saw that Shen Meiyu had already started to explore, so he was naturally happy to have some leisure time. However, at the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something incredible. Only to see Shen Meiyu, actually seems to be on the ground that dry corpse ignore, straight towards the direction of the dry corpse. Not the slightest dodge, not the slightest pause, in fact, directly from the dry body through and through. Mo Shadow Dust turned around violently, his sight fell on Wang Yi beside him, pointing his finger in the direction of the stone monument, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. You saw what? Wang Yi's face was full of doubts, and he responded in disbelief, the stone monument, what's wrong with it? Mo Shadow Dust only felt a chill rise from his spine, instantly spreading throughout his body as cold sweat beaded down. Is it really like this? Could it be that the others were unable to see it? He once again cast his gaze towards the stone monument, and in the next second, cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. The dry corpse disappeared. Chapter 116 Mechanical Race Raid. Ink Shadow Dust felt a coolness come over him, as if he was being stared at by something. He turned around fiercely and looked behind him. This look, even more so, made him nearly scream out in shock. That dry corpse actually appeared behind him at some point, almost face to face with him. The distance was so close that it was almost zero. Ink Shadow Dust were still care about the other. A bone spear instantly surfaced, towards the back of the then stabbed down. But the same as other people can pass through the body of the dry corpse. The bone spear also passed straight through, without a single stop. It was as if the dry body and Mo Ingsuan were not in the same world. Wang Yi noticed Mo Ingsuan's strange expression and couldn't help but step forward and gently pat his shoulder. However, this simple action, in Mo Ingsuan's eyes, looked incomparably bizarre. Because, at this moment, Wang Yi, and that dry corpse, were actually standing in the same position. More accurately, Wang Yi and the dry corpse, their figures overlapped. Just like a moment ago, the Shenmei Jade passed straight through the dry corpse. Mo Shadow Dust only felt his scalp tingle, his body stiffen, and an unprecedented sense of fear enveloped his heart. Everything around him became bizarre. Although other people couldn't see or touch the corpse. However, Mo Shadow Dust was very sure that it was actually there. He could clearly feel the cold aura emanating from the corpse. As well as that empty eye sockets, seems to hide some kind of creepy things. The others, on the other hand, were oblivious to this and continued to observe their surroundings. This bizarre contrast made the uneasiness in Mo Ingsuan's heart grow stronger. The dry corpse seemed to notice the uneasiness that surged in Mo Ingdust's heart, and quietly moved back 2 steps. It quietly stood about 5 meters behind Mo Shadow Dust, not moving at all. The hollow eyes, however, were always locked onto Ink Shadow Dust. Boss! Boss! What's going on here? Wang Yi's urgent voice came, pulling Mo Ingsuan back to reality from his frightened emotions.
Mo Shadow Dust slightly turned his head sideways and glanced at him, his voice low, nothing. At the same time, he gave a wink to Wang Yi, signaling that this place was not the place to talk in detail.
Wang Yi was also a resourceful person, immediately comprehending Mo Ingsuan's meaning, so he did not ask any more questions.
The reason why Mo Shadow Dust was able to put his heart down a little. It was because just now, after the dry body took 2 steps backward, he was keenly aware that there was a light red energy bond between himself and the corpse. This energy bond, like a bloodline, connected him and the dry corpse, and the end of the energy was actually pointing directly to the mysterious death god's heart in his body. Mo Shadow Dust hurriedly concentrated his spirit, looked into his own body, and carefully sensed the heart of the god of death. However, the god of death's heart remained the same as usual and did not give out any abnormal warnings. This discovery made Mo Shadow Dust slightly relieved. At least for the time being, it seemed that this dry corpse did not seem to show any malicious intent. As for why it had a connection with his own death god's heart, Ink Shadow Dust secretly let out a bitter smile. How could he know the reason for this? This bizarre scene had long exceeded the scope of his cognition. The crowd stopped in front of the stone monument and gazed at it for a long time, but they could not understand the mystery. Under no choice but to bypass the stone monument, continue to explore the depths. Before traveling far, the originally narrow pathway under their feet opened up, and a deep valley appeared in front of them. The scene inside the valley made everyone's heart tremble and a chill rose from the soles of their feet. This place is like a battlefield of cultivation. The corpses of all races are everywhere, or lying horizontally, or reclining, with different deaths. Time seems to be frozen here, the body through the baptism of the years, but still does not corrode an immortal. Some corpses even embraced weapons, upright, flesh intact, like a deep sleep. Mo Shadow Dust's brows knitted slightly, and a faint air of decay lingered at the tip of his nose. This scent was also mixed with a trace of blood if any, making the heart uncomfortable. He keenly sensed that these corpses were by no means unusual, each one of them exuded a powerful aura. Even though they were already dead, they still made people feel oppressed. Looking around, the valley was filled with a bizarre atmosphere, with gusts of gloomy wind, as if there were countless unjust souls whispering. As far as the eye can see, there are all broken walls, blades scattered, swords broken, spears broken, shields covered with cracks. It could be seen that the battle back then was tragic. Mo Shadow Dust gently tilted his head to look at the dry corpse that had been following him like a shadow. Since this dry corpse had appeared outside by the stone monument, he must know something about this battlefield. However, to his disappointment, the dry corpse was unchanged. It was still staring straight at Mo Ingchen. Except for when Mo Shadow Dust took a step and moved, he followed suit. There was no other movement. Mo Shadow Dust didn't dwell on it and continued to explore. However, right at this moment, the death god's heart at his heart suddenly warmed violently. A strange change suddenly arose. Behind Ink Shadow Dust, mechanical race 0587 violently stopped and stood still. At the chest, the energy within the reactor rose dramatically. The mechanical eye flashed, and the data flow was calculated at a rapid pace. Target identified, threat level, extremely high, executing removal program. The cold mechanical voice echoed in 0587's mind. At the entrance of the valley in the distance, hundreds of mechanical race warriors who had arrived at an unknown time were neatly organized. The reactors at their chests were activated at the same time, and the energy gathered crazily. For a time, the light inside the valley shone brightly, blinding and dazzling. Each of these mechanical warriors was 3 meters tall, their bodies were made of silver-white metal, with precision gears biting at their joints, and their mechanical arms flashing with cold light. The reactor in their chest was the source of their power. At this moment, hundreds of reaction furnaces were running at the same time, energy fluctuations were intertwined, causing ripples in the air. The speed of energy convergence became faster and faster, and the reaction furnaces emitted a buzzing sound. It gradually turned from low to sharp, as if hundreds of giant beasts were hissing. The ground trembled slightly, and debris jumped. Inside the valley, a fierce wind rose up, blowing the tattered clothes on the corpses all over the place, hunting and clattering. Attack ready. 0587 mechanical eyes locked onto Ink Shadow Dust, and an icy voice rang out. Hundreds of mechanical warriors raised their mechanical arms, and at the front end of their arms, the energy gun ports slowly opened, revealing the deep gun chambers. Inside the cannon chamber, the energy was rapidly compressed, and the color changed from light blue to dark blue, and finally turned into dazzling white light. The white light became more and more prevalent, coloring everything around it with a layer of silver white. Fire! 0587's mechanical eyes flashed red as he gave the final command. Hundreds of energy beams shot out at the same time, cutting through the sky, carrying a destructive aura, heading straight for Mo-1. Each of these energy beams was as thick as a bucket of water, and the blazing heat scorched and distorted the air. Hundreds of beams of light intertwined, after the mechanical race's unique signal-connected means of precision calculation. Forming a huge energy net in the air, it was impervious to the wind, sealing off all the retreating paths of Mo shadow dust. Wherever the energy net passed, the ground was plowed with a scorched black furrow, rocks crumbled, and corpses turned into pieces. Chapter 117, Instantaneous Counter Kill. This attack, there was no way to avoid it, no way to escape. The aura of destruction filled the entire valley, and the Dryad's hollow eyes stared at Mo shadow dust, not moving a muscle. Wang Yi's face was pale and his legs trembled. Facing such an attack, he couldn't even raise the thought of resistance. This attack, it was too strong, so strong that it made people despair. Before Mo shadow dust had time to react, he was instantly blasted in front of his body by this energy. The energy collided with the cured white bone construct outside his body as well as the two defensive spells of the bone armor. However, in front of this destructive attack, the defense of the white bone armor and the bone armor seemed so fragile and unbearable. The two defenses were destroyed in an instant. The entire process didn't even take a second. However, this second gave Ink Shadow Dust time to react. Just as the energy was about to penetrate Ink Shadow Dust, his figure suddenly disappeared. Shadow Shuttle. In the next moment, Ink Shadow Dust appeared in the shadow of a mountain 100 meters away, dodging this fatal blow. The energy beam struck the air and hit the rock wall of the valley. The rock wall was instantly pierced through, and a huge hole appeared. Rubble splashed and smoke filled the air. I don't know if the energy touched some kind of restriction. The mountain in front of the valley flickered with black light patterns. It was as if something was about to break out from within the mountain. The entire valley was shaking non-stop. Seeing that Mo-1 was able to dodge this earth-shattering combined attack, Xian Meiyu didn't have time to sigh. He saw that Mo Shadow Dust had once again appeared in the center of the valley. In the distance, hundreds of mechanical clansmen flew in a hurry to join up with 0587. The chest was recharged again, ready to attack. Xian Meiyu hurriedly shouted, "Do not force yourself to fight, these mechanical clans are terrifying to cooperate with after assembling, but they also have a weakness. The mechanical clans don't have a breakthrough to speak of, they can only rely on upgrading their bodies to improve." These mechanical Phantom Stinger's figure fluttered, and in the cold light of the Hell Short Blade, the mechanical clan's energy core was constantly pierced through. Like a ghost in the darkness of the night, every time it appeared, it took away a life. If the lives of the mechanicals counted as lives. The two Black Knights aimed at the most conspicuous duo among the mechanicals, 0587 and the other S-Class Bionic. Third rank versus second rank. The result was obvious. The two Black Knights instantly cut the two S-rank Bionics off at the waist. Thousands of skeleton warriors, hundreds of skeleton archers, dozens of zombies as well as skeleton mages followed suit. For a time, the valley was filled with the sounds of metal clashing and bones breaking. The mechanical race's team instantly collapsed under this sudden attack. The energy attacks they were so proud of looked so powerless in front of the Ink Shadow Dust Undead army. The hard shell of the mechanical race was easily torn apart. The battle took on a one-sided momentum. The two S-Class Bionoids were chopped in half and fell to the ground. Electric sparks flashed at the body's brakes. Data flowed in his eyes, rapidly analyzing the battlefield situation. Action failed to kill in one hit, target possesses unknown medium and long-distance instantaneous movement ability. One of the bionics issued a mechanical voice. Failed to kill in one strong blow, the target possesses multiple fourth-rank combatants and can be suddenly dropped from summoning space to the front of the position, restricting the body from recharging and preventing another unified attack. 0587 added. Final command, all self-destruct. They gave the final command at the same time. The command was like an invisible electric wave that instantly spread to all remaining mechanical race chips. In an instant, the energy furnaces of all the mechanical race began to stir, and furious energy gushed out without a single obstruction. Hundreds of mechanical clansmen activated their self-destruct programs at the same time, and the entire valley was shrouded in an atmosphere of destruction.
Boom! With a loud, deafening sound, in the entrance of the valley, the huge energy generated by the hundreds of mechanical clansmen's self-destruction destroyed everything around them. The energy was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, spewing out wildly in all directions, and the mountain also cracked open under the impact of this force. The scene was a mess, everything that was originally there was gone, only devastation remained. On the skeleton throne, Mo Shadowdust's taut nerves finally relaxed and he let out a long breath. He had been on guard against the mechanical race's self-detonation, so his nerves were highly tense. Everyone else who fought against the mechanical race had to face their eventual self-detonation, as there was no way to dodge it. But he was different, as he could instantly include the undead in his summoning space, thus dodging the explosion. As it turned out, he did. In that less than a second between the mechanical race giving the command to start self-destructing and completing it, he accurately retrieved the 5 rank 4 undead that crashed into the mechanical race's position into the summoning space. As for the other undead, blowing up was fine, just slowly retrieve them again. Congratulations to the host for killing a target of elite level or above, looting phrase, Silicon-based life S. Silicon-based life S, mechanical ascension. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. At this moment, Ink Shadowdust only had the time to respond to the Xianmei's words just now. Putting away the skeleton throne, he turned to look at Xianmei, who had already flown far away, his brows slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of confusion in his voice. Brother Xian, just now the scene was a bit chaotic, I didn't hear what you said, did you just mention how the mechanical race should be disposed of? Chapter 118, Strange Change, Forbidden Air Formation. When Xianmei heard this, his facial muscles twitched slightly, trying his best to maintain his usual bland image, but his voice was slightly stiff. No. No harm, since it's already been resolved, that's all. In comparison, Swan Mayu's reaction was still quite calm. Shou's inner world at this moment was what was called a wave of waves and shock. He was closest to 0587 just now. The moment 0587 and the other mechanical race launched their attack, he was standing at 0587's side. The energy fluctuation that seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth and destroy everything almost whistled past his body. It made his body's hairs stand on end, and his heart was about to jump to his throat. Until now, that aftermath feeling still lingered in his heart, causing his heart to palpitate and his legs to go a little soft. Originally, he thought that as the target of the mechanical race's attack, Ink Shadowdust, this time, it would definitely be hard to escape, and there was absolutely no possibility of survival. After all, in the face of such a terrifying attack, he couldn't think of any way to survive even if he racked his brain. However, before the thoughts in his mind finished turning, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. Mo Shadowdust not only miraculously survived, but even accomplished a shocking reversal, killing the mechanical race back to the ground. This is simply unimaginable. You're telling me now that this person is only a second stage? Who would believe it? No, this time I must go back and talk to those old guys in the clan. We, the spirit race, need to reconsider our relationship with the human race. It's best to get closer. Otherwise, when Moingsuan grows up, I'm afraid that the future will be difficult for all the clans. I'm afraid that the 10,000 clans won't have a good time in the future. Wanyi stood up with strong support, his legs as heavy as lead as he hobbled to Moingsuan's side, his face filled with awe and admiration. What is peerless, what is absolute big brother? Look at Mo Shadowdust's battle record in the Land of Trials. It's simply a legendary epic. As far as he knows. The first time, at the Resurrection Stone altar, Ink Shadowdust wiped out the entire desolate blood giant race with his own strength, leaving no one behind. The second time, in Longchamp Valley, the undead race's elite lost all of their hands, and none of them were spared. The third time, in this forbidden land, the mechanical race army was completely annihilated. What else can be questioned about such a brilliant record? Each time, it is a massacre. This is simply a reaper. Shen Meiju swept his eyes over the regrouped crowd and was about to speak. Suddenly, the mountain trembled violently. As if there was something in the ground that wanted to break free. The magnitude of the vibration was so drastic that it made the people present feel like flotsam in the wind, making it difficult for them to hold on to themselves. A few people had to use their means, attempting to perform the art of aerial control, rising up in the air, avoiding this sudden change. However, without exception, all of them failed. Wang Yi's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in shock, "Air prohibition formation."
There was no time to pay attention to Wang Yi's alarmed cry, as everyone's line of sight coincidentally turned to the distance, to the side of the valley entrance. There, the huge gap left by the mechanical race's self-detonation. At this moment, it was like the gates of hell opening up, and endless death force surged out. This power of death was the same as what Mo Shadow Dust had sensed earlier, violent and chaotic, as if it could devour all life. There was a loud, deafening rumble. Immediately afterward, a chilling click-click sound rang out. Along that gap, cracks spread rapidly underneath the entire valley's mountain, spreading out like a spider web.
However, in a few breaths, the bottom of the rolling mountains around the entire valley collapsed.
Berserk energy, like a flood that broke the dike, erupted out from the cracks with a horrifying sound. These monsters were huge in number, as if there was no end to them. However, the strength was only at the second stage or below, still within the range of the crowd to cope with.
Xian Meiyu sacrificed a small ancient tripod, which left his hand and instantly expanded.
Turned into a 7 or 8 meters high giant tripod, hanging above the head, to protect the body. Inside the tripod, there was a constant roar, and the turbulent sound waves spread like ripples. Wherever it passed, monsters burst into pieces. Unlike the Xianmei Jade that relied on magic weapons, Xiaowu's body was surrounded by a flow of light, and all sorts of secret methods to enhance the physical body were added to his body. Like a humanoid beast, he charged straight into the monsters, charging straight into them, invincible. Between his fists and feet, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the monsters were like grass in front of him, being harvested indiscriminately. However, these monsters were like gangrene, constantly pouring out of the cracks. The sheer number of them made one's scalp numb. Soon, in addition to the wave of monsters that surrounded a few people, the monsters on the periphery had already spread to the edge of the valley, and were about to rush out of the mouth of the valley. Right at this moment, the wordless stone monument that several people saw when they entered the valley suddenly shone brightly. An invisible fluctuation spread from the stone tablet, forming a transparent barrier at the entrance of the valley. It blocked all the monsters that tried to rush out of the valley. Countless monsters turned a blind eye to this invisible barrier, crazily impacting and defying death. Those that were fast even crashed directly into the energy barrier. The corpses were instantly devoured by their companions and turned into nutrients to continue the impact. The scene was extremely bloody and chilling.
Chapter 119 Have a hot pot?
However, all of this had nothing to do with Mo Shadow Dust and the others for the time being. They were unable to fly, and their sight was obscured by the boundless tide of monsters, so they couldn't see the situation at the entrance at all.
For them, dealing with the endless monsters in front of them was the priority. Soon, the first person who couldn't support it appeared.
Dreaming Shue, facing this crazy wave of monsters, was so scared that her face turned pale, and in a moment of inadvertence, her calf was viciously bitten by one of the monsters. As the sharp pain hit, Meng Yinxue let out a cry of shock and her body lost its balance. Seeing this, the monsters around her were like sharks that smelled blood, pouncing madly, and were about to drown her. In the nick of time, Xiao Wu arrived in time. Light surged within his body and a blazing spell erupted, instantly incinerating the monsters around Meng Yinxue.
A vacuum was cleared in the tide of monsters, allowing Meng Yinxue to temporarily get out of harm's way. Fighting, endless fighting. Killing, endless killing. The monsters inside the mountain seemed endless. The crowd fought here for 2 days and 2 nights, but the situation did not see the slightest improvement. To say that there was no change was not entirely true. By continuously observing a monster that had devoured hundreds of corpses, the crowd finally uncovered a hint of the monster's secret. This monster, as they had initially thought, did not continue to increase in strength until it broke through the 3rd rank. Instead, under their horrified gaze, it violently exploded itself. After the explosion, the pieces of meat scattered on the ground wriggled, swelled, and deformed, and actually regrew into new monsters. And the number of these pieces of meat was exactly the number of corpses it had devoured. In other words, these monsters were simply endless to kill. As long as they were allowed to devour them, they could be reborn continuously in this bizarre way. At this moment, the battlefield was already split, with several people fighting separately and distinctly. After all, coming from different races, asking them to work together to fight against an external enemy? It is simply a fool's dream. Not stabbing them in the back is already a blessing. Shen Meiyu was all alone, the furrows between his brows were deeply locked. The magic treasures around his body danced like streams of fireflies, accompanied by the never-ending vibrations within the distant mountain, cutting down the approaching creatures one by one. Xiao Wu fought side by side with Meng Yinxue, the light on his body still dazzling, as if the 2 days and 2 nights of fierce battle were nothing more than a passing cloud to him.
Yen Aslan formed a formation with the remaining 3, with 1 resting and 3 fighting, taking turns to stand guard. Their strength is the weakest, at this moment there is no time to care about, can only abandon the former suspicion, embrace the warmth of the group. And the one that made people gnash their teeth the most was Mo Shadowdust and Wang Yi. These two, at this moment, were sitting around a table. Eating hot pot. That's right, you heard it right, it was eating hot pot. In the rising heat, the red oil was rolling, and various ingredients were sinking and floating in it, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The two were surrounded by a dense army of undead. When the battle first began, Mo Shadowdust summoned the skeleton throne. Placing it on the ground, he himself sat firmly on it. All of the skeleton warriors had turned into second-order strength, and compared to the humanoid monster, they were no less powerful. There were also a large number of zombies, skeleton archers, ghosts, skeleton mages, and powerful undead such as Dali. None of the monsters were able to break through this line of defense in touching Shadowdust and Wang Yi in the slightest. These humanoid monsters were so numerous that if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. If they wanted to kill them, they couldn't. At first, Mo Shadowdust sat on top of the skeleton throne, his spirit highly concentrated, not daring to slack off in the slightest. However, as time passed, this fellow Wang Yi was the first to relax. It was no wonder he relaxed, after all, he didn't need to do anything. How could this contrast not make people's eyes redden? This treatment, it was simply a world of difference. Anyway, it couldn't be touched, so just treat it as a phantom. Other than occasionally making people feel awkward and blocking their vision, there were no other effects. Mo Shadowdust sighed and averted his eyes from the dry corpse. While he was pondering, a strange sound came from within the distant mountain. Knock. 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 A low, dull sound came from far and near. One after another, each one causing the earth to tremble. His breath stuttered, and his gaze was cast in the direction from which the sound came. Inside the mountain, what exactly was it? A strong uneasiness surged to his heart. Dang! There was another loud bang. This time, the earth beneath his feet trembled even more. Mo Shadowdust's face was grave. The king beside him stood up and looked into the distance with a serious expression. Thud! A huge sound came once again. The entire mountain began to shake. Countless pieces of debris rolled down from the top of the mountain with a rumbling sound. Mo Shadowdust could no longer sit still as he stood up from the skeleton throne, his brows tightly locked as he stared deathly into the depths of the valley. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Within the deepest part of the valley's mountain, an enormous palm violently poked out. The palm covered the sky and the sun, and it was covered with black scales that glowed with an eerie luster. The moment the palm appeared, a terrifying aura swept across the entire valley. The aura was like substance, weighing people down. The palm swung violently, directly slapping at the wordless stone monument at the entrance of the valley. Boom! There was a loud bang. The invisible wall formed by the wordless stone monument instantly shattered under the slap of this palm. It turned into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The Xianmei Jade was closest to the entrance of the valley. When that palm descended, a strong wind pressure came crashing down. The magic weapon around him, under the impact of this force, issued a click sound, followed by a bang sound, completely shattered, turned into a pile of scrap metal, scattered on the ground. His indifferent eyes also trembled slightly because of this sudden change. His body was like a kite with broken strings, being lifted off by this force and traced an arc in the air. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a cloud of blood mist in the air. Afterward, it fell heavily to the ground, and his body convulsed a few times before he stopped moving. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust immediately mobilized the army of undead and converged towards where Xianmei was. Several ghosts were the first to arrive beside Xianmei, surrounding him and forming an invisible guard. Immediately after, the skeleton warriors also quickly arrived, grabbing up Xianmei and quickly withdrawing to Mo Yingduan's side. Losing the barrier of the invisible wall, a large number of humanoid monsters began to spread outwards. Letting out a hissing roar, they surged towards the outskirts of the valley like a tidal wave. Right at this moment, countless hissing sounds once again resounded from the direction where the arm was stretched out. The sounds were even louder and crazier than before. It was as if there were countless imprisoned beasts that were about to break free and regain their freedom. The dry body beside Mo Yingchen that had been standing quietly without any movement. At this moment, there was finally a change in his expression. Only to see him suddenly turn around and face the depths of the valley. There was no expression on his face, but his body exuded a cold aura. This aura was as if it was 10,000 years of cold ice, making people shudder. Humph. A cold hum came out from the mouth of the dry corpse. This voice, although not loud, clearly entered everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, the dry corpse raised its arm. Roll back. Before the words fell, the sky and earth suddenly changed. The originally clear sky suddenly clouded over. Endless energy surged from the sky, quickly enveloping the entire firmament. Above the canopy, dark clouds rolled over and howling winds roared. In the depths of the dome of the sky, a ray of starlight shot straight up, cutting through the endless darkness. The starlight carried a dazzling radiance as it crashed onto the mountain, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. Inside the valley, the sealed monsters let out bursts of miserable screams. The miserable screams were incomparably mournful and creepy. The dry corpse raised its hand again, and a starlight once again mapped out, shining on top of the wordless stone monument. The wordless stone monument emitted a burst of ghostly light, and then, the gap that the entire valley had cracked open before, began to quickly close. In an instant, it was the same as when Moingtsuan had just entered. After doing all this, the dry corpse casually waved its hand and an energy wave rippled out. Wherever the energy wave passed, all humanoid monsters turned into flying ash. The entire valley turned into a dead silence. Wang Yi looked around, his heart still beating wildly, and after confirming that there was nothing strange around him, his gaze fell on Moingtsuan. With a hint of trembling in his voice, he opened his mouth and asked, "Those two words just now, did you hear them?" When Mo Shadowdust heard this, his heart shook and he hurriedly asked back, "Did you hear them as well?" Wang Yi was somewhat puzzled by Moingtsuan's sudden question. A puzzled look appeared in his eyes. "What do you mean you heard it too?" That voice, like heavenly thunder rolling through the clouds, resounded as if the entire world was vibrating. How could I not hear it? Mo Shadowdust realized that he had slipped up and lowered his eyes, falling into deep thought and stopped speaking. At this time, Xian Miyu braced herself from the ground with great difficulty. Trembling, he fumbled for 2 pills from his storage bag and quickly stuffed them into his mouth. The pills entered his throat and turned into a stream of warmth, moisturizing his injured body. Closing his eyes and regulating his breath, he repaired his damaged body. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked towards Moingtsuan, a bitter smile on his face. "Thanks a lot just now." Ink Shadowdust casually waved his hand, with a cloudy and light appearance. "There's no need to be polite, it's just a show of hands." Swan Mayu's expression became serious as he said solemnly, "This is not something that is a show of hands. If it wasn't for you coming to my rescue just now, I'm afraid I would have to account for my life here." He paused, his tone sincere. Xian Mayu, owe you a life. In the future, if there is any errand, just let me know. As long as you open your mouth, I will never say anything." Seeing his resolute attitude, Moingtsuan no longer excused himself, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Gently nodded his head, considered to have accepted this favor. After a short exchange, the few people unspokenly decided to evacuate this place of wrongdoing first. The terrifying existence lurking in the depths of the mountain, its strength had far exceeded the boundaries of their cognizance. At this moment, just standing in this valley made their hearts tremble with fear, as if they would be torn apart by invisible forces in the next second. The 4 of them converged on one place and were about to take a step to leave. Inside the valley, however, there was an earth-shattering roar. Immediately afterward, the huge palm that covered the sky appeared out of thin air again. With the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, it violently slapped down towards the several people of Moingtsuan. To be precise, the target of that huge palm was the dry corpse beside Moingtsuan. However, at this moment, a few people were close to each other, and no one could be spared when the giant palm fell. In the face of the rapidly falling palm, a few people's faces looked as if they were dirt, with deep despair in their eyes. Escape? Where to escape? The space they were in seemed to be completely frozen by an invisible force. No matter how much they struggled, their bodies were unable to move a single bit. Chapter 121 Body Control Changes Ownership. In the hollow eye sockets of the dry corpse, a touch of imperceptible emotion quietly surfaced. The arm was raised again, and a strange energy fluctuation rippled out. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, but they were already at the entrance of the valley. Not bothering to explore the reason, the body regained control instantly. A few people were like birds of prey, running as hard as they could towards the outside of the valley. Moingtsuan was naturally no exception. However, he had only just taken a step when his body was once again out of control and froze in place. In the depths of the dry corpse's eye sockets, a ghostly light flickered, seemingly endless years flowing through it. It slowly approached Moing Chen. Each step seemed to step on the rhythm of the beating heart of the god of death, making people's hearts palpitate. In the end, in Moing dust-shocked eyes, this dry body was like a wisp of green smoke, drifting invisible into his body.
In an instant, an extreme coldness surged through Moing Chen's entire body like a tidal wave. As if he was placed under a 10,000-year-old glacier, the bone-chilling coldness eroded every inch of his skin, every bone, and even his soul felt a stabbing pain. The control of his body instantly changed hands. Ink Shadow Dust clear consciousness, but can only watch himself turn around, towards the depths of the valley, heavy steps, but firm and incomparable. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wang Yi had already run out a long way before he suddenly noticed Moing Dust's unusual behavior. His heart was like a lightning strike, shocked beyond words. What is this doing? We desperately flee outward, but you do the opposite, backward?
Clenching his teeth fiercely, his heart was in a heavenly battle, and in the end, he was unable to sit back and watch.
Turning around and darting back to the original spot, he grabbed Moing Chen's arm and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Are you crazy? Run!"
However, at this moment, Mo Shadow Dust's body had been completely manipulated by that weird dry corpse. How could he respond to Wang Yi's shouts?
With a gentle wave of his arm, an invisible energy wave rippled out, instantly enveloping Wang Yi and the others.
A few people only felt their bodies light, as if being lifted up by a soft force. When they came back to their senses, they were already outside the Forbidden Land, and the suffocating sense of oppression disappeared without a trace. But before they could catch their breath, they were shocked to realize that the omnipresent vibration was not limited to the Forbidden Land.
Rather, the entire land of trials was trembling violently, as if it would collapse at any moment.
Unlike the vibrations of the mountains and ground within the Forbidden Land, the space of the trial land itself was undergoing a bizarre distortion. Large swaths of space began to fluctuate and tense up, and even fine cracks appeared, as if a mirror was about to break, and would turn into countless fragments at any moment. Several people looked at each other in dismay, all seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. Thus, they scattered in all directions, going to look for their respective clansmen. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Yi and Xian Meiyu were left at the entrance of the Forbidden Land.
Xian Meiyu's expression W.
As grave as he carefully perceived the spatial changes around him, and after a moment, a horrified look appeared on his face. The space of this trial land had been pulled to an extremely dangerous critical point. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for it to completely collapse.
This trial land won't last much longer. I must immediately go and search for the clan.
Xian Meiyu made a snap decision and said to Wang Yi, "If Brother Mo can come out, please also tell him that the favor of saving his life today is something I, Xian Meiyu, will never forget." After saying that, he looked deeply at Wang Yi with a frown on his face. His body flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. Wang Yi's gaze was deep, staring at the entrance of the Forbidden Land for a long time, and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, he still chose to turn around and leave, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Deep within the Forbidden Land, Mo Shadow Dust's body was suspended in the air, and the void under his feet was actually as if he was walking on a flat surface. Within this forbidden valley, he actually seemed to have broken free from some kind of invisible bondage, soaring freely. Below the valley, the scene was churning, like boiling lava, and like 10,000 ghosts hissing, causing palpitations. Inside Mo Shadow Dust's body, the beating of the death god's heart became more and more violent, and a majestic power surged from his body, like a flood that broke the dike, unstoppable.
Soul domination.
The skill that came with the heart of death was quietly launched, and the army of undead within Mo Shadow Dust's summoning space instantly fell silent, transforming into pure soul power that converged into the master's body. On the far side of the trial ground, within the listening Wen Xian, Lingwei's mind was restless. The spatial distortion around her was becoming more and more intense, and the worry in her heart was like wild weeds that could not be contained. She vaguely had a premonition that the strange changes in the trial site were inextricably linked to the place where Mo Shadow Dust had gone. Suddenly, on the open space outside the house, the figure of the seated commanding necrotic blood demon dissipated like smoke and turned into nothingness. Lingwei's delicate body trembled, the string in her heart was violently taut, and her worry increased. She had seen this scene before at the Resurrection Stone altar. At that time, Mo Shadow Dust had killed Desolate Savage precisely with this ability.
Is he in danger? Lingwei murmured softly, a hint of trembling in her voice.
Within the Forbidden Land,
Mo Shadow Dust clearly felt that his soul domination was unleashed. A wave of vast and infinite soul power converged into his body.
Not only did it come from his undead army, but it also seemed to have crossed over endless space and time, surging into his body from several other worlds. The immensity of this power was far beyond his imagination. Compared to the power provided by his own army of undead, it was like a drop in the ocean, insignificant. The power climbed crazily, 3rd order, 4th order, 5th order. It was as if his body had become a bottomless pit, greedily devouring this raging power. However, it was ultimately difficult for the mortal flesh to withstand such a terrifying force, and cracks began to appear in his body, as if it would collapse at any time. Just then, a force, not knowing whether it came from the heart of death or that weird dry body. It wrapped around his body like a film, barely stabilizing the raging force.
6th order, 7th order.
The power was still climbing, and Mo Shadow Dust was no longer able to determine the exact geometry of his strength at this moment. His body rose up, like a meteor, cutting through the sky. In the depths of the valley, the huge palm that covered the sky rose up again, carrying a destructive might, slapping down towards him. The light in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes flowed. Countless spatial barriers were created out of thin air between him and the giant palm, layers upon layers, as if it was an impenetrable moat.
Crackling.
The sound of space shattering was endless. The giant palm was like a cracker, ignoring all obstacles, and descending blatantly. Seeing that the giant palm was about to touch Mo Ingsuan's body, he slowly raised his right hand and gently pointed out a finger. This seemingly light finger, but it contained infinite power. The moment the fingertip touched the giant palm, a terrifying soul force erupted from the fingertip, surging out like a tidal wave, spreading along the arm and cutting the giant palm into 1,000 holes. A mournful wail came from the depths of the valley, as if some ancient beast was struggling in pain. The giant palm quickly retracted like an electric shock and disappeared into the depths of the valley. Countless hissing sounds came from the depths of the earth, like the cries of 10,000 ghosts, disorganized and unsettling.
Chapter 122 Northern Xinyuan.
Within a few breaths, all the hissing sounds had strangely converged into a single voice. Like hundreds of people opening their mouths at the same time, each person only said 1 or 2 words, but skillfully articulated together to form a complete sentence. The voice was eerie and horrifying, causing people's hairs to stand on end.
Beijing Yuan. You think you can keep us locked up forever? It's been an entire epoch, you don't have much time left. Even if you seal your entire vitality and refine your flesh into an undead and indestructible dry corpse, what can you do? I can feel that you've been living for too long, changing your fate against the heavens and forcing yourself to live on for too long. Your vitality is already dying. Once your vitality is extinguished, and this body loses its obsession, I'll see what you can still hold us with. The voice was like a magic spell, echoing in the valley. Moing Duan, or rather, Beijing Yuan.
After hearing this monster's words, the anger in his chest erupted like a volcano and could not be suppressed. With a movement of his body, like a meteor, he descended at great speed and instantly landed in the depths of the valley. He gazed down at the place that was broken open by the giant palm. There, it was as dark as an abyss, emitting a palpitating aura. Tightly clenched his fists, and his bones made a clicking sound. Storing up his strength, his whole body's power surged into his fists like a flood. The berserk soul energy continued to coalesce with his movements, forming a giant fist shadow in the sky above him, emitting a terrifying aura of destroying everything.
He swung his fist downwards, striking the void.
The giant fist shadow moved in synchronization with his movements, carrying an endless might, and smashed his fist into the deep hollow of the giant palm. Closing his fist, he smashed again. The fist shadow flashed, bringing up gusts of wind, each blast causing the entire space to tremble.
Retracting again, smashing again. The movements cycled back and forth,
accompanied by the frantic wailing within the pit, and the entire space being overwhelmed under the tumbling.
Beijing Yuan blasted out hundreds of punches hard like this. Finally, the last punch smashed down.
The entire Forbidden Land, as well as the space of the place of trial, was no longer overburdened and began to shatter like fragile glass. Countless terrifying cracks began to conduct outwards from the location of the Forbidden Land, spreading out like a spider's web, tearing apart the entire space. The place of trial, under this violent force, was completely shattered. Everything around them became blurred, space distorted, and the light was misaligned, as if the end had come. The place of trial began to run the final rule, teleporting the youths of all races who came to the trial away. White light wrapped around every living being in the entire land of trials. After the white light flashed, all the figures disappeared. Outside the land of trials, the receivers of the various races waited silently. They were either sitting or standing, scattered in all directions in an orderly manner. Above the void, a huge boundary-piercing flying boat hovered silently. Inside the flying boat, and Ruoyun, the woman who had led Mo Ingsuan and the others into the land of trials, was standing respectfully in front of an old man. She bowed her head slightly, her posture humble, her words full of respect. Elder son, according to the records, there is still a week left before this land of trials ends.
In these few days, I'll entrust you to wait a little on this flying boat. The person who was honored as elder son was none other than one of the pillars of the human race, the southern inspector's son Zhao. He was tall, and although he was already old, he was still hale and hearty, and his eyes flickered with the light of wisdom that had been deposited over the years. He gently shook his head, a helpless smile on his face. And Chan, there is no need to be so formal.
Sun Zhao's voice was thick, with a hint of an elder's kindness. This old bone of mine, it's not the same wherever I stay. He paused, his brows slightly furrowed.
It's just that this time, I don't know why, I always have some uneasiness in my heart, and my eyelids are jumping, so I came over a few days early to take a look.
There is no harm, you and go about your business, there is no need to care about me. Sun Xiao waved his hand, signaling that Ruoyan did not need to care about himself. I still have a few old friends in the 10,000 clans, I'll pay a visit later to catch up. Sun Zhao's tone was relaxed, as if he was just here on a leisurely trip. Sun Xiao, this guardian god of the human race. The last time he had displayed his world-shattering strength, it had to be traced back to 30 years ago. At that time, the shadow race had invaded in force, and the border of the human race was in danger.
Sun Xiao stepped forward and stood alone at the forefront of the battlefield as an 8th order elemental commander. As he waved his hand, countless elemental spells poured down like torrential rain. Flame, frost, thunder, gale. The various elements intertwined together, forming an ocean of destruction. The scene was as if the end had come, with heaven and earth changing color, and the sun and moon losing their light. The bridgehead that the Shadow Clan had carefully constructed was as fragile as papier-mâché in front of this raging elemental power. It was instantly torn apart, shattered, and turned into a ruin. In that battle, Sun Zhao's name resounded through the 10,000 realms. While the two were talking, white lights flashed, one after another, and suddenly appeared in this space. The 10,000 races receivers all cast their gazes towards these lights that appeared out of nowhere, their eyes varying. Sun Xiao frowned slightly as elemental power surged around him, instantly wrapping Ruoyan in it. With a flash, the two had already appeared beside those youths of the 10,000 races who had been teleported back. In the gathering place of the 10,000 races, the clamor rose and fell, and it was incomparably noisy. This place of trial, how could it end early? A rough voice rang out with doubt. Could it be that something has changed? Another shrill voice followed, with a hint of uneasiness in its tone. Before the crowd could think about it, the first batch of youths who had been teleported out had already gotten up. They looked around, searching for where their respective races were. The one from the devil race who had come to receive them this time was the devil race's high priest, Devil Abyss. His wrinkled face was currently frowning as his gaze swept over the returning demon race youths one by one, counting the number of people. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked, his voice low, "Where is Deviljin?" Deviljin, the person with the most outstanding talent among the younger generation of the devil race. He was even the heir of a demon king in the demon realm, and his strength belonged to the top of the young generation in the 10,000 realms. How could such a character not have returned? The people of the demon race who were questioned looked at each other with bewilderment. How could they know where Deviljin had gone? Originally, everyone was acting together, but then Deviljin left alone, and no one had ever seen him again. I know, a young girl of the devil race wearing a black veil spoke timidly. He was invited by the spirit race's Xiao Wu back then, saying that he was going to explore a place of some sort. When Devil Abyss heard this, his brows furrowed even tighter. A cold aura flashed across his deep eyes, and his spiritual power instantly locked onto where the spirit race's Xiao Wu was. The palm of his hand fiercely stretched out, and an invisible force surged, about to forcefully grab Xiao Wu over. Chapter 123, the Desolate Blood Giant Clan, but I have desolate savagery.
Right at this moment, in the spirit race's camp, a middle-aged woman wearing a long emerald green dress sensed Devil Abyss's movements. With a cold snort, a spell flashed through, directly cutting off the source of Devil Abyss power.
Devil race, your hands have not extended too far. An ice-cold voice came out of the middle-aged woman's mouth.
However, Devil Abyss was simply not interested in entangling with her at this moment.
With his eyes deadpan, he stared at Xiao Wu and asked in a stern tone. Kid, I'm asking you, where exactly did Deviljin go?
Xiao Wu was stared at by Devil Yuan's eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through everything, feeling as uncomfortable as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Subconsciously, he gulped, an inexplicable fear welling up in his heart. Xiao Wu's voice carried a few tremors that were hard to hide, slowly spitting out a few words, demon shock.
He's dead. These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, exploding in the ears of the crowd. Devil Abyss's figure shook, the blood color on his face instantly faded, his voice shrill like a cockerel that had been strangled. Dead? Tell me clearly, who actually did the poisoning? Shou Wu's lips open and closed, but it was as if he was strangled by an invisible force, unable to spit out a single word. His body unconsciously moved towards the spirit race expert's side, seeking refuge. In the Forbidden Land, he had witnessed Emoingshan's strength that was not weaker than Swan Mayu's, as well as that heavenly talent that crowned the current generation. That domineering and overwhelming figure was engraved in his soul like a brand. He didn't want to provoke such a fiend. As for whether or not the demon race could find out the truth, what did it have to do with him? He wasn't the only one who witnessed everything within the Forbidden Land at that time. If you have the ability, you can go and find out for yourselves. Anyway, you won't be able to pry out any information about Emoingshan from me. Seeing that Shou Wu was unwilling to reveal the truth, Devil Abyss flung his sleeve in anger. The strength of the spirit race was far superior to that of the demon race, so he really couldn't do anything about Shou Wu. Right at this moment, a rough laughter rolled out like muffled thunder, carrying undisguised gloating. Ha, that Demon Jin kid actually hung up? I told you a long time ago, that kid's heart is far from good, you just don't believe me. What the hell is Devil Jin, compared to my clan's barbarians? It's simply the difference between clouds and mud. This voice was like a pot of cold water poured on a red-hot iron, piercing Devil Yuan's eardrums with pain. He didn't need to turn around to know where this raucous voice came from. Other than Desolate Rock of the Desolate Blood Giant clan, who else could it be? The Devil clan and the Desolate Blood Giant clan were both races known for their strong physical bodies. Between the two clans, no one was convinced by anyone. There was a constant friction between them. At this moment, when Desolate Rock heard that the first person of the younger generation of the Devil race, Deviljin, was dead, his heart was so happy. He couldn't help but jump out and stomp on him fiercely. Devil Abyss turned back his head without any good humor, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth with a hint of mockery. You'd better take care of yourselves first. This has come out 2 batches of people, and not a single shadow of the Desolate Blood Giant clan has been seen. He paused, adding a bit of playfulness to his tone. I'm afraid that it's been completely wiped out. Desolate Rock's face suddenly changed, and his face, which was originally quite calm, was as stiff and twisted as if he had been struck by lightning. A wave of uneasiness also flooded his heart. Although Devil Abyss words were harsh to the ears, they were not empty words. 2 groups of people had come out, how could it be that none of the Desolate Blood Giant's clansmen had come out? But naturally, he couldn't show weakness at this time. With his neck sticking out, he retorted in a shrill voice. Bull! My Desolate Blood Giant clan has desolate barbarians leading the group, who could have annihilated them in a group. Right at this moment, a voice rang out like a tiny mosquito, but it clearly reached the ears of the 2. The Desolate Blood Giant clan discovered the Resurrection Stone altar when they first entered the Trial Land, and the barbarians overpowered several powerful clans such as the Demon Clan and the Divine Clan to seize the right to use the altar. The one who spoke was a young girl from the Flower Demon Clan, her voice soft. I don't know after that. She added, her voice lowering again. When Desolate Rock heard this, his originally gloomy face instantly blossomed with luster, as if he had seen the sun through the clouds, and the panic he had felt just now was swept away, replaced by an unconcealable smugness. Ha, worthy of being my clan's barbarians, that what's his name Demon Jin, it might just be that my clan's barbarians have slaughtered him. He laughed loudly, his voice filled with bragging. Devil Abyss glanced at him coldly, that look, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. In his heart, he secretly sneered. Desolate barbarians could kill Demon Jin? It was simply a pie in the sky. Their 2 clans were in constant conflict. It wasn't like there hadn't been a fight between Desolate Barbarian and Demon Jin. Every time, it was a tie, and no one could do anything about it. Even if there is someone who is a little bit stronger, it will never be so strong that it can kill the other side. Outside the land of trials, white light flashed by like a tidal wave. Each flash brought out a batch of young 10,000 races trialists. The rampant smile on Desolate Rock's face also gradually became stiff with the passage of time, and finally solidified completely. The 7th batch of trialists came out, without the figure of the Desolate Blood Giant. The 8th batch, still none. The 9th batch, the same. Desolate Rock was completely flustered, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his heart began to beat violently. It can't be such a coincidence that all the youths of the clan are rushing out in such backward batches. He held the last glimmer of hope in his heart,
praying for a miracle to happen.
However, the white light stopped flickering and the teleportation ended.
There was none, not a single desolate blood giant race.
Desolate Rock's face instantly turned pale, as if all the blood color had been drained away.
His body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. The younger generation of the Desolate Blood Giant clan had truly been completely annihilated.
Like an enraged beast, Desolate Rock violently charged forward.
With one hand, he grabbed a young man from the Purgatory clan and pressed him down hard on the ground. The thick arm was like an iron hoop, making the youth unable to move.
"You!"
Desolate Rock's roar echoed in the air like muffled thunder. "Tell me,
where have all the people of my Desolate Blood Giant clan gone?"
His eyes were crimson, as if he wanted to eat this Purgatory clan youth in front of him alive. Seeing this, the people from the Purgatory clan who had come to receive him immediately took action. Their bodies were suddenly covered with a layer of blazing Purgatory fire. One of them charged forward violently, carrying a scorching flame with him as he ruthlessly crashed into Desolate Rock. The flames, as if they didn't need any fuel, burned uncontrollably in the void, emitting suffocating waves of heat. Even though the Desolate Blood Giant was known for its defense, under the sudden impact, Desolate Rock was still staggered. What made it even harder for him to endure was that the Purgatory fire actually spread to his body along with the impact. The flames scorched his skin, bringing a burst of heartbreaking pain that made him unable to resist baring his teeth and letting out an agonizing hiss.
Chapter 124, Where has that fury emoing one gone?
With no choice but to let go of the Purgatory clan youth, Desolate Rock had no choice but to let go of the Purgatory clan youth. Turning around, he utilized the power of his bloodline to extinguish the flames on his body. That youth rose up from the ground in a sorry state, his heart bursting with fear. Just now, if the big brother of the clan had been slower to help, he had a feeling that this Desolate Rock would have directly strangled him. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down a bit, then said with a hint of an impatient tone,
"Desolate Blood Giant clan?
You'd better die of this, there's not a single one of them left, all of them have been slaughtered." When Desolate Rock heard this, it was as if he was struck by a bolt from the sky, and his entire body froze in place. He turned his head violently, his eyes widening as he stared at the youth with a deadpan expression, his voice trembling as he asked,
Who did this? Who has this kind of ability? Could it be the immortal race?"
Desolate Rock muttered, "No, it can't be, my Desolate Blood clan has no enmity with the Immortal clan." As the youth looked at Desolate Rock's disoriented appearance, an inexplicable pleasure surged in his heart. This giant who had just rubbed himself on the ground was like a lost child at this moment, which made him feel a dark pleasure.
Who else could it be?
There was a hint of mockery in the youth's voice.
Do you still need to ask about this? In the entire land of trials, if you casually pull someone and ask them, who doesn't know? The human race, Emo Shadow Dust, he did it. Desolate Rock turned around violently and looked in the direction where the human race was, disbelief written all over his face. Human race?
His voice was low, carrying a hint of shock that was hard to hide.
How is it possible for the human race to possess such great strength? When the youth saw Desolate Rock's appearance, he didn't bother with him any longer and turned around to follow the strongest members of his clan, preparing to leave this place of wrongdoing. At this moment, Devil Yuan came up with a gloating face. The smile on his face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. He now felt that it didn't seem like it was a big deal that Demonjin hadn't been able to come out of the land of trials. After all, everything had to be compared. Yes, it was true that their demon clan had lost the strongest person in the younger generation. But look at the Desolate Blood Giants. They were completely wiped out, not a single survivor left behind. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable joy surged in Devil Yuan's heart and he couldn't help but shout furiously in his heart, "Yes! Desolate Rock, I really envy you, I envy you so much." Devil Abyss's voice, with a hint of undisguised gloating, entered Desolate Rock's ears. "This errand of yours, you've already accomplished a great deal before you've even moved, it's really easy and cozy to the extreme. It's like me, I still have to take the trouble to escort this group of demon race brats back to the demon realm, alas, it's really a pain in the ass." As the words fell, Devil Abyss gaze turned and landed on Desolate Rock's face that had long been torn apart by endless despair. Without mercy, he once again slashed at Desolate Rock's heart that was riddled with holes. Speaking of Mo Shadow Dust, this brat didn't know from which nook or cranny he emerged. Devil Abyss's tone was filled with contempt. "Your Desolate Blood Giant clan is really a vain name as well, to be killed by a mere human waste, it's really a disgrace." These words were like a huge stone into a calm lake, stirring up layers. In retrospect, 9 times out of 10, it was also from Mo Shadowdust's hand.
As for up to now, has been nowhere to be found, as if the evaporation of the mechanical race, I'm afraid it is also by this ruthless person. I'm afraid that it was also completely obliterated by this ruthless person.
This is almost undoubtedly a matter that does not require any speculation. After all, other than Mo Shadowdust, who else in the land of trials could possess such terrifying strength, as well as such vicious means? The others weren't that fierce. Nor did they have the ability. However, where was that frighteningly ferocious star, Ink Shadowdust? How come it didn't appear? The moment this thought popped up, the many youths of the 10,000 races present looked around unanimously, their eyes searching. No, there was no sign of Mo Shadowdust at all. An idea that caused them to feel both a hint of snickering and disbelief quietly grew in the bottom of their hearts. Ink Shadowdust died inside? The two of them, Wang Yi and Ling Wei, eagerly swept their gazes through the crowd the moment they were teleported out, trying to capture that familiar figure. However, as the white light lit up again and again, bringing in one silhouette that was teleported out, it went out again and again, taking away the last shred of hope in their hearts. The looks on their faces were gradually covered in a haze of despair. Although Ling Wei knew nothing about what was happening in the valley, she clearly remembered that Mo Wing Chen ended up traveling with Wang Yi. Hurriedly, she ran to Wang Yi's side with a hint of trembling in her voice. "Where is brother Shadowdust? Didn't he leave with you?" When Wang Yi heard this, he withdrew his wandering gaze from the youth of the 10,000 races, and a touch of bitterness surfaced on his face. A slight look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. "Yes, it was with me. The problem is, we didn't walk together until the end." He couldn't understand it even now. At the last moment, several people had clearly been teleported to the entrance of the valley. But why did Mo Shadowdust flee when everyone else was scrambling to get away? But why did Ink Shadowdust return to that valley without any hesitation? He couldn't understand why that mysterious force had teleported everyone out of the Forbidden Land. Why did it leave Mo Shadowdust alone there? Chapter 125. I'll go out and guard the outside. I'm afraid of being sneak attacked later on. Wang Yi's mind was in chaos, like a hive ravaged by a gale, unable to make a clear headway. For a while, he actually left Ling Wei hanging out to dry, not answering her eager inquiry. "Wang Yi." An old but middle-aged voice exploded in Wang Yi's ears like a thunderclap, and it violently pulled him back to reality from his chaotic thoughts. Wang Yi raised his eyes and saw that Sun Xiao was standing not far away, staring at himself with a burning gaze. Yes, Sun Xiao had known Wang Yi for a long time, and the relationship between the two was extraordinary. To put it simply, Wang Yi's master, that highly respected Taoist master of the Heavenly Master sect, was none other than Sun Xiao's brother in life and death. "What are you looking around for?" Seeing that Wang Yi did not respond, Sun Xiao asked again, a hint of concern in his voice. Meanwhile, among the 10,000 clans, those youths who came out through the teleportation array were chattering about the earth-shattering feat about Mo Shadowdust in the land of trials. For a while, all sorts of gazes, like spotlights, were projected onto the people of the human race. There was shock, doubt, fear, and gloating. Wang Yi was keenly aware that the undead race and the desolate blood giant race were gathering together and talking in low voices. From time to time, they were also casting meaningful glances this way. An ominous premonition surged in his heart, and Wang Yi knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, and he had to leave as soon as possible. Quickly walking to Sun Xiao's side, he gently pulled Sun Lao's sleeve and said in a lowered voice, "Elder Sun, we have to leave quickly. I'm worried that there will be a change." Sun Xiao frowned slightly and gave Wang Yi a puzzled look. He understood Wang Yi's character. This child had always been calm and collected. If not for the emergency situation, he would never lose his temper like this. Although Sun Xiao did not know what was going on inside, he made an immediate decision and turned to Ruoyan. "Ruoyan, pass the order down. All the human races, immediately board the boundary-piercing flying boat. We will leave immediately, don't delay." And Ruoyan nodded and turned to organize the crowd. Under Wang Yi's anxious urging, the boundary-piercing flying boat slowly rose into the air. The gazes of the crowd of the 10,000 races were like thorns in their backs as they stared tightly at the boundary-piercing flying boat. Right at this moment, a figure rose up in the air and stopped in front of the boundary-penetrating flying boat. Wang Yi fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually Xian Meiyu. His face was pale, and traces of the previous battle still remained on his body, but his eyes were still bright. "Brother Wang," Xian Meiyu's voice was slightly hoarse, but it carried a hint of determination. I don't believe that Brother Mo has fallen like this. If he returns to the human race in the future, please also help me relay a message to him. Just say that Xin Meiyu looks forward to meeting him again. After saying that, Xin Meiyu looked deeply at the boundary-piercing flying boat, turned around into a stream of light, and merged into the group of immortal race's magic weapons. The immortal race bigwigs harnessed various types of magic weapons, their light flickered, and they instantly disappeared into the sky. The reason why Xin Meiju was so certain that Mo Ingduan was still alive. It was all because of the white jade token that he had previously gifted to Mo Ingduan. If Mo Shadow Dust fell in the land of trials, that token would definitely not be spared and would be reduced to pieces together. However, he clearly sensed that the token was still intact. Even though it was separated from this place by an unknown amount of time and space, there was no doubt that it was intact. At this moment, on top of the boundary-crossing flying boat, Sun Xiao and Wang Yi were sitting opposite each other. Sun Xiao and Wang Yi were sitting opposite each other, and the atmosphere seemed a bit gloomy. Disbelief was written all over Sun Xiao's face, and his mouth was open to the point where he could almost stuff an egg. His voice trembled as he spoke. What? What? The Desolate Blood Giant clan and also the Undead clan, all of them have been wiped out? This was all done by Mo Shadow Dust? His voice became shrill from extreme shock, and every word felt like it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Wang Yi slowly nodded and added in a low voice. Actually, there's also the mechanical race. But this is something that happened after Mo Shadow Dust and I entered the Forbidden Land in the end, and very few people know about it. Sun Xiao waved his hand dully, his mind in a state of confusion, as if he hadn't yet regained his senses from this shocking news. The human race, just what kind of demon has this birthed? An unspeakable shock surged in his heart, and then a great pity surged back into his heart. Stronger? It didn't come back after all. Before he could think about it in detail, Wang Yi continued to recount the thrilling events in the land of trials. He also plundered all of the dead spirits that the undead race had revived, and utilized some sort of special ability to raise all of these dead spirits by one rank. He led tens of thousands of third-ranked dead spirits and swept through the entire trial land like a raging wind and rain. Wang Yi's voice carried a hint of awe that was hard to hide. 70% of the treasures of the entire trial land fell into his pocket. Oh, now these treasures should be in Ling Wei's backpack. After all, Mo Shadow Dust this suddenly disappeared. Ling Wei didn't have time to hand the things back to him. Wang Yi deliberated on the words to use, and in the end, he didn't use the term sudden death. It was just like what Xin Meiju had said. Deep down, he similarly did not believe that Mo Ingsuan was dead. He didn't have any evidence, but he had a strong intuition that Mo Ingsuan was still alive. Suddenly, Sun Xiao got up violently and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the room. Wang Yi was at a loss. What was going on here? This conversation was going well, why did he suddenly leave? Elder son, where are you going? Before Wang Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sun Xiao's urgent voice. Without stopping his footsteps and without looking back, he said, I'm going out to take a look outside. I'm worried that someone will sneak up on us later. These things you just said are just too scary. This one called Mo Shadow Dust has exterminated so many foreign races and seized so many treasures. What if these guys get annoyed? In a corner of the flying boat, Ling Wei was sitting quietly, her eyes empty and her face wooden. In her delicate hands, the light flows, a piece of treasure that is enough to make the world go crazy and scramble for it keeps surfacing, and then quietly disappears. Benefactor, where exactly are you? They say you are dead, but how can I believe it? I have carefully categorized your treasures, waiting for the day of reunion to return them to you. Don't make me wait too long. At this time, she had incomparable regret in her heart. Regretting that she chose to support Mo Ingsuan when he asked her to go to that dangerous place. If he did not say those words at that time, the benefactor. If he hadn't said those words at that time, the benefactor should be sitting beside himself right now. Why is it that the Mo Shadow Dust, who saved all the human races in the entire trial site, is not safe and sound? I actually did not leave the land of trials unharmed? Chapter 126 The Six Paths of Reincarnation God. The giant boundary-piercing flying boat tore through the void and steadily sailed into the human realm. Only then did the taut heartstrings of Sun Xiao and Wang Yi relax slightly. Only when they arrived here could they be considered to be truly out of danger. All the young talents of the human race changed to small flying boats and embarked on their journey home. They had a month to recuperate. Afterwards, they would all go to their respective martial arts academies and continue to cultivate
Xia Yunxi and Ling Wei boarded the flying boat to Highland Province side by side. Their gazes met, but they were both silent.
Inside the entire flying boat, there was stillness and silence.
Ling Wei's fingertips gently rubbed an ancient jade pendant, which was carved with intricate patterns and emitted a faint warm luster. This was one of the many treasures left behind by Mo Ingsuan, and she always felt that this jade pendant seemed to hide some sort of secret, but she was never able to penetrate it. Her thoughts drifted back to that place of trial where crises abounded. Recalling the days and nights of fighting side by side with Mo Ingwan, an unspeakable sourness surged in her heart. Xia Yunxi quietly looked at Ling Wei. She could feel the pain and longing within her heart. Sighing softly, she cast her gaze out the window. The flying boat traveled through the clouds as the mountains and rivers below swept by at a rapid pace. On the distant horizon, a red sun slowly rose, coloring the sky a golden red. A new day had begun, but that familiar figure could no longer be seen. Xia Yunxi's mind floated back to Mo Ingsuan's cold face and his deep eyes.
Mo Ingchen, you fellow, where the hell did you run off to?
Mo Shadowdust was, at this moment, trapped in an endless void passage, surrounded by chaos and nothingness. A little earlier, Beijing Yuan had manipulated his body. Using the power of soul domination to forcefully increase his strength, hundreds of fists rained down on the monster deep in the valley. The monsters wailed loudly and mournfully, and the space where the trial site was located collapsed. Unlike the others, Mo Shadowdust was in the center of the spatial fragmentation. The power of the laws of the trial site appeared pale and powerless in front of this violent force, unable to touch Mo Shadowdust in the slightest.
Mo Shadowdust's body fell into the endless nothingness along with the spatial fragments. In the void, a spatial reflection flashed from time to time. That was the unknown realm and the spatial tunnel briefly intersecting. If Mo Shadowdust wanted to leave this place, it wasn't difficult. He only needed to wait until the realm was close, and with a leap, he could enter it. However, he could not predict where the realm would lead to. He did not yet have the strength to tear through space and travel freely through this spatial tunnel. That was a realm that could only be achieved by at least an 8th-ranked powerhouse. This meant that it was easy to leave, but it would be as hard as hell to come back. Therefore, Mo Shadowdust was not impatient. Whenever there was a boundary collision, he would then use his spiritual power to carefully sense it, expecting to be lucky enough to collide with a human realm. In the void, time seemed to have lost its meaning, with only endless darkness and occasional flashes of spatial reflections. When there was nothing to do, Mo Shadowdust opened the dusty looting system with his hand. The system tone arrived as promised, mechanical but with a hint of exhilarating rhythm. Congratulations to the host, successfully killed an elite level target or above. Looting phrase, 6 paths of reincarnation remnant S. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. Congratulations to the host, successfully killed an elite level target or above. Looting phrase, 6 paths of reincarnation remnant S. Please go to the word bank and fuse it yourself. A series of beeps echoed in Mo Shadowdust's ears for 3 times. Earlier, Mo Shadowdust's entire mind was focused on the battlefield, so he didn't even notice the continuous beeps. At this moment, he couldn't help but rub his hands, his palms slightly warm, his heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. This was the first time in his history that he had simultaneously obtained 3 identical words with grades as high as S grade. Did this signify that he had a chance to synthesize the legendary God-grade lexical item? In the human race, there were many people who had awakened S-rank talents, but God rank, Mo Ingchen had never seen it. Never even heard of it. It was just that for some reason, the textbooks always had the God rank in them. Ink Shadowdust's heart, as if gently plucked by an invisible hand, beat a few points faster. He took a deep breath in an attempt to calm that stirring heart. Closing his eyes, his consciousness sank into the system space. In the word bank, 6 paths of reincarnation remnant S words that flickered with a ghostly light were silently suspended. Mo Shadowdust closed his eyes and silently recited in his heart, fusion. In an instant, the 3 words shone brightly, intertwining and entwining. The light gradually converged and eventually coalesced into a brand new phrase, quietly suspended in front of Mo Shadowdust. 6 Tao Reincarnation God. Simply by gazing at this phrase, Mo Shadowdust felt as if his soul was going to be sucked into it, and a strong longing surged through his heart. He chose fusion without hesitation. 6 paths of reincarnation God turned into a stream of light and merged into his brow. An unspeakably sharp pain instantly spread throughout his entire body, as if his soul had been torn into countless pieces and forcibly pieced together again. Mo Shadowdust clenched his teeth, veins rippled on his forehead, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down. He could feel that his soul was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis,
becoming stronger and tougher. After an unknown amount of time, the intense pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a ghostly light flashed through his eyes, as if he was able to penetrate through all illusions. With a thought, information about the 6 paths of Reincarnation God surfaced in his mind.
6 paths of Reincarnation God, ruling over the 6 paths and reincarnating in the afterlife.
After studying for half a day, he didn't find any changes after attaching this phrase. Shadow Dust could only temporarily suppress the restlessness in his heart and shift his attention to another item. It was a transparent, irregularly shaped object that was silently suspended in front of him. This was what Beijing Yuan had fished out of that endless spatial turbulence by manipulating his body before the trial land shattered. At that time, the situation was so urgent that Suan didn't have time to check it out and was caught in this spatial turbulence. Thinking back now, that monster in the Forbidden Land seemed to have attached great importance to this transparent object as well. It even went so far as to fight with Beijing Yuan for this fragment at the cost of seriously injuring itself. This made Shadow Dust even more curious about the origin of this transparent object. He carefully probed his spiritual energy into it. World Fragment. The system prompt sounded abruptly, causing Chen to faintly stare. A world fragment? What was this thing? Shadow Dust frowned as he continued to explore the world fragment with his spiritual energy. However, other than the words world fragment, he could no longer obtain any useful information. This world fragment was like a stubborn stone. No matter how much he probed, there was no response. Shadow Dust tried to inject his spiritual energy into it, but it was just like a clay ox entering the sea, not causing a single ripple. With no choice but to give up for the time being, Shadow Dust put the world fragment away. Chapter 127 You. Are you human? Gotta be. This trip to the Forbidden Land was for nothing. Did you get anything out of it? Yes. But no matter whether it is the 6 paths of reincarnation, or this world fragment, all cannot understand. Forget it, now or as soon as possible to leave this void space, return to the human world, is the most important. In the tunnel, time and space lost their meaning. Shadow Dust didn't know how long he had been drifting in this nothingness. Surrounded by eternal nothingness, only the occasional flash of spatial reflection could make him feel a hint of reality. Shadow Dust's spiritual power was always on alert, sensing everything around him. Day after day. Shadow Dust had already lost count of how many times he had experienced realm collisions. Each time, he used his spiritual energy to perceive with hope, only to be disappointed time and time again. Some of those realms were desolate and dead, some were violent and chaotic, and some were full of unknown dangers, but none of them were human realms. Shadow Dust's mood, from the initial excitement, gradually became calm, and finally even a little numb. He was like a tireless machine, mechanically repeating the process of perception, judgment, and disappointment. Just when Chen was almost about to give up hope, a familiar and intimate feeling suddenly surged into his heart. Fiercely opening his eyes, his spiritual power spread frantically in all directions. He sensed a familiar aura. Human realm. Shadow Dust's heart was ecstatic as he rushed towards the direction of that aura without hesitation. His body transformed into a stream of light, cutting a trajectory through the void of space. It was getting closer and closer, that familiar aura was getting stronger and stronger, and Shadow Dust was even able to feel the vibrant vitality in the human realm. He saw familiar mountains and rivers, familiar cities and villages, and familiar people. I'm back! Shadow Dust cried out in his heart as his body slammed into the barrier of the human realm. After a violent tremor, Shadow Dust's figure disappeared into the void of space and appeared on top of an unfamiliar wilderness. He greedily breathed in the air of the human realm and felt the long-lost sunlight, his heart filled with excitement and joy. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Looking around, he was in the middle of a desolate graveyard, surrounded by a thick aura of death. One grave after another was lined up, eerie and terrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. A faint putrid odor wafted in the air, sickening. This is the Undead realm? Shadow Dust's face turned ugly. How could he not expect that he had gone through all the trouble to come to this hellish place? No wonder he felt both familiar and affectionate. This place, after all, was the source of his necromancer power. Martyr, all day long with that pile of skeletons, stayed for a long time, feel the power of necromancy kindly? The sound of bones rubbing together suddenly rang out, breaking the dead silence. In the distance, a few skeletons, empty eye sockets flickered with ghostly blue soul fire. Sensing the aura of the living, they were staggering towards this side. Ink Shadow Dust subconsciously waved his arm in an attempt to summon his right-hand man, Vigor.
Touch. A muffled sound. The moment Vigorous was summoned, his left foot tripped over his right foot and he stumbled, falling to the ground and scattering his bones all over the place. Ink Shadow Dust helplessly held his forehead, secretly laughing bitterly in his heart. How long has this been over, and the undead flame hasn't even recovered yet? The aftereffects of using soul domination this time were far more severe than the last time. Sighing, he withdrew his great strength. Backhandedly, he drew the Xian Chong Tang blade from his back. Facing the skeleton that was already approaching, Mo Shadow Dust did not hesitate and slashed down. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, precisely splitting the skeleton into a pile of broken bones. However, when he raised his head, he realized that more skeletons were pouring in from all directions, the sheer number of them making one's scalp numb. Soul flames danced in the eyes of these skeletons. As if they had smelled the most delicious delicacies in the world, their steps were staggering yet firm as they gathered towards Mo Winged One. To these undead, the scent of a living person was like the most delicious cake, exuding fatal temptation. Mo Shadow Dust could only wield his Shin Chong Tang blade to fight these tireless and fearless skeletons. With a powerful sweep, wherever the blade passed, a piece of skeleton in front of him was smashed into pieces, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. Ink Shadow Dust did not have a trace of joy. Looking around at the more and more undead gathered, his brows tightly locked, his heart secretly said that it was not good. A living person like himself, in this world full of undead, was like a bright lighthouse that would only attract endless chasing and killing. Right now, these were only low-level skeletons. What if they encountered high-level undead? At that time, I'm afraid that they won't even have a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Mo Shadow Dust's mind moved and quickly opened the word bank. Breath Concealment B. Breath Simulation A. Environmental Integration C. Inconspicuous D. All sorts of words and phrases related to hidden breath flashed with various colors of light in the word bank. Ink Shadow Dust didn't have time to think about it, and brainlessly added all of these phrases to himself. Who cares if it's useful or not, let's try it first. I don't know which word played a role, or if all the words stacked on top of each other produced a strange effect. The skeletons that originally came like a tidal wave stopped in their tracks at this moment. The soul flames in their empty eyes flickered, as if they were searching for something, but were clueless. After a few moments, they seemed to have lost their goal and began to wander around aimlessly, returning to their previous state. These skeletons were all low-ranked existences that had just awakened and become undead, but hadn't actually awakened their spiritual intelligence. Their simple to the extreme thinking was simply unable to comprehend the bizarre situation in front of them. Mo Shadow Dust let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He watched as the skeleton that was close by turned away, but treated himself as if he was nothing, and his heart celebrated. Finally, he was temporarily free from the crisis. If he had been in this undead realm and had been facing an endless siege, then what was there to talk about finding a way to return to the human realm? It would be lucky not to be exhausted alive. Are human? A dry, hoarse voice suddenly entered Mo Winged One's ears with a few moments of doubt. This sudden voice caused Mo Winged One's body, which had just relaxed, to stiffen violently. Turning violently, the Shin heavy tang blade in his hand was raised high. Muscles tensed, ready to slash at any time, and the aura around his body instantly became harsh and incomparable. Only to see in front of him, a short skeleton was standing not far away. Its skeleton was slender, and compared to the other skeletons, it appeared extraordinarily thin. In the empty eye sockets, the soul fire was weakly pulsing, and was timidly looking at itself, seemingly somewhat fearful. Strength. Not even a first rank. This is 0 rank? Chapter 128 Resurrection Stone? Kid's toy. Mo Shadow Dust's pupils suddenly contracted, and shocking waves rippled through his heart. This was simply unheard of. Awakening spiritual intelligence at the 0 rank? This little skeleton, could it be someone in a million genius? He slowly put down the blade in his hand, took a deep breath to calm his agitated feelings, and hooked his finger towards the little skeleton. The little skeleton cocked his head, seemingly understanding his movements, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped away from his white moist leg bones, limping towards Mo Shadow Dust. Ink Shadow Dust was not the least bit worried that this little skeleton would pose any threat to him. With this strength? Of it, don't say that it would hurt itself. Even if it stood there and let it hack for a year, it was estimated that it couldn't even break its own skin. Time passed, and several days passed in a flash.
Imo Shadow Dust led a small skeleton with a petite figure, only half a man's height, with bones as glistening as jade, and slowly came to the edge of a mountain.
Stopping to rest again? You humans are really troublesome.
The little skeleton's crisp voice rang in his ears with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ink Shadow Dust did not pay any attention to this chattering little skeleton, and sought out a flat spot to sit down, closing his eyes and resting his mind. These few days together, he had already figured out the habits of this little guy.
This little skeleton should be just awakened spiritual wisdom soon. To all things in the world are full of strong curiosity.
Simply a walking 100,000 reasons.
As long as Mo Ingsuan dared to answer, it would be able to chat with him for a whole day without ever getting tired. Are you humans all like this? Walking and stopping, but you still need to rest? Humans are such a pain in the ass. What does tiredness really feel like? Can you describe it to me? Mo Shadowdust, why are you ignoring me? Could it be that humans are unable to speak when they are tired?
The little skeleton's clear and slightly childish voice was like a magical sound filling the ears, constantly echoing in Mo Ingshan's ears. The veins at the corners of Mo Shadowdust's forehead faintly throbbed, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched a few times.
He was a 7-foot man, but he was despised by a small skeleton that was just above his waist height? What, you skeletons are great because you don't know how to get tired and can never stop walking, right? Bull, really bull. The little skeleton was still chattering on, that crisp voice was like a magic spell. It made Mo Ingshan only feel his mind buzzing as if there were countless bees really asking for it. Mo Ingduan cursed himself in his heart. He was used to the little skeleton's rambling that was like a magic voice filling his ears. This sudden quietness actually made him a little uncomfortable, and even vaguely nostalgic. He lightly hooked his finger, and the resurrection stone crossed an arc, returned to his hand, and disappeared. The little skeleton woke up as if from a dream, the soul fire in its empty eye sockets dimmed slightly. It turned its head and looked towards Mo Shadowdust, its clear voice resounding once again. Mo Shadowdust, on this stone, why does it have a feeling that makes me feel both affectionate and fearful at the same time? This feeling was marvelous, leaving it somewhat at a loss for words. Ink Shadowdust's heart was clear. In these few days together, he had already figured out the rules of communicating with the little skeleton. If he wanted the conversation to proceed at a normal pace, he only needed to keep one in mind. Never answer its questions, but instead ask them back. How long have you been awakened? Mo Shadowdust spoke faintly, a hint of imperceptible probing in his voice. When the little skeleton heard this, it immediately stopped chattering and lowered its skeletal head, falling into deep thought. In its empty eye sockets, the soul fire flickered slightly, as if it was trying to recall something. Time passed minute by minute, the surrounding was quiet, only the breeze brushed through the mountains and forests, making rustling sounds. Ink Shadowdust was a little surprised. Is this a difficult question? Is it really this little guy that is not big-brained to dry dead? He was about to change the question, but the little skeleton opened its mouth. Only to see it stretching out its white finger bones, one hand with all 5 fingers open, the other hand with 2 fingers extended, gesturing in the air. 7 years? Ink Shadowdust asked tentatively. The little skeleton shook its head, and that action actually carried a few humanized flavors. 7 days? Ink Shadowdust's voice took on a hint of surprise. This was too much of a coincidence, right? Could it be that before he crossed over to this undead realm, this little skeleton had just awakened his spiritual intelligence? Who knew that the little skeleton was still shaking its little head, with a bit of childish cuteness between its movements? This time, it didn't let Mo Ingsuan continue to guess the riddle, but directly gave the answer. The voice was clear and crisp. 7. Awakened before the 700 energy tides. Ink Shadowdust's pupils suddenly shrunk when he heard this. An incredulous look appeared on his face, as if he had heard something heavenly. The undead realm didn't have a sun, and there was no alternating day and night. The way they distinguished time was the energy tides that appeared periodically. Every time the energy tide surged, it was equivalent to a year passing in the human realm. But this little skeleton even said that it had been awakened for 700 years? How is this possible? Ink Shadowdust had 10,000 disbeliefs in his heart. 700 years, such a long time. Even if it is a stone, it should be cultivated a little bit, right? Even if the qualifications were poor, it would not be so bad that it could not even break through the first. This little skeleton is clearly 0 rank. This point Mo Ingduan can be 100% sure, he absolutely can't be wrong. However, looking at the small skeleton's empty eye sockets, the soul's fire pulsed firmly, without the slightest flicker. Chapter 129, From now on, can I call you Shao Tsung? Imo Shadowdust's brows were tightly locked, his heart was full of doubts. He pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, these 700 years of yours. Have you never practiced cultivation? Cultivate? This term seemed to have touched the little skeleton's intellectual blind spot. It cocked its head, the soul fire in its empty eyes flickering with doubt. Once again, it asked a question with a hint of bewilderment in its voice. What do you mean by cultivation? Ink Shadowdust sniffed, only to feel a wave of headache. With patience, he pointed at the ghostly blue soul fire in the little skeleton's skull and explained, it means growing your soul fire, making it stronger. Who knew that the little skeleton was still at a loss as it blinked its empty eye sockets? The soul fire swayed gently, as if it was thinking about something, and then asked in that clear, childish voice. Why do we need to grow the soul flame? Are there any benefits to growing it? Mo Shadowdust was completely speechless. He only felt a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. This little skeleton was simply the ultimate version of the 100,000 reasons. However, at the same time, he also began to believe that this little skeleton may really have been awakened for 700 years. After all, the undead had an almost eternal life, and would not age or die. If it really had never touched the concept of cultivation and had been muddling through 700 years, then, it didn't seem completely impossible that it would still be at 0 rank for 700 years. Thinking of this, Mo Ingsuan's heart moved, and he took out a faintly glowing drawing from his backpack. This drawing was called the Soul Matrix, and it was a trophy that came out when he killed the blood spike in the trial grounds. This was a cultivation technique specifically designed for the undead race that could help the undead enhance their soul power. Since Ink Shadowdust's army of undead were all summoned through system skills, they didn't require cultivation. Therefore, this drawing had been pressed at the bottom of his backpack and was almost forgotten by him. If it wasn't for this little skeleton who didn't know anything, it was estimated that this drawing would have to eat dust in his backpack for a long time. Mo Shadowdust handed the soul matrix to the little skeleton in front of him, secretly pondering in his heart. Although this little guy doesn't know anything, but maybe it is a moldable talent, if you can guide it on the road of cultivation, maybe it can become a big help to yourself. Mo Shadowdust handed the glowing soul matrix drawing to the little skeleton. Try it out, and follow the path shown on the drawing to guide your soul flame. The little skeleton sniffed and gazed down at the drawing in its hand, the soul fire in its empty eye sockets pulsing slightly, as if it was pondering. A few moments later, it began to carefully try and follow the trajectory on the drawing, controlling the slow flow of its soul fire. Seeing this, Mo Shadowdust no longer disturbed, he gently closed his eyes and also began his own cultivation. This soul matrix, he had carefully studied it. According to the records above, if he wanted to run this soul matrix method completely once and deeply imprint the matrix in his soul, it would take at least a month. This matter could not be rushed, and needed to be done gradually. Anyway, within this undead realm, other things may be scarce, but only time, the most abundant. However, Mo Ingxuan's eyes had just closed, not even 10 minutes had passed. The little skeleton's cry with a few points of panic resounded once again, breaking the tranquility between the mountains and forests. Mo Shadowdust, you quickly come and help me look. I seem to be practicing out of order, what you've drawn on this diagram seems a bit off. Mo Shadowdust heard the sound and slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the little skeleton with his hands and feet. He couldn't help but feel a trace of helplessness in his heart, as well as a bit of amusement. Let's just say, you are 700 years old, why are you still so frightened? Can't you be a little more stable? Mo Ingduan, look. There was anxiety in the little skeleton's voice. It clearly says that it takes at least a month, or 1/12 of an energy tide, to complete the first cycle. But it's not right. I just followed the drawings, and in just a few minutes, I had already completed a cycle. Am I practicing badly? Ink Shadowdust was stunned and hurriedly went forward, probing carefully. This probing immediately set off shock waves in his heart. Shock. Unspeakable shock. What kind of astounding natural talent is this? Has it really been completed? In just a few minutes, he had accomplished something that would take months for others to accomplish? Such talent, I'm afraid that even if the legendary Shen Meiju came, it would have to bow down and say obey with joy. Mo Shadowdust couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the head of the little skeleton that was trembling with fear, with a hint of amusement in his tone. It's okay, not practiced bad, just you. Natural talent, far beyond ordinary people. Don't have to care what the chart says. A sentence that made the little skeleton's eyebrows open up and smile, his soul fire jumping happily. Even though Mo Shadow Dust couldn't explain how he could tell a smile from a skeleton. But he just could clearly feel that the little skeleton, at the moment, was laughing. From now on, I will call you Little Song, okay? When the little skeleton heard this, the soul fire pulsed more and more cheerfully. The rumbling sound gradually faded away. More than a dozen black warriors clad in heavy armor slowly disappeared at the end of their vision with heavy steps. Behind them was an infinite white bone wasteland, with tired white bones glistening with a ghastly white luster under the dim skylight. Shortly after, the black warrior's figure completely disappeared. A seemingly ordinary pile of bones suddenly stirred. With a soft sound, the top of the pile of bones violently loosened. An arm bone as clean as jade broke through the earth and came out. It swayed slightly in the air, as if testing its surroundings. Immediately after, Xiao Tsong's entire body slowly stood up from the pile of bones. On his head was a fragment of an unknown beast's skeleton, which made him look a bit funny. In his empty eye sockets, soul flames flickered erratically as he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Mo Shadow Dust, the black warrior is gone, come out. Xiao Tsong's voice echoed in the empty bone plane. Ink Shadow Dust, where are you? Come out. He shouted again, with a bit more searching in his voice. Along with Xiao Tsong's voice, another bone pile not far away shook with it. Mo Shadow Dust leapt out of the pile of bones in a single, athletic movement. His gaze swept over the direction where the black warrior had disappeared, and a trace of helplessness surfaced on his face. Turning his head to look at Little Tsong, Mo Shadow Dust couldn't help but reach out and ruthlessly rub his bare little head. With a few moments of doting reproach, see if you dare to provoke the black warrior next time. Xiao Tsong tilted his head, the soul fire flickering in his empty eye sockets, seemingly a little puzzled and a little aggrieved. Provoke? Did I provoke the Black Knight? Chapter 130, I want to stay by your side forever. 2 days ago, Mo Shadow Dust and Xiao Tsong finally passed through the sea of bones that knew no boundaries. Arriving at a seashore of pure black seawater. They accidentally found several aged wooden coffins lying quietly on the beach, as if they were remains forgotten by time. Xiao Tsong, this curious baby who was filled with a desire to explore everything, naturally would not let go of this opportunity to explore. He walked forward without hesitation, wanting to open the coffin and see what secrets were hidden inside. Perhaps because Xiao Tsong himself was also an undead creature, those black warriors sleeping in the coffin surprisingly didn't realize that their lair had been stolen, and remained immersed in endless dormancy. Seeing this, Mo Shadow Dust secretly sighed in relief. The black warrior was a powerful undead creature of the 3rd rank. If Ink Shadow Dust's undead army was still around, naturally he didn't care. But now, with his current strength, he was still unable to use those powerful skills, and trying to deal with a 3rd-order black warrior was as difficult as heaven. Fortunately, these black warriors had not awakened. If not for Mo Shadow Dust's timely intervention, I'm afraid that at this moment Xiao Tsong had already turned into a pile of broken bones, not even dregs left. Afterwards, there was a thrilling chase. More than a dozen black warriors chased after Mo Shadow Dust and Xiao Tsong relentlessly. For 2 whole days, they ran for their lives in this land of death. In the end, they fled back to the endless sea of bones, utilizing the white bones everywhere as a cover, and only then did they manage to dodge a bullet. This encounter had sounded an alarm for Mo Shadow Dust. The undead realm was far more dangerous than he had imagined. This endless sea of bones was fine, except for skeletons, there wasn't even a single undead creature with a spirit. But he couldn't stay trapped here forever. Besides Xiao Tsong, there wasn't even anyone he could communicate with, let alone find a way to improve his strength. If he wanted to leave the Sea of Bones, with his current strength of the 2nd rank, he was really unable to do so. Therefore, Mo Shadow Dust made up his mind that he must advance as soon as possible. In fact, as early as when he was in the Land of Trials, his experience value had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. All that was missing from advancing to the 3rd rank was a suitable bearer. Originally, Mo Shadow Dust had planned to wait until the undead army had completely recovered before embarking on the matter of promotion. However, the current situation did not allow him to wait any longer. The power overdrawn by Beijing Yuan seemed to have far exceeded expectations. After more than a week of recuperation, the undead army showed no signs of improvement, and the signs of recovery were minimal. No one knew when they would recover completely. Continuing to wait aimlessly like this was tantamount to sitting around waiting for death. Mo Ingduan was anxious in his heart. He couldn't continue to be passive like this, he had to take the initiative. Thinking of this, he grabbed Little Tsong, who was still chattering and full of questions.
Between the swaying of his body, he swept towards a hidden cave that he had discovered during his previous exploration. At the entrance of the cave, Mo Shadowdust's face was grave as his gaze fell on Xiao Tsong. Repeat back the words I explained to you before, word for word. Xiao Tsong's skeletal mandible opened and closed, and without hesitation, he began to recite, the soul fire in his empty eye sockets pulsing slightly. I will hide in the pile of bones near this entrance and remain absolutely silent. Unless you come out in person, Ink Shadowdust, I will not make any noise no matter what happens. Also, I will remain vigilant against all creatures that attempt to communicate with me, and never trust them easily. If I encounter a danger that I cannot deal with, I will prioritize the preservation of my own life. After reciting, Xiao Tsong lifted his skull, and in that empty eye socket, the soul fire flickered erratically, revealing a trace of unspeakable sadness. Mo Shadowdust, will you be gone for a long time? At this moment, Mo Shadowdust's entire mind was focused on the upcoming advancement, and to Xiao Tsong's question, he only responded casually and absent-mindedly. I'm not sure. Then can you not go? I think it's fine just the way it is now, why do you have to go for a breakthrough? There was a hint of pleading in Xiao Tsong's voice. In the past, after experiencing more than 700 energy tides, Little Tsong has always been alone, and that feeling. Really lonely. Little Tsong's voice became lower and lower, as if he had fallen into some kind of painful memories. At that time, there wasn't even a single person who could talk with me, so I could only walk aimlessly, not knowing where I was going or what I was doing. Luckily, then I met you, Moing Chen, you treated me the best, patiently explaining those things I didn't understand and answering my doubts every day. Moing Chen, I want to stay by your side all the time and never part. Xiao Tsong's voice with a few moments of pleading and a few moments of dependence continuously entered Moing Chen's ears, as if with magic power, causing his originally hardened heart to ripple. An unfamiliar emotion called heartache surged into his heart like a tidal wave, causing him to feel an inexplicable suffocation. Chapter 131 Mo Bingning's doorstep. Mo Shadowdust leaned down, his fingers gently rubbing Little Tsong's bare skull, an imperceptible gentleness flowing between his movements. To advance is to always be by Little Tsong's side. We're still too weak now, remember? Last time, those dozen or so black warriors forced us to flee in distress, how can we accompany you for a long time with such strength? Mo Shadowdust's voice gradually became firm. Don't worry, I won't be gone for too long, very soon I will be able to come back, at that time, I will bring you along to see the outside world. He paused for a moment, as if he had thought of some beautiful picture, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile. How about taking you to the human world? In Xiao Tsong's empty eye sockets, the fire of his soul pulsed violently for a few moments, as if hope had been ignited. Really? A faint voice spilled out from between its jaws with a hint of trembling, and then, the voice gradually became clear and firm. Okay, Moing Chen, I understand, you go to the cave to make a breakthrough, Little Tsong won't leave, Little Tsong will always be here waiting for you. Xiao Tsong also wants to cultivate, Xiao Tsong wants to go to the human realm with Mo Shadowdust, to see what that colorful world that Ink Shadowdust talked about is really like. The smile on Mo Shadowdust's face grew even thicker as he gently patted Xiao Tsong's head and turned to step into that deep cave. As his figure disappeared into the darkness, a huge rock fell with a bang, sealing the cave entrance tightly. Inside the cave, Mo Shadowdust sat cross-legged, surrounded by darkness, with only a faint ghostly light emanating from his body. Advancement, it has begun. Please choose the promotion bearer. The system's cold mechanical voice sounded in his head. Ink Shadowdust thought briefly and took out an item from his bosom. World Fragment. The bearer has been confirmed. Using the world fragment to advance may cause unknown risks, please continue? This kind of prompt had long been commonplace for Mo Shadowdust. From the time he advanced to the first rank, every breakthrough would be accompanied by a similar warning. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly chose yes. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the world fragment in Moing Chen's hand disappeared into thin air. At the same time, his consciousness gradually blurred and he fell into the boundless darkness. The third stage breakthrough, officially kicked off. Outside the cave, Xiao Tsong stood quietly in the pile of bones, motionless, like a lifeless sculpture. Only in the empty eye sockets, two groups of ghostly blue soul fire, burning quietly. Reflecting its hopes for the future, the desire to reunite with Moing Suan. Time, at this moment, seems to have lost its meaning. At the same time, in Subei City, the Xia family residence. Xia Yunqi had already returned home for a few days since the place of trial. Today, however, he heard that an unexpected guest had come to his door. When she thought of the relationship between this guest and that man, Xia Yunqi's heart suddenly rippled and throbbed inexplicably. Her lotus steps lightly moved, hurriedly rushed to the parlor. What met her eyes was the solitary figure of Mo Bingning, who was standing quietly in the center of the hall, like a beauty carved out of ice and jade. Xia Yunqi's heartbeat became more and more rapid. She had already guessed that Mo Bingning's trip was definitely for the whereabouts of Mo Ingsuan.
Miss Xia, when you left with my little brother, why are you returning alone now?
Mo Bingning's vermilion lips gently opened, her voice was as cold as an ice spring, but it carried the majesty of a top professional belonging to the third rank.
Where is my little brother him now? Where exactly have you gone?
The matter of the 10,000 clans contest was not a top secret, but it was not something that ordinary people could know. In this huge Subei city, I'm afraid that only a handful of people knew about this matter, never more than 5 people. And these 5 people, naturally, do not include Mo Bingning. As a result, Mo Ingchen had been gone for several months, and she had no way of knowing where he had gone. No matter how much she probed, the answer she received was always a cold 4 words no comment. Since that day, Mo Bingning realized that the Mo family owed Mo Ingchen many years of debt, has been difficult to calm her heart.
Guilt tormented her day and night, following her like a shadow.
She closed the door, several months have not stepped out of the house half a step. Originally, the imminent promotion of the 4th rank, that low-level and high-level professionals between the Rift Valley like a hurdle, has also been put aside by her mind. All she could think about was making up for Mo Ingsuan. Even though Mo Ingsuan had once resolutely said that she would have no more involvement with the Mo family.
But as the eldest sister, how could she bear to see her own brother drifting away?
This wait is a few months of time.
Until Xia Yunqi returned, Mo Bingning heart lit up hope.
Thought Xia Yunqi has returned home, that with her counterpart Mo Ingsuan must also return not far away.
However, a few days passed, Mo Ing Dust is still nowhere to be found.
Mo Bingning again difficult to hold back, and finally came to visit, want to ask Xia Yunqi to understand. In order to force Xia Yunqi to reveal the truth, she even went so far as to release the pressure of a third-order top professional in an attempt to make Xia Yunqi not dare to have the slightest concealment. However, she hadn't anticipated that in the land of trials, Xia Yunqi was also one of those who knelt at the foot of the Hearing Wind Xian mountain.
There, everyone was constantly bathed in the pressure emanating from Mo Ingsuan's skeleton throne. On top of the throne, Mo Ingchen's unintentional pressure was only stronger and not weaker than Mo Bingning's deliberate release.
Under this kind of subtle influence, Xia Yunqi had long been accustomed to this kind of intensity of pressure. At this moment, she felt it, naturally unperturbed. Mo Bingning's pressure, for Xia Yunqi, it was like a breeze on the face, unable to stir up any ripples. What's more, in the middle of the return journey, on top of the boundary-crossing flying boat, that stern gag order was still echoing in her ears, so how could she dare to easily spit out half a word?
Ms. Mo, I'm sorry that I have no comment.
Xia Yunqi lowered her eyes, her voice low, I hope you will bear with me on the matter of shadow dust. Mo Bingning heard the words, like being struck by lightning, her anxiety instantly climbed to the peak, and she actually lost her temper and grabbed Xia Yunqi by the collar of her coat.
Yunqi, tell me, what happened to him? Clang!
With a clear sword sound, the flying sword on Xia Yunqi's waist suddenly came out of its sheath and hovered in mid-air. Above the sword, a cold aura gulped out, the biting sword intent pointing directly at the center of Mo Bingning's brow. At this moment, Xia Yunqi is already in the middle of the second stage of cultivation, relying on the blazing sun sword immortal career specialties. In terms of attack power, may not be inferior to the top shadow warlock in front of this is not specialized in attacking the third order. Air, in this moment stagnation. The surrounding temperature seems to have plummeted a few points as the sword intent filled the air. The tip of Mo Bingning's nose could almost smell the cold and frigid air emanating from the blade of the sword. She stared blankly at the flying sword in front of her, her heart as bitter as a tidal wave. She slowly loosened her grip on Xia Yunqi's collar, and retreated backward in a weak step.
Miss Xia, it was me who was rude just now. Mo Bingning had a hint of trembling in her voice. I was just too worried about my little brother's safety, I hope you'll forgive me. Chapter 132 Missy, the Zhao family may know something.
Seeing this, Xia Yunqi's slender hand gently lifted, and the flying sword in mid-air, like a spirit, gently fell back into her hands, and was then slowly inserted back into the scabbard at her waist. She looked in front of her at the eldest daughter of the Mo family, who had always been known for her calmness, but at this moment, she was in disarray, and her heart could not help but well up with a complex emotion.
Miss Mo, I understand your mood.
Xia Yunqi let out a light sigh, it's just that, there are some things that I'm really not in a position to disclose.
I don't know if Mo and he will still be able to come back.
As for where exactly we went and what we experienced, please also forgive me for not being able to tell you. But I can tell you that this life of mine, Xia Yunqi, was saved back by Mo. If it wasn't for him saving me, I would have been buried in a foreign land long ago. Therefore, Miss Mo, if there are any dispatches in the future, but please command, Yunqi will certainly do her best. With these words, Xia Yunqi spoke with a firm resolve. She was clear in her heart, not just her, the entire human race, all the people who returned from the land of trials, which one of them did not bear the great kindness of Mo. If Mo had not saved the day, they would have been buried under the iron hooves of the undead and turned into shovelfuls of earth. Only, Xia Yunqi was considered to have a conscience and stated that she would definitely repay the favor in the future.
If Mo was really gone, she would repay to Mo's family. At least in the eyes of outsiders, they were Mo's family. Just don't know. What percentage of all the people who left from the land of trials were those who possessed such a conscience? After hearing this, Mo Bingning's petite body trembled slightly as she turned around and left, her back sullen. Worry in her heart, like vines growing wild, entangling her heart, getting tighter and tighter, almost suffocating her. Fankai, Xia Yunqi flying sword out of the sheath, the sword above the cold aura flashes, a strong aura of death came to the face. That was after countless life and death struggles, killing countless enemies to cultivate a terrifying aura. Once awakened, that aura will be ready to devour anyone. Little brother and this Xia Yunqi, exactly where did they go? Surprisingly, it was possible for Xia Yunqi to kill such a strong aura? And what did Xia Yunqi say just now? She was able to come back alive, all thanks to little brother's help? I wonder if little brother can come back. Could it be that little brother has met an untimely end? Once this thought surfaced, it was like a gangrene on the bone, growing wildly in Mo Bingning's mind. She violently stopped her footsteps and shook her head vigorously, as if she wanted to shake this terrible thought out of her mind. But that thought, however, lingered like a nightmare. She raised her hand to cover her chest, and there, a twinge of pain came, making her almost breathless. The pace under her feet became more and more disorganized as she stumbled back towards the direction of the Mo clan. The Mo family mansion, with flying eaves and arches hidden between the verdant ancient trees, was solemn and quiet. However, this tranquility was broken by a burst of hurried and messy footsteps. Mo Bingning, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, who had always been known for her calmness, at this moment, she stumbled into the home. On her delicate face, the usual coldness and arrogance of the past days had disappeared, replaced by deep anxiety and uneasiness. Her breathing was rapid and disorganized, her chest rising and falling violently. Mo Bingning's out-of-control appearance was coincidentally bumped into by Mo Chang, the butler standing at the door. Mo Chang, an old servant of the Mo family, had followed the Mo family head for many years. But at this moment, his weathered eyes were filled with doubt. "Missy, what's wrong with her?" Mo Chang heart doubt. Weekdays, Miss has always been calm and collected, the mountain collapsed in front of the color unchanged, rarely can let her mess up things. Today, what exactly is it that makes her so out of sorts? "Miss?" Mo Chang tentatively called out softly, with a trace of imperceptible concern in his voice. When Mo Bingning heard Mo Chang's voice, it was as if she only came back to her senses from her chaotic thoughts. She lifted her head and looked at Mo Chang, those originally clear and bright eyes, but at the moment, they looked a little confused. "What is it?" Mo Bingning asked back, a hint of fatigue in her voice, obviously not yet fully extracted from the emotions of the party. Mo Chang saw that her demeanor had slightly slowed down, and her taut heartstrings loosened a few points. Secretly relieved, he said, it's fine, I just saw that you looked abnormal, so I casually asked." Mo Chang originally thought that Mo Bingning would not say anything to him. After all, even though he was the Mo family's butler, and had even been given the surname Mo. But in front of the masters of the Mo family, he was after all just an underling. How could a subordinate dare to pry into his master's heart? However, to Mo Chang's surprise, Mo Bingning actually opened her mouth. Her voice carried a hint of worry that was hard to hide. "I have been wondering just now, where exactly has he gone, little brother Mo Chun? Why is it that in these past few months, there has been no news at all, as if he has evaporated from the face of the earth?" Her beautiful brows were knitted tightly together, forming a deep Chuan character. Obviously, this issue had been troubling her for a long time, making it difficult for her to sleep and eat. Mo Chang lowered his head in contemplation, his eyes flickering as if he was recalling something. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he raised his head violently. Eldest miss, there is something. Mo Chang wanted to speak, as if he had some concerns. The Zhao family, do you still remember? It's the Zhao Hao and his family that dueled with young Master Shadow Dust before. Mo Bingning's willow brows slightly knitted. Zhao family? Of course she remembered, that Zhao Hao, who had laid a murderer in the duel and was directly killed by her little brother. But what did this have to do with Mo Wing Chen's disappearance? Mo Chang saw Mo Bingning's puzzled face and continued. Eldest miss, I heard that the Zhao family is having a big feast in the past 2 days. It says that. Mo Chang paused, his voice pressed extremely low. It says it's to celebrate that the Zhao family's enemy, Mo Wingduan, is dead. Dead? Mo Bingning was like being struck by lightning, her delicate body trembled violently. She instantly understood what Mo Chang meant. Her own side had searched hard for Mo Wing Chen to no avail, but the Zhao family was celebrating his death with great fanfare. What did this indicate? It meant that the Zhao family must have gotten hold of certain information that she didn't know about. Thinking of this, a cold aura flashed in Mo Bingning's eyes. She took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the emotions churning in her heart. I see. She nodded to Mo Chang and turned around, walking away with a firm pace, heading straight for the Zhao family. In the Zhao family's residence, the lights and colors were all over the place. Large red lanterns were hung up high, and there was a steady stream of guests in front of the door. A lively scene. Mo Bingning walked straight into the Zhao family's front door, and no one stopped her. Even the porter at the door was attentive to the front, nodding his head and making a pleased gesture. She laughed coldly in her heart. The Zhao family really couldn't wait to celebrate the death of Mo Wingsuan. They couldn't even care less about basic precautions. Entering the courtyard, Mo Bingning realized that the Zhao family was actually holding a banquet. No matter who, as long as they came, they could all be seated and have a feast. Chapter 133. Even the news of death must be learned from the mouths of enemies. The courtyard of the Zhao family was bustling with people, pushing cups and exchanging drinks. It was naturally impossible for Mo Bingning to share a drink with those people at the same table on such an occasion. Her face was as heavy as water as she walked straight towards the inner courtyard. She wanted to find Zhao Qiankuan, the Zhao family head, and ask for a clear answer face to face. Mo Bingning's unusual behavior quickly caught the attention of the Zhao family's guards. Several guards quickly surrounded her and blocked her path. This young lady, may I ask who you are? The guard in the lead asked in a deep voice, a hint of caution in his tone. Mo Bingning stopped in her tracks and coldly swept a glance at the guard. Mo family, Mo Bingning. Her voice was clear and cold, no emotions could be heard. Where is Zhao Qiankuan? I have something to ask him. In the inner courtyard, Zhao Qiankuan was informed of the news, and the smile on his face grew wider. He stroked his beard and a hint of triumph flashed under his eyes. Good thing, this was a heavenly good thing. Mo Shadow Dust, Mo Shadow Dust, you also have today. Zhao Qiankuan's heart was so happy. That little bastard had killed his son, Zhao Hao, and he couldn't wait to tear his bones apart. Originally, he had prepared a group of assassins, intending to strike when he found an opportunity. Who knew that the kid had directly disappeared? Zhao Qiankuan took a lot of trouble to find out that Mo Shadow Dust had actually represented the younger generation and had gone to the dangerous trial place to participate in the 10,000 clans competition. At that time, he was still quite distressed. He thought that if Mo Wingchen had won a battle in the trial land and was given refuge in the ancestral land of the human race, then wouldn't his son's revenge be avenged? Who would have thought that a few months of waiting, but actually waited for the news of a reversal? Ink Shadow Dust unexpectedly died in the trial land. Although the person who gave him the news didn't explicitly say so, only saying that Mo Shadow Dust didn't return from the final transmission. But who was Zhao Qiankuan? He followed the vine and made some inquiries. This didn't teleport back. Isn't that the same as being dead? The space of the trial land shattered, and he, Mo Shadow Dust, could still survive? Absolutely impossible. Learning this news, Zhao Qiankuan was ecstatic, and immediately decided to hold a feast to celebrate. Originally, this was just their self-indulgence. But now, the Mo clan had taken the initiative to come to the door? This was simply doubling the joy. It was just the right time to mock the Mo family to their faces, making the Mo family desperate in themselves even happier. What else could be more pleasurable than this? Zhao Qiankuan's hands coiled two shiny walnuts, emitting creaking sound. He took a square step, strutting toward the front hall. Between the steps, all appeared to be intentional and crazy. He couldn't wait to see the expression of despair on Mo Bingning's cold face. That must be very interesting. Ms. Mo, why are you free to come to my Zhao family?
Zhao Qianquan's voice came from behind him, carrying a few hints of teasing and a few hints of smugness. Mo Bingning slowly turned around and coldly stared at him. Zhao Qianquan swaggered up to Mo Bingning and looked her up and down, his eyes full of mockery.
Isn't this the Mo family's eldest miss? What a rare guest. He deliberately stretched his tone and said in a conspiratorial manner. What, Miss Mo is also here to attend my Zhao family's banquet. It just so happens that we are celebrating the death of our enemy. Why don't you join us for some? Mo Bingning's face became even colder and her voice was like ice. Zhao Qianquan, cut the crap. I'd like to ask you, on what basis do you say that my little brother Moing Chen is dead? Zhao Qianquan sniffed and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Don't talk nonsense, Miss Mo. He said with feigned surprise. Go out and ask around. My Zhao family celebrates the death of an enemy. When did we ever say that Mo Shadow Dust died? Speaking of this, Zhao Qianquan couldn't hold back any longer, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. But I did get the news that Mo Shadow Dust of your family, I'm afraid he's really dead, ha. Zhao Qianquan could no longer control that pretentious look and simply laughed out loud. Mo Bingning immediately retorted. You fart. Shadow Dust is dead? How come my Mo family didn't receive the news? Zhao Qianquan laughed even louder at his words, laughing as he did so. You? What news could you have gotten? You ask your family Mo Kue to check. I don't believe it. If he really wants to check, he can't find out the results. Zhao Qianquan had a mocking smile on his face. Miss Mo, as far as that? That Mo Shadow Dust, no one cares about his death or life at all in your house, even Mo Kue is too lazy to check where his son actually went. He deliberately paused, his voice lowered a few points. Fine, since you have to ask, then I'll tell you. Mo Ingwan is indeed very strong enough to represent the younger generation of the human race and went to the land of trials to participate in the 10,000 races competition. However, this kid didn't know what Heavenly Wrath did inside that trial land, and all the human clans that participated were given a gag order, forbidding them to say what exactly happened. I also wasted a lot of effort before I found out that kid Mo Ingchen didn't even make it out of the trial land. As for what not coming out means? The smile on Zhao Qianquan's face grew more and more hideous. I'll tell you, the space in the trial land shattered, and not coming out means death. That little girl Xia Yunqi went with him. If you don't believe me, go ask her. Alright, there's something else on my side. Ms. Mo, take your time and don't see me off. After saying that, Zhao Qianquan laughed again and turned around to directly return to the inner courtyard. Only the disoriented Mo Bingning was left standing in place. Mo Bingning stood in a daze, her mind blank. Xia Yunqi? Before she came, she had indeed just returned from Xia Yunqi's place. At that time, Xia Yunqi's appearance of wanting to say something, as well as the lingering sadness in the depths of her eyes, now that she thought about it, everything had been made clear. Then associated with Zhao Qianquan words. Mo Bingning's body trembled slightly, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, bringing a burst of stinging pain. But this pain, how could it compare to 1/10,000th of the pain inside her heart at this moment? She had always thought that her feelings towards Mo Ingchen were complicated, with a few points of utilization, a few points of guilt, and a few points of unspoken affection. But it wasn't until this moment that she came to her senses. It turned out that, without realizing it, the younger brother that she had neglected, used, and treated as a tool had long occupied such an important position in her heart. Mo Ingduan. She muttered, her voice carrying a hint of trembling, a hint of remorse, and a hint of incredible grief. She couldn't imagine that the teenager who always carried a bit of detachment, a bit of indifference, had left her forever just like that. In the Mo family, no one really cared about Mo Ingchen's death or life. Chapter 134, Here is my territory. Mo Kue, his father, had little affection for his youngest son, who had strayed away from home since he was a child. As for the others, they even regarded Mo Ingchen as an alien and a disgrace. Even the news of his death was learned from his enemy, Zhao Qianquan. What an irony, what a sadness. Mo Bingning's eyes were moist, tears swirled in her eyes, but they never fell. She couldn't cry, she was the Mo family's eldest young lady, she was the hope of the Mo family, she couldn't show the slightest bit of weakness in front of the enemy. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the emotions churning in her heart, and turned to leave. Undead realm, endless bone sea. Here, shrouded in a dead silence all year round,
the gray sky and the endless white sea of bones constituted the only color in this heaven and earth. Frost Soul, the lord of the sorcerer and demon clan, was leading 2 black warriors, patrolling in this dead sea of bones. He was clad in a dark purple robe embroidered with complicated magical runes, holding a staff inlaid with skulls in his hand, and exuding a gloomy and cold aura all over his body. As the lord of the witch demon clan, Frost Soul's strength was undoubted. He had long since reached the 5th rank, and was only 1 step away from the 6th rank. In this territory, he was the absolute master. The 2 black warriors behind him, on the other hand, were his most loyal guards, with a strength of the 3rd rank, sufficient to deal with most dangers. This endless bone sea, although it was nominally Frost Soul's territory, in reality, the situation here was very special. This was the place where the strongest person in the undead realm, the Bone King, had initiated his spirit.
It had an extraordinary significance.
Logically, as the bone spirit initiation site, countless powerful undead creatures should have been born here. But in fact, I don't know whether it was due to the change in the rules of heaven and earth or some other reason. This sea of bones has been tens of thousands of years since any new undead awakened their spiritual wisdom. In the realm of the undead, even if the undead that have not awakened their spiritual intelligence are strong, they are nothing more than walking corpses.
They are not recognized as undead at all.
At best, they are just cannon fodder to be used by the undead clan.
For the undead clan, there were only 2 ways to gain spiritual wisdom. The first is natural awakening. This is also the growth path of the vast majority of undead. The second was to be summoned to the human race by a human necromancer. This kind of undead would be given spiritual intelligence by the rules of heaven and earth. However, in the eyes of the undead clan, such undead were not even considered undead. It was merely a traitor to the human race. As a lord, one of Frost Soul's important tasks was to search for those undead that had awakened their spiritual intelligence. They were then concentrated and sent to the central city of the undead realm for unified training. This was both to grow the strength of the undead clan and to maintain order in the undead realm. My lord, will there really be undead who have awakened their spiritual intelligence here? A black warrior asked in a jarring voice, a hint of doubt in his voice. I don't know.
Frost Soul replied indifferently.
However, this is Lord Bone King's order, and we must carry it out. There was a hint of majesty in his voice. Yes, my lord. The black warrior lowered his head, not daring to ask any more questions.
They continued to patrol through this dead sea of bones, searching for the almost impossible to exist undead that had awakened their spiritual intelligence. And at this moment, at the edge of the mountain not far from them, a pair of slightly curious eyes were quietly watching them. Just as Frost Soul was preparing to leave this area. Inside the cave, Ink Shadow Dust's advancement reached a critical moment. Suddenly, an unstable energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Frost Soul was keenly aware of the difference. He let out a light eep and violently turned his head to look in the direction of the cave where Ink Shadow Dust was. His soul power instantly spread out, enveloping the entire area. However, Ink Shadow Dust, with the various concealment words added, allowed Frost Soul to do some probing, but found nothing.
Strange.
Frost Soul whispered to himself, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Surprised in his heart, he directly led the 2 black warriors towards the direction where he had just detected the abnormality. The sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear in the silent sea of bones. Seeing that they were about to walk to the entrance of the cave, Xiao Tsong became anxious. Can't go any further. Mo Shadow Dust was in the cave, and if he went any further, he would be discovered. In his haste, he violently jumped out of a pile of bones. Opening his arms, he stopped in front of Frost Soul, his body trembling slightly.
You? What are you doing?
Satoshi's voice carried obvious tension and wariness.
This is my territory.
It tried to look menacing, but there was something funny about that little body, any way you looked at it.
Frost Soul was stunned at first, then couldn't help but laugh. The laughter carried a hint of playfulness, a hint of curiosity, and a hint of ecstasy. What am I? Found something?
Frost Soul said secretly in his heart.
Endless sea of bones, there are actually skeletons that have awakened their spirit?
This was a strange event that would be rare in 10,000 years.
If this news was reported to Lord Bone King, wouldn't he have made a great achievement?
Thinking of this, Frost Soul's soulfire couldn't help but beat a few points faster. He forced down the excitement in his heart and tried his best to say to Little Tsong in a gentle tone.
Little skeleton, don't be afraid, I'm your kindred spirit. Tell me, did you awaken your spirit in this endless sea of bones?
Little Song listened to Frost Soul's question, but did not say a word. It stared at Frost Soul with a deadly stare, its eyes filled with vigilance. It still remembered Mo Shadowdust's instructions, and it didn't trust anyone but Mo Shadowdust.
Do you have a name? Frost Soul asked again.
Little Song remained silent.
How long have you been awakened? Frost Soul continued to ask. Little Song was still silent.
Frost Soul looked at the little skeleton in front of him who hadn't said a word except for one word at the beginning. According to reason, a newly awakened undead should be naturally close to other undead with spiritual intelligence.
Why is this little skeleton? Was so wary? However, no matter. Anyway, it can be determined that this skeleton has definitely awakened its spirit. As long as we bring it back and send it to the central city afterward, the rewards will be in hand by then. Who cares if it speaks or not? Thinking of this, Frost Soul directly ordered the Black Warrior to go up and take away Little Song.
Take it away. Frost Soul's voice was hoarse as he directly ordered the Black Knight behind him. When the Black Knight heard this, he took a big step forward and grabbed Xiao Tsung's body as soon as he could.
Little Song instantly panicked.
It desperately struggled, its hands and feet stomping about. But that little bit of strength, in front of the Black Warrior, was not worth mentioning at all.
In the heat of the moment, Xiao Tsung operated his soul matrix, and a soul shock violently struck the Black Warrior's hand that was holding it. Chapter 135 Final Promotion to Third Order. The Black Warrior let out a light eep. The palm of his hand slightly exerted force, directly crushing Xiao Tsung's weak soul impact. Little skeleton, you've practiced? To the side, Frost Soul's voice sounded once again with a hint of surprise. Where did the gongfu come from? Little Song, who was lifted in mid-air, stomped his hands and feet, unable to stop himself from shouting. Little Song won't go. When Frost Soul heard this, he was instantly happy. Speaking again, speaking is good. At the very least, it means that he didn't misjudge, this little skeleton has indeed awakened. And what did I hear just now? This little skeleton has a name? Little Song? This is advanced spiritual intelligence? In his heart, he was overjoyed, not caring much about the Frost Soul. He directly ordered the Black Warrior to bring Little Song, and the three of them left towards the Frost Soul's territory at breakneck speed. Little Song, who was grasped in the hands of the Black Warrior, turned his head with difficulty towards the cave where Mo Ingsuan was, and glanced at it. Ink Shadow Dust, Little Song has been captured. You will come to find me, right? Xiao Tsung didn't dare to make a sound for fear of exposing the place where Mo Shadow Dust was hiding. Just secretly thinking in his heart. I don't know how long it took. There was a sound from the cave that was sealed from the inside by Mo Shadow Dust. Ink Shadow Dust. Advancement completed. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the third rank. Please select the third rank skill. Ink Shadow Dust, who had already decided on his advancement skills, directly began to choose. Summoning Specialization, Black Knight Resurrection, Skeleton Knight Summoning. White Bone Specialization, White Bone Shield, Obliterating Storm. Skeleton Knight Summoning Skill. It was because Ink Shadow Dust considered his own summons, all of which were infantry, and oftentimes, the mechanical power was significantly lacking. Considering the special nature of his third order bearers, I'm afraid that he must urgently form a highly mobile cavalry unit to accomplish some special offensive tasks. White Bone Shield was nothing to write home about, summoning a hard bone shield in front of his body. It was entirely prepared for the phrase spell cure. Obliterating Storm, on the other hand, was an advanced version of the White Bone Storm that had previously entangled Ink Shadow Dust when he advanced to. It was mainly because vampires had a high ceiling. For example, a Black Warrior, with the strength of the third rank, the upper limit could only be raised to the early fifth rank at most. But a vampire, when summoned, is at the beginning of the fourth rank. There was indeed a possibility of cultivating it to the seventh rank. Although it was only a slight possibility. But it was enough to be okay. It was even stronger than the growth of many fifth-order summons. One must know that many fifth-rank summons could not even be cultivated to the seventh rank. Ink Shadow Dust. Profession, Necromancer. Rank, third order, first level. Attribute, Slight. Carrying item, first order Necromancer's Heart, second order Skeleton Throne, third order World Fragment. Carrying item, first order Necromancer's Heart, second order Skeleton Throne, third order World Fragment. For some reason, the Heart of the Grim Reaper did not unseal the new skill. The Skeleton Throne did unblock a skill called Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
The four horsemen of the apocalypse. The owner of the skeleton throne can take any creature into submission and make it one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
The throne owner can grant any ability to the horseman. This is... Ink Shadowdust's first thought was Wangi.
Seeing the meaning of this skill, if it was possible to accept Wangi as one of the four horsemen.
Wouldn't it be possible to bestow a part of one's own abilities to Wangi? And... giving words to Wangi, who was a human.
Although he hadn't tried it yet, Ink Shadowdust felt that the feasibility was high.
Forcing back his surging heart, Ink Shadowdust continued to look down. He desperately wanted to know what the world fragment was actually useful for. Whether or not it was consistent with the sight he had seen in a haze when he advanced. Third Order Bearer, World Fragment. World Fragment, the beginning of the world, evolving on its own. World Gate, small world subjects can use specific materials to build a world gate in the big world, and the existence of the small world can be transported through the world gate.
The description of the world gate didn't quite make sense.
But this world fragment. Ink Shadowdust moved with a thought. It actually directly disappeared in place.
Appeared in a grayish space.
Only to see that this space was less than 100 meters in circumference and empty. Ink Shadowdust waved his hand. Directly summoned 100 First Order skeletons to appear on the ground. Didn't dare to summon too many.
The main reason was that the venue was really small.
But as the undead appeared, the thing that made Mo Shadowdust dumbfounded happened.
Only to see that the entire space, surprisingly, began to expand crazily. It didn't slowly stop until it expanded to 100 times its size.
This is... the more existences within the world, the larger the area becomes? Ink Shadowdust hurriedly summoned a large number of undead again. Sure enough, it confirmed the speculation in his heart. The area within the world was really growing as the number of undead became larger. Ink Shadowdust frowned. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to expand infinitely? Then wouldn't it be possible to fit the entire undead realm in? Mo Shadowdust suppressed the excitement in his heart. After thinking about it, Ink Shadowdust waved his hand and took out a resurrection stone from his backpack, throwing it above the ground. The next instant, the entire space expanded extremely fast. Nope. This time, it wasn't just expanding. In Mo Shadowdust's perception, an altar actually appeared abruptly on the ground. That familiar appearance. It was actually exactly the same as the altar that had produced the resurrection stone within the Land of Trials before. Mo Shadowdust instantly realized. It turned out that what truly made the world expand was not the number of people. Rather, it was the energy. It was the energy carried on the undead, the energy carried on the resurrection stone, that caused the small world to expand. Ink Shadowdust continued to experiment, recalling the undead back to the summoning space once again. What ensued? It was the world area that significantly became smaller. The corners of Mo Shadowdust's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It's beautiful to think about. In the future, who would dare to mess with me? I'll directly paste a million undead army in his face. The more Ink Shadowdust thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but want to shout to the heavens. Ink Shadowdust thought about it. He directly gave his little world a domineering name. Underworld. He hoped that one day, this small world of his would truly grow into one of the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Mo Shadowdust took one step out. His figure disappeared into the underworld. When he reappeared, he was already in a cave. He pushed open the sealed cave entrance with one hand. The gray light unique to the undead realm shone in. Ink Shadowdust reappeared in the endless sea of bones. He was now somewhat impatient to share his joy of his advancement with Xiao Tsong. Some people, even though they had known each other for a long time, were strangers. And some people, even if they have only just met, always let each other get attached to their hearts. I don't know from when, Xiao Tsong, the short consumptive skeleton, occupied a large piece of position in the bottom of Mo Dust's heart. Little Tsong, I'm out, no need to hide. Mo Shadowdust shouted as soon as he stepped out of the cave. There was no way. Little Tsong's skeletal body, in this endless sea of bones, was too deceptive. Plus, it was originally awakened from this sea of bones. The aura of the body was almost identical to the sea of bones. Even Mo Shadowdust was unable to find Xiao Tsong with his spiritual power in this realm where there were piles of bones everywhere. But as the shouts came out,
The surroundings were silent. There was no response.
Mo Shadowdust's brows furrowed. Not there? Little Tsong, I'm back, where did you hide? This time, probably because Ink Shadowdust's voice was too loud. A few skeletons in the distance cocked their heads and came crookedly this way. But with a single glance, Mo Ingchen knew that among these few skeletons, there was no Xiao Tsong at all. Something happened? Ink Shadowdust's heart tightened. Before he closed, he clearly explained to Xiao Tsong, letting it wait for himself near this cave entrance. Now it has disappeared. Something must have happened. Mo Shadowdust moved with a thought. The army within the summoning space instantly spread across the entire field. The Blood Demon was directly summoned to his side by Ink Shadowdust. Blood Demon, give me command of the army and clear this area. At the same time, pay attention to finding a skeleton that has awakened its spirit. Likeness, relatively short, talkative, bones as bare as white jade. Ink Shadowdust gave a description. After hearing this, Blood Demon nodded. Directly waved his hand, commanding Ink Shadowdust's army of undead to surge out in all directions. Blood Demon turned back to Ink Shadowdust and said, Master, this is the undead realm, there are many high-level undead. I suggest that you sit on the skeleton throne until you are sure of the full situation around us. Add 1 rank of combat power to the army. Ink Shadowdust nodded. The skeleton throne appeared out of thin air. He slowly sat on it. Buzz. An invisible fluctuation centered on the throne and instantly spread to the entire undead army. The soul flames in the empty eye sockets of all the undead skyrocketed. The undead army, which was originally of varying grades, at this moment, actually raised 1 rank in unison. The bones on the skeletal warriors were even harder, flashing with a metallic luster. The bone bows in the hands of the skeleton archers had bowstrings that seemed to be made from the ligaments of some kind of creatures, flickering with a ghostly light. The zombies' originally dried-out bodies actually swelled up with the naked eye, and their skin took on a bizarre greenish-black color. Even the fluttering ghosts, their figures solidified by a few points, emitting gusts of palpitating hisses. Mo Shadowdust forced down the worry about Xiao Tsong in his heart. Closing his eyes, he began to inventory his backpack. In the land of trials, he had acquired a large number of treasures. Unfortunately, most of them were with Ling Wei. The trial land shattered too suddenly, and there was no time to retrieve them. However, there was also a portion of the pre-acquired ones, as well as at the Resurrection Stone altar, the life-buying treasures that many people had handed over were with him. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to study them. Mo Shadowdust's consciousness sank into his backpack. One item after another flashed before his eyes. There were daggers emitting a cold light, scrolls engraved with mysterious runes, and some unknown materials and ores. He carefully sifted through them. However, after some sorting, Mo Shadowdust was somewhat disappointed. Although there were many treasures, there were very few that were truly suitable for a necromancer. Most of them were some generalized equipment or materials. It might be a treasure to other professions, but to him, it was a bit of a chicken rib. However, very quickly, Ink Shadowdust's gaze was attracted by 2 skill books. On the cover of one skill book, a burning skull was drawn, and the title of the book, Soul Burning. On the cover of the other skill book, there was a giant, made up of countless skeletons, book title, Skeleton Combination. Soul Burning, first-level necromancer skill that allows a summoned object to gain more power for a short period of time at the cost of burning its soul. Skeleton Combination, second-rank necromancer skill, can combine the user's summoned skeletons together through the skill to become a giant skeleton. The stronger the spirit power, the more skeletons can be combined. Soul Burning, the very same skill book that was rejected outright by Mo Euro when he tried to bribe Ink Shadowdust. Mo Shadowdust chose to learn it without hesitation. As for the Skeleton Combination, kind of interesting. Mo Shadowdust started the experiment with interest. With his current spiritual power, he could combine up to 100 skeletons together. The strength of the combined giant skeleton directly soared to the 3rd rank. Only, the time limit was a bit of a headache. Skeletons that were combined together had a repulsion between their soul flames. In about 10 minutes, the giant skeleton would disintegrate. Ink Shadowdust was not satisfied with this result. 10 minutes, what could it do? Moreover, this was only when he was able to combine 100 skeletons with his full output of spiritual energy. The consumption of spiritual energy was too great, and it simply didn't pay off. Did Mo Shadowdust lack 3rd-order battle power now? No. Chapter 137 Brother Pillar. Until, Ink Shadow Dust had a flash of inspiration and tried to give words to the giant skeleton. Everything changed. Ha! Ink Shadow Dust let out a light eep as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He realized that the words were conferred with the giant skeleton as a whole. What he had attempted to confer was a C-rank word entry thick skin and flesh. After the words were bestowed, it unexpectedly greatly slowed down the repulsion between the soul flames. After a long wait, the giant skeleton disintegrated after more than 40 minutes. Also disappearing was the C-rank phrase he had bestowed. Wasted? The skeleton disintegrated, and the empowered target was considered non-existent, so the words disappeared as well? Ink Shadow Dust studied it thoughtfully. Then what if it's a higher level phrase? Is it possible to completely fuse a large amount of soul flames to make the giant skeleton permanent? Shadow Dust tried again, and this time, he bestowed the B-rank phrase Born Divine Power. It still didn't work. The time was indeed extended, but the power of the words seemed to fall short. The giant skeleton eventually disintegrated after more than 3 hours. Ink Shadow Dust was unwilling and continued with the skeleton combination. This time, he directly bestowed an A-rank phrase Born Divine Power. There was a flash. Dang! A dull metallic impact sounded, shocking his palms and making them slightly numb. This hardness, far beyond steel. Ink Shadow Dust's heart stirred. This was definitely not any kind of metal he knew of. Could this be the special effect brought about by the S-rank phrase silicon-based life? He tried to maneuver the giant skeleton around. Every movement was full of power, without a trace of stiffness caused by its larger size. This brand new metal skeleton definitely had far more combat power than before. The corner of Shadow Dust's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. It was another experiment. He discovered that the giant skeleton's morphing ability was even stronger, and could change into almost any form. Under Shadow Dust's orders, the giant skeleton eventually changed into a heavy truck. From now on, you'll be called Pillar. Ink Shadow Dust admired the creation he had spent more than half a day drumming up. The pillar was covered in a dark exterior that was exceptionally hard. It looked oppressive and very domineering. Shadow Dust smiled heatedly, pulled open the car door, and stepped into the driver's cab that had been specially remodeled by him. There was no steering wheel or anything like that in the cab, and the entire space was spacious and comfortable. Ink Shadow Dust waved his hand and the skeleton throne appeared in the cab. He smiled smugly. Now, the skeleton throne has. It was cool. A few days passed in a flash. Ink Shadow Dust leisurely leaned back and sat in the column's spacious carriage, holding a cup of steaming tea in his hand and gently taking a sip. Blood Demon stood respectfully at the side, reporting on the situation of the past few days. Master, the undead captured today have all been assembled outside. You can use your skills to collect them. Ink Shadow Dust nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. His spiritual energy instantly penetrated through the thick body of the vehicle and surged outward like a tidal wave, quickly covering the newly built square outside. Above the plaza, it was densely packed with all sorts of undead. These were all wild undead native to the undead realm, and at this moment, they were being firmly guarded by Shadow Dust's army of undead. Submit. Ink Shadow Dust softly spat out 2 words. The skill was unleashed. An invisible wave instantly swept across the entire square. The soul flames in the empty eye sockets of all the undead flashed violently, and the undead that were still restless and attempting to resist instantly became quiet. They obediently followed the blood demon's instructions and began to orderly converge into the various battle groups that had long been divided. Over the past few days, every day, a batch of these undead would be driven over and then subdued by Shadow Dust. His strength, as a result, grew by leaps and bounds. However, during these few days of experimentation, Ink Shadow Dust also discovered a drawback of the underworld. Although the underworld could incorporate non-skill summoned existences into it at any time. But because these existences could not enter the summoning space, Ink Shadow Dust had no way to summon them out of the underworld at any time. They could only enter and exit through the world gate. Fortunately, after experimenting, Ink Shadow Dust found that there were no special requirements for the world gate's construction materials. As long as one followed the spell provided by the skill and took any item whose 6 energy levels met the criteria, one could build a solid world gate. The entrance of the cave where Ink Shadow Dust had previously secluded himself was now covered by a world gate. From the outside, it was just an ordinary cave. But in reality, as long as one walked into it, they would be directly transported to the underworld by the world gate. Chapter 138 Born Lord?
These days, the construction of the underworld was also in full swing. Under the tireless day and night labor of the army of Undead, the entire center of the underworld, the beginnings of a small city had gradually been perfected. The Undead used the huge skeletons excavated from the sea of bones to build houses, and used unknown ores to pave roads. A building rose from the ground, and although it was simple, it was taking shape.
Half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
Ink Shadow Dust sat in the spacious cab of the pillar, his body slightly leaning forward, his gaze like a torch, staring dead center at the towering Undead city in the distance frost-cold collar.
This city was the target of his trip.
A few days ago, Vigor had led his skeleton battle regiment all the way through the Undead realm, invincible. Finally, their efforts were rewarded, and they managed to capture a few Undead who had awakened their spiritual wisdom. From these captives, Ink Shadow Dust learned where they were in the general situation of the surrounding forces. It turned out that this vast and boundless land was called the Endless Bone Sea. The Endless Bone Sea, on the other hand, belonged to this frost-cold territory in front of him. What made Mo Shadow Dust feel even more surprised was that these few Undead even knew an important piece of news. The Lord of the Frost-Cold Collar, the Frost Soul, had recently discovered a skeleton that had awakened its spirit in the Endless Bone Sea. Due to the huge cost of opening the teleportation array to the central city, Skeleton City, Frost Soul then released a message for the surrounding Undead who had awakened their spiritual intelligence to travel to the Frost-Cold Collar on their own, with the intention of teleporting all of them there at once.
Skeletons awakened in the Endless Sea of Bones?
When Mo Shadow Dust heard this news, his eyes immediately flashed with a brilliant light.
This skeleton, who else could it be but Little Tsong?
He immediately ordered all the Undead armies to move forward at full speed, targeting the Frost-Cold territory. Now, after several days of hasty marching, the Frost-Cold Collar was close at hand. Mo Shadow Dust's eyes grew sharper and sharper, as if he wanted to penetrate the thick walls and see everything within the city.
Master, we are less than 10 miles away from Frost-Cold Collar. Blood Demon's voice rang in his ears, interrupting Mo Ing Chen's thoughts. Mo Shadow Dust softly answered, his gaze still not leaving that city.
Pass the order down, prepare the entire army for battle.
Yes. Blood Demon led the order and left. Mo Shadow Dust took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes.
He needed to adjust his state to deal with the upcoming challenge. The pillar silently stopped in place, and the carriage was silent, with only the sound of Mo Shadow Dust's steady breathing, gently echoing in the air. The great battle, it was about to start.
Frost-Cold Collar, inside the towering building in the center. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating.
Frost Soul sat on top of the white bone throne, his face as gloomy as water.
Rubbish! A bunch of wastes!
His hoarse voice echoed in the empty hall, carrying an uncontrollable rage.
After so many days, you haven't even gotten to the bottom of the other side? What are you guys doing for food?
Below, a Black Knight captain clad in heavy black armor knelt on one knee, which meant that he was of the Undead clan and was born not to sweat. Otherwise, his head must be full of cold sweat right now. The Black Knight captain lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Frost Soul's eyes that were flickering with ghostly blue flames.
Lord, my subordinate has already tried his best.
The Black Knight captain's voice trembled a little. We sent a large number of scouts to try to blend into the other side's camp, but
what?
Other than those natural lords who were born with the ability to command the Undead, who else could so easily drive so many Undead without spiritual intelligence?
Captain Black Knight explained.
Frost Soul was silent. A look of gravity passed through his eyes that were flickering with ghostly blue flames. If the other party was truly a born lord, then things would be a bit troublesome.
Born lords, that was the most special existence in the Undead realm.
As soon as they awakened, they possessed great power and the talent to dominate the Undead. It was a top talent that all Undead lords could only dream of.
Continue monitoring.
After a long time, Frost Soul slowly spoke. As soon as there is any movement, report back to me immediately.
Yes, Lord.
The Black Knight captain responded respectfully before slowly exiting the Great Hall.
Frost Soul sat alone on top of the white bone throne and fell into deep thought.
His ghostly blue eyes flickered with a complex light. Below the Great Hall, beside a huge white bone pillar, Xiao Tsong was tightly bound by a thick and heavy chain. He pricked up his ears, trying to catch every word of the conversation between Frost Soul and the Black Knight captain. In his eyes, a faint glimmer of expectation quietly flashed.
Will it be him? Will Mo Shadow Dust come to me?
However, this trace of expectation was quickly extinguished by his own hand.
It should. It's not. Imo Shadowdust wasn't an undead, so how could he be some kind of natural-born lord?
After all, in Shao Tsung's memory, Imo Shadowdust had never summoned an army of undead in front of him. Little Tsung naturally had no way of knowing that Imo Shadowdust possessed the powerful ability to control the undead.
Chapter 139, It's Just Two Supermodel.
Frost Soul, Captain Black Knight, and Shao Tsung. The three of them, I'm afraid they never dreamed that the one who was about to descend on the city would be a human necromancer.
One must know that humans were simply inches away in the undead realm.
The rich living breath on their bodies was an irresistible temptation for all the undead. Even if an occasional human was unfortunate enough to be caught up in the undead realm by a spacetime rift, he or she would have long since been turned into a pile of withered bones under the unending siege of the undead.
So the few of them, pressed on, never thought in that direction.
Who could have guessed that Ink Shadowdust, the guy who had turned on the heat, would be able to use a large number of words that concealed his breath, shielding his own living aura tightly? Outside the frost-cold collar,
Ink Shadowdust borrowed the ability of Phantom Stinger to silently blend into Vigorous Shadow. He intended to let Vigor lead him into the frost-cold collar first, to explore the whereabouts of Shao Tsung. As for the danger, Ink Shadowdust wasn't worried. Frost Spirit knew nothing about Ink Shadowdust.
Blood Demon, however, had long ago mapped out the situation of the frost-cold collar.
There was actually nothing complicated about it. The entire frost-cold collar.
It was nothing more than the 5th-ranked Lord Frost Soul, the 4th-ranked Black Knight Captain,
dozens of 4th-order Black Knights, a few tens of thousands of 1st and 2nd-order undead. That's all. Is the 5th order very powerful? Vigor, the strongest combatant under Ink Shadowdust's command.
After coming to the undead realm in the endless killing, his strength had long since grown by leaps and bounds without restriction.
Under the of the soul-devouring Bloodblade, I'm afraid that Vigor's attributes are no less than those of an ordinary 5th order. Not to mention the addition of various powerful words. If he is truly undefeated. Ink Shadowdust summoned the Skeleton Throne. Strength can also be another step up. In the frost-cold collar, he is an invincible existence. Dolly was wearing a worn-out cloak.
He slowly walked towards the city gates of frost-cold collar. Ink Shadowdust had wanted Vigor to blend in silently.
But he didn't expect it.
Due to the pressure of the unknown undead army, the control of the frost-cold collar's city gates has been exceptionally strict in the past few days. All undead of unknown origin were banned from passing through and needed to be brought to a special place for scrutiny.
At this moment, a black warrior was interrogating Vigor. Where did you come from? Lift your head up for me to take a look.
Vigor slowly raised his head. The blood-colored skull was revealed under the characteristic gray light of the undead realm.
The black warrior was startled. A blood-colored skeleton? Unheard of.
With a choking sound, Black Knight drew out both hands behind his back. The Black Knight drew his two-handed sword behind his back.
He took an alert stance.
Seeing this, the surrounding guards immediately surrounded. Seeing this, the Ink Shadowdust in the shadow of Vigor instantly probed out with his spiritual power. A submission skill was used. He directly incorporated the several black warrior guards near the city gates. Several black warriors were slightly stunned. They then put away the big swords in their hands. The Black Knight standing opposite Vigorous, under the control of Ink Shadowdust, bowed and said, "I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't see it clearly just now, it's my fault, please enter." After saying that, he respectfully released Vigor into the city. The other undead that were gathering around were uncertain. A zombie who walked at the front, with scarlet eyes in his empty and dried out eye sockets, carried some doubt.
My lord, just now. Slap. A loud slap. The black warrior directly smacked this zombie away. What are you, daring to question me? Get back to where you were guarding.
After saying that, he continued to inventory the other undead who were preparing to enter the city. The entire high-end guard force at the city gates had all become subordinates of Mo Shadowdust without anyone realizing it.
One can only say that the skill of submission
in the undead realm was just too supermodeled. However, when using the submission skill just now, Ink Shadowdust felt a hindrance that he had never felt before. It was as if the range of the skill was compressed to the extreme. Originally, he wanted to directly incorporate the large number of undead in the city directly under his command.
As a result, this hindrance prevented his spiritual power from probing out that far.
It just barely managed to take in the few black knights around him. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Ink Shadow Dust had seen a city in the undead realm. The scene in front of him was quite new to him. Instead of a city, it was more like a huge undead gathering place. All sorts of undead were gathered here. They had all awakened their spiritual intelligence, but had no special talents. In this way, they were distinguished from the unintelligent undead that roamed the outside world. Just now, Vigor communicated with a loitering zombie through his soul force. Ink Shadow Dust learned that the city was divided into 2 zones, inner and outer. The outer area was the habitat of a large number of ordinary undead. There were hardly any houses to be seen here. There were graves and coffins everywhere. The characteristics of the undead made it so that they hardly needed to rest. If there was truly a special situation that required dormancy, they would just find a random coffin or grave to lie down in. The inner city, on the other hand, was slightly more decent. There were at least hundreds of neatly arranged houses. Here, basically, were the residences of the Black Warriors. However, what surprised Ink Shadow Dust was that there was even a vampire living in this city. No one knew how strong it was. This vampire, next to the inner city Lord's Hall, had built itself an ancient castle. It lived in deep seclusion, and the ordinary undead could not see it at all. Mo Shadow Dust directly ordered Vigor to return the same way. The situation here was different from what he had expected. Continuing to explore would only increase the risk of exposure. The situation in the inner city was too special, all of them were Black Warriors. Vigor's eye-catching blood-colored bones, if he really went in, he would be discovered in minutes. Turning back, he reappeared at the city gates. Ink Shadow Dust ordered. The Black Knights that he had previously taken in looked for an opportunity and approached silently. Master. The Black Knight lowered his tall head and stood respectfully in front of Ink Shadow Dust. Ink Shadow Dust nodded slightly. Just now, when I subdued you, I felt a resistance. What's going on? The Black Warrior didn't dare to be slow and answered in a hurry. Master, that was the city's defense mechanism, because among the undead, there are some natural-born lords that exist. Once they are awakened, they have the ability to command the undead. In order to defend against these natural-born lords, every city has special defense spell formations that can hinder the play of their abilities. Ink Shadow Dust listened in amazement. This ability sounded like it was even more exaggerated than his own subjugation skill. But on second thought, it shouldn't be. That whatever born lord, even stronger, it should not be able to command an undead with a master. Otherwise, it would be directly invincible. Casually walk around in the undead world, the whole world will become its subordinates. His own subjugation, indeed, ignored any situation, and could directly make any undead below his level submit. Even if it had a master before. Although it hadn't tried it. But Ink Shadow Dust felt that even if it was an undead summoned by other necromancers in the human race, he himself was able to plunder over the control. Chapter 140 Siege. A while ago, there was a skeleton in the Endless Bone Sea that awakened its spirit. I heard that it was brought back to the Frost-Cold Collar by the Frost Soul. Do you know where this skeleton is? Ink Shadow Dust's voice resounded in Black Warrior's ears with a hint of imperceptible urgency. When the Black Knight heard Ink Shadow Dust's question, he first froze, then answered. Master, are you talking about Shao Tsung? Ink Shadow Dust's eyes lit up. This Black Knight really knew? He nodded slightly, signaling the Black Vassal to continue. Seeing that Mo Ing Chen nodded, the Black Knight hurriedly said. I know that Shao Tsung was chained by Frost Soul to the bone pillars of the Central Lord's Great Hall, and was personally watched over by Frost Soul. A cold light flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes, and his tone couldn't help but grow morose. Why would Frost Soul chain little Tsung in the Great Hall? Black Warrior seemed to have known this question for a long time. Master, this matter is basically known to the entire Frost-Cold Collar's Black Knights. He paused and continued. In the beginning, Frost Soul's attitude towards Shao Tsung was quite good. After all, Shao Tsung was awakened in Lord Bone King's birthplace, and his future was unlimited. Even Frost Soul was not willing to offend. But ever since Shao Tsung was brought to this Frost-Cold Collar, Shao Tsung has always been sneaking away for 3 days, not knowing why, always wanting to go back to that Endless Bone Sea. After the escape incidents happened 3 or 4 times, the Frost Soul also got impatient and directly trapped Shao Tsung in the Great Hall. Mo Shadow Dust's heart warmed when he heard that Shao Tsung had escaped multiple times just to go back to the Endless Bone Sea. What little Tsung wanted to go back for, of course he knew. It was definitely wanting to go back to find himself. Then his face instantly changed and became icy cold again.
To dare to bind little Tsong with chains, this frost soul deserved to die. Mo Shadow Dust muttered, his voice low and terrifying. The air around them all seemed to freeze. The black warrior lowered his head, not daring to make a single sound. He could feel that the anger in his master's heart at this moment was burning madly. That icy killing intent, even as an undead, he felt shivering. Take me out of the city, Mo Shadow Dust ordered. The black warrior nodded and led the way in front, directly sending Ink Shadow Dust and Dolly out of the city. Mo Shadow Dust's figure silently returned to his side's army. Blood Demon was standing in front of the formation, commanding the undead army to drill. Tens of thousands of undead, under his command, advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, attacking and defending. The various military formations were constantly changing, dazzling the eyes. Mo Shadow Dust looked at everything in front of him, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Even he, a person who knew nothing about the military, could feel the power of this army. Mo Shadow Dust walked over to Blood Demon and did not say much. He directly gave the order to attack the city. When Blood Demon heard the order, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ever since he had obtained the Born military soul phrase, he had been drilling the undead army at all times. He longed for a real battle to test the results of his training. And now, the opportunity had finally come. Blood Demon took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. Yes, Master. He bowed respectfully to Mo Ingsuan before turning around and walking towards the military formation. Attack the city. Blood Demon's voice, which rang out in the military formation, carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. The undead army instantly boiled up. They let out a hissing roar and advanced in an orderly manner in the direction of the frost-cold collar. Mo Shadow Dust stood in place, looking at the charging undead army with icy cold eyes. He had already drawn a conclusion from the location where Shao Tsung was being held captive, as well as Frost Soul's purpose. The reason why Frost Soul had imprisoned Shao Tsung was to send him to Skeleton City in exchange for rewards. Then, as long as he didn't reveal his purpose and didn't let Frost Soul know that he was here for Shao Tsung, little Tsung was safe. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Directly attack the city. Kill all the enemies and save little Tsung. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Mo Shadow Dust's eyes. It had been a long time since he had gone on a killing spree like this. This time, he would make the entire frost-cold collar tremble. Mo Shadow Dust sat directly on top of the skeleton throne in the pillar cab. The Murphy's King's lance skill took effect. The strength of all the undead armies instantly increased by 1 rank. The morale of the undead army also rose even higher. They let out a heavenly roar and formally launched an attack towards the Frost-Cold Collar's city wall. The towering walls of the Frost-Cold Collar looked particularly eerie under the dim sky of the undead realm. On the city wall, the black warriors stood at attention, the bone weapons in their hands flashing with a cold light under the dim light. Below the city walls, the undead army was like a black tide, constantly impacting the city walls. Release arrows! A black knight captain roared. On the city wall, countless bone arrows fell like rain, shooting at the undead army. The skeleton archers weren't willing to show weakness either, as they bent their bows and arrows, launching counterattacks at the black warriors on the city walls. For a while, arrows flew across the sky, and the sound of bones breaking rose and fell. The zombies, on the other hand, with their strong defense, rushed towards the city wall against the rain of arrows. With their sharp claws, they scratched at the city walls, trying to climb up. On the city wall, the black warriors used their spears to stab the zombies down, or used heavy hammers to smash them into pieces. The battle was exceptionally grueling, with undead constantly falling, but more coming forward. On the city walls, casualties also began to appear. Some black warriors were hit by the arrows of the skeleton archers or dragged off the walls by the zombies. Hold on! Must hold on! The Black Knight captain shouted loudly, boosting his morale. He waved the long sword in his hand and cut a zombie trying to climb up the city wall into 2 pieces. However, the number of the undead army was simply too many, and they kept on pounding the city walls as if they were endless. The defense on the city wall gradually began to have holes. City gates! Quickly go and guard the city gates! The Black Knight captain suddenly shouted. He noticed that there was a portion of undead that were surging towards the city gates. It turned out that those black knights that Ink Shadow Dust had previously taken in to guard the city gates had quietly opened them. Roar! As the city gates opened, the army of undead surged into the city like a flood that broke the dike. Damn it! The Black Warrior Captain's eyes widened at the sight. He knew that once the city gates were lost, the Frost-Cold territory would be in danger. "Follow me!" He roared and led a portion of the Black Knights, charging in the direction of the city gates. Lord's order, activate the defense spell formation. A Black Knight shouted. Inside the city, a bone altar began to flicker with an ethereal light. An invisible force surged out from the altar and quickly enveloped the entire city. Under the effect of this force, the actions of the undead army became sluggish, and their strength and speed were drastically weakened. Chapter 141 Fifth Order Witch Demon. Ha ha, a bunch of rabble, how dare they come to attack my Frost-Cold territory? Seeing this, the Black Knight captain burst into laughter. He waved the longsword in his hand and led the Black Knights, launching a counterattack against the undead army. With the enhancement of the defense spell formation, the combat power of the Black Knights increased greatly, and they were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing the undead army at will. Although the undead army was large in number, under the suppression of the defensive spell formation, they were simply unable to exert their proper strength. For a time, the situation was surprisingly stabilized by the Frost-Cold Collar's defenders. "Lord Blood Demon, this can't go on," a skeleton general, through soul communication, anxiously said to Blood Demon. "I know." In Blood Demon's eyes, a ghostly blue light flickered. He looked at the bone altars within the city that were glittering with ethereal light and knew that they were the core of the defense spell formation. "It's time," Blood Demon muttered. He waved his big hand. Roar! 10 earth-shattering roars came from the back of the undead army. Immediately after, 10 giant skeletons, more than 50 meters tall, appeared on the battlefield. Every step they took made the earth tremble. What is that? 4th rank. All of them are 4th rank. On the city walls, the Black Warriors looked at those giant skeletons with fear in their eyes. "Quickly! Go report to Lord," the Black Knight captain said in a trembling voice. He knew that these giant skeletons were by no means something they could resist. The giant skeletons walked under the city wall and waved their huge bone clubs, smashing them towards the city wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the city wall was smashed out of a huge gap. Rubble splashed and dust flew. Boom! 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 The giant skeletons kept waving their bone clubs, and the city wall was smashed into 1,000 holes. Under the increase of the skeleton throne, these giant skeletons, each one of them possessed the strength of the 4th rank. Their attacks were simply devastating to the city walls. It's over, the Frost-Cold Collar is finished. The Black Warrior captain looked at the continuously collapsing city walls, despair in his eyes. Roar! An angry roar came from within the city. Immediately afterward, a black figure flew out from the city and charged towards the giant skeletons. It's Lord. When the Black Knight captain saw this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in his eyes. All die for me. Frost Soul's hoarse voice echoed over the battlefield. His eyes that were flickering with ghostly blue flames were filled with anger and killing intent. The Frost-Cold Collar's lord, a 5th-ranked powerhouse, Frost Soul, had finally struck. Boom! A giant skeleton couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit in the chest by a bone spear from Frost Soul. The tremendous impact blasted its huge body out, knocking down several skeleton warriors who couldn't dodge in time along the way. Ka-ching! Ka-chow! The sound of bones shattering was particularly ear-piercing on the battlefield. A huge hollow in the giant skeleton's chest was shocking to the eyes. The undead that made up the skeleton's soul fire wavered and nearly dissipated directly. Roar! The Frost Soul scored a hit and roared up to the sky, seemingly venting the anger in his heart. His eyes, which were flickering with ghostly blue flames, stared deathly at those giant skeletons, as if he wanted to eat them alive. Damn it! How dare you destroy my Frost-Cold Collar? Frost Soul's voice, hoarse and low, carried a trace of uncontrollable anger. Die for me! He held his hands up high and chanted under his breath, seemingly chanting some sort of ancient incantation. As the incantation was chanted, the air around him turned cold, and a powerful undead aura emanated from him. Ka-ching! Another giant skeleton was struck by Frost Soul's spell and was directly split into pieces, turning into a pile of scattered bones. This won't work. Seeing this, Blood Demon frowned. He knew that although these giant skeletons were powerful, they were still somewhat inadequate in front of the 5th-ranked Frost Soul. Vigorously! Blood Demon gave an order to Vigor through soul communication. Roar!
Vigor's low hissing sound resounded on the battlefield. His huge body, like a tank, charged towards Frost Soul. Frost Soul felt Vigorous aura, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
4th rank? Somewhat interesting.
He let out a cold smile and waved his hand as several bone spears shot towards Vigorous. Without flickering or avoiding, Vigor waved the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand and charged up against the bone spears.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The soul-devouring blood blade collided with the bone spear, emitting bursts of metal clashing sounds. Sparks splashed everywhere, and the bone spear was cut off as much as possible.
What?
When Frost Soul saw this, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this 4th-rank skeleton in front of him would be able to block his own attack.
Again!
Dali roared, his speed increased once again, and in an instant, he rushed in front of Frost Soul.
Soul-devouring blood blade.
He raised the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand and slashed down fiercely towards Frost Soul.
Humph! Unconscionable! Frost Soul snorted coldly and dodged Vigorous attack with a flash of his body. Boom!
The soul-devouring blood blade struck the ground with a loud bang, splitting a deep crack in the ground.
What a fast speed!
Dali's heart was shocked as his strike fell short.
Although he was powerful, he was far inferior to Frost Soul in terms of speed. Again!
Vigor once again wielded the soul-devouring blood blade and charged towards Frost Soul.
Useless!
Frost Soul laughed coldly as his body continuously flickered, easily dodging Vigorous Soul's attacks.
Your speed is too slow. He taunted as he dodged. Roar! Vigorous roared and continued to surge forward. Ha!
A teasing glint flashed in Frost Soul's eyes. He suddenly stopped his stance and raised his hands high once again, chanting under his breath.
Not good.
The blood demon's face changed drastically when he saw this.
He knew that Frost Soul was about to amplify his move. Dali! Quickly dodge!
He hurriedly communicated through his soul and alerted Vigor.
However, it was already too late. Ice seal 10,000 miles. Frost Soul let out a roar, and a powerful cold aura erupted from his body, instantly freezing everything around him.
Dali's body, covered by a thick layer of ice, was unable to move.
Ah, go to hell!
Frost Soul laughed out loud, and with a wave of his hand, a huge ice cone shot towards Dali.
No!
The blood demon's eyes widened in anger when he saw this. He wanted to rescue him, but it was already too late.
Boom!
The ice cone struck Vigorous' body with a loud bang.
Ice shards splattered everywhere, and a huge cavity appeared as Vigorous' body was pierced by the ice pick. It's over!
Frost Soul said coldly. His eyes that flickered with ghostly blue flames were filled with smugness. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred.
Roar!
A low hissing sound was emitted from Vigorous' mouth. His body, which was sealed in ice, unexpectedly began to tremble violently.
Chapter 142 Blood Shadow appears.
Frost Soul frowned at the sight.
What's going on?
A bad feeling surged in his heart.
Ka-ching! Ka-ching!
The sound of the ice shattering resounded continuously.
A crack appeared on Dali's body. Impossible! Frost Soul exclaimed in shock.
He didn't expect that his ice sealing spell would be unable to trap the strange blood-colored skeleton in front of him.
Roar!
Vigor roared up to the sky, and the ice layer on his body completely shattered. His blood-red eyes were filled with anger and killing intent.
The more you fight, the more courageous you become. Battle intent roar. Soul berserk. Dali instantly turned on all of his increased skills.
His aura began to climb crazily.
This is... Frost Soul's face changed drastically when he felt the powerful aura emanating from Dali. Peak 4th stage? No. 5th rank. How is this possible?
He was shocked to realize that Vigor's aura had, in a short period of time, risen to the 5th rank. One must know that before, it was only a 4th rank aura. This skeleton in front of him had already displayed a strength that was not at all weak to the 5th rank.
Now it was even able to continue to ascend? Go to hell!
Vigor roared, brandishing the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand and charging towards the Frost Soul.
No!
Frost Soul shouted in terror, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late.
Put! The soul-devouring blood blade sliced through Frost Soul's body, splitting him in two. Ah!
Frost Soul let out a mournful scream. His severed body, surprisingly, did not dissipate, but twisted continuously in the air.
It's useless. I am immortal.
Frost Soul's voice came out from those two severed bodies with a hint of madness and triumph.
Soul-devouring blood blade.
Without caring, Dolly once again waved the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand and chopped towards Frost Soul's two severed bodies.
Put.
Plop. The soul-devouring blood blade slashed through Frost Soul's body, cutting him into several pieces.
Ah! 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 Frost Soul's miserable screams became even more mournful.
His decapitated body was actually still writhing.
It's useless. I am immortal.
Frost Soul's voice, once again, sounded with a hint of weakness and fear. This time, however, the Frost Soul was directly abandoning its body, lurking directly in midair in the form of a spirit body. The heart was incomparably fearful.
What in the world had happened? This skeleton actually possessed the power to suppress itself.
The slightly illusory body fled at great speed, rushing into the ancient fortress next to the Lord's hall in a flash.
Lord is defeated?
The undead of the Frost-Cold Collar, seeing this, immediately cried out in terror. They scattered and fled, no longer having the will to fight.
Kill!
Seeing this, the Blood Demon waved his hand. The army of undead was like a tidal wave, chasing after those fleeing undead.
Blood Shadow.
If you don't come out to help, you won't be able to explain to Lord Bone King if my Frost-Cold Collar is destroyed. Frost Soul rushed into the ancient fortress, and his unwilling shrill whistles resounded within the fortress. Mo Shadow Dust frowned when he heard Frost Soul's shrill whistling.
Blood Shadow? That vampire? A bad premonition surged in his heart.
Right at this moment, the ancient fortress next to the Lord's Great Hall suddenly stirred.
Boom! With a loud bang, the gate of the ancient castle was blasted open.
A blood-red figure flew out from the ancient fortress. Its speed was so fast that it was extreme.
Vampire!
The Blood Demon exclaimed in shock at the sight.
It's the 5th rank again.
His face changed drastically as he felt the powerful aura emanating from the blood-red figure.
Gia, Frost Soul, you're such a waste.
The Blood Shadow's shrill voice rang out over the battlefield with a hint of mockery and disdain.
To think that you can't even deal with a group of rabble.
His blood-red eyes, scanning the battlefield, were filled with a bloodthirsty glow.
Why don't you die?
It's best if you die. If you die, then this Frost-Cold Collar will belong to me. Blood Shadow laughed as his figure flashed and charged towards the undead army. Blood Shadow's figure appeared in the sky above the battlefield like a ghost, and his blood-red eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, as if he wanted to devour everything.
GGG.
He let out a creepy laugh, and with a flash of his body, he charged towards the undead army. At the same time, the Frost Soul, which had been vigorously chopped into a spiritual state, also reappeared on top of the battlefield with a heart full of hatred. His illusory body twisted in the air, emitting a mournful shrill whistle.
You dare to destroy my Frost-Cold Collar? I won't spare you. Die for all of you.
Seeing this, Dolly couldn't think of anything else and directly brandished the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand to meet the Frost Soul.
Boom!
The two collided together once again, erupting with a shocking roar.
Kill!
Mo Shadow Dust gave an order, and the Black Knights that had been hiding, as well as the vampires he had summoned before, all appeared on top of the battlefield.
Roar!
The vampires summoned by Ink Shadow Dust let out a hiss and lunged towards Blood Shadow.
A trash who has entered the 5th rank for the first time, how dare you come to die?
Blood Shadow looked at the charging black warriors and vampires, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes.
With a flash of his body, he easily dodged the Black Knight's huge sword and clawed at the vampire's chest. Put!
The vampire's chest was pierced by the Blood Shadow's sharp claw, and blood gushed out.
Ha ha ha, unbeatable.
The Blood Shadow laughed maniacally and was about to continue his attack when he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his back.
What?
He looked back in horror, only to see a skeleton holding a huge shield that had appeared behind him at some point. This skeleton was none other than Iron Guard. Under the Skeleton Throne's enhancement, Iron Guard also possessed a combat power not weaker than that of the 5th rank.
Damn it!
The Blood Shadow cursed angrily and tried to dodge, but it was too late.
Dang!
Iron Guard's huge shield smashed hard against Blood Shadow's body, sending him flying out.
Roar!
The Iron Guard let out a roar and charged towards the Blood Shadow once again.
There's no end to this.
The Blood Shadow was enraged by the Iron Guard's attack, and a glint of madness flashed in his eyes.
Since you guys are looking for death, don't blame me. He opened his bloody mouth and let out a sharp hiss. A powerful blood-colored energy erupted from his body, dyeing everything around him red. This is... The blood demon's face changed drastically when he felt that powerful blood-colored energy. He hurriedly communicated through his soul and alerted the undead in the battle. Be careful. Ink Shadow Dust also felt that powerful blood-colored energy, and he frowned as a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. Phantom stab. He gave a low shout. An illusory figure silently appeared behind Blood Shadow. It was none other than Illusory Thorn. The Illusory Thorn held the hell short blade in his hand and stabbed towards the back of the Blood Shadow's heart. Chapter 143 Little Song? The Blood Shadow sensed the danger behind him and tried to dodge, but he was deadlocked by the iron guards and couldn't get away. Put! The short blade of hell pierced into the back of Blood Shadow's heart, and a black flame spread from the wound. Ah! The Blood Shadow let out a mournful scream as his huge body began to tremble violently. This is... What? He realized with horror that he had been injured by a strange specter. Jia. Phantom Thorn let out a cold laugh and unleashed the skill First Blade Strike. A powerful energy erupted from the tip of his blade. It interrupted the skill that Blood Shadow was trying to perform. A large group of 4th-ranked combatants immediately swarmed up and fought with Blood Shadow. The entire battlefield instantly fell into a stalemate. Near the city walls, a large number of low-ranked undead from both sides were killing each other, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Inside the city, Vigor and Frost Soul battled together, fighting to a standstill. Next to them, the vampires summoned by Ink Shadow Dust along with Iron Guard and Phantom Thorn led a group of 4th-ranked black warriors to battle with Blood Shadow in an exceptionally intense scene. Frost Soul was also burning with rage at this moment. However, he had no time to care at the moment. Vigorous attacks were like a raging wind and rain, making him tired of dealing with them. He could only pin his hopes on Blood Shadow, hoping that he would be able to get rid of those who were in the way as soon as possible and come to support him. However, Blood Shadow was in pain. He didn't expect the enemy to be so powerful. It wasn't true that he was at the peak of the 5th rank, but the vampire on the opposite side who didn't know where he came from was actually at the 5th rank as well. Moreover, the skeleton holding the shield always somehow attracted his own attacks. On the contrary, its defense was terrifyingly strong, so it was impossible to solve it quickly. This skeleton, surprisingly, also possessed a combat power not weaker than the 5th rank. There was also that strange ghost that always appeared out of nowhere, and the dagger exuded an aura that made him shudder. Although this ghost only attacked himself once. But surprisingly, it directly caused himself to receive a considerable amount of injuries. Now just the occasional appearance of the figure had him tied up. Together with a whole bunch of black warriors of 4th rank strength, this could really win a fight? The Blood Shadow also didn't have the confidence he had when he first appeared. Damn it! Blood Shadow cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be in such a passive situation. It can't go on like this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the Blood Shadow's eyes, and he had already made a decision. Blood Shadow split. Blood Shadow roared, his body instantly transformed into countless bats and flew off into the distance. The body was outside of the city, once again merging into one and showing itself. Want to run? Ink Shadow Dust sneered. Phantom Thorn. He lightly droned. The Phantom Thorn that had been hidden in the shadows instantly appeared at the Blood Shadow's side. The Phantom Thorn let out a creepy shrill whistle. The short blade of hell in his hand emitted a ghostly cold light. Die! A trace of madness flashed in Phantom Spike's eyes. He injected the energy of his entire body into the hell short blade. The energy exploded. A body-sacrificing strike. Poof! The hell short blade cut through the air and ruthlessly pierced into the back of the Blood Shadow's heart. Ah! The Blood Shadow let out a miserable scream. You actually... Blood Shadow looked at the manifest Phantom Thorn with an incredulous face. He didn't expect that he would be heavily injured by a trash phantom. Ah! The Blood Shadow let out a miserable scream. But in the end, he was at the peak of the 5th rank, and even when Phantom Spike gave up his body to strike, he was unable to finish him off. His body once again transformed into countless bats and fled in all directions. Blood Shadow. Frost Soul's heart was filled with despair when he saw that Blood Shadow had actually escaped. He knew that he no longer had any hope. Die!
Vigor roared and waved the soul-devouring blood blade in his hand, ruthlessly chopping at Frost Soul.
Put!
The soul-devouring blood blade slashed through Frost Soul's body as the soul-devouring blood blade was unleashed, directly absorbing Frost Soul's spiritual body.
Ah!
Frost Soul let out a mournful scream as his body turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated into the air.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing an elite level or higher target and looting the opponent's words, spell proficiency A, mental strength enhancement B, and frost heart A.
Please go to the word bank and fuse them on your own. Ink Shadow Dust's mind, the system's beep sounded.
The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile.
It's finally over. The death of the Frost Soul caused the low-ranked undead to instantly lose their backbone. They looked around in a daze, not knowing what to do.
Blood Demon seized the moment and commanded the army to quickly take control of the situation.
Mo Shadow Dust stepped into the frost-cold territory.
The outer city area was in ruins, with broken walls that were shocking to the eyes. Only the inner city area was still intact, barely maintaining its original appearance. Inside the Lord's Hall, Xiao Song was tightly bound to a thick bone pillar. Listening to the fierce sounds of killing outside, his heart was filled with worry and fear. It began to be afraid that Frost Soul would be defeated and that it would be captured by the unknown enemy outside. In Frost Soul's place, at least when Ink Shadow Dust woke up, it would find itself one day.
But if it was captured by someone else, would Ink Shadow Dust still be able to find it? What if the enemy, unlike Frost Soul, didn't need it and just killed it? Then wouldn't one never see Mo Shadow Dust again?
One still has important news to tell him. What it had overheard from Frost Soul, the way to travel to the human realm, it hadn't had time to tell Mo Shadow Dust yet. Outside the Great Hall, the sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. That voice, calm and strong, step by step, clearly audible. It was not Frost Soul. The witch demon Frost Soul, always floating in mid-air, would not have footsteps at all.
Could it be? It be that the unknown enemy had triumphed?
It had its back to the door and was firmly bound, so it could not see the appearance of the person coming. It could only prick up its ears and try to distinguish the sound of footsteps that were getting closer and closer.
Fear, like a tidal wave, rose. It began to pray silently in its heart. Praying that the person coming was not an enemy, praying that Emoingsuan would be safe and sound. Creak.
The door of the Great Hall was slowly pushed open with a dull sound. At that moment, Xiao Tsung's heart rose to his throat.
Little Tsung? Mo Shadow Dust's voice resounded within the Great Hall with a hint of urgency.
He pushed open the door of the hall and swept his gaze across the empty hall, eventually landing on the thick bone pillar. The little skeleton that was tightly bound by chains was facing his back, motionless.
It was Little Tsung. Mo Shadow Dust recognized it at a glance. He quickly stepped forward.
Dolly followed closely behind to protect him. Seeing that the little skeleton that his master had longed for day and night was tied up tightly, like a dumpling. Without saying a word, it directly drew out its soul-devouring blood blade.
With a light swing. Ka-ching!
The sturdy chains, as fragile as tofu in front of the soul-devouring blood blade, snapped with a sound and scattered all over the place.
Chapter 144 Reincarnation of the Undead.
Xiao Tsung only felt a loosening of its body, and its bonds were gone. It stood frozen in place, still somewhat unresponsive. Only then did it wake up as if from a dream and raised its head violently. In front of him, that familiar face was gazing at him with concerned eyes.
It was Mo Ingchen. It was really him.
Xiao Tsung's skeleton cackled, so excited that it could hardly contain itself. It opened its mouth, but realized that it couldn't make any sound. It could only stare at Mo Ingchen with those empty eyes, fearing that this was a dream. Mo Ingchen looked at the lost and found little skeleton in front of him, and a warm current surged in his heart. He reached out his hand and gently touched Xiao Tsung's skull.
It's all right, I'm coming.
His voice was low and gentle, like a spring breeze brushing past, instantly dispersing all the fear and uneasiness in Xiao Tsung's heart. In the underworld, Xiao Tsung was looking at Mo Ingsuan flying in the sky with a face of adoration.
Mo Shadow Dust, you're so powerful, you can even fly. Xiao Tsung's eyes flashed with envy. Ink Shadow Dust smiled faintly and slowly landed beside Xiao Tsung. It's nothing, when you're strong in the future, you can also fly. He touched Xiao Tsung's skull, and secretly sighed in his heart. Although Little Tsung was only a skeleton, its growth speed was far beyond normal. After that, Mo Shadow Dust took out a rune that emitted a strange light from the word looting system.
This rune was none other than the 6 paths of reincarnation phrase he had acquired earlier. This was the first god-level phrase he had obtained.
It was also the first word entry to possess a physical entity.
Little Song, I'm going to brand this rune on top of the rules of the underworld. There was a hint of gravity in Mo Shadowdust's voice.
This rune, named 6 Paths of Reincarnation, possesses incredible power. I don't know what will happen, but let's talk about it afterward. As the words fell, Mo Shadowdust gently pressed the 6 Paths of Reincarnation word into the void of the underworld. In an instant, the entire underworld seemed to be shaken viciously by a large invisible hand. The sky spun around.
The earth beneath Mo Ingduan's feet trembled violently, like an earthquake, making people unsteady on their feet. Mo Shadowdust brought Xiaozong to stand on top of the ground that he had named the Earthly Road. As the master of this world, Mo Shadowdust quickly figured out the significance of this newly appeared Earthly Road. At the same time, Ink Shadowdust also noticed the changes that appeared in the description of his third order bearer World Fragment. World Fragment, the beginning of the world, evolving on its own. World Gate, small world subjects can use specific materials to construct a world gate in the large world, and existences within the small world can teleport through those undead under my command. It's a toss-up whether they're willing to reincarnate or not. A hint of emotion flashed in Satoshi's eyes.
But there's nothing but.
Mo Shadowdust interrupted Xiaozong's words, and looking at Xiaozong's scared appearance, he couldn't help but comfort him in a half-joking manner.
When you become human, I'll find you a few chicks to be your daughter-in-law.
Then without any further hesitation, he directly covered Little Song with the 6 Paths of Reincarnation rule.
As he did so, the power of the entire underworld converged towards Xiaozong. Xiaozong's body began to change.
The original hard bones were like ice and snow baked by the hot sun, rapidly melting away. Its body gradually became blurry and transformed into a ball of white light. The light continued to rotate in the air, emitting a soft and warm aura. Ink Shadowdust stared intently at the ball of light, silently praying in his heart. This method was one that he had acquired among the rules of the world. It was an abnormal method that could quickly accomplish the transmigration of the undead.
In fact, according to the rules, transmigration should be done by the underworld accumulating power.
A target would be selected amongst the undead, undergo a long evolution, and eventually give birth to a new life.
However, right now, the entire underworld was weak and the rules weren't that perfect.
If one wanted to transmogrify the undead, one could only choose this way of being catalyzed and nurtured by the power of the entire world.
Chapter 145 Mo Lingxian. Time passed by minute.
Finally, the light stopped spinning and began to coalesce into a human form. A little girl the size of 6 or 7 years old appeared in front of Mo Lingxian. She had long black hair, big bright eyes, and skin as fair as jade.
Is this me?
The little girl's voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a hint of doubt and curiosity.
Little Song? Mo Shadowdust asked tentatively.
The little girl turned her head and looked at Mo Shadowdust. A trace of familiarity flashed in her eyes.
Mo Shadowdust.
She gave a joyful cry and jumped into Mo Shadowdust's arms. Mo Shadowdust hugged Xiaozong tightly, his heart filled with joy.
He had succeeded.
He had really made Xiaozong turn into a human. Little Song curiously surveyed her new body, her eyes filled with novelty. She reached out her hand and touched her cheeks, and then touched her hair.
Am I really becoming human? She murmured.
Yes, you became human.
Ink Shadowdust said with a smile.
Great.
Xiaozong jumped up excitedly.
I can finally feel the world like Ink Shadowdust. She turned around and looked at everything around her. The green grass, the clear river. All of this was so fresh and beautiful to her.
It's so beautiful here, she exclaimed.
Yes, the scenery here is indeed beautiful.
Mo Shadowdust nodded his head and gazed tenderly at the little girl in front of him.
He pointed to the empty grass in the distance and said, if you like it, we can build a house there, and this will be your home from now on.
Home.
Mo Lingxian muttered and repeated, a trace of confusion flashing through her eyes. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she violently raised her head, her big eyes fluttering as she looked at Mo Yingchen.
Mo Shadowdust, I didn't even have time to ask you just now, what is a chick? Didn't you promise to find me a few chicks to be my daughter-in-law?
Mo Shadowdust was stunned, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Embarrassed, he touched his nose, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer.
He had always thought that Xiao Tsong was a boy. After all, who would have thought that a skeleton frame transformed into a human would be a dainty little girl? This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Mo Shadowdust coughed lightly and tried to change the topic. Little Tsong, now that you're a human, shall I give you a name? Mo Lingxian cocked her head, her eyes filled with doubt. Name? Don't I have a name? My name is Little Tsong, she said crisply, her voice as pleasant as a clear spring. Right at this moment, the pillar quickly transformed back into a heavy truck, and the cap precisely wrapped the two people in mid-air into it. Lol. Mo Lingxian laughed happily, clapping her little hands and calling out that it was fun. Mo Ingduan shook his head helplessly, dotingly scraping Mo Lingxuan's small nose. You're just naughty. He. Mo Lingxuan spat out her tongue in a quirky manner. The two of them were currently driving the pillar in the direction of the deadly Silent Sea. It was also near the place where the two of them had encountered a dozen black warriors in the first place. When it came to this matter, this had to start from a few days ago when Mo Lingxian had just been reborn as a human. At that time, Mo Lingxian was bursting with excitement, her little face turning red from excitement. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she violently raised her head, her large eyes fluttering as she looked at Mo Ingsuan. Brother, I seem to know how to return to the human realm. Mo Shadowdust froze, then became ecstatic and hurriedly asked, Really? Little Tsong, quickly tell me. Mo Lingxian tilted her little head and recalled, earlier, I eavesdropped on Frost's soul talking, and he said that he was planning to activate the array near the coast of the Sea of Death and Silence to send me to Skeleton City in the center of the Undead realm. He also said that teleportation array is so powerful that it even has the coordinates of the human realm and can directly teleport to the human realm. Since brother is a human, I secretly wrote it down. And I don't know if it can help brother. A warm current surged in Mo Shadowdust's heart as he gently rubbed Mo Lingxuan's soft hair and laughed. It can help, of course it can help, moreover, Xiao Tsong is also a human now. Oh. Right. Oh. Mo Lingxuan slapped her head and realized, I forgot. Afterwards, Mo Lingxian directly ordered Blood Demon to search for the deadly Silent Sea. Blood Demon was now in control of the entire Frost-Cold Collar's undead, so naturally, he quickly sent word. Only then did Mo Shadowdust learn that the original Sea of Dead Silence was the sea that he and Xiao Tsong had passed by before. Mo Shadowdust looked at the pure black seawater that was faintly visible in the distance, and his heart was a little excited. Is it finally time to go back? Ink Shadowdust waved his hand, and a large number of skeleton warrior figures were summoned out, surging in all directions and starting to look for that teleportation array in Frost Soul's mouth. Chapter 146 Death Knight. While the two of them waited, Mo Shadowdust looked at Xiao Tsong with a somewhat complicated expression, wanting to speak. After finding the teleportation array this time, Xiao Tsong definitely wanted to return to the human realm with himself. But he had offended so many enemies in the land of trials. These people, in particular, basically had great backers. Going back this time would definitely be a constant source of trouble. Originally, it was just himself, nothing mattered, the big deal was just a deadly battle. But now there is an additional Xiao Tsong. She was so weak again, how could she defend herself? Brother, what are you thinking about? Mo Lingxian tilted her little head and asked curiously. I'm thinking. Mo Lingxian hesitated for a moment, but still decided to voice out the worries in his heart. Little Tsong, the human realm isn't like here, there are a lot of bad people there, brother might not be able to protect you. Mo Lingxian blinked her big eyes, seemingly not quite understanding what Mo Ingsuan meant. Bad people? Are they as powerful as brother? Mo Lingxian was choked for a moment and laughed bitterly, there are some bad guys that brother can't fight either. Then what? Mo Lingxian was a little anxious, brother can't fight, Xiao Tsong can't fight either. Mo Lingxian looked at Mo Lingxian's anxious appearance, his heart softened, he touched Mo Lingxian's hair. It's fine, you go and play with vigor first, let brother think again. Xiao Tsong was in the end a small child, immediately forgetting about the worries he had just had, pulling vigorous, he began to play with himself. After a long time, after Mo Shadowdust meaningfully studied his attribute panel, he softly asked, Little Tsong, are you willing to become brother's guardian knight? Xiao Tsong, who was pestering Vigor to play, sniffed and asked back without turning his head, becoming a guardian knight, can you stay with brother forever? Ink Shadowdust laughed, smiling smugly. This was Little Tsong, there was only one thing on her mind, and that was to be with herself. Of course, guardian knight, I still need to rely on you to guard me. Really? Mo Lingxuan's eyes instantly lit up, turning her head to look at Mo Ingsuan, then I want to be a guardian knight. I want to protect brother. She jumped up excitedly and circled around Mo Ingduan. Brother, aren't guardian knights awesome? Of course it's awesome, guardian knights are meant to protect their most important people. Then I must become the most powerful guardian knight. Mo Lingxian clenched her small fists and said with conviction. Mo Lingchen couldn't help but smile as he looked at Mo Lingxian's appearance. He squatted down and leveled his body with Mo Lingxian, then Xiao Song must work hard to become stronger, otherwise how can you protect your brother? Aha! Mo Lingxian nodded vigorously, little Song will definitely work hard to become stronger. Looking at Mo Lingxian's innocent smile, Mo Lingchen's heart was filled with warmth. It was so good to have little Song by his side. Brother, when will we find the teleportation array? Mo Lingswan waited with some impatience. She pulled on Mo Lingsuan's coat corner and urged. Soon, Mo Lingxian comforted, when we find the teleportation array, we'll go home. Going home. Mo Lingxian murmured, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Since you agreed, then brother will now adopt you as a guardian knight. Mo Lingduan's voice interrupted Mo Lingxuan's thoughts. Mo Lingxian raised her head and looked at Mo Lingchen, nodding her head vigorously. Mo Shadowdust took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, gently placed it on top of Mo Lingxuan's head, tightly fitting her petite body. The armor was inscribed with intricate runes and flickered with an eerie black light, as if it contained an endless power of death. Immediately afterward, a huge scythe appeared in her hand, the blade of the scythe exuding a palpitating cold light, as if it could easily harvest lives. This scythe was quite a bit taller than Mo Lingxuan, but she held it in her hand effortlessly, as if the scythe was originally a part of her body. Sigh! A horse neighing sound rang out, and a divine black warhorse appeared out of thin air behind Mo Lingxuan. This warhorse was tall and majestic, its forehoofs stepping on black flames, with ghostly blue flames burning in the horse's eyes. It was clad in the same black horse armor as Mo Lingxuan's, and it was majestic, just like a nightmare from hell. Wow! What is this? Mo Lingxuan looked at the changes on her body in surprise as she excitedly waved the giant scythe in her hand, bringing up a whistling air-breaking sound. This is the power of a Death Knight, from now on, you are my Death Knight, little Kong. Ink Shadowdust explained with a smile. Death Knight? That sounds so cool. Mo Lingxuan's eyes shone brightly as she mounted the tall death warhorse and looked down at Mo Lingduan. Brother, haven't I become very powerful? Of course it's awesome, my little Song is now a majestic Death Knight. Mo Shadowdust complimented as if coaxing a child. In fact, just now, he had already seen it through the attribute panel. It turned out that this Death Knight was somewhat like a human transformed profession. The current Xiao Song don't look quite bluffing, but actually only had the combat power of the first rank. Similar to humans, Death Knights could choose one of three specializations: blood, evil, and frost. Ink Shadowdust thought about it and directly chose the frost talent for little Song. After all, it was a little girl who was going to go to the human world with herself. Blood and evil, by the sound of their names, were not suitable for a little girl. He didn't want to cultivate his own cute little cotton girl into a murderous demon. After Mo Shadowdust's side made his choices, he suddenly realized that this little Song didn't even need a bearer? Scratching his head, he was somewhat confused as to whether the current little Song was considered a human or not. After all, it was an unbreakable iron law that humans needed carriers to advance. However, Xiao Song, this human who had been pinched by himself using the 6 paths of reincarnation rules, seemed to have broken this iron law. Could it be because of the 6 paths reincarnation rules? Mo Shadowdust secretly guessed, but he couldn't come to any conclusions. After all, his understanding of the 6 paths reincarnation rule was only skin deep. Forget it, don't think about it. Mo Shadowdust shook his head, throwing these complicated thoughts to the back of his mind. I can't study it now, so I can only wait until later. Hiya! Mo Lingxuan was untutored and followed the example of the skeleton knight that Mo Shadowdust had summoned earlier. With her legs clamping down on the horse's belly, the death war horse immediately spread its 4 hooves and galloped across the open space. Chapter 147: The Possibility of a Dual Profession. Ah, brother, look, I can ride a horse. Mo Lingxuan's laughter was crisp and pleasant, echoing in the empty wilderness. Mo Shadowdust looked at Mo Lingxuan's cheerful figure and a smile appeared on his face as well. Right at this moment, a skeletal warrior sent a message through his soul power. Teleportation array discovered. Mo Ingduan quickly walked over to the pillar and leapt up, sitting firmly in the cab. Pillar, let's try it too. Ink shadow dust patted the pillar's body. Okay, master. Pillar replied in a jarring voice, and the body began to morph, turning into a giant skeleton robot in the blink of an eye. The cab shifted to the position of the pillar's chest. Wow. The pillar is so cool too. Mo Lingxian rode her warhorse to the foot of the skeleton robot and tilted her head back to look at this behemoth, her eyes filled with awe. Depart, target, teleportation array. Mo Shadowdust gave the order, and the skeleton robot took big strides, advancing in the direction of the far side. Mo Lingxian rode her death warhorse right behind her, a large and a small figure. In this desolate land, they appeared particularly striking. Awesome! Mo Lingxian said excitedly. Brother, am I not awesome? Of course it's awesome. Mo Lingxian said with a smile. My little Song is the most powerful Death Knight. He. Mo Lingxian laughed happily, and then I'll protect my brother well. Good. Mo Lingxian said, dotingly. Then brother will rely on little Song to protect him in the future. Aha! Mo Lingxian nodded vigorously, and Xiao Song will definitely protect brother. The two looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere was warm and beautiful. A dilapidated scene, an air of desolation filled the broken walls. Mo Shadowdust and Mo Lingxuan's figures appeared in the midst of these ruins. His brows were tightly locked and his face was terribly gloomy. Quickly stepping forward, he scrutinized the traces around him. It seems that this place is unusable. Turning around, he looked at Mo Lingxian and tried to squeeze out a smile. Little Song, we have to think of another way. Mo Lingxuan sensed Mo Lingxuan's low mood and obediently jumped down from the death warhorse. The majestic Death Knight armor on her body faded and disappeared like a tidal wave. She ran to Mo Lingxuan's side with small broken steps and hugged his leg tightly. Brother, don't be sad, there must be another way. The voice was soft and sticky, with a hint of comfort. Didn't you say before that there are many undead creatures in the human realm? If going to the human realm is really that difficult, how did those undead creatures get over there? Mo Lingxian tilted her head, her large eyes fluttering with innocence. Mo Lingxian was touched by Mo Lingxian's words, and the gloom in his heart dissipated slightly. He lowered his head and looked at the little person in his arms, a trace of tenderness flashing through his eyes. He was about to reach out and touch her head when he suddenly froze. Ha! He let out a soft eep, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Little Song, you are now. He paused, seemingly pondering how to express himself. Your current rank is 0 rank? Mo Shadowdust hurriedly made Mo Lingxian put on her Death Knight armor again. Little Song, quickly, put your armor on. Mo Lingxian nodded her head obediently without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, a burst of black light surged forth, enveloping her petite body. The familiar set of armor that emitted a deathly aura reappeared, wrapping her up tightly. Mo Shadowdust looked at Mo Lingxian, who had regained her strength to the first rank before him, and his heart was enlightened. He finally understood why Mo Lingxian did not need a bearer to become a first rank. It was because this power of the first rank was not her own inherent power. However, it didn't seem entirely accurate to say so. After all, the power of the Death Knight did indeed belong to Mo Lingxuan. More accurately, this Death Knight armor was like a special transformation skill. Only, this transformation skill did not have a cooldown time, nor did it have any consumption. Only when Mo Lingxian put on this armor could she possess the power of a Death Knight. A bold idea surfaced in Mo Lingxuan's mind. If that's really the case, he muttered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Is it possible for little Song to make a transfer in the human realm? If that's possible, wouldn't that be a dual profession? This idea made Mo Shadowdust excited. Dual occupation, ah. This was much more domineering than some divine soul double life. However, Mo Shadowdust wasn't too envious. After all, he possessed the heaven-defying skill of Mo Fei King's subject. He could use the power of any subject at will. How could a mere dual career compare to his abilities? After returning to the Frost-Cold Collar, Mo Shadowdust didn't stop and walked straight to Blood Shadow's ancient castle. He walked hurriedly with a sense of urgency between his brows. Just now at the city gates, an undead reported that there were a large number of books hidden in Blood Shadow's ancient castle. Ink Shadowdust's heart stirred. Perhaps, these books hid the method to the human realm. He decided that he would live here for the next few days, and he would go through as many of these books as he could.
Even if he couldn't find his way back, it was always beneficial to have a good knowledge of the books. Thinking back to his experiences along the way, Mo Shadowdust couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. From the success of his transfer to his current 3rd rank strength, everything had come too quickly and smoothly. In less than a year's time, he had already stood at a height that many people could not reach in their entire lives.
The second turn of a 4th rank profession required deep accumulation and precipitation. Mo Shadowdust vaguely felt that he seemed to be lacking something. Now, it was the right time to take this opportunity to calm down and enrich himself. In fact, he had always longed to return to the human realm, simply because it was his roots. As a human, the attachment to one's homeland was engraved in one's bones. However, was there really anyone he cared about in the human realm? No.
On the contrary, Xiao Tsong, this little fellow who had not known him for long, had long occupied the most important place in his heart.
Chapter 148 Bone Dragon.
At this moment, Xiao Tsong was obediently accompanying him, flipping through those ancient books together. Brother, look at this.
Xiao Tsong's crisp voice interrupted Mo Ing Chen's thoughts.
He took the book handed over by Xiao Tsong, only to see 3 large and powerful words written on the cover: Spirit Enlightenment Theory. Mo Shadowdust flipped through the pages of the book and was instantly captivated by its contents.
The first half of the book focused on several common ways of undead spirit initiation.
It was not too different from what Mo Shadowdust knew, and was nothing more than the 2 ways of natural awakening and being summoned by a necromancer. However, the second half of the book revealed a little-known secret. Since the book did not mention a specific time, there was no way to know when this secret story actually happened. A necromantic monarch naturally awakened the ability of a born lord. This necromonger monarch was, most likely, the first born lord in history. His appearance set off shockwaves throughout the entire undead realm.
In just less than 100 years, this necrotic monarch unified the undead realm.
Almost all of the wild undead bowed down under his powerful natural lord ability. Even those undead without spiritual intelligence instinctively followed his orders. In that era, even the immortal realm, under the leadership of the Necromancer monarch, was suppressed to death by the undead realm. Later, the Necromancer monarch discovered the existence of the human race. At that time, the human race was very weak and had just begun to figure out the cultivation path of the.
Out of curiosity, the Necromonger monarch began to study the human race.
The book did not clearly record exactly how he did it. But what was certain was this. The Necromancer monarch, in the human race, started the profession of necromancer.
Mo Shadowdust's gaze was deadlocked on this ancient book titled Spirit Enlightenment Theory. Necromancer. This profession that was one of the basic professions of the human race, but one that very few people would choose, was actually created by a supreme being of the undead realm? This simply overturned all his previous perceptions. He forced down his inner shock and continued to read down. It was recorded in the book that this necromancer monarch's natural lordship ability was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing those undead in the later generations who had awakened the same ability. It discovered that it was actually able to dominate those undead that were summoned from the undead realm by the necromancer. This discovery made it ecstatic. Thus, with its overwhelming strength, it began to cultivate necromancers in the human realm on a large scale. Then, through the summoning of the necromancers, it utilized the laws of heaven and earth to unlock spiritual wisdom for those wild undead that were summoned. It then periodically took back control of those undead. At a later stage, it even realized that the so-called summoning of the undead was nothing more than a spell formation formed by the rules of heaven and earth. Even the spell formation that summoned a skeletal warrior could replace an unawakened bone dragon with it, thus allowing the bone dragon to awaken its spiritual intelligence. The only drawback was that even a bone dragon would have to follow the orders of the necromancer under the constraints of the rules. However, this was nothing to the necromancer. It would take back control of these undead every once in a while anyway. So in that era, the profession of necromancer was full of uncertainty. It was possible for a first-rank necromancer to summon a 7th-rank bone dragon. Yet at any time, he could lose all his summons and everything would go to zero. Later, as a large number of undead were enlightened by the necromancer monarch in this alternative way, the strength of the undead realm rose. Eventually, it caused the scorn and siege from all walks of life. After an earth-shattering battle, the Necromonger king was nowhere to be found. The human realm also developed more stable and powerful professions in the cracks. Necromancers, too, were gradually abandoned by the human race and eventually reduced to a cold and basic profession.
Emo Shadow Dust closed the book, unable to calm down for a long time, summoned the skeleton throne, read the skills of the throne again. He seemed to know who the previous owner of this throne was. This book, The Theory of Spirit Enlightenment, had actually really given him an alternative way of thinking about returning to the human realm. Emo Shadowdust's heart shook as a bold plan gradually took shape. He could utilize the opportunity of human necromancers summoning the undead, stealing the high-end combatants under his command and sending them to the human realm. Once he collected enough powerful treasures of the 6 centers in the human realm, he could construct the World Gate. At that time, he himself, and even the entire underworld's army of dead spirits, would be able to freely travel between the 2 worlds. This was undoubtedly a crazy and tantalizing idea. However, Ink Shadow Dust had a trace of doubt in his heart. Could he use his control over the undead to fight against the supreme laws of heaven and earth? Emo Shadowdust's brows were locked tightly as he fell into deep thought. A moment later, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. The human realm, he was bound to travel. Although he was not completely sure of his control. But he had absolute confidence in the submission skill of the Heart of Death. The worst thing that could happen was that he would lose control of the undead in the human world. When he found a way to return to the human realm later, he would use his submission skill to retake it. However, it would naturally be best to succeed once. In order to make sure that everything would be fine, Emo Shadow Dust decided to add another insurance policy to the vigor that would be sent to the human realm. In my name, I order you to become a knight of war. Emo Ingduan's voice was low and majestic, echoing in the ancient castle. As the words fell, a powerful aura surged out from Vigor's body. Emo Shadow Dust nodded in satisfaction and began to check Vigor's attribute panel. Among the 3 specializations of Charge into Battle, Tactical Command, and Commanding the Entire Army, he chose Charge into Battle without hesitation. This was the most suitable specialization for Vigor. Able to maximize his powerful combat strength. As the selection was completed, a tall, blood-red skeleton warhorse slowly appeared beside Vigor. The warhorse was surrounded by thick bones and burned with ghostly blood-colored flames, complementing Vigor in a majestic manner. A pair combination, like a killing god coming out from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura. The blood shadow flapped its blood-colored wings and fled in haste from the frost-cold collar. Utilizing the deadly Silence Cease teleportation array for long-distance teleportation. Afterward, he sped all the way and eventually stopped in front of a lofty bone mountain. This bone mountain was already extremely far away from the frost-cold collar. Blood Shadow gathered his wings and climbed upwards along the rugged mountain path. As he continued to get closer, above the mountaintop, a terrifying existence that had been sleeping for a long time slowly awoke. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The entire bone mountain trembled violently with it. A pair of giant bone wings that covered the sky slowly unfolded, casting a large shadow. Sleeping at the top of the mountain was actually a huge bone dragon. Chapter 149 coming at extreme speed. At this time, Blood Shadow had also arrived at the top of the mountain. He knelt on one knee and respectfully prostrated himself in front of the bone dragon. Master! I found a human necromancer in the undead realm. Blood Shadow's voice echoed across the empty mountaintop. Ever since escaping the frost-cold collar, Blood Shadow's mind had always been haunted by a huge question. Just what kind of existence could have so many strong and weirdly diverse henchmen? That blood-colored skeleton warrior was actually able to fight the peak 5th rank Frost Soul in a battle. There was also that 5th rank Strength Spectral Soul, which was actually able to easily re-injure itself. Giant Skeleton, Giant Shield Skeleton. These unimaginable existences surfaced one by one in Blood Shadow's mind. He snapped to mind an ancient book that he had collected in his ancient castle, the Essay on Spirit Enlightenment. A conjecture that shocked himself gradually surfaced in his mind. There was no such thing as an undead lord. The masters of those undead were necromancers. The undead realm, mixed in with a human necromancer who didn't know what method he used to hide his living aura. This shocking discovery made Blood Shadow both excited and terrified. He couldn't wait to tell this news to his master. 7th ranked Bone Dragon August Cranium Blade. Upon hearing this news, Cranium Blade was silent for a long time. The long slumber had made his mind a bit groggy and he needed time to clear it. But Cranium Blade knew that what Blood Shadow said was true. This was because the two had signed a master-servant contract. As a servant, Blood Shadow could never lie to himself. How many ranks of Necromancer? Cranium Blade's low voice rang out, echoing at the top of the mountain. The blood shadow trembled as he felt the unconscious pressure emanating from the cranial blade and said cautiously, "Master, the highest is no more than the 4th rank, the probability is the 3rd rank." The cranial blade froze for a moment and roared violently. Huge sound waves erupted from its mouth, even sending the blood shadow flying. "You piece of trash! A 3rd rank necromancer and you can't even solve it? Is your 5th rank strength for show?" Cranium Blade roared, his voice filled with disappointment and anger. The blood shadow transformed into countless bats in mid-air before barely stabilizing his form. Looking at his furious master, he hurriedly explained, "No, master. I analyzed this necromancer to be of the 3rd rank because his summons, all of them have the aura of the 3rd rank." Blood Shadow's voice carried a hint of panic. "But this necromancer is really a bit strange. Beyond my knowledge, he can actually make several undead summons, with a 3rd rank aura, explode with 5th rank strength. And not just one, but several. Even when I teamed up with the peak 5th rank witch demon Frost Soul, I wasn't able to defeat the other party." Blood Shadow's voice was getting lower and lower. He knew what this news meant. Cranium Blade was silent once again. He was shocked beyond words by this news. Why were the undead so hostile to the human race? The profession of necromancer was an important reason. Which race could allow the existence of a profession that imperialized its own people at will? Among the human race, there was such a terrifying necromancer that could cross over more than 2 ranks to face the enemy? This kind of necromancer would become a nightmare for all undead when he grew up. Cranial Blade let out a low roar, and a bloodthirsty light flickered in his dragon pupil. "Where? Now, take me there immediately." The voice was like rolling muffled thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. The blood shadow was overjoyed at the words, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Finally, he could take revenge. His figure flickered and turned into a bloody stream of light, flying rapidly ahead to lead the way for Cranium Blade. Cranial Blade looked at the distant figure of the blood shadow, a trace of grimness flashed in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had personally struck. The long-lost desire to kill surged through his bones. Cranial Blade slowly flapped his sky-shading bone wings. This was the first time he had truly and completely stretched his entire body since his slumber. Each swing of the bone wings brought up a violent hurricane. The air around them all let out a burst of sound. Boom! Cranial Blade leapt up violently. The huge body rose up into the air. The towering bone mountain under his feet could no longer withstand the tremendous force. It collapsed with a loud bang. Countless broken bones fell like torrential rain. For a time, the ground shook and the sand flew away. It was as if the end of the world had come. The blood-colored stream of light was in front, and the huge bone dragon was right behind it. One in front and one behind, 2 terrifying figures, tearing through the sky. With a thunderous momentum, they flew towards the direction of the Frost-Cold Collar in a hurry. On Mo Shadow Dust's side, the Frost-Cold Collar's inner city had been completely cleared out. This place was now densely packed with undead. These undead were all taken in through the subjugation skill. Without having to do anything, they stood in place waiting to be summoned. Dolly also stood motionless in the center, ready at any time. As long as a necromancer summoned any of the undead here, Vigor would immediately replace that undead and head to the human realm. Ink Shadow Dust was also somewhat helpless in his heart. Before, when he didn't know about this method, the unawakened undead under his command were summoned almost every 2 or 3 days. But since knowing about this method, everything was prepared. It's been 3 days now, the entire inner city is densely packed with undead, and none of them have been summoned. But this thing can't be rushed, it's all random. Clang! 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 A heavy and neat sound of footsteps came from far and near. Blood Demon's tall figure appeared in Ink Shadow Dust's field of vision. He was followed by a small group of black warriors. Each black knight was clad in heavy armor and held a huge sword. Silence, solemnity. Blood Demon walked up to Ink Shadow Dust and knelt on one knee. Master. The voice was low and respectful. The black warriors behind him also knelt down neatly. There wasn't a trace of procrastination in the movements. The Blood Demon knelt on one knee, his tall head lowered respectfully. Master, south of the Frost-Cold territory, the troops expanding outwards have discovered a bone dragon heading this way. It has currently destroyed 2 of our front lines, and from the looks of it, in 2 days at most, it will be able to arrive at Frost-Cold Collar. A cold light flashed in Ink Shadow Dust's eyes. How many ranks of bone dragons? Blood Demon immediately replied. According to the news that came from the front using soul transmission, at least 7th rank, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to cross the two formation lines so easily.
Mo Shadowdust's head spun for a moment. It was so hard to find a way to return to the human realm, and now what he needed most was time. How did this pop up another bone dragon? And listening to this, the target was the frost-cold collar? Rushing towards himself? A moment of contemplation. Ink Shadow Dust directly ordered. Aside from the undead in the inner city, all the rest of the teams all retreat back to the endless bone sea and enter the underworld. You withdraw back as well, and take little Tsong with you. I'll wait here with Dolly, isn't there still 2 more days to go? Chapter 150 The Last Front. The blood demon hesitated for a while after hearing Mo Shadowdust's words. In the end, he nodded with slight hesitation. As an undead, he simply couldn't understand why his master would rather pay such a great price to return to the human realm. He could only choose to follow orders unconditionally. Xiao Tsong, who was not far away from Moing Chen, stopped his hand movements when he heard Moing Chen's words. She was swinging the huge scythe in her hand over and over again, and with a thought, the frost covering the scythe directly disappeared. Throwing the huge scythe to the ground, she took 2 steps and rushed over, hugging Moing Suan's thighs, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. Brother, I'm not leaving, I'll stay with brother. Moing Duan was helpless. This girl. Because Xiao Tsong was still small, Mo Shadow Dust didn't need that bit of her combat power. So he hadn't given little Tsong any words. Just guiding her through the basics, practicing the Death Knight's own basic skill of Cold Ice Strike. The intention was to wait until after the human world, and then pick a set of words for Xiao Tsong to increase. Looking at Xiao Tsong, who hadn't even had time to remove her armor, she hugged herself. Mo Shadow Dust reached out and touched her head. The helmet was a bit solid. It's not about separating from little Tsong, but you go wait for me in the underworld first, I'll be there in 2 days at most on my side. Mo Shadowdust patiently explained. Don't worry, letting you go over first is only because your speed is too slow. What if that bone dragon is chasing after us when the time comes and I can't run past it with you? Satoshi froze and stood still, nodding in silence. Gritting his teeth, without a word, he turned around and walked to the blood demon's side. Little Tsong is still too weak to even help, staying will only cause trouble for brother. The understanding little Tsong thought in his heart. Raising his head, he looked at Blood Demon. Let's go. There was a hint of resignation in his voice. Blood Demon nodded and led little Tsong in the direction of the endless bone sea. Mo Shadowdust looked at little Tsong's unwilling back and chortled in his heart. Earlier, he branded the 6 Tao reincarnation words into the underworld. Allowing the underworld to replenish its laws, the world structure became more and more solid. The good thing was naturally that the underworld was starting to develop towards a real world. But the bad side is also obvious, at least for Mo Ingsuan. He couldn't just appear in the underworld with a thought like before. Even if he is the master of the underworld. Now, he also has to obediently use the door of the world to enter and exit the underworld. Another day has passed. In the frost-cold collar, the densely packed undead did not move the slightest bit. Ink Shadow Dust was anxious in his heart. Such bad luck? He made up his mind to wait for another half a day. At most, he could only wait half a day. If after half a day, there was still no success, he himself could only bring vigor along to withdraw to the underworld first. AI. Mo Shadow Dust couldn't help but let out a sigh. If it wasn't for the fact that he had observed that human necromancers could only summon undead in the undead realm, and that the undead in his underworld wouldn't be summoned, why would he have to suffer this? South of the frost-cold territory. At the last line of defense left behind before the blood demons withdrew. The entire military formation was silent. All those left here were undead who had not yet awakened their spiritual wisdom. The only order they were given was to prohibit any existence from passing through here. That is to say, these undead were not intelligent. They don't know what fear is. If another intelligent race knew that their group of 2nd and 3rd ranked existences had been arranged to block the 7th ranked bone dragon, they wouldn't have run away long ago. Rumble. A burst of ground shook the mountains. Roar. A heaven-shaking dragon roar came from the distance. In the sky, a bone dragon that covered the sky, wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura, swooped towards the defense line. The bone dragon's wings were spread out, as huge as 100 meters. Every time it flapped, it set off a violent hurricane. The trees and rocks along the way were reduced to pieces by the hurricane.
The undead on the defense line were fearless under this horrible pressure. But they had no intelligence, only the instinct to obey orders. In the face of this godlike bone dragon, these second and third rank undead didn't flinch in the slightest.
Skeleton warriors, zombies, ghosts. All sorts of undead, surging from all directions, launched a brazen charge towards the bone dragon. They waved their broken weapons, their mouths emitting meaningless hisses. The bone dragon's eyes flickered with ghostly blue flames, and the fire of its soul flickered crazily. Looking down at these mole-like undead, his eyes were filled with disdain. Griffins. The bone dragon let out a low roar from its mouth. Dragon breath. A blazing ghostly blue flame erupted from the bone dragon's mouth. It instantly engulfed the undead that rushed at the front. These undead, who couldn't even scream in time, turned into ashes in the dragon's breath. However, this did not stop the undead army. As if they were endless, they rushed towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon's wings were revved up, and its huge body shot up into the sky. It dodged the attacks of the undead on the ground. Then, it made a fierce dive and charged towards the army of undead. Boom! The huge body of the bone dragon smashed into the undead army like a meteorite. For a while, the sounds of bones breaking were heard one after another. Countless undead were crushed into pieces by the bone dragon's huge body. However, more undead defiantly climbed onto the body of the bone dragon. They tore with their teeth and scratched with their bone claws, trying to leave even a trace on the bone dragon's body. The body of the bone dragon was soon filled with densely packed undead. These undead, like maggots on Tarsus, frantically attacked the bone dragon. Roar! It threw its head violently, flinging the undead on its body out. Then, it opened its huge mouth and bit down on a skeletal warrior. Ka-ching! The skeleton warrior's bones were easily bitten apart like a cookie in the bone dragon's huge mouth. Every attack of the bone dragon could take away the lives of a large number of undead. But the number of undead was simply too many. Even though the bone dragon was so powerful, it couldn't eliminate them all in a short period of time. The battle became exceptionally grueling. On the bone dragon's body, faint wounds began to appear. Although these wounds, to the bone dragons, were nothing at all. But it was enough to prove that these undead were not completely without threat. In the eyes of the bone dragon, a hint of anger flashed through. It hadn't been injured for a long time. These mole crickets, how dare they hurt it? Die! The bone dragon roared, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Around its body, a ghostly blue arc of electricity began to appear. These arcs of electricity contained terrifying energy. Zira! Zila! The electric arcs wreaked havoc in the army of undead. Wherever they passed, the undead were turned into ashes. The bone dragon's attacks became even more violent. Every time it swung its wings, every time it flicked its tail, it was able to kill a large swath of undead. Chapter 151 Body of the Third Order, Shaking the Seventh Order. This battle was a complete one-sided slaughter. The strength of the bone dragon exceeded the imagination of all the undead. Even if they braved death, they were unable to stop the bone dragon's advance. The defense line, under the attack of the bone dragon, quickly collapsed. Cranial Blade looked at these mole-like undead, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Lying down on top of a field of broken walls. With a huge mouthful, all the soul flames that hadn't been extinguished entered his mouth. Cranial Blade barred his mouth. Obviously satisfied with this little snack. The blood shadow hung its head low, its body slightly leaning forward, slowly approaching the Cranial Blade in a posture that was humble to the extreme. Master. His voice was careful, but carried a hint of imperceptible urgency. In this direction, he stretched out his finger and pointed to the north. In a day at most, we can reach the frost-cold territory and meet that human necromancer. If we're faster, we don't even think it'll take a day. He added, a hint of anticipation in his tone. A ghostly blue breath erupted from Cranial Blade's enormous nostrils, but he was indifferent to Blood Shadow's urging. Instead, it slowly closed its eyes as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Weird. It was really too weird. Cranial Blade, who had stayed in the undead realm for an unknown number of years, naturally knew the undead in this land like the back of his hand. However, from the start of its journey to the frost-cold territory, it had encountered a total of 3 waves of obstacles. Although none of the enemies were considered powerful, the strength of those undead was mind-boggling to it. First-order skeletons, third-order zombies, second-order ghosts. All of the undead, all of them had been boosted by 1 rank? And this kind of elevation is obviously a full coverage elevation. This is... How did it happen?
In the face of something so beyond cognizance, the cranial blade naturally wouldn't venture straight to its target. Not that it would play any tricks with a weak necromancer of a mere 3rd or 4th rank.
But ensuring its own state to avoid accidents was a must. Human realm. The wilderness outside of Manhwa City.
Yin Yenshin was running away in a sorry state, her clothes long torn and stained with dirt and blood. Behind him, several professionals dressed in black with masks on their heads were in hot pursuit, greed and killing intent flashing in their eyes.
Damn it!
Yin Yenshin's heart was filled with indignation.
You few, do you really have no regard for kinship and are so impatient to want me, your sister, dead? Is the lure of the Yin family's heir really that strong? She ran while thinking sadly in her mind.
Although the person behind her didn't show his face. But she also knew from whom they were sent. Other than her own siblings who were worse than pigs and dogs, who else would find these outlaws to come to the wilderness to hunt her down? She was the eldest daughter of the Yin family in Flying Flower City, and she had gathered thousands of favorites since she was young. Her parents' favor reached its peak when she awakened her B-grade talent soul communication. Despite the fact that this talent was clearly biased towards assisting, they still argued against the public and established her as the Yin family's successor. At that time, she was immersed in her parents' love and care and was very excited. Until the day of the transfer. The 3 basic professions, warrior, necromancer, and archer, suddenly appeared before her eyes. She was directly confused.
There wasn't even a single rare profession.
She had no choice but to choose a necromancer that fit slightly with her talent.
Unexpectedly, this became the beginning of her nightmare. First, she was ostracized by her younger siblings in the family, and in the end, she was even tricked into this wilderness to start a hunt. She checked her spiritual power. It was discovered that it was only enough to summon a skeleton warrior once. Infinite sadness welled up in Yin Yenshin's heart. It seems that I must die here today.
She murmured darkly and used the last of her strength to release her last summoned skeleton warrior skill.
A ghostly blue spell formation quickly took shape in front of her, emitting a gloomy aura. Frost cold collar. Ink shadow dust sat on a skeleton throne, suspended in midair. Below the throne, the undead stood in the inner city, silent.
Dolly stood still in the center, still waiting. In the distance, the aura of a 7th-order bone dragon surged like a tsunami, getting closer and closer.
One could not wait any longer. If he waited any longer, I'm afraid his life would be lost. But one couldn't just leave either. This bone dragon was ruining his good deed. If he doesn't knock out one of its teeth before running, he won't be able to sleep well. Imo Shadow Dust ordered the last of the guards to evacuate towards the endless bone sea. As for these mindless undead within the city, could only be discarded. The target was too big and the movement speed was uneven. If they were brought along, the bone dragon would likely follow and find the world gate of the underworld. Ink Shadow Dust's gaze swept fiercely across the distance. Controlling the throne, he floated above the city wall. With a wave of his hand, 300 skeleton archers finished lining up neatly on the city wall. The huge bone dragon figure in the distance gradually became clear. Imo Shadowdust waved his hand violently. Hawkeye, who stood at the forefront of the skeleton archers, took the lead in raising the huge bow and arrow in his hand. As he did, the 300 archers behind him raised their bows at the same time. Buzz. The bowstring trembled. 300 arrows shot up into the sky. The arrows were in the air, in various forms. Some were dispersed into several tiny arrows with no reduction in force. Some carried the power of thunder and transformed into blue-purple lightning. Others soared against the wind and even became even more massive than spears. The arrows that covered the sky converged into a torrent, heading straight for the bone dragon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows broke through the air with a sharp whistling sound, pouring down like torrential rain. In the cranial blade's huge eye sockets, the ghostly blue soul fire jumped violently. It did not place these attacks in its eyes at all. A mere skeleton archer wanted to injure a 7th-ranked it? It was simply delusional. Phew! The skullblade disdainfully spewed out a dragon's breath. The ghostly blue flames, with a destructive aura, met the arrows. In its opinion, these arrows would instantly turn into ashes in the dragon's breath. However, in the next moment, the cranial blade's soul flame trembled violently. Poof! The arrows collided head-on with the dragon's breath. Surprisingly, it pierced through the dragon's breath and continued to fly towards him.
It eventually slammed hard into its body, which was already too late to dodge.
Boom!
A huge piece of bone on the cranial blade's massive body was shot straight through, and a shocking hollow appeared.
Roar! The cranial blade let out an earth-shattering roar, its voice filled with unbelievable rage. It was injured? Injured by a group of ickle-like skeleton archers? This was simply a strange shame. One must know that this was different from the tiny wounds caused by those undead crawling onto it before. Those wounds, to it, were like being bitten by a mosquito, not painful at all. But this time, these strange arrows were actually causing it to be injured. Griffins! You seek death. Chapter 152, I really want to smack myself in the mouth. The cranial blade was completely enraged. It inhaled violently, its chest cavity expanding dramatically. Phew! Another even thicker dragon's breath gushed out from its mouth, heading straight for the skeletal archers on the city wall. However, just at the moment when the dragon's breath was about to hit the city wall, the skeletal archers on the city wall, however, suddenly disappeared. Boom! The dragon's breath slammed hard into the city wall, blowing a huge gaping hole in the wall. However, Ink Shadow Dust and his skeleton archers had long since disappeared. Damned mole crickets! Cranial Blade roared angrily, his voice echoing over the entire Frostcold territory. Ink Shadow Dust ran with great strides and speed. The attributes that far exceeded those of normal agile professionals allowed him to move at a speed that far exceeded that of the third rank. In his heart, he was quite satisfied with the attacks that the skeleton archers had just erupted. These 300 archers were the team that he had carefully selected and created after giving each of them words in the area of long-range attacks. Even when they attacked the city before, they hadn't even made their debut. Today this was considered their debut. The result was naturally surprising. With the body of a third rank, they shook a 7th rank bone dragon. This performance, no matter where it was taken, it deserved the word perfect. To say where there is a deficiency. It might be that the words given are too confusing and not neat enough. The arrows are like fireworks. Various word abilities are all over the place. But this was something that couldn't be helped, the acquisition of words and phrases was not something he could control. In an instant, Ink Shadow Dust had already rushed to Vigorous' side. Behind him, the huge body of the bone dragon was already flying close. It was about to arrive over the Frostcold collar. Another dragon breath was sprayed out. The motionless undead within the city were incinerated in large swathes. Go vigorously! Ink Shadow Dust shouted, signaling Vigor to follow him. But for some reason, Vigor did not move. The eyes burning with soulfire stared straight in one direction. Ink Shadow Dust was uncertain, and his heart was incomparably anxious. What's going on here? If we don't run, it will be too late.